Chapter 1 The number one rich man in the universe is recruiting. Chen hung up the phone, looking helpless. The HR manager just called him and told him that he doesn't need to go to work tomorrow. In other words, he was fired. He was fired by Chuanglong Group after only 3 days of working there. Chen was not surprised at all when he received the call. Because just half an hour ago, he heroically saved the beauty and punched Vice President Huang. Thinking of this hero saving the beauty, Chen was a little amused and helpless. After get off work today, Chen had dinner nearby. Then he remembered that he still had some documents to read, so he wanted to go back to the office to work overtime. As a result, when I passed by Vice President Huang's office, I heard a faint cry for help. The office has very good sound insulation. If Chen's hearing was not more sensitive than that of ordinary people, he would not have been able to hear it. Chen put his ear to the door uncertainly, and sure enough, he heard a woman's cry for help from inside. The voice sounds familiar. Chen was shocked and thought someone had been murdered, so he kicked open the office door in desperation. I saw Vice President Huang hugging a woman, looking so presumptuous and bold. Beast! Without saying a word, Chen rushed over, pulled up Vice President Huang, and punched him in the face. Vice President Huang was in high spirits when he was knocked unconscious by Chen's punch. He fell to the ground dizzy, covering his face and screaming. "Are you okay?" Only then did Chen see clearly that the woman who was molested by the bald man Huang was his immediate superior, Lu Feifei, the manager of their department. When Lu Feifei saw Chen, she panicked and hurriedly covered her body with her hands, not daring to look him in the eye. Chen looked at Lu Feifei at this moment, and she didn't look like a victim of molestation at all. Looking at Vice President Huang lying on the ground with his hands covering his face, Chen felt like thousands of horses were galloping through his mind. I have only heard of this kind of thing before, but today is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. I thought I was a hero saving the beauty, but it turned out I was just meddling in other people's business. He knew what the two were playing, so he shrugged awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I didn't see anything. You guys continue, I'm leaving first." Chen turned around and left without caring about the reactions of Vice President Huang, who was lying on the ground, and Lu Feifei, who was wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn, the office is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside. After this incident, Chen was not surprised at all that he was fired. It's so sad. I was fired after only 3 days on the job. I don't know how to explain it to teacher Xia. Chuanglong Group is one of the largest enterprises in Linjiang, and countless people are trying their best to get in. Chen is just a student at Linjiang University. The reason he was able to do an internship this summer was entirely because of the connections of teacher Xia. And this person is Lu Feifei. It is said that teacher Xia and Lu Feifei are college classmates and they have always had a good relationship. If teacher Xia asked, she couldn't say that she was fired because she accidentally saw her good friend Lu Feifei and Vice President Huang playing games in the office. Chen could only think that he was unlucky and slandered in his heart. I wonder if my fright will scare Vice President Huang? Chen had no other opinion about the matter between Lu Feifei and Vice President Huang. After all, Lu Feifei was not his girlfriend, and her private life was none of his business. It was just a pity that this job was wasted. Chen has worked part-time every winter and summer vacation since high school. His parents died in a car accident when he was 15, leaving him with only a younger sister to depend on. And when he was sorting out his parents' belongings, he found out from his mother's diary that he was just an orphan picked up from under an overpass 15 years ago. Without his parents' kindness in adopting him, he wouldn't be who he is today. He did not tell Lu Shioka about this, but silently vowed to take good care of his sister. He put all the 1 million yuan compensation for his parents' car accident into his sister's name as a dowry, and started working part-time to earn money early on. Alas, it seems that I can only find a tutoring job. Chen sighed and opened the local tutoring website. It is difficult to find short-term jobs during the summer vacation, and internship opportunities like those at Chuanglong Group are hard to come by. The richest man in the universe is hiring. As soon as Chen opened the local tutoring website, he saw these eye-catching words. Strange, what kind of job advertisement is this? Chen looked at the big words in confusion and clicked on it curiously. Welcome to the job fair for the most wealthy person in the universe. This sentence suddenly rang in Chen's mind, startling him, and he quickly asked, "Who is talking to me?" "Don't be nervous, I'm the interviewer Wudi Chang Shinhao System. You can call me Wudi Chang. Now I will interview you." Chen was confused. Before he could react, the electronic voice continued, since you are the only one attending this job fair, the interview is cancelled. Congratulations on being directly admitted and becoming the most wealthy person in the universe. I have become the richest man in the universe? Lu Chen pinched his thigh and grimaced in pain. Oh my god, this is true. Wu Chang responded calmly, because you were not admitted through an interview, so to be precise, you are still in the internship period of the universe's #1 rich man. Lu Chen asked in confusion, is there any difference? Wu Chang explained, the difference is huge. If you are accepted through my interview, you will directly become the #1 rich man in the universe with the maximum level. Now you are just in the internship period, and you need to upgrade from level 1. After Wu Chang finished speaking, a set of data appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, the richest man in the universe internship period. Level 10100. Today's quota, 100,000. Gold, 0. Combat strength, 5. Mission, none. Lu Chen looked at his attributes and saw that his combat power was only 5, which made him look very unhappy. How do I improve my level and combat effectiveness? What are today's quota and gold coins? Where can I take on missions? Lu Chen asked impatiently. For every 10,000 yuan you spend, you will get 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. If you spend more than today's limit, you will not get any experience points or gold coins. You can get extra experience points and gold coins by completing tasks. When you have enough experience points, you will automatically level up. You can use gold coins to buy items in the system store. Today's quota is the fixed amount you are allowed to spend every day. It will increase as your level increases. It will be refreshed at midnight every day. The unused quota will not be carried over to the next day. It is recommended that the host spend the entire quota every day. Combat strength is a reflection of the host's physical ability. It can be improved by taking pills or practicing. Pills and practice techniques can be purchased with gold coins in the store. It is recommended that the host improve combat strength as soon as possible, because this system is not responsible for protecting the host's personal safety. The missions are randomly generated, please explore on your own. Chapter 2, Invincible Contempt. Wu Chang's series of answers allowed Lu Chen to basically understand the godly rich system in his body. Let me see what good things there are in the store first. Lu Chen couldn't wait to see what treasures were in the store. Wu Chang said confidently, they are definitely all good things. Information about the store immediately appeared in Lu Chen's mind, but there were only 2 things in it, marrow cleansing pills and creation scripture, both priced at 10 gold coins. Only 2 kinds, so few? Lu Chen thought in his heart. The system could understand Lu Chen's thoughts and explained, the host is only level 1 now, and other products have not been unlocked yet. Once the host is upgraded, the corresponding level of products will be automatically unlocked. Well, anything is better than nothing. 2 is 2. As soon as Lu Chen finished thinking, the introduction of the marrow cleansing pill and the creation scripture came into his mind. Shisui Dan, it has the effect of cleansing the marrow and transforming the body. After taking it, it can open up the meridians throughout the body and expel impurities from the body. The creation of heaven, it seizes the creation of heaven and earth. It is the first of the 12 heavenly scriptures and the most powerful method between heaven and earth. Good stuff, really good stuff. After reading the introduction, Lu Chen's mouth was almost watering. These 2 things are what he urgently needs. They can increase his combat value to that of a weakling. Moreover, they are cheap and good quality. Each one only costs 10 gold coins. As long as he uses up today's 100,000 quota, he will have 10 gold coins. He plans to buy the marrow cleansing pill first to transform himself, and then wait until the quota is refreshed at 12 o'clock to use it up, and then buy the creation scripture to practice. Lu Chen picked up his phone and saw a text message on the lock screen. Your savings card account with the last digit 9527 received 100,000 renminbi at 2017 on July 3, and the current balance is 106,528 renminbi and 25 cents. China Construction Bank. Oh shit, 100,000 yuan really got transferred in. After Lu Chen's conversation with Wu Chang, he was mentally prepared, but he was still a little excited when he saw the text message. Only 100,000 yuan makes you so excited? Wu Chang said with contempt, please remember, you are the richest man in the universe, never get excited because of money, it's embarrassing for me. Wu Chang expressed his dissatisfaction and the consequences were serious. Lu Chen heard the prompt. Ding, the mission is triggered Invincible contempt. As the richest man in the universe, you do not yet have the confidence of a rich man. In order to cultivate the host's confidence as a rich man, please upgrade the Shark Live account to level 120 within 10 minutes. Mission reward, 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Failure penalty, deduct 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Are you accepting the mission now? Chen was still guessing what the triggering conditions of the task were, and then he received a task. Shark Live is one of the most popular live streaming platforms now. The maximum level is 120. I heard that you need to give gifts worth 5 million renminbi to reach level 120. Ding. Chen heard the text message tone on his mobile phone. Sure enough, another 5 million was deposited into his account. Your savings card account with the last digit 9527 received 5 million renminbi at 2025 on July 3, and the current balance is 5,106,528 renminbi and 25 cents. China Construction Bank. I like this kind of contempt, please give me more. Chen looked at the text message and took 2 deep breaths. Calm down, calm down. I am now the richest man in the universe. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's just a matter of leveling up with gifts. Who can't do that? Such a simple task is like giving away rewards for free. Chen completely believed Wu Chang's words and accepted his identity as the richest man in the universe. His mentality gradually changed. He opened Shark Live and logged into his account. He got involved in Shark Live to support a friend in honor of kings. That friend's name is Giran, his nickname in honor of kings is chasing and throwing fireballs. He likes to play Angela and he is a good friend that his sister Lu Xiaoka met through the game. Lu Xiaoka would often drag Chen along to show off and fly with them, and after a while they became familiar with each other, and when the 3 of them were online at the same time, they would play in a row of 3 together. At first they didn't know Giran was a streamer. Once in a game they encountered Huang Zhong guarding the crystal, and they spent an hour trying to get in. Then Giran said embarrassedly that his live broadcast time was about to end and he had to go get ready. Only then did the Chen siblings realize that Giran was also Shark's entertainment anchor. They asked Shark's room number and surrendered to support her. Giran is only in her early 20s, a junior at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and long black and shiny hair. She is definitely a goddess-level looker, and her singing is also first-rate. Chen and Lu Xiaoka also often go to listen to Giran singing, and think that she sings better than those top 10 popular anchors. Especially Lu Xiaoka, since the first time she heard Giran singing, she has become her little fan. Every time Giran starts singing, Lu Xiaoka will hang out to listen to her singing when she has time. But because Giran never acts coquettishly, never pretends to be cute, and never encourages the audience to give her gifts, she has never been very popular. After more than a year of live streaming, her popularity is only over 50,000. That's her. When Chen received the system task, the first person he thought of was Giran. He looked at his level 21 account and was about to recharge it, but then he thought that if he used this account to give gifts, Lu Xiaoka would know about it. When my sister asks me about it, I can't tell her that my brother has an invincible and powerful system, and that my brother is now the richest man in the universe. It's not that he didn't believe Lu Xiaoka, but the system's affairs were too unbelievable. If they were spread out, it would only bring countless troubles. Wu Chang also said that he was not responsible for protecting his personal safety. Thinking of this, Chen wanted to improve his combat effectiveness immediately. Only when one has strong enough strength can one be unscrupulously wealthy and inhumane. Invincible, if I use my newly registered Shark account to reach level 120, does that count as completing the mission? As long as it's your account, it's fine. After getting Wu Chang's affirmative answer, Chen immediately registered a small account named the No.1 Richest Man in the Universe. That's right. The name should be so domineering. Wu Chang saw Chen's shark and praised with satisfaction. It's all thanks to Brother Chang's good teaching. Chen flattered Chang and entered Giran's live broadcast room. Fayuzi, you dare to live broadcast even though you sing so badly, why don't you get out of here, shark? Holding the pig's leg, rubbish anchor, the singing is really bad. Smoothie mix, where did this bunch of idiots come from? Listen if you want, get lost if you don't. I am the most handsome in the village, I know this anchor, 300 yuan per time. South Street 4th brother FG, +1, no wonder she looks so familiar, I've slept with this bitch before. Happy Donut, you have no manners to insult others like this. Expired beer duck, ugly anchor, turn off the broadcast now. Come on, garage car, garbage anchor, get out of here, shark. As soon as Chen entered the live broadcast room, he saw that the chat channel was constantly refreshed, and most of them were insults to Hey Giran. The few fans who came out to refute were quickly drowned out by the Black Water Army. What's going on? Chen found it strange. Usually, the public screen of Giran's live broadcast room was very clean and few people criticized her. But now with this situation, it was obvious that someone had hired internet trolls to criticize Giran. Chapter 3, The New Emperor, the richest man in the universe. Giran always sings quietly and never makes enemies with anyone. No one knows which big singer he offended this time, causing a large wave of attacks from trolls. Chen saw Lu Xiaoke talking on the public screen and quickly switched to his original account for a private chat. A sky full of stars, Xiaoke, what is going on in Fireball's live broadcast room? In honor of kings, Chen always called Giran Fireball and never changed his words. Happy Donut, Sister Ran just offended Mr. Ko, and later a large number of internet trolls came to discredit her. They must be the internet trolls he hired. A sky full of stars, Kofeon, ranked 15th on the contribution list? The only person who can be called Mr. Ku in Shark Live is Kofeon, who ranks 15th on the contribution list. I heard that Kushao is a rich second generation who has spent more than 3 million on Shark Live and has had explicit stories with many female anchors. I don't know how Giran is related to him. Happy Donut, who else but him? Just now in the live broadcast room, he gave Sister Ran 10 rockets, saying that he would give Sister Ran an Earl status and sing Sir, You Can't with her on the microphone, but Sister Ran didn't agree. He felt that Sister Ran didn't give him face, so he left angrily. I see. The song Sir, No carries some indescribable hints, no wonder Giran disagreed. Giran is pretty and sings well, but the reason she has never become famous is that she doesn't try to please or fawn on the rich. Many wealthy people were also impressed by Giran and gave her planes and rockets. But apart from polite thanks, Giran did not express any special affection to them, not even the moa moa that other anchors often say. When those rich people saw that they couldn't get any benefits, they left naturally. Those who stayed were the audiences who truly liked Giran's singing. After Chen understood the situation, he recharged 500 yuan and gave Giran a rocket. I saw a banner floating across the live broadcast room. The starry sky gives Giran a rocket. Click it to enter the room and open the fishball treasure chest. The public screen was instantly flooded with 66666. Chen sent a private message to Giran, come on, Fireball, ignore those haters, you are the best. I have something to do and I have to log off. When you get off the stream, call me for the third row of pesticides. He sent a private message to Lu Xiaoke again, I have something to do so I'll log off first, you go and comfort Fireball. Without waiting for their reply, Chen changed to the newly registered small account the richest man in the universe. Giran's eyes were red and he tried hard not to let the tears fall. She thought she was very strong inside, but seeing the vicious attacks all over the screen, she felt a little overwhelmed and really wanted to turn off the live broadcast immediately and cry. But she didn't do that. If she had done that, she would have played into the hands of those black fans. Giran was stunned when she suddenly saw Chen giving her rockets. She had heard Lu Xiaoke talk about their family situation and knew that Chen's financial conditions were not good. Thank you for the rocket sent by the stars, thank you for your support. Giran thanked him with a tearful voice. She saw her chat box flashing and clicked on it to check the message. Giran looked at Chen's message and felt a warm feeling in his heart. The audience who silently supported Giran in the live broadcast room, seeing the sky full of stars sending rockets, also gave her gifts. Happy Donuts giveaway Shark Fin X32. Smoothie Mix sends out Rocket X1. Luck Leopard sent Shark Fin X66. Thank you, everyone, for your encouragement and support. Giran thanked the audience members who gave him gifts one by one, and couldn't help but shed tears. There are still audiences who truly like her and have been silently supporting and encouraging her. She tried to adjust her emotions and continued to sing different times with her crying voice. Who is choking? Bitter face. Can't hide. The front slowly blurs the vision. The tears are a little salty. Wu never thought of quarreling. The reason is so sloppy. I miss the smiles of the past. Oh. I haven't realized yet that I've already gotten used to you. The slightly choked voice, with its unique magnetism, makes the song different times even more infectious. Look, Master Ko, there are still a few idiots giving gifts to that bitch. Maggie and Master Ko were connected on the microphone, and when they saw the announcement of someone giving Giran rockets, they said in a coquettish voice. Maggie is a well-known female anchor on Shark Live. She is good-looking, open-minded, has a sweet voice and knows how to please the anchor. Therefore, she has attracted a large number of fans. Now her live broadcast room has more than 1 million fans. A few small shrimps. When I gave them gifts, their hair had barely grown out. If you dare to ignore me, Master Ke, I will make sure that bitch has no chance to survive in Shark. It was the first time that Ke Xiao met a female anchor who didn't give her face. In other live broadcast rooms, all the female anchors treat him as the god of wealth and come up to him actively to please him in a coquettish way. After being rejected by Giran, he switched to Maggie's live broadcast room to listen to her whining. At the same time, he called a large number of internet trolls to discredit Giran, and threatened to make sure that the ungrateful Giran would not be able to continue working at Shark. After Ke Xiao finished speaking in a domineering tone, he just pointed his finger and 10 rockets were sent out. Master Ku is so domineering. That little jerk is no match for Master Ku. Come on, 1, no, 10, HM. When Maggie saw Kobe's 10 rockets, her face was full of smiles and she said a series of muzzles in a coquettish voice. 10 rockets cost 5,000 yuan. After deducting the platform share in taxes, Maggie can get 2,000 yuan. 66,666. Master Ku is mighty and domineering. Rich man, do you still need a pendant on your leg? I'm so depressed. My monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan. Master Ke, I want to give birth to a baby for you. The onlookers in Maggie's live broadcast room kept swiping the screen to flatter Ke Xiao, wishing that those rockets were sent by them. Come on, let's. Ke Xiao lit a cigarette, took a puff comfortably, and adjusted his breathing in a carefree manner. He spends money on gifts on Shark because he likes the female anchors to lick his ass and likes the feeling of being praised by thousands of onlookers. Mr. Ku is so bad. Maggie smiled shyly, then stuck out her tongue and licked her lips slightly. Long live our emperor. Congratulations to the new emperor, the #1 richest man in the universe, for ascending the throne in Giran's live broadcast room and becoming the 78th emperor of Shark Live. Long live our emperor. Congratulations to the new emperor, the #1 richest man in the universe, for ascending the throne in Giran's live broadcast room and becoming the 78th emperor of Shark Live. Long live our emperor. Congratulations to the new emperor, the #1 richest man in the universe, for ascending the throne in Giran's live broadcast room and becoming the 78th emperor of Shark Live. 3 large banners flew across the live broadcast rooms, and Shark Live instantly became a hit. Emperor is the highest noble title in China. The nobility of Shark Live is divided into 6 levels: Knight, Viscount, Earl, Duke, King, and Emperor. Among them, the Knight received 500 yuan, the Viscount received 1,500 yuan, the Earl received 5,000 yuan, the Duke received 15,000 yuan, the King received 60,000 yuan, and the Emperor received 120,000 yuan. Nobility is not lifelong, it is just the monthly price. If you do not renew, your nobility status will be cancelled. It costs 120,000 to open an Emperor account, which is not affordable for most people. There are only 78 emperors in the history of Shark Live, and many emperors are not renewed after 1 or 2 months of opening. There are no more than 30 people who still hold the title of emperor. It can be said that every emperor who appears will attract heated discussions on Shark Live. Every emperor is also an object that all major anchors are vying to win over and lick. Fuck, someone opened the emperor. Who is Giran? I haven't heard of it. Let's go and check it out. Didn't Master Ke just say he was going to punish Giran? Why did he get slapped in the face so quickly? The richest man in the universe, what an awesome name, could it be Jack Ma? Ha, it's obvious that it's a shark's drag. Only an idiot would spend 120,000 to drive a noble. Get lost, you ignorant country bumpkin. That's because you've never seen a rich man. I can open an emperor for 120,000 yuan. Poverty limits my imagination. The public screens of all the live broadcast rooms on the Shark platform were filled with discussions about the #1 richest man in the universe, and many people jumped into Giran's live broadcast room to watch the new emperor. Maggie was still communicating with Ke Xiao through space, and when she suddenly saw the news, she was so shocked that her tongue stopped on her lips, motionless. Chapter 4: The Emperor's Request. Emperor. Someone actually gave Giran the title of emperor. Why no one gives me the title of emperor? Why is it that the unknown Giran is given the title of emperor? Maggie was shocked at first, then became madly jealous, and kept shouting in her heart. Maggie has been on Shark Live for more than a year and is considered a well-known anchor. But the highest noble who had ever opened a rank for her was a king, and that was only after she had accompanied him privately a few times. Later, the rich man got tired of her and stopped paying attention to her, so the king naturally stopped renewing his subscription. Now the highest rank in her noble ranking is only 2 dukes. Kushao is a wealthy man who has been paying attention to her recently. He only has the rank of Earl in her live broadcast room. She has been trying to curry favor with Kushao and even expects him to ask her out. She wants to make him happy and make him become a king or even an emperor. She saw someone giving Giran the emperor title and she became jealous to the point of going crazy. Mr. Ku, who is the richest man in the universe? Maggie asked in confusion. As a financial anchor, Maggie pays close attention to the wealthy people on Shark Live, but has never heard of the name the richest man in the universe. I clicked in to check the information, and it turned out to be a newly registered account, which was obviously registered specifically to support Giran. X. Who knows where this idiot X came from? Kushao's face turned pale and he cursed. He didn't even take the emperor seriously. He also opened an emperor, but he didn't renew it later. He prefers to spread out and hook up with several female anchors at the same time. He is now the king of 1 live broadcast room, the duke of 2 live broadcast rooms, and the earl of 5 live broadcast rooms. The monthly fee is almost equal to that of an emperor. Everyone knows that Giran has offended him, and he has already said that he will deal with that shameless bitch. Now someone is acting like an emperor in her live broadcast room. It is obviously a provocation to him. Tell him that Giran is my protection, and if you want to touch her, ask me first. This is a slap in the face of Mr. Ku in public. Master Ku, this richest man in the universe is really disrespectful to you. He gave you such a pretentious name. Who does he think he is? Maggie's coquettish voice provoked Kushao to sow discord. Many female anchors like to stir up conflicts among the rich and make them compete with each other in wealth and give each other gifts. You idiot, you think you're so awesome just because you're the emperor. Kushao cursed in a bad tone. That's right. Everyone knows that Giran has offended Master Ku. Does he think that he can protect Giran just because he is an emperor? Maggie flattered Master Ku in a soft voice, and did not forget to provoke, humph, compared to our Master Ku, he is nothing. Our Master Ku will definitely make them pay. That's right, isn't it just an emperor? Do you think he can go to heaven? I want to be happy and want to have several. After hearing Maggie's flattery, Kushao felt a little happier and said in a boastful manner. On the public screen of Maggie's live broadcast room, people kept discussing. You're so boastful, why don't you show us an emperor? Idiot above, it's not like our Master Ku has never been an emperor before. You can tell he's a newbie at first glance. He only costs 120,000 to drive an emperor. Go and look at how much Kushao spent on the contribution list. Master Ku is the most awesome. Master Ku, we will also make an emperor to blind their dog eyes. That's right, it won't take long for Master Ku to become an emperor. Master Ku, don't be a coward. Fight them. Maggie was secretly happy watching the audience making a fuss on the public screen. Many rich people were fooled by others and started to give gifts as a noble. Sure enough, when Kushao saw what the people were saying, he thought about how he was slapped in the face by the richest man in the universe, so he decided to get back at them. He said arrogantly, "No one has dared to slap me, Kushao, in the face. Just because you call yourself the richest man in the universe, you really think you are the richest person in the universe? I want to see what qualifications he has to show off to me. Chi-Chi baby, give me a kiss, and I will make you an emperor." After Kushao finished speaking, he opened the noble interface and activated the emperor. Thank you, husband. My husband is the best. When Maggie heard that Mr. Ku was going to give her the emperor title, she excitedly called him husband and stuck out her tongue in the air. For a female anchor like Maggie who ranks in the upper middle level, having an emperor to support her from behind will greatly increase her popularity and fame. All of these will be exchanged for real money, so it is no wonder that those female anchors go to great lengths to lick the lap of the rich, and even sell their bodies. Giran's live broadcast room instantly became popular after the richest man in the universe opened the Emperor Noble tier. Crowds of onlookers continued to pour into the live broadcast room, and Giran's popularity soared from 34,000 to more than 500,000, and continued to increase. 66666 I kneel down to greet the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Wow, the anchor girl is so pretty, I'm a fan now. Your Majesty, please quickly connect to the microphone so that we can hear your voice. Will you orgasm when you listen to the Emperor's voice? Absolutely. Caught a pure anchor alive. Giran was shocked when he saw someone opening an Emperor account in his live broadcast room. This was too scary. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Thanks to the Emperor, the richest man in the universe, for opening this account. Thank you very much. Giran stopped singing, his heart still pounding, and he excitedly thanked the richest man in the universe. This is an emperor who earns 120,000 renminbi a month, not 12 yuan. She looked at the emperor icon of the richest man in the universe sitting at the head of the VIP seat, followed by only a few viscounts and knights. Ran, can we sing, sir? Can't you together on the mic? A line of words suddenly popped up in the noble chat area. The chat box and font were extremely cool. This was a chat effect exclusive to the emperor. After Chen said this, he laughed slyly. He used Kashao's request just now to tease Giran, wanting to see if she would also firmly refuse when facing him, the emperor. Just now, after he logged into the account of the richest man in the universe, he went directly into Giran's live broadcast room and spent 120,000 to open the emperor nobility. In the past, he always thought that those who spent money to buy emperor or king cars were idiots or scammers. Now that he spent 120,000 to buy an emperor, he didn't feel anything special. After all, his current job is to spend money. 66666 Just now, Mr. K said that he wanted to sing this song with the host. Mr. Ku is nothing. The Earl was reluctant to start singing first, yet he still had the nerve to ask to sing with the host. That's right. The rich are still the richest and most domineering. Just become an emperor. Xiaobai, please tell me, why do all the rich people like to sing this song? Mashiro, this song is about a one-night stand. So that's how it is. Do you think the host will agree? Of course he will. The emperor has issued an imperial decree. The anchor can just wait to be favored. I have been following this anchor for a long time. She is a very pure girl. I don't think she will be. There are no pure anchors, only insufficient prices. Alas, another good cabbage is going to be eaten by the pig. One song. When the emperor spoke, Giran's live broadcast room exploded, with a large group of onlookers constantly cheering and refreshing the screen. Chapter 5, Meet Up Tonight. When Giran saw the request from the richest man in the universe, his excitement instantly cooled down. It turns out that he and Kushao are of the same kind. Sorry, I can't sing that song. Giran felt a little disappointed. He still kept a polite smile on his face, but his tone was very cold. Really? When Chen heard Giran's answer, a snicker appeared on his face, as if he had not expected it. Rejected. Rejected again. 66666 is a very unique anchor. I like him. Your Majesty, I can sing guest, you are not allowed with you. Fuck you, you dare to disobey my order? Drag him out and behead him. This anchor is finished. He has offended Mr. Ku and the Emperor. He can forget about being a shark in the future. There was still a heated discussion on the public screen in Giran's live broadcast room, when suddenly a wave of banners announcing the Emperor's accession to the throne appeared on the screen. Long live the Emperor! Congratulations to the new Emperor Kufei for ascending the throne in Maggie's live studio and becoming the 79th Emperor of Shark Live. Long live the Emperor! Congratulations to the new Emperor Kufei for ascending the throne in Maggie's live studio and becoming the 79th Emperor of Shark Live. Long live the Emperor! Congratulations to the new Emperor Kufei for ascending the throne in Maggie's live studio and becoming the 79th Emperor of Shark Live. 66666 Young Master Ku is going to fight with Brother Shenhao. Brother Shenhao gave Giran the title of Emperor, which is a slap in the face of Master Ku. Now Master Ku is going to fight back strongly. Wife, hurry up and move the stools to watch the rich fight. So what if he's the Emperor? He was still slapped in the face by my goddess Giran. Brother Shenhao, Master Ku wants to fuck you. Fight back and kill, maim, or get pregnant. Chen looked at the system banner and smiled indifferently. Want to play? Accompany you. Just right for completing quests. He had already spent the remaining 4.98 million on shark fins. With a simple click, he directly spent 666 rockets, and then sent a message to Giran, how about you learn it? As soon as the rocket came out, the public screen exploded again. Fuck, 666 rockets, 333,000 renminbi. Protocol number, definitely a protocol number. Is 666 mocking the Emperor Ku's move of opening the door to the Emperor? Master Ku's face is going to be swollen. Whenever there is a disagreement, just give me 666. Shark, I admire Brother Shenhao. The anchor is going to give birth to a baby for the rich man this time. Hurry up and sing with Brother Shenhao. No, sing together. I want to listen to Brother Shenhao's voice. Ku Xiaogang had just opened the Emperor account for Maggie, and was enjoying the flattery from Maggie and her fans with a smug look on his face. Before he could feel happy for 3 seconds, he saw a banner with 666 rockets presented to Giran by the richest man in the universe. Ku Xiao's face turned pale in an instant, looking at the big 666, which seemed like a silent irony to him. Maggie was just immersed in the joy of Ku Xiao giving her the Emperor cock. She kept on acting coquettishly and licking Ku Xiao. But when she saw 666 rockets, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. As expected of a seasoned scheming bitch, she immediately teased with tears in her eyes, "Honey, this #1 rich man in the universe must be targeting you on purpose. Damn it, if you give him some color, he will start a dyeing factory. If I don't crush him to death, he will really think that I, Master Ku, am made of clay." As he spoke, 999 rockets flew out. Ku Xiao is not a person who is willing to suffer a loss. No matter whether the richest man in the universe slaps him in the face intentionally or unintentionally, he will fight back, otherwise he will have no face to stay in Shark. Fuck, a battle between the rich and powerful has begun. Shark hasn't had such an exciting battle between the rich and powerful in a long time. We don't understand the world of the rich. Just one click can mean hundreds of thousands are gone. That's amazing. Ku Xiao has spent millions in sharks. He is really capable. Brother Shenhao is going to hit a wall. The onlookers of Shark Live were discussing the tit-for-tat between Ku Xiao and Shenhao Gu, and they all jumped into Giran and Maggie's live broadcast room. The popularity of Giran's live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million, and the popularity of Maggie's live broadcast room has reached 1.5 million. Husband, you are so awesome. That #1 rich man in the universe is nothing. He gave in as soon as my husband made a move. Maggie was so happy that she had already received hundreds of thousands of dollars in just a few minutes. She was a little grateful to the #1 rich man in the universe for provoking Ku Xiao's anger, otherwise he would not have given her so many gifts. You dare to show off with hundreds of thousands of dollars? Don't use his passbook to challenge my pocket money. Kobe fired 999 rockets, but after waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, there was no response from the richest man in the universe. People thought Kobe had given in and started boasting in a smug manner. Of course Chen did not give in, but continued to tease Giran. Giran got angry when he saw the message, "Why don't you learn it?" From the richest man in the universe. He didn't even thank him for the 666 rockets he sent. Instead, he said seriously, "Don't send me any more gifts. I can't sing this kind of song. Let's make a date tonight. If you agree, I will give you 1314 super rockets right away." Chen kept teasing Giran and made a direct and explicit appointment. I have already made an appointment with you to try the 3 black pesticides together. If you have any wrong ideas, you can't blame me. Fuck, am I seeing right? Brother Shenhao said there are 1314 super rockets. Are you sure they are not ordinary rockets? Is the 999 rockets that Ku Xiao swipes a joke? Can someone tell me how much 1314 super rockets cost? I calculated it 3 times using a computer. The answer is 2.628 million. Brother Shenhao, I'll make the date. I'll make the date. Not 998, just 88. 88 super rockets. I can take them home if they're cute. Too damn domineering. Compared to him, Ku Xiao is like a child. Host, please make an appointment. I want to take my wife to watch Super Rocket. As soon as the words of the richest man in the universe appeared on the public screen, Giran's live broadcast room exploded, and her mentality was about to explode. What did she do to offend someone today? First she rejected Mr. Ku and then he hired internet trolls to attack her. Now here comes the richest man in the universe, who wants to kill her with money if they have a disagreement. They think they are great just because they are rich. They think that if they have money, all girls will throw themselves at them. She was angry, really angry. Brother Shenhao's words were a naked insult to her. Giran picked up the cup and took a sip of water, then looked at the video with a faint smile on his face and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, Brother Shinhao, if you gave me gifts because you like my singing, I would be flattered and very grateful to you, but if you just gave me gifts for other purposes, forget it, I can't afford it. By the way, please send me your card number in a private message, and when you withdraw the money next month, I will return the gift money I just received to you, but I will not be responsible for the part that is deducted and taxed by the platform. Giran finished speaking in one breath and felt much more relaxed and confident. The depression he had just felt from the personal attacks by the sailors was also swept away. She gently tucked a few messy hairs behind her ears and continued, I have loved singing since I was a child. Music is my dream. I am very grateful to Shark for giving me the opportunity to show my singing voice. I just want to sing quietly and give my best voice to everyone. Now I would like to dedicate to you a song called The First Dream by Christine Fan. I hope that all the friends present here can keep their original aspirations in mind and hold their original dreams tightly in their hands. Chapter 6 5.1 million equals I want you? Giran's singing voice sounded along with the accompaniment, and her sincere speech stunned the whole audience. 66,666. Come on for the anchor. Who can not love an anchor like this? The sound of nature. +1, the hostess voice is so nice. I'm a fan. From now on, I will be a die-hard fan of Goddess Giran. Too awesome, even the super rocket from 1314 was rejected. Giran, a true goddess Giran, a true goddess. Barrages of comments kept floating by, and the onlookers were frantically swiping the screen to cheer. Many viewers were impressed by Giran's temperament and singing voice and officially became her die-hard fans. Host, please note that you only have 1 minute left for your mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. If you exceed the mission time, it will be considered a failure. Chen was listening to Giran's melodious singing, and Wu Di Chang's voice suddenly rang in his mind. I'm sorry, I was just joking with you. Your songs are really nice. I believe you will realize your dream and become a real singer in the future. When Chen heard Wu Di Chang's reminder, he quickly typed and sent out 2 rockets. The Emperor's speech floated at the top of the chat bar. Giran saw the apology and blessing from the richest man in the universe at a glance, and his heart was filled with relief. I am glad that I have always insisted on my dream and never forgotten my original intention. I am glad that my persistence has been respected and blessed. Thank you to Rockets, the richest man in the universe, and thank you for your blessing. Giran had a sweet smile on his face, expressed his sincere gratitude, and then immersed himself in his singing. The original dream will definitely come true. Realized the real desire. Only then can we be considered to have been to heaven. As the song ended, Chen gently pressed the gift-giving option during the task countdown. Then, the most spectacular scene in the 2 years since Shark was launched took place, with 2,373 super rockets launched. A 2,000 yuan super rocket shot up into the sky as if it were free. The entire Shark Live broadcast fell silent, with only the crazy whooshing sound of the super rocket remaining. Before this, the largest number of super rockets given at a single time was the 1,314 super rockets that Long Yi gave to Mengyu. The account of the richest man in the universe instantly reached level 120. An invincible and powerful voice also rang in Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have obtained 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Done. With today's spending reward, I can buy both the marrow cleansing pill and the creation scripture. Chen snapped his fingers happily, then exited Shark Live, no longer paying attention to the waves he had created, leaving behind only a new legend. In Maggie's broadcast room, Kushao waited for 5 or 6 minutes before he received 2 rockets from the richest man in the universe. Thinking that he had given up, he laughed heartily and said, "Ha, this coward gave up so quickly? Does he think he is stupid for giving 2 rockets? That's right, my husband is the best. I can knock him down with just a little effort." Ha, of course. Disgusting, shameless. Kushao was in a good mood and flirted with Maggie in public. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars at once and felt a little distressed, but when he saw Maggie's coquettish look, he thought it would not be a loss to ask this woman out a few more times. As he thought about it, Kushao became eager to do something. Then, he saw a banner that said the richest man in the universe gave Giran 2,373 super rockets, and he was so frightened that he immediately fainted. Kushao seemed to hear some snapping sounds. This face was hit so hard it really hurt. Even after being beaten, he still had no temper. He had been on Shark Live for over a year and had only spent a total of more than $3 million. Now, the richest man in the universe could easily kill him with a flick of his hand. Giran's live broadcast room was even crazier. The popularity suddenly soared to more than 6 million, and the audience of Shark Online saw the inhumane super rocket and all rushed into Giran's live broadcast room to watch. Giran's heartbeat quickened. She was just an ordinary girl after all. She could keep her heart and resist the temptation of money, but now the money was falling directly on her head. If Shin Haogu had not said those words of apology and blessing to her, she would be calm and even disdainful when seeing these super rockets now. She would think that the rich guy wanted to use money to make her surrender, and she would only reply to him with one word: get out. But now Giran completely couldn't understand what the rich man meant by giving her 2,373 super rockets. If you truly love her and want to pursue her, you shouldn't be so frivolous and suggest a one-night stand right away. Even if he finally said it was a joke, it would still ruin the first impression. If he didn't want to pursue me, could it be that someone really had so much money that he would give away 5 million just like that? The richest man in the universe is really rich. The comments in her live broadcast room were refreshing frantically, and everyone was discussing the legend of the richest man in the universe. After pretending to be awesome, run away. Shark, I admire brother Shinhao. I came here from Maggie's live broadcast room. Kushao said that Shinhao brother is a coward. I really want to ask him if his face hurts. Come on, let's go to Maggie's live studio to interview Mr. Ku. Follow the formation. Can anyone tell me what 2,373 means? +1 for solving 2373. Did you notice that brother Shinhao just spent 5.2 million? This means I love you. Oh my god, this is a confession. Fuck, it costs 5.2 million just to say I love you. We don't understand the world of the super rich. The person above is pretending to know. Kaidi Emperor has given back 100,000 shark fins. The real consumption of Shinhao brother is 5.1 million. This is what I want from you. 66666. I want you to love you more domineeringly than I do. Giran looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and calculated the amount of money the richest man in the universe had just spent. It was really 5.1 million. She thought about how the rich guy had specially sent 2 rockets before. Could it be that he really did it to raise 5.1 million? I want you? What a domineering declaration. Is this a confession to her? Giran was in a state of confusion and had all sorts of thoughts. If brother Shinhao hadn't been offline, she would have wanted to ask him what he meant. If Chen knew about their misunderstanding of the 5.1 million, he would definitely feel that he was wronged. He just spent the money the system gave him and didn't think too much about it. He spent 120,000 to open the Emperor account, but found that today's quota had not been consumed and he did not gain any experience or gold coins. He guessed that the 5 million mission funds had to be spent first before consuming the 100,000 of today's quota, so he spent all 5.1 million at once. As a result, it was misunderstood as a domineering declaration of I want you. At this time, Chen didn't know all this. He was in the dormitory checking his condition. Host, Chen. Occupation, the richest man in the universe. Internship period. Level 120-100. Today's quota, 00000. Gold, 20. Combat strength, 5. Mission, none. The experience level is so slow. If I don't receive any tasks, it will take another 8 days to reach level 2. However, the gold coins are enough to buy marrow cleansing pills and creation scripture. Chen's mind automatically moved and he bought the marrow cleansing pill. A black pill appeared out of thin air in his hand. The pill exudes a fragrant aroma that is refreshing and the surface of the pill is covered with dense elixir patterns. Chapter 7, Reborn. Is this the legendary marrow cleansing pill that can transform a person completely? Chen took the marrow cleansing pill in his hand and examined it carefully. The delicate patterns were pleasing to the eye, like a flawless work of art. Chen was reluctant to eat it. However, in order to get rid of his own poor combat value, he had to eat it no matter how beautiful it looked. As soon as the marrow cleansing pill entered his mouth, Chen instantly felt a warm current flowing down his throat. It transformed into millions of warm currents in his body, spreading out and flowing through his meridians. The marrow cleansing and body washing process lasted for half an hour. Chen's whole body was sticky and a foul smell filled his nose. It feels so good. Chen felt relaxed all over, every pore was breathing, all the meridians in his body were open one by one, his blood was surging, full of strength, and there was also a trace of breath flowing in his meridians. Is this the legendary internal force? Let's see how much the battle is worth first. Lu Chen immediately checked his combat value. The big number 100 freed him from the title of a weakling. Brother can now beat 10 people by himself. Lu Chen clenched his fist. Brother is the invincible little bully. The combat value of ordinary people is between 110. Based on the host's current combat value, without considering environmental and weapon factors, unless the host is not only handicapped but also mentally retarded, it will not be a problem for one person to defeat 100. Wudi Chang explained very seriously, as if he was despising the fact that he could only fight 10 people alone. Fuck, the marrow cleansing pill is so awesome, taking one can make me 100 enemies. The marrow cleansing pill is only a level 1 item, costing only 10 gold coins. Unexpectedly, the effect was beyond Lu Chen's imagination. One pill could defeat hundreds of people. So, the upgraded items would be able to sweep the universe. My brother is so awesome. Lu Chen shouted exaggeratedly. Anything produced by Brother Chang must be top quality. Wudi Chang said proudly. Brother Chang is mighty. After Lu Chen finished flattering the master, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a refreshing cold shower, Lu Chen cleansed the impurities from his body. He found that after the marrow wash, his entire temperament had changed, and he exuded an indescribable charm. Lu Chen faced the mirror and said shamelessly and narcissistically, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry myself. Back in the room, Lu Chen opened the store and chose to buy the creation scripture. Lu Chen was secretly looking forward to this martial arts secret book with such an awesome name. The creation scripture did not appear in his hand like the marrow cleansing pill, but he heard Wudi Chang's voice, congratulations to the host for learning the creation scripture. Then, memories of the creation scripture appeared in his mind. He had already mastered it thoroughly and no longer felt unfamiliar with it. Is it so easy to learn? Lu Chen was a little confused. He thought that the Book of Creation was a martial arts secret book that he needed to buy and practice by himself. Nonsense, Brother Chang, I am a rich man system, not a cultivation system. I am only responsible for making you spend money, not for making you cultivate. Wudi Chang said as a matter of course. I like this kind of system. Lu Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart. He was worried that he had never been exposed to cultivation before and didn't know where to start. Now he has learned it directly and even saved time on cultivation. Lu Chen felt that the internal force in his body was stronger and flowing throughout his body. He excitedly checked his attributes and found that the combat value had soared from 100 to 500. There was one more item below the combat value: Taoism, the first level of the Book of Creation. Oh my goodness, is this brother going to be invincible? Host, please don't be narcissistic. You are only at the first level of the creation scripture. If you act too pretentiously now, you will easily be beaten into a fool. Lu Chen was still feeling complacent when Wudi poured cold water on him. Then how many levels of the creation scripture do I have to reach before I can act cool? As the first of the 12 celestial scriptures, the scripture of creation can theoretically sweep across the universe if it reaches the 99th level. You can act as pretentious as you want. How do I upgrade the creation scripture? One method is that the host can continue to improve through cultivation. With the host's qualifications, he can reach the 99th level after cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years. Another method is that after the host reaches level 5, he can buy a good fortune pill in the store. Using the good fortune pill can improve the realm of the good fortune scripture. It will take hundreds of thousands of years to practice on your own? Lu Chen was speechless. He simply ignored this method. It seemed that upgrading and buying the fortune pill was the right way. So I suggest the host to keep a low profile for the time being and spend money in a high profile. Wudi Chang added coolly. Be low-key in life and high profile in spending money. That's well said. Lu Chen discovered that Wudi Chang had a profound nature of pretending to be awesome. In just less than an hour, Lu Chen underwent a drastic change. Not only was his body reborn, but his state of mind also became more confident and detached. Now that he has become stronger, the first person Lu Chen thinks of is his sister, whom he vowed to take good care of for the rest of his life. It is said that girls should be raised in wealth. I didn't have the ability to give her a superior life before, but now I have an invincible and powerful system, and I must make her the happiest little princess in the world. Brother Chang, does this marrow cleansing pill work on other people as well? The marrow cleansing pill can transform a person completely. Lu Chen wants to buy one for Lu Xiaoke to take and change her physique. As long as something you buy in a store can be taken out into the real world, it can be given to other people to use. That's good. The marrow cleansing pill that appeared in his hand after he bought it just now appeared to be able to be used by other people. Lu Chen thought about buying a marrow cleansing pill for Lu Xiaoke after he used up the quota tomorrow. Wudi Chang knew what Lu Chen was thinking and said, "The marrow cleansing pill and the creation scripture purchased this time are benefits for novices." The marrow cleansing pill has now returned to its normal price of 1,000 gold coins. Lu Chen quickly opened the store and found that the price of the marrow cleansing pill had changed to 1,000 gold coins, while the creation scripture showed that he already owned it and could not purchase it. Swindler! Lu Chen muttered. At the same time, Lu Chen heard Wudi Chang's voice. Ding! Trigger the mission, protect Lu Xiaoke. Lu Xiaoke is the most important person in the host's heart. The host once vowed to take care of Lu Xiaoke for the rest of his life. Please say the following to Lu Xiaoke within 10 minutes, Xiaoke, I will protect you for the rest of your life. Mission rewards, 10 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 1 marrow cleansing pill. Failure penalty, deduct 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. I've accepted another mission, and it also rewards me with a marrow cleansing pill. 2 missions were triggered in less than an hour. It seems like the missions are easy to trigger. When Lu Chen heard Wudi Chang's voice, he was very happy. It was really what he wished for. Such a simple task was like giving him the marrow cleansing pill for free. Ding dong. When Lu Chen was praising Wudi Chang, he heard a notification sound from WeChat. He opened WeChat and saw a message from his sister Lu Xiaoke. Xiaoke, brother, are you free now? A sky full of stars, yes. Xiaoke, Sister Ran is off the air, let us meet in the canyon. Lu Chen looked at the time. It was already 9:10 p.m. Giran's live broadcast time was 2 hours from 19 to 2100 hours every day. A sky full of stars, go, I'll take you to show off and fly. After Lu Chen sent the message, he opened Honor of Kings and entered the game. Chapter 8 I will protect you forever. Lu Chen is pretty good at playing the King of Glory game, and is best at playing the jungle position. He can usually carry the entire game whenever he gets the position, and he can lead Lu Xiaoke and Giran to become the king every season. The season has just begun and they are all stars. As soon as Lu Chen logged into Honor of Kings, he received an invitation from Lu Xiaoke to join a team. Brother, wait a moment, Sister Ran is still taking a shower, let me tell you some gossip. When entering the team formation interface, Lu Chen heard Lu Xiaoke's cheerful voice like a bird. What gossip? Lu Chen asked curiously. Lu Xiaoke said excitedly, after I went offline, a super rich guy came to Sister Ran's live broadcast room. Guess how much money he gave Sister Ran in gifts? You said he was a super rich guy, so he must have spent a lot of money. Lu Chen almost laughed out loud. It turned out that the protagonist of the gossip was him. Brother Shenhao opened an emperor for Sister Ran and gave her 668 rockets and 2,373 super rockets. He spent a total of 5.1 million renminbi. It's so awesome. The entire Shark Live went crazy. Lu Xiaoke said excitedly. If Lu Chen heard that someone had given 5.1 million gifts on Shark Live before, he would definitely scold that person for being rich, but now he certainly couldn't scold himself. He just pretended to be surprised and said, it's so exaggerated, this super rich guy's family must print money. With the invincible and powerful system, Lu Chen is almost like printing money. Yeah, it's so domineering. Brother Shenhao's confession is so exciting. I guess Sister Ran is moved. Even through the screen, Lu Chen could see the stars in Lu Xiaoke's eyes. What confession? Lu Chen was confused. When did he confess to Giran? He was just joking about asking her out. 510 doesn't just mean I want you. This declaration is too overbearing. Brother Shenhao must be a overbearing president. Lu Xiaoke said excitedly like a crazy fan. 510, I want you. Is this explanation okay? Lu Chen felt that he was wronged and wanted to tell them that the 5.1 million was just the amount given to him by the system. Brother, are you jealous? Seeing that Lu Chen didn't respond, Lu Xiaoke asked cautiously. Why should I be jealous? Lu Chen asked puzzledly. I thought my brother got jealous after hearing a domineering CEO confess his love to Sister Ran. Lu Xiaoke said with a smile. You're a little brat, with all sorts of mess in your head. Lu Chen laughed angrily. Lu Xiaoke is 3 years younger than Lu Chen. She has just graduated from high school and is at the age when she loves to fantasize and dream. She has a very good relationship with Giran. Knowing that Giran has no boyfriend and is not a vain girl, she often encourages her brother to pursue Giran. After being together for such a long time, it would be a lie to say that he was not attracted to such an outstanding girl like Giran. However, Chen knew his own conditions and was afraid that it would become awkward and they would no longer be able to be friends. Therefore, he always kept a proper distance and just treated Giran as an ordinary friend. Don't worry, brother. Compared to me, even brother Shinhao has to stand aside. Lu Xiaoke said happily to herself. Brother Shinhao wanted to ask Sister Ran out, but was rejected directly. As soon as I asked her out, Sister Ran couldn't wait to go to the canyon. Lu Chen was speechless at Lu Xiaoke's imagination. These two ways of appointment could be confused. What are you talking about? You look so happy? Ji Ran's voice suddenly popped up and asked. When Lu Chen said Lu Xiaoke happened to invite Ji Ran in and she heard it. My brother and I were talking about Sister Ran. Lu Xiaoke said mischievously. My brother and I were telling Sister Ran that she rejected brother Shinhao's date in order to date him in the canyon, so my brother was so happy. Don't listen to Xiaoke's nonsense. Lu Chen said awkwardly. Humph, I'm not talking nonsense. Lu Xiaoke snorted softly. Giran didn't want to mention the live broadcast in front of Lu Chen, so he changed the subject and asked, Xingchen, I heard that you went to Chuanglong Group for an internship these few days. How is your work going? I felt it was inappropriate and have resigned. Lu Chen didn't want to talk about Lu Feifei and didn't say that he was fired, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Giran felt a little strange when he heard that Lu Chen had resigned. Chuanglong Group is a large company, and it was rare for Lu Chen, as a student, to have an internship there during the summer vacation, but he actually resigned. Lu Xiaoke knew that Lu Chen got the job because of Teacher Xiao's connections, so he quickly asked, Brother, you actually resigned. How are you going to explain this to Teacher Xia? I found a better job, so I quit. The richest man in the universe is also a job, and it is a unique and good job, 10,000 times better than working in Chuanglong Group. That's great. Lu Xiaoke also knew that Chuanglong Group was a big company. Hearing that Lu Chen had found a better job, she was very happy and said, Sister Ran and I have an appointment to go to Linjiang in 2 days. I originally just wanted you to treat me to KFC, but now you want to treat us to a big meal. You are coming to Linjiang to play in a couple of days? Fireball is coming too? Lu Chen was shocked. He had never heard them mention this and he didn't expect Giran to come to LJ City to play. Yes, Sister Ran also agreed to come and play. Lu Xiaoke said with a sly smile. Xiaoke said she wanted to go to Linjiang early and asked me to go over and play with her for 2 days. I had nothing to do, so I agreed. Giran explained quickly. Giran has to do live broadcasts every night, so it's not like she just has nothing to do. But when Lu Xiaoke asked her to come to LJ City to play for a few days, she agreed without even thinking about it. Xiaoku, why are you here so early? Lu Chen asked puzzledly. Lu Xiaoke has been admitted to Linjiang University, but it is inconvenient for Lu Chen to live in the dormitory, so we thought Lu Xiaoke would wait until school starts before coming over. It's too boring to be alone at home, so I might as well go to Linjiang directly. There are still 2 months left, and I can also find a part-time job to make money. Lu Xiaoke expressed his thoughts. When Lu Chen heard that Lu Xiaoke was going to find a part-time job to make money, he immediately yelled angrily, What kind of part-time job are you looking for? You are not allowed to find one. Now that he has an invincible and powerful system, he can support Lu Xiaoke in luxury, so why would he ask her to find a part-time job? Even if there was no invincible powerful godly system, he would not let Lu Xiaoke go out to find a part-time job. Lu Xiaoke doesn't know anything, and now the only part-time job she can find is working as a waiter in a beverage store. He can't bear to let his sister suffer. Why not look for one? I'm about to go to college and can be independent. I want to make money to support myself in the future. Lu Xiaoke said aggrievedly. She is no longer a child and knows how hard Lu Chen has worked over the past few years. While other boys in college are busy dating, Lu Chen is busy working part-time to make money. She didn't want Lu Chen to bear so much pressure and wanted him to use the compensation money from his parents. However, he scolded her severely and forbade her to mention it again. That was the first time Lu Chen scolded her. Host, please note that you only have 1 minute left for your mission. Please complete it as soon as possible. If you exceed the mission time, it will be considered a failure. 9 minutes passed by unknowingly, and Wudi Chang issued a reminder. Xiao Ku, I will protect you forever. Lu Chen said seriously, so you are not allowed to mention part-time jobs in the future. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have obtained 10 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 1 marrow cleansing pill. Chapter 9, National Server Crash Incident. As the prompt of task completion came, Lu Chen discovered that there was one more item in his attributes item, marrow cleansing pill. How do I take it out? Lu Chen asked. As long as you concentrate your mind on the marrow cleansing pill and meditate on taking it out, you can do it. Wudi Chang replied. Lu Chen was not in a hurry to take it out. He would wait until his sister came in a few days, and he also had to think of a reason to explain to his sister. Lu Xiaoka's nose felt sore. This was the first time her brother made a promise to her in person. She was silent for a few seconds before she muttered softly, "It's a lie, I don't believe it. If I lie to you, I'll be a puppy." Lu Chen coaxed. Lu Xiaoka didn't buy his tricks. She snorted angrily and said, "I won't continue to protect Xiaoka until my brother finds a sister-in-law." You little brat, so that's what you were thinking. Lu Chen scolded with a smile, "If you don't believe me, I'll be single from now on." Lu Xiaoka burst into laughter and said, "I don't dare to let my brother be single, otherwise someone will come to me for a real-life PK after meeting me in a few days." Ahem, you two brothers, stop being so cheesy. My 120-watt light bulb is about to short-circuit. Giran coughed twice and said with a smile. She knew that the someone Xiaoka was talking about was referring to her, so she quickly changed the subject. Hurry up and start the game. Lu Chen urged. If he continued, he didn't know what Lu Xiaoka would say. Every time when the three of them played games together, Lu Xiaoka would always intentionally or unintentionally drag him and Giran together, and Giran would calmly let Lu Xiaoka do whatever she wanted, but Lu Chen always felt embarrassed. Let's go, have fun. Lu Xiaoka shouted happily and started matching. The recruitment interface was entered very quickly. Apart from the three of them, the other two commonly used heroes on the third floor were Li Bai and Aku, and on the fifth floor were Kai, Cheng Yaojin, and Chao Chao. Wow, look, there are only 76 games in total on the third floor. That's amazing. We are going to win without any effort. Lu Xiaoka suddenly screamed. All three of them are at Star Glory 3 or above, so the ones they are matched with are definitely at Star Glory or above. Floor 3 reached Star Glory after only 76 games, so he must be a master, with a record of at least 90%. Lu Chen took a look at the battle record on the third floor, 75 games as an assassin and 1 as a warrior. Don't be afraid of getting too complicated, I'm a jungler, thank you. The name of the third floor is Don't Be Afraid of Being Too Complicated. It is probably because they saw that Lu Chen often plays heroes that are also assassins, so they asked Lu Chen to give up the jungle position. Starry Sky, okay. Lu Chen agreed generously and told the third floor to take the jungle role. As long as they didn't give away kills, they could just win without doing anything. We have banned heroes. A crisp sound came into Lu Chen's ears. He was on the fourth floor. The opponent banned Bailey Shuyi first, so he chose Diao Chan to ban her. The opponent banned Cheng Yaojin again, and our fifth floor banned Guan Yu. When it came to the stage where both sides selected their players, the opposing team on the first floor chose Luna first. It was our turn to choose a player, and someone on the third floor sent a request to help choose Li Bai, and Lu Xiaoka quickly helped him choose. Giran chooses Angela as always. Don't be afraid of complexity, 3Q. Then the battle record was released. Li Bai, 69 games, 100% winning rate. Wow, this Li Bai is invincible. Lu Xiaoka exclaimed in surprise when he saw Li Bai's battle record. Happy Donut. Lu Xiaoka, 666, Master, can little Luban be brought to the fore? Don't be afraid of it being too complicated, just lie down and don't send it. Happy Donut, don't worry, Master, I will just lie at the fountain and shout 666 and will never give away any heads. Chasing and throwing fireballs, fountain +1. Starry Sky, spring water +2. Rough but gentle fifth floor, come on, great God, the four of us are playing mahjong at the fountain. Don't be afraid of being too complicated. On the second and third floors opposite, I chose Marco Polo and Kai. It was Lu Zhao's turn to choose a hero. She happily shouted, I'm going to use the invincible little Luban. The short-legged Luban number 7 is paired with a video Game Boy skin. His appearance and sound effects are super cute, and he is very popular among girls. However, due to the lack of displacement, he is easily defeated by the opponent's assassin, becoming the hero with the most deaths in the Canyon of Kings. In addition, the shooters in this version are collectively weakened, so it is easy to be criticized if you choose Luban in the Star Glory rank. Lu Xiaoke hasn't used Xiao Luban for a long time. Now that he has a master to guide him, he was very happy to choose him. "Brother, you choose the healthcare to protect me and sister Ran." After Lu Xiaoke chose Xiao Luban for herself, she shouted to Lu Chen. "Okay." Lu Chen wanted to choose Zhang Fei as an assistant, but after hearing Lu Xiaoke's instructions, he chose Arthur. Before Arthur was revised, the special effect of his ultimate skill was to leap up and slash with a big sword into the ground. It was very graphic and earned him the nickname Big Health. Because he can fight and resist, and he is the first hero given by the system, he is a must-have for novices and is very popular. Together with the novice's favorite mage Angela, and the novice's favorite shooter Luban No. 7, they are called the Novice Trio. "Yeah, the Invincible trio of novice players, let's go!" Lu Xiaoke shouted excitedly. Shark Live. Taibai Jian is one of the top 3 gaming anchors on Shark Live. His best hero is the sword Immortal Li Bai, and he is known as the #1 Li Bai in the country. At this time, he was live streaming Honor of Kings with his small account. The name of his trumpet is Not Afraid of Being Too Complicated, and he has won 76 consecutive games. I pick Li Bai in this game, so it's safe again. The Happy Donut Gang on the first floor chose Li Bai, and Taibai Jian said to the fans confidently. As the #1 Li Bai in the country, letting him pick Li Bai in the Star Glory game means he is sure to win. Then, he saw 4 teammates playing mahjong at the fountain, and the fan shouted. 666, Jian Ji's Li Bai is going to fight 1 versus 9 again. Jian Ji's 76-game winning streak is about to be ended by his teammates. The only Li Bai who can defeat Jian Gu is his teammates. After Taibai Jian sent out, he laughed in the live broadcast room. "It's okay, they must be joking. Brother Jian's 77-game winning streak is a sure thing." Taibai Jian calls himself Brother Jian, but his fans prefer to call him Brother Jian because the Li Bai he plays is so despicable and mean. Both sides quickly selected their players and entered the loading interface. Our side, Li Bai, Angela, Luban No. 7, Arthur, and Mulan. Opposite, Luna, Marco Polo, Kai, Zhang Fei, Zhuge Liang. This Hua Mulan's proficiency is blank. Isn't she training a hero? Zhou Jianxian shouted when he saw the white icon of Hua Mulan's proficiency, then shook his flowing hair and said narcissistically, "The 3-member novice team plus the blank Hua Mulan are not a problem. With your brother Jian's Li Bai here, it's a no-brainer." 66666, everyone, look at Luna's name on the opposite side. Ha, there's a car crash. The Luna on the other side is K-God Smuff. This game is interesting, Jiangu vs Kaishan, it depends on which teammate is worse. I've seen this episode. The car was going too fast and flipped over. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Luna's name on the other side, they frantically posted comments. It turns out that the Luna on the opposite side is the secondary account of another popular anchor of Shark Live, the #1 Luna in the country, God K. As the most popular mobile game at present, Honor of Kings has a large group of anchors, and many of them are Glory Kings. It is common to be matched together in rankings, but for players like Taibai Jian and K-God, the probability of being matched with Star Glory accounts is very small. When 2 anchors are matched together, it is called a collision, and the audience also likes to see which anchor will crash. Chapter 10, Brother Jian's Luck. Taibai Jian only noticed the name of Luna on the opposite side K-Ibena when he saw the barrage. "It's really the fake account of God K," Taibai Jian muttered in his heart. As a popular anchor of Shark Live, Taibai Jian is very familiar with God K and knows that his strength is on par with his own. Taibai Jian laughed cheerfully, "I really have a collision with God K. Come on, Brother Jian, let me make a prediction. Come on, everyone, guess who will fail between me and God K." Taibai Sword opened a guessing contest, anchor wins loses. As soon as the guessing game started, the losing bets kept rising. My friends have no confidence in Brother Jian, and it hurts me. Taibai Sword held his chest with his hand, looking as if he had suffered 10,000 points of damage. Comparing the lineups of both sides, Taibai Jian also felt that his chances of being eliminated were a little higher, but as a streamer, he could not be timid. He bet 100,000 fish balls on himself to win and said, "My friends, if you don't believe in Brother Jin's strength, don't you believe in Brother Jin's luck?" As a man who wants to win 150 games in a row in solo queue, Brother Jian is very confident that the opponent will definitely be offline 460, this game is a sure thing. Taibai Jian coquettishly shook his shoulder-length hair. His signature move was a confident smile that was even coquettisher than a woman's. He spoke with confidence in front of his fans, but he was actually very nervous inside. After all, the opponent K was as strong as him, while his own lineup was much weaker than the opponent's. The cheap guy is still as naughty as ever. He sprained his waist. 100,000 fishballs, this is a benefit for us. Passers-by have become fans. This lineup can win, I'm a live broadcast fan. Losing the bet is like picking up money for free. The game has finished loading, and the heroes of both sides are born at the fountain. Giran no longer looks at the barrage on the computer and concentrates all his attention on the game. Li Bai, who was playing Feng Qiu Huang, took the lead with a dashing posture, sent out the assembly order and headed towards the opposite blue buff. Arthur charged forward with a large shield, followed by the video game boy, who jumped after him. Angela in the middle and Mulan in the top lane also took their positions. Go, 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 follow the master to counter the blue. Lu Xiaoke controlled the video game boy and shouted into the microphone, "Brother, keep an eye on me, don't let anyone bully my little Luban. It is said that team battles can be lost, but Luban must die. Maybe it is because of his height. Luban, like Timo, attracts hatred and is the easiest to be bullied and killed. No problem." Lu Chen's Arthur held a big sword in one hand and a big shield in the other and stood in front of little Luban. The opponent did not defend the blue, but chose to exchange blue. Li Bai easily took the opponent's blue and continued to wander around the jungle. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke returned to the bottom lane, clearing the minions and pushing the tower. Kai is guarding the tower in the bottom lane on the opposite side. In this version, Kai is called Emperor Kai, an absurdly strong warrior, an all-round warrior who can resist, fight, control and move. After the opponent's Emperor Kai had half of his health taken away by Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke, he retreated under the tower to clear the minion line. Brother, this Kai is too despicable. He always hides in the tower and never comes out. Lu Xiaoke's short legs jumped around the tower in front of him, using basic attacks to refresh his passive and complaining unhappily. As soon as Lu Xiaoke finished speaking, the system prompted that the opposite side's Marco Polo killed Hua Mulan and got the first blood. Wow, we gave away first blood so soon. Lu Xiaoke was speechless. It had only been less than 2 minutes since the game started. Blank Mulan, here to learn how to be a hero by relying on others. Giran said calmly while controlling Angela to clear the soldiers. Baby is not happy. Lu Xiaoke expressed his unhappiness. Xiao Luban's passive fire suppression swept the enemy's tower wildly. Don't be angry. Hide in the bushes nearby and watch me go in and lure Kai out for you to beat up. Lu Xiaoke was very angry and the consequences were serious. Lu Chen controlled Arthur to activate his first skill and rushed towards the opponent's tower. He jumped over to silence Kai, then used a basic attack and ran back. In the early stage, heroes have little blood. Lu Chen's Arthur's blood was hit by the tower and dropped sharply. When he ran out of the tower, only a little blood was left. Stupid, jumping over the tower at level 2 and giving away a kill. When Emperor Kai saw Arthur coming over the tower, he cursed and rushed forward as if he saw a kill being called. He attacked Arthur, who was left with only a little health. It seemed that Arthur was about to be killed, but Kai chased him all the way out of the tower and didn't touch the last bit of Arthur's blood. Instead, a grenade flew out of the bushes and knocked him out. Day. When Lu Xiaoke saw Kai coming out of the tower, he threw out the puffer grenade with his skill 1 to stun Kai, then activated the passive fire suppression and fired madly. Lu Chen's Arthur also changed direction and used his own hero skill to stun Kai, and activated his second skill, the spinning attack. Lu Xiaoke's little Luban used his second skill, the Invincible Sharkmouth Cannon, to fire a flying cannon, and continued to suppress the fire with crazy shooting. Lu Chen's skill 1 has cooled down, and he continues to silence. Poor Emperor Kai was beaten up by the brother and sister as soon as he came out of the tower. He watched Arthur fall to the ground with resentment. Yeah. Lu Xiaoke harvested ahead and shouted happily, "Brother is still awesome. It's a must." Lu Chen responded narcissistically, letting Arthur hide in the bushes and return. Hearing Lu Xiaoke's cheerful voice, a slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. After he used the marrow cleansing pill and practiced the first level of the creation scripture, he felt that his whole body was filled with endless primordial power. His mental perception and reaction abilities had reached an extremely abnormal level. Using them to play games was simply a waste of talent. The various difficult micromanagements and seamless connection of skills in the game are more or less limited by ordinary people's reaction and hand speed. However, it is very simple for Lu Chen, so he accurately calculated the blood consumption of Arthur entering the tower, lured Kai out with a little blood, and perfectly controlled his movement so that Kai's skills could not hit him at all. It seems that brother Jian's blank teammates are a bit disappointing. Tai Bai Jian saw Hua Mulan gave away a blood inside helplessly in the live broadcast room. But soon he saw Xiao Luban in the bottom lane taking down Kaiwan, and he said happily, "My Xia Banban is so awesome, could he be the hope of the whole village?" Tai Bai Jian killed the small wild beast in the top lane and reached level 4. A graceful figure flashed to the top lane tower and threw a wave of skills at Marco Polo, Zheng Fei, and the minions who were pushing the tower, clearing the minions. At this time, the opposite Luna also moved into the field. Li Bai with Tai Bai's sword seemed to have anticipated Luna's arrival. He did not try to kill the low-health Marco Polo, but directly reset to the jungle to get rid of Luna. When the opponent ran out of soldiers, they retreated outside the tower, and Mulan resurrected to guard the tower. Tai Baijian sent a signal to the middle lane to be careful and move up, and spawned a small monster and moved towards the opposite red buff. Giran received Li Bai's signal and knew that there were enemies coming down the road, so Angela jumped back to the tower. After Lu Chen's Arthur returned to full health, he rushed to the middle lane with a large shield to support Giran. "My friends, look at brother Jin's cool moves." The red buff on the opposite side was refreshed immediately. Tai Bai Jian flirtatiously shook his hair at his fans, trying to sneak over and attack Marco Polo. Then, that's all. The game interface in the live broadcast room was completely dark, with only Tai Bai Jian, who looked confused, holding his phone in a daze. "Oh my god. My phone screen is black." An inhumane scream of Tai Bai's sword was heard from the live broadcast room. Chapter 11, The Invincible Novice Trio. "This move is so cool, I give it 99 points, I gave it 1 point less because I'm afraid that Jiangu is too arrogant." Jane Brother V5, so sexy. Shocking news, the top Li Bai in the national server is AFK and is ruining his teammates. 666, my luck is invincible, my strength has dropped to 460. The electric fan is ready, and you want me to look at this? The comments in Tai Bai Jian's live broadcast room were in chaos, and fans were gloating and making jokes when they saw Tai Bai Jian's phone screen went black. Fans certainly like to watch the anchor crush his opponents with his awesome skills, but they would be even happier if they occasionally see the anchor fail and get slapped in the face. It's unscientific. Tai Bai Jian quickly took the spare phone and logged in again, shaking his hair and saying with great sorrow, "Brother Jian observed the sky last night and clearly predicted that the other party would be disconnected. How could it be that I was disconnected? Brother Jian is an undercover sent by the other side, right? Jiangu and God K are in true love." The screen went black directly to assist. Shocking news, the secret PY transaction between Jiangu and God K. Behind the black screen of Jiangu, is it the decline of morality or the sacrifice for love? Please follow the camera and enter Jian Ge's inner world. There was another wave of comments on the barrage. As a powerful anchor, Tai Bai Jian knows very well that winning or losing is not the most important thing. The key is to mobilize the emotions of fans and make them happy. Facing a master like God K, the game screen went black as soon as I reached level 4, which was very fatal. The gap between the two sides would snowball and cause the game to crash. He seemed to see his own elegant and graceful Li Bai standing there in a daze, being beaten to death like an idiot, and the cute little Luban and Angela trembling in the infinite combo of K-God Luna under the moonlight. Li Bai seems to be offline. Lu Chen's Arthur ran towards Giran's Angela while observing the situation on the field. He found Li Bai standing motionless on the ground, so he reminded him. "No way," he said, "he would lead us to victory without any effort." Lu Xiaoke was still thinking about winning without any effort, but the great player Li Bai got disconnected. Soon, the screen showed that Li Bai was killed by Luna and disconnected. "It's okay, just follow me." Lu Chen controlled Arthur to run to the place where Li Bai died, and commanded on the microphone, "Xiaoke, come to the middle lane to clear the minion line. Move the fireball 2 steps to the left of the tower and aim at the corner of the bush. Don't move. When I tell you to use your skills, just use skill 2 and then the ultimate." "Ah, brother K, my aura is so strong that it scared Tai Bai sword offline." K-God's small account on the other end of the computer was also very surprised to encounter Tai Bai sword. He did not dare to underestimate it and operated with full concentration, but unexpectedly found that Tai Bai sword had been offline. The rest are just scum. Brother K can beat 4 of them by himself. God K looked at the Luban number 7, Angela, and Arthur on the opposite side, all of whom were novice heroes, and did not take them seriously at all. He easily took out Li Bai's head and continued to move towards the middle lane. Seeing Arthur rushing towards him and entering the attack range, he used his skill 1, Crescent Slash, to send out a sword energy to attack Arthur. Oh, it missed. God K exclaimed in surprise. The moment Arthur entered his attack range, he suddenly turned back and ran away, making his attack miss. You're lucky. I'll chase you. Li Bai with Tai Bai's sword was dead. God K didn't take the other opponents seriously at all. Besides, Arthur was only level 3, so he boldly chased Arthur. Where are you going? God K fearlessly chased Arthur, and his normal attack almost hit Arthur. Don't be afraid, keep chasing. Look at Brother K's infinite combo under the moon. Arthur, the kill is mine. Luna's skill 1 has cooled down and hit Arthur directly, marking a crescent on his head. Then she activated her ultimate skill Crescent Assault and charged towards Arthur. Activate skills. When Lu Chen saw God K charging towards him, he smiled slightly. His position was exactly the attack position of Giran and Angela. He shouted, activated his second skill, Whirlwind Strike, and then followed up with his first skill, Shield of the Oath. Fire! Giran had been on standby at the spot. Hearing Lu Chen's order, he responded playfully and immediately used his skill 2, Chaos Spark, which easily and happily hit Luna, who was in a tiger's mouth, and stunned her directly. Then he followed up with his skill 3, Blazing Radiance, and the red line burned at Luna with a squeaking sound. Braised Rooster. God K's fairy Zisha rode on a rainbow of clouds and caught up with Arthur calmly. She was about to show off her infinite combo under the moonlight, but she was knocked out by Angela just as she attacked Arthur. It's okay, look at my brother's piece. God K used the heroic skill Purity to remove Angela's dizziness, and pressed the second skill Burning Sword to stun and mark Arthur, and also add a shield for himself. Silenced? God K found that his second skill did not activate as he wished. At the moment when he was using Qing Jing to get rid of the stun, he was hit and silenced by Arthur's first skill, Shield of the Oath, and could not use any skills. Luna, who had no shield, had most of her blood burned out by Angela's blazing light. What was even more terrible was that Arthur was at level 4 at that moment. He leaped up with his big skill Holy Sword Judgment, and slashed down with the big sword to kill K's low blood Luna. It's an accident. They are all accidents. If they dare to kill Brother K, they will know what regret is right away. Although God K was killed by Angela and Arthur, he didn't take it to heart at all. After Tai Bai's sword was accidentally disconnected just now, he became careless and relaxed, and failed to display his true strength. He believed that as long as he showed his true strength, everyone on the opposite side except Tai Bai Jian would be at his mercy. This is the confidence in the national server's strength. Zhuge Liang on the opposite side saw Luna coming to the middle lane and also rushed out of the tower to provide support. As a result, before I saw Luna, I found that Luna had been taken away by a wave. Poor Zhuge Liang was beaten up by Xiao Luban, Arthur and Angela, and Xiao Luban died. Yeah, another head. Lu Xiaoke seemed very happy after killing Zhuge Liang. Let's go, get on the road and continue. At Lu Chen's command, Arthur, holding a large shield, led Angela and little Luban and rushed up the road. Go, the invincible trio of novice players, attack! Lu Xiaoke shouted happily. It seems that Mulan in the top lane is really practicing heroes. When Lu Chen and his friends were halfway there, he gave away another kill and a tower was also pushed down. However, Lu Chen and his 3 companions arrived and captured Marco Polo, and Zhang Fei ran away. They took advantage of the situation and pushed down the opponent's top lane tower. Rough but also gentle, sorry, I thought Li Bai was a great god so I practiced heroism. Mulan died twice in a row and felt that she had let her teammates down, so she wrote an apology. Chasing and throwing fireballs, it's okay, just guard the tower well. Happy Donut, turn on the voice chat and follow my brother's instructions. Hua Mulan took the initiative to apologize and they didn't say anything. It was true that Li Bai's battle record was a bit scary and it was easy for him to lead them away. Sorry, I wanted to practice 3 seconds 11 strikes, but it turned out to be such a bummer. The microphone was turned on with a rough and gentle voice. It was the voice of a middle-aged uncle, and his honest voice was a little apologetic. Chapter 12 Your Arthur is poisonous. It's okay, the master is offline, but my brother is still here. Lu Xiaoke's personality is very outgoing, and he chatted with Siyu Kuang gently, saying, my brother is also a supermaster. Lu Xiaoke believed in Lu Chen's ability very much. If he hadn't taken her and Giran to compete together, her brother would have reached the Glory King rank long ago. Lu Chen just smiled at Lu Xiaoke's compliment and accepted it calmly. His level of playing Honor of Kings was already quite good, and after his strength skyrocketed, his control over the game had reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. As long as he doesn't want to die, the other side can't even touch him. Let's go back to the bottom lane. Fireball guards the middle lane. After getting on the road, Chen continued to send instructions. Chen accompanied Lu Xiaoke back to the bottom lane, but the opponent Kai Huan took advantage of the 8 seconds and used his second skill Bladestorm to rush in and try to kill Xiao Luban. Emperor Kai is so tough, and little Luban is so easy to bully. But with Chen here, how could Emperor Kai succeed? He drove the Shield of Oath to meet Emperor Kai, silenced him with a charge, struck him in a spinning attack, stunned him, used a big sword, and with Luban's DD, by the time Emperor Kai drove out the Undying Demon, he was left with little health. Little Luban, you bully me and you want to run away? Take my shot. Emperor Kai activated his flash and wanted to run away, but Lu Xiaoke shot him with an invincible shark-mouth cannon and sent Emperor Kai back to the fountain. La la la, Luban number 7, IQ 250. Lu Xiaoke collected 3 heads and sang happily. Chen also discovered that the operations and awareness of the opponents Kai, Zhuge Liang, Zhang Fei, and Marco Polo were not very good, and their skills were just mediocre at the Star Glory level. He was a little surprised by Luna's operation. Although he had been tricked by him and had no power to fight back, that was because his control over Arthur had reached the ultimate level. If it were my old self, I would definitely not be able to escape his infinite combo under the moon, and I would definitely be the one giving myself away. As if to confirm his speculation, he and Lu Xiaoke had just taken down Kai when Giran's Angela in the middle lane was also taken down by Luna. Be careful, the Luna on the opposite side is very powerful. Chen reminded. Giran laughed at himself, sucks, I couldn't escape even with flash. Brother, go and protect Sister Ran, don't worry about me. Lu Xiaoke shouted to Chen when he saw Giran was dead. I'm fine. Your little Luban is even more fragile than me. Just let Xingchen follow you. Giran refused. After hearing what the two said, Chen felt a little embarrassed and didn't know who to protect first. Thinking that Lu Xiaoke had already collected 3 kills and had a high economy, it should be fine if he could bring a red buff and hide under the tower, he said. I'll help you get a red buff and then protect the fireball. Chen accompanied Lu Xiaoke to kill the red buff, and then went to the middle lane with a big shield. Lu Xiaoke looked at Arthur running wildly and shouted seriously, Go, brave knight, go and protect your princess. After Chen heard this, Arthur almost fell down while running. Giran also chuckled softly, imitating Lu Xiaoke's tone and said, Brave knight, you are running in the wrong direction. The little princess you are going to protect for the rest of your life is in the bottom lane. Chen's Arthur hit his nose against the wall. I can't stand these two women. Haha, the master is connected. My little princess is going to seek the master's protection. You just focus on protecting your princess Ran. Lu Xiaoke said with a smile when he saw the prompt that Li Bai had re-entered the game. No, both of you princesses are mine and I will protect you. Chen scolded dissatisfiedly. Lu Xiaoke was stunned. Giran was also stunned. This seemed to be the first time that Chen dragged Giran into the conversation in such an ambiguous way. In the past, Lu Xiaoke joked with him and Giran didn't mind. However, Chen kept a certain distance and didn't talk to them. Lu Xiaoke sometimes wanted to beat her brother. Could it be that he couldn't see that Giran also had a good impression of him, so she let him act as a matchmaker? Does Sister Giran have to take the initiative to confess her feelings? Although they only knew each other through games, Lu Xiaoke liked and recognized Giran very much after the contact over the past 2 years. Maybe her thoughts were still childish and naive, but she just felt that only a girl as outstanding as Giran was worthy of her brother. She didn't care if this was just an online romance. She doesn't care whether there is a gap in the actual conditions between her brother and Giran. Sometimes, a girl's thoughts are the purest. As long as you like each other, you can be together. Ahem, the master is here, everyone play the game well. Chen also realized that he had spoken out of turn. Perhaps it was because he had the invincible powerful god system that made him more confident and no longer resisted certain things. Maybe, let's just start. Chen thought to himself. Brother Jian is coming to save Yang Village. After some trouble, Taibai Jian's spare mobile phone finally re-entered the game and connected to the live broadcast. He roared, and the handsome Li Bai appeared at the fountain again. Oh my god, this style of painting is not right? Taibai Jian saw the kill ratio was 5-4 and shouted in disbelief. He had been offline for 2 minutes, but was still ahead by 1 kill. He opened the record. On our side, Li Bai is 010, Mulan is 020, Luban number 7 is 301, Angela is 112, and Arthur is 104. On the opposite side, Marco Polo 210, Zhang Fei 002, Luna 210, Kai 020, Zhuge Liang 010. Great job, Xia Banban, you are the hope of the whole village. Tai Bai Jian yelled, Brother Jian is going to lose his temper. The kids on the other side should tremble. Then start to devote yourself to the battle. Since he was not beaten by the opponent's K-God during the 2 minutes he was offline, he still has a chance to win. With the addition of Tai Bai's sword, the situation on the field changed greatly. Although the top laner was as rough and gentle as the pit, Mulan's heavy sword and light sword seemed to never find the direction, and she was killed one after another. But the opponent was still slowly suppressed, and then collapsed like a snowball, and the crystal was pushed down. Brother Jian also enjoyed the treatment of winning without doing anything today. The game is over, Tai Bai Jian said happily. His record of 936 did not win him the MVP, but Xiaoluban's crazy output allowed him to get 13 kills, and he won the well-deserved MVP with 1307. He didn't die even once. The 24K titanium alloy of Tai Bai's sword was almost blinding to the eyes. As the player with the most deaths in the Canyon of Kings, it is very rare for Luban number 7 to not die once in a game, let alone facing Luna, who is number 1 in the country. Even though K-Goddess sub-accountess inscriptions were not full, this performance was too inaccurate. Tai Bai Jian seriously doubted whether the Luna on the opposite side was God K himself. Not only did Tai Bai Jian doubt whether the Luna on the opposite side was the K-God, the onlookers were already arguing in the barrage. Luban number 7 is cheating. He didn't die once? Xia Banban is so cute and awesome. He will be my favorite hero from now on. Ha ha ha. The opponent's K-God is fake, he didn't kill Luban even once? I came from next door, and the person across from me is indeed God K. God K has fainted from crying in the next room. Little Luban has become so awesome. I want to train little Luban from now on. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to get my phone. I couldn't tell her that my son's knees were for little Luban. While the audience was frantically posting comments, Tai Bai Jian received a private message from God K, your Arthur is poisonous. Chapter 13 Good night, Ran. God K was very depressed, as if Arthur on the opposite side was following him like a ghost with X-ray vision. Arthur is like the wind, always with me. No matter which direction his Luna wants to cut in from, she will be blocked by Arthur. The silence effect of his first skill, Shield of the Oath, can always accurately block his infinite combo under the moon and disrupt his rhythm. If it wasn't a live broadcast, God K would have wanted to smash the phone directly. The comments in his live broadcast room were full of jokes about his failure. If you only look at the battle record, others would be more surprised that Luban number 7 got the MVP title with 0 deaths. Only he could understand the horror of Arthur on the opposite side. That Arthur is simply poisonous. Tai Bai Jian received a private message from God K and took a look at Arthur's record of 4-17. This record is also very impressive, but our team has been crushing the opponent and has an economic advantage, so it is not outrageous to have such a strong performance. He also noticed that Arthur, Luban number 7, and Angela were in a row of 3, and their cooperation was seamless, and it felt like they had the same tacit understanding as professional players. Why is Arthur poisoned? Tai Bai Jian asked in confusion. You watch the video yourself, and follow Arthur's perspective. God K said depressedly, I also watched the video, and it felt like Arthur was cheating. Tai Bai Jian read God K's reply, and curiously opened the game recording. He said to the live broadcast, just now, Brother Jian won a game by doing nothing. Let's replay the recording together to see how the novice trio played those 3 novice professions so well. After Tai Bai Jian finished speaking, he clicked on the live video broadcast and switched the camera to Arthur. This operation is quite coquettish and extravagant. Is this operation fake? The more Tai Bai Jian read on, the more he understood why God K said Arthur was poisonous. He first saw how Arthur entered Tassie's blood and lured Kai out, allowing the hope of the whole village Xiaoluban to successfully take the first head. Then after his screen went black, Arthur rushed towards Luna mindlessly, but unexpectedly turned around and lured Luna down to kill her. After that, Arthur kept moving back and forth around Angela and Xiaoluban to protect them. Arthur's equipment, Ice Grasp, Arctic Storm, and Tranquil Boots, reduce his CD by 40%. The charged silence of his first skill, Shield of the Covenant, which occurs every 2.8 seconds, maximizes his roaming speed and silence control. God K's multiple cut-in directions were all predicted and blocked by Arthur in advance. He used infinite combos under the moonlight, but not once was he able to show off. Arthur's Shield of Oath will always silence the opponent just before he is about to activate a key skill. The 2 times he died were both times when he was surrounded in team battles. His death allowed Luban No.7 and Angela to stand still and output mindlessly to harvest heads. Arthur's prediction, positioning, and timing of skill release all deeply shocked Giran. I give Arthur 100 points for his operation. I'll be angry with you if it's 1 point less. This Arthur is in the whole map, right? It seems like he knows where there are people. It turns out that Arthur can be used as a control with this outfit. Arthur is too fragile with this outfit. It's okay in a favorable situation, but in a disadvantageous situation, there's no telling how he will die. Arthur can also Kaluna. This is the first time I've seen it. Please explain, how big is the psychological shadow area of God K? The live broadcast rooms of Jian and K God were in an uproar, but Chen kept his fame and achievements to himself and continued to hang out with Giran and Lu Xiaoke. Ha ha ha, my little Luban is super awesome today. I'm going to continue using him. A round just ended and a new one started. Lu Xiaoke was still immersed in the pleasure of using little Luban to kill everyone, so he chose Luban No.7 again. Giran chose Angela again as always. Brother, you continue to protect our 2 beautiful princesses with your great sword. When it was Lu Chen's turn to choose, Lu Xiaoke asked him to use Arthur again. Yes, little princess. Lu Chen chose Arthur and answered in the tone of a guardian knight. Angela and Daboojin are a perfect couple in honor of kings. Lu Xiaoke suddenly said with a sly smile. Little girl, are you having sexual thoughts? You have nothing better to do than study these things. Giran scolded with a smile. I always thought Angela and Xiao Luban were a couple. Lu Chen said speechlessly. Angela and Xiao Luban were the heroes that appeared most frequently before the draft mode was opened. They both had the same cute image of little children, and Lu Chen even thought they were a couple. I'm little Luban, I have an IQ of 250, and I don't want a girlfriend, la la la, Lu Xiaoke said in a nonsensical manner. While Lu Xiaoke was having fun, Lu Chen played a few more games with them, and they basically defeated the opponents easily and happily. However, despite Lu Chen's extraordinary level, he still lost a game. In the last game, I met 2 idiots, who should be together. They were using pirated Wi-Fi and kept disconnecting and logging on as soon as the game started. Then there were only 3 of them left to fight the 5 opponents from start to finish. No matter how powerful Lu Chen's Arthur was, he couldn't take care of 3 lanes at the same time, and he lost the game. Lu Xiaoke was so angry that she kept muttering and complaining about them. Lu Chen also truly realized what it meant that the only teammates who could defeat him were stupid teammates. It was already 11:30 when they finished playing this game. Lu Xiaoke was so angry that she wanted to go to have a beauty sleep and made an appointment to continue playing together tomorrow night. As soon as Lu Chen turned off the game, he received a WeChat message from Giran. Giran, thank you for tonight. Lu Chen asked in confusion, thank me for what? Giran, when I was most helpless, you were the first one to give me gifts to support me and comfort me. Of course I have to thank you. Lu Chen, that's it. Xiao Kiki and I are both your die-hard fans. Giran, to show my gratitude, I'll give you a new skin. Then, his WeChat messages included a reminder that chasing and throwing fireballs would give Arthur the Psychic Warrior skin. Lu Chen, thank you for the skin, Big Anchor. Giran, thanks to the little fan for the rocket. Lu Chen, there isn't much else on the internet except for trolls. Just ignore them. Giran, I know. It was really hard to see so many people criticizing me at the beginning, but with your support and comfort, my heart is full of positive energy now. Lu Chen, that's right, especially with the support of a superfan like Brother Shenhao. Lu Chen specifically mentioned Brother Super Rich because he wanted to know how Giran viewed his other identity. Giran was silent for more than a minute and didn't reply. Lu Chen didn't know what she was thinking. Giran, I don't know him, and I'm not interested in knowing him. I don't know why he gave me so many gifts, and no matter if he really likes my songs or has other purposes, I will ask him to send me his card number, and I will return the money to him next month. Lu Chen looked at the long message Giran sent, a wry smile appeared on his face, and he continued to send messages. Lu Chen, 510, I want you. What if he really wants to pursue you? Giran, I can't stop him from pursuing me, but I can reject him. Giran, so, please don't misunderstand. Lu Chen, I understand. Giran, you don't know. Lu Chen, I know. There was another silence. Giran, it's getting late, go to bed early, good night. Lu Chen, good night, Ran. When Giran saw the good night Ran sent by Lu Chen, her heart was inexplicably warmed. This was the first time that Lu Chen called her Ran. Maybe he really understood. Chapter 14 Game Couple. After Lu Chen and Giran finished their WeChat chat, they opened King of Glory. He opened the Psychic Warrior given by Giran from the gift column and used it, and then read the story of Angela and Arthur's Psychic Series skins. The background story is roughly about, in the future, humans enter a virtual world where only black and white exist and humans are completely numb. The mind hacker Angela has a special skill that can awaken the human heart. Unexpectedly, he met Arthur, the serious man who controls order, and wanted to arrest Angela, but Angela activated his heart and he saw the colorful world. After understanding the truth, Arthur transforms into a psychic warrior and accompanies the psychic hacker Angela to save this virtual world. What Lu Xiaoke said was right, the little lowly Angela and the Uncle Arthur are really a good match. Arthur's psychic warrior and Angela's psychic hacker are a pair of couple skins. Lu Chen spent some points, opened the store and gave Angela's mind hacker skin to his friend chasing and throwing fireballs. Ding, trigger the task game couple. The host and his friend Giran have known each other in the game for 520 days, and on this special day, they gave each other couple skins to express their love. Please establish a game couple relationship with Giran and King of Glory within 10 minutes. Mission reward, 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Failure penalty, deduct 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. It turns out we've known each other for 520 days. If it weren't for the system prompt, Lu Chen wouldn't have known that he and Giran had just known each other for 520 days. He had never paid attention to these things before. This task seemed simple but it was a bit tricky. Giran had already gone to sleep, and I couldn't wake her up on purpose and say that I wanted to establish a game relationship with her. Fortunately, I was rewarded with 10 gold coins for completing the task of protecting Xiaoke, otherwise I, the richest man in the universe, would become a debtor. Lu Chen was about to give up the mission when the game prompted him to receive a new message. He clicked on the message interface. Chasing and throwing fireballs, the skin is very beautiful, I like it very much, thank you. It turned out that Giran was unable to sleep because of all sorts of random thoughts when she saw Lu Chen call her Ran for the first time. Then she received a message on WeChat that Lu Chen sent her the mind hacker skin, so she immediately entered the game. Sky full of stars, I also like the skin you gave me. After a moment of silence, Giran mustered up the courage to ask. Chasing and throwing fireballs, do you know how long we have known each other in the game? Lu Chen was a little embarrassed when he saw this question. If it wasn't for the introduction in the task just now, he really didn't know the answer. Since Giran asked this, she must know in her heart that today is a special day that they have known each other for 520 days. Lu Chen felt touched and sweet in his heart, and he answered immediately. A sky full of stars, 520 days. Giran was stunned when he saw Lu Chen's answer. It turned out that he also remembered every day they met. Somehow her tears flowed out. These are tears of touching and warmth. Chasing and throwing fireballs, yes, 520 days, time flies. Mantiangxingchen, it's quite fast. I still remember the first time I played in a ranking game with you. Your Angela used her ultimate in the opposite direction, which made me confused. Chasing and throwing fireballs, at that time, I had just played for a few days, and my teammates were all crying because of me. But Xiaoke didn't despise me. He played a few games with me, and then asked you to play with your small account to lead us. Giran looked at the message sent by Lu Chen, a smile spread across his face, thinking back to every little detail of the past 520 days. Unconsciously, it had already become a habit. Very ordinary, yet very warm. A sky full of stars, this period lasts for 520 days, and I have turned my small account into a big one. Chasing and throwing fireballs, what, you're not happy? A sky full of stars, how dare I? Mantiangxingchen, it's just that my original main account had a CP, but now this account has not had a CP in 520 days. How about you compensate me for one? Chasing and throwing fireballs, have you ever had a CP with your main character? A sky full of stars, well, it's still a tragic love story. Chasing and throwing fireballs, if you have any unhappy stories, tell them out and it will make me happy. Chasing and throwing fireballs, if you make me happy, I might give you a CP as compensation. Mantiangxingchen, actually, it's nothing. I had only known her for a month. The day after I brought you in Xiaoke, she said that I used a smooth account to play with other girls and ended our relationship. Chasing and throwing fireballs, didn't you tell her that you were taking your sister to play? Sky full of stars, I said it, but it's useless. Chasing and throwing fireballs? Manti Angxingchen, later I heard from the team members that she found an excuse to end our relationship because someone promised to let her draw Wu Zetian. Chasing and throwing fireballs, this story is tragic enough. Sky full of stars, are you enjoying listening to it? Chasing and throwing fireballs, happy. A sky full of stars, no sympathy. Chasing and throwing fireballs wants to establish a relationship with you, do you agree? An application from Giran suddenly popped up on Lu Chen's game interface. Of course I agreed. Lu Chen chose to agree, and an invincible and powerful voice rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and you have obtained 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Chasing and throwing fireballs, I am very happy to hear this and will compensate you with a CP. A sky full of stars, is this a couple that can kiss each other, have sex, and even have babies? Chasing and throwing fireballs, get lost. A sky full of stars, hee hee, just a joke. Chasing and throwing fireballs, since you know that today is the 520th day since we met, I'll give you a kiss. Giran held the phone, his face flushed, and shyly sent a kissing emoticon to Lu Chen. Her heart was beating fast, sweetly and warmly, it was the feeling of first love. Lu Chen also responded with a kissing expression. His heart was also sweet and warm. The two seemed to have endless topics to talk about all of a sudden, and after finishing the game, they continued chatting on WeChat until after 3 in the morning. If Lu Chen hadn't been worried that Giran would hurt her health by staying up late, and hadn't kept urging her to go to bed, the two of them would have chatted endlessly all night long. Giran reluctantly went to bed and fell into a sweet dream with a faint smile on his face. After Lu Chen closed WeChat, he opened the text message and found that today's quota of 100,000 yuan had been credited to his account. Xiaoko and Giran are coming over in 2 days, so we have to rent a house first. The daily quota of 100,000 seems like a lot, but it is still far from enough to buy a house by yourself, so you can only rent a house first. Even the richest man in the universe is not that rich. He can't even afford a house. Lu Chen muttered to himself. How dare you question Brother Chang's system of the rich? Wudi Chang said dissatisfiedly, you are only level 1 now, and your daily quota is 100,000. Every time you level up, your daily quota will double. The maximum level is 24. Calculate your daily quota after reaching the maximum level. The upgrade amount is actually doubled. Lu Chen naturally knew how terrifying the doubling calculation was. As long as he continued to upgrade, the amount would soon reach an astronomical figure. It was not an exaggeration to call him the richest man in the universe. Wudi Chang continued, you can only blame yourself for not becoming the #1 richest man in the universe through the interview. Otherwise, you could have directly reached the maximum level and become the true #1 richest man in the universe. It's you who cancelled the interview. Lu Chen felt that he was wronged. The interview was cancelled before it even started. How could he be blamed? That's because Brother Chang knew that your chances of passing the interview were 0, so he cancelled it. An invincible and merciless blow. Chapter 15, Division of Martial Arts. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lu Chen woke up regularly. At this time every day, he would get up and go for a morning run. Although he had slept for less than 3 hours, Lu Chen was still full of energy and not at all sleepy. This is the benefit brought by marrow cleansing and body strengthening. Moreover, he has practiced the creation scripture and now he will not feel tired even if he does not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Morning jogging is no longer of much benefit to his current body, but Lu Chen still got up, changed into sportswear and went out for a morning jog. He likes the fresh air in the morning and the soft sunshine in the morning. Morning jogging has been his habit for many years. Linjiang University is an open university. Every morning, in addition to the teachers and students on campus, many citizens from the surrounding areas also go to the university campus for morning exercises. In particular, Linjiang University has the famous Weiyan Lake, with shimmering water and swaying willows. The lakeside is spacious and the air is fresh, making it a great place for morning exercises. Lu Chen set out from the dormitory and jogged for more than 10 minutes before reaching Weiyan Lake. In fact, with his current strength, if he runs as fast as he can reach the destination in just 1 minute. But he still ran to Weiyan Lake at his usual pace, facing the morning light, breathing the fresh air, listening to the birds' morning calls, and feeling happy. Because there were not many teachers and students staying on campus during the summer vacation, and it was still early, there were only a few people doing morning exercises by the Weiyan Lake. Like before, Lu Chen went to the lake and breathed in the air with the fragrance of willow leaves. Xiao Lu is here. An old man in white training clothes walked up to Lu Chen and greeted him. The old man has white hair and a youthful face, and he is about 70 or 80 years old, but he is in good spirits, walking with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, and looks very energetic. He is always followed by a middle-aged man with a tense face, who looks like his bodyguard. Since the beginning of this year, Mr. Chu has gone to Wei'an Lake to practice boxing every morning, and he also likes to stand by the lake and breathe some fresh air first. Perhaps because they had similar habits, the old and the young gradually started talking to each other. They would greet each other every day when they met and occasionally chat for a while. However, the old man did not mention his identity. Lu Chen only knew that his surname was Chu, so he called him Old Chu. "Morning, Chu." Lu Chen greeted Mr. Chu with a sunny smile on his face, and found that there was a girl next to him who was also wearing training clothes. The girl looked to be about his age, had a ponytail and looked neat and tidy. When Elder Chu saw Lu Chen's eyes resting on Chu Xiqiao, he introduced her to him with a smile. "This is my granddaughter Chu Xiqiao. She is studying at Kyoto University and just came back yesterday." Then Elder Chu pointed at Lu Chen and introduced him. "Cici, this is Lu Chen, a student at Linjiang University, and a friend that Grandpa met during morning exercises." "Hello." Lu Chen smiled and nodded to Chu Xiqiao. Chu Xiqiao also nodded to Lu Chen and introduced himself. "Hello." She couldn't help but look at Lu Chen a few more times, wondering what was so different about this young man that his grandfather actually called him a friend. Does he know how much weight her grandfather's word friend means in Linjiang? No matter how Chu Xiqiao looked at it, the man in front of her was just an ordinary person. Maybe it was because they had frequent morning exercises together that his grandfather called him a friend. Lu Chen smiled at Mr. Chu and Chu Xiqiao and said, "Mr. Chu, Ms. Chu, I'm going to go jogging first." After saying that, he turned around and started for a morning jog along Wei'an Lake. Old Chu looked at Lu Chen's leaving back and frowned. He always felt that Lu Chen gave him a different feeling today. He couldn't explain this feeling clearly, as if it was a little hard for him to understand. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Chu Xiqiao asked puzzledly when she saw her grandfather staring at Lu Chen's back. Is there something about the young man just now that is worthy of her grandfather's attention? Impossible. Her grandfather was of such a high status that ordinary young talents were not even worthy of his attention. "It's okay." Old Chu shook his head and retracted his gaze. "Maybe it's an illusion." Old Chu didn't think anymore and turned to face the lake. With each breath, his energy rose into the air like a white silk thread. Chu Xiqiao also learned to breathe in and out like Old Chu, and the air he exhaled from his mouth also formed a white stream, but it did not have the flying momentum of Old Chu. After a few breaths, Elder Chu said to Chu Xiqiao, "Cici, practice the Kongming fist for Grandpa to see if you have made any progress recently." "Yes, Grandpa." Chu Xiqiao answered respectfully, then walked to the empty willow tree and began to practice Kongming fist. His steps are as fast as a bow with thunder, and his punches are as fierce as wind and thunder. Chu Xiqiao threw a set of Kongming fist with great momentum, showing quite a bit of the demeanor of a master. Elder Chu looked at his granddaughter with satisfaction, nodded and praised, "I haven't seen you for half a year. Cici has made great progress. You have mastered the Kongming fist to a small extent, and your cultivation has reached the 8th level of Mingjin. It seems that you have not fallen behind in your studies in Kyoto. Cici has made such progress, all thanks to Grandpa's good teaching." After Chu Xiqiao put away his fist, he said with a bright smile on his face, "You are the sweetest one." Elder Chu said with a smile, then his face turned stern and he said, "Don't be proud and complacent. It is easy to practice Mingjin, but difficult to practice in Jin. Only after practicing in Jin can you be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation. You have to work harder. Cici will definitely not let Grandpa down and will cultivate the dark power as soon as possible." Chu Xiqiao said seriously. Hidden power is exactly the realm she has always been pursuing. The so-called hidden power is the internal force generated after the meridians of the whole body are opened up and the strength is restrained and transferred through the meridians. Because internal force is invisible and intangible, it is called dark power. Lu Chen ran along the Wei'an Lake, and when he returned to the original place, he saw Chu Xiqiao practicing boxing. He couldn't help but stop and watch out of curiosity, and also heard the obvious and hidden power in their conversation. Lu Chen guessed that this was a division of strength, but his strength system was directly reflected in combat value, so he asked Wudi Chang, "Brother Chang, do you know how the bright and dark forces mentioned by Mr. Chu are divided?" "These are ordinary martial arts level divisions. They are nowhere near as intuitive as Brother Chang's direct use of combat value." Wudi Chang looked down upon their martial arts divisions, but he still explained it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen also roughly knew how the martial arts levels of ordinary people were divided. There is a distinction between innate and acquired martial arts. The three acquired forces, Ming Jin, and Jin, and Hua Jin. Each level of strength is divided into 9 levels. Ming Jin trains the muscles and bones, and Jin trains internal strength, and Hua Jin trains the whole body. Above the level of Hua Jin is the realm of Xian Tian. Anyone who can reach the innate realm will become a powerful person who is feared by everyone. A congenitally strong person, also known as a grandmaster, is qualified to establish a school and create his own school. If corresponding to combat value, the 1st to 9th levels of Ming Jin are equal to 1099. The 1st to 9th levels of dark energy are equal to 499. The 1st to 9th levels of Hua Jin are equal to 5001999. Over 2000 is above the innate level. With Lu Chen's current combat value of 500, he is at the 1st level of Hua Jin. Wadiqiang is also very humane and displays the combat value of Lu Chen's attributes as Combat Value, 500 Level 1 of Hua Jin. Chapter 16. This young man is really extraordinary. After listening to the conversation between Old Chu and Chu Xiqiao, as well as Wu Dichang's introduction, Lu Chen roughly understood the division of martial arts levels. He used to be just an ordinary person, and when he met Mr. Chu, he just treated him as an ordinary person. Now he has the strength of the 1st level of Hua Jin and has stepped into the martial arts world, so naturally the things he sees are different. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh that the world has always been wonderful, it just depends on whether you have the ability and qualifications to discover it. After Old Chu finished chatting with Chu Xiqiao, he noticed that Lu Chen was staring at them, so he greeted him, "Xiao Lu, you finished a lap so quickly." Chu Xiqiao also looked over and realized that Lu Chen was watching her boxing, so she gave him a proud look. She is the proud daughter of the Chu family and has her own pride. Lu Chen ignored Chu Xiqiao's gaze. In his eyes, Chu Xiqiao, who was at the 8th level of Ming Jin, was just a junior, and he was too lazy to bother with her. He smiled at Mr. Chu and said, "I just ran around here and saw Miss Chu boxing, so I couldn't help but stop to watch." Elder Chu was not arrogant at all. He said in a friendly manner, "What's the point of calling her Miss Chu or not? You are all about the same age. You are all young people. Don't be so formal. Just call her Cici. Grandpa." When Chu Xiqiao saw that her grandfather asked Lu Chen to call her Cici, she took his arm, shook it gently, and complained in a coquettish manner. She didn't want Lu Chen to call her Cici. Only her family elders and very close friends call her Cici, while ordinary friends just call her Xiqiao. Old Chu patted Chu Xiqiao's hand that was holding his arm cheerfully and said jokingly, "Stop shaking it. If you continue to shake it, Grandpa's body will fall apart." Then he asked Lu Chen, "Xiao Lu, what do you think of Cici's punch? My steps are like a bow with thunderbolts, and my punches are like the wind and thunder. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful boxing style." Lu Chen sincerely praised her boxing skills. After listening to Lu Chen's comments, Mr. Chu's eyes lit up and asked, "Little Lu also knows boxing?" Chu Xiqiao was very pleased to hear Lu Chen's praise, and thought proudly in his heart, "You have good vision." Lu Chen shook his head and said calmly, "I'm just an outsider, just here to watch the fun." After that, he said, "Goodbye, Mr. Chu, I'm going to continue running first." Mr. Chu didn't ask any more questions and said, "Go." Lu Chen continued his morning run around Weiyan Lake. His daily habit was to run 5 laps before returning. "Grandpa, he is just an ordinary man, how could he know any boxing?" Chu Xiqiao found that his grandfather seemed to look at Lu Chen differently, and asked in confusion, "Cici, didn't you notice that Xiao Lu ran a long circle along Weiyang Lake without blushing, without heart palpitations, without panting, and without sweating? How could this be the behavior of an ordinary person after running?" When Mr. Chu saw Lu Chen today, he felt that he was different from usual, giving him a transcendent feeling. He just observed Lu Chen's condition after running a lap and found that he did not have any characteristics of an ordinary person after exercise. Even professional long-distance runners could not do what he did. Chu Xiqiao listened to his grandfather's words and recalled Lu Chen's appearance just now. It was indeed as his grandfather said. He asked in doubt, could he also be an ancient warrior? This is exactly what Grandpa can't see through. Old Chu looked at Lu Chen's running back and said solemnly, "Grandpa has been in contact with him for a few months, but he didn't find that he is an ancient warrior." After hearing what his grandfather said, Chu Xiqiao no longer doubted that Lu Chen was an ancient warrior and said, "Maybe he is just like this because he is used to running in the morning." Elder Chu shook his head and said, "Cici, follow him and go for a morning run with Xiao Lu." "Grandpa." Xu Xiqiao said reluctantly, I won't go jogging with him in the morning. Be good, listen to Grandpa and go quickly. Old man Xu smiled kindly. Yes, Grandpa. Xu Xiqiao did not refuse anymore. She looked in the direction of Lu Chen and started to catch up with him. Xu Xiqiao knew his grandfather's temper. When he said it for the first time, he could still act like a spoiled child relying on his grandfather's favor, but if his grandfather said it for the second time, it meant that his words could not be resisted by anyone. In the Linjiang Chu family, Mr. Chu's words are as good as gold and they are his way. Elder Chu looked at Xu Xiqiao running towards Lu Chen and asked calmly, Xiao Jiang, have you checked the background of this young man? We've checked, he's just an ordinary person. The middle-aged man who had been keeping a tense face behind Mr. Chu immediately replied respectfully. His name is Jiang Jitao, and he is Mr. Chu's personal steward. After Lu Chen and Mr. Chu met by chance during morning exercise, he immediately investigated Lu Chen's background and found out that he was just an ordinary student at Linjiang University. Do you think he still looks like an ordinary person today? Asked Old Chu with a smile. Jiang Jitao broke out in a cold sweat after hearing what Old Chu said. Lu Chen had been in contact with them for several months, but he didn't realize that Lu Chen was an ancient warrior at all. When ancient martial artists were practicing Mingjin, they could not control and release their energy freely. They were all masters of Njin and could easily feel it. Only after cultivating the dark power, the energy is restrained. If he does not take the initiative to attack, it is difficult for others to know his level of cultivation. If Lu Chen is really an ancient warrior and they haven't discovered it yet, it only means that his strength is at least above the dark energy, and he has always disguised himself as an ordinary person. Jiang Jitao felt a little scared when he thought about this. If Lu Chen really had any intentions towards Mr. Chu, the consequences would be disastrous. He said tremblingly, I'll have someone check his background again. Elder Chu waved his hand and said, no need. Since you didn't find out his background the first time, it means he doesn't want others to know. If you check again, you will only make him an enemy. Even I misjudged him. This young man is really not simple. Old Chu sighed with emotion. Even an ordinary dark energy master cannot hide it from his eyes. He had always thought that Lu Chen was just an ordinary person. If Lu Chen had not disguised himself today, he would still be kept in the dark. He couldn't help but wonder why Lu Chen suddenly stopped hiding the fact that he was an ancient warrior today. No matter how hard Mr. Chu tried to think, he could not imagine that Lu Chen was really an ordinary person before, but he became a martial arts master of the first level of Huajin overnight. It was the real him then, and it is the real him now. Xu Xiqiao was very depressed. She couldn't understand why her grandfather asked her to go jogging with Lu Chen in the morning, but she didn't dare to disobey his orders and ran towards Lu Chen unwillingly. Lu Chen was just jogging at a normal pace in the morning, trotting along Weian Lake at a relaxed pace, and was soon caught up by Xu Xiqiao. He noticed Xu Xiqiao running to his side and smiled at her politely. Humph, it's just knowing how to run, what is so great about that? Xu Xiqiao thought unhappily, and then said to Lu Chen in a bad tone, do you want to see who runs faster? Chapter 17, Beautiful Girls Run With You. Xu Xiqiao's sudden provocation left Lu Chen confused. It seemed that he had never provoked her. He shook his head, looked at Xu Xiqiao like he was an idiot and asked, have you ever seen anyone sprinting in the morning? Xu Xiqiao saw Lu Chen's contemptuous look and instantly became furious. He said sarcastically, humph, if you don't dare to compete, then don't dare to compete. Why are you making up so many excuses? The air is fresh in the morning, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. A slow morning run can help you better feel and integrate into nature, and enjoy the fun of morning run. After Lu Chen finished speaking with the look of a hermit, he ignored Xu Xiqiao and continued running at his own pace. Xu Xiqiao was bored and angrily followed Lu Chen's pace for a morning jog. She wanted to see who was in better physical condition after the run. Xu Xiqiao believed that with her physique at the 8th level of Mingjin, she would definitely not lose to an ordinary person like Lu Chen. A man and a woman ran side by side, and Xu Xiqiao looked like Lu Chen's beautiful companion. One circumference of Weian Lake is nearly 2 kilometers. Xu Xiqiao followed Lu Chen and ran 3 laps. Gradually, she felt her breathing become a little disordered and she began to gasp lightly. She looked at Lu Chen beside her, but found that this hateful boy was still calm and composed. Such a long morning run did not consume any of his energy. Humph, it's just because he's used to jogging in the morning. If I jog every day, I can be like him. Xu Xiqiao found an excuse to comfort himself. Xu Xiqiao's running with him made Lu Chen feel like a beautiful woman was always by his side. Seeing her running in a huff, he secretly laughed in his heart and reminded her, if you run in a huff, it will only make your blood flow poorly. Not only will you not get any exercise, but it will hurt your body instead. Who is mad at you? Chu Xiqiu was sulking, and after hearing what Lu Chen said, she glared and spoke loudly. Lu Chen ran and teased, I didn't say you were angry with me. Chu Xiqiu turned her head away and snorted, thinking angrily, if Grandpa hadn't asked me to go jogging with you in the morning, I would have never been here to waste my time with you. Lu Chen didn't know why Chu Xiqiu insisted on accompanying him for a morning run, so he advised, you can try to relax, run in the morning sunshine, breathe the fresh air, and look at the green waves and willows. Maybe you will feel much better. Chu Xiqiu was still angry and did not respond to Lu Chen. As she ran, she thought that what Lu Chen said made some sense, so she tried to feel the soft sunlight, breathed in a breath of fresh air, and felt the blood flow in her body flow more smoothly. Chu Xiqiu's mood gradually calmed down. After thinking carefully, it seemed that the man next to her did not take the initiative to provoke her from beginning to end. Perhaps it was because she thought he was an ordinary person from the beginning and did not take him seriously, but her grandfather asked him to call her by her nickname Cece and asked her to go jogging with him in the morning. She did not dare to disobey her grandfather's words, so she was sulking with him for no reason. Chu Xiqiu figured this out and her anger subsided. Looking at Lu Chen again, his figure running in the sun had a healthy and natural aura about him. It seemed that he was not so annoying anymore. She followed Lu Chen and ran half a lap. She took the initiative to ask Lu Chen, how did you train to run? You're so good. You didn't seem tired at all after running such a long distance. Seeing that Chu Xiqiu's mood had improved, Lu Chen joked, you don't even understand such a simple truth, and you still have the nerve to say that you are a talented girl from Kyoto University? Chu Xiqiu got angry again when she heard this. She glared at him and said angrily, are you saying I'm stupid? Lu Chen shrugged and said, I didn't say that, you said it yourself. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. If you didn't know my grandfather, I wouldn't bother to talk to you. Chu Xiqiu suddenly felt that Lu Chen was annoying again, especially the way he looked at her as if he was a child, which made her very angry. Because he knew old Chu first, Lu Chen did treat her as a junior in his heart. Lu Chen felt that Chu Xiqiu was silly and a little cute. He had not hidden his strength yet, and his aura had not changed at all after running for such a long time, but she could not tell that he was not an ordinary person. Don't I look like a master at all? Lu Chen had no choice but to say to Chu Xiqiu, don't you think about it? Even someone like you with an 8th level Mingjin physique will feel his breath disordered after running such a long distance, but my breath hasn't changed at all after running for such a long time. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Chu Xiqiu was shocked after hearing Lu Chen's words and stopped. She realized she had been wrong from the beginning. From the beginning, she thought that Lu Chen must be an ordinary person. It wasn't that she was too stupid to expect that Lu Chen was also an ancient warrior. It was because she had never thought that Lu Chen, who was so young, could be a master of dark energy. It is easy to practice obvious strength, but difficult to develop hidden strength. Many people are unable to cultivate the hidden power throughout their entire lives and are only able to cultivate the bright power. She is already considered a leader among the younger generation, but she still has a long way to go before she can cultivate dark energy. So when her grandfather said that he didn't realize that Lu Chen was an ancient warrior, she didn't think that he was an ancient warrior. Who would have thought that the ordinary person whom he had always looked down upon was actually a master of dark energy? If she knew that Lu Chen was actually a martial arts master with the ability to transform energy, how would she feel? Chu Xiqiu felt her face burning. She felt like she was really stupid. She had to wait for Lu Chenming to explain such a simple truth before she could understand it. Something happened to your grandpa. Chu Xiqiu was still feeling ashamed when she suddenly heard Lu Chen's voice. She was startled by the shout and quickly looked in the direction of her grandfather. She saw her grandfather sitting cross-legged on the ground with a painful expression. Zhang Jitao was behind him with his hands on his back to heal his wounds. Grandpa's old illness has recurred, Chu Xiqiu said in a panic. She turned to look at Lu Chen and found that he had turned into a shadow and flew towards her grandfather. Only then did Chu Xiqiu realize Lu Chen's true speed, but she didn't have time to think about it, and she hurriedly ran towards her grandfather's position. What happened to Mr. Chu? Lu Chen came to Mr. Chu and found that his breath was very weak and his face was pale. Zhang Jitao had stopped treating old Chu and said in a panic, the old man's old injury has relapsed. Now his internal energy is flowing backwards and his meridians are in great disorder. My cultivation is not enough to suppress the old man's frantic internal energy. The situation is very dangerous now. In the past, Mr. Chu's old injuries occasionally recurred, but Mr. Chu was able to suppress them with his internal strength and heal himself. As Elder Chu grew older, his blood and energy gradually declined. This time, after a sudden relapse of his old injury, he was unable to stabilize the injury, causing his meridians to become disordered and his internal energy to flow backwards. Chapter 18, Martial Arts Master. Lu Chen asked, what kind of cultivation level is needed to suppress the internal force of Elder Chu's meridians? The old man has the 9th level of dark power. Only those with the transformation power or higher level can suppress the old man's internal force. Zhang Jitao said bitterly, but where can we find a martial arts master with the transformation power level now? If we delay any further, the old man's life may be in danger. Those who have mastered the dark energy are called masters, and those who have mastered the transformation energy are respected as martial arts masters. There are so many martial arts masters in Linjiang that one can count them on one hand. Hua Jin cultivation? Lu Chen's confident voice was like a life-saving straw, that I can just heal Elder Chu. He just happened to be at the first level of Hua Jin, which allowed him to suppress Elder Chu's internal strength. Can you heal Mr. Chu? Zhang Jitao asked Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen nodded and said, if the Hua Jin cultivation can suppress Elder Chu's internal force and dredge his meridians, I think there should be no problem. You are a martial arts master who has achieved the level of Hua Jin? Zhang Jitao looked at Lu Chen in shock and stammered. Just now, old Chu guessed that Lu Chen was a master of dark energy, and he was already very shocked. Now Lu Chen wants to heal old Chu's injuries. Could he be a martial arts master with the level of transformation energy? Old Master Chu is in charge of the huge Chu family and is a powerful figure in the riverside, but he has only cultivated the 9th level of dark energy. How old is the young man in front of him to be a martial arts master? Lu Chen smiled lightly and said calmly, it's genuine, the first level of Hua Jin. After saying that, Lu Chen's aura suddenly changed, and the might of a martial arts master spread out, pressing Zhang Jitao so hard that he couldn't breathe. Xu Xiqiao just happened to run over at this time, and was so shocked by the aura of a martial arts master in Lu Chen that he was speechless. The demeanor of martial arts master Lu Chen was deeply imprinted in her heart. After seeing Lu Chen's might, Zhang Jitao no longer dared to look down on the young man in front of him. He was no longer qualified to be on equal terms with him. He clasped his hands together and pleaded respectfully, Master, please save Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu treats me like a friend. Now that his old injury has recurred, I will naturally do my best to save him. Lu Chen walked behind old Chu and sat cross-legged, practicing the creation scripture to transfer his internal energy into old Chu's body. Elder Chu's meridians were in disorder, his internal energy was flowing backwards, and he had fallen into a coma. As soon as Lu Chen's internal force entered old Chu's meridians, he felt old Chu's chaotic internal force attacking him. He carefully controlled his internal force to suppress Elder Chu's internal force. Old Chu's internal energy gradually calmed down under Lu Chen's suppression. He used his own internal energy to guide old Chu's internal energy to flow slowly through the meridians of his body. Lu Chen discovered that there were several injuries in Mr. Chu's meridians, which should be caused by his previous injuries. It was these injuries that suddenly caused Mr. Chu's meridians to become disordered and his internal force to flow backwards. His current abilities were not enough to help Elder Chu heal his old meridian injuries. He could only help him clear his meridians, stabilize his internal strength, and save him from life-threatening danger. Lu Chen confirmed that Mr. Chu's internal energy had stabilized and his meridians were unblocked before he withdrew his own internal energy. Cici, come and support Mr. Chu. After Lu Chen finished his practice, he called to Xu Xiqiao who was standing beside him. Xu Xiqiao quickly squatted down to support old Chu, and asked with red and swollen eyes, "How is my grandfather?" Lu Chen stood up and comforted him, "Don't worry, I have helped Elder Chu stabilize his meridians, and your grandfather will wake up soon." Thank you. Xu Xiqiao said gratefully in a choked voice. Just now, Grandpa's old injury relapsed and he fell into a coma. The situation was very critical and she was scared out of her wits. If Lu Chen hadn't come to her aid, she didn't know what would have happened to her grandfather. Thank you Master Lu for your help. The Chu family will definitely do its best to repay Master Lu's kindness. Zhang Jitao saw that Mr. Chu's face had gradually regained its color and his breathing had stabilized. He knew that the old man was out of danger and thanked Lu Chen gratefully. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Lu Chen said calmly. Zhang Jitao said respectfully, I have already notified the head of Chu Tianxiong's family to come and pick up the old man. I wonder if Master Lu has time to come to the Chu family as a guest. Just now when Lu Chen was treating Mr. Chu's injuries, Zhang Jitao informed the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, of the situation here, and he was rushing over with his men. The Chu family was extremely shocked by Lu Chen's identity as a martial arts master. Even if he had not saved old man Chu, the Chu family would have done their best to make friends with him. Now that he has the relationship with Mr. Chu, he will do his best to win over Lu Chen. I have something else to do today. I will go visit Mr. Chu after I finish my work in a few days. Lu Chen thought that Giran and Lu Xiaoke would be coming over tomorrow, and he had to go out to find a suitable house to rent today, so he declined Zhang Jitao's invitation. Grandpa is awake. Chu Xichao's excited voice came. When Lu Chen looked over, he saw that old Chu had opened his eyes and woke up. Zhang Jitao immediately squatted down and supported the old man. Sisi, Xiaojiang. Elder Chu woke up and called out weakly. He found that the internal energy in his meridians had stabilized, and asked in surprise, "I'm fine?" He himself knows best about his physical condition. The old injury to the meridian was caused more than 30 years ago and was not a big deal at first. But as he got older, his blood and energy declined, and his meridians began to age and shrink. In recent years, this has begun to affect the circulation of his internal energy, and he has suffered from meridian disorders several times, but he was able to regulate them all by practicing internal energy. Just now he noticed that his meridians were suddenly disordered, so he immediately circulated his internal energy to adjust them, but found that the condition of his meridians was much worse than the previous times. Even with Zhang Jitao's help, he was unable to control the reverse flow of internal energy. Before he fell into coma, he thought he was in great danger. I didn't expect that when I woke up now, everything turned out well. Grandpa, it was Master Lu who suppressed your internal energy and saved you. Zhang Jitao said excitedly to Lu Chen. Master Lu? Elder Chu followed Zhang Jitao's gaze and looked at Lu Chen. He asked in shock, little Lu is a martial arts master with Huajin cultivation? He saved me? He originally only guessed that Lu Chen was a master of dark energy, but now that he knew that Lu Chen was actually a master of transformation energy martial arts, he was no less shocked than Chu Xiqiu and Zhang Jitao. Zhang Jitao nodded affirmatively. Help me up quickly. Old Chu ordered Chu Xiqiu and Zhang Jitao. Elder Chu stood up with the help of Chu Xiqiu and Zhang Jitao, and thanked Lu Chen in a weak voice, little Lu, no. Master Lu, thank you for pulling an old man like me back from the brink of death. Mr. Chu, you don't have to be so polite. Lu Chen smiled at Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu, don't call me Master Lu. You've made me old. Just call me little Lu like before. Although his cultivation was higher than that of Master Chu, he still respected Master Chu in his heart. It would be fine if Zhang Jitao called him Master Lu, but old Chu also called him Master Lu, which always made him feel weird. Chapter 19 I have a master. How can this be possible? Elder Chu refused. Master Lu is not only a martial arts master with Huajin cultivation, but also the old man's savior. How can you still address him casually like before? The wise can be the teacher, regardless of age. This is especially true in the martial arts world. Master of Huajin, Grandmaster of Xiantian. This is the respect of martial artists. I helped you because Elder Chu treated me like a friend. If you keep calling me Master Lu, it means you don't consider me a friend. Lu Chen insisted not to let Elder Chu call him Master Lu, saying, besides, I don't want too many people to know my cultivation level, so please change your name. In that case, how about I, the old man, take advantage of my age and call you little friend Lu? Seeing that Lu Chen refused again and again, Mr. Chu no longer forced him to call him Master Lu. Okay, it's settled. Lu Chen said happily. Anyway, as long as Mr. Chu doesn't call him Master Lu, it will be fine. Lu Chen looked at the frail old man Chu who was no longer as vigorous as before, and asked with concern, Old man Chu, I see that there are several old injuries in your meridians. If you don't treat them, I'm afraid your internal energy will get out of control. This time he happened to help Mr. Chu suppress his internal force. If the internal force flows backwards again next time, it would be disastrous. Alas. Old Chu sighed. The recurrence of his old injury made him seem much older. He said helplessly, the old injury to the meridian was left by a fight with someone 35 years ago. I have consulted many famous doctors, but none of them could cure it. What Lu Chen said was exactly what he was worried about. He is now old and his meridians have begun to atrophy. He doesn't know when his internal energy will get out of control next time, and whether he can survive it. Brother Chang, is there any way to cure Mr. Chu's old injuries in his meridians? Lu Chen asked Wudi Chang. If you have any questions, ask Brother Chang. In Lu Chen's mind, Wudi Chang means being omnipotent. There are many ways to cure this kind of minor injury. The matter that Elder Chu was helpless about was just a small matter to Wudi Chang. He said, the simplest way is to give him the marrow cleansing pill. Not only can it cure his meridian damage, but it can also make his meridians stronger and his blood more vigorous. Besides using the marrow cleansing pill, is there any other way? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and continued to ask. The marrow cleansing pill was the gift he was going to give to Xiaoke tomorrow. If there were other ways to cure Mr. Chu's old injuries, he was not going to use the marrow cleansing pill now. If you don't want to use the marrow cleansing pill, then wait until you reach level 2 and buy the vein solidifying pill from the store. Each pill costs 50 gold coins. If you take one pill every month for 12 consecutive months, you can completely cure his meridian damage. And during the period of taking the medicine, it is guaranteed that the injury will not recur. Wudi Chang suggested another method, which was also very simple. He already had 40 experience points. Even if he didn't receive any tasks, he could reach level 2 in 6 days. By then, he would have enough gold coins to buy the first vein condensing pill. Lu Chen decided to use the second method. He suddenly had an idea and said to Elder Chu, "Don't worry for now, Elder Chu. I will go back and ask my master. He will definitely have a way to cure Elder Chu's old injury." After all, he became a martial arts master with the ability to transform his energy overnight, so he had too many flaws. Real and fake, now he invented a master and let the Chu family spread it, which would save him a lot of trouble in the future regarding his own identity. And having a mysterious master behind him can also have a great deterrent effect. I wonder which senior master is Chu's master. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Chen mentioned his master, Mr. Chu's expression immediately became solemn and respectful. To be able to train a martial arts master as young as Lu Chen, his master must be an unfathomable innate master. A master of a generation who is so powerful that he can found a school and form his own sect. Even old Chu needs to look up to such a master. Lu Chen said in embarrassment, "Old Chu, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but my master doesn't allow me to mention his name." I understand. Old Chu said with a kind smile on his face. Old Chu also knew that some senior masters liked to live a leisurely life and did not want to be involved in worldly affairs. It seems that Lu Chen's master is such a reclusive master. But don't worry, Mr. Chu. My master loves me the most. As long as I ask him for help, he will definitely heal your old injuries. Lu Chen said confidently. He decided to buy a vein condensing pill after reaching level 2, and told Mr. Chu that it was the pill his master had made to heal his injuries. Thank you, young friend Chu. Old Chu said excitedly. Since Lu Chen is so confident, he believes that the old injuries in his meridians can be cured. Moreover, by being on good terms with a martial arts master like Lu Chen, and even having an unfathomable innate master backing them up, their Chu family is bound to become even stronger. Mr. Chu was very fortunate that he had always treated Lu Chen as an equal since they met, and had never looked down on him just because he thought he was an ordinary person. Lu Chen saw 3 black Mercedes-Benz Maybach S600s driving towards the side and said, "Your Chu family members are here. I have something to do and I have to leave first." No need to guess, anyone with such great power to drive a car to Weiyan Lake must be from the Chu family. Sure enough, several Mercedes-Benz cars stopped and 7 or 8 people got out of the cars and rushed towards the side. "Dad, are you okay?" 7 or 8 people from the Chu family ran to Old Man Chu. The leader was a burly middle-aged man who asked Old Man Chu anxiously. Elder Chu replied, "I'm fine, thanks to young friend Lu for saving me." This must be Master Lu. "I am Chu Tianxiong, the head of the Chu family. Thank you Master Lu for saving my father. If you need any help from the Chu family in the future, please feel free to give me instructions." Chu Tianxiong clasped his fists and saluted Lu Chen, his hearty voice full of sincerity. He had just received a notice from Jiang Jitao and knew that the young man in front of him was a martial arts master, so he did not dare to neglect him. "It's just a small favor, Master Chu, you don't have to be polite." Lu Chen clasped his fists and returned the greeting, saying with a smile, "Master Chu, you don't have to call me Master Lu. I don't want too many people to know about my martial arts skills. Mr. Lu's help is a life-saving grace to our Chu family. The Chu family is grateful." Chu Tianxiong invited very politely, "I wonder if Mr. Lu has time to visit the Chu family now, so that the Chu family can treat Mr. Lu well and repay my father's life-saving grace. I just happen to have some things to deal with these days. I will definitely come to visit you after I'm done with them." Lu Chen rejected Chu Tianxiong's invitation. Since young Master Lu is busy, I won't force you. Chu Tianxiong took out a gold-stamped business card and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, "This is my business card. Our Chu family still has some status in Linjiang. If young Master Lu has anything to deal with, please let me know." Lu Chen took Chu Tianxiong's business card and said, "If you need any help from Patriarch Chu, I will definitely bother you." He turned to Mr. Chu and said, "Mr. Chu, when you go back, you should be careful to cultivate your mind. I will give you good news the next time I visit you." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Old Chu thanked happily. Chapter 20, Not willing to wait even one more day. After Lu Chen said goodbye to everyone in the Chu family, he returned to the dormitory. After what happened in the morning, Lu Chen officially entered the world of martial arts. Halfway through the journey, the phone rang. Lu Chen took out his phone and saw that it was Giran calling. Lu Chen happily answered the phone and asked gently, "Ran, why are you up so early? Yesterday they chatted until 3 o'clock before going to bed. Now it is 7:10 and Giran has only slept for less than 4 hours." Giran said in a sleepy voice, "I just woke up and need to get up early to pack my things." "What are you packing so early?" Lu Chen asked puzzledly. "I bought a ticket for 10 a.m. today." Giran said this, blushing and wanting to hide in the bed. "We just confirmed our online romance last night, and today I couldn't wait to fly over to see him. Is this what is called sending a gift thousands of miles away? Am I being too impatient and proactive? I agreed to go over and play with Shioka for a few days, but Shioka won't arrive until tomorrow, so I'll go over today. But girls who are in their first love are always silly and cute." She just wanted to fly to Lu Chen immediately and didn't want to wait even a day longer. "Why are you here today?" Lu Chen was shocked, obviously frightened by Giran's decision. "Is it not possible?" Giran asked in a pretended angry tone, "Does he have a mistress hidden in his house and doesn't want me to come over? If I have to hide anything, I will only hide you, my beautiful wife." Lu Chen's heart was full of happiness, and he said, "It's just that happiness comes so suddenly." "Pig." Giran said sweetly, "You are so sweet." Lu Chen teased with a smile, "Once you've kissed it, you'll know there's no such thing as the sweetest, only sweeter." "You bastard." Giran spat and said, "I have to get up and pack my things. I can go to Linjiang Airport at 12 o'clock. It's at exit 6. Lu Chen said with concern, "Go quickly, and remember to eat some breakfast before cleaning up." Giran said sweetly, "I know. Bye. Bye. After Lu Chen hung up the phone, he thought about it, took out Chu Tianxiong's phone and called him. Chu Tianxiong was talking to Mr. Chu about Lu Chen in the car when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He was wondering who would call him so early in the morning, so he picked up the phone and asked, "Hello, who is this?" "I'm Lu Chen, and I have something to trouble Patriarch Chu about." Lu Chen didn't want to trouble the Chu family with such a small matter as renting a house, but Giran suddenly decided to come over today. It would be difficult for him to find a house that he could live in and be satisfied with right away, so he had to ask the Chu family for help. He believed that with the Chu family's power, they would be able to find a satisfactory house before 12 o'clock. When Chu Tianxiong heard Lu Chen's voice, his face immediately became solemn, and he said respectfully, "Young Master Lu, just tell me what you want, and the Chu family will do its best to get it done." Just now, Chu Tianxiong heard from old Chu that there is a mysterious master behind Lu Chen, who is very likely a congenital master, and he also has a way to cure old Chu's old injury. Chu Tianxiong has already decided that their Chu family must cling tightly to Lu Chen. Being able to gain the friendship of a martial arts master, or even a congenital master, is an opportunity for the development of their Chu family. Besides, putting all this aside, just because Lu Chen saved Mr. Chu's life just now, their Chu family must repay him with all their strength. He was still discussing with old Chu how to repay Lu Chen in a sincere way. Now, when he heard that Lu Chen needed the Chu family's help with something, he felt a little excited. "I'm not afraid of you wanting anything, I'm just afraid that you don't want anything. I'm not afraid that you will cause trouble to the Chu family, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to use the Chu family." This is Chu Tianxiong's mentality at this moment. Lu Chen's voice came, "I would like to ask Master Chu to help me rent a house near Linjiang University." Chu Tianxiong was stunned for a moment when he heard that Lu Chen wanted to help. "Is it as simple as renting a house?" As expected of an experienced social expert, he reacted quickly and did not ask Lu Chen why he wanted him to rent a house. Anyway, anything that could be solved with money was the easiest thing for him. He immediately said, "The Chu family also has several properties of their own near Linjiang University, including apartments and villas. I will have someone pass the information to young Master Lu right away. If young Master Lu thinks anyone is suitable, he can just move in. You don't need to send me the information. Master Chu, help me choose a 3-bedroom apartment. 1 room should be for me, and the other 2 should be girls' bedrooms. The most important thing is that I can move in before 12 noon today. Lu Chen stated his requirements for the house, saying that he didn't have enough time and there was no need for him to choose one himself. He believed that after the Chu family saw his strength, they would do their best to accomplish anything he asked them to do. Chu Tianxiong listened to Lu Chen's request and assured him, "No problem, I will arrange it myself and ensure that Mr. Lu can move in before 12 noon. Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Chu." Lu Chen said, emphasizing, the rent must be based on the market price, not a cent less. This Chu Tianxiong was surprised to hear that Lu Chen wanted to pay rent, but he smiled and said, "Mr. Lu just saved the old man. If I dare to collect rent from Mr. Lu, I'm afraid the old man will break my legs." Chu Tianxiong wanted to transfer the house to Lu Chen's name directly after finding one, but when he heard Lu Chen emphasize paying rent, he didn't dare to refuse openly and had to use old Chu as a shield. "You must collect the rent, otherwise I will rent it myself," Lu Chen said firmly. He is now invincible and has no shortage of rent money, so there is no need for the Chu family to spend both effort and money on his own affairs. "Okay, then I'll go and arrange the house first, and notify Mr. Lu as soon as I'm done." Chu Tianxiong did not continue to argue with Lu Xiao over such trivial matters as rent. As long as the house he found could satisfy Lu Chen, that was the most important thing. After Chu Tianxiong and Lu Chen hung up the phone, they immediately called to make arrangements. Old Chu, who was sitting in the back row, said earnestly, "Tianxiong, you must do everything that Lu Xiaoyu asked you to do to perfection. When you find a house, you should bring more professionals with you. You must personally check everything from the feng shui layout to the furniture arrangement, and make sure that Lu Xiaoyu is satisfied with the place." Chu Tianxiong knew everything about this matter without old Chu's explanation. "I know, old man. Mr. Lu will definitely be satisfied with the house," Chu Tianxiong said confidently. If he can't even do such a small thing well, then he would have been the head of the Chu family for so many years in vain. "Cici, what do you think of Mr. Lu?" Old Chu suddenly asked Chu Siqiao beside him. "Ah. Lu Chen." Cici doesn't know how to describe it. Chu Siqiao was at a loss for words by Mr. Chu's sudden question. She recalled the morning's events as if they were a dream. The ordinary person whom he had previously looked down upon suddenly became a martial arts master whom he admired highly. Thinking back to when I had accompanied him to run several laps around Weiyang Lake out of spite, and how he had made fun of and lectured me, my face turned red with shame. Chapter 21 My brother is awesome. When Grandpa first met Lu Chen, he just thought he was an ordinary person. Elder Chu paused and continued, Grandpa was willing to make friends with him at that time because he saw that he was a young man with good character. He looked at Chu Siqiao and said with a smile, "This is the first time I have met a young man like Lu Chen who has good character, great strength but is low-key in my nearly 80 years of life." Chu Siqiao became angry when she thought about how Lu Chen, who clearly had the strength of a martial arts master, pretended to be an ordinary person in front of her, making her look like a fool. "Humph, he's obviously a disgusting guy," Chu Siqiao thought angrily. She retorted, "He's not as good as Grandpa said." Old Chu smiled and said, "Do you know any young people who are better than Lu Chen? Tell me about it." Chu Siqiao thought about it and felt that among the people she knew, there seemed to be no one better than Lu Chen. Seeing that Chu Siqiao couldn't say anything, Mr. Chu smiled and said, "As far as Grandpa knows, Lu Chen doesn't have a girlfriend yet." "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Chu Siqiao said shyly, "What does it have to do with me whether he has a girlfriend or not?" Okay, it's none of your business. Grandpa won't talk about it anymore." Old Chu laughed heartily in a good mood, "Young people's affairs, you know better." Chu Siqiao blushed and buried her head, thinking that Lu Chen saved her grandfather's life. She should be grateful to him instead of always thinking bad things about him. Thinking about his good points, he doesn't seem that annoying after all. He looked so sunny and handsome when running in the morning light. When he displays the power of a martial arts master, he looks so domineering and fascinating. Chu Siqiao was still daydreaming when Chu Tianxiong received a call from his subordinate, saying that the house chosen for Lu Chen had been confirmed. The house that the Chu family chose for Lu Chen was in Jingsheng Garden Community, only 15 minutes away from Linjiang University. Jingsheng Garden is a high-end residential area with an average housing price of around 50,000 renminbi per square meter, which is among the top prices in LJ City. Transportation and living are very convenient. Chu Tianxiang said, "Grandpa, a house has been selected below, I will go there in person." "Go quickly." Elder Chu nodded and said, "Remember, the better you do small things and the more details you pay attention to, the more it will show our Chu family's sincerity." While the Chu family was busy choosing a room for Lu Chen had already returned to the dormitory. The arrival of Giran and Xiaoke made him full of expectations and longing for the future. He couldn't help but think about his future path. Before yesterday, he thought his life path was to study hard, find a good job after graduation, take care of Lu Xiaoke until she found a good home, then get married and have children, and live an ordinary life. The appearance of Wu Di-chan completely changed his life, allowing him to see the wonders of the world, making his future path more colorful, and making his heart bigger. Now that you have the ability, make your life more exciting, protect the ones you love, and make them happy for the rest of their lives. Wu Di-chang had warned him that the existence of the godly rich system was not allowed to be revealed to anyone in any form, otherwise he would be expelled from his identity as the #1 godly rich man in the universe, and the godly rich system would look for a new host. He had to make up a story to hide his sudden transformation from Lu Xiaoke and Giran. Giran was fine, as he knew most of his current situation through Lu Xiaoke. Lu Xiaoke and he are siblings, but after he went to college, the two of them rarely met and mostly communicated through WeChat. Lu Chen felt that the master he had made up in the morning was a very suitable excuse. When the time comes, he will tell them that he has actually been practicing in secret with his master, and now he has reached the level of Hua Jin, and only then will his master allow him to reveal his identity as a warrior. Speaking of which, Wu Di-chang can also be regarded as the master hidden behind him. Bite. Before he knew it, it was past 8 o'clock, and Lu Chen received a text message on his phone. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were fired until I got to work. I'll help you find another job. Please don't tell anyone about what happened last night." The text message was sent by Lu Feifei. It seemed that Vice President Huang had directly contacted the Human Resources Department to fire him last night without her knowing. Thinking of the embarrassing scene last night, Lu Chen now feels speechless and doesn't know how to describe it. But that kind of game seems quite exciting. Should I play this kind of game with Ran too? As Lu Chen was thinking, this idea suddenly popped into his mind. What am I imagining? Lu Chen cursed himself inwardly and shook off this dirty thought. It seems that Giran's scolding was not unfair at all. "I really am the stinky hooligan she called me." Lu Chen replied to Lu Feifei, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. I will call teacher Xia later and tell her that I am not suitable for this job and I want to resign. If she asks about it, just don't say the wrong thing. You don't have to help me find a job." Teacher Xia had to find an excuse to tell her that he resigned voluntarily because he did not want to continue working at Chuanglong Group. "If I say that I was fired, it would be even more difficult to explain." Lu Feifei, "Thank you. I'm so sorry." Lu Chen, "It's okay, don't take it to heart." After Lu Chen sent the text message, he checked his phone and saw that it was already 8:45. He didn't know how Giran was doing with his packing. He wanted to call Giran, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was troublesome for a girl to go out, and she had to rush for the 10 o'clock flight. He decided not to disturb her packing. He had nothing to do, so he sent a WeChat message to Lu Xiaoke. "Lu Chen, Xiaoku, are you awake?" "Lu Xiaoke, I'm awake. I was lying in bed checking Weibo." "Lu Chen, what do you think this is?" Lu Chen sent a screenshot of himself and Giran's relationship in honor of kings to Lu Xiaoke. Lu Xiaoke, 666, "This bowl is too big, brother Shenhao is going to cry in the toilet." Lu Chen was speechless. It was all his fault. For some unknown reason, I became my own love rival. However, it is still a sense of accomplishment to think that myself, who gave Giran more than 5 million gifts, was defeated by myself. Lu Chen, that's right. As long as your brother takes action, those scum will be no match for him. Lu Xiaoke sent Lu Chen an expression of admitting defeat. Lu Xiaoke, I decided not to go to LJ City to be a light bulb tomorrow. Let brother and sister Ran be alone for a few days before going there. Lu Chen, is it appropriate for you to sell your sister Ran like this? Lu Xiaoke, it must be inappropriate. Lu Xiaoke, but I'm selling my sister-in-law, huh? Lu Chen, it's a pity that your sister-in-law sold you out first, huh? Lu Xiaoke sent a big question mark. Lu Chen, your sister-in-law is coming on a flight at 10 o'clock today, leaving you behind. Lu Xiaoke sent a big exclamation mark. Lu Xiaoke, my brother is awesome. Lu Chen, don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Chapter 22 First Meeting. Linjiang Airport. Lu Chen stood anxiously outside exit 6 waiting. The scrolling screen showed that the flight that Giran was on had arrived safely. At 11:30, Lu Chen couldn't wait to arrive at Linjiang Airport, waiting for Giran's arrival. After waiting for more than half an hour, Giran finally arrived. He felt a little uneasy, as it was inevitable to be nervous when meeting someone for the first time in life. After all, they are just in an online relationship, and they don't know whether the feeling will be the same as on the internet after meeting. People began to come out of exit 6 one after another. Lu Chen raised his head and looked left and right, and finally saw Giran's figure in great anticipation. Giran also saw Lu Chen waiting for her outside the cordon. The two people's eyes were focused at that moment, and in a flash, they engraved each other's figures deeply in their hearts. Giran is about 1.65 meters tall, wearing a light gray shirt and a light blue plaid pleated skirt with white horizontal stripes. The skirt was almost knee-length, black stockings wrapped around her calves, and she wore light brown shoes on her feet. She had no makeup on her face, and her long, soft hair fell on her shoulders, making her look as delicate as a carefully carved doll. A blush flashed across Giran's face. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding Lu Chen's fiery gaze, and walked towards Lu Chen with her suitcase. Ding! Trigger the mission The Taste of First Love. The taste of first love is green and sweet, just like plum juice mixed with Sprite, sour and sweet but refreshing. Task 1. Holding hands for the first time. Please hold hands with Giran within 1 minute. Mission reward, 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Failure penalty, deduct 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Task 2. First kiss. Please kiss Giran within 24 hours. Mission reward, 20 experience points and 20 gold coins. Failure penalty, deduction of 20 experience points and 20 gold coins. Wudi Chang's voice suddenly sounded. This mission was different from the previous ones. It was a serial mission. This task doesn't seem to be difficult. Lu Chen thought to himself, Brother Chang is giving me experience again. If I just hold hands and kiss Giran, there should be no problem. This is a novice mission that can be completed as long as the host is not a moron. Wudi Chang said with contempt. Giran pulled the suitcase and walked out of the corridor step by step, her heart pounding wildly. Even though she mustered up the courage to fly over to meet him, when the moment of meeting actually came, her heart was pounding. Of course. Lu Chen had a sunny smile on his face. He took Giran's suitcase and called softly. Giran lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Lu Chen, and responded softly. The air froze at this moment, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward, and the two walked towards the exit together in silence. Lu Chen suddenly held Giran's soft little hand. She struggled slightly. Want to break free? Lu Chen held it tightly. Don't let her break free. She stopped struggling. Burying his head. Let Lu Chen hold her hand and walk together. She could feel the warmth of his palm. He could feel the panic in her palms. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have gained 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. Lu Chen was the first to break the silence and said with a smile, You are much more beautiful in person than in the live broadcast. He was speaking from the heart. Although he had watched Giran's live broadcast countless times, he was still amazed when he saw him in person. Giran's fresh and clean look made his heart beat faster. No way. Giran lowered his head and responded shyly. Lu Chen stopped, let go of the suitcase in his hand, and took out his cell phone. Giran looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was going to do. Lu Chen turned on the camera function of his phone, held it in front of Giran, used it as a mirror, and said seriously, Look, am I more beautiful than when you were live streaming? Giran blushed at Lu Chen's behavior. He punched Lu Chen's arm lightly and cursed, You're annoying. Lu Chen took Giran's arm and held up his phone, shouting, Look at the camera, eggplant. Giran shyly turned his head to look at the camera. Crack. The flash lights up. Lu Chen took their first intimate photo. Giran gently pushed Lu Chen's arms away, lowered his head and whispered, I always thought you were very honest, but I didn't expect you would be so good at bullying girls. Lu Chen took Giran's hand again, interlocked their fingers, and asked teasingly, Do you feel cheated? Giran cutely pinched it with his thumb and index finger and said, It's just a tiny bit. Hello, isn't this Anchor G? What a coincidence. Lu Chen was still flirting sweetly with Giran when he suddenly heard a frivolous voice with a mocking tone in his ears. Lu Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw 3 men walking towards them. The person who spoke was a young man on the left with a sneer on his face. Lu Chen felt that this person looked familiar and remembered that this was Kushao Kufeyan from Shark Live. Kushao's Shark Live broadcast avatar was his own photo, so Lu Chen recognized it because he looked familiar. Kufeyan was very depressed last night. He was slapped in the face by the richest man in the universe during Shark Live. This was the first time in his life that he had been slapped in the face like this, so he deeply hated the richest man in the universe and Giran. He had just come out of the airport and was surprised to see Giran holding hands with a man. I was thinking in my heart, the man next to Giran couldn't he be the richest man in the universe? No wonder he thought so. The live streaming circle is like this. After many rich people give female anchors hundreds of thousands of gifts, they can ask the female anchors out for sex. This is also the unspoken rule in the live broadcast circle. The richest man in the universe gave Giran 5.1 million gifts last night, so it was normal for Giran to come and deliver them to him today. Mr. Ko didn't know that he guessed the ending but not the process. Kushao looked at Lu Chen, who was wearing casual clothes that were all cheap goods without any brand name. He looked like an ordinary student, not at all like the richest man in the universe who could spend millions. Moreover, his friends told him that the man around Giran was not from the LJ City circle. The so-called circle refers to the second-generation circle in LJ City. His friend Lei Xiao is a famous second-generation rich man in LJ City, and he is a close friend of his in college. This time it was because Master Lei said that Master Chen, who was well connected in LJ City, was going to hold a birthday party in a few days, so he wanted Master Ko to come and broaden his horizons and take him along to make himself familiar with the party. That's why Mr. Ko flew to LJ City excitedly and appeared here. When Lei Xiao saw Giran for the first time, he was shocked by her beauty, and his eyes were full of lustful and greedy possessiveness. I want this woman. Lei Xiao seemed not to have noticed Lu Chen holding hands intimately with Giran. In Linjiang, there are few women he can't get. In Linjiang, there are even fewer people he can't afford to offend. Master Ko noticed the possessiveness in Master Lei's eyes when he looked at Giran, and he was secretly happy. He knew what kind of person Lei Xiao was. To achieve the goal, use any means necessary. If Giran is favored by him, there will definitely be no good ending. He. Let us see how you can still pretend to be noble this time. Chapter 23, A Wave of Hand. Kushao and the other two walked towards Lu Chen and Giran. A young man in the middle walked in front with an arrogant look on his face. Kushao and the other man were half a body length behind him. It was obvious that he had the highest status among the three. The man on the right has a stern face and is full of explosive energy. He looks like a bodyguard for the young man in the middle. The three of them walked to 2 meters in front of Lu Chen and Giran and stopped. Kushao smiled nonchalantly and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet the host Ji here." Kushao felt very excited when he saw Giran, who was even more beautiful and pure than in the live video. Woman that young Master Lei likes, let us see how long you can remain pure? He also likes to play with women, but only with his money. Lei Xiao is completely different from him. If Master Lei likes a woman, he will use any means necessary to get her. Even Kufeyan had to admit that Lei Xiao was a scumbag. But that's okay. After Lei Xiao has played, he can also have some fun. Anyway, they have done this kind of thing often before. Giran recognized that the person who greeted her was Kushao from Shark Live, and knowing that he had ill intentions, she held Lu Chen's hand tightly. Lu Chen gently squeezed Giran's slender hand to reassure her. He smiled faintly at Kushao and asked, "Are you Kufeyan from Shark Live? Was it you who hired the internet trolls to cause trouble in Giran's live studio yesterday?" Now that they have met, Master Ko has to settle the score for hiring the Navy to insult Giran. "Yes, it's me." Kushao looked at Lu Chen with contempt and asked disdainfully, "Why, do you want to stand out for the anchor G?" He didn't take ordinary people like Lu Chen seriously at all and stepped on them however he wanted. Before Lu Chen could respond, Lei Xiao raised his hand, signaling Kushao not to speak, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Fei Yan, let's just forget about the matter between you and Miss Ji. Don't mention it again in the future." Then, he looked at Giran with a frivolous smile on his face and continued, "My name is Lei Yun. I'm very happy to meet Miss Ji. Why don't I invite Miss Ji to have a meal together, so that we can become friends and forget about the past?" Lu Chen asked calmly, "Have I agreed to forget it?" Giran gently pulled Lu Chen's hand, wanting him to stop pursuing the matter, and said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lei. Let's forget about the past. As for the meal, we have something else to do, so we have to leave first." In her mind, Lu Chen was just an ordinary student, and it would be easy for him to suffer if he went against these rich second generations. She didn't want Lu Chen to offend these rich second generations because of her. Giran pulled Lu Chen and was about to leave. This is the airport. Giran doesn't believe that Master Ku and Master Lei would dare to do anything to them in public. Lei Xiao frowned, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he swept a cold gaze towards Lu Chen. This young man who has never seen the world will have no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is if he is not taught a lesson. Without waiting for Master Lei to attack, Master Ku pointed at Lu Chen and shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to Master Lei like that?" With a click, Lu Chen waved his hand and slapped away the finger that Ku Xiao was pointing at him. Ah! Ah! I have broken my finger. The sudden pain of a severed finger made Ku Xiao scream in pain, covering his hand. Lu Chen looked at Master Ku coldly, then looked at Master Lei and asked sarcastically, "Who do you think you are? And who is Master Lei? You have guts." Lei Xiao looked at Lu Chen furiously and shouted to the bodyguard on the right, "Tai Xiong, destroy him for me." Anger rose in Lei Xiao's heart. In Linjiang, someone actually dared to cut off his friend's fingers in front of him. In Linjiang, someone actually dared to ask who he was. He decided that he must severely torture the man in front of him. Let him know the consequences of offending himself. "Mr. Lei, this is the airport," Tai Xiong reminded. Lei Xiao's bodyguard Tai Xiong came from the underground black boxing background. He had beaten countless people with his pair of iron fists. He stared at Lu Chen viciously like a ferocious beast. The young man in front of him could break Mr. Ku's fingers with just a wave of his hand. It was obvious that he had practiced this trick before. The airport is a very sensitive place. If a fight really breaks out at the airport, the impact will be too bad. If the situation gets out of hand, even the Lei family won't be able to handle it. Giran was startled by Ku Xiao's scream, and then he realized that it was Lu Chen who broke Ku Xiao's finger. She was so scared that she grabbed Lu Chen's hand tightly and hung on his arm. Ku Xiao's screams caused a commotion. The passengers nearby also looked over. Lu Chen acted too quickly just now, and others didn't know that Ku Xiao's scream was caused by him breaking his fingers. The police patrolling the airport also ran over. He asked, "What happened?" "He was the one who broke my friend's fingers." Lei Xiao pointed at Lu Chen and said to the police. Lei Xiao calmed down and realized that beating Lu Chen to a pulp at the airport would cause trouble. But it doesn't matter, as long as Lu Chen is still in LJ City. He will have a way to find him and deal with him. He pointed his finger at me first, and then I slapped his finger away. Lu Chen said to the police with an angry and innocent look, "As for why his finger was broken, I don't know. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance." Lu Chen was not a fool. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the airport. Taking the initiative would only cause trouble. He just dislocated Ku Xiao's finger while slapping it away. The police looked at Lu Chen and Giran. The couple looked like students. The two young men on the other side were wearing designer clothes, and there was also a man with a fierce look on his face who looked like a bodyguard. He probably guessed what was going on, and said in a deep voice, "This is the airport, not a place for you to cause trouble. If you can coordinate by yourselves, it's best to coordinate by yourselves. If you can't coordinate, come with me to the police station." Tixiang walked over to Ku Xiao, picked up his hand, checked it and found that it was just dislocated, and then put it back in place with a click. Ku Xiao screamed again, but his fingers were numb and it seemed that the pain was no longer there. "Mr. Lei, it's just a dislocation, it's okay," Tixiang said to Lei Yun. Lei Yun glared at Tai Xiong, but still refused to give up and said to the police, "He beat up my friend, which is considered intentional injury. Who knows if there will be sequelae? I don't want to coordinate with him privately. Everything should be done according to the procedure." Lei Yun also knew that this kind of trivial matter would not do anything to Lu Chen, and even if he used his connections, he would not be able to do anything to Lu Chen. The purpose of doing this was just to make Lu Chen leave his identity information when he was investigated at the police station. As long as we have Lu Chen's identity information. In LJ City, he has 100 ways to kill Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Lei Xiao with a faint smile, knowing that he still wanted to cause trouble. If they stopped making trouble, it would be alright for Master Ku to hire some trolls to slander Giran, but he would find out later that the finger would not work well after it was repositioned. But if they still want to continue to mess around, then just play with them. Then it won't be as simple as just one finger not working properly. The police frowned. The injured young man was obviously fine. This Lei Xiao wanted to make a big deal out of it, but the necessary procedures had to be followed. He said to them, "Okay, all of you come with me to the police station." Chapter 24 First Kiss. The security personnel's investigation soon yielded results. After checking the surveillance footage, they found that it was indeed Kushao who pointed his finger at Lu Chen first, and then Lu Chen simply waved his hand to slap Kushao's finger away, accidentally causing Kushao's finger to dislocate. After the phalanx was repositioned, Kushao's finger is now fine. The two sides reached a settlement under the coordination of security personnel. After they walked out of the security room, Lei Xiao sneered and looked at Lu Chen with a defiant look, saying, "Lu Chen from Linjiang University, right? You are very brave. Anyone who dared to talk to me like this in Linjiang will have his grave covered by grass taller than you. Let's wait and see. If you can only say harsh words, you can get out of here now that you've said them." Lu Chen glanced at Lei Xiao with disdain and said lightly. Lei Xiao did not get angry but laughed instead, saying, "You are very courageous. I hope you can be as courageous as me next time I meet you. Let's go." After saying that, Lei Xiao took Kushao and Tai Xiong away. In his opinion, Lu Chen was already dead. If Lu Chen and Giran were outsiders, it would be difficult for him to deal with them after they left Linjiang. Since Lu Chen is a student of Linjiang University, I can kill him however I want. Master Lei, we can't just let this matter go like this. After Master Ke followed Master Lei away, he gritted his teeth and said with a look of resentment. Although his fingers no longer hurt, the humiliation and pain of broken fingers made him deeply resent Lu Chen. He didn't know that although his finger didn't hurt anymore, his meridians had been damaged by Lu Chen. After a month, he would find that the finger was gradually becoming out of control until he completely lost consciousness. Of course I can't just let it go like this. Lei Xiao showed a cruel smile on his face and said, "No one in Linjiang dares to ask me what I am. I want to make him know what it means to be unable to live or die." He took out his cell phone and made a call. When the other party answered the call, Lei Xiao, "Hey, Master Tiger, help me check someone out." "Lord Tiger, who does Lei Xiao want to investigate?" Lei Xiao, a sophomore student in the Economic Management Department of Linjiang University, named Lu Chen. "Tiger, no problem, I'll do it right away." Lei Xiao, "If you find out, just cripple his hands. I want him to eat with his feet from now on." Lei Xiao, "Also, there is a woman named Giran beside him, bring her here for me as well." "Tiger Master, it's summer vacation now. I don't know if they are in Linjiang. It might be a bit troublesome to find them." "Lei Xiao, they are in Linjiang. Once the matter is done, money is not a problem." "Master Hu, don't worry, Master Lei, as long as they are still in Linjiang, I will take care of them." "Lei Xiao, then I will wait for your good news." It was just a false alarm, and Giran left with Lu Chen still in fear. She felt very guilty. If it weren't for the matter between her and Mr. Ko, Lu Chen would not have offended Mr. Lei. That Mr. Lei seemed to be very powerful in Linjiang. His sneer and ferocious look when he left made her feel cold in her heart, and his threats made her even more frightened. Giran knew that young Master Lei would not let this matter go and would cause trouble for Lu Chen again, so he was very worried. She blamed herself and said, "I'm sorry, I got you into trouble." "Silly girl, what's the point of getting involved?" Lu Chen touched Giran's hair, looked at her gently, and said, "Don't say such stupid things again. You are my girlfriend, I will always protect you and will not let anyone bully you." After hearing Lu Chen's love words, Giran felt sweet in her heart. She blushed and avoided Lu Chen's gaze. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "When did I agree to be your girlfriend? They are just a gaining CP. In reality, there is no formal relationship." Lu Chen suddenly put his arms around Giran, letting her bright eyes meet his. He asked seriously, "Are you willing to be my girlfriend now, whether it's in the game or in real life?" Giran struggled slightly, trying to avoid Lu Chen's burning gaze. But there is no way around it. Perhaps she didn't really want to avoid it. Giran looked at Lu Chen's sincere and bright eyes, his heart pounding and his mind going blank. His eyes were full of sincerity. His eyes were full of love. His eyes fascinated Giran. His eyes made Giran fall for him. Giran replied quietly, "I do." Yes, she does. There has always been a willingness. If she didn't want to, she wouldn't have chosen to come here. 520 days of gaming time, bit by bit, converge into a river of love. Maybe. When the love in the game becomes reality, it will be shattered into pieces. Maybe. When the love in the game becomes reality, it will turn into a bubble illusion. But as long as you pursue it, as long as you have loved, she has no regrets. In response to her, she was kissed by Chen with a passionate kiss. He held Giran's neck with one hand and hugged her with the other. Giran struggled slightly. Close your eyes gently. Gently wrap your arms around him. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have gained 20 experience points and 20 gold coins. The two hugged and kissed for more than a minute. Chen reluctantly let go of Giran's lips. Giran felt like he was about to suffocate. Her face was all flushed. She then realized that the two were still in the corridor. People come and go. Her face turned even redder, and she wanted to bury her face in Chen's arms. Fool, let's go. Chen happily held Giran's hand and left the airport. After leaving the lobby, Chen took a taxi and headed to Jingsheng Garden Community. At 11:20, Xu Tianxiong called to tell him that a house had been arranged for him in Jingsheng Garden Community and he could move in at any time. Of course, what do you want to eat for lunch? In the taxi, the two held hands tightly, and Giran gently leaned on Chen's shoulder. She was a little tired. After being tormented by Lei Xiao and the others, it is now almost 1 o'clock and Giran has not eaten yet after getting off the plane. When they were at the airport, Chen wanted to have a meal together before going back. But Giran felt that eating at the airport was too expensive and was reluctant to let Chen spend more money, so he told him that he had no appetite and would eat when he got back. She originally wanted to stay in a hotel by herself, but Chen told her that he had already rented a house and she could move in directly. Giran thought that because Lu Xiaoke was also going to study at Linjiang University, Chen rented a house outside so that the brother and sister could live together, and he didn't think much about it. In her heart, Chen is still the poor college student who needs to work part-time to support himself and Lu Xiaoke's studies. She doesn't care about all this. Just order some takeout when we get back. I like rice noodles. Giran said happily. Even if you can only take a taxi or even a bus when going out. Even if you can only live in a rented house. Even if you can only eat simple takeout. Giran didn't care about all this and felt very happy. As long as Chen is willing to work hard, she believes that even if they have nothing now, they will have everything in the future. And she knew. Her Chen has always been hardworking and motivated. Chapter 25. If you dare to jump, I'll step on you to death. When Chen heard that Giran only wanted to eat takeout rice noodles, he immediately objected. This is our first date, how can we eat so casually? I'm a little tired after getting off the plane. I don't even want to move. Giran said listlessly, it's more convenient to order takeout. Chen touched Giran's hair and saw that she was indeed tired. He thought to himself, when I have enough gold coins, I will buy Giran a marrow cleansing pill to cleanse her marrow and change her physique. It was scorching hot at noon, and I really didn't have much appetite to eat out, but it was too inappropriate to treat Giran to a meal for the first time and only have takeaway rice noodles. Chen suddenly thought, oh, I can cook rice noodles for Ran myself. Before he went to college, he cooked for himself at home. His cooking skills may not be that great, but at least he can enter the kitchen. Rice noodles can also be cooked. It was my first time eating with Ran, and cooking by myself made it even more memorable. That's settled. Chen said happily, since you don't want to go out to eat, I will cook rice noodles for you myself. Giran, who was listless just now, suddenly became energetic. He climbed up from Chen's shoulder excitedly and asked in surprise, you can also cook rice noodles? Well, I didn't live on campus before college, so I was the one who cooked at home. I also cooked rice noodles, and Xiaoke praised me for my delicious cooking. When Chen recalled the days when he and Xiaoke depended on each other, his heart felt warm. Giran shouted happily, great, I'll have the rice noodles you cooked for lunch. Chen joked, but I haven't cooked for 2 years. I wonder if what I cook will turn out to be a dark dish. Giran smiled happily and said, hee, it's okay, let's go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and come back to cook some dark food. The girl who was in love instantly revived and was excited to go shopping for groceries with Chen. I'll call someone to help buy groceries, and we'll start cooking when we get home. Chen was worried about Giran's health. If he went to buy vegetables by himself, it would take a lot of time. He didn't know what time the vegetables would be ready by the time they were cooked. By then, Giran would be starving. Giran refused, shaking Chen's hand and said coquettishly, no, I want to go shopping with you. Let's go to the supermarket ourselves. Pig, what time is it now? We can have dinner after we buy some and cook them ourselves. Lu Chen scratched Giran's nose and said, you should have a good rest first and get enough energy. I will take you out shopping in the evening. You can go shopping however you want. Okay, let's go shopping tonight. Giran no longer insisted, and leaned back on Lu Chen's shoulder, closing his eyes and taking a nap. Lu Chen took out a phone call and called Chu Tianxiong, asking him to send someone to buy rice noodles and various condiments and side dishes. Because Chu Tianxiong had just told him that he had arranged for someone to wait for him at Jingsheng Garden Community to get the key, and there was a supermarket next to the community, so it was very convenient for him to buy the key. Lu Chen didn't know that Chu Tianxiong didn't arrange for someone else to wait for him, but he was waiting for him in Jingsheng Garden Community to get the key. When Chu Tianxiong received a call from Lu Chen asking him to help buy groceries at the supermarket, he did not dare to neglect it and immediately went to the supermarket to buy groceries for him. He is the head of the Chu family, one of the 3 major families in Linjiang. He runs around for Lu Chen like a runner. He does not feel a bit aggrieved, but rather enjoys doing his job. He knew that this was the Chu family's opportunity. The dragon hides in the wild, neither resentful nor angry. But the latent dragon will always ascend to heaven. A martial arts master is enough to shock the martial arts world of Linjiang. A congenital master is enough to sweep the Linjiang martial arts world. He believed that it would not be long before the Chu family would become the #1 family in Linjiang. When Lu Chen arrived at the gate of Jingsheng Garden, he saw Chu Tianxiong waiting there. He could see Chu Tianxiong at a glance, not because of his keen perception due to his Huajin cultivation, but because Chu Tianxiong was too conspicuous. Chu Tianxiong was seen standing at the gate of the community in a suit and tie, holding 2 large bags in his hands. Behind him were 4 bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses, standing straight and motionless behind him. With this kind of lineup guarding the entrance to the community, it would be hard not to notice. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. The head of the Chu family personally delivered the keys to him and bought groceries for him. The Chu family showed such sincerity. Regardless of whether their purpose was simple or not, he kept it in mind. Giran got out of the taxi and looked at the beautiful and luxurious residential area in front of him, feeling a little strange. Although the housing prices in Linjiang are not comparable to those in Magic City where she lives, the community in front of her looks like one of the most high-end communities in Linjiang. Why would Lu Chen rent a house here? Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Chen led Giran to Chu Tianxiong, and the 4 bodyguards behind him shouted in unison. Giran was startled by their uniform and loud shouts. He looked at them blankly, then looked at Lu Chen. Are you filming a movie? Chu Tianxiong saw Giran coming hand in hand with Lu Chen, and asked with a smile on his face, Mr. Lu, who is this lady? My girlfriend, Giran. Lu Chen introduced, Ran, this is the head of the Linjiang Chu family, Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong was sweating profusely. In the morning, the old man said that Lu Chen didn't have a girlfriend and asked Cici to interact more with him. Now Lu Chen brought a girlfriend here. The martial arts master is so unfathomable that even his girlfriend is so hidden. Chu Tianxiong's face showed no strange expression. He greeted Giran with a smile on his face, hello, Miss Ji. Nice to meet you. Hello, Uncle Chu. Giran didn't know how to address Chu Tianxiong, so he just called him uncle. Her mind was still dizzy. What was going on? Mr. Lu? The head of the Chu family? The Lu Chen in front of her seemed a little different from what she knew. Is this the gap between the internet and reality? Lu Chen saw the doubts in Giran's heart and knew that there were some things he should let her know. Of course, I just told you not to worry about that young Master Lei, not to comfort you. Lu Chen's aura suddenly became extremely fierce, and he said proudly, it's because in my eyes, that young Master Lei is just a clown. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Lu Chen's overbearing words shocked Giran. She let Lu Chen lead her like a puppet. Her mind was now blank in her confusion. She only knew that the man next to him was indeed Lu Chen, who had been with her for 520 days. That's enough. Mr. Lu, what's the matter with Mr. Lei? Chu Tianxiong heard that someone named Mr. Lei had offended them. The only powerful family in Linjiang was the Lei family of the Thunder Group, so he asked, did the Lei family of the Thunder Group offend Mr. Lu? The Lei family is nothing in front of their Chu family. If they dare to offend Lu Chen, Chu Tianxiong will immediately go back to deal with the Lei family. They are just a few clowns. Don't pay any attention to them. Lu Chen said calmly, if they come to my house to make trouble, I don't mind stepping on them to death. Mr. Lu is right. This kind of ant is not worth your attention at all. Seeing that Lu Chen was not going to take the initiative to cause trouble for the Lei family, Chu Tianxiong said nothing more, but he had already put the Lei family on the blacklist in his heart. Chapter 26, asking the Chu family master to point out the way. Master Chu, let's not talk about this anymore. Take me and Ran to the rented house first. Lu Chen didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters and affect his cooking for Giran. Giran needed to have a good rest after eating so that he would have the energy to take her shopping in the evening. Okay, Mr. Lu, Ms. Ji, please follow me. Chu Tianxiong led the way, Lu Chen held Giran's hand and walked in the middle, and the 4 bodyguards followed diligently at the back. They didn't notice that someone was secretly watching them in a car more than 30 meters away from them. The man who was peeking at them was called Wang Hu, the Tiger Lord of Linjiang North District. Wang Hu bought an apartment in Jingsheng Garden to support his lover. He spent a passionate night here with his lover last night and was just about to leave. When he drove out of the community, he saw Chu Tianxiong standing at the entrance of the community with 2 large shopping bags from the Yonghui supermarket next door in his hands. It looks like he's waiting for someone. A Linjiang overlord like Chu Tianxiong is a superior existence to Wang Hu. He can only admire him from afar and does not even have the qualifications to say hello. He was extremely shocked. Who had the qualifications to make Chu Tianxiong, one of the overlords of Linjiang, wait at the gate of the community with 2 shopping bags in his hands? In the whole Linjiang, perhaps the only one who has such qualifications is Chu Mo, the old man of the Chu family. But it's impossible for Mr. Chu to live in Jingsheng Garden. Wang Hu curiously parked the car on the side of the road and watched secretly from the car, waiting for the person who was qualified to make the head of the Chu family wait at the gate of the community to appear. After about 10 minutes, Wang Hu finally waited for the man to appear. It was a young couple who got off a taxi. Wang Hu could only see their backs from a distance, but they looked familiar. He saw Chu Tianxiong greeting them with a smile and talking to them in a respectful manner. Wang Hu rubbed his eyes. Chu Tianxiong didn't look like a lord of Linjiang at all. This look was exactly the same as the way his subordinates talked to him. When did such a big shot appear in Linjiang? Wang Hu was both surprised and confused. Why do this young man and woman look so familiar? It seems like I have seen it somewhere. Wang Hu tried hard to recall. Suddenly, what did Wang Hu think of? He took out his cell phone tremblingly and opened the photo that Lei Xiao had just sent him with shaking hands. This young couple had the head of the Chu family carrying the vegetables himself and had been waiting at the gate of the community. The clothes they wore were exactly the same as the clothes worn by Lu Chen and Giran, the people Lei Xiao asked him to deal with. He felt that the figure looked familiar not only because of the back, but also because of the clothes. He looked at the photo that Lei Xiao sent him, and then looked at the young man and woman in front of Chu Tianxiong. The photo is the front. The back is in front of you. But the clothes are exactly the same. The body shape and the outfit are exactly the same. Fuck the Gobi Lei Xiao, you're a jackass. Wang Hu was sweating profusely and cursed Lei Xiao's entire family in his heart. If I hadn't just happened to see Chu Tianxiong waiting for someone at the gate of the community, I would have stopped to take a peek out of curiosity and discovered that Lu Chen was the person Chu Tianxiong was waiting for. I'm afraid that when I go to deal with Lu Chen, I won't have enough lives. He kept cursing Lei Xiao in his heart for cheating him. Mr. Lu, Miss Ji, please. While Wang Hu was still cursing Lei Xiao in the car, Chu Tianxiong had already brought Lu Chen and Giran to the rented house, opened the door and respectfully invited them to go in first. When Lu Chen stepped into the hall, he took a look around and knew that Chu Tianxiong had put a lot of thought into this house. The hall is spacious and bright, and is spotlessly clean. All kinds of furniture are international brands and are very valuable. The layout is also unique and pleasing to the eye. All the furniture and appliances are brand new, and they were all replaced with new ones within just a few hours. I don't know how much manpower was mobilized. Master Chu, you are thoughtful. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. His tone was very calm, but to Chu Tianxiong it sounded like the sound of nature. This meant that Lu Chen was satisfied with this little thing he had done. As long as young Master Lu lives comfortably, I will be relieved. Chu Tianxiong breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, then I won't disturb Mr. Lu and Miss Ji's rest. Goodbye. Master Chu. Chu Tianxiong was about to leave when Lu Chen suddenly stopped him. Mr. Lu, do you have any other instructions? Chu Tianxiong asked. I told my master about Elder Chu's condition this morning. He has found a cure and is willing to personally start the furnace to make the elixir. He will be able to make the elixir for Elder Chu in 2 days at most. He gained 30 experience points from completing the chain of tasks today, and now he has 70 experience points. At the latest, you can upgrade to level 2 the day after tomorrow and buy vein condensing pills. When Chu Tianxiong heard that the old man could be saved, he clasped his fists and saluted to Lu Chen, and said excitedly, "Thank you for your kindness, Master Lu. From now on, as long as Master Lu gives an order, the Chu family will go through fire and water and die without hesitation." The old man's old injury was not cured by any famous doctors he had consulted. However, Lu Chen's master was able to cure it without even having to look, listen, ask, and feel. Moreover, he had also heard of opening the furnace to make alchemy. Legend has it that it is only inherited by a few ancient medical families. He didn't expect that Lu Chen's master could also open the furnace to make alchemy, which made Chu Tianxiong feel that Lu Chen's inheritance was mysterious. Part of what he said was a way of repaying a favor, and part of it was a way of surrendering. "Master Chu, you are too polite." Lu Chen said with a faint smile on his face, "Master Chu, please go back first. Lu Chen will visit you again in 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Goodbye." Chu Tianxiong said sincerely, "The Chu family will respectfully welcome Mr. Lu to visit us in 2 days. Chu Tianxiong said goodbye to Lu Chen excitedly and left. When his car drove out of the gate of Jingsheng Garden Community, he was stopped by Wang Hu. Chu Tianxiong looked at Wang Hu, who was blocking the road, with great interest, and said with a sarcastic smile, "You are the first person who dared to stop my car in Linzheng." He didn't know Wang Hu, who was blocking his way. His aura at this moment was completely different from when he faced Lu Chen. He was intimidating without being angry, and people dared not look him in the face. This is the true face of the Linzheng overlord. Even if I have 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to stop the Chu family's car. Wang Hu bravely stopped Chu Tianxiong's car, and his heart was trembling, but for the sake of his future, he was willing to take a chance. He said humbly, "I just want to tell the Chu family about something about young Master Lu Chen. I wonder if I can delay the Chu family for a few minutes." When Chu Tianxiong heard Wang Hu mention Lu Chen, he was suspicious and his momentum was no longer so aggressive. He asked, "Do you know Mr. Lu? I am Wang Hu from Beicheng District. I received a call from Lei Yun from the Lei family an hour ago, asking me to cripple Mr. Lu's hands and kidnap Miss Giran." Wang Hu took a breath and said with lingering fear, "Just now I ran into Patriarch Chu and young Master Lu at the door, and then I realized that I almost got into a terrible disaster. I would like to ask Patriarch Chu to show me a way out. I will be very grateful." Chapter 27, He is the King of Linzheng. Wang Hu told Chu Tianxiong everything about how Lei Xiao asked him to cripple Lu Chen's hands and kidnap Giran. The more Chu Tianxiong listened, the gloomier his expression became. Since Lei Yun wants to die, he can't blame anyone else. I'm afraid the Lei family will also suffer the same misfortune. A cold light flashed in Chu Tianxiong's eyes. He just learned from the conversation between Lu Chen and Giran that a young Master Lei had offended him. He didn't expect that Lei Yun was still not giving up and found Wang Hu to cripple Lu Chen's hands, and even wanted to kidnap Giran. He dared to touch Mr. Lu and even wanted to touch his woman. This Lei Yun probably doesn't know how to die most comfortably. Chu Tianxiong's face was solemn, and his tone was full of murderous intent. He said, "Whatever Lei Yun tells you to do, you will do it for Master Lu. Do you understand?" After listening to Chu Tianxiong's words, Wang Hu understood what he meant. Lei Yun wanted to cripple Lu Xiao's hands, so he crippled Lei Yun's hands for Lu Xiao. If Lei Yun wants to touch Mr. Lu's woman, then he will make sure that Lei Yun can never touch a woman again. However, the Lei family is not easy to deal with, and Tiexiong beside Lei Yun is also difficult to deal with. Wang Hu is a little hesitant. The road has been pointed out to you. It's up to you to decide how to proceed. Chu Tianxiong looked at the position where Lu Chen was in Jingsheng Garden and said respectfully, "By the way, I would like to remind you that from today on, he will be the king of Linzheng." He is the king of Linzheng. Wang Hu was stunned at first, then his eyes sparkled and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Patriarch Chu, for your guidance." He knew how much weight these words from Chu Tianxiong's mouth carried. If he says yes, then it must be. Wang Hu's eyes gradually became hot. To put it nicely, he is a well-known boss in Beicheng District. To put it bluntly, he is just a dog in the eyes of those who are truly powerful. He bit whoever they told him to bite. It made them unhappy. They can always get another dog. Since we are all dogs, why not be a dog that no one dares to touch? When beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. If the king of Linjiang is the master, who would dare to touch him? In front of Chu Tianxiong, Wang Hu took out his cell phone and called Lei Yun, telling him that he had found out Lu Chen's information and asked him to meet at the Dynasty Entertainment City in the evening for a detailed discussion. A sneer appeared on his face, and he destroyed Lei Yun at night as a gift to Mr. Lu. I have also heard that Lord Beichenggu is ruthless and merciless. Chu Tianxiong said lightly, let me remind you again that Master Lu does not like ruthless people. Master Chu, please forgive me for making fun of you. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Hu bowed to Chu Tianxiong and said, I will be careful with my words and actions in the future. Beicheng District will become the most peaceful and harmonious place in Linjiang. In his position, who would be truly merciful? If he had been soft-hearted, he wouldn't be alive today. Since Master Lu doesn't like to be ruthless, he will just be obedient in the future, but as long as there is a chance to show his loyalty, he will be more ruthless than anyone else. Just like now, he will deal with young Master Lu the same way young Master Lei wants to deal with him. Lu Chen didn't know that the revenge from Lei Xiao had turned into Lei Xiao's nightmare. At this moment, he was busy in the kitchen with an apron tied on. He did everything meticulously, from washing and cutting vegetables to preparing the ingredients. He hadn't cooked rice noodles for a long time and was afraid that they wouldn't taste good, so he searched on Baidu for how to cook rice noodles and cooked them according to the instructions. Giran lay on the bed to rest, but his mind was in a mess. She looked at the elegantly decorated room, which was obviously carefully prepared for girls. She is not a girl who has never seen the world. As an art student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, she is very familiar with various famous brands. The price of the furniture and decoration of this house is no less than 3 million. The furniture and decorations are all brand new. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that this house was not just a temporary rental by Lu Chen. She thought she knew Lu Chen very well, so she mustered up the courage to meet him in real life. As a result, the gap between reality and the internet made her feel a little overwhelmed. Who is he? Could it be that everything Lu Xiaoke said about Lu Chen was a lie? How is that possible? Giran shook his head and rejected the idea. There was no way Lu Xiaoke could lie to her. Otherwise, this scam would be too exaggerated and too impeccable. Who cares? My best friend even said that she was stupid, because she was brave enough to go meet someone she met online in person, and she wasn't afraid of being sold out by a slutty guy. He also said that he would accompany me tomorrow, but I ended up coming here alone today. Her Lu Chen is not only not a picky guy, but also a handsome and gentle man. And it also carries some mystery. It's like a plot from a romance novel. Boom. 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 Giran was still daydreaming when he heard Lu Chen's voice. Ran, the rice noodles are ready, come and try the dark cuisine I made. Okay, I'll be right there. Giran stood up, straightened the wrinkles of her dress, opened the door and walked out. It is very easy to cook rice noodles. In 20 minutes, Lu Chen served 2 bowls of fragrant rice noodles and placed them on the dining table. He cooked the seafood rice noodles that Giran loved, with oysters, clams and shrimps. Wow, that looks beautiful. Giran screamed as he looked at the distinctly colored seafood rice noodles on the table. Lu Chen urged, what's the use of looking good? It has to taste good. Come on and try it. Giran took a sip of the aroma and praised, it smells so good. It makes me hungry just by smelling it. Lu Chen and Giran sat opposite each other. This was the first time the two of them had dinner together. Although simple, it is very warm. Giran looked at the seafood rice noodles in front of him. This was cooked for him by Lu Chen himself. She felt sweet in her heart, holding the soup spoon in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Let us eat. Giran used both hands to scoop a spoonful of food into his mouth, then began to eat it slowly, chewing it carefully. Is it delicious? Lu Chen nervously watched Giran put the rice noodles into his mouth and asked expectantly. He was afraid that the food he cooked would not taste good and would be disliked by Giran. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Giran swallowed all the rice noodles in his mouth, a smile spread across his face, and he said exaggeratedly, Lu Chen, I didn't realize you were still the Chinese chef. Ha, Baidu taught me how to do it. Seeing that Giran liked it, Lu Chen smiled happily. With his control, he can make the recipe according to the Baidu recipe perfectly, without any deviation. Lu Chen, thank you. Giran felt his eyes getting a little wet. A man who hadn't cooked for 2 years could immediately and meticulously refer to information on Baidu to learn how to cook rice noodles for her, which she liked. She was really touched and warm. She knew that the choice she had always made was not wrong. With her conditions, I wonder how many people are pursuing her in real life. There are many outstanding men among them. But she was never moved. Her heart had long been given to the man on the internet who made appointments with her in the canyon every day. Her best friend called her stupid. Let her wake up soon. But she still remained stubborn and refused to change her mind. Ah. Seeing Giran's expression, Lucien said at a loss, "If you like it, I can make it for you every day in the future." Chapter 28 Jiangbo Spicy Hot Pot. The night in Linjiang is bustling and prosperous, with people coming and going on the brightly lit streets. It is very lively. Chen held Giran's hand and strolled on the student street. He likes this kind of quiet and simple romance. After they had lunch in the afternoon, Chen had already explained his fabricated identity to Giran. The mysterious master teaches peerless magic skills. I have just completed my apprenticeship. Now you can defeat everyone in Linjiang and become invincible. The master also gave him a large sum of living expenses. Because his master told him not to tell anyone about his affairs before he became a disciple. So even Lu Xiaoke didn't know that his brother had a mysterious master. Giran was stunned by the unbelievable things he heard one after another. Seeing that Giran was skeptical, Chen demonstrated his ability to use his inner strength to take objects from a distance and climb walls in the room before he made Giran accept this fact. He felt that he, a martial arts master with advanced levels of energy, was almost like a juggler in front of Giran. Giran found out the reason why Chen was so different from what she had imagined. She completely opened up her heart and realized that her Chen was still the same Chen, and even better and more perfect. The two of them walked hand in hand on the student street, and Giran felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Student Street is the most famous food street next to Linjiang University. The various special foods make people drool. Even though it is summer vacation now, business in the various food stores on the street is not slow at all and is still very popular. Chen only spent more than 20,000 yuan of the 100,000 yuan limit today. The 20,000 yuan monthly rent for the house has been transferred to Chu Tianxiong, and he wanted to use the remaining 80,000 yuan to buy gifts for Giran. Originally, he wanted to take Giran to the most prosperous commercial street, but Giran insisted that Chen take her to the student street near Linjiang University. She wanted to experience Chen's college life, walk the same path he walked, and eat the food he liked. Of course, this spicy hot pot is definitely the best in Linjiang. I guarantee you will be full of praise after eating it. Chen took Giran to a shop called Jiangbo Malatang and stopped. He looked at the sign reminiscingly and said, "The owner of this shop, Jiangbo, is a very nice person. I used to work here." "Then let's go in and try it." Giran said eagerly, "I also like to eat spicy hot pot." Chen pulled Giran into the store and said with a smirk, "Speaking of spicy hot pot, I remembered a joke." "What joke?" Giran asked curiously. Chen put his mouth close to Giran's ear and whispered, 13 times a night. Giran hit Chen's arm coquettishly and cursed in a low voice, "You filthy rascal." When she saw someone notice their fight, she immediately regained her composure and quietly held Chen's hand. This is an old joke. It tells the story of a girl who went to meet a male netizen. The male netizen treated her to a bowl of spicy hot pot for 6 yuan and asked her to order it 13 times. She and Chen were meeting as online friends and were preparing to eat spicy hot pot. When Chen told her this joke, her face turned red with embarrassment. "I'm not that casual. The spicy hot pot here is sold by the pound. I'll get you whatever you want." There were already several tables of customers in the store. Chen took Giran to the self-service food area to choose her favorite ingredients. Giran followed Chen, and when he saw something he liked to eat, he happily pointed at it and asked Chen to put it in the basket. Among them were the ones she liked to eat, as well as the ones she learned from Lu Xiaoke that Chen liked to eat. After choosing the ingredients, the two went to the service counter to weigh them. "Xiao Lu is here. I haven't seen you for several days." The boss, Zhang Bo, was the one weighing and calculating money at the service counter. When he saw Chen coming, a smile spread across his face. Uncle Zhang noticed Giran beside Chen and said with a cheerful smile, "Little Lu Xing, you have such a beautiful girlfriend after just a few days of not seeing each other." "This is my girlfriend Giran." Chen introduced Giran proudly. He was proud that he had such a beautiful, obedient and sensible girlfriend. Then he said to Giran, Ran, this is Uncle Zhang. I used to work here and Uncle Zhang took good care of me." "Hello, Uncle." Giran looked well-behaved and greeted Uncle Zhang sweetly. Okay. Uncle Zhang said to Giran with a smile, today is the first time that Xiao Lu brings you to eat spicy hot pot. This time it's Uncle Zhang's treat. Zhang Bo liked the young man Lu Chen very much, and he was happy for Giran when he saw that she was well-behaved and pretty. How can this be possible? Lu Chen declined, it's only natural to charge for meals when you open a business. Go away. Uncle Zhang said to Lu Chen unceremoniously, I'm treating the little girl to a meal, not you. Uncle Zhang had said so much, so Giran didn't act pretentiously and said with a smile, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang took Lu Chen's basket, gave him a number plate, and without weighing it, handed it directly to the kitchen. Uncle Zhang is busy first. I'll take Ran to find a seat. There were people queuing behind, so Lu Chen stopped disturbing Uncle Zhang and found an empty seat with Giran to sit down. You old man, your business is so good, how come you don't have 5,000 yuan? The spicy hot pot was not yet cooked. Lu Chen and Giran were chatting when suddenly a quarrel was heard coming from the service desk. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw 5 or 6 hooligans surrounding Uncle Zhang. One of them with dyed yellow hair was yelling at Uncle Zhang. Zhang Qi. Lu Chen recognized the yellow-haired gangster. He was Uncle Zhang's only son, Zhang Qi. He was in his 30s and still hung out outside all day. Whenever he ran out of money, he would ask Uncle Zhang for money. Uncle Zhang's hair turned white because of his worry about his son, but Zhang Qi just wouldn't listen and only cared about eating, drinking and having fun with a bunch of bad friends. This time he went even further and came straight to the store to ask for money. Some customers who were still choosing ingredients were so scared when they saw the gangsters making trouble that they left immediately. They no longer dared to eat malatang here. Uncle Zhang was shaking with anger and said, I just gave you money the day before yesterday, where do you have the money now? Give me whatever money is left on the counter. As Zhang Qi said this, he went around to the service desk and tried to get the money from the counter. Zhang Bo's eyes were red as he pressed the drawer of the counter tightly and said, we need this money to buy food tomorrow, you can't take it away. Zhang Qi pushed Zhang Bo hard and yelled, get out of here, old man. Zhang Qi, let Zhang Bo go. Lu Chen couldn't bear to watch it anymore and walked over with Giran. Who am I thinking? This is the college waiter Lu Chen. Zhang Qi also knew Lu Chen. He said arrogantly, this is a matter between me and my father. It's none of your business. The gangster who came with Zhang Qi also threatened, boy, I advise you not to meddle in their affairs. Zhang Qi ignored Lu Chen and pushed Zhang Bo aside. Uncle Zhang stumbled and fell. Brute. Lu Chen was furious. He grabbed Zhang Qi by the collar, pressed him against the service counter, slapped him twice, and cursed, I'm doing this on behalf of Uncle Zhang. Chapter 29 Pat. Giran helped Zhang Bo up and looked at Zhang Qi angrily. Zhang Qi's behavior refreshed her 3 views. It was the first time she saw her son treat his father like this. Uncle Zhang looked ashen, and suddenly looked much older. When he saw Zhang Qi being slapped by Lu Chen at the service counter, he tried to persuade him, Xiao Lu, stop hitting him. Forget it, it's fate. When a few hooligans saw Zhang Qi being beaten, they shouted fiercely at Lu Chen, boy, let brother Qi go. Lu Chen grabbed Zhang Qi by the collar and pulled him up, cursing angrily, you are still a human being, but you treat your father like this, you are worse than a beast. Lu Chen pushed Zhang Qi out of the service desk. He was really angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even an honest judge cannot judge family disputes. What can he do to Zhang Qi? Are you going to beat him to death? That Uncle Zhang doesn't regard him as an enemy. Well. Lu Chen was helpless. It's just a pity for Zhang Bo, the father. Fuck, you dare to hit me. Zhang Qi stood firm and cursed without repentance, then called out to the gangsters, everyone, come together and beat me up. Zhang Qi thought that he was pushed to the service counter by Lu Chen accidentally, and was a little dazed after being slapped twice. He felt extremely ashamed and angrily joined forces with a few thugs to deal with Lu Chen. When the 5 thugs heard what Zhang Qi said, they rushed towards Lu Chen and punched him. Boom. Snap. Click. Seeing that Zhang Qi refused to repent, Lu Chen attacked with lightning speed, punching, elbowing, kicking and kneeing him, and in a few moments, knocked 5 or 6 thugs to the ground. Several gangsters were lying on the ground screaming. Lu Chen attacked angrily, hitting the parts that hurt the most. Zhang Qi, if it weren't for Uncle Zhang, I would have beaten you to death today. Lu Chen dragged Zhang Qi up and warned him fiercely, get as far away from me as possible from now on. If I see you asking Uncle Zhang for money again, I will break your hands and feet. Lu Chen threw Zhang Qi to the ground and shouted at them, "Get out of here, everyone! Just wait for me." Zhang Qi looked at Lu Chen with resentment, said something harsh, then got up with those thugs and limped away. Giran helped Zhang Bo sit on the chair at the service desk. He stared blankly at Zhang Qi's back as he left, wanting to cry but without tears. His tears had long since dried up. Uncle Zhang didn't know what sin he had committed to give birth to such a son. His mother was pissed off to death by him. His wife was so angry with him that she ran away with her grandson. He still refused to repent. All the customers in the store ran away in fear. Zhang Bo asked the waiters and kitchen staff in the store to go off work first. Lu Chen and Giran stood quietly beside Zhang Bo. They didn't know how to comfort Uncle Zhang. This kind of thing would only happen if he and Zhang Qi severed their father-son relationship. Or maybe Zhang Qi is a prodigal son who returns to his right path. Otherwise no one can do anything. Zhang Bo said sadly, "You guys go too, I want to be alone." "Uncle Zhang, let us take you home first." Giran said worriedly. Zhang Bo said dully, "Home, where is the home?" Giran looked at Zhang Bo's empty eyes, his eyes felt sore and he couldn't help but shed tears. Lu Chen put his arm around Giran's shoulders, patted her gently, and silently comforted her. "Xiao Lu, I know you are all good people." Zhang Bo talked to himself. "I don't blame anyone for this. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of him. I have spoiled this child since he was young. I always thought he was still young, and it didn't matter if he made mistakes. He would change when he grew up and became sensible. As a result, he gradually became like this and he can no longer change. This is all my fault. It's all my fault." Uncle Zhang kept talking, squinting his haggard eyes and squeezing out tears. "Uncle Zhang, don't worry, Zhang Qi will get better." Lu Chen couldn't help but comfort Zhang Bo, as he was worried that Zhang Bo would do something stupid. He really wanted to beat Zhang Qi into a cripple. Even if Uncle Zhang had to keep a cripple, it would be much better than the current situation. "You don't need to comfort me. I know who he is best." Uncle Zhang wiped away his tears and said, "Xiao Lu, leave quickly. I know he knows some ruthless people. I'm worried that he will find someone to take revenge on me." "Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. We are not afraid of any of them." With Lu Chen's current strength, he is not afraid of even hundreds of ordinary people, let alone a few who can fight. "Silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about?" Uncle Zhang said worriedly, not knowing Lu Chen's strength. "Uncle Zhang knows that you are in good health if you exercise regularly, but those people are desperate criminals. You can't fight them." After listening to Zhang Bo's words, Giran gently pulled Lu Chen's hand. Although Lu Chen told her that he was now invincible in Linzhong, she was still very scared after hearing what Zhang Bo said and was worried about Lu Chen. Lu Chen grabbed Giran's little hand and rubbed it gently, gave her a reassuring look, and comforted her, "It's okay, trust me." Seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of leaving, Zhang Bo stood up and said, "Let's go." Zhang Bo also wants to go home. "Let's send Uncle Zhang back," Lu Chen said worriedly. Uncle Zhang refused. "No need, Uncle Zhang has an electric car himself." Uncle Zhang closed the shop and went back alone. Lu Chen held Giran's hand and continued walking along Student Street. Because of Zhang Bo's matter, they were all in a heavy mood. After walking around Student Street, Lu Chen saw that Giran was in a depressed mood, so he smiled and coaxed her, Ran, you must be tired. I'll carry you." After walking a long way at night, Giran did feel his feet were a little sore. Giran looked at the people coming and going on the street and said shyly, "The street is full of people. Who cares? Let them be envious and jealous." As Lu Chen spoke, he walked in front of Giran and half knelt down to let her come up. "No." Giran turned his head and looked around, refusing embarrassedly. "Hurry up, my legs are almost numb from squatting," Lu Chen urged jokingly. Giran then blushed, lay on Lu Chen's back and hugged his neck. Lu Chen clasped his arms around Giran and helped him stand up. "This feel. TSK. TSK. TSK." Lu Chen thought shamelessly. Giran shuddered and buried his head in Lu Chen's back shyly. Lu Chen carried Giran on his back and said as they walked, "I'll give you a foot massage when we get home tonight. I guarantee that you won't feel sore feet or legs when you wake up tomorrow. You'll feel refreshed and energetic. You wish." Giran snorted and said in disagreement, I won't let you give me a foot massage. Why? Chen asked puzzledly. After he learned the first level of the creation scripture, he knew the distribution of acupuncture points throughout the body. His foot massage would definitely promote blood circulation and make Giran no longer feel sore and numb. Giran explained shyly, have you never heard that a man's head and a woman's feet should not be touched casually? I've only heard of 18. I've never heard of this one. Chen laughed. In fact, he had only heard the word 18 and didn't know which 18 it was. You bastard. Giran spat, his face flushed, you're acting like a bastard again. How about you touch my head now, and let me touch your feet when you get home tonight? That way we'll be even. No, I'm giving you a foot massage. Chen quickly changed his words. Chapter 30 I Want Your Hands. Dynasty Entertainment City is the most famous entertainment club in Linjiangbai district. It is a comprehensive entertainment venue integrating bathing, sauna, bar, KTV and other entertainment projects. Lei Yun received a call from Tiger Lord in the afternoon, and in the evening he took Ko Fei-yang and Tai Xiong to the Dynasty Entertainment City to keep the appointment, and also gave Ko Fei-yang a welcome dinner. He was in a good mood. Master Hu said that he had found out all about Chen's background. He believed that in a few days, he would hear the good news that Chen, who had been showing off in front of him, had his hands crippled. Especially when he thought about getting that fresh and refined girl Giran soon, his heart was burning with excitement. This was the first time he met such a beautiful and pure girl. Good evening, Mr. Lei, welcome to Dynasty Entertainment City. As soon as Lei Yun walked into the Dynasty Entertainment City, 6 receptionists in Chongsan's at the door greeted him with charming smiles. He is a VIP customer of the Dynasty Casino and often spends a lot of money here. Most of the casino staff know him. This is Tiger Lord's place. You can have fun however you want tonight. Lei Yun led Ko Fei-yang into the entertainment city and said to him as they walked, I'll ask Tiger Lord to call a few young models over. You can choose first. Don't be polite. Have fun. Then I won't be polite. Ko Fei-yang had a lewd smile on his face. He also liked this and said, in fact, Lei Xiao can also play Shark Life together. With Lei Xiao's strength, those female anchors will have to throw themselves into his arms. Okay, you can teach me how to use it when you have time. You know I wasn't interested in these things when I was in college. When Lei Yun was in college, he only knew how to spend his time drinking and partying, and was not very interested in electronic networks. At his age, he was considered an anomaly for not knowing much about the internet. He became interested in Shark Life because he heard that Giran was also a host. No problem. Ko Fei-yang agreed immediately. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the KTV entertainment area on the 6th floor. Mr. Tiger asked them to meet in box 666. Tiger Lord's brothers were already waiting for them in the lobby on the 6th floor. As soon as Lei Yun entered the hall, a minion came to greet him and said, Hello, Master Lei. Master Tiger is already waiting for you in the box. Please follow me. The minions brought Lei Yun and the others to box number 666. There were 2 minions guarding the door. They opened the door for Lei Yun and invited them in. Mr. Lei is finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Lei Yun and the other 2 entered the box, Wang Hu's enthusiastic and cheerful voice rang out. Wang Hu leaned back on the sofa, watching Lei Yun and the others coming over. A sneer flashed across his lips, but he quickly returned to his warm smile. It's my fault for keeping Master Tiger waiting. Lei Yun and Wang Hu were old acquaintances. He walked to the table, poured a glass of wine and said, I'll punish myself with a glass first. After saying that, Lei Yun picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Well, young Master Lei is still straightforward. Wang Hu clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Fei Yang, let me introduce him to you. Lei Yun pointed at Wang Hu and said, This is the famous Tiger Lord in Beiqing district. Tiger Lord has the final say on matters here. Hello, Lord Hu. Fei Yang will toast you first. Ko Fei-yang filled a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Master Hu, this is my good friend Ko Fei-yang. Lei Yun introduced. Fei-yang came here this time because I wanted him to attend young Master Qin's birthday party. Lei Yun deliberately mentioned young Master Qin in order to elevate his own status. In terms of status and position, Lord Tiger is still superior to him. But he is young Master Qin's man now, so everyone has to give him more face. When Wang Hu heard Lei Yun mention young Master Qin, he frowned and felt quite fearful. Young Master Chen is the eldest son of the Chen family, one of the three major families in Linjiang. He is a powerful figure with connections in Linjiang. He also knew that Lei Yun had been getting close to young Master Chen recently. However, Wang Hu felt relieved when he thought about what the head of the Chu family had said to him. Who is young Master Chen? Xu Tianxiong, who is on equal footing with his father, has to personally help Lu Xiao buy groceries and says that he is the king of Linjiang, so what does he have to be afraid of? Ha, Mr. Lei's friends are my friends, so I'll toast you a glass too. Wang Hu drank a glass of wine generously and said, please take a seat, young masters. I have arranged a wonderful program for you too. It was Ku Feiyang's first time dealing with gangsters. Feeling a little curious and nervous, he sat down on the sofa awkwardly. Lei Yun was accustomed to this kind of thing. He and Tiger Lord had worked together several times. He sat down on the sofa as usual, and his bodyguard Tie Xiong stood beside him diligently. What exciting programs has Lord Tiger arranged? Lei Yun said with a smile. Fei Yang is the first to come to Linjiang. I promised him to invite a few young models to come and let him have fun. Ha, rest assured, Master Lei, this is an absolutely wonderful show, and I guarantee that the two young masters will never forget it. Wang Hu had a smile on his face. He waved his hand and asked one of his men behind him to go out and make the arrangements. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said while blowing smoke rings, Master Lei, I have already checked the details of Lu Chen that you asked me to check. When Lei Yun heard this, he asked with great excitement, when can Lord Tiger and others take action? Wang Hu said with a half smile, we can start right away. So fast? Lei Yun was surprised at first, but soon said happily, as expected of you, Lord Tiger of Beichang. You always do things in a straightforward manner. After Lei Yun finished speaking, he continued, and that woman, can you bring her over tonight as well? He couldn't wait to get Giran, and said proudly, Master Tiger, please tell your brothers to be gentle and not hurt that girl. Wang Hu said solemnly, I will never hurt her. Even if he had 10,000 guts, he would not dare to hurt Mr. Lu's woman. No matter how much money you need, I'll have someone give it to Lord Tiger tomorrow. Lei Yun said calmly. This Lei Xiao still dares to think about Lu Xiao's woman. Wang Hu smiled lightly and said, no money. No money? Lei Yun was stunned for a moment and asked, then what does Tiger Lord want? His relationship with Tiger Lord is not yet good enough for Tiger Lord to do things for him for free. If he doesn't want money, then he wants something else. Could it be that he wants me to introduce him to young Master Chen? It must be like this. Lei Yun couldn't think of anything else that Lord Tiger wanted besides this. I want your hands. Wang Hu looked at Lei Yun with a sneer on his face and said in a cold voice. Lei Yun was suddenly shocked, not understanding why Wang Hu suddenly became so angry with him. He sat on the sofa in a daze, pretending to be calm and smiling awkwardly, Master who was really good at joking. Ku Feiyang was frightened by Tiger Lord's words and dared not move. He had never experienced such a scene before and was very scared. Tie Xiong, who was beside Lei Yun, sensed the danger and immediately became alert, staring at Wang Hu with full vigilance. He is not afraid of Wang Hu in a one-on-one fight, but this is Wang Hu's territory and he has many subordinates. He can hardly protect himself in a fight, let alone protect Lei Yun. Chapter 31, Losing Both Hands. The door of the box was opened, and more than 20 strong and ferocious hands rushed into the box and surrounded it fiercely. These 20-something men are Wang Hu's most capable subordinates. Box 666 is a super luxurious box, and even though so many people rushed in at once, it didn't feel crowded. With a bang, the door was shut heavily. Lei Xiao saw that Wang Hu didn't seem to be joking, and asked with a trembling voice, Master Hu, what do you mean by this? He didn't know how he had offended Wang Hu to make him so cruel to him. It's nothing. Wang Hu blew out a smoke ring and said lightly, I just want to cripple Lei Xiao's hands. Master Hu, I don't think I have ever offended you. Do you really want to break up with my Lei family? Lei Yun moved out of the Lei family, hoping that Wang Hu would be cautious. The Lei family in Linjiang is not easy to mess with. If Wang Hu dares to touch him, he will have to bear the revenge of the Lei family. Mr. Lei has never offended me. Wang Hu shook his head and said with a look of pity, it's just that Mr. Lei offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Someone who shouldn't be offended? Who is it? Lei Yun thought about it over and over again, but couldn't figure out which deity he had offended. Linjiang's circle is so small, he knows who he can offend and who he cannot offend. He was busy trying to curry favor with the real big shots, so how could he dare to offend them? Wang Hu looked at Lei Yun sarcastically and said slowly, Master Lu. Mr. Lu? Lei Yun couldn't remember that there was a person named Lu Xiao in Linjiang. He suddenly thought of the name he had just mentioned and said in disbelief, "Are you talking about Lu? Lu Chen?" Wang Hu nodded sneerfully. Lei Yun collapsed as if all his strength was drained away. He never expected that while he wanted Tiger Master to cripple Lu Chen's hands, Tiger Master wanted to cripple his hands instead. He was horrified and shouted, "Who is he? Does Tiger really want to offend our Lei family for him? And I am young Master Qin's man, aren't you afraid of offending young Master Qin?" It was useless for Lei Yun to move out of the Lei family, so he moved into young Master Qin's house to intimidate Wang Hu, hoping that Wang Hu would spare him for young Master Qin's sake. "Who is young Master Qin?" Wang Hu said unmoved, "If you offend young Master Lu, it will be useless even if you bring up the King of Heaven." He ignored Lei Yun and looked at Tai Xiong and said, "Tai Xiong, I respect you as a man and don't want to fight with you. If you follow me in the future, I will never treat you unfairly." Tai Xiong's strength is a little higher than his, but if a fight really breaks out, he is not afraid of his superior numbers, even if he has to lose a few of his brothers. So try not to take action if you can. Pooh. Tai Xiong spat, protected Lei Xiao behind him, and shouted in a deep voice, "I, Tai Xiong, only know the 4 words of Jianghu morality. Lei Xiao has done me a favor. If you want to touch Lei Xiao, just step over me." As soon as Tai Xiong finished speaking, he pounced on Wang Hu and attacked first. His only chance was to take Wang Hu down by surprise and take him hostage so that he could leave with Lei Xiao. However, Wang Hu seemed to have been prepared for Tai Xiong's sudden attack. As soon as Tai Xiong moved, Wang Hu kicked the fruit plate towards him with his feet on the table. Then he dodged Tai Xiong's fist by leaning sideways. Tai Xiong's attack was blocked for a moment by the flying fruit plate. After missing the first strike, he knew that he could not take down Wang Hu quickly. He picked up the thunder cloud with one hand and the wine bottle with the other and threw it at Wang Hu's men who had surrounded him, then ran towards the door, trying to get out. "Stop him." Wang Hu gave an order and flew after Tai Xiong. More than 20 elite thugs blocked the door and stopped Tai Xiong. Wang Hu also joined the battle to besiege Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong protected Lei Yun, but was ultimately no match for Wang Hu's larger group. After knocking down 7 or 8 people, he fell to the ground covered in blood, dying. If it weren't for Lei Yun, Wang Hu and the others might not have been able to stop Tai Xiong from leaving. Lei Yun was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Tai Xiong had been protecting him during the fight, but his thigh was accidentally injured and bleeding. Of course, this is because Wang Hu and the others were mainly attacking Tai Xiong and did not want Lei Yun's life, otherwise he would not have enough lives to die. He is a man, but he followed the wrong person. Wang Hu looked at Tai Xiong with sympathy and said, "You have already returned your life to him today. All favors are settled. From now on, your life belongs to me." Regardless of whether Tai Xiong could hear him or not, and whether he agreed or not, Wang Hu ordered his men, send him and the injured brothers to the hospital. "Yes, Tiger Lord." Wang Hu's brothers quickly helped Tai Xiong and the others out. Only Wang Hu, 4 of his cronies, Lei Yun and Kufeyang were left in the box. Kufeyang lay limp on the sofa, terrified to death, not daring to breathe. He also understood that the current situation was caused by them offending Lu Chen, who was an ordinary student in their eyes. Lei Yun covered his injured thigh, looked at Wang Hu horribly and begged, "Master Hu, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I will give you any amount of money." Wang Hu waved his hand to signal his men to lift up Lei Yun, and said with a fake smile, "I said, I don't want money, I just want Master Lei's hands." 2 thugs lifted Lei Yun up, made him kneel in front of the wine table, and held down his shoulders to prevent him from moving. The wine table is made of one piece of marble and is almost knee-high. Another thug pulled out Lei Yun's right hand and laid it straight on the table. The remaining thug took the iron rod and gently tapped his other palm for fun, looking at him with a sneer. "Master Tiger, you can't do this. Please let me go." Lei Yun wailed with tears in his voice, "Whatever benefit Lu Chen gave you, I will give you double. Please let me go. You will never be able to give me the benefits that Master Lu can give me." Wang Hu sat back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said calmly, "Cut his hands for me." "Ah." At Wang Hu's command, the thug holding the iron rod raised the rod fiercely and smashed it hard on Lei Yun's wrist. "Ah." Another scream. The thug raised the iron rod and hit Lei Yun's elbow hard again. "Ah." The third scream rang out. The thug's iron rod landed on Lei Yun's arm joint. The bones in Lei Yun's right wrist, elbow, and arm joints were all broken. He kept screaming and groaning in pain, almost fainting. Wang Hu sat on the sofa unmoved, watching Lei Xiao's weak struggle, and continued lightly, "There is another hand." The thugs quickly spread out Lei Yun's other hand and pressed it on the table. He struggled madly and shouted, "The Lei family won't let you go, and young Master Chen won't let you go either." Ah! 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 There were 3 more screams, and Lei Yun's other hand was crippled in the same way. He collapsed on the ground like a dead dog and fainted from the pain. Wang Hu glanced sarcastically at the dead dog like thundercloud, then turned to look at Kufei. Chapter 32, You Can Never Touch a Woman Again. When Kufei saw Lei Xiao's hands being crippled by Wang Hu's men, he was so scared that he almost vomited bile. He used to hang out with Lei Xiao and often heard Lei Xiao clamoring to cripple someone's hands. He just thought Lei Xiao was very awesome and exciting. Now that he had seen with his own eyes Lei Xiao's hands being crippled, he realized how cruel it was. He saw Wang Hu's gaze and was so frightened that he rolled off the sofa and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Master Hu, spare my life. This has nothing to do with me. It was Lei Yun who wanted to deal with young Master Lu. I know nothing." He didn't dare to let Wang Hu know after killing Kufei. In fact, it was because he first caused trouble for Lu Chen and Giran at the airport, and then a conflict broke out. Lei Yun asked Hu Yi to kill Lu Chen. Now that Lei Yun is unconscious, he just puts all the blame on Lei Yun to exonerate himself. Wang Hu didn't know what had happened and thought that Kufei was just a friend of Lei Yun who came from out of town to attend young Master Chen's birthday party, so he didn't plan to get rid of him. "I can spare you, too." Wang Hu sneered and picked up a beer bottle. He smashed the bottom of the bottle with a snap, then handed it to Kufei and said, "Take it and make sure that young Master Lei can't touch a woman for the rest of his life, and I'll let you go." Lei Yun asked him to kidnap Giran, so he naturally knew what he was going to do. He also heard that Lei Yun raped a girl when he was in college, and that the girl later committed suicide by jumping into a river. Now Lei Yun has evil thoughts about Mr. Lu's woman. He deserves to be banned from touching women from now on. Kufei took the half-broken beer bottle from Wang Hu's hand with trembling hands, looking at the sharp glass tip at the broken part of the beer bottle with shaking hands. "If you don't make a move when I count to 10, I will make sure you won't be able to touch a woman for the rest of your life." Seeing that Kufei didn't dare to attack, Wang Hu counted ruthlessly, 1, 2, 3. Kufei crawled to Lei Xiao's side, holding up a half-broken beer bottle with trembling hands. 6, 7, 8. Wang Hu's voice came like a death warrant. "Ah!" Kufei screamed crazily and poked the sharp tip of the glass into Lei Xiao's crotch. "Ah!" The unconscious Lei Xiao was awakened by the severe pain in his lower body. He wanted to cover his lower body with his hands, but his hands were disabled and he couldn't move them. He could only struggle on the ground by twisting his buttocks. Wang Hu clapped his hands, stood up and said with a smile, "Is the show I prepared for the 2 young masters exciting?" Lei Yun's body twisted and he struggled continuously, howling, "Wang Hu, Kufei, you will not have a good death. The Lei family and young Master Chen will not let you go." Kufei was so frightened by the howling of thunderclouds that he lost his grip on the half-broken beer bottle in his hand and it fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Wang Hu was already used to being cursed. If cursing worked, he would have died hundreds of times. "You want to cripple Master Lu's hands, so I will cripple your hands. You want to touch Mr. Lu's woman, so I will make sure you can never touch a woman again. Go back and tell the Lei family and young Master Chen that I, Wang Hu, am young Master Lu's man from today on. If you want to avenge you, just come at me." Wang Hu doesn't have the courage to face the revenge of the Lei family and young Master Chen alone. Only by pulling out Lu Chen's tiger skin and tying himself tightly to Lu Chen can he be the safest. Lu Chen didn't know that he had offended 2 enemies, the Lei family and young Master Chen, without doing anything. However, if he knew that Lei Zhua had hired someone to cripple his hands and kidnap Giran, he would probably kill him directly. Lu Xiaoke and Giran are his closest people. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. What if the whole world becomes their enemy? What's more, it's just the Lei family and young Master Chen. Wang Hu pointed at Lei Yun who was cursing and ordered, "Drag him out and throw him in front of the door of Lei Ting Group headquarters." 2 thugs dragged Lei Yun out of the door, leaving only his curses echoing in the box. He still doesn't know who Lu Chen is and why Wang Hu would kill him for him and even offend the Lei family and young Master Chen. After Lei Yun was dragged away, Wang Hu turned his head and looked at Kufei and said, "With my temper, you would have to leave at least 1 arm behind before you can walk out of this door today." Wang Hu said slowly, "But I have to follow Master Lu in the future, and I can't act like I used to, so you're lucky today." His face darkened and he said sternly, "Get out of Linjiang right now. Don't let me see you in Linjiang again, or I'll cripple your legs." When Kafeong heard Wang Hu's words, he knew that he had escaped death, and cried with joy, "Thank you, Master Hu, thank you, Master Hu, I'm going to get out of Linjiang right away." He didn't dare to stay for a moment and ran out of the box door, tumbling and crawling. Kafeong prepared to leave Linjiang overnight. Linjiang is too dangerous. The Lei family will not let him go. There is also the even more terrifying Lu Chen. Before he even showed up, Wang Hu crippled Lei Yun's hands. He knew how strong Lei Yun's background was, but he still destroyed him without hesitation. If he stayed in Linjiang, he might not see the sun tomorrow. Find someone to clean up the room, and ask the brothers to behave themselves these days and not go out and cause trouble. After Wang Hu gave the instructions, he left the box. He planned to wait at the gate of Jingsheng Garden Community, waiting for Lu Chen to show up and report to him what was happening there. He also didn't know whether Lu Chen would be satisfied with what he did. He also didn't know whether Lu Chen would let him become his. But this was his chance. He had to take a gamble. As soon as Wang Hu left the Dynasty Entertainment City, Zhang Qi ran in a panic with a few gangsters. "Pai Zi, is fourth brother here?" Zhang Qi found a gangster watching over the place in the hall and asked. Seeing Zhang Qi's bruised face, Pai Zi laughed and asked, "Zhang Qi, who beat you up like this?" "Fuck, it was a kid who used to work in my dad's shop." Zhang Qi said angrily, "That kid has practiced and is very good at fighting. I went to my dad to get some money, and he beat me up like this." Pai Zi also knew Zhang Qi's character, so he didn't expose him. He smiled and said, "Fourth brother seems to be on the 6th floor. Go up and look for him yourself." "Thank you, Pai Zi. I'll treat you to a drink some other day." After Zhang Qi said this to Pai Zi, he went to the 6th floor to find his fourth brother. The fourth brother mentioned by Zhang Qi. He is quite strong and was not injured just now. After the matter was settled, Wang Hu left alone, while the fourth brother and several other uninjured brothers drank and had fun in the box. After Zhang Qi received the notification, he tiptoed into the box, walked up to the fourth brother, nodded and said, "Hello, fourth brother." The fourth brother had a face full of flesh, was shirtless, and was flirting with a hostess in his arms. He glanced at Zhang Qi and asked in a rough voice, "What's the matter?" Zhang Qi usually spends money generously and often honors his fourth brother. He complained, "Fourth brother, you have to avenge me. I just went to my father to get some money, and a kid beat me up for no reason." Chapter 33. You did a great job. The fourth master had heard a little about what Zhang Qi did, and he looked down on him. When they get involved in gangsterism, they must be loyal first, but that doesn't mean they are unfilial. But Zhang Qi is the one he protects after all. Now that he is beaten, he naturally has to stand up, otherwise who would dare to follow him in the future? The fourth brother slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Damn it, how dare you hit my people!" The hostess in his arms was startled and dared not breathe. The other people in the box also fell silent and looked at him. Zhang Qi echoed, "Fourth brother is right, that Lu Chen is too arrogant. He has worked in my store before, but he dares to meddle in my business. Fourth brother must teach him a lesson." "Okay, take me to find that Lu." When the fourth brother mentioned this name, he thought of how Tiger Lord had just destroyed Lei Xiao, as if it was just to please a big shot named Lu Chen, and shouted loudly, "What did you say his name is?" Zhang Qi was startled. He didn't know why his fourth brother reacted so strongly. He stammered, "His name is Lu. Lu Chun." Fourth brother hurriedly asked, "Is he a sophomore at Linjiang University?" It can't be such a coincidence that the person who beat Zhang Qi was the big shot that Tiger Lord wanted to please, right? It seems so. Zhang Qi thought about it. He heard that when Lu Chen worked in his family's store last year, he was a freshman, so now he is a sophomore. Seeing that fourth brother's face was not right, he asked timidly, "Does fourth brother know him?" The fourth brother's heart skipped a beat. The big shot that Lord Tiger was trying to please was none other than Mr. Lu Chen, a sophomore at Linjiang University. Master who repeatedly told them not to go out and cause trouble recently, especially not to cause trouble near Linjiang University, for fear of offending Lu Chen or his friends. Thinking of Master Lei's fate, the fourth brother shuddered all over. He quickly took out his phone, opened the photo Tiger sent him and showed it to Zhang Qi, cursing, "Open your dog eyes and see if he was the one who hit you." Lord Hu was afraid that his men would be careless and provoke Lu Chen, so he forwarded the photo of Lu Chen that Lei Yin sent him to his men, asking them to be more careful and not provoke Lu Chen. Zhang Qi looked at the photo on his fourth brother's phone. It was Lu Chen who had hit him. He stammered, it's him. "Fuck you. You dare to offend young Master Lu? I will destroy you." When the fourth brother heard this, he got angry and smashed the phone at Zhang Qi's face, slapped him twice and kicked him away. Zhang Qi was beaten so hard that he was dazed. He fell to the wall and begged for mercy, holding his stomach. "Fourth brother, spare me. I didn't know that you knew Lu Chen. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to offend him even if you gave me 10 guts." The fourth brother walked up to Zhang Qi and kicked him twice, roaring fiercely, "Tell me what's going on. If you don't tell me clearly, I'll kill you." He didn't understand Lu Chen's temper and was afraid that Lu Chen would come after him if he knew that his people had offended him, so he wanted to find out how Zhang Qi had offended Lu Chen to see if there was any way to remedy the situation. The other brothers who were drinking looked at the fourth brother with sympathy. This was really bad luck. He almost choked to death while drinking at home. Zhang Qi is regretting his decision so much now. He never thought that Lu Chen, who used to work in his store, actually knew his fourth brother. He failed to get help and was beaten up instead. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Lu Chen everything about how he went to his father's shop to ask for money and was stopped and beaten by Lu Chen. After hearing this, the fourth brother breathed a sigh of relief. If that was all, Lu Chen shouldn't have caused trouble for him. He kicked Zhang Qi again and cursed, "How dare you make Master Lu wait for you to get paralyzed?" Bang! Zhang Qi was kicked so hard that he slammed against the wall, his whole body almost falling apart. He didn't dare to resist. He was really afraid of Lu Chen. He begged for mercy, "Fourth brother, please stop hitting me. I will never dare to offend young Master Lu again." When the fourth brother heard Zhang Qi's voice, he got angry, kicked him again, and then picked up the phone angrily. The phone was still usable, but the tempered glass was broken. He called Tiger Master directly. Since it concerned young Master Lu, he did not dare to be careless and directly reported the matter between Zhang Qi and young Master Lu to Lord Hu. Wang Hu drove to Jingsheng Garden alone. He was going to wait for Lu Chen to appear at the gate of the community. The horses go south and the people forget about the north. The people forget about the green grass and the yellow dust flies. Wang Hu's cell phone rang. He was shocked when he saw that it was Lao Si calling. Could it be that the Lei family came to our door so soon? Impossible. The Lei family certainly wouldn't dare to act rashly if they didn't figure out Lu Chen's identity. He picked up the phone. It was the fourth brother calling about Mr. Lu. After listening to Lao Si's report, Wang Hu thought for a moment and asked Lao Si to detain Zhang Qi first and not to embarrass him. No matter how small Mr. Lu's affairs are, they are all big matters and must be handled with caution. Wang Hu waited at the gate of the community for more than an hour before Lu Chen showed up. After Lu Chen and Giran finished strolling around Student Street, he carried her home on his back. He carried Giran on his back for more than 10 minutes. Giran was afraid that he was too tired from carrying him, so he got off and walked on the road with him. Hand in hand, the two walked back to Jingsheng Garden in the moonlight. Wang Hu saw from afar Lu Chen leading Giran towards the gate of the community. He straightened his suit and waited stiffly by the side. Lu Chen also noticed that Wang Hu had been looking at him, as if he was waiting for him on purpose. He doesn't know Wang Hu. Could it be someone from the Chu family? Lu Chen was puzzled. After he approached, Wang Hu bowed 90 degrees to him and called respectfully, "Master Lu." He was already prepared in his heart. He pulled Giran to stop and asked calmly, "Who are you?" "I am Wang Hu from Beicheng District." Wang Hu introduced himself and said respectfully, "I have something I want to report to Master Lu." "Not from the Chu family?" Lu Chen frowned slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" "At noon, Lei Yan asked me to check young Master Lu's background and cripple his hands." Wang Hu secretly glanced at Lu Chen's face and saw that he looked very calm. Then he looked at Giran and said slowly, "He also asked me to tie Miss Ji up and give her to him." When Giran heard Wang Hu say that Lei Yan wanted to cripple Lu Chen's hands and kidnap her, he trembled slightly, obviously frightened. She was just an ordinary girl, so it was inevitable that she would be scared when she heard such things. Lu Chen sensed Giran's fright and gently hugged her. His aura suddenly rose and he pressed towards Wang Hu. He looked at Wang Hu with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice, "And then?" Wang Hu was so frightened by Lu Chen's aura that he almost couldn't stand and knelt down, saying tremblingly, "I have taken the initiative to cripple Lei Yan's hands and make sure he can never touch a woman again." Lu Chen then put away the pressure on Wang Hu, nodded slightly to him to show his appreciation, and said lightly, "You did a good job." Chapter 34, Wang Hu surrenders. When Wang Hu heard Lu Chen's praise, he said excitedly, "It is Wang Hu's honor to work for Master Lu. From now on, as long as Master Lu gives an order, Wang Hu will go through fire and water without hesitation." Lu Chen understood what Wang Hu meant. He sent such a big gift because he wanted to surrender to him. He probably knew my strength from the Chu family and wanted to work for me in the future. Lu Chen said slowly, I will visit the Chu family the day after tomorrow. Pick a few brothers to go with me. Now that I have entered the world of martial arts, there will be more grudges in the future. If Wang Hu is willing to surrender, then I will make him my first force. You don't have to do some small things yourself. Wang Hu was delighted and responded excitedly, Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your support. He knew he had won the bet. Lu Chen's aura just now made him feel like he had fallen into hell. Ancient warrior. Lu Chen must be a powerful ancient martial artist. He is also an ancient warrior who can make the Chu family submit. The three major families in Linjiang: the Chu family, the Qin family, and the Beitang family. The reason why these three families are called the three major families is because they are all ancient martial arts families. The Guwu family usually keeps a low profile, but no one dares to underestimate them, and no one dares to provoke them. The strength of people like him and Tiexiong is considered impressive among ordinary people, but if they face a master of ancient martial arts, they would be seeking death. Mr. Lu wanted to take him to visit the Chu family in order to tell all the major forces in Linjiang that Wang Hu would be his from now on. And Master Lu also needs to rise from his hidden dragon to officially step onto the stage of Linjiang and embark on his own path to becoming the king. Mr. Lu, the Thunder Group has a lot of influence in Linjiang, and Lei Yun is Mr. Qin's man. I'm afraid they will come to trouble Mr. Lu again. Wang Hu told Lu Chen about the two troubles at hand. Young Master Qin? Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he asked calmly, Are you from the Qin family, one of the three major families in Linjiang? Wang Hu nodded and replied, Yes, young Master Qin is Qin Guanlan, the only son of Qin Shanhe, the current head of the Qin family. Lu Chen was not moved by the Qin family, and said domineeringly, They are just a few clowns. If they dare to cause trouble for Lei Yun, they will be killed directly. The strongest fighters among the three major families in Linjiang are only masters of dark energy, and there are no martial arts masters of transformation energy. His strength is enough to sweep the martial arts world in Linjiang, and with the support of the Chu family, there is nothing to worry about. Wang Hu felt relieved after hearing what Lu Chen said. Thinking of Zhang Qi's matter, he said, Mr. Lu, I have another matter to report to you. He said tactfully, just now, a brother down there knew that Zhang Qi had offended young Master Lu, so he arrested him. Please let young Master Lu decide what to do with him. Lu Chen is also a smart man. Before Zhang Qi left, he told him to wait and see, probably because Zhang Qi was going to find someone ruthless to deal with him. The ruthless guy that Zhang Qi knew that Zhang uncle mentioned should be the Tianhu gang. He didn't want to do anything to Zhang Qi, so he sighed, let him go. Uncle Zhang only has him as his son, don't make things too difficult for him. Wang Hu saw that Lu Chen was calm and composed when he talked about the Qin family just now, but now when he talked about Zhang Qi, a sigh appeared on his face. He thought that young Master Lu must care about Uncle Zhang very much. He had just asked about the fourth child Zhang Qi's situation and knew about the mess between Zhang Qi and his father, so he came up with an idea and said, since Zhang Qi likes to hang out outside, why don't I make some arrangements and find something for him to do? He wanted to make him a small leader for Zhang Bo's sake. Lu Chen knew Uncle Zhang's wish and refused, forget it. Uncle Zhang has always wanted Zhang Qi to turn over a new leaf and inherit his spicy hot pot shop. Even if Zhang Qi becomes famous, Uncle Zhang will not be happy. Wang Hu is an old hand with rich experience. After hearing what Lu Chen said, he immediately had a new idea and said, how about this? I will arrange it here and let Zhang Qi go back to Zhang Bo's store to help out. I don't worry that he will disobey. Once he gets used to it, he will naturally stop fooling around. When Lu Chen heard this, he thought it was a good idea. It was a very simple thing. He fell into the same misunderstanding as Zhang Bo, thinking that Zhang Qi was hopeless and could not be changed, but he did not expect that he could use violence to force him to change. Wang Hu's move directly forced him to mend his ways, and he really had to change. No matter whether he was willing or not, with Wang Hu's pressure on him, he could only help Zhang Bo in the store obediently. It turns out that evil requires evil to punish. Lu Chen looked at Wang Hu with appreciation and said, this is a good idea, let's do it. Although he is strong, he has little experience in the world and cannot handle all matters comprehensively. With a subordinate like Wang Hu, I can ask him to help with many things in the future. Wang Hu was very happy to see that Lu Chen was satisfied. The most important thing for a subordinate is to help his superiors solve problems, so that he can demonstrate his own value. No matter whether it is a big or small matter, all should be treated as big matters and handled well. Many times, he feels that it is his duty to help his superiors deal with big things, and he will look at you differently if you handle small things for him. Mr. Lu, I will go back and deal with Zhang Qi's affairs first, so as not to disturb you in your wife's rest. Wang Hu smiled respectfully at Lu Chen and Giran. Who is his wife? Giran said shyly, glaring at Wang Hu with dissatisfaction. Wang Hu just smiled awkwardly and said, I'll leave first. Of course he knew that Lu Chen and Giran were not married yet, and he called him that just to please Giran. Sometimes a good word from Giran on his behalf was worth 10 good deeds on his part. Wang Hu left Gingsheng Garden with satisfaction. He still had to go back to Dynasty Entertainment City to deal with the aftermath. He believed that his name, Wang Hu, would soon become famous throughout Linjiang. Lu Chen led Giran to the door, unlocked the door and politely invited Giran in, saying with a teasing smile, Madam, please come in. Who is your wife? You wish for it. Giran said this with a pout, but still walked in first. Lu Chen smiled and followed him in. He walked to the hall and gently hugged Giran. He kissed her forehead and said, You must be tired. Let's go take a shower first. You bastard, who wants to take a shower with you? Giran pushed Lu Chen away, blushed and ran back to her room and locked the door. Lu Chen stood in the hall and shouted, feeling wronged, What I meant was, you go back to your bathroom to wash, and I go back to mine to wash. I didn't say we should wash together. A bath together, why didn't I think of that? Lu Chen muttered softly, with a little anticipation in his heart. Giran leaned against the door, his heart beating fast, thinking, It seems that he really didn't say that we should take a shower together, and I just thought the wrong thing. Humph, it's all his fault for being a scoundrel. He spoke so ambiguously that she would think wrongly. Seeing Giran didn't reply, Lu Chen said aggrievedly, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll give you a foot massage when you're done. Otherwise, your feet will hurt when you wake up tomorrow. Chapter 35, The Shock of Shark Forum. Lu Chen took a comfortable cold shower and returned to the living room. Giran hadn't come out yet. Girls always take a lot longer to take a shower than men. He poured a cup of water and sat on the sofa, then took out his cell phone and started a WeChat message with Lu Xiaoke. Lu Xiaoke didn't want to disturb his date with Giran, so she consciously didn't send him a WeChat message the whole night. Lu Chen, Xiaoke, what are you doing? Lu Xiaoke, I'm reading the Shark Forum. It's so funny. Lu Chen, what's so funny? Lu Xiaoke quickly sent 3 push links. Lu Xiaoke, see for yourself. Lu Chen curiously clicked on the first link, and the highlighted title of the post was about Giran's topic decoding the secret behind Giran's suspension of broadcasting. There were hundreds of replies to the post. Lu Chen quickly browsed through the posts and felt extremely speechless. The general content of the post was that the richest man in the universe gave Giran millions of gifts last night, and then Giran happened to stop broadcasting tonight. The author of the original post analyzed that it was because Giran had already made an appointment with the richest man in the universe in real life today, so he had no time to live broadcast. The following comments were also all kinds of weird, some expressing envy, some jealousy, some sarcasm, and some blessings. Anyway, it's free to talk nonsense on the internet, you can say whatever you want. There were even people who swore that they were the lobby manager of a 5-star hotel, and that Giran and a man in his 40s had booked a presidential suite in their hotel. Lu Chen shook his head. There were really all kinds of people on the internet, and any kind of story could be made up. He clicked on the second post, which read, Shock. A war between local tycoons triggered by a woman. The post said that just now Kafeyang ran to Giran's live broadcast room and gave 5 million gifts in vain. Shark Live went completely crazy again, giving out 5 million gifts at one time for 2 consecutive days, and all of them were given to the same anchor. The crowd all thought that Master Ko was going to fight with Brother Shenhao for Giran, and they were all amazed at his inhumanity, calling for Brother Shenhao to come out and fight. Various screenshots of Giran's live broadcast were also released, and people commented on her appearance from all angles. The final conclusion was that Giran was a 180-degree natural beauty, and was named the most beautiful anchor of Shark Live. Then a large group of onlookers posted comments to lick the goddess. Of course, there were also many jealous people who scolded Giran for being cunning and hypocritical, and for playing the 2 local tycoons around. The last post was made by the ID Kofeyang. Kofeyang sincerely apologized to Miss Giran. In the post, Kofeyang spoke sincerely, expressing deep regret for hiring internet trolls to slander Giran, and hoped that Giran could forgive him. The friends who posted comments below were all confused. What was going on? Then a group of onlookers fully utilized their gossip abilities, and some speculated that Giran might be the granddaughter of a certain big boss. Ko Fei-young had stepped on a landmine, and could only spend money to avoid disaster. Some people also speculated that it was because the richest man in the universe was a business tycoon who put pressure on Ko Fei-young's family business, forcing him to admit his mistake and apologize. In a word, either Giran himself is awesome, or the rich guy who was chasing after Giran is awesome. Ko Fei-young was really scared. After running away from the Dynasty Entertainment City, he immediately called his father to tell him what had happened there. When Mr. Ko learned that his son had gotten into such a big trouble, he was so angry that he wanted to strangle him to death. But when my son gets into trouble, no matter how angry I am, I will find a way to make amends. If the Lei family wants to seek revenge, they will first seek revenge on Lu Xiao and Wang Hu and Lin Zhang. They will not come to Tianjing City to cause trouble for the time being. Moreover, there is no way to reconcile a grudge that will exterminate their descendants, so they can only deal with it carefully. As for Mr. Lu, Ko Fei-young did not have much hatred towards them. The cause of the incident was that her son hired internet trolls to slander Giran, so she spent 5 million to buy gifts for Giran, which would not only allow her to receive money, but also increase her popularity. 5 million is not a big deal for the Ku family. It would be best if they could spend money to avoid disaster. In this way, Mr. Lu would feel embarrassed to cause trouble for Ko Fei-young again. Indeed, when Lu Chen saw that Ko Fei-young had given 5 million gifts and apologized, he didn't plan to waste time making trouble for him. However, the finger with damaged meridians could not be restored. After a while, Lu Xiaoka sent a message. Lu Xiaoka, brother, have you finished reading it? Lu Chen, I've finished reading it. Lu Xiaoka, what's up with that Mr. Ko? Is Sister Ran really the granddaughter of some big boss? Lu Chen, how would I know? Just ask Ran yourself. Lu Xiaoka, I'll go ask Sister Ran tomorrow. Lu Xiaoka, by the way, did brother and Sister Ran take a group photo when they went out to play? Lu Chen, yes, what's the matter? Lu Xiaoka, send it to me quickly. Without thinking too much, Lu Chen sent a few photos to Lu Xiaoka. Lu Xiaoka, brother and Sister Ran are a perfect match, they are so well matched. Lu Chen, this is a must. Lu Xiaoka, brother, wait a minute, I'm busy for a while. Lu Chen didn't know what Lu Xiaoka was doing. After a few minutes, she sent another link. Lu Xiaoka, I'll post the photo of my brother and Sister Ran on the forum to blind their eyes and let them know that Brother Shenhao and Mr. Cook can go away. The most beautiful anchor woman on Sharks is my brother Lu Chen's girlfriend. Lu Chen. Lu Chen clicked on the link. Speechlessly, pictures speak louder than words, revealing the real boyfriend of Shark's most beautiful anchor. The post was written by Lu Xiaoka about the beautiful online love story of Lu Chen and Giran in Honor of Kings. She also posted the screenshots of the Honor of Kings couple relationship that she had sent to her in the morning and the photo they had just taken. Pictures speak louder than words. The crowd who had been discussing the story of Giran and Shenhao Go for the entire night were all shocked and wanted to beat the man in the photo to death. The following replies are refreshed quickly. You can hook up with Shark's most beautiful anchor by playing King of Glory? Oh my god, I'm going to download King of Glory right now. My wife, let us meet in person, moi. The rich guy fainted in the presidential suite. He spent 5.1 million but still ended up being worse than a gamer. This is definitely true love. I feel sorry for misunderstanding that the goddess was overwhelmed by money and went on a date with the rich man. Same confession +1. A breath of fresh air in the live streaming industry, beautiful, with a sweet and pure voice. From now on, I will be a die-hard fan of Goddess Giran. I just want to know the coordinates of the photo. I want to challenge Mantian Xingshan for a duel. Who dares to snatch my Goddess Giran? This game ID looks familiar. Aren't these Arthur and Angela, one of the 3 newbies who abused God K last night? 666, on the importance of playing games well. Lu Chen, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death for betraying your brother and Sister Ran like this? Lu Xiaoka, I am here to dispel rumors on behalf of Sister Ran, okay? They all thought that Sister Ran was a materialistic woman who was conquered by Brother Shenhao with money, and that she stopped broadcasting tonight because she was going on a date with Brother Shenhao. Lu Xiaoka, now that the post is out, Sister Ran's image instantly gets perfect marks. Lu Xiaoka, perfect goddess, yeah. Chapter 36, Tooth Marks on the Arm. With a squeak, Lu Chen turned his head and saw Giran walking towards him slowly. The pink pajamas printed with cute Hello Kitty make her look even more adorable. The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally without any embellishment. Curly eyelashes, bright black eyes, sweet smile, and beautiful eyes. Lu Chen was fascinated by what he saw. Giran felt Lu Chen's gaze, walked towards him uneasily, and asked softly, "What are you doing?" "Chatting with Xiaoke." Lu Chen responded and quickly picked up the boiled water and took a sip to calm himself down. Giran sat on the sofa at the side and asked, "What time will Xiaoke arrive tomorrow?" Lu Chen said, "Xiaoke will take the train and arrive around 4:30 in the afternoon." Giran said embarrassedly, "My best friend will also come tomorrow and will be at the airport at 12 o'clock, so let's go pick her up first." Her best friend knew that she had come to see Lu Chen alone today, and she scolded her so much that she wanted to fly over and beat her up to wake her up. "Your best friend?" Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that her best friend would also come. But it's normal for a girl to bring a companion when she goes to meet a stranger online alone. He quickly said with relief, "You're not afraid that I'll sell you out, so you specially sent a bodyguard here?" "If you guessed it right, there's no reward." Giran answered playfully. "Hey, you don't have any bodyguards around you now, so can't I do whatever I want?" Lu Chen pretended to be a big bad wolf and smiled evilly at Giran. Giran picked up the pillow beside him and threw it at Lu Chen, angrily scolding, "You filthy rascal." Lu Chen didn't dodge or evade, letting the pillow hit his face. He caught it when it fell, pressed it with 2 fingers and spun it in circles, laughing. "Xiaoke just posted our photo on the Shark Forum. Now the whole Shark Live knows that Goddess Giran is the girlfriend of this stinky hooligan like me." He was afraid that Giran would be unhappy that Lu Xiaoke had posted their photo on the forum without permission, so he quickly explained, "Xiaoke posted our photo to clarify for you because someone on the forum said that you stopped broadcasting today because you went on a date with brother Shinhao." Giran didn't mind Lu Xiaoke posting their photo on the forum, and said, "If you know, then no. It's not something shameful." Lu Chen got the upper hand and acted like a good kid. He said pitifully, "But many people said that I stole their goddess Giran and wanted to challenge me to a duel. I was scared to death." "What? You're still not happy?" Giran glared at Lu Chen and said, "Just let them beat you to death, you bastard. You want to murder your husband." Lu Chen pointed at Giran and said angrily, "Humph, if you dare to act like a hooligan, I'll let my bestie beat you to death tomorrow." Giran clenched his fists and said, "She's a black belt master in karate." Lu Chen said with a playful smile, "You forgot that I also know kung fu, and it's real kung fu." In Lu Chen's eyes, karate is just a fancy move. Giran then realized that her Lu Chen was a martial arts master, but she still said with unyielding aura, "Humph, if she hits you, you are not allowed to fight back. Only she is allowed to hit you, not you." "Hee, I definitely won't hit her." Lu Chen stood up and walked towards Giran like a big bad wolf, smiling, "I will only hit you." Giran watched Lu Chen approach her step by step and asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" She was a little nervous. Her best friend had just told her to lock herself in the room after taking a shower and not to be alone with him at night. Lu Chen walked with a sly smile on his face. Giran felt nervous and couldn't help but shrink back. Lu Chen walked up to him, gently scratched her nose, and said with a smile, "Silly, let me massage your feet." Without waiting for Giran to answer, Lu Chen picked her up. Giran leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder shyly. Seeing the teeth marks on his arm, which looked quite old, she asked softly, "What happened?" "I was bitten by a dog when I was a child," Lu Chen said with a gentle smile. He recalled the time he was bitten by a stray dog. He was only 5 or 6 years old at the time, and was chased and bitten by the vicious dog while trying to protect a little sister. Looking back, it's quite remarkable that I learned how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress at such a young age. Lu Chen collected his thoughts, let Giran lie on the sofa, then put her feet on his legs and helped her massage the acupoints on the soles of her feet to facilitate blood circulation in her body. Chapter 37, Giran's best friend. The previous chapter was blocked later, so 1,000 words were omitted. You can fill in the blanks in your own imagination. Sorry. Lu Chen kissed Giran's forehead, stood up, sat on the sofa beside him and lit a cigarette. Giran also stood up and curled up on the sofa, his head slightly lowered, fiddling with the corners of his clothes with his hands. The two of them were silent, and the only sound in the quiet living room was the sound of their panicked heartbeats. Ahem. Giran was choked by the smoke and coughed slightly. Lu Chen looked up, quickly put out the cigarette and put it in the ashtray. He broke the silence and said, Ran, it's getting late. You should go and rest if you are tired." "Yeah." Giran responded softly, stood up and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Good night." Then walked back to his room. Good night. Lu Chen watched Giran return to his room, then took out a cigarette and lit it. He was very impulsive just now and almost ate Giran. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. He believed that if he had been more domineering just now, Giran would have obeyed him obediently. But he didn't want to do that. He could imagine how many men would pursue Giran in real life since she was so outstanding. But she had been waiting for almost 2 years for the person she had never met online. This love. He couldn't bear to let her feel forced in the slightest. He couldn't bear to let her suffer even the slightest injustice. She has waited for herself for so long. Now let yourself wait for her. Wait until she is willing to give herself to you wholeheartedly. Let me protect her forever. Brother Chang, thank you. Lu Chen sincerely thanked Wudi Chang. If it weren't for the invincible powerful god system, he wouldn't have had the confidence to confirm his relationship with Giran last night. Maybe if I keep playing dumb and avoiding her, she will get tired and give up one day. The fate of the two will also end because of this. Wudi Chang responded, "You're welcome. By the way, I would like to remind you to use up today's quota as soon as possible. It will be 12 o'clock soon." Lu Chen checked his attributes. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, the richest man in the universe. Internship period. Level 172 100. Today's quota, 77650. Gold, 52. Combat strength, 500. Level 1 of Huajin. Taoism, the Book of Creation. Item, marrow cleansing pill. Mission reward, Lu Xiaoka only. Mission, none. I went out to Student Street in the evening and didn't spend much money. I still had a credit limit of 77,650. Lu Chen used the account of the richest man in the universe to log into Shark Live, recharged the money and gave it directly to Giran, then opened the forum and found the post posted by Lu Xiaoka. The post already had thousands of replies, and Lu Chen quickly browsed through them. Most of the onlookers sent their blessings. After all, Giran was a breath of fresh air in the live streaming industry and had absolutely no black spots on him. But some people also questioned whether Giran was just hype. However, this group of people was quickly overwhelmed by Giran's fan club and did not cause much waves. Lu Chen replied using the account of the richest man in the universe. I wish you two a lifetime of companionship. This is his blessing to himself and Giran. Lu Chen turned off his phone and went back to his room to sleep, ignoring the heated discussion his action had sparked on the Shark Forum. The next day at noon, Lu Chen accompanied Giran to Linjiang Airport to pick up her best friend. This morning, Lu Chen did not go for a morning run for the first time, but helped Giran prepare breakfast. After having breakfast together, the two of them played Honor of Kings in a duo for the entire morning. The two of them had a lot of fun, and when they were happy, Giran would reward Lu Chen with a kiss. Lu Chen, my bestie has a bit of a bad temper. If she says something unpleasant, don't take it personally. The two waited at exit 6, and Giran gave Lu Chen a heads up in advance. She knew that her best friend had always been resentful about her online romance and felt that her brain was burned out, and she had no good feelings towards Lu Chen at all. Lu Chen touched Giran's hair and imitated her tone last night, saying seriously, "She is allowed to hit me, but I am not allowed to hit her." Giran thought of what happened last night, his face flushed, he snorted, pinched the flesh on Lu Chen's waist and twisted it, giving him a slight punishment but a severe warning. Hiss. Even though Lu Chen was very strong, he still felt the pain. This woman's ultimate move is so cruel. Sasha, here. People came out from exit 6 one after another. Giran saw her best friend Su Shasha and waved to her happily. A short-haired girl wearing jeans and a loose shirt looked over and smiled. However, when she saw Lu Chen beside Giran also looking at her, her face suddenly changed and she seemed a little depressed. Lu Chen, this is my best friend, Su Shasha. Giran happily stood beside Su Shasha, took her hand and introduced her to Lu Chen. Hello, my name is Lu Chen, Giran's boyfriend. Lu Chen introduced himself in a friendly manner with a smile on his face. Su Shasha seemed to ignore Lu Chen and ignored him. Instead, she said to Giran, Ran, I have booked a double room at Hanting Hotel. Come and stay with me tonight. She didn't dare let Giran and Lu Chen live together anymore. Sasha. Giran called out somewhat unhappily, then looked at Lu Chen with an apologetic look on his face. Nowadays, best friends really want to control everything. However, Lu Chen could see that Su Shasha cared a lot about Giran and had no ill will towards him, so he could understand her attitude towards him. Just like if Lu Xiaoka dared to fall in love with someone online, and started living together right after just meeting without knowing each other in real life, he would definitely break her legs. Sometimes people's thinking is just so double standard. Lu Chen objected, of course, it's not safe to live in a hotel now. He was referring to young Master Lei's matter. He was worried that the Lei family would be desperate to deal with Giran, and that they would be safest only by being with him. The hotel is not safe, is your home safe? Su Shasha rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. If she didn't want Giran to move out, she should just say so. What a lame excuse this is. Lu Chen didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, you guessed it right. My home is indeed the safest in the entire Linjiang. He was not bragging. Wherever he was, it was the safest place in Linjiang. Shameless. Su Shasha muttered. This man was just as unreliable as she thought. She said to Giran, Ran, stay in the hotel with me tonight. This. Giran said in embarrassment, Shasha, we should still live in Lu Chen's house. The bed in my room is big and we can sleep together. Of course, you. When Su Shasha heard that Giran was on Lu Chen's side, she immediately became furious. She didn't know what kind of love potion Lu Chen had given her to make her so obsessed. She took 2 deep breaths, suppressed her anger, and said with a sneer, okay, then I'll live in his house. Su Shasha knew that Giran was in love now and would not listen to anything she said. If she was too forceful, it would backfire. Humph, let me take a good look at what charm Lu Chen has that makes Giran so infatuated. She wanted to live in Lu Chen's house with Giran, then find out his shortcomings and let Giran see Lu Chen's true face. She has practiced karate and has the strength of a 4th-degree black belt. She generally doesn't care about 3 or 5 men. With her protecting Giran, she is not afraid of being bullied by Lu Chen. Chapter 38. You can go for a ride anytime. Seeing that Su Shasha agreed to live with her at Lu Chen's house, Giran pulled her arm coquettishly and said with a happy smile, Shasha is still the best. Su Shasha looked at Lu Chen provocatively, as if telling him to wait and see. Lu Chen expressed helplessness. In the past, finding a wife only required satisfying the mother-in-law. Nowadays, when looking for a wife, one not only has to deal with the mother-in-law, but also has to deal with the group of girlfriends. Offending the girlfriends group. I don't even know how I died. But as a grown man, there is no need to argue with a woman. He suggested, I'll take you to dinner first. Okay, you have to treat our Sasha to a seafood dinner. She loves seafood very much. Giran said happily. She hopes that her best friend can live in peace with Lu Chen. Ran still understands me best. Su Shasha took Giran's hand, looked at Lu Chen with a smile and said, don't be too polite, just give me a few big lobsters, sea cucumbers, and shark fins. She stared at Lu Chen's expression, afraid that he would fool her with farmed seafood, and said with an exaggerated smile, these are also what Ran likes to eat. We go to eat them several times a month in the Magic City. They have to be pure and natural to taste good. Su Shasha had a general understanding of Lu Chen's situation. He was just a college student who worked part-time to support himself. This meal may cost him several months' living expenses. She just wanted to make Lu Chen give up and let him know that Giran's meal was his living expenses for several months. He shouldn't think that since Giran liked him, he could have the advantage of having a girlfriend without spending a penny. She also wants to let Giran know that when it comes to love, one still has to face reality in the end. Now we are in passionate love, and we feel happy when we squeeze into the bus and eat at a roadside stall together. But when we are together for a long time and become sober, we will find that we have to calculate the daily necessities carefully. It will be too late to regret then. Lu Chen's face did not show the embarrassment and pain that Su Shasha expected. He still had a faint smile on his face and said, no problem, I'll take you to Fisherman's House number 7. The seafood there is the most famous in Linjiang. Giran said he wanted a big dinner, so we had to have a big dinner. It is close to the river and the sea, so there is not much else but plenty of seafood. So if you want to eat seafood, it is the easiest thing. Fisherman's number 7 is the most upscale seafood restaurant in Linjiang, and Lu Chen has only heard of it but has never been there. I heard that the minimum per capita consumption for a seafood meal there is 3,000 yuan. In the past, Lu Chen would never have been so extravagant as to go there to eat seafood. He knew that Su Shasha was targeting him intentionally, wanting to make him bleed heavily and wanting him to know that he was not worthy of Giran. But now, I'm afraid she will be disappointed. Su Shasha didn't see any sign of embarrassment or pain on Lu Chen's face, so she turned to look at Giran and found that she also looked normal. She knew Giran's character, and she would definitely be unhappy if she made Lu Chen bleed so much. Strange, isn't this Lu Chen a poor student? Su Shasha felt strange, but she soon thought, could it be that Giran had already expected that he would make Lu Chen bleed a lot, so he gave him the money first? That must be it. Su Shasha thought that Giran's character might really do this. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She looked down on Lu Chen even more and cursed in her heart, this shameless pretty boy. No, I must not let Giran and Lu Chen be together. If they continue like this, I will be sold out and have to count money for him one day. Su Shasha secretly thought in her heart that she must find a way to make Giran leave Lu Chen. The three of them walked with their own thoughts. Lu Chen fully demonstrated the gentlemanly spirit of a male compatriot and helped Su Shasha take the suitcase. Su Shasha had free labor and did not object. After throwing the suitcase to Lu Chen, she pulled Giran to the other side and separated Giran and Lu Chen in the middle. Lu Chen muttered in his heart, "What a good Chinese girlfriend, she guards against me like a thief." The three of them walked out of the hall, and Lu Chen took a taxi to take them to Fisherman's House number 7. When Su Shasha saw that Lu Chen didn't even have a car, she became even more certain that Giran must have given him the money for the seafood dinner in advance, and she despised him even more. She deliberately asked, of course, when will Lu Chen's car be repaired? Can you lend it to me after it's repaired? I want to drive around LJ City by myself. Giran was a little confused by the question, as if Lu Chen didn't have a car, so she replied, Lu Chen doesn't have a car. If you want to drive around by yourself, go to the car rental store and rent one first. Ah. So he doesn't have a car. I thought it was broken and under repair. Su Shasha exclaimed in surprise, then we can only take taxis or buses to go shopping these days? Giran then realized that Su Shasha was deliberately making fun of Lu Chen. His face turned pale instantly and he felt angry and sad. She wanted to have a fight with Su Shasha, but didn't know how to start. They have known each other since junior high school and have almost never quarreled. Now I don't know how to quarrel with her. She thought to herself, no, I must talk to Shasha alone later and ask her to stop targeting Lu Chen. Fuck, this bitch dares to look down on the future #1 richest man in the universe. If it weren't for the current level limit, Brother Chang would have used money to beat her to death. Wudi Chang seemed to be insulted and was even more excited than Lu Chen. Lu Chen asked in confusion, the day before yesterday, you looked down on me, so you accepted a task to upgrade by 5 million. Now that I'm looked down upon, why don't you give me a task to buy a car for me at a cost of 18 million? He wanted to understand the rules of the system tasks, and only by taking on more tasks could he level up quickly. If he can find the pattern, he can level up quickly. Wudi Chang replied, I don't know about that either. The missions are all random and are not under my control. Lu Chen frowned. It seemed that Wudi Chang was not the Shenhao system, but more like the instructor of the Shenhao system, commonly known as the Game Elf. It doesn't matter if there are no tasks. Lu Chen was sitting in the passenger seat. He knew Su Shasha was mocking him for not having a car, so he calmly replied, you can actually take a DD taxi. This answer left Su Shasha speechless. She cursed in her heart, fuck, this man is so shameless. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Giran's expression improved. He laughed and said, yes, it's so convenient to take a DD taxi now. It's like hiring a private driver. No matter whether he has a car or not, being together is the happiest thing. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and called Wang Hu. Wang Hu, hello, Mr. Lu, is there anything I can do for you? Lu Chen, please buy me a car and deliver it to Yuja number 7 within an hour. Wang Hu, no problem. What model of car does Mr. Lu want to buy? Lu Chen, it doesn't matter, just do whatever you want. Wang Hu, okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I will ensure that the new car will be delivered to Fisherman's House number 7 within an hour. Lu Chen hung up the phone and said to Su Shasha calmly, I asked someone to buy a car and send it over. You can go for a ride anytime after lunch. Chapter 39 Fisherman's House number 7. Su Shasha's face turned pale and blue. This feeling. It's like I'm an ignorant child. Crying and asking to buy a toy car. Then others find it annoying. I just bought a toy car and threw it to her. I said to her impatiently, take it and play with it. Su Shasha looked at Giran beside her. She wanted to know what was going on. It's not the poor college student you promised. Isn't it agreed that I can work and study to support myself? This posture is totally wrong. Giran could understand Su Shasha's feelings. At first, She also thought that Lu Chen was just an ordinary college student. He was also surprised after knowing Lu Chen's identity. But she doesn't care whether Lu Chen is rich or poor. So although she was surprised, she quickly accepted it. But Su Shasha was different. She thought Lu Chen was a poor student and mocked him for not even having a car. As a result, Lu Chen bought one in no time. She felt like she had been slapped twice in the face. Snapping sound. It hurts so much. Giran looked at her best friend with some sympathy and explained for Lu Chen, Shasha, Lu Chen used to live alone in the school dormitory, so he didn't buy a car. Lu Chen told her not to spread his identity and background around. Oh, is that so? Su Shasha said somewhat disappointedly. She actually wanted to ask Giran, wasn't Lu Chen's financial situation not good, and he worked part-time to earn his living expenses, so how come he suddenly had enough money to buy a car? Su Shasha didn't ask in the end. Otherwise, if she asked whether Lu Chen's car was broken, it would be too obvious that she was deliberately looking for trouble to humiliate him. She could only keep it to herself and make all kinds of guesses about Lu Chen. Along the way, Su Shasha didn't pick a fight with Lu Chen again, but just chatted with Giran in the back seat. It takes about half an hour's drive to Fisherman's house number 7. After the three got off the car, Lu Chen took Giran and Su Shasha in. Good afternoon, welcome to Fisherman's house number 7. The receptionist led Lu Chen and the others in, and immediately a waiter from the store came over and asked politely, "Good afternoon, welcome to Fisherman's house number 7, may I ask how many sirs you are?" 3 people, need a private room. Lu Chen glanced at the hall and saw a large area on the right side that was the fresh food area. There are all kinds of lively seafood. There were only 3 or 4 tables of customers scattered on the left side. Because the consumption is very high, not many people eat here at noon. However, it is said that at night, the business here is extremely hot. The waiter led Lu Chen and the others to a private room. Giran and Su Shasha sat side by side, and Lu Chen sat opposite them. The waiter poured them each a cup of tea, took out an iPad and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, "Sir and Miss, please order." Lu Chen pushed the iPad in front of Giran and said, Ran, come on, order whatever you want to eat, no need to save money for me." He cooked rice noodles for Giran yesterday at noon, and they just ate at Student Street in the evening. Now is a good time to make up for the big meal. Today's quota of 100,000 is enough for them to eat seafood. Even if it is not enough, there is still Wang Hu. Wang Hu has become his power now, so he had no hesitation in asking Wang Hu to buy a car. Because what he can give Wang Hu is always much more than this. Giran took the iPad and went together with Su Shasha to order food. There are various seafood menus on the iPad. After clicking on them, you can directly connect to the surveillance video of the fresh food area and see live seafood. Girls are born foodies. The 2 women looked at the exquisite seafood pictures on the iPad, flipping through them with great excitement and discussing what dishes to order. Giran was in high spirits and looked very happy. She was also very proud that her man was so capable. When Su Shasha saw the prices on the menu, she couldn't help but smack her tongue. Every dish was very expensive, much more expensive than the seafood they usually ate in Shanghai. No wonder Lu Chen said this was the most famous seafood restaurant in Linjiang. A meal here would cost at least tens of thousands. Giran knew that Lu Chen was very important now and didn't care about the money, so he didn't hesitate to take the order. She pointed at a large lobster for 5,888 yuan and exclaimed in surprise, "Yeah, there are cicada lobsters here, great, Sasha, you always wanted to eat this kind of lobster." Giran placed the order without saying anything. Cicada lobster is also known as sea cicada and deep sea lobster. Compared with ordinary lobsters, it not only has very firm and chewy meat, but also has a rich taste. However, since it is a deep sea shrimp and its production is extremely small, it needs to be caught by diving in the sea, so it can be said to be extremely rare in the market. This sea cucumber porridge is the most nutritious and healthy. Let's have one portion as a staple food. And this 7 treasure crab roe soup, it makes me drool, let's have one too. After Giran happily ordered the dishes, he handed the iPad to Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, do you need anything else?" Lu Chen took a look at the dishes ordered by Giran, which included lobster, sea cucumber, shark fin, abalone, and crab roe soup, with a price tag of more than 13,000 yuan. He looked at the menu again and found a special dish of steamed deep-sea bluefin fish, which cost 28,888 yuan. Another serving of steamed deep-sea bluefin fish will be enough. Lu Chen added this dish to the menu and asked, "Would you like some drinks or some red wine?" Giran responded, "I want a can of Wang Laoji." Su Shasha did not answer proactively. Lu Chen looked at her and waited for her opinion. She was a little afraid to look Lu Chen in the eye, and said awkwardly, I want Wang Leji too. She had just seen the price of the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish. This meal cost him more than 40,000 yuan, but Lu Chen didn't even blink an eye. Su Shasha knew it very well. Lu Chen was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. The rich and handsome man pretended to be poor on the internet to find true love. Her original intention was not bad. She targeted Lu Chen as soon as they met because she cared too much about Giran and was afraid that Giran would have a negative IQ and suffer losses due to her passionate love. Let's observe him for a while and see if he is worthy of Giran and if he is truly good to Giran. After the waiter left, Giran and Su Shasha continued chatting. Girls always have endless topics to talk about, and they chatter non-stop, and Lu Chen has no chance to get a word in. While Lu Chen was still waiting for the seafood dinner boredly, Fisherman's House No. 7 welcomed another group of guests. Mr. Chen, welcome. The private room you requested is ready. Please follow me. Manager Zhang of Fisherman's House No. 7 was waiting at the door. When he saw a group of young people coming, he hurried over to greet them with a nod and a bow. He received a call from Qin Muyu half an hour ago, saying that he wanted to entertain guests and asked him to prepare a private room. Qin Muyu, the son of the second master of the Qin family, is the true second generation of Lin Zhang. Qin Guanlan's 21st birthday party is coming soon. The scale of this party is quite large. Not only will young talents from Lin Zhang participate, but families from other places that are on good terms with the Qin family will also be invited to participate. Because Qin Guanlan has already cultivated the dark energy and become a true master of the dark energy. In the martial arts world, anyone who can cultivate dark energy before the age of 23 is considered a genius in ancient martial arts. Qin Guanlan became a master of dark energy at the age of 21, and could be said to be a dragon among men. The Qin family also used this birthday party to show his extraordinary style to all the other families. Qin Muyu came to Fisherman's House No. 7, which was hosting Ling Tianqi from the Huaibei Ling family who had come from afar. Chapter 40 Steamed Deep-Sea Bluefin Fish. Qin Muyu and Ling Tianqi walked side by side, followed by 6 young men and women, all of whom were second-generation people of considerable status. Qin Muyu asked Manager Zhang, who was leading the way, Manager Zhang, are all the seafood I ordered ready? Manager Zhang replied with a flattering smile, Don't worry, Mr. Qin, everything is ready. As soon as he received the call from Mr. Qin, he dared not neglect it. He immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare the food, and he also went to the door to greet him in person. Who dares to disrespect the ancient Qin family? Qin Muyu nodded to Manager Zhang with satisfaction, then pointed to a glass fish tank at the front of the fresh food area and enthusiastically introduced it to Ling Tianqi. Mr. Ling, this is a deep-sea bluefin fish that is unique to LJ City. It is not available anywhere else. It tastes very good. You can try it later. There was only one fish in the fish tank, with a flat head and all blue fins. Ling Tianqi is the son of the head of the Huaibei ancient martial arts Ling family. In terms of status, he is higher than Qin Muyu, and in terms of strength, he is also stronger than Qin Muyu. He took a look at the deep-sea bluefin fish and commented calmly, It looks very strange. I have never seen it before. Manager Zhang saw that young Master Qin was so polite to Ling Tianqi, and knew that he was of a special status, so he flattered him, Young Master Ling, the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish in our store is absolutely the best in Lin Zhang, I guarantee you will like it. Then I'm a little looking forward to it. Ling Tianqi laughed. Manager Zhang promised, I will definitely not let young Master Ling down. He took Qin Xiao, Ling Xiao, and the others to the prepared box and personally poured water and tea for them. The waiter quickly brought out the prepared dishes, including steamed deep-sea bluefin fish. Qin Muyu pointed at it and said to Ling Tianqi, Mr. Ling, this is steamed deep-sea bluefin fish. Try it first. Then I'll be welcome. Ling Tianqi picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth. Well, it's really good. Ling Tian tasted a bite of the fish and praised, the fish is very tender and tastes very delicious, with a unique sweet fragrance. Qin Muyu laughed and said, Young Master Ling, try the 7 treasure crab roe soup. It is cooked with 7 kinds of precious Chinese herbs and is also a famous dish here. Qin Muyu warmly entertained Ling Tianqi. Although the seafood at Fisherman's No. 7 was expensive, it was worth the money and the taste was unique. All the guests enjoyed the seafood dinner. Mr. Ling, I'll have someone serve another steamed deep-sea bluefin fish. A deep-sea bluefin fish weighs only about 2 kilograms, and the 8 of them only had to eat a little and it was gone. Shin Muyu looked at the pile of fish bones and knew that everyone liked this dish, so he prepared to order another one. He called Manager Zhang in and ordered, "Manager Zhang, ask the kitchen to get another steamed deep-sea bluefin fish." "No problem, I'll place an order for Mr. Chen right away." Manager Zhang quickly nodded in agreement and picked up his iPad to place an order, only to find that the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish was sold out. "I clearly saw one just now, why is it gone? Has someone already placed an order for it?" Manager Zhang had been waiting outside the door and had not gone to the hall. He did not know that the last deep-sea bluefin fish had been ordered. He cursed the person who placed the order in his heart, and hesitantly said to Chen Muyu, "Mr. Chen, are the deep-sea bluefin fish sold out?" Chen Muyu's face turned cold when he heard this. He looked at Manager Zhang coldly and said, "Wasn't there one left in the hall just now?" The air conditioner in the box was very cool, but Manager Zhang was sweating coldly. He said timidly, "Someone else just placed an order. It's been less than half an hour, it must not be steamed yet. When it's steamed, have someone send it here directly." Chen Muyu said this in a domineering manner and ignored Manager Zhang. In Linjiang, no one dared to refuse what he wanted. "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll go out and make the arrangements right away." Manager Zhang did not dare to object, nor did he hesitate, and agreed immediately. He hurriedly left the box and went to arrange for the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish to be moved to Chen Xiao's box. No matter who places the order for the last deep-sea bluefin fish, as long as young Chen has given the order, it will belong to young Chen. He could offend other diners, but he didn't dare to offend Mr. Chen. Manager Zhang went to the front desk to check and found out that the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish was ordered by the customer in box 9 and is almost ready. He asked the waiter in charge of private room number 9 and learned that the customers inside were a young man and two women, all of whom were strangers and had never been there before. Manager Zhang came to box number 9, knocked on the door and walked in and said, "I'm sorry to disturb the three distinguished guests while they are having dinner." The customers in box 9 were Chen, Giran and Su Shasha. 4 of the 6 seafood dishes they ordered had been served, and they tasted really great. Giran and Su Shasha ate with relish and were very happy. Chen asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm Zhang Yongbua, the manager of Fisherman's No. 7. Manager Zhang introduced himself first, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish you ordered just now has actually been reserved by another customer. Because the waiter downstairs didn't update the system in time, you placed a duplicate order." "You mean to say that someone else ordered the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish first?" Chen frowned, looked at Manager Zhang with a sneer on his face and said, "5 minutes ago I asked the waitress if the dish was almost ready, and she told me it would be ready soon. Now you tell me that someone else has already reserved it. Do you think I believe it?" When Manager Zhang heard this, he immediately felt a little embarrassed and continued to smile and said, "It was booked by young Master Chen." His face was full of smiles. Anyone with status in Linjiang knew young Master Chen and would give him this dish out of his face. If they don't even know young Master Chen, then Fisherman No. 7 is not afraid of offending them. Chen raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. "Mr. Chen? I don't know him." The only person in Linjiang who can be called young Master Chen is the young master of the ancient martial arts Chen family. However, Chen really didn't know any young Master Chen. "This dish was ordered by young Master Chen first, so I can't serve it to you. I'm sorry." Manager Zhang still had a smile on his face, but spoke in a firm attitude. Seeing that Chen didn't even recognize young Master Chen, he thought that Chen was probably trying to show off by treating beautiful women to a meal. "If you want me to transfer this dish, discuss it with me in a nice way, maybe I will agree." Chen spoke slowly, and suddenly his tone turned cold, "But since you found such a poor excuse to deceive us, I will tell you now that we will have this steamed deep-sea bluefin fish today." Chen paused, then smiled nonchalantly, "If I don't see this dish within 10 minutes, I think your reputation as Fisherman's No. 7 will no longer be worth opening for business." Chapter 41, Call Someone to Smash the Store. Threat, this is a naked threat. Manager Zhang looked at the young man in front of him and wanted to laugh out loud. The young and frivolous are ignorant and fearless. He was really not afraid of his tongue being blown away by the strong wind. He probably doesn't know who the owner of Fisherman No. 7 is. The Mo family behind Fisherman No. 7 is also one of the largest families in Linjiang. Apart from the 3 ancient martial arts families, who dares to say that Fisherman's No. 7 can't continue to operate in Linjiang? Manager Zhang's smile disappeared, and he said sternly, "Mr. Chen specifically requested the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish, so you have to give it to him whether you want to or not. What kind of crappy shop is this? I've lost my appetite for a good meal." Su Shasha has a hot temper and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Sooner or later, this kind of crappy shop will go bankrupt. Lu Chen gave Su Shasha an approving look and agreed, "You're right. This shabby store will go bankrupt sooner or later." At this time, Lu Chen's cell phone rang. It was Wang Hu calling. Lu Chen asked him to deliver the car within an hour. Now it was exactly 1 hour, and he personally drove the new car to number 7 Yuja. Wang Hu, Mr. Lu, I have already driven my newly bought Maserati to the entrance of number 7 Yuja. Mr. Lu, I'm in box 9, just come over. Wang Hu, okay, Mr. Lu, I'll be there right away. Lu Chen hung up the phone and said to manager Zhang coldly, "If you want to bully customers with your big store, don't blame me for smashing Fisherman's number 7. Ha ha. Manager Zhang said gloomily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. I want to see how you smashed Fisherman's number 7. The atmosphere in the box suddenly turned cold. Su Shasha looked at Lu Chen curiously. She had a hot temper, but she didn't dare to say something as bold as smashing the store. For a high-end seafood restaurant like this, the owner must have a strong local background. This Lu Chen is so domineering. Lu Chen just raised the corner of his mouth and looked at manager Zhang with a sneer. While the two sides were confronting each other, the door of the box was opened and Wang Hu walked in with 2 thugs. He sensed that the atmosphere in the box was not right, so he walked up to Lu Chen with a solemn expression and asked respectfully, "Mr. Lu, has the car been delivered?" Then he turned his head and looked at manager Zhang fiercely like a wild beast. Master Tiger of Beicheng. Manager Zhang was also surprised when he saw Wang Hu calling the young man in front of him Mr. Lu. Could it be that I was mistaken, and this young man is also the son of a wealthy family? But I have never heard of a person named Mr. Lu in Linjiang. Lu Chen calmly said to Wang Hu, "Call someone to smash this store." Wang Hu answered without hesitation, "I'll get my brothers over here and destroy this place right away." Mr. Lu's words were ironclad orders. Without asking for the reason, he immediately took out his phone and notified his brothers to bring people over to smash the store. Manager Zhang saw that Wang Hu was serious and asked stiffly, "Master Hu, what do you mean by this?" He didn't expect that Wang Hu didn't even ask what happened, but directly called people to smash the store, leaving no room for negotiation. Although the Mo family behind Fisherman number 7 is not afraid of Wang Hu, he is the one who handled this matter and has not informed the Mo family yet. If Wang Hu's men really came to smash the store, it would be difficult for him to explain to the Mo family. "Don't you have ears?" Wang Hu looked at him like an idiot and scolded him, "You mean to destroy the store?" Manager Zhang didn't dare to be tough anymore, and smiled softly, "Mr. Lu, Mr. Tiger, this dish was specifically requested by Mr. Chen from the second master's family, and I can't do anything about it." He brought Chen Xiao out, believing that Wang Hu might not give face to the Mo family, but he would definitely give face to Chen Xiao. Ha ha. Wang Hu sneered, "Last night, Lei Yun offended young Master Lu, and I crippled both of his hands by bringing up young Master Chen. Do you think bringing up young Master Chen will work now?" After hearing what Wang Hu said, Manager Zhang felt a chill down his spine. Of course he knew who Lei Yun was. The Lei family was as powerful as the Mo family. Unexpectedly, Lei Yun had both his hands crippled for offending Mr. Lu in front of him. Who exactly is this Mr. Lu? Master Lu, Master Hu, calm down first. I will go and discuss this with Master Chen. Manager Zhang walked out of the box with a smile on his face. When he reached the door, his face immediately turned gloomy and he walked quickly towards Qin Muyu's box. No matter who Mr. Lu is. If they dare to offend the Qin family, they will die. After Manager Zhang left the box, Lu Chen smiled at Giran and Su Shasha as if nothing had happened and said, "Let's continue eating. It would be a waste if we don't eat such a delicious seafood feast." After saying that, Lu Chen sat back in his seat and prepared to eat. "Mr. Lu, Ms. Ji, please enjoy your meal. We will leave first." Wang Hu led 2 thugs out of the box and stood guard at the door. Su Shasha looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Who is this man? That Tiger Lord, who looked like a big brother in the underworld, was respectful to him, just like he was his subordinate. Last night, someone had his hands crippled by that Tiger Lord because he offended him. He would smash shops and cripple other people's hands at any time. This man is too cruel. She looked at Lu Chen's calm and composed face again, feeling a little scared. She looked at Giran again and found that Giran still looked normal, as if in her heart, Lu Chen should be like this. Manager Zhang came to Qin Muyu's box, walked up to him, and said in a low voice nervously, "Mr. Qin, there is a problem with the steamed deep-sea bluefin fish." Qin Muyu's face darkened and he asked unhappily, "What trouble?" He has grown up and still doesn't know what trouble is. Manager Zhang replied timidly, the young man who ordered this dish was unwilling to give up the fish and threatened to destroy our restaurant if I didn't serve him that dish. Qin Muyu scolded, what a joke, when did you, fisherman's number 7, ever fear that someone would smash your store? In his opinion, apart from their 3 major families, no one in Linjiang dared to destroy Yuzha number 7. Manager Zhang said, Master Beichenga knows that young man and calls him Master Lu. Qin Muyu frowned and said impatiently, I don't care if you were Mr. Lu or any other young master, just tell Wang Hu that I, Qin Muyu, want the fish. In his eyes, Lord Tiger of Beicheng is just a small figure. I've already told them that this fish is to be sent to young Master Qin. Manager Zhang said hesitantly, not only did they not give young Master Qin face, Wang Hu also said. When Qin Muyu heard that Master Lu and Wang Hu didn't even give him face, his face darkened and he asked with a grim smile, what else do you want to say? In Linjiang, no one dared to deny Qin Muyu face. Wang Hu also said that Lei Yun offended young Master Lu last night, and I crippled young Master Qin's hands. Do you think it would be useful to bring up young Master Qin now? After Manager Zhang finished speaking, the entire box fell into silence. This is not just a lack of respect, but a provocation to the entire Qin family. Ling Tianqi looked at Qin Muyu, whose face was ferocious, with great interest, and thought to himself, in Linjiang, there are still people who dare to provoke the Qin family. How interesting. Chapter 42, Let him go. Qin Muyu stood up with a ferocious look on his face and said grimly, take me to meet that young Master Lu and Lord Beicheng Tiger. I want to see who gave them the courage to challenge the Qin family. If they dare to offend young Master Qin, they must want to die. A young man next to Qin Muyu echoed arrogantly. That's right, young Master Qin took action personally. That young Master Lu and Lord Beicheng Tiger were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Another person flattered him and laughed. Let's go with young Master Qin to see who dares to challenge the Qin family. Ling Tianqi said to the 2 friends who came with him. Mr. Ling, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Qin Muyu said coldly, if anyone dares to provoke the Qin family in Linjiang, I will make them pay the price. The birthday party for the eldest son of the Qin family is approaching, and it is the time for guests from all directions to congratulate him. Now someone openly jumps out to provoke the Qin family. This is absolutely an act of seeking death. The power of the Qin family cannot be insulted lightly. Those who are humiliated will die. Manager Zhang, along with Qin Muyu and a group of 8, came to box number 9 where Lu Chen was in a menacing manner. As soon as they arrived at the corridor, they saw Wang Hu and 2 thugs guarding the door. Qin Muyu walked up to Wang Hu and confronted him, shouting, Wang Hu, you are so brave, you dare to touch anyone from our Qin family. He didn't mention the incident of stealing the fish at the beginning, but instead used the matter of the thundercloud to make trouble. Wang Hu replied disdainfully, Lei Yun was courting death by offending Master Lu. I didn't take his life, so I gave him a break. He didn't give Qin Muyu any face, nor did he give the Qin family any face. Very good. Qin Muyu was furious and said coldly, I want to see who Master Lu is that gives you the courage to talk to me like this. Qin Muyu took a step forward and wanted to enter the box. He didn't take Wang Hu seriously. Wang Hu was not qualified to talk to him directly. He wanted to go directly to Lu Xiao, who was behind Wang Hu. Wang Hu stretched out his hand to block Qin Muyu and said sternly, Mr. Lu is having dinner with his friends inside. No one can go in and disturb Mr. Lu without his consent. As long as young Master Lu didn't give the order, he would guard the door for young Master Lu and not allow anyone to go in and disturb young Master Lu while he was eating. Qin Muyu's face was stern, and he shouted sternly, a good dog doesn't block the road, get out of here. He was really angry as he was humiliated again and again. A mere tiger lord from Beicheng dares to stand in his way. Behind him was Ling Xiao, and there was a large group of people watching. If he doesn't make Wang Hu and Lu Xiao pay a heavy price today, where will Qin Muyu put his face when the news gets out? Let him go and don't disturb us while we eat. Lu Chen's domineering and arrogant voice came from the box. He had heard the noise outside, but he was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Muyu and directly asked Wang Hu to send them away. Don't bother with them. Lu Chen picked up a piece of lobster and put it in Giran's bowl, and said softly, here, have a piece of lobster. Yeah. Giran said quietly. She was not panicked by the commotion outside. As long as Lu Chen was there, she felt very safe and was not afraid of anything. Su Shasha looked at Lu Chen and thought he was so cool. On the one hand, he was disdainful of Qin Xiao outside, but on the other hand, he was so gentle to Giran. When Qin Muyu heard Lu Chen telling him to get out, he was so furious. He had never been humiliated like this before. He reached out and grabbed Wang Hu's hand, shouting angrily, "Get out of here." After Lu Chen spoke, Wang Hu felt more confident in facing Qin Muyu. His face turned cold, and he asked sternly, "Didn't Mr. Qin hear what Mr. Lu said? If Mr. Qin doesn't leave, don't blame me for taking action. You dare to fight me?" Qin Muyu laughed in anger. Okay, today, I will let you know that in front of ancient warriors, you are just ants." Qin Muyu spoke with great vigor, looking like he was invincible. As an ancient warrior, he has reason to be proud. Roll! Wang Hu roared, and without waiting for Qin Muyu to react, he suddenly jumped up and punched Qin Muyu in the chest. He is a ruthless man who lives on the edge of a knife. Since he has decided to take action, he will do it directly and be very brutal. Ming Jin trains the muscles and bones, and Jin trains internal strength, and Hua Jin trains the whole body. Only after opening the Ren and Du meridians and cultivating internal strength to become a master of dark energy can one be considered a true ancient martial artist. Qin Muyu is only an ancient martial artist with Ming Jin cultivation level. If a real fight breaks out, Wang Hu is not without a chance of winning. But he did not dare to underestimate Qin Muyu, so he took advantage of his unpreparedness and attacked first. Qin Muyu had been spoiled since childhood and had no real fighting experience. When he was suddenly attacked by Wang Hu, he felt a muffled sound in his chest, his blood churning in his body, and he couldn't breathe. If it were an ordinary person, Wang Hu's punch would be enough to knock him down, but Qin Muyu was at the 6th level of Ming Jin after all, and had a strong physique, so he only took 2 steps back. Among the 7 people who came with Qin Muyu, only Ling Tianqi was an ancient warrior, but he had no intention of offering to help. The other 6 people were just ordinary rich second generations. They were intimidated by Wang Hu's ferocious appearance and didn't even have time to hide, let alone dare to help. Manager Zhang was even more frightened. Seeing that Wang Hu really dared to fight with Qin Muyu, he secretly stepped aside and called Mr. Mo Sani behind fisherman number 7. Wang Hu didn't give Qin Muyu a chance to react. He took a big step forward and punched him again. Qin Muyu felt dizzy and reflexively blocked Wang Hu's fist with his hands, but Wang Hu swept his leg across and kicked him in the waist, then attacked Qin Muyu like a violent storm. Qin Muyu had no fighting experience and was ambushed by Wang Hu. After staggering for a few moves, he was knocked to the ground. Wang Hu became furious and raised his foot to step on Qin Muyu's face. Ling Tianqi, who had been watching the fight from the side, suddenly took action, kicked Wang Hu's foot away, and said lightly, "It's over." As a fellow ancient martial artist, if Qin Muyu was stepped on the face by an ordinary person in front of him, he would also feel ashamed. He looked at Qin Muyu lying on the ground with great contempt in his heart. He had completely disgraced the ancient warrior. Wang Hu took a step back and looked at Ling Tianqi warily. He still felt a dull pain in his foot where he had been kicked. He didn't know Ling Tianqi, but the power of that kick made him realize that the young man who attacked was also an ancient martial artist, and his aura was different from that of a playboy like Qin Muyu, which made him feel palpitations. Wang Hu knew he was no match for his opponent, but he did not back down. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Behind him is the unfathomable Lu Chen, giving him the confidence to face Ling Tianqi. Ling Tianqi said proudly, "Ling Tianqi from the Huaibei Ling family." Wang Hu said politely, "So you are young Master Ling from Huaibei. I have heard of your great name for a long time." In fact, he had never heard of the Huaibei Ling family. It was just a polite term used in the underworld. Qin Muyu felt like his body was about to fall apart and he was in excruciating pain all over. Seeing Ling Tianqi's move, he climbed up with the help of the wall, looked at Wang Hu with bloodshot eyes, and shouted hysterically, "Young Master Ling, help me destroy him, I want him to die." Chapter 43, 10 minutes passed. Ling Tianqi was unmoved by Qin Muyu's roar and said calmly, "Mr. Qin, if people knew that your Qin family's affairs still needed outsiders to intervene, I'm afraid it would affect your Qin family's prestige." He and Qin Muyu had just met and did not have much of a relationship. He would not act rashly without knowing Mr. Lu's background. He is not a playboy like Qin Muyu. He knows that a ruthless man like Beiqing Tiger must have something to rely on if he dares to fight against the Qin family. Qin Muyu knew that Ling Tianqi had no intention of standing up for him, so he looked at Wang Hu with hatred and said with gritted teeth, "The Qin family will definitely not let you go, just wait and see. Let's go." Qin Muyu made some harsh remarks and ran away in disgrace with several of his second-generation friends. Ling Tianqi and his 2 friends who came from Huaibei did not leave with Qin Muyu, but looked at the closed door of the box thoughtfully. This young Master Lu is quite arrogant. When young Master Qin from the ancient Qin family arrived at the door, he was not even qualified to enter and was chased away by his men. Mr. Ling, do you have any other advice for me? Wang Hu asked with a bow. Ling Tianqi didn't take action just now, which means he is not an enemy, so Wang Hu cannot be impolite. I just want to make friends with Mr. Lu. Mr. Ling said meaningfully. In that case, I will go in and inform young Master Ling. Wang Hu didn't dare to let Ling Tianqi into the box on his own initiative. Since young Master Ling wants to make friends, then come in and have a meal together. Lu Chen's voice came from the private room and continued, Master Hu, ask the waiter to add a set of bowls and chopsticks, and ask them to quickly send the remaining 2 dishes over. When Wang Hu heard Lu Chen call him Master Tiger, he was cheered up. Lu Chen called him Tiger Lord to give him enough face, so his name Tiger Lord will surely resound throughout Linjiang in the future. Even if they go to visit the Chu family tomorrow, as long as Lu Chen calls him Lord Tiger, the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, will also politely follow suit and call him Lord Tiger. This is face, this is status. Mr. Ling, please. Wang Hu pushed open the door of the box with excitement and invited Ling Tianqi in. Ling Tianqi asked his 2 friends to stay outside the door, and he entered the private room. He walked towards Lu Chen and the others, bowed and said, I am Ling Tianqi from the Huaibei Ling family. I am sorry to bother you, Mr. Lu. Linjiang University, Lu Chen, nice to meet Mr. Ling. Lu Chen also introduced himself. Lu Chen's principle is that I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will just step on him to death. If Ling Tianqi really wants to make friends with him, he will also be happy to make friends. Ling Tianqi frowned slightly. He originally thought that Lu Chen was also from an ancient martial arts family, but his introduction showed that he was not from an ancient martial arts family. Then what confidence did he have to provoke the ancient martial arts Qin family? Ling Tianqi was also a carefree person. If he couldn't figure it out, he would stop thinking about it. He looked at Giran and Su Shasha and smiled, Mr. Lu, why don't you introduce these 2 beauties to me? She is my girlfriend Giran. Lu Chen pointed at Giran and introduced her, then pointed at Su Shasha and said, this beauty is Su Shasha, a good friend of my girlfriend. Hello, Miss Ji, Miss Su. It is my honor to meet you too. Ling Tianqi was not as cold and arrogant as he was when he was. After Mr. Mo-san heard the news, he scolded him harshly and told him to keep Lu Chen stable, saying that he was on his way there in person. Manager Zhang, it seems like we've exceeded the time limit by 10 minutes now, right? Lu Chen glanced at Manager Zhang and asked with a smile. He just said that if it takes more than 10 minutes to be delivered, Fisherman number 7 will have no need to exist. Pa! Manager Zhang seemed to have lost his soul. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice in the face, begging and apologizing, Mr. Lu, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me and let me go. Lu Chen didn't even look at Manager Zhang and said coldly, get out and don't affect my appetite. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Master Lu told you to get out, so get out. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. Manager Zhang was still begging, but Wang Hu grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the box. The room fell silent again. Ling Tianqi broke the silence and said, I just had this steamed deep-sea bluefin fish. It tastes great. Everyone, eat it while it's hot. If it gets cold, it will smell fishy and won't taste good anymore. Come on, Ran, try it first. The meat near the fish head is the tenderest. This piece is for you. Lu Chen was like a man who doted on his wife, and he picked up the piece of tender meat next to the fish head and gave it to Giran. Giran finished eating the fish and asked timidly, Lu Chen, you are not going to really destroy this store later, are you? This kind of store can be smashed if it's not necessary. Lu Chen nodded and said, if we don't teach them a lesson, they will never repent. Giran said with a look of regret, the seafood in this restaurant is delicious. I want to wait for Xiao Ke to come and eat together. It would be a pity to destroy it. In fact, she was kind-hearted and thought that although Manager Zhang was wrong, he was not the boss here and did not deserve to destroy the store directly. That was why she used the excuse of bringing Lu Xiaoke out to eat seafood next time to save the store. When Lu Chen heard that Giran was intending to plead for the store and even brought up Lu Xiaoke, he said, after so much trouble, the owner of Yuja number 7 should show up. If he has a positive attitude, let him continue to open the business. Chapter 44, We Can't Let the Brothers Make a Wasteful Trip. Mr. Mo-san rushed to Fisherman's house number 7 in a hurry. He never expected that Manager Zhang had offended an evil star in order to curry favor with Mr. Qin. His pig head didn't even think about the fact that even a ruthless man like Beiqing Tiger Lord had offended the Qin family because of Mr. Lu. The power of this young Master Lu is at least not inferior to that of the Chen family. He dared to offend such an evil star, and Mr. Mo-san wanted to skin manager Zhang alive. Master Tiger. Mr. Mo-san rushed to number 7 fisherman's house and went straight to box number 9. Seeing Wang Hu guarding the door, he walked over to greet him with a smile on his face. Mr. Mo-san. Wang Hu didn't give Mr. Mo-san a good look, but just responded casually. Master Hu, tell me the truth, who is Mr. Lu? Master Mo-san walked up to Wang Hu and asked in a low voice. You are not qualified to know about young Master Lu's background. Wang Hu snorted arrogantly and warned, I can only tell you that if young Master Lu is unhappy, Fisherman's number 7 will not be able to open for business in the future, no matter who comes. Wang Hu didn't know where Master Lu came from. He only knew that even Chu Tianxiong said that he was the king of Linjiang, so he was the true king of Linjiang. When Mr. Mo-san heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Lord Tiger of Beichang would naturally not do something without a purpose. Just because young Master Lu dared to provoke the Chen family, no matter who wins or loses in the end, before the outcome is decided, it is not someone that their Mo family can afford to offend. Master Mo-san bowed to Wang Hu and said, Thank you Master Hu for your reminder. Please inform him that Mo Qingshan wants to see Master Lu. Wang Hu knocked on the door and went in, saying respectfully, Mr. Lu, Mo Qingshan, the owner of Fisherman's number 7, wants to see you. Let him in. Lu Chen said lightly. Wang Hu let Mo Qingshan in, pointed at Lu Chen and Ling Tianqi and introduced them to him, This is Mr. Lu, and this is Mr. Ling from Huaibei. Mr. Mo-san hurriedly bowed and smiled, I am Mo Qingshan, the boss of Fisherman's house number 7. Nice to meet Master Lu and Master Ling. Lu Chen glanced at him lightly and asked, I wonder if Boss Missouri has any advice for me? I don't deserve your advice, I don't deserve it. Mr. Mo-san said with great fear, I heard that manager Zhang of the store offended Mr. Lu, so I came here specially to apologize. I hope Mr. Lu will forgive my fault and show mercy. Lu Chen said leisurely, Boss Missouri, when you open a business, you should treat everyone as a guest. If you think you can bully customers just because your store is big, then such a business will not last long. Mr. Lu is teaching me a lesson. I have already fired manager Zhang. Fisherman's number 7 will never bully customers again. Mr. Mo apologized nervously. It is our fault for disturbing Mr. Lu's pleasure. Today, I will treat you. From now on, Mr. Lu can also bring people to Fisherman's number 7 for free. Mr. Mo-san knew everything in his mind. If young Master Lu could defeat the Chen family, it would be worth it even if he gave the number 7 of the Yu family to young Master Lu directly. If young Master Lu is trampled to death by the Chen family, there will no longer be a person named young Master Lu in Linjiang, and number 7 of the Yu family will not suffer any loss. I'm not unreasonable. You guys are running a business, so you have to make the money you deserve. Young Master Lu pointed at Wang Hu and said lazily, but Mr. Tiger's brothers will be here soon. You can't let them make a wasted trip, right? Lu Chen's meaning was very clear. He would give as much as he should in the future when they came for meals, but he couldn't just let this matter go. He still had to give the benefits that were due. Master Mo-san understood what Lu Chen meant, and his heart dropped. He smiled and agreed, that's right, that's right. I will definitely not let the brothers make this trip in vain. As long as Lu Chen is willing to ask for benefits, it means that he will not pursue the matter any further. Otherwise, if Lu Chen smashed Fisherman's number 7 today, they would not be able to do business in the future. You can discuss the rest with Lord Tiger. Wang Hu is good at this kind of thing, and he is too lazy to take care of these things. Lu Chen said leisurely, we should leave after eating. Boss Missouri, the seafood here is very good. We will come back next time. It is a great honor for our store that Mr. Lu likes it. Mr. Mo-san said happily, welcome Mr. Lu to visit next time. The matter of Fisherman's house number 7 was settled. Lu Chen looked at Wang Hu and said, Master Hu, my sister will come to Linjiang this afternoon. I plan to take them to your place for karaoke in the evening. Go back and prepare a clean private room. Wang Hu injured Qin Muyu today. I'm afraid the Chen family will send someone to Wang Hu's entertainment city tonight to get revenge. As long as the Chen family can get a master of dark energy, they can sweep the entire family. That's why Lu Chen planned to go to Wang Hu's place in person tonight. He specifically emphasized that he wanted a clean private room because he wanted Wang Hu to stop all the messy things in the entertainment city. After all, I have to take Lu Xiaoka and Giran with me. It would be bad if they saw those things. Wang Hu replied knowingly, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will definitely ask them to clean up the room thoroughly." He was vaguely looking forward to the arrival of night. Tonight is destined not to be peaceful. The first head-on confrontation between Mr. Lu and the Qin family is bound to affect the future of Lin Jiang. Lord Tiger of Beicheng will also rise on this night. "Mr. Lu, do you mind if I bring my friends over to sing K?" Ling Tianqi interrupted with a smile. He knew that there would be something interesting to watch tonight, and he really wanted to see what confidence Lu Chen had to compete with the Qin family. Mr. Lu said frankly, "Karaoke is more lively when there are more people. We are all friends. Come and have fun together in the evening." Ling Tianqi said expectantly, "Then I will listen attentively to my sister-in-law's heavenly voice tonight." Just now when they were having dinner, he already knew that Giran was an outstanding student at the Magic City Conservatory of Music, and he even did a live broadcast of singing on the internet. Su Shasha also smiled and praised, "Our Giran is known as the KTV killer. As long as she sings, others are embarrassed to sing. Don't talk nonsense." Giran blushed and reached out to twist Su Shasha's waist. When Lu Chen saw the two women fighting, he suddenly realized that the method that Giran used to twist him yesterday was learned from Su Shasha. They talked as they walked out of Fisherman's House number 7. Ling Tianqi and Lu Chen made an appointment to meet again in the evening and then drove away. Huaibei and Lin Jiang are in the same province. Ling Tianqi and his 3 companions drove here from Huaibei by themselves. Wang Hu brought Lu Chen to a brand new white Maserati sports car and said, "Mr. Lu, this is a new car prepared for you. Try it first to see if you are satisfied." "Shasha, don't you want to go for a ride by yourself?" Lu Chen opened the door of the driver's seat and smiled at Su Shasha. Su Shasha was so ashamed that she had no face to show. An hour ago, she had mocked Lu Chen for not being able to buy a car and that Giran would suffer if she followed him. But now he had someone buy her a Maserati for her to drive around. Chapter 45. If uncle doesn't accept, then you will accept. "Female driver, what are you waiting for? Get in the car," Lu Chen urged with a smile. Su Shasha recognized the pearl-white Maserati GC sports car in front of her, which was priced at 3.028 million yuan. She stammered, "If such a luxurious sports car is damaged, I can't afford the compensation." "It's okay, just give me your Ran as compensation." Lu Chen looked at Giran and smiled. "Okay, I'll go all out and drive a supercar today." Su Shasha rolled up her sleeves, sat in the driver's seat with a righteous look, then pointed at Giran and said cheerfully, "From now on, my Ran will be yours." Giran grumbled to Su Shasha in dissatisfaction, "I don't love you anymore." She was very happy to see that her best friend was no longer targeting Lu Chen. Go and love your Lu Chen. I have a supercar." Su Shasha usually likes to pay attention to information about supercars. The Maserati GC is nominally a coupe, but its performance is comparable to that of a supercar. Now that she can drive a supercar herself, Su Shasha is very happy and sells Giran outright. She started the engine, and the booming sound was so cool. Su Shasha targeted Lu Chen mainly because she was afraid that Giran would suffer if he followed her. Now she saw that Lu Chen was a young man with great wealth and power, and he was also a man who doted on his wife. Giran said that the first meal they had yesterday was the rice noodles that he learned to make for her based on what he learned on Baidu. Now in Su Shasha's eyes, Lu Chen is a perfect boyfriend who is handsome, rich, gentle, and considerate. She felt relieved when Giran followed him. "Mr. Lu, I'll go find Mr. Mo first." Seeing that Lu Chen was chatting happily with them, Wang Hu took his leave and went in to ask Mr. Mo San for the brothers' hard work pay. "Okay, go ahead and do your work. Keep me informed if anything happens." After Wang Hu left, Lu Chen saw Su Shasha looking eager to try, so he jokingly said, "Female driver, why don't you go for a drive by yourself?" "Then where are you going?" Su Shasha asked. Lu Chen smiled and said, Ran and I will take a DD taxi back." "Master Lu, please forgive me, please forgive me." Su Shasha imitated manager Zhang's words of begging for mercy, and acted cute and coquettishly towards Lu Chen pitifully. "I look like I would roll on the ground if you make fun of this again. You two stop kidding." Giran also laughed out loud, "We have less than 3 hours to pick up Xiaoku at the station, and we have to go to karaoke in the evening, so let's go home and rest for a while." "Okay, no problem. I'll be your DD driver today. I'll take care of the pickup and drop off." Su Shasha snapped her fingers excitedly, pointed her finger at them, and shouted, "Handsome guys and beautiful girls, get in the car quickly." Lu Chen and Giran sat in the back seat, told Su Shasha the address of Jingsheng Garden and asked her to navigate, and then set off for home. Su Shasha drove the supercar she had long dreamed of, muttering all the way that she must find a place to race when she had the chance. Driving a supercar in the city center is not fun at all. The three of them returned to Lu Chen's rental house, and Su Shasha finally knew what the rental house he was living in looked like. In his heart, he cursed Lu Chen for being so good at pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Damn, the furniture and accessories alone that she knew the prices of were worth millions, and then he told others that the place he lived in was called a rental house. The poltrona Frau Ferrora du bed is so damn comfortable. In Giran's room, Su Shasha opened her arms and threw herself directly from the floor to the bed, face down, and slammed her face hard on the soft bed. It was the first time for Su Shasha to lie on a bed that cost more than 100,000 yuan. She felt extremely comfortable and rolled over and over on it several times. Seeing Su Shasha's excitement, Giran chuckled and said, "Go and take a shower. I'll let you sleep enough later." The things Lu Chen gave her made her best friend envious, and Giran felt very proud and happy. Su Shasha sat up, lifted Giran's chin, and said frivolously, "Girl, I'm going to sleep with you on this luxurious bed worth 150,000 yuan. Get lost." Giran slapped Su Shasha's hand away. "My best friend is like this, not serious at all, or real female hooligan. My best friend is a female hooligan, and Lu Chen is a stinky hooligan. Roll in the sheets." Su Shasha smiled shamelessly. "Look at my mouth shape." Giran pointed at his own mouth and said word by word, "Brother kisses you away, get out of here. Come, let me kiss you." Su Shasha said this and moved her mouth closer. Giran quickly dodged with a smile and picked up the pillow to cover Su Shasha's mouth. Ran, did you give your first kiss to Lu Chen last night?" Su Shasha asked, snatching the pillow. "No." Giran replied with a blush. "Haven't you kissed yet?" Su Shasha asked in disbelief. She and Giran had known each other since junior high school and knew that she had never had a boyfriend. Giran shook his head and said happily, "Because it wasn't last night, it was yesterday at noon." "You damned girl, you dared to argue with me." After playing around for a while, the two best friends took a shower and lay down on the bed to rest. Su Shasha asked doubtfully, "Of course, who is your Lu Chen?" Giran said shyly, "Lu Chen is Lu Chen. No matter who he is, as long as he is her Lu Chen. Look at how useless you are." Su Shasha poked Giran's head lightly with her hand and said mockingly, "You sound so sweet when you mention his name." Giran just smiled sweetly. "I feel sweet when I think of him, so what? But your Lu Chen is so handsome." Su Shasha said excitedly that manager Zhang praised young Master Chen so much, but in the end he was sent away before he even got through the door. And that boss Missouri, the boss of such a high-end seafood restaurant, was as scared of Lu Chen as a mouse seeing a cat. Also, the way Lu Chen called people to smash the store was so cool. "Did you really cripple Mr. Lei's hands last night? It was too violent, wasn't it? Were you scared when you were there?" Su Shasha became more and more excited as she spoke, and talked about many topics about Lu Chen in one breath. "Shasha, are you crazy about love?" Giran was very happy when he heard Su Shasha praising Lu Chen. He joked, "How about I give Lu Chen to you?" Su Shasha said with a beaming face, Okay, if you're willing, I'll dump Yang Yang." Su Shasha is a super fan of Yang Yang and has been clamoring to give birth to a baby for Yang Yang. "You wish." Giran curled her lips and said coquettishly, "I can't bear to do that." "I knew it." Su Shasha rolled her eyes at Giran and reminded him, "You have to keep an eye on Lu Chen. There's no telling how many sluts are eyeing such an outstanding man." Giran said confidently, "Lu Chen is not that kind of person." "That's right." Su Shasha said with a look of understanding, "You too, the man is young and rich, the woman is beautiful, and it's amazing that you have been playing games together for almost 2 years without falling in love in real life." Su Shasha said admiringly, "This kind of fate in waiting, anyway, if my uncle doesn't accept it, then I will accept you." Chapter 46 Lu Xiaoka. At 4:20, Didi driver Su Shasha drove a Maserati to take Lu Chen and Giran to the railway station. Lu Chen and Giran got off the car to pick up Lu Xiaoka at the station, while Su Shasha stayed in the car, boredly browsing Weibo while waiting for them. They waited at the exit for a few minutes, and the broadcast finally announced that the D2263 train that Lu Xiaoka was riding had arrived at the station. Lu Chen looked around anxiously. He hadn't seen Lu Xiaoka for several months. Although videos are very convenient nowadays, they are not as real as what we see in real life. It is said that girls change a lot when they grow up, and high school girls are at the time of greatest change. Since he went to college, he went back home every few months. Every time he saw Lu Xiaoke, he felt like he had become a different person. I don't know whether the little girl has grown taller or become prettier recently, or whether she has gained weight or lost weight. Giran could also feel Lu Chen's concern for Lu Xiaoke, which was a different kind of feeling from that for her. What Lu Chen gave her was love. He held her carefully in his hands and cared for her like a crystal. And Lu Chen's feelings for Lu Xiaoke are a bond that runs deep in blood, and he is willing to protect her with his life. She was not sure whether Lu Chen would protect her with his life. But he was sure that Lu Chen would protect Lu Xiaoke with his life. Xiao Ku, here. Lu Chen found Lu Xiaoke among the crowd, raised his hand and waved, shouting loudly. Brother, sister ran. When Lu Xiaoke heard Lu Chen's voice, she looked up and saw Lu Chen and Giran beside him, and shouted excitedly. Lu Chen pulled Giran, pushed through the crowd and came to Lu Xiaoke. Brother, I miss you so much. Lu Xiaoke, wearing a sky blue dress, hugged Lu Chen like a koala. She was almost a head shorter than Lu Chen, and she kept rubbing her little head against Lu Chen's shoulder. You're so old, but you're still like a child. Lu Chen patted Lu Xiaoke's back gently with one hand and rubbed her hair with the other hand out of habit, making her hair look like a bird's nest. This has been his habit since childhood. Often makes Lu Xiaoke cry. Lu Xiaoke got up from Lu Chen's shoulder, reached out to tidy up her messy hair, stomped her feet and said coquettishly, "Don't mess up my hair." She fixed her hair, and the excitement of meeting her brother for the first time gradually subsided. Then she turned to Giran and said playfully, Sister Ran, your crazy fan Lu Xiaoke reports to you. Don't be naughty, little fan. Giran took Lu Xiaoke's hand and said, let's go back and talk later. Giran held Lu Xiaoke's hand, and the two of them walked, talked, and laughed like good sisters. Lu Chen followed behind, pulling the suitcase, and they walked out of the hall together. Look, the girl in the Maserati is so beautiful. Her family must be very rich. If I could marry such a beautiful woman, I could at least save myself 20 years of hard work. Come on, how do you know she's a beautiful, rich girl? Maybe she's some rich man's mistress. Stop looking and leave. Whether she's a rich, beautiful lady or a mistress, it has nothing to do with us. Hey, that person seems to be Lu Xiaoke. What do you mean, that's Lu Xiaoke? Why did she come to Linjiang so early, and get in a Maserati? You ask me, who should I ask? The Maserati drove away, and three young men who knew Lu Xiaoke watched the Maserati go away with a puzzled look on their faces. Brother, are you sure you are not making up a story? Lu Xiaoke asked in disbelief while sitting in the Maserati. She was already confused when she saw that the car that picked her up was a Maserati. Then Lu Chen told her the story he had made up about how he was accepted as a disciple by a mysterious old man. She is completely confused now. Su Shasha, who was driving, also felt emotional. She had already learned about Lu Chen's situation from Giran in the afternoon. Now listening to Lu Chen say it again, it still feels like a dream. Lu Chen scratched Lu Xiaoke's nose and asked with a smile, when has my brother ever lied to you? Often. Lu Xiaoke snorted and said without thinking. When she was a child, if there was anything delicious or fun, her brother would give it to her first and then lie to her that he had already eaten it and played with it. I remember one time she said she wanted to eat donuts, and her brother stole money from home to buy them for her. The father discovered that some money was missing and asked the brother if he had stolen any money, to which he admitted. When asked what he did with the money, my brother refused to say. My brother was severely beaten by his father. Her brother didn't cry, but she did. But she was very young and scared at that time. She didn't dare tell her father that her brother stole the money to buy donuts for her. She secretly asked her brother if it hurt. My brother smiled and said it didn't hurt at all. At that time, she believed it. After she grew up, she no longer believed it. So, my brother has always been a big liar. She never ate donuts again from then on, but her online nickname is Happy Donut. Lu Chen knocked on Lu Xiaoke's head and scolded him with a smile, you are so talkative. Lu Xiaoke smiled and asked, brother, you make yourself sound so awesome, so can I be a fearless little princess in the future? Lu Chen looked at the world with a disdainful look and said proudly, from now on, you will be the little princess who is fearless. Everyone will respect and admire you, and no one will dare to hurt you. He will protect Lu Xiaoke for the rest of his life and never let her get hurt. Yeah, that's great. Lu Xiaoke shouted happily. She knew that even if her brother lied to her, it was all for her own good. So, she believed every word and every promise her brother made. With her brother protecting her, she is the happiest girl in the world. The four of them returned home, and Giran and Su Shasha went back to the bedroom first. Lu Chen helped Lu Xiaoke move the suitcase to her boudoir. Lu Xiaoke looked at the spacious and bright house. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still very excited. She had never lived in such a beautiful house. Lu Chen looked at the excited Lu Xiaoke, thought of the days when he and his sister depended on each other, and thought of the hardships Lu Xiaoke had endured. He swore in his heart that he would let her live the happiest life like a little princess. Brother Chang, take out the marrow cleansing pill. Lu Chen's mind moved, and the marrow cleansing pill given as a reward for the last mission appeared in his hand. Xiaoke, let me show you something good. Lu Chen clenched the marrow cleansing pill in his fist and spoke mysteriously. What good stuff? Lu Xiaoke came over cautiously. When she was a child, there were many such scenes. Her brother would always give her a new toy from time to time, like performing magic. Lu Chen spread his palm and said, "This is called the marrow cleansing pill. It can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the body. After you eat it, you can become a master like me." Lu Xiaoke's eyes widened as he asked curiously, "So powerful? When did I ever lie to you?" Lu Chen said this again. Lu Xiaoke picked up the marrow cleansing pill and looked at it from left to right like a favorite toy. The delicate pill patterns and the fragrant pill aroma made her unable to put it down. Chapter 47, Fairy in the Painting. Lu Xiaoke held the marrow cleansing pill in his palm and said mysteriously, "Brother, I will tell you a secret too." As she spoke, Lu Xiaoke stood on tiptoe and put her little mouth close to Lu Chen's ear. "What secret?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Thank you, bro." Lu Xiaoke shouted happily in Lu Chen's ear, suddenly attacked, and secretly kissed him on the face. "You've deafened my ears." Lu Chen touched the remaining saliva on Lu Xiaoke's face, pinched her cheek and taught her a lesson. "Little girl, I've told you so many times, you're grown up now, don't kiss your brother secretly anymore." When she was a child, she would kiss her brother whenever he gave her something fun or delicious. Now that she is grown up, her brother won't let her kiss him, so she can only kiss him secretly. "Oh, it hurts, it hurts." Lu Xiaoke grinned and shouted pitifully. Lu Chen didn't use any force on his hands. He knew the little girl was just pretending, but he couldn't bear to pinch her anymore and let go of her hand. "A little bit." As soon as Lu Chen took his hand back, Lu Xiaoke stuck out her tongue, made faces, and hummed, "I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't want to grow up." Crazy girl. Lu Chen cursed with a smile and said, "Brother will go out first, you should eat the marrow cleansing pill quickly. The marrow cleansing will make your whole body feel comfortable, and it will expel the impurities in your body. It will take about half an hour, and you will stink after it's over. Take a shower and change clothes. Brother will take you to sing karaoke in the evening." Lu Chen urged Lu Xiaoke to take the marrow cleansing pill, and then solemnly instructed, "Don't let anyone know that I gave you the marrow cleansing pill for the time being." Wudi Chang told him that there were also marrow cleansing pills in the martial arts world, but their effects were much worse than his. "Sister Ran is not okay too?" Lu Xiaoke asked with blinking eyes. "Yeah." Lu Chen nodded. Lu Xiaoke laughed and said, "Hee, brother, do you only have one and gave it to me instead of Sister Ran, so you're afraid that Sister Ran will be angry?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoke and said, "This is the one that Master specifically gave you. At that time, I wasn't in a relationship with Ran yet. I'll ask Master to give another one to Ran later." This was the reward for the mission to protect Lu Xiaoke, so naturally it should be given to Lu Xiaoke for use. When he had enough gold coins, he would buy one for Giran. Lu Xiaoke pouted and asked, "If I only have one marrow cleansing pill, should I give it to me or to Sister Ran?" It seems that girls like to ask this kind of questions more. Lu Chen patted Lu Xiaoke on the head and scolded, "You little brat, what are you thinking about? Why don't you ask who you would save first if you and Sister Ran fell into the water?" Lu Xiaoke asked, "If Sister Ran and I really fell into the water, who would I save first?" She raised her chin slightly, and looked at Lu Chen expectantly with her two clear big eyes. "Of course I'll save you first." Lu Chen answered as a matter of course. "You're dead. I'm going to tell Sister Ran." Lu Xiaoke looked at Lu Chen with a look that said, "You're finished." But she felt very happy in her heart. "In my brother's heart, I was still the most important." Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xiaoke, showing an expression that said, "I have seen through you a long time ago," and said, "Have you forgotten? Besides singing, your Sister Ran's biggest hobby is swimming. She can swim backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly stroke, freestyle, and she can swim to perfection. But you can't swim, so of course I saved you first. It seems so. Lu Xiaoke said stupidly, then said happily, haha, I forgot that you are also a landlubber. People in the countryside are superstitious, and the fortune teller told their parents not to let them go to the beach. So even though their hometown is by the sea, the brother and sister can't swim. Lu Chen shrugged and smiled awkwardly, come on, let's both wait for Ran to rescue us. After the brother and sister played around for a while, Lu Chen returned to the living room, leaving Lu Xiaoke alone in the bedroom to use the marrow cleansing pill. Giran and Su Shasha haven't come out yet, they must still be getting ready and dressed. It is always troublesome for girls to go out. Even the most beautiful girl will have to spend a long time before she can go out. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and found that today's credit limit had not been used up. At noon, fisherman number 7 spent more than 40,000 yuan, but Mr. Imo-san didn't dare to ask for a penny. He now knows that for the quota given to him by the super rich system every day, money is the least important thing. What is important is the experience and gold coins after spending the money. Experience can allow him to level up and have more store permissions. Gold coins can be used to buy items in the store to improve yourself. As long as you are strong. Money is just a number. The daily quota of 100,000 is just a drop in the bucket for his current status. He opened the e-shopping website and chose an Alienware 17.3-inch gaming laptop, an AW3418DW 34-inch professional gaming curved monitor, and then bought accessories such as an external keyboard and mouse. Xiaoke also plays the chicken game occasionally, and this gaming laptop is just right for him. The whole thing cost about 50,000 yuan, and the remaining money was used to treat Lu Xiaoke to a big dinner in the evening. After Lu Chen placed the order, he sat on the sofa and played with his phone. After more than 10 or 20 minutes, Giran and Su Shasha walked out of the bedroom side by side. Giran is still dressed in a fresh and clean style, making people want to hold her hand and stroll on the campus playground. Su Shasha was dressed very coolly, wearing a white shirt with a light-colored vest on top and jeans underneath. She had short hair and looked a bit like a tomboy, which didn't match her rather gentle name at all. Lu Chen looked at Su Shasha and joked, Shasha, I don't even dare to let Ran sleep with you. Are you afraid that I will eat your Ran? Su Shasha lifted Giran's chin and said with a smile, I have slept with her for several years. Are you jealous? Are you envious? She has a lively personality to begin with, and after putting aside her grudges with Lu Chen, they get along like good friends. Giran dodged Su Shasha's clutches and said coquettishly, if you guys keep acting like hooligans, I'm going to sleep with Xiaoke tonight. A female hooligan and a smelly hooligan. Giran, the little white rabbit, felt so pitiful. Great. Lu Xiaoke just opened the door and walked out, giggling, I want to sleep with Sister Ran tonight. Lu Xiaoke walked towards them with a smile on her face. Lu Chen, Giran, and Su Shasha were all stunned. The lotus steps step on the autumn waves, with a graceful girlish posture. The skin is as white as moonlight and as smooth as jade. She is graceful and elegant, and as pure as the autumn gardenia. The Lu family has a beautiful woman who is peerless and independent. Wow, Xiaoke, what skincare products do you usually use? Tell me quickly. Su Shasha's eyes sparkled, and she ran to Lu Xiaoke, stretched out her hand and pinched her cheeks, shouting wildly, wow, so tender and elastic, tell me how you maintain your skin. After Lu Xiaoke used the cleansing marrow pill, her skin became smooth and tender, an effect that no other skincare product could achieve. The girl has a unique aura and a youthful smile, just like a fairy walking out of a painting. Chapter 48, Master Chen. Sister Shasha, I usually only use some DBOSOD honey. Lu Xiaoke answered sweetly. She rarely buys skincare products and only uses the cheap DBOSOD honey. She naturally knew that all this was the result of the marrow cleansing pill her brother had given her, but since her brother had told her not to tell anyone, then she absolutely could not tell anyone. This was their little secret. Oh my god, your skin looks so good just by using DBOSOD honey. Su Shasha pinched Lu Xiaoke's face again. The feeling of this touch makes me want to knead her face into dough. Her heart was in a mess. More than half of her monthly living expenses were spent on buying skin care products. Although her skin was also very tender, it was still far behind Lu Xiaoke's. Su Shasha said unhappily, I'm going to go back and throw away all my cosmetics, and buy DBOSOD honey. Lu Chen said proudly, my little girl is naturally beautiful, you can't compare to her. Su Shasha and Giran didn't think much about it. They really believed that Lu Xiaoke was God's favorite and her skin was naturally beautiful and crystal clear. They didn't notice it at the station just now, probably because Lu Xiaoke was exhausted after sitting in the car for several hours. Now, after taking a shower and dressing up, she looked radiant and energetic again. Lu Chen looked at the time and it was almost 6 o'clock. He said, "Stop messing around. It's getting late. Let's find a place to welcome Xiaoke first, and then go to sing karaoke." Then he said to Lu Xiaoke, "I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Just tell me what you want to eat." Lu Xiaoke shouted excitedly, "Great, I'm going to have a barbecue buffet." Poverty limits Lu Xiaoke's imagination, and barbecue buffet is a feast in her eyes. Lu Chen didn't usually eat barbecue buffets, so he took out his phone to search for barbecue buffet restaurants in Linjiang. He found a barbecue restaurant called Wooden House Barbecue Bar with a high rating, and the comments from diners below were mostly positive. He decided on this restaurant and said, "Okay, let's go to the Wooden House Barbecue Bar to eat self-service barbecue. It has a pretty good reputation." "Great, go, let's go and have a feast." Lu Xiaoke shouted excitedly. Special car driver Su Shasha drove the Maserati and arrived at the Wooden House Barbecue Bar in about 10 minutes. The Maserati was parked on the side of the road, with a luxury car and beautiful women. There were 3 beautiful women with different styles surrounding Lu Chen, which naturally became a beautiful scenery on the street. Passers-by looked over and commented on them in their hearts. Of course, most of them are not good. The Wooden House Barbecue Bar has a retro environment, and you will feel quiet and peaceful when you walk in. The average price per person is 388 yuan, with unlimited supply of seafood, meat, and vegetables, and free drinks and desserts, which is relatively cost-effective. Lu Chen paid the bill and found a seat under the guidance of the waiter, and then they began to eat with relish. Lu Xiaoke was like a greedy little cat, with her mouth full of greasy food. She couldn't finish the food that Lu Chen was grilling in time. Su Shasha is also a foodie and never stops talking. Compared with them, Giran's eating manners were like a beautiful girl from a small family, chewing slowly and swallowing with great elegance. Lu Chen was completely reduced to a barbecue servant. He had to grill the food for Lu Xiaoke while letting Giran taste it. Su Shasha would come to grab some food from time to time. He couldn't help but sigh. Women are so hard to please. And he was serving 3 women at once. However, seeing Lu Xiaoke and Giran eating so happily, Lu Chen felt very happy. Lu Chen was still having dinner with them at the Wooden House Barbecue Bar, but the ancient Qin family was already in chaos. The ancient Qin family, one of the 3 major families in Linjiang, has dominated Linjiang for decades and has never been provoked like this. Mr. Qin's son was beaten by Mr. Beijing Tiger at Fisherman's House number 7. This was a shocking news. If he doesn't get this face back, how will Mr. Qin have the face to survive in the world in the future? At the Qin family villa, Mr. Qin too sat in the hall with a gloomy expression. His disappointing son, an ancient warrior, was actually beaten by an ordinary person. If it is a fight between ancient warriors, then if you lose, and you can only blame yourself for not being as skilled as your opponent. It is a great shame and a huge joke for an ancient warrior to be beaten by an ordinary person, and he will be laughed at for the rest of his life. He had also heard of Beijing Tiger Lord. He was a big shot in the underworld, but in his heart he was just an ant. If he wanted to, he could kill him with just a slap. Second Master. A middle-aged man with a calm and steady demeanor walked into the hall and bowed to Second Master Qin. "How's the investigation going?" Mr. Qin asked in a dignified voice. This Lu Chen is a student at Linjiang University, from Hucheng. His parents died in a car accident 7 years ago. He has only one sister, Lu Xiaoke, who is his only relative. We can't find anything unusual about his identity for the time being. The middle-aged man reported in a serious tone, but we found out that he has a relationship with the Chu family. The Jingsheng garden where he lives now is the property of the Chu family, and it was Chu Tianxiong who personally led the people to decorate it. He also often does morning exercises with Mr. Chu. Yesterday morning, someone saw Mr. Chu unconscious, and he and Jiang Jitao treated him together, so he is suspected. Master Qin frowned and asked, "What do you doubt?" The middle-aged man spoke out his guess in a deep voice. "I suspect Lu Chen is a dark power expert, and his identity information has also been tampered with. The Qin family is worthy of being one of the 3 giants in Linjiang." In just a few hours, Lu Chen's information was checked out. Yesterday morning, Mr. Chu fell into a coma. Many people who were doing morning exercises saw him, and someone even called 120 to help. Chu Tianxiang led people to decorate the house for Lu Chen in Jingsheng Garden, and it also mobilized a lot of manpower, which can be found out with a check. Master Chen remains silent, his face becoming even gloomier. Lu Chen is also a traditional Chinese martial artist. He is a master of dark energy at a young age. He is at least a genius like Qin Guanlan. Is there a bigger force behind him? In the past, he just studied at Linjiang University in a low-key manner. Now that they have interacted with the Chu family, they are starting to provoke the Qin family. Is this a conspiracy of the Chu family? Could it be that the Chu family wants to use Lu Chen, an external force, to deal with the Qin family? Master Qin pondered for a moment and asked, has the Chu family made any moves in the past 2 days? Since yesterday, all the people of the Chu family have returned to Chijiazwang one after another and have not gone out since then. The middle-aged man replied. Master Qin sneered and said, the storm is coming. The middle-aged man continued, the Dynasty Entertainment City has issued an announcement to suspend business tonight, but Wang Hu's staff have been transferred back to the Entertainment City. I'm afraid they are waiting for us to come. They are just a bunch of ants. What does it matter if there are more of them? Master Qin said with disdain. Beiqing Tiger Lord didn't take it seriously. He was afraid of the Chu family and Lu Chen. Master Qin knocked on the table with his hand and said in a deep voice, tonight, you go to the Dynasty Entertainment City to meet that Master Lu in person. Yes, second master. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement with an expressionless face. Chapter 49, Turn your hand and it will be clouds, turn your hand and it will be rain. After Lu Chen finished eating barbecue with the three beauties, it was almost 8 o'clock when they arrived at the Dynasty Entertainment City. There is a mobile billboard on each side of the entrance of Dynasty Entertainment City, indicating that the business is suspended today. Originally, they were not sure whether the Qin family would come tonight, so Lu Chen came here just in case. He just asked Wang Hu to clear out those programs that were not suitable for children. Later, Wang Hu called to discuss that instead of being uncertain whether the Qin family would come in the evening, it would be better to clear the area and wait for the Qin family to come. Open the door to welcome guests, and don't worry about the Qin family not coming. If the Qin family doesn't dare to come tonight, they will definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Linjiang. This is forcing the Qin family to confront him head-on and make a decision early. The beautiful and charming receptionist who usually wears cheongsam at the door has been replaced by burly thugs wearing uniform black round-neck t-shirts. Wang Hu also stood aside waiting to greet Lu Chen. When they saw Lu Chen and the three girls approaching, they all called out respectfully, Mr. Lu. Lu Chen nodded at them calmly, holding Giran's hand with his right hand, with Lu Xiaoke following on his left, and Su Shasha following on Giran's right. The four of them followed Wang Hu into the gate together. There was not a single customer in the huge entertainment city, only the black-clad thugs at the sentry post. Giran's hands were shaking slightly. It was the first time he encountered such a scene and he seemed a little nervous. Lu Chen gently squeezed Giran's hand to give her a sense of security, and her heart gradually calmed down. These vicious thugs are just her man's men. He usually dotes on Lu Xiaoke the most, but in this situation, the only hand he holds is mine. Giran felt very sweet and happy in his heart and he really enjoyed this kind of exclusive pampering. Girls are more or less selfish, especially towards the men they care about. Su Shasha beside her was a 4th-degree black belt who was said to be able to beat 3 or 5 strong men. She was usually lively and hot-tempered, but when she saw this kind of situation, she seemed both nervous and excited, and her eyes were secretly glancing around. This scene was so cool for her. She likes exciting things and her eyes are full of stars with excitement. Lu Xiaoke looked calm and didn't seem nervous at all. After using the marrow cleansing pill, she had become a master of dark energy and had a unique aura. When she first saw those black-clad thugs, she was a little scared, but the internal energy in her meridians started to circulate automatically, making her aura instantly confident. Looking at those black-clad thugs, they seemed like scum. She could beat countless of them by herself. My brother also said that she is now a legendary master. A master should have the demeanor of a master. She held her head high and chest out, imitating her brother's expression, looking calm and composed. As I walked into the hall, the black-clad thugs on guard duty kept bowing and calling out, Mr. Lu. The voice echoed in the empty hall, and Su Shasha's heart was filled with emotion as she listened to it. This Lu Chen is too high class. After taking the elevator to the 6th floor, Ling Tianqi and his 2 friends were already sitting on the sofa in the lobby waiting for him. When they saw Lu Chen and the 3 women coming in, they quickly stood up. Master Hu, go down first. Notify me when someone from the Qin family comes. Lu Chen waved to Wang Hu and asked him to leave. Yes, Mr. Lu. Wang Hu responded respectfully and retreated to the first floor lobby. Ling Tianqi went up to them with a bright smile on his face and greeted them, Master Lu, Miss Ji, Miss Su, this invincible beauty must be Xiaoka's sister. He looked at Lu Xiaoka, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. No, I am the super cute and beautiful girl Lu Xiaoka. Lu Xiaoka shook his finger, pretending to be very deep, and said conceitedly. She was delighted when she heard Ling Tianqi calling her an invincible beauty. Girls all like to hear compliments from others. Lu Chen was amused by Lu Xiaoka and scolded him with a smile, narcissist. Ling Tianqi also imitated Lu Xiaoka's tone and introduced himself, I am the super handsome and beautiful boy Ling Tianqi, and I am very happy to meet the super cute and beautiful girl Lu Xiaoka. Beautiful boy, you haven't introduced your two friends to me yet. Lu Chen couldn't stand them and quickly interrupted their conversation. Lu Xiaoka is a little girl who acts like a show-off, and Ling Tianqi, a grown man, also imitates her. This is Wang Dongyi, and this beauty is Su Xiao. They are a couple. Ling Tianqi pointed at the man and woman beside him and introduced them to Lu Chen. These two people are not from ancient martial arts families, but they are both rich second generations, and they and Ling Tianqi are students of Annan University. After everyone got to know each other, they walked into the prepared box together. They were all in their early 20s and could easily get along with each other. Su Xiaxia, Lu Xiaoka, and Ling Tianqi are all people who are very friendly when they see someone they like. Su Xiao and Giran are the kind of ladies who are quiet and reserved. Wang Dongyi is rather old-fashioned and taciturn, but his eyes are full of tenderness when he looks at Su Xiao. Lu Chen looked the most stable among them. After all, he had taken on the burden of life very early. The four girls soon started playing together, and were all pulled by Su Xiaxia to shake dice and drink. They were drinking red wine. Su Xiao said she didn't know how to drink, so Su Xiaxia pulled Wang Dongyi over. Su Xiao was responsible for playing, while Wang Dongyi was responsible for drinking. Giran estimated that Su Xiaxia had trained him to drink a lot, so he didn't ask Lu Chen to drink for him. Lu Xiaoka was eager to drink the red wine, and Lu Chen did not stop her and let her indulge herself. After she had her marrow cleansing, Lu Chen was no longer worried that she would harm her body by drinking. Master Lu, aren't you worried at all about the experts from the Qin family? Su Xiaxia and the other 5 people gathered together to play, while Ling Tianqi and Lu Chen were chatting on the other side. Ling Tianqi originally wanted to see what Lu Chen relied on to provoke the Qin family, and thought that he would bring the masters behind him over tonight, but Lu Chen only brought 3 beautiful women. The Qin family wants to get their revenge, so the person coming tonight must be a master of dark energy. Can Lu Chen deal with him with Beiqing Tiger Lord's men? This is impossible. Does that mean he has the confidence to deal with the dark energy master from the Qin family? Ling Tianqi was shocked when he thought of this. He guessed that Lu Chen was a master of dark energy, which was why he was so fearless. It's just an appetizer, there's nothing to worry about. Lu Chen replied lightly. Ling Tianqi picked up the wine glass and said, What a courage! Let me toast to Master Lu and wish you a great victory tonight. Thank you for your good words. Lu Chen raised the glass and drank it all. Ling Tianqi reminded worriedly, the Qin family has deep roots in Linjiang and has many experts. Even if they are frustrated tonight, I'm afraid they won't give up. Lu Chen said calmly, when an enemy comes, we will fight him. When a flood comes, we will block it with earth. I don't even take the Qin family seriously. I wonder if Mr. Lu has ever heard that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Ling Tianqi asked with a frown. Lu Chen asked back, has young Master Ling ever heard another sentence? Mr. Lu, what you want to say is, a fierce dragon cannot cross the river. Ling Tianqi said slowly. Wrong. Lu Chen raised his lips and said arrogantly, this sentence is, turn your hand and clouds will appear, turn your hand again and rain will fall. Chapter 50, Hu Gufeng of the Qin family. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain. Ling Tianqi chewed on these words, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Chen had changed from surprise to fear. Is he young, ignorant and fearless, or is he so powerful that he ignores the Qin family to be able to say such overbearing and arrogant words? Lu Chen held the wine glass and gently shook the red wine in it. Under the reflection of the light, it appears in an enchanting purple color. He raised the glass, smelled the aromatic red wine, and then took a sip slowly. Whether the big talk will come to nothing or the situation will change dramatically, the battle tonight will tell. Ling Tianqi looked at Lu Chen, who was as steady as a rock. He knew that Lu Chen was sure to win. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his girlfriend and sister here and calmly accompanied them in having fun in the KTV. It was as if he really just brought them here to play, and dealing with the Chen family was just a matter of convenience. Ling Tianqi was impressed by his calmness and composure. He believed that becoming friends with Lu Chen would be the proudest thing in his life. The Ling family is as powerful as the Chen family. Making friends like Lu Chen will be of great benefit to both him and the Ling family. The Chen family has really hit a wall this time. The girls' bell-like laughter could be heard. Lu Chen and Ling Tianqi looked over and saw the four girls having a lot of fun, laughing charmingly. Su Shasha took the microphone and put it into Su Xiu's hand, urging her cheerfully, "Sing a song quickly." It turned out that after the four girls drank some wine, they planned to take a break first, and then the loser would sing a song, and must find someone to sing a love song with her. You can find a man or a woman. Then Su Xiu was the first to win the prize. Giran and Lu Shioka's faces turned red after drinking, and they looked even more charming and mouth-watering as they leaned on the sofa. Su Shasha remained calm after drinking. She rolled up her sleeves and stood there, clapping and applauding with joy. Su Xiu ordered a song called Good People and Good Dreams sung by Sun Yu and Yi Zhengxiao, then picked up another microphone and handed it to Wang Dongyi, asking him to sing with her. Wang Dongyi's stiff face showed embarrassment and shyness. Come on, we have to hold hands to sing together." Su Shasha ran to the middle of them to cheer, took Wang Dongyi and Su Xiu's hands and asked them to hold them together, then supported Su Xiu's shoulders and asked her to turn around and face Wang Dongyi, shouting, "Okay, just keep this position." Then he snapped his fingers, music. Wang Dongyi and Su Xiu, one old-fashioned and the other reserved, blushed and lowered their heads slightly in public, not daring to stare at each other. The music starts. Su Xiu's singing was above average and her voice was very nice. Wang Dongyi's singing was a bit stiff, perhaps because he was too nervous, and he was out of tune from time to time. Let me be sincere to you silently. Everything is in silence. There is no need to say that we are destined to be together forever. Make the feeling different. Even if there are many kinds of love in the world, I still have a soft spot for you. My dear, I bless you forever. Good people have good dreams. As they sang, they gradually got into the mood, gazing at each other lovingly and immersed in the singing. Snap, snap. Snap, snap. As the music ended, warm applause broke out and everyone cheered for their singing. The four girls giggled and started a new round of the game. The loser this time was Lu Shioka. Her eyes rolled around and finally fell on Su Shasha. She originally wanted Lu Chen to sing with her, but thinking that her brother now had a girlfriend, she left his virgin duet to Giran. Lu Xiaoka ordered a very sweet song, "Marry Me Today," and sang it with Su Shasha. Lu Xiaoka is a crazy girl and Su Shasha is like a tomboy. The two of them hold hands seriously and gaze at each other affectionately, just like a couple. Their singing voices were so sweet that people who didn't know the truth would think they were a pair of lilies. It was the calm before the storm. Lu Chen and the others were still happily immersed in the singing. The dark energy master of the Qin family also arrived quietly. Hu Gufeng, the most trusted subordinate of the second master of the Qin family, is calm and steady, highly powerful, and a master of the fifth level of dark energy. He was wearing a dark blue tang suit and came to the Dynasty Entertainment City alone. The city night has long been illuminated by bright street lights. "I'm sorry, sir, but we're closed tonight." The black-clad thugs at the entrance of Dynasty Entertainment City stopped the middle-aged man in tang suit and spoke politely. They spoke very politely as a real welcomer. Lord Tiger has explained that they are no longer the same as before. Now that they are following Master Lu, they can no longer act barbarically but must be well-mannered and polite thugs. The middle-aged man in tang suit stood upright at the door, his face calm, and said in a deep voice, "Hu Gufeng from the Qin family is here to pay a visit to Master Lu." It turns out to be Mr. Hu from the Qin family. "Please come in." The black-clad thugs withdrew their hands, stepped aside, and made a gesture for invitation to come in. Lord Hu had said that they were waiting for someone from the Qin family. Hu Gufeng walked in with his head held high, his steps steady. Every step seemed to be calculated and the distances were exactly the same. Every time a black-clad thug passed by the sentry post, they would stretch out their hands and shout, "Please." The black-clad thugs were well organized and not at all like the mob in other places, which made Hu Gufeng think highly of Wan Hu. But ants are ants after all. He still didn't take Lord Beijing Tiger seriously. Hu Gufeng walked into the hall. Beijing Tiger Lord had already been waiting in the hall, with a dozen black-clad thugs standing on both sides. Hu Gufeng from the Qin family is here to visit Master Lu. Hu Gufeng went deep into the tiger's den alone. His bearing was still extraordinary. He stood proudly without greeting Wang Hu. His voice, neither slow nor hurried, echoed in the hall. Lord Tiger of Beicheng, you are not qualified to talk to him yet. Mr. Hu, please wait a moment. I have already asked someone to notify Mr. Liu. The people coming from the Qin family were not someone Wang Hu could deal with, so he had already notified Lu Chen. He looked at Hu Gufeng, who was standing proudly, with a burning light in his eyes. Hu Gufeng's disdainful look did not make him angry. He did not have the qualifications to face the Qin family in the past, but he believed that he had them now and would have them even more in the future. Wang Hu looked at Hu Gufeng without any fear. He believed in people like Hu Gufeng, and when he saw him in the future, he would respectfully call him Lord Tiger. That was why he destroyed the thundercloud without any scruples. This is why he followed Lu Chen regardless of everything. He, Lord Tiger of Beicheng, was unwilling to be looked down upon by those high-handed ancient warriors. Hu Gufeng saw the disrespect in Wang Hu's eyes, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. He didn't like the look in these ants' eyes. There should only be respect and fear in their eyes. Hu Gufeng frowned and asked, "Did you injure young Master Qin?" "Yes, it is me, Lord Tiger of Beicheng." Wang Hu looked at Hu Gufeng fearlessly and answered. He knew that before Lu Chen came down, his answer would only anger Hu Gufeng and make him learn a lesson. But he still answered fearlessly. Because he is Lord Tiger of Beicheng. Chapter 51, Only the 5th Level of Dark Power. Beicheng Tiger Lord, what a great name. Hu Gufeng sneered and said sarcastically. A mere ant dares to call himself master in front of him. I'm afraid he has never seen a master of ancient martial arts in action. After he sees me in action, let us see if he still dares to call himself the master. Hu Gufeng took a step forward. This step was as powerful as a dragon. The internal force in his body was circulated, and he was intimidating without being angry, making everyone in the hall breathless. Wang Hu was shocked and knew that Hu Gufeng was going to make trouble. But he did not evade or hide, he stood firm as a rock, and said with a heroic voice, "It is because of the kindness of my friends in the underworld that I was able to make this name." The laugh is heroic and fearless. The black-clad thugs around him felt the threat from Hu Gufeng, and they all raised their hands and clenched their fists, becoming fully alert. Hu Gufeng took another step forward and said in an unquestionable voice, "The prestige of the Qin family cannot be insulted. You have hurt young Master Qin, and you must pay the price." The voice was filled with anger, which made people feel cold. The voice was majestic and irresistible. This was the first time that a member of the Linjiang Qin family had been injured by an ordinary person. The Qin family will naturally take back this place. Wang Hu was just an insignificant ant, and he originally disdained him. It would be beneath one's dignity to attack him. He originally wanted to meet Lu Chen behind Wang Hu first, and then deal with them in one fell swoop. Since Wang Hu is so ignorant and acts so arrogantly in front of him, he should first settle the score for injuring Qin Xiao. More than a dozen black-clad thugs on both sides of Wang Hu also nervously took a step forward and surrounded Hu Gufeng. They were afraid of Hu Gufeng's power, but they were ignorant and fearless, and did not really understand how powerful the master of ancient martial arts was. Relying on their large numbers and the ruthlessness in their hearts, they refused to give in. Wang Hu's ferocious face showed ruthlessness. He raised his hand and ordered the black-clad thugs to retreat. He was glad that he had these good brothers, but he knew that no matter how many of them there were, they were no match for Hu Gufeng, and he didn't want to see his brothers suffer losses in vain. When the black-clad thugs saw Wang Hu's gesture, they looked at each other and then retreated. But he was still wary of Hu Gufeng. Wang Hu is cruel to others and even crueler to himself. He faced Hu Gufeng alone, and became ruthless, imitating his words, grinning, "Master Lu's prestige cannot be insulted. Qin Muyu must pay the price for insulting Master Lu." Hu Gufeng's face turned cold. The ant in front of him challenged his authority again and again. Does he think that with Lu Chen as his backer, he can do whatever he wants in Linjiang? Ignorance! Hu Gufeng moved, leaving only a shadow at his original position. Boom! Before Wang Hu could see Hu Gufeng's figure clearly, he felt a sudden pain in his chest. He was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by Hu Gufeng's palm and stumbled before he could stand firm. He also reacted quickly and reflexively crossed his hands across his chest to block Hu Gufeng's attack, preventing the palm from hitting him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand still. But even so, he felt as if his arms were broken and were so painful and numb that he couldn't lift them. His arm hit his chest, and the recoil force made his blood boil and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Linjiang has 3 unique skills: the Chu family's Kongming Fist, the Qin family's Lifelong Palm, and the Beitang family's Beipo Continuous Kick. Wang Hu looked at Hu Gufeng, who was now standing in his original position, and a miserable smile appeared on his face. The Qin family's wind-splitting palm is indeed worthy of its reputation. He had only heard of the Qin family's wind-splitting palm, and today was the first time he saw a true ancient martial arts master in action. The power of Hu Gufeng's palm made him understand why the status of the Guwu family could not be challenged by anyone. The gap between the two is huge. Only ancient warriors can challenge the ancient warrior family. Don't be afraid, come together. When more than a dozen thugs in black saw Wang Hu injured, someone shouted to encourage them, and everyone wanted to rush forward to attack Hu Gufeng. When Hu Gufeng glanced at them with contempt, they were like falling into an ice cave. They wanted to get closer but didn't dare to. They surrounded the enemy but did not attack, and remained in a stalemate. Wang Hu barely stood firm and shouted, "Stop it, everyone! Back off!" He didn't want his brothers to get hurt in vain. After Wang Hu was injured, his face became even more fierce. He stared at Hu Gufeng like a tiger and sneered, "Mr. Hu, I, Beijing Tiger, accept this palm strike. One day, I will return it double." Hu Gufeng raised his eyebrow and looked at Wang Hu with disapproval. This Wang Hu still dares to be stubborn even now. It seems that we need to teach him a lesson so that he will remember it. Why wait until another day? Just as Hu Gufeng was about to attack again, Lu Chen's cold voice rang out. As the words came out, Lu Chen and Giran and the others slowly walked over and appeared in front of everyone. As soon as Hu Gufeng arrived at the Dynasty Entertainment City, Wang Hu asked someone to notify Lu Chen. Only Lu Chen could remain calm in this kind of situation. Seeing that the person coming from the Qin family was Hu Gufeng, Ling Tianqi did not dare to underestimate him and whispered to Lu Chen, "This person is Hu Gufeng, the best master under Master Qin, and has the 5th level of Dark Force cultivation. You have to be careful." Giran and the others also knew that Lu Chen came to the Dynasty Entertainment City tonight to fight with the Qin family's masters. They were very worried along the way just now, and after hearing Ling Tianqi's words, they looked at Lu Chen with even more worry. Lu Chen stepped forward and said calmly, "It's only the 5th level of dark energy, don't worry. Brother, beat him up." Lu Xiaoke clenched her fists and gestured, playfully cheering Lu Chen on. "Mr. Lu!" The black-clad thugs shouted in unison. They heard from Master Tiger that Master Lu's strength was unfathomable and he would definitely be able to get back the blow for Master Tiger. "Mr. Lu!" Lu Chen walked to Wang Hu, and Wang Hu called out in a hoarse voice. His breathing was disordered and he was seriously injured. Lu Chen waved his hands, telling him not to speak, then grabbed his hands and used his internal energy to check his injuries. The meridians were intact, but the left arm was fractured. The internal injuries caused the blood in the body to boil and circulate irregularly. Lu Chen circulated his internal energy into Wang Hu's body, suppressing his turbulent blood and qi and calming him down. Wang Hu felt Lu Chen's internal energy entering his body, and the breath that was blocked in his chest became smoother, and his qi and blood gradually stabilized. Except for the pain in his broken arm, other parts of his body felt comfortable. This is inner strength. Wang Hu looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes, wondering if he would be able to come into contact with ancient martial arts in this life, cultivate internal strength, and become a true master. After Lu Chen helped Wang Hu regulate his blood and qi, he said, "Take care of the broken arm yourself. There's nothing serious with the rest of the body." Wang Hu thanked excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." The gloom in his heart was swept away. As long as Mr. Lu took action, what would Hu Gufeng in front of him matter to him? Wang Hu sneered. The Qin family probably didn't know what kind of terrifying existence they had provoked. Hu Gufeng looked at Lu Chen angrily, who was calm and collected. He already knew that Lu Chen was also a master of dark energy, but he guessed that his strength was at most the 1st or 2nd level of dark energy. At most, it will not exceed the 3rd level of dark energy because Lu Chen is too young. But he also heard what Lu Chen said just now, it's only the 5th level of dark energy, no need to worry. Chapter 52, One Punch Smashed. What does only the 5th level of dark power mean? Hu Gufeng felt the contempt in Lu Chen's eyes. He was very familiar with this kind of look. It was the same look he had when he looked at the group of black-clad thugs and Wang Hu. This is a naked humiliation to oneself. When you are poor, study hard. When you are rich, learn martial arts. Practicing ancient martial arts is not easy. The first thing is to have someone to guide you in your cultivation. Then you need a lot of training resources to strengthen your muscles and bones. All of these cost a lot of money. After that, it will also depend on your cultivation aptitude. Without the qualifications to practice, no matter how many resources you have, it will be useless. It is generally believed in the martial arts community that if one can cultivate dark energy before the age of 23, he or she is considered a genius with excellent aptitude for cultivation. If you haven't cultivated the dark energy before the age of 30, there will be no hope of becoming a dark energy master in your lifetime. It is easy to practice obvious strength, but difficult to develop hidden strength. Even among the direct descendants of an ancient martial arts family, not everyone can cultivate dark energy. Hu Gufeng has been trained by the Qin family since he was a child. He cultivated the dark energy at the age of 25. Now at the age of 38, he has become a master of the 5th level of dark energy and the best master under Master Qin. Even the younger direct descendants of the Qin family had to respectfully call him Uncle Hu. In Linjiang, except for the 3 major families, the heads of other families have to respect him as Master Hu. Now that Lu Chen said with such contempt that he was nothing special, how could he not be angry? Hu Gufeng is highly valued by Mr. Qin, not only because of his strong ability, but also because of his calm personality. He couldn't figure out Lu Chen's background at the moment, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Hu Gufeng of the Qin family, I'm here to meet young Master Lu. Mr. Hu injured my people as soon as he arrived. This doesn't seem like a courtesy visit." Lu Chen's eyes turned cold and he asked in a cold voice. His character is to protect his shortcomings. After Wang Hu joined him, he did his best to help him. Now that he has been beaten up, it is natural for me to stand up for him. Mr. Lu, you are joking. Hu Gufeng smiled and said with a strong momentum, he was the first to injure Mr. Qin, and I taught him a lesson later. How can it be considered that I was being rude? Lu Chen asked leisurely, so Mr. Hu's visit to me is about young Master Qin's matter. Young Master Qin was beaten, so justice must be sought. Hu Gufeng said as a matter of course. It would be strange if the direct descendants of the Qin family were beaten and they did not seek justice. I'm afraid Mr. Hu used the word fairness incorrectly. Lu Chen said with a sneer on his face, Mr. Hu should know young Master Qin's character better than I do. My people are just disciplining him on behalf of your Qin family. Hu Gufeng's face darkened, and he said pointedly, Young Master Qin, it's not yet the turn of young Master Lu's people to discipline you. He naturally knew Qin Muyu's dissolute character. It was he who offended Mr. Lu first, which provoked Wang Hu to take action. But since someone from his Qin family was beaten, no matter whether he was right or wrong, no one else had the right to attack him. Taking action would be a provocation to the Qin family. The Qin family's dignity cannot be violated. Lu Chen smiled noncommittally and said, Mr. Hu, I'm telling you all this because you didn't do anything ruthless to Tiger Lord just now. Just now, Hu Gufeng was just casually teaching Wang Hu a lesson and didn't want to take his life. If he used all his strength, Wang Hu would be crippled if not killed. He is not worthy of me using my full strength. Hu Gufeng looked at Wang Hu with contempt, just like the way Lu Chen looked at him just now. He is not worthy of you using all your strength, and you are not worthy of me using all my strength. Lu Chen said sarcastically, since you must seek justice for young Master Qin, then I will also seek justice for my people who were injured by you. Lu Chen's tone suddenly turned cold, and he said domineeringly, I'm not telling you so much because I want to discuss who is right or wrong. I just want to tell you that your Qin family protects their shortcomings, and I, Lu Chen, protect them even more. If your Qin family dares to touch my people again, you will end up like them. As Lu Chen spoke, he moved, his steps as fast as the wind, and pounced towards Hu Gufeng like a bolt of lightning. Hu Gufeng didn't expect Lu Chen to attack suddenly. His face changed drastically. Not daring to be careless, he took 2 steps back. He used all his strength in his left hand to exert the wind-splitting palm and chopped out with the palm force, creating a whistling sound as he hit Lu Chen. The power of the wind-splitting palm was so fierce that it seemed as if it could split the cold wind. The Qin family's unique skills should never be underestimated. Click, click, click. Ah! Boom! There was a series of sounds of broken hand bones, a scream, and a loud bang. The wind-splitting palm did not split the wind, but Hu Gufeng's palm was cracked. 1 force can defeat 10 skills. Lu Chen's body was as fast as lightning. He threw a simple punch with unparalleled domineering force, hitting Hu Gufeng's palm, directly deforming his entire palm. Before Hu Gufeng could react, he screamed and was knocked away by Lu Chen's punch, hitting the pillar in the hall and bouncing to the ground. Everyone in the hall was shocked. The only sound in the huge space was Hu Gufeng's painful groans. He felt not only pain, but also boundless fear. This Lu Chen, his punching power is so powerful that he must have cultivated the dark force at least at the 8th or 9th level. The power of that punch shattered his palm and his pride. I really don't deserve it, so let him go all out. Lu Chen did not use his full strength indeed. His identity as a martial arts master was too shocking. He actually only used the power of the 6th level of dark energy. However, the internal force of the Creation Sutra is too pure. His 6th level of dark energy is comparable to the 9th level of dark energy of an ordinary person. Hu Gufeng looked miserable. In his eyes, my 5th level of dark power was nothing special. Where on earth did this monster Lu Chen come from? How old is he to have reached the peak of dark energy? Hu Gufeng didn't know that Lu Chen was actually a martial arts master at the 1st level of Hua Jin. He would not think about such things, nor did he dare to think about them. Ling Tianqi looked at Lu Chen in a daze. Isn't this too exaggerated? Ling Tianqi couldn't help but curse in his heart. Apart from Lu Chen and Hu Gufeng, he is the only ancient warrior, and only he can better understand the horror of Lu Chen. The 9 levels of each martial arts realm are divided into 3 small realms. The 1st to 3rd levels are called the early stage, the 4th to 6th levels are called the middle stage, the 7th to 9th levels are the late stage, and the 9th level is called the peak stage. Breaking through each small realm is extremely difficult, and the strength after the breakthrough increases exponentially. For someone like Hu Gufeng, who reached the 5th level of dark energy at the age of 38, he has hope of cultivating to the 6th level of dark energy, but without a fortuitous encounter, it is absolutely impossible for him to break through to the 7th level of dark energy. In the late stage of dark power, one is already the top combat force of an ordinary ancient martial arts family. Lu Chen is about the same age as him. He is complacent with his strength of only the 9th level of Ming Jin. He thinks he has outstanding talent in his youth and there is still hope that he can break through to the level of Jin before the age of 23. When Qin Guanlan broke through to the dark energy at the age of 21, the Qin family sent out hero invitations to celebrate his birthday. It can be seen how rare it is to break through to the dark energy at the age of 23. They all overestimated Lu Chen to be an even more monstrous genius than Qin Guanlan. As a result, this is a huge difference. Chapter 53, Young Master Lu is invincible. Evildoer. Monster. Abnormal. Ling Tianqi no longer knew what words to use to describe Lu Chen. He had never heard of or seen such a perverted monster. Fortunately, he and I are friends rather than enemies. The Qin family has offended such a monster, let's see how they will end up. Several beauties saw Hu Gufeng being knocked 5 or 6 meters away by Lu Chen's punch and hit hard against a pillar, and they closed their eyes reflexively. Only the screams and loud bangs coming from their ears frightened them so much that their hearts tightened and almost stopped beating. Wang Hu looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes. He knew that Lu Chen was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so ridiculously strong. Just now, Hu Gufeng made his heart palpitate and gave him a feeling of invincibility. He was as weak as an ant in front of him. But Lu Chen only threw one punch and knocked him out, defeating him completely. With such a powerful backer, who would dare to look down on Lord Beicheng Tiger? Especially what Lu Chen said: "You Qin family protect your people, and I, Lu Chen, protect my people even more. If the Qin family dares to touch my people again, you will suffer the same fate as them." With his words of defense, no matter who it is, they will think carefully before touching Mr. Lu's people. The group of black-clad thugs in the hall looked at Lu Chen with fanatical admiration in their eyes. Tiger Lord brought them to join Lu Chen, thinking that he was a second generation with a powerful background. Who knew that his own strength was so powerful that Hu Gufeng, who had injured Tiger Lord with a palm, was knocked away by him with a punch? I don't know who shouted first. Master Lu is invincible. Then, the group of black-clad thugs raised their fists enthusiastically and kept shouting in unison. Master Lu is invincible. Master Lu is invincible. Master Lu is invincible. The sound was deafening, heart-pounding, and echoed throughout the Dynasty Entertainment City. Lu Chen's face remained calm. He gently raised his right hand, signaling them to stop. The shouting stopped abruptly, and every move he made was filled with supreme prestige. He looked at Hu Gufeng, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and said proudly, "Go back and tell the Qin family that if they still want to continue to pester me, I, Lu Chen, will be there to accompany them at any time. I will definitely bring back Mr. Lu's words." Hu Gufeng stood up shakily, leaned against the pillar, and answered with a stiff face. He looked very miserable, but actually his injuries were not very serious. Lu Chen only broke his entire right palm and did not injure his meridians, so his cultivation was still there. This was also because Lu Chen showed mercy to Wang Hu because he did not use harsh force on him just now. Hu Gufeng stumbled out of the Dynasty Entertainment City. He had a bitter look on his face. He came with confidence but left in embarrassment, and the news would soon spread throughout Linjiang. The Qin family's face was once again slapped by Lu Chen. The Qin family sent out invitations to nearby ancient martial arts families to attend Qin Guanlan's birthday party, but now they have been slapped in the face by Lu Chen again and again. If the Qin family just gave in like this, then this birthday party would really become a laughingstock of the Qin family. The Qin family's reputation will plummet. They must regain their face before the birthday party, otherwise how will the Qin family survive in the martial arts world in the future? Facing a monster like Lu Chen, how should the Qin family choose? Hu Gufeng didn't know that this kind of thing was not something a servant like him could decide. Let the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and the old man worry about the Qin family's problems. Hu Gufeng really admitted defeat today. After Hu Gufeng left, the hall became quiet. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Master Hu, go and take care of your broken arm first. Lu Chen broke the silence and asked Wang Hu, can you come with me to visit the Chu family tomorrow? No problem, this minor injury won't cause any trouble. Wang Hu said quickly, Mr. Lu will visit the Chu family tomorrow. What gifts do you need me to prepare? It is a great honor to follow Lu Chen to visit the Chu family. How could he give up this opportunity just because of a minor injury like a broken arm? Wang Hu had been struggling all the way, living on the edge of a knife. After making a name for himself in recent years, he finally relaxed and began to gradually whitewash himself. This kind of fracture was a common occurrence for him in the past. Lu Chen shook his head and said, I have prepared the gifts. You can bring your two brothers to wait for me at Gingsheng Garden Community at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He will be able to reach level 2 tomorrow and buy the vein condensing pill, which is the best gift. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he asked Wang Hu to deal with his arm first, and then said to Giran and the others, it's still early, let's go upstairs and continue to have fun. Great! Lu Xiaoke shouted happily, I want to hear brother and sister Ran sing a love song together. Lu Chen took them back to the KTV on the 6th floor and said as they walked, no problem, you guys continue playing the dice, and when Ran loses, we will sing for you. You wish. Who said I want to sing with you? Giran said shyly, I want to sing with Shasha. Ha ha ha, no problem, young lady. Su Shasha laughed and reached out to tease Giran. Lu Chen grabbed Su Shasha's claws that were reaching out to Giran, and said with a fake smile, Shasha, I heard that you are a 4th degree black belt in karate. I want to have a good sparring match with you when there's a chance. What the hell is this? Su Shasha rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. She was still frightened by the lightning-fast punch Lu Chen had just used to knock Hu Gufeng away. If she were to compete with Lu Chen, that would be like asking for her life. But she has to find an opportunity to ask him to teach her a few moves, so that in the karate club, she can beat up anyone she doesn't like. She shook the hand that Lu Chen was holding, and shouted angrily, let go, don't you know that it's forbidden for men and women to touch each other? Only then did Lu Chen let go of Su Shasha's wrist. Su Shasha pinched the wrist that Lu Chen had just grabbed, and said to Giran with a pitiful look, of course, he bullied me. Giran curled his lips and said indifferently, bully me if you want. You are so good. Su Shasha blew her nose and glared, shouting, you have no humanity when you have the opposite sex, and you forget your sisters when you have a man. What, are you jealous? Envious? Angry? Lu Chen imitated Su Shasha's tone and responded to what she had said to him in the afternoon. They played and joked all the way back to the KTV, and the 4 girls started playing dice again. The 3 men sat on the sidelines, watching them having fun and waiting for the 4 girls to turn over their cards. Giran lost a game and did not ask Su Shasha to sing with him as he had said before. Instead, he shyly gave the microphone to Lu Chen and ordered a song called Good Times by Guangliang and Amulun. A beautiful melody sounded. Lu Chen took Giran's hand and looked at her affectionately. When you miss me, sing. I'll be by your side. Spend every moment together. Smile is always on our faces. Never have troubles or sadness. Make a wish and fly happily forever. When I miss you, I sing. Holding hands, looking at the sky, we will go to the happy paradise together. Chapter 54, Confession of Love. After Lu Chen and Giran finished singing, they naturally drew warm applause. Giran was a top student from a professional music academy, so naturally he had an amazing voice. His ethereal and pleasant singing voice caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Lu Xiaoke, a die-hard fan, clapped his hands crazily, turning his hands red. Su Xiu also grumbled about becoming Giran's die-hard fan. Ling Tianqi has gone to find a pen to ask Giran for an autograph. Lu Chen's singing skills were also pretty good, and his singing was filled with his true feelings for Giran. His heartfelt singing moved everyone, and they all gave him applause without hesitation. A few young people were singing, drinking, rolling dice, and playing games, and everyone was having a bit of a crazy time. Even Su Xiu, who couldn't drink, made an exception and drank a glass of red wine. She sat dizzy on the sofa, leaning on Wang Dongyi's shoulder to rest. Ling Tianqi, a single dog, had no one to ask him to sing a love song with, so he sadly ordered a single love song alone. It's true, his singing is only slightly worse than Giran's, and is miles better than Lu Chen and Wang Dong. A single love song perfectly portrayed his own tragedy, and then everyone unanimously asked Lu Chen to comfort Ling Tianqi's wounded heart and sing with him the dimples of JJ Lin and Charlene Choi. Lu Chen and Ling Tianqi, two grown men, refused at first, but they were no match for the women. They were dragged to stand together, and were asked to hold hands and sing Dimples together with bitter faces. Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful mark. I can't sleep every day because I miss your smile. You don't know how important you are to me. With you, my life is complete. The dimples and long eyelashes are hopelessly charming. I slowed down and felt drunk. Finally found the beauty of being in tune with each other. I will love you forever. This song made several beauties laugh so hard that they fell forward and backward. After Lu Chen and Ling Tianqi finished singing, they both wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. They have to sigh that women are the most difficult creatures to deal with in the world. A few people played until about 1 in the morning, and then everyone went home happily. Su Shasha drank a little crazy and took advantage of the alcohol to insist on driving the Maserati for a race, but of course Lu Chen and the others unanimously rejected her idea. Giran also drank a little too much. Her little face was rosy and very cute. Her eyes were hazy with drunkenness. Lu Chen supported her gently and they could hear each other's heartbeats. Lu Xiaoke was originally the worst drinker, but after undergoing marrow cleansing, his physical fitness became stronger, so he drank a lot of wine but did not get drunk. He just felt a little drowsy, which made Su Shasha marvel. The four of them returned home, and Su Shasha, burping, staggered back to Giran's room. Lu Xiaoke couldn't resist the sleepiness, so she clapped her hands and yawned, said good night to Lu Chen Giran, and went back to her room. Only Lu Chen and Giran were left in the living room. He helped Giran to the sofa and let her lean on his shoulder. Sometimes I think it's like a dream. Giran lay on Lu Chen's shoulder intoxicatedly, whispering to himself, I don't know where I got the courage to come to you alone, but I don't regret it. Lu Chen held her gently and listened to her murmurs quietly. I don't know when I got used to having you around, used to you calling me Fireball, used to you calling me an idiot while helping me find game guides. Giran recalled the good memories of playing games with Lu Chen, smiled sweetly, and continued, I deliberately didn't play well, I just like you to call me stupid, I just like the way you want to be angry but can't be angry after being tricked by me. She gently raised her head and looked into Lu Chen's gentle eyes, and said shyly, Xingxian, can you call me Fireball again? I want to hear you call me that. Fireball. Lu Chen called out gently, lowered his head to kiss her forehead, and scolded, idiot. Giran also raised his head and kissed Lu Chen, then leaned his head on his shoulder and continued to whisper softly. At that time, I thought that games were just games, and everything in the game was fake. But I can feel my love for you. Giran raised his hand and touched his heartbeat, and continued to talk to himself. It's not fake, it really exists. It's not fake, it's always in my heart. Later, I could feel you were alienating me and you wanted to keep your distance from me. I touch my heartbeat and can feel its pain. Lu Chen hugged Giran tightly. He had always known her love and her pain. He didn't dare to face it at that time, fearing that he could not give her happiness. Giran enjoyed Lu Chen's embrace, with a happy smile on his face, and continued to pour out his heart. I have been waiting and waiting, wanting to wait until you graduate, work, and become capable, and you feel that you can be with me, then we can be together. Giran raised his head and looked at Lu Chen, and found that his eyes were also red. She pulled her hand out, wiped it gently, and asked, Am I stupid? His fingertips brushed across her face, and Lu Chen grabbed her little hand and said softly, I have always been the stupid one. Giran felt the warmth of Lu Chen's face with his palm, and then said, I thought this day would take a long time to come. Maybe I'll fall in love with someone else while I wait. Or maybe you wait and fall in love with someone else. No matter what the outcome is, I wake up every day and tell myself that day is one day closer. A happy smile appeared on Giran's face. I am lucky that I didn't have to wait until you fell in love with someone else, nor did I have to wait until I fell in love with someone else. Everything is like a dream. This day came so quickly and so suddenly. I was a little caught off guard. But I still came to you regardless of everything, and I didn't want to wait even a day longer. Giran looked at Lu Chen with tears of happiness in his eyes, and burst into laughter. He asked loudly, Lu Chen, are you a fool? Without waiting for Lu Chen to answer, she smiled like a crazy girl and asked, if you were not a fool, why haven't you said those 3 words to me after I have been here for so long? I love you. Lu Chen said these 3 words gently. He was indeed a fool. Giran laughed happily, his face full of smiles, and excitedly ordered loudly, louder, I can't hear you. She was a little drunk. I don't know whether it is the wine that makes the person drunk or the person himself who is drunk. Giran, I love you. Lu Chen shouted. Lu Chen, I love you too. Giran shouted loudly regardless of his reserve. They completely ignored the fact that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning and their shouting woke up countless people from their dreams. Chapter 55, Level 2. Ahem. A crisp cough was heard. Su Shasha walked towards Lu Chen and Giran in her pajamas. After she took a shower, her face was flushed with alcohol, and she looked bright and beautiful. Lu Chen and Giran were still hugging each other tightly. Seeing Su Shasha coming, Giran pushed Lu Chen away with a blushing face. You shouted so loudly that the whole world heard you. Why are you still shy? Su Shasha looked at Giran, who was shy, with a smile on her face, and teased, aren't you afraid of being sued by the neighbors for disturbing the public? Giran was sober now and found that he was indeed a little crazy. His face turned red and he said to Lu Chen shyly, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Good night. Good night. Lu Chen watched Giran being pulled back to the bedroom by Su Shasha. With Su Shasha around, he can forget about having any intimate contact with Giran tonight. He also went back to his room, took a cold shower, and then lay down comfortably on the bed. Lu Chen hasn't been so happy for a long time. Lu Shouka and Giran, the 2 most important people in his life, are by his side, spending a wonderful day with him. Life is like this, what else can I ask for? He has the ability to give them happiness and the strength to protect them from harm. All of this relies on the invincible and powerful system in his body. He found an opportunity to use up the remaining quota at KTV yesterday, and today's 100,000 yuan has also arrived in his account. As long as he uses this 100,000 yuan, he can be upgraded to level 2. Lu Chen opened the shopping website and went on a shopping spree, spending all of his 100,000 yuan limit. Woody Chang's pleasant voice sounded, congratulations to the host for reaching level 2 and unlocking the search function. The store has unlocked level 2 items, and you have obtained a chance to draw a prize. Investigation function? Lottery opportunity? Lu Chen asked puzzledly. Every time you level up you will gain a new ability and a chance to draw a lottery. Woody Chang explained to Lu Chen. Only then did Lu Chen understand. Detection function, can check the other party's cultivation level not exceeding 2 major realms of your own. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this skill. At least in the future, if he encountered a master who was stronger than himself, he could predict and prepare in advance. Then, a lottery grid appeared in his mind. 5 of the grids contained money, ranging from 100,000 to 5 million. One was thank you for participating, one was iron bone pill, one was Mingyu Jing, and the last one was creation pill. Money and thanks for participating can be ignored. Tiegudan is a level 2 elixir that can increase the strength of tendons and bones. The Mingyu Sutra is a level 3 practice and is suitable for females to practice. The last creation pill is a level 5 pill, which can improve his creation scripture by 1 level. There is a 1 in 3 chance of obtaining elixirs or skills. If you can get the good fortune pill, that would definitely be the best. Lu Chen doesn't have high requirements, as long as it's not money or just a thank you for participating. He silently recited the lottery in his mind, and the light circle quickly rotated on the 9-square grid. Stop. The aperture gradually slowed down and finally stopped on Taiguden. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an iron bone pill. It was a pity not to get the fortune pill, but the iron bone pill was much better than money, and Lu Chen was already very satisfied. This iron bone pill can be given to Wang Hu as a reward tomorrow. He worked hard for me these 2 days and was beaten by Hu Gufeng. This is the reward he deserves. The way to control people is to use both kindness and severity. Lu Chen checked his attributes. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, the richest man in the universe. Internship period. Level 20200. Today's quota, 200,000. Gold, 80. Combat strength, 500. Level 1 of Huajin. Taoism, the Book of Creation. Item, Iron Bone Pill. Mission, none. After the upgrade, today's limit became 200,000, and after a refresh, another 200,000 was deposited into his bank account. But now money is just a tool for him to upgrade. Chen checked the store again and found that the level 2 items had been unlocked. There were 5 more items for sale in the store, all priced at 50 gold coins. Tiegu Dan increases the strength of tendons and bones. Meridian Condensing Pill increases the strength of the meridians. Qingxing Pill increases mental strength. Bloody Strike, a yellow grade intermediate martial art. Thousand Hammers Skill, a yellow grade intermediate skill. Chen directly spent 50 gold coins to buy the Vein Condensing Pill, which would be a gift for the Chu family tomorrow. There are 30 gold coins left. If he uses up today's 200,000 gold coins, he can buy another item. However, Chen doesn't need the other things for the time being, so he exits the store interface. Looking at these gold coins, Chen suddenly felt that he was so poor. If he couldn't get any tasks, relying solely on the daily quota would be too slow. But he was confused about the rules of the task and didn't know where to start. Unable to figure it out, Chen didn't want to think about it anymore. He quickly fell asleep and greeted a new day. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Chen set out with the 3 girls to visit the Guwu Chu family. Because it was a formal visit, the 3 girls got up early in the morning and dressed up carefully. Even the tomboy Su Shasha dressed like a lady. Each of them was bright and charming, and was a beautiful scenery wherever they went. Chen looked at Giran and Lu Xiaoke. Although they were both very good looking, the clothes and jewelry they wore were all ordinary brands. Giran was fine, although the items on him were not luxury goods, they still cost several thousand yuan. Lu Xiaoke just came here yesterday, and Chen hasn't taken her shopping yet. Her entire outfit cost no more than 1,000 yuan, which looked a bit shabby. Chen felt sorry for Lu Xiaoke. This girl had never enjoyed any happiness with him, so he must compensate her well and give her the best happiness in the future. He thought that he must take Lu Xiaoke and Giran shopping tonight and spend all the 200,000 yuan. If it's not enough for tomorrow night, I will continue buying the day after tomorrow and use the 20 yuan I earn every day to buy them things. Ding, the task is triggered by. It's too shabby for the richest man in the universe to spend only 200,000 yuan when taking his girlfriend and sister shopping. Please spend all the mission funds of 10 million before 12 o'clock tonight. The mission funds can only be used for shopping. Mission reward, 20 experience points and 20 gold coins. Failure penalty, deduction of 20 experience points and 20 gold coins. Chen suddenly heard Wudi Chang's voice and received his first mission after reaching level 2. The task reward increases with the level, which is equivalent to 1 day's reward. He originally thought that he only had a daily shopping quota of 200,000, but now the system directly transferred another 10 million to him. Chen vaguely understood the pattern of the system tasks. Except for the first task, Invincible Contempt, other tasks were triggered only when they were related to Giran and Lu Xiaoke. The tasks are very simple, basically giving away experience and gold coins for free. Su Shasha drove the Maserati and took Chen and the others out. Wang Hu also waited at the gate of the community with 2 brothers early in the morning. When they saw Su Shasha driving out, they hurried over and shouted respectfully, "Good morning, Mr. Lu, good morning, the 3 ladies." Chen nodded to them, then looked at the 2 brothers behind Wang Hu. Wang Hu quickly introduced them, "This is the 4th brother Zhao Gula, and this is the 8th brother Su Wanshan." The 2 shouted in unison, "Hello, Mr. Lu." They witnessed Chen's strength last night and they all admired him very much. Chen told them not to be polite, then took out the iron bone pill and handed it to Wang Hu, saying, "This pill is called the iron bone pill, and it can increase the strength of the tendons and bones." Chapter 56, Going to the Chu family. Wang Hu excitedly took the iron bone pill and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master Lu, for the pill." Wang Hu will swear to be loyal to Master Lu until death. He had never seen the elixir, but he had heard of its fame. He had heard that elixirs were extremely valuable treasures in the martial arts world, and that ancient martial artists would enjoy great benefits from taking them. He had only followed Chen for 2 days, and yet he was rewarded with such a precious elixir. He was extremely excited and extremely grateful to Chen. He believed that following Chen was the best thing he had ever done in his life. It is also the proudest thing in my life. Lu Chen said calmly, as long as you work hard for me, it is not impossible for you to become a master of ancient martial arts in the future. He was not joking. As long as his level was high and he had enough gold coins to buy marrow cleansing pills, he could create countless ancient martial arts masters. Become a master of ancient martial arts. When Wang Hu heard Lu Chen's words, his heart started beating violently. He has been in the underworld for more than 10 or 20 years and has long since mastered the ability to remain calm in the face of adversity. But the excitement at this moment is hard to describe. Becoming an ancient warrior has always been his extravagant dream. He knew that ancient warriors had to start practicing since childhood, and at his age, he no longer had the chance to become an ancient warrior. That's why I say this is wishful thinking. Now Lu Chen gave him hope of becoming an ancient warrior. It gave him a new life. From now on, my life will belong to Lu Chen. Wang Hu's right hand was in a plaster cast and hung around his neck. He was so excited that he was shaking and bent over and said, from now on, if Master Lu gives me an order, Wang Hu will go through fire and water and will not refuse even if it means death. Lu Chen said leisurely, Master Tiger, you can use the iron bone pill directly in the car later. I believe it will also be effective for your arm injury. You lead the way and set off to the Chu family. Wang Hu and the other two took their leave and returned to a Land Rover. Master Lu, I will be your personal driver in the future. Can you also let me become a master of ancient martial arts? When Su Shasha heard that Lu Chen had a way to make Wang Hu a master of ancient martial arts, she looked at Lu Chen with her eyes wide open and spoke softly. After she met Lu Chen, she realized that she, a 4th-degree black belt in karate, was just a fancy move, and she also dreamed of becoming a traditional Chinese martial artist. It would be so cool if I could become an ancient warrior. Su Shasha wants to become an ancient warrior, but actually she just wants to look cool and show off. Lu Chen looked at Su Shasha thoughtfully and joked, it depends on your performance. Maybe if you perform well, I will teach you the peerless magic skills one day if I am happy. I will definitely perform well and ensure that you are satisfied. Su Shasha stepped on the accelerator, caught up with the Land Rover in front, and said shyly, how do you want Sasha to behave well? Giran looked at Lu Chen with a half smile, stretched out his hand and twisted his waist hard. Lu Chen gasped in pain, and said to Giran with a flattering smile, I was just joking. You deserve it. You even dare to tease me. Su Shasha said the first to complain. Lu Xiaoka's laughter was as loud as a silver bell. 3 women in a drama, Lu Chen smiled bitterly helplessly. Giran is such a reserved and fresh girl, but he also has the amazing skill of pinching the waist, and he can do it without getting angry at all. The 2 cars drove one after the other and headed straight for the Chu family villa at lightning speed. Chu family villa. Compared to the Qin family's recent bustle, the Chu family seemed a little low-key these days, and it was eerily quiet. Most members of the Chu family stayed in the villa and would not go out unless it was important. During this period, Lin Jiang belongs to the Qin family, and the Chu family has to stay away. Old Master Chu looked good today. He got up early in the morning and practiced boxing in the yard. After practicing a set of Kong Ming Quan, he felt full of energy. After Lu Chen helped him regulate his meridians 2 days ago, he felt that his physical condition was much better than before. He knew that Lu Chen would come to visit him today and bring him elixirs to heal his old meridian injuries. Although he was always calm and composed, he was also very excited and was looking forward to Lu Chen's early arrival. The old wound that had tormented him for decades was healed immediately, making him feel as if he were in a dream. Chu Xiqiu has been feeling a little down these days. That day, her grandfather told her that Lu Chen didn't have a girlfriend, and she still had some vague strange thoughts in her mind. Handsome, mysterious, and a little bit bad and annoying, she felt her heart beating fast. She wanted to enter his world, to unveil his veil, to explore his mystery. As a result, when her father came back, he tactfully told her that Lu Chen already had a girlfriend. It's over before it even begins. Early in the morning these 2 days, she came to Weian Lake of Linjiang University alone, looking forward to the appearance of that figure. I don't ask to run with him in the morning anymore, I just want to see him running in the morning light. Is it still so annoying? But that figure did not appear. I guess it was because his girlfriend came, and he was sweetly accompanying his girlfriend and had no time to go for a morning run. She ran around Weiyan Lake again and again in a lost mood until she was too tired to run anymore. Chu Tianxiong got up early and arranged for the servants to clean the entire villa. He also personally took charge of the preparation of the lunch, making sure that there would be no mistakes in any aspect, so that Lu Chen could see how much the Chu family valued and respected him. He had already received the news that Wang Hu had destroyed Lei Yun the night before. This kind of thing might not necessarily make the Qin family take action against Lu Chen. As a result, Wang Hu beat the son of the second master of the Qin family again yesterday at noon. In this situation, the Qin family had to respond immediately and sent Hu Gufeng, who was at the 5th level of dark energy, to visit Lu Chen at the Dynasty Entertainment City. As a result, after a disagreement, Hu Gufeng was knocked away by Lu Chen's punch, and lost even more face. Now guests from all over the world have gathered in Linjiang to attend young Master Qin's birthday party. If the Qin family does not immediately and strongly fight back against Lu Chen, I'm afraid this birthday party will not be able to take place. Today he received Lu Chen with great fanfare just to tell all the major families in the martial arts world that his Chu family stood with Lu Chen. This is equivalent to breaking off relations with the Qin family. But so what? As long as Lu Chen is around, what kind of waves can the Qin family cause? Lu Chen didn't want his identity as a martial arts master to be too publicized, so Chu Tianxiang blocked the news of that day. Only his relatives knew that Lu Chen was a martial arts master. Even other people in the Chu family didn't know Lu Chen's true strength. He actually has his own selfish motives. If the Qin family knew that Lu Chen was a martial arts master, they probably wouldn't dare to retaliate against him. But now they only thought that Lu Chen was a master at the peak of dark energy, and based on their background, they still dared to give it a try. The Qin family might not dare to do anything to Lu Chen. After all, they were very afraid of the power that could cultivate a monster like Lu Chen. They just wanted to send experts to defeat Lu Chen and destroy his prestige, so as to let all the major families know that in Linjiang, the face of their Qin family is not so easy to lose. But facing a martial arts master like Lu Chen, the Qin family would lose miserably and might even lose their foothold in Linjiang. As one gains, the other loses, and their Chu family will naturally become stronger. Chapter 57, Chu Family Villa. The Land Rover and the Maserati stopped one after another in front of the gate of Chu Family Villa. Everyone looked at the majestic Chu Family Villa and was amazed. These ancient martial arts families are too exaggerated. I'm afraid the cost of building this villa is more than 1 billion yuan. The stone pillars of the gate are carved with circling flying dragons, which look lifelike and seem to soar into the sky. The 4 large and vigorous characters Chu Family Villa on the whole stone doorbeam are majestic and awe-inspiring. The stone lions standing on both sides of the gate are more than 2 meters tall, majestic and awe-inspiring. Wang Hu was considered a big shot in Linjiang before, but it was the first time he saw the grandeur of the Chu Family Villa, and he was deeply moved. If he had not followed Master Lu, he would never have been qualified to enter this gate in his life. Just now on the way to the Chu family, he took the iron bone pill and felt that his muscles and bones had become much stronger. Now, if he were to fight Iron Bear alone, he was confident of winning. The swelling on his broken arm has also subsided a lot, and I believe the bone will heal in a few days. Lu Chen, the Chu family is so awesome. Su Shasha shouted with her mouth wide open. She had never seen such a majestic villa on TV. Then she stared at Lu Chen as if he were a monster and asked, "Is the Qin family you offended as powerful as the Chu family?" The Qin family and the Chu family are ranked as one of the 3 major families, and I think it is the same as the Chu family in front of us. How dare Lu Chen offend such a behemoth? It seems to be even more powerful than the Chu family. Lu Chen replied with a smile, and his tone did not imply that he took the Qin family seriously at all. The Qin family is known as the #1 family in Linjiang, and is indeed more powerful than the Chu family. He secretly decided in his heart that he must build a Lu family villa that is even more imposing than this one in the future. Oh my god. Su Shasha cried out in anguish, then said to Giran, Ran, let's run. We'll book a flight back to the Magic City right away. Aren't you going to be Lu Chen's full-time driver? Why do you want to go back? Giran smiled, covering his mouth. She knew that Su Shasha was just joking about running away, and her best friend was braver and more loyal than anyone else. The two of them have very different personalities, but they can still be best friends because when she was in junior high school, she was bullied by a few little girls and it was Su Shasha who stood up and picked up a wooden stick to beat them away. Su Shasha was also beaten by that group of little gangsters until her body was covered with bruises. From then on, they became best friends. Mr. Lu, are you sure you won't be chopped into pieces and thrown into the stinking ditch if you offend the powerful Qin family? Su Shasha turned around and looked at Lu Chen, patted her chest, and asked with a frightened expression. It's true, Su Shasha usually wears neutral clothes like a tomboy, maybe because she wraps her chest too tightly. She is dressed very ladylike today, and even without the restraint on her chest, she still has a lot of curves. Lu Chen estimated that it was 34 c, bigger than Giran's. He didn't dare to look around and immediately retracted his gaze, saying domineeringly, I don't care about the Chen family. Don't worry, you can be my driver, and I promise that no one will dare to touch you in the future. So awesome. Su Shasha knew that Lu Chen must have the confidence to deal with the Chen family, and said with a smile, then I will say that I am protected by Mr. Lu when I go out. Let's see who dares to mess with me. Su Shasha and Lu Chen were still bickering when someone walked towards them at the gate of Chu family villa. When they saw someone coming, they stopped. The Chu family had already sent people to wait for Lu Chen at the gate of the villa. The person who came was Ning Ziyuan, the general manager of the Chu family. As soon as he saw Lu Chen's car arriving, he immediately went up to greet him with a smile. He did not dare to neglect the distinguished guest that the Chu family master had repeatedly urged. He bowed and saluted, saying politely, I am Ning Ziyuan, and I am here on the orders of the Chu family master to welcome young Master Lu and the three young ladies. Lu Chen sat in the car with a calm expression and replied in a calm tone, You're welcome, Mr. Ning. I will lead the way for Master Lu, please. Ning Ziyuan bowed again, walked to a Mercedes-Benz S300 nearby, and drove to lead the way for Lu Chen and the others. It took about 5 minutes to drive from the entrance of the villa to the reception hall. Lu Chen and the three girls looked at the scenery of the villa along the way, and they all marveled at the grandeur and beautiful environment of the Chu family villa. Friend Lu. After receiving the notice, Mr. Chu had already personally brought people to wait in front of the door of the reception hall. When he saw Lu Chen, he went to greet him with a smile on his face. How dare I trouble Mr. Chu to greet you in person? Lu Chen hurried over and said politely. After all, Mr. Chu was of high age and seniority, so Lu Chen did not dare to be arrogant and greeted him very politely. Both sides introduced the people around them. The people from the Chu family who came to welcome Lu Chen were all of noble status. Old Master Chu, the head of the family Chu Tianxiong, second Master Chu Tianba, and third Master Chu Tianwei were all present. Among the younger generations were Chu Siqiao, second Master Chu Longcheng, the son of second master, and third Master Chu Jiaojiao, the daughter of third master. The most important people from the Chu family were present, which was enough to show how much the Chu family valued Lu Chen's visit. Elder Chu asked the three younger generations of the Chu family to take Giran and the others to visit the Chu family villa first, and then go into the reception hall with Lu Chen. Chu Tianbai and Chu Tianwei both looked at Lu Chen curiously. With their identities, they naturally knew that Lu Chen was the martial arts master who saved old Chu. If they didn't know that Lu Chen had saved their father, they would never have believed that he was a martial arts master at such a young age. They have been practicing for most of their lives, but have only reached the 8th or 9th level of dark energy. Even though they are only one step away from Hua Jin, if they don't have a lucky encounter, they will never have the chance to take this step in their lifetime. If you don't cultivate the dark energy before the age of 30, there is basically no hope of becoming a dark energy master in your lifetime. Similarly, if one has not reached the level of Hua Jin before the age of 40, it will be basically impossible for him to become a martial arts master in this life. Therefore, many families have many masters at the top of the dark energy level, but there is no martial arts master in charge. Mr. Chu, how are you these days? After sitting down, Lu Chen took a sip of tea and asked. Elder Chu had a kind face and replied with a smile, thanks to Mr. Lu, since Mr. Lu helped regulate my meridians have been stable these past 2 days, my blood has been flowing smoothly, and my body is much stronger than before. Lu Chen took out the box of vein condensing pills and handed it to Wang Hu behind him, asking him to take it to Elder Chu, saying, This is vein condensing pills made by our master. It can strengthen the meridians. Although Elder Chu's old injuries cannot be healed immediately after taking it, it can gradually strengthen the meridians and ensure that there will be no recurrence within a month. As long as you take it for 12 consecutive months, the old injuries will be healed. Elder Chu excitedly took the vein condensing pill from Wang Hu and thanked him. Thank you, little friend Lu. Please convey my gratitude to your master. You're too polite, Mr. Chu. Lu Chen responded politely. At this time, Ning Ziyuan, the chief steward of the Chu family, came in, bowed to everyone, and reported, Old man, Qin Yishui, the third master of the Qin family, is here to visit. Chapter 58 Qin Yishui. Qin Yishui, the third master of the Qin family. Everyone frowned and wondered why Qin Yishui happened to come to visit at this time. It might not be a coincidence. The three ancient martial arts families all have spies in each other's villas. They must know that Lu Chen is also visiting the Chu family today. Elder Chu's brows relaxed, and he stopped thinking about it, and said generously, You are a guest, please come. When enemies come, we will fight them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. No matter what the Qin family's purpose is, old Chu believes that the Chu family can handle it. Ning Ziyuan retreated, and Chu Tianxiong looked at Lu Chen and said, "The person who came here has bad intentions. I'm afraid he is coming for young Master Lu." Lu Chen was calm and said leisurely, "The Qin family is just a mere family. I want to see what kind of trouble they can stir up." After hearing what Lu Chen said, everyone in the Chu family was not too worried. After all, Master Lu Chen's strength as a martial arts master is there, and there is a mysterious person behind him, most likely his master who was a martial arts master, backing him up. The Qin family really can't cause any trouble in front of him. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Ning Ziyuan came in with a young man wearing a light-colored tang suit. The young man was about 35 or 36 years old, with an extraordinary demeanor and a rather calm and free-spirited manner. The person who came was Qin Yishui, the third master of the Qin family. As soon as he entered the room, he politely greeted everyone in the Chu family, then stopped his gaze on Lu Chen and said with a smile on his face, "This must be Mr. Lu. He is indeed a heroic young man, worthy of admiration." Lu Chen sat on the chair and replied calmly, "That's me. I wonder if Mr. Qin-san has any advice for you. I don't deserve your advice, but I have heard of Master Lu's great name for a long time. Seeing him today, I find that he is indeed worthy of his reputation." Qin Yishui still had a calm smile on his face. He took out a gold-plated invitation and handed it to Ning Ziyuan beside him, and said to Mr. Chu, "I am visiting you this time to deliver the invitation. Please invite the Chu family to attend my nephew Guanlan's apprenticeship banquet in 3 days." Apprenticeship banquet? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't it supposed to be a birthday party? How did it become a teacher-apprentice party? But they soon understood. No wonder the Qin family sent out invitations to all the heroes for Qin Guanlan's birthday party this time, inviting all the ancient martial arts families with whom they had some friendship. Originally, it was thought that this was just to show off Qin Guanlan's genius in breaking through to the dark energy. Now it seems that the birthday party was just a cover, and becoming a disciple was the purpose that the Qin family wanted to show to all the major families. I'm afraid that the teacher Qin Guanlan worships is not a simple one. Martial arts master, this was the thought that flashed through everyone's mind. If he was not a martial arts master, there would be no need for the Qin family to let Qin Guanlan become their disciple. They themselves have many top dark energy masters. Elder Chu took the invitation and asked, "Who would your nephew like to take as his master?" Qin Yishui showed a look of respect on his face and said, "Thanks to Master Jiusong for taking a liking to me and wanting to take Guanlan as his disciple." When Elder Chu heard the name of Master Jiusong, his face changed, but he quickly recovered and laughed. "Congratulations to your nephew for finding a famous master. I will come to congratulate you in person in 3 days." Qin Yishui looked at the astonished and solemn expressions of the Chu family, and a confident smile spread across his face. He shook hands with Old Chu and saluted, saying, "Thank you, Old Chu. The Qin family is looking forward to your visit." Then he turned to Lu Chen, took out another invitation, and said with a warm smile on his face, "Mr. Lu happens to be here too, so I don't have to make another trip. I would like to invite Mr. Lu to Qin Family Villa in 3 days to attend Guanlan's apprentice banquet. Please do me the honor, Mr. Lu." As he said that, Qin Yishui walked up to Lu Chen and handed the invitation to him. Lu Chen took the invitation, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he said calmly, "Don't worry, third master, Lu Chen will definitely come to congratulate you in 3 days. There is no good banquet, but since he has already made a grudge with the Qin family, Lu Chen will not back down." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Qin Yishui shook his hand and bowed, expressing his gratitude very politely. Then, Qin Yishui turned to the Chu family and bowed, saying, "Everyone, I still have to go to Beitang Villa to deliver a letter, so I will not continue to talk to you. Goodbye." Qin Yishui knew when to advance and retreat, and after the conversation, it was as if they were two old friends, calm and relaxed, without causing any disgust. He left the Chu family's reception hall in an extremely elegant manner. Looking at his back, Lu Chen had to admit that the Qin family was able to become the #1 family in Linjiang because of its own strength. Not everyone was like Qin Muyu, that dandy fool. Qin Yishui was no ordinary person. After Qin Yishui left, Elder Chu frowned and said, "My dear Lu, I'm afraid there will be some trouble at this apprenticeship banquet." Is Mr. Chu worried about Master Jiusong? Lu Chen was a little apprehensive in his heart, but he still asked calmly. Anyone who can be called a master must be a martial arts master who has achieved the level of Hua Jin. If the opponent is only in the initial stage of Hua Jin, then he will be sure to win by relying on the pure internal force of the Creation Sutra. If the opponent is in the middle stage of Hua Jin, the outcome of the fight is uncertain, and even if you can win, you will have to pay a heavy price. If the opponent is in the late stage of Hua Jin, Lu Chen can only avoid him temporarily, as taking action would be courting death. This Master Jiusong is the elder of the Wanxiang sect and a martial arts master of the third level of Huajin. Old Chu said with a solemn expression, these ancient martial arts sects are secluded from the world. I didn't expect Qin Guanlan to become Master Jiusong's apprentice. The martial arts world is not only home to ancient martial arts families, but also to even more powerful ancient martial arts sects. These ancient martial arts sects have a long history and are far more powerful than the ancient martial arts families, but they almost never come out of the world and do not care about worldly affairs. If Lu Chen had not embarrassed the Qin family repeatedly in the past few days, forcing the Qin family to respond to restore their prestige, they would probably have to wait until the birthday party to know that Jiusong accepted Qin Guanlan as his apprentice. This time the Qin family brought out Jiusong, the martial arts master, and all the major families waiting to see the Qin family make a fool of themselves must be dumbfounded. When Lu Chen heard that Master Jiusong was only at the third level of Huajin, he felt relieved. As long as he is still in the early stage of Huajin, he is sure of victory. His face remained calm as he asked, I wonder what level of cultivation the strongest person in Wanxiang sect has. Is there a martial arts master? When Elder Chu heard the word martial arts grandmaster, his mind was shaken. Thinking that Lu Chen's master might be a martial arts grandmaster, he felt more at ease and said, as far as I know, Wanxiang sect does not have a martial arts grandmaster. The strongest one is sect master Yang Yi, who has reached the 8th level of Huajin. After hearing Elder Chu's answer, Lu Chen said calmly, Elder Chu, don't worry. The Wanxiang sect can't do anything to me. The master he fabricated was so mysterious that the Chu family guessed that he was a martial arts master. Since there was no martial arts master in charge of the Wanxiang sect, he naturally could not show any fear in front of the Chu family. If there was a martial arts master in charge of the Wanxiang gate, Lu Chen would indeed feel very fearful. But if he is only in the late stage of Huajin, as long as he is given some time to reach level 5 and buy the fortune pill to improve his cultivation, he will not be afraid. Chapter 59, Chu Family's Allegiance. Seeing that Lu Chen was calm and composed and did not take Wanxiang sect seriously, the Chu family members became more convinced that Lu Chen's master was a martial arts master. They also guessed that Lu Chen was from an ancient martial arts sect that was much more powerful than the Wanxiang sect, but since Lu Chen didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask more. Qin Shui happened to deliver the invitation when Lu Chen visited the Chu family, just to shock them and let them know that the Qin family has the support of Wanxiang Gate. If you don't move, it's fine. But if you move, you will be so powerful that you will shock the whole river. The ancient Qin family is not something that anyone can challenge. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mr. Chu was no longer worried. The Qin family had the support of the Wanxiang Gate, and their Chu family also had a terrifying existence like Lu Chen behind them. Wang Hu, Zhao Si, and Su Ba, who were standing behind Lu Chen, were all horrified when they heard this. They had only heard of ancient martial arts sects as legends, and had never seen a martial arts master in their entire lives. There is a martial arts master that even the 3 ancient martial arts families in Linjiang have never had, but Lu Chen still ignores him. The strength of Master Lu, whom they followed, was far beyond their imagination. Being able to follow such a strong person is the pride of their life. With Mr. Lu's background, he is naturally not afraid of the Wanxiang sect. Elder Chu said with a smile on his face, but Master Jiusong's strength should not be underestimated. Mr. Lu should still make preparations early. Last time, Lu Chen reported that he was at the first level of Huajin. Old Chu was worried that he would not be able to match Jiusong, a martial arts master at the third level of Huajin, alone, so he wanted him to ask the forces behind him for help. How could he know that Lu Chen's master was just fictional and he still had to rely on himself for everything? Lu Chen smiled lightly and said confidently, Don't worry, Mr. Chu. Just wait and see a good show. Master Jiusong is only at the third level of Huajin, and Lu Chen is confident that he can crush him. If I could defeat Master Jiusong under the watchful eyes of everyone, it would be a great show. Old Chu laughed heartily and said, In that case, then I will wait and see young Master Lu show his might and overwhelm the Qin family. Lu Chen had a confident smile on his face. He stopped discussing the Qin family's affairs and shifted the topic to the vein condensing pill. He said, It's not easy to refine vein condensing pills. My master just refined one in a hurry. I will send one to Elder Chu every month in the future. Elder Chu, don't worry. Gold coins in the super rich system are very rare, so he has to save 1,000 gold coins to buy the marrow cleansing pill for Giran. The effect of the veins condensing pill lasts for 1 month. Lu Chen can still afford it if he spends 50 gold coins every month to buy one. No hurry, no hurry. Elder Chu said quickly, Thank you for refining the elixir. As Elder Chu spoke, he stood up and bowed to Lu Chen, saying with gratitude, "Young Master Lu, I have no way to repay you for saving my life. Please accept my greetings." Seeing this, the head of the Chu family, the second Master Chu, and the third Master Chu also stood up, bowed their hands and thanked Lu Chen. "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for saving my life." "Master Chu, you must not do that." Lu Chen quickly stood up and walked to Master Chu, holding his hand and said, "Master Chu and I are friends, so I asked Master to open the furnace to make pills. Don't mention thank you again in the future, otherwise you don't consider me, Lu Chen, as your friend." Elder Chu then stood up straight and said in high spirits, "Being able to make a friend like Mr. Lu is the proudest thing in my life." He didn't expect that the young man he associated with because he thought he had a pure heart would save his life. Lu Chen said modestly, "Mr. Chu, you are too kind. It is also Lu Chen's honor to be friends with Mr. Chu." Old Chu was quite excited as he looked at the vein condensing pill in his hand. This is his life-saving pill. Without the veins condensing pill, he would definitely not be able to survive the next recurrence of his old injury. He couldn't wait to try out the effects of the vein condensing pill. Seeing Elder Chu staring at the vein condensing pill with an eager look on his face, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Elder Chu, why don't you go and refine the vein condensing pill now and see how it works? Mr. Chu is already old, so the sooner he takes the veins condensing pill, the better it will be for his health." "Ha, then I will go back to the training room to refine the elixir." Old Chu laughed embarrassedly when Lu Chen saw through his thoughts. Then he said to the third son of the Chu family, Tianxiong, "I'm going to refine the elixir. You guys should entertain Mr. Lu first." "Yes, old man." The third son of the Chu family answered respectfully. Even if Mr. Chu had not given any instructions, they would not dare to neglect Lu Chen. In their eyes, Lu Chen is not only Mr. Chu's savior, but also a martial arts master with a powerful background. They are busy trying to curry favor with such people, so how dare they neglect them? After Elder Chu left, third Master Chu Tianwei was all smiles and flattered Lu Chen. The Qin family sent out invitations to many ancient martial arts families to attend Qin Guanlan's birthday party. It turns out that they have other intentions. They want to turn the birthday party into a master-apprentice party to shock the major families. However, with young Master Lu, I'm afraid the Qin family's wishful thinking will fail. The Qin family had offended Lu Chen, and Chu Tianwei had already been gloating in his heart. If Lu Chen had not appeared, with the threat of the Wanshan Gate, the Chu family would have to stay away from the Qin family in the future. The Qin family will truly become the #1 family in Linjiang. It would be fine if the Qin family just sincerely invited me to attend the apprenticeship banquet. Lu Chen spoke slowly, and suddenly his eyes turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "If the Qin family wants to use me to establish their authority, then I might as well let them know who has the final say in Linjiang in the future." Lu Chen has embarrassed the Qin family one after another, so they will naturally not let it go at this apprenticeship banquet, and a fierce battle is inevitable. Through this battle, Lu Chen wants to let all the major families know that he will be the king of Linjiang from now on. As long as he is still studying at Linjiang University. It's a dragon, coil up for me. It's a tiger. Lie down. Ha ha. Chu Tianba, the second master of the Chu family, laughed heartily. In Linjiang, of course, young Master Lu has the final say. Lu Chen took Mr. Chu's compliments calmly and served the tea calmly. Chu Tianxiong, Chu Tianba, and Chu Tianwei looked at each other, and the three of them stood up together, bowed to Lu Chen, and said in unison, "Young Master Lu saved my father's life, and the Chu family has no way to repay him. From now on, the Chu family will follow young Master Lu's orders. As long as young Master Lu gives an order, the Chu family will do it without hesitation." The Chu family is about to formally pledge allegiance to Lu Chen. The excuse was to repay Lu Chen for saving Mr. Chu's life, but in reality he just wanted to be loyal to Lu Chen. They knew that at the apprenticeship banquet 3 days later, Lu Chen would surely overwhelm everyone and become the true king of Linjiang. By then, there will be countless families that want to curry favor with Lu Chen. Now the Chu family has taken the lead and become the first family to be loyal to Lu Chen. Given the relationship between the old man and Lu Chen, he will definitely not treat the Chu family unfairly in the future. The strength and prestige of the Chu family will surely be greatly enhanced. Not only will it become the #1 family in Linjiang, but it will even become the #1 family in the entire southern Fujian region where Linjiang is located. Chapter 60, Take You Shopping. Lu Chen glanced at the three brothers of the Chu family and said calmly, "Old Chu and I are friends, so we will naturally help each other in the future." Lu Chen answered very politely, giving the Chu family enough face, but in fact he accepted the Chu family's loyalty. Lu Chen was not surprised by the Chu family's loyalty. The Chu family is in a remote corner, and without a martial arts master to lead them, it is almost impossible for them to make further progress. After pledging allegiance to Lu Chen, with the support of a martial arts master, or even a martial arts grandmaster, the Chu family will surely grow stronger in the future. One who looked at the three brothers of the Chu family and felt the most emotional. I am fortunate to be Lu Chen's first follower and will soon witness him becoming the king of Linjiang step by step. He was very lucky. If he hadn't handled the Lei Yun matter to Lu Chen's satisfaction, with his strength, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to be loyal to Lu Chen. Wang, who was worried about gains and losses, and was also secretly concerned that he was too weak and could do very little for Master Lu. He would not be able to deal with any random ancient martial arts master. If a subordinate cannot do things for the boss, what use is he? Wang, who knew his own shortcomings, and he secretly decided that he could not deal with those masters, but he could take care of all the small things for Lu Xiao and handle all the trivial matters in life for him. He tries his best to do what he can do, and also tries to find ways to do what he cannot do. He must do his best to prove his usefulness and value in front of Mr. Lu. The three brothers of the Chu family were delighted when they received Lu Chen's assurance. From now on, their Chu family will be connected with Lu Chen as one, and they will prosper and suffer together. They believe that the Chu family will surely achieve glory. Everyone chatted for a while, and after Elder Chu had refined the medicinal effects of the vein condensing pill, he walked in radiantly. Lu Chen smiled confidently and said, "Mr. Chu, the effect of the vein condensing pill did not disappoint you, did it? Anything produced by Brother Chang must be of high quality." Lu Chen is very confident in the efficacy of Ningmai pill. Ha ha. Elder Chu was full of energy and laughed heartily. Your master is truly an unrivaled god. He can actually refine a miraculous medicine like the vein condensing pill. Not only have the old injuries on my body been suppressed, but my meridians have also become stronger. Now I feel 10 years younger. The old injury that he had sought treatment from many famous doctors for decades but could not be cured was now easily suppressed by the veins condensing pill. How could he not be happy? Mr. Chu also respected Lu Chen's master even more in his heart. The ability of a grandmaster is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like them. Congratulations, Elder Chu. Lu Chen also said with a smile, next month, my master will send the vein condensing pill to me. I will definitely send it to Elder Chu as soon as possible. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Lu. After Elder Chu finished speaking politely, he looked at Chu Tianxiang and said, lunch should be ready. Let the children come back and have dinner together. The Chu family started preparing for the lunch to entertain Lu Chen early in the morning, with all kinds of exquisite food, all cooked by top chefs. Not long after, Chu Xiqiao brought Giran and the others back. Giran, Lu Xiaoke, and Su Shasha all had smiles on their faces, which showed that they were having a great time visiting the Chu family villa. Indeed, the Chu family villa was magnificent, and they felt like they were visiting a scenic spot. Chu Xiqiao, Chu Longcheng, and Chu Jiaojia were of similar age to them, and had all been told by their elders to treat Giran and the others with courtesy, so they all got along very happily and naturally had more fun playing. Girls, how do you like the scenery at Chu family villa? Did you have fun? Old man Chu asked Giran and the others kindly. Lu Xiaoke replied excitedly, Grandpa Chu, we had a lot of fun. This place is so beautiful, like a paradise on earth. She seldom traveled, and this was her first time seeing such a beautiful place. Knowing that this was Chu Xiqiao and their home, she was extremely envious. Chu Jia said with a loving smile, if you like it here, you can come to the villa often in the future. Cici and the others are about the same age as you, so you can keep in touch with each other more often in the future. It will be more lively with more people. Lu Xiaoke smiled sweetly and said, okay, Grandpa Chu, we will definitely come to play with Sister Cici and the others often in the future. Everyone walked and talked, and followed Ning Ziyuan to the restaurant to enjoy lunch. The lunch could be described as extravagant and luxurious, comparable to a Manchu Han banquet. Because they were guests at the Chu family and there was an elder like old Chu present, Lu Xiaoke and Su Shasha, both big foodies, ate very reservedly, chewing slowly and swallowing thoroughly, maintaining the image of ladies. However, the food prepared by the Chu family was so delicious that Lu Xiaoke and Su Shasha still felt a little full. Only Giran paid the most attention to her image. She only tasted a little and stopped at the table, showing the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. After lunch, Lu Chen took everyone away from the Chu family. He asked Wang Hu and the other two to go back first and prepared to take the three girls shopping. Shasha, go to Huadu International Shopping Plaza. Lu Chen said to the special car driver Su Shasha. Huadu International is the most famous, busiest and most luxurious shopping mall in Linjiang. Famous brands from all over the world have their own counters there, selling all kinds of luxury goods. His task today was to spend all of the 10.2 million on a shopping spree. It didn't matter if the money the system gave him was not enough. Before he left, the Chu family gave him a Union Pay black card with 100 million yuan in deposit. Chen did not refuse. The Chu family had already pledged allegiance to him, so it was normal for him to take 100 million. Just because he saved Mr. Chu's life, he is worth more than 100 million. Lu Xiaoke was still a little full after eating, so she rubbed her belly and said, "Brother, why are you taking us shopping so early? Little greedy cat, I told you not to eat so much." Chen scolded with a smile and said, "Brother is going to take you to go crazy shopping. Let's go early and visit every store. Buy whatever you like. If you don't buy enough 10 million, you are not allowed to go back at night." It's only a little after 2 in the afternoon, but Chen believes in the girl's shopping ability. If they really start shopping, a few hours will pass in the blink of an eye. 10 million. Lu Xiaoke opened her mouth wide. She calculated that she usually only spent a few hundred yuan on shopping. Now she had to spend 10 million. How many things would she have to buy to finish the shopping? Lu Xiaoke calculated for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up. Since her brother asked her to spend money, she would just spend it. Su Shasha was driving and almost crashed into the flower bed nearby when she heard Chen asking them to buy everything for 10 million. But she thought about it and realized that there was nothing between her and Chen, so she could just be his personal driver as a joke. She was too embarrassed to ask Chen to buy her anything when it came to shopping. She really envied Giran for finding a good boyfriend. Giran was also shocked after hearing what Chen said. Girls all like shopping, but if she was suddenly asked to spend 10 million on something, she would feel embarrassed to spend so much money on Chen. Chapter 61 Huadu International. The Maserati sped all the way to Huadu International. Su Shasha, a professional female driver, had excellent driving skills. "I have gotten used to the performance of Maserati in the past 2 days, and I am now more comfortable with it. Uncle Lu, with my amazing driving skills, you have to give me an annual salary of 1 million or so." Su Shasha had just finished drifting around a curve and shouted to Chen proudly. "If you want money, ask your boss's wife." Chen directly put the blame on Giran. "Boss lady, I beg you to get a promotion and a raise, to be promoted to CEO, to marry a beautiful, rich woman, and to reach the peak of my life." Su Shasha shouted to Giran. After the crazy confession last night, Giran and Chen's relationship has taken a step forward. She is not so shy anymore and accepts being called the boss lady calmly. She joked with a smile, "$1 million annual salary is not enough. Our Sasa is a full-time driver, and her monthly salary starts at least 1 million. Su Shasha turned her head and said to Giran in a cute way, "My Ranran is still the best. I love you so much. Drive your car well." Chen scolded with a smile and said seriously, "Since the boss lady has spoken, I will give you 1 million every month. When you return to the Magic City, I will buy Ranran a supercar, and you will be her driver and you will keep your salary." Giran and Su Shasha were just joking, but Chen was serious. "No." Giran refused embarrassedly, "I don't go out very often, and the place where I live is not far from the school, so it's very convenient to take a taxi." She and Chen were still just boyfriend and girlfriend. Although she knew that Chen was very rich now, she still felt a little embarrassed that he spent millions to buy her a supercar. Chen said in a domineering tone that would not allow for refusal, "When you return to the Magic City, I will also take Xiaoko over to play for a few days. Then I will take you to buy a supercar." Now that he is rich and capable, he naturally wants to give Giran and Xiaoko the best and most superior life. "Great. I've heard that the Oriental Pearl Tower in Shanghai is super beautiful. I want to go see it." Without waiting for Giran to answer, Xiaoke shouted excitedly. After being interrupted by Xiaoke, they did not continue the topic of buying a car. Chen grabbed Giran's hand, played with her slender fingers, and said, Ran, your fingers are long and white, they will look better with a diamond ring." "No way." Giran whispered shyly. "I haven't given you a gift yet." Chen pinched Giran's fingers and said gently, "Let's go pick out a big diamond ring as a token of love from me to you." "Yeah." Giran blushed and answered softly. Giran's heart felt as sweet as if it was covered with honey. Even if Chen gave her just a random gift as a token of love, she would be very happy, let alone a diamond ring that every girl would like. She felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Lu Chen brought the three girls to Huadu International Shopping Plaza, where there were already quite a few people. In the hot summer, many people hide in shopping malls to hang out and enjoy the air conditioning. It was Lu Xiaoka's first time to come to such a luxurious shopping mall. It was filled with dazzling goods. Just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, she was curious about everything. As soon as he entered the first floor of Huadu International, Lu Xiaoka excitedly wanted to go shopping in a clothing store near the door. Lu Chen quickly grabbed Lu Xiaoka's wrist and said with a smile, "The first floor only sells ordinary brand clothes. I'll take you to the third floor. There are all international brands there. Our Xiaoka will look more beautiful and more elegant when she wears those brand name clothes." "Okay, let's go to the third floor." Lu Xiaoka said with a smile, "I am a girl who aspires to be a little princess. Today, I won't buy anything unless it is the most expensive and beautiful." Then he said to Giran and Su Shasha in a mischievous way, "Sister Ran, Sister Shasha, let's work together to make my brother poor and make him cry. You are capable enough to make me cry. Let's go." Lu Chen patted Lu Xiaoka's little head gently and took them straight to the third floor. Huadu International is worthy of being the most luxurious shopping mall in Linjiang. The third floor sells all kinds of world-famous clothing brands, including LV, Gucci, Giorgio Armani, Versace, Prada, Christian Dior, Chanel, Givenchy, and other top brands from all over the world that are dazzling. Lu Chen led them into a nearby Chanel store, where a beautiful salesgirl in black uniform came up to greet them and said, "Welcome to the Chanel store. May I ask what you would like to buy, sir or madam?" Lu Xiaoka had a sweet smile on her face and quickly answered, "We are here to buy clothes. We want the most expensive and beautiful ones." Lu Chen was speechless. Lu Xiaoka was a little too naive and romantic. The beautiful shopping guide was a little embarrassed, but she still smiled professionally and said politely, "Ladies, please follow me. Our store just received some new styles of clothing. I believe you will be satisfied." After the beautiful shopping guide finished speaking, she took Giran and the others to the new product area and introduced them to the new clothing styles. As an internationally renowned women's clothing brand, each piece of Chanel clothing is carefully designed. Lu Xiaoka was dazzled by the sight and liked every one of them. Giran and Lu Xiaoka quickly put together a set of clothes and went to the fitting room to try them on. Su Shasha just looked at the clothes and had no intention of taking them off to try them on. Every piece of clothing here costs tens of thousands of yuan, and she doesn't have enough money to wear such luxury clothes. Lu Chen is Giran's boyfriend, so it's only natural for him to spend money on her shopping. But I'm not related to him, so I can't let Lu Chen pay. "Shasha, if you have any clothes you like, just buy them and I'll give them to you." Seeing that Su Shasha had no intention of buying clothes, Lu Chen said to her. He felt that they were all friends, and since he had money now, it was no big deal for him to help Su Shasha pay. Su Shasha rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, "Uncle Lu, I know you are rich, but if you take the initiative to buy me clothes, I promise that Ran will make you kneel on the washboard tonight." "No way." Lu Chen said in disbelief, "Could it be that Ran is jealous of you?" In his opinion, Giran and Su Shasha were as close as sisters, so it was normal for him to pay for clothes for Su Shasha out of love for her. "Brother, this is a matter of principle. Have you ever seen a boyfriend actively buy clothes for his girlfriend's best friend?" Su Shasha seriously doubted that Lu Chen's EQ was enough to seduce Giran, but the EQ of these two people was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. She pointed at the beautiful shopping guide and said, "If you don't believe me, ask this beautiful shopping guide if she would be jealous if her boyfriend paid for clothes for her bestie without her consent." Lu Chen looked at the beautiful shopping guide with an inquiring look. The beautiful shopping guide smiled and nodded. She also figured out that the two girls who were trying on clothes were his sister and his girlfriend, and the girl next to her was her girlfriend's best friend. If her boyfriend dared to buy clothes for her best friend without her permission, she would skin him alive. Chapter 62, If You Make Me Cry, You Win. The beautiful shopping guide looked at Lu Chen curiously. The young man in front of her was sunny and handsome, very attractive, but he was wearing ordinary brand clothes and did not look like a tall, rich, and handsome man at all. These three girls are young and beautiful, each with their own beauty, but the clothes they wear are not brand names. This combination of four people doesn't seem heroic at all. Now Lu Chen wants to buy a set of clothes for each of the three girls, and the three sets will cost at least hundreds of thousands. From the fact that he asked his girlfriend's best friend to buy clothes for him, it can be seen that he can really afford such expensive Chanel. Could it be that the handsome guy in front of me is a low-key tall, rich, and handsome man? After getting a positive answer from the beautiful shopping guide, Lu Chen gave up the idea of paying Su Shasha for clothes. Su Shasha smiled frivolously and said, hee hee, but it doesn't matter. Based on my understanding of Shoka and Ranran, they will take the initiative to ask you to pay for my clothes later. She could see that Lu Chen was quite rich and powerful. Even a giant like the Chu family was respectful to him, and the Qin family was beaten at his will. She felt no guilt at all for exploiting Lu Chen. Is there such a thing? Lu Chen was confused by Su Shasha's words. Su Shasha said disdainfully, nonsense, with your IQ you can't understand girls. Lu Chen really didn't understand the little thoughts of these girls. Brother, sister Shasha, does it look good? Lu Xiaoka changed her clothes first and came out of the fitting room. She was originally as beautiful as an elf, and now wearing Chanel's limited edition pink dress, she looked more like a little princess in a fairy tale. Wow, beautiful princess, can I go on a date with you? Su Shasha ran to Lu Xiaoka, stretched out her hand, and shouted exaggeratedly. Of course, my dear prince. Lu Xiaoka put his little hand on Su Shasha's hand and began to act out a fairy tale. Our little princess looks the best in everything she wears. Lu Chen praised her and said, see if there are any other things you like and buy them together. Hee hee, I really like all the clothes here. Lu Xiaoka said with a smile. Chanel's clothing styles are indeed more suitable for girls of her age. Compared with clothes from ordinary brands, both the texture and appearance are much better. It is normal for Lu Xiaoka to like them. If you like them all, I'll buy all the ones that fit your size. We can change into different ones every day. Lu Chen had more than 110 million in his card, so he didn't feel bad at all buying clothes for Lu Xiaoka. The beautiful shopping guide was stunned. There were at least 20 styles of clothes that were suitable for Lu Xiaoka's size, and buying them all would cost at least millions. But she thought the brother and sister were just joking. Lu Xiaoka didn't expect that her brother would buy them all as soon as she heard her like them all. She quickly said, brother, I was just talking casually. Just buy this dress. I don't like the others that much. It doesn't matter. Buy it and wear it slowly. Anyway, our Xiaoka is so pretty that she looks good in anything. Lu Chenhao said to Lu Xiaoka inhumanely. Since her brother said so, Lu Xiaoka no longer refused and enjoyed her brother's love and favor. She personally experienced the magic of the marrow cleansing pill and witnessed the Chu family's extravagance and lust. She knew that Lu Chen was capable now and money was just a number to her brother. She was determined to be a fearless little princess, and now she spends her brother's money without blinking an eye. Lu Chen turned to the beautiful shopping guide and said, beautiful lady, please help me put together a set of clothes in the store that are suitable for my sister's size. I want them all. Lu Chen did not let Lu Xiaoka try them on and directly asked the beautiful shopping guide to pack up all the clothes. The beautiful shopping guide was still stunned after hearing this. After a lot of effort, she reacted and asked, are you sure you want one set of each style? It turned out that her brother was not joking, he was serious. It's such a blessing to have such a brother. Lu Chen nodded and asked, is there any problem? No problem. After all, she was a shopping guide at an international brand women's clothing store. She had received professional training and was used to seeing rich people. She immediately came to her senses and began to show her professionalism. She mentally calculated the clothes and prices that would be suitable for Lu Xiaoka and introduced them. There are a total of 23 styles that would be suitable for your sister, with a total price of about 1.88 million. If you buy so many clothes at once, I can ask the store manager for a 12% discount. International brands like these rarely offer discounts unless they are holding promotions, and even if they do, the discounts are very low. Okay, thank you. Lu Chen replied indifferently. The beautiful shopping guide immediately went to the service desk to report the situation to the store manager. Giran also came out of the fitting room. She still liked the look of a shirt with a pleated skirt, and was the image spokesperson for the fresh campus style. Does it look good? Giran asked shyly when she saw Lu Chen's eyes staring at her. Before Lu Chen could answer, Su Shasha said jokingly, of course, you have seduced Lu Chen's soul, and you still ask such a childish question? Su Shasha's words made Lu Chen and Giran blush. At this time, the store manager came over with 3 shopping guides and said politely, dear sir, miss, excuse me, but can we pack the clothes you want for you now? Lu Chen nodded and said, please help me put together a set of clothes that suit my girlfriend's size. I want to buy them together. He couldn't favor one over the other. He bought 23 sets for Lu Xiaoka and only 1 set for Giran. Giran asked in surprise, why did you buy so many clothes? Brother said that he wants us to wear a different outfit every day. Lu Xiaoke answered for Lu Chen with a smile. Giran is not as naive as Lu Xiaoke. She believes whatever Lu Chen says. She still feels sorry for the money. She declined, there's no need to buy so much, right? We have to buy so much, Sister Ran, we just agreed to make my brother cry. Lu Xiaoke continued to trick her brother, and Sister Xia, let's buy together to make my brother cry. As Su Xia had guessed, Lu Xiaoke asked Lu Chen to spend money on shopping for her. In Lu Xiaoke's heart, Giran is his brother's girlfriend, Su Xia is Giran's best friend, and they are all good friends. Now that my brother is rich and capable, we can just go shopping together and have fun. Lu Chen cooperated very well and took out the UnionPay black card given by the Chu family and his own CCB card, and said with a smile, there are more than 110 million in the card. You can buy whatever you want. If you make me cry, you win. He wasn't being pretentious on purpose. He just wanted to tell Giran, I am now able to give you the best life, you don't have to worry about anything, just enjoy my love for you. Chapter 63, Heart of Eternity. More than 110 million. Lu Chen reported the balance in the card, shocking everyone. The Chanel store manager and 3 beautiful shopping guides all stared at Lu Chen in blank stares. This guy is too rich. It's not that they haven't seen rich people before. They have seen big bosses worth hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. But that was their net worth. They had never seen anyone as young as Lu Chen who could take out 100 million in savings at once. She had the honor of seeing the UnionPay black card in Lu Chen's hand once, and knew that only bigwigs with extremely high status were qualified to own that kind of card. The young man in front of her not only had money, but also had status. He was not a nouveau riche. The 3 beautiful shopping guides looked at Giran with jealousy. It was such a blessing to have a boyfriend like him. They all wished they could replace Giran and become Lu Chen's girlfriend. Giran felt the envious and jealous gazes of the 3 beautiful shopping guides. She felt very sweet and proud in her heart. She raised her head slightly, like a proud little princess. After Lu Chen reported the balance, she could no longer refuse. It would be hypocritical to refuse again. Lu Xiaoke opened her mouth wide. She had no idea about money. She just knew that it was a lot of money. It would be difficult to buy enough to make her brother cry. Go and help them pack their clothes, thank you. Lu Chen said politely to the store manager, Yujie, with a smile on his face. Oh, okay. The store manager Yujie finally reacted and said quickly, Dear sir, miss, please wait a moment, we will help you pack your clothes. You also need to buy Sister Sasha's money. Lu Xiaoke did not treat her brother's money as money and said with loyalty. With so much money, why don't you find someone to buy it with you? How can you make your brother cry? Forget it. The clothes here don't suit me. Su Xia refused. What she meant was that she actually preferred to wear neutral clothes and she rarely wore these ladylike clothes. If Lu Xiaoke asked Lu Chen to buy her 1 or 2 pieces of clothing, she would gladly accept it, but she felt embarrassed to accept so many at once. Lu Chen looked at Giran, waiting for Giran to speak. He didn't want to kneel on the washboard at night as Su Xia said. Giran felt a little conflicted. If it was her own money, she wouldn't care how much she spent on Su Xia, but she couldn't decide on Lu Chen's money to buy millions of dollars worth of clothes for her best friend. But thinking that Lu Xiaoke had already spoken, Lu Chen's current strength really didn't care about the 1 million. She hesitated for a moment, then took Su Xia's arm and said with a smile, Xia, it's okay. Just think of it as Lu Chen paying you a salary. Giran had already spoken, Su Xia was no longer polite and said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Lu, and thank you, boss. Lu Chen directly called the store manager, Yujie, to the service counter to check out. He bought a total of 72 sets of clothes, which cost 5.12 million after the discount. Swipe the card to pay, and the 10 million task is easily half completed. With so many clothes, Lu Chen and his friends certainly couldn't take them all away by themselves, so he simply called Wang Hu and asked him to send someone to pick them up. After leaving the Chanel store, Lu Chen continued to take them to other luxury stores for a shopping spree. Gucci hats, SW shoes, LV bags, Lancome skincare products, Lu Chen changed their entire bodies from head to toe. After a round of shopping, the 10 million task had been completed, and more than 20 million yuan had been swiped from the UnionPay black card. In other words, in less than 3 hours, Lu Chen spent a total of more than 30 million shopping for the 3 women. The power of women's shopping should not be underestimated. Mr. Lu, Madam Boss, I will be your private car driver for the rest of my life. Su Shasha has become numb. With Lu Xiaoka, a shopping enthusiast who aspires to be a little princess, around, she and Giran have no choice but to buy things. Lu Chen swiped the money without blinking an eye. As long as their eyes stayed on a product for more than 3 seconds, he would immediately ask the shopping guy to swipe the card. The rich are inhumane, that's all Su Shasha could say. The money Lu Chen spent on her shopping was at least 5 or 6 million, and even if she sold the things she bought, it wouldn't be enough to pay her back. Shasha, you are now a wealthy woman with a monthly salary of 1 million. Why should you be so surprised about spending a few million? Just think of it as an advance of half a year's salary for you. Lu Chen smiled and said cheerfully. He was really happy when he swiped his card today. Seeing Lu Xiaoka and Giran so happily shopping, he was even happier. This was the life he wanted for Lu Xiaoka and Giran, to let them be carefree and buy whatever they liked. Lu Chen held Giran's hand and said gently, Ran, let's go to the jewelry store and buy you a big diamond ring. Yeah. Giran answered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. While shopping just now, Lu Chen had spent tens of millions on her. She now felt like it was a dream, enjoying the pampering that Lu Chen gave her. She once imagined the scene of shopping with Lu Chen, the two of them holding hands. They didn't have to buy a lot of things, they didn't have to buy expensive things, she just wanted to enjoy the warmth of being together. Lu Chen took them to the 4th floor, where the largest jewelry store in Linjiang was located. The 4 of them walked into the jewelry store, and the shopping guide immediately came up to them and said with a polite smile, Welcome to Lushan Jewelry, dear sir and madam, what can you do for you? Lu Chen and his 3 companions were dressed in international brand name clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. When the salesgirl saw them wearing brand name clothes, she knew that they were financially capable and her face was filled with warm smiles. Take us to see the diamond rings in your store. Lu Chen said straight to the point. Please follow me. The salesgirl answered politely and took Lu Chen and the others to the diamond ring area. She pointed to a row of diamond ring counters and said, This is our store's diamond ring section. What kind of diamond ring do you need? The 4 of them looked at the dazzling diamond rings and were immediately attracted by the diamond ring in the middle, which was inlaid with a heart-shaped aqua blue diamond. The salesgirl was used to seeing customers' attention being drawn to the diamond ring, so she introduced it with a smile. This diamond ring is called Heart of Eternity, and is inlaid with a 10.6 carat South African fancy vivid blue diamond, which symbolizes eternal love. It is priced at 52 million renminbi and is the treasure of our store. Almost all customers who come to the store to buy diamond rings will be attracted by this Heart of Eternity, but due to its high price, it has never been bought and is regarded as the treasure of Lushan Jewelry. 52 million. Giran and Su Shasha were shocked when they heard the price. These pigeon eggs were really outrageously expensive. But it's really beautiful. The Heart of Eternity emits a soft aqua blue light, which is crystal clear, pure and flawless, and intoxicating. The 3 women's eyes were all fixed on the Heart of Eternity and they were unwilling to look away for a long time. Every girl wants to own such a pure and flawless diamond ring that symbolizes eternal love. Chapter 64 Young Master Qi. That's it. The first time Lu Chen saw the Heart of Eternity, he decided to buy it for Giran. Eternal love is exactly what he and Giran expect and insist on. He believed that their love would last forever. Lu Chen said to the salesgirl, I want this Heart of Eternity. Please help me take it out and let my girlfriend try it on. Diamond rings cannot be adjusted automatically. You need to try them out for size. If they don't fit, you need to ask a professional craftsman in the store to resize them. Lu Chen estimated that the size of the Heart of Eternity should be just right for Giran's finger. Sir, do you want to buy this Heart of Eternity? The salesgirl's eyes widened, she couldn't believe her ears. This $52 million eternal heart has been here for a whole year, and this is the first time someone has asked to buy it. After all, Linjiang is not a big city like Kyoto and Shanghai. A diamond ring worth 52 million yuan cannot be sold easily. Lu Chen nodded and said affirmatively, I want to buy it for my girlfriend. You can take it out and let her try it on to see if it fits her hand. If it doesn't fit, you can ask your master to help reorder the size. The salesgirl was very excited when she confirmed that Lu Chen wanted to buy it. If she sold the Heart of Eternity, she could get at least tens of thousands of yuan in commission. She said hurriedly, Sir, please wait a moment. I don't have the authority to take out this Heart of Eternity. The store manager and the security captain must come together to take it out. In order to ensure the safety of Eternal Heart, its anti-theft counter is divided into 2 levels of authority, and can only be opened by the store manager and the security captain together. When Giran heard that Lu Chen wanted to buy the Heart of Eternity for her, her heart started pounding and her mind went blank. He gave her a diamond ring worth 52 million as a token of love. She was so happy that she almost fainted. Su Shasha and Lu Xiaoke also looked at Giran with envy. This eternal heart was full of temptation to them. The store manager and the security captain soon came over with the salesgirl. The store manager excitedly said, "Hello sir, I am Song Ruiqing, the store manager of our store. Are you looking to buy the Heart of Eternity?" Lu Chen nodded, took out his UnionPay black card and said, "Just try the size and you can pay directly by card." Song Ruiqing recognized the UnionPay black card in Lu Chen's hand and knew that he really had the financial resources to buy it, so he said respectfully, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." Then she and the security captain opened the anti-theft cabinet and carefully took out the Heart of Eternity. Giran took the Heart of Eternity in a dreamlike state and put it on the middle finger of her left hand. The size was just right, as if it was tailor-made for her. She stretched out her slender white fingers, and the soft aqua blue light of the Heart of Eternity was dazzling, making others envious. "Do you like it?" Lu Chen asked gently. "I like it." Giran answered softly, as if in a dream. "I believe that our love can be as eternal as the eternal heart." Lu Chen gently held Giran's face and kissed her forehead affectionately. The declaration of love and kiss in public made Giran's heart melt instantly and shed sweet tears. Lu Chen gently wiped away her tears with his thumb and smiled softly, "Silly girl, why are you crying? Everyone is watching us." Giran raised his hand to wipe away his tears, feeling the envious gazes around him, his face flushed. "So sweet." Lu Xiaoke grabbed Giran's arm enviously, rubbed his face on her clothes and said, "Sister Ran, I envy you so much. My brother is not only the best brother in the world, but also the best boyfriend in the world." She felt a little jealous of Giran. "Mr. Xie, Ms. Ling, this way please." Two men and one woman walked towards the diamond ring counter, and the young man who was talking was flatteringly leading the man and woman next to him. When Song Ruiqing and the salesgirl saw the young man speaking, they both respectfully called out, "Hello, Mr. Qi." "Mr. Qi, why are you here?" The security captain trotted over to Mr. Qi with a fawning smile on his face and asked in a flattering manner. Master Qi said excitedly, "Master Xia wants to buy the Heart of Eternity for Miss Ling. You guys should quickly take out the Heart of Eternity." Eternal Heart. The security captain and Song Ruiqing were stunned. The Heart of Eternity was still on Giran's hand. Seeing the security captain and Song Ruiqing standing there in a daze, Shi Xiao urged them unhappily, "Why are you still standing there? Go and get the Heart of Eternity." He noticed that the security captain and Song Ruiqing were staring at Giran's hand, so he looked over and saw that she was wearing the Heart of Eternity. His face darkened, and he looked at the security captain and Song Ruiqing and scolded them loudly, "Who told you to take out the Heart of Eternity for people to try? What if it gets scratched?" Then he turned to Giran and shouted, "Take off the Heart of Eternity quickly. Can you afford to pay for it if it is scratched?" Mr. Xie and Miss Ling beside Mr. Qi also saw the Heart of Eternity on Giran's hand, and their eyes lit up. Especially Miss Ling, she was also deeply fascinated by the Heart of Eternity and looked at it with burning eyes. Seeing Master Qi yelling at Giran, Lu Chen's face turned cold and he said angrily, "I bought this eternal heart. Who do you think you are? You're giving orders here? The eternal heart worth 52 million was bought by this young man in front of me?" Only then did Qi Xiao notice what Lu Chen and Giran were wearing. They were all wearing international brand names worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and looked like wealthy people. He turned his head to look at Mr. Xie and Miss Ling, and found that Miss Ling was staring at the Heart of Eternity in Giran's hand with burning eyes. It was obvious that she liked it too. Mr. Xie gave him a look, meaning that it was up to him to decide. He thought that this Heart of Eternity was specifically requested by Master Xie to be bought and given to Miss Ling. With the support of Master Xie and Master Ling, he was not afraid of offending the young man in front of him. The Xie family and the Ling family, two of the three major families in Huaibei, are both ancient martial arts families that are as powerful as the Qin family. Huaibei and Linjiang are adjacent to each other. If the Qi family can establish a relationship with the Xie family and the Ling family, then their power will be further enhanced. This store is owned by my family. Do you think I have the right to buy it? Have you paid for this Heart of Eternity? If you haven't paid, put it down. What if I don't sell it to you? Lushan Jewelry is owned by the Qi family. Seeing that the jewelry box of Eternal Heart was still on the counter, he knew that they had just tried it on and must not have gone to the service counter to pay yet. Is this how you, Lushan Jewelry, do business? Lu Chen looked at Qi Xiao and the others coldly and asked. Song Ruiqing looked at Lu Chen somewhat embarrassedly. She had received professional training and naturally would not do business in this way. But Master Qi was the young master, and if he said he would not sell it, what could she do? She could only bite the bullet and say to Giran, "Excuse me, miss, please take off the Heart of Eternity." Giran shrank back and hid her hands behind her back. This was a token of love that Lu Chen had given her, so how could she bear to take it off and give it to someone else? Lu Chen felt very distressed when he saw Giran's aggrieved look. He suppressed his anger, took out his UnionPay black card and put it on the counter, and said coldly, "Pay with the card. I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 65. Are you Lu Chen? When Master Qi saw Lu Chen take out the UnionPay black card, he was also shocked, but when he thought of Master Xie and Miss Ling behind him, he was full of confidence and said disdainfully, "What a joke, you dare to make trouble in front of Master Xie and Miss Ling?" He pointed at Giran and arrogantly ordered the security captain, "Take off her eternal heart, and then kick them all out. No matter how awesome the young man in front of me is, can he be more awesome than Mr. Xie and Miss Ling?" Master Qi brought up Master Xie and Miss Ling, and became even more unscrupulous. The young master spoke, and the security captain looked at Giran fiercely and shouted, "Hand over the Heart of Eternity quickly, or I will take it off myself." Giran was startled by the security captain's roar and moved closer to Lu Chen. How could Lu Chen tolerate seeing his beloved woman being threatened? He kicked out angrily, hitting the security captain in the abdomen, sending him flying and crashing onto the counter behind him. Crash! 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 The entire glass counter behind the security captain was smashed by him, and the rings and glass fragments in the counter fell to the ground. He held his stomach in pain, curled up on the ground and screamed. Seeing the security captain being kicked away, Qi Xiao stepped back in fear, pointed at Lu Chen and stammered, You dare to hit someone?" Lu Chen glanced at Qi Xiao coldly, then said to the store manager Song Ruiqing, "Call your boss over, I will talk to him in person." Qi Xiao retreated to Xie Xiao's side, and he regained his confidence and said arrogantly, "This jewelry store is owned by my father, so I have the final say. If I say I won't sell it, then I won't sell it." Lu Chen glanced at Song Ruiqing again and asked in a deep voice, "Can he really make the decision?" Song Ruiqing looked at Lu Chen, then at Qi Xiao, not knowing how to answer. After all, the real owner of this store was Qi Xiao's father, and what Qi Xiao was doing now was against the business purpose of the jewelry store. The young man whom Qi Xiao called Master CS suddenly said, "My friend, the boss doesn't even want to sell you anything, so why are you bothering with him?" He looked at Lu Chen with a condescending look, as if he was preaching to him, and first grabbed the word reason. Lu Chen also knew that if he didn't pay, there would be no sales relationship and the Heart of Eternity would still belong to the jewelry store. If the jewelry store really didn't want to sell it to him, he couldn't have robbed it, but this was a token of love given to Giran. How could he just give it back like that? How can you be so unreasonable? Lu Xiaoke said angrily, "It was obviously my brother who first set his eyes on the Heart of Eternity and was ready to pay for it. Now you want it too, but you won't sell it to us. It's not like we can't afford it. Little girl, I'm just being reasonable with you." Xie Xiao looked at Lu Xiaoke with a smile on his face, and said unyieldingly, "It's the boss's freedom to sell or not, and to whom? You want to force the purchase, and even beat people up. No matter what I say, you are unreasonable." Lu Xiaoke was speechless because of Xie Xiao. She didn't know how to refute, so she could only sulky and snorted, staring with her big round eyes. She really wanted to beat up Xie Xiao's smirking face. "Mr. Xie, huh?" Lu Chen sneered, looking at Mr. Xie sarcastically and said, "You may be mistaken. He is only the son of the owner of this jewelry store, not the real owner. So whether to sell the things to me or not is not up to him. His father's decision counts." "What a joke, what belongs to my father is mine," Qi Xiao said indignantly. After saying that, he looked at Lu Chen with a smile on his face. Okay, you want to call my dad to make the decision, I'll make you give up now." He pointed at Song Ruiqing and ordered, "Call my dad right now and tell him that young Master Xia wants to buy this Heart of Eternity and give it to Miss Ling. Ask my dad whether he wants to sell it to this guy or to young Master Xia." Young Master Qi believed that with the support of two ancient martial arts families, his father would also choose to sell it to young Master Xia. Lu Chen looked at Qi Xiao with a sneer, took out his cell phone and called Chu Tianxiong. "Lu Chen, Master Chu, do you know Mr. Qi from Lushan Jewelry Store?" "Chu Tianxiong, I know him. The boss of Lushan Jewelry is Qi Wingqiu." "What's the matter, Mr. Lu?" "Lu Chen, I was just about to buy the Heart of Eternity from their store, and then his son showed up and wanted to sell it to someone else. Can you ask Boss Chi if his son's words can make the final decision? Is this how Lu Shun Jewelry Store does business? Lu Chen hung up the phone and looked at Chi Xiao coldly. When Mr. Chi heard the content of Lu Chen's call, he had already guessed who Lu Chen was calling. The only one who can be called the head of the Chu family is Chu Tianxiong of the Linjiang ancient martial arts Chu family. He was already sweating profusely. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him knew the Chu family and even called Chu Tianxiong to find his father. The Xia family and the Ling family are just ancient martial arts families in Huaibei. It is impossible for his father to offend the local ancient martial arts Chu family in order to curry favor with two ancient martial arts families from other places. He now wanted to slap himself twice. Seeing that Lu Chen called Chu Tianxiong directly, Xia Xiao was not careful and asked, I am Xie Donglai from the Xia family in Huaibei. How do I address my friend? Ordinary people are not qualified to talk to Chu Tianxiong directly. Xia Donglai thought, could it be that the young man in front of me is also an invited ancient warrior? When Lu Chen kicked the security captain away just now, he did not use much force. After all, the security captain was just following orders. Lu Chen just wanted to teach him a lesson, not his life, so Xie Donglai could not tell whether Lu Chen was an ancient warrior or not. Lu Chen heard that Xie Donglai was from the Xie family in Huaibei, and that Master Chi called the girl next to him Miss Ling. He did not answer Xie Donglai, but asked Miss Ling, your last name is Ling, are you the Ling family in Huaibei? That's right, I am Ling Shuiling from the Huaibei Ling family. Ling Shuijing answered proudly. When Giran, Su Shasha and Lu Xiaoka heard Ling Shuiling's words, they all looked at each other in surprise. It turned out that Ling Shuiling was from the same family as Ling Tianqi. Judging from her age, she should be Ling Tianqi's cousin, or even his biological sister. They are really from the same family as Ling Tianqi. Lu Chen asked with interest, who is Ling Tianqi to you? When Ling Shuiling heard Lu Chen mention Ling Tianqi's name, she asked in doubt, do you know my brother? Pu Qi. Lu Xiaoka couldn't help laughing and said, your brother sang Little Dimples with my brother yesterday. Do you think we know each other? Lu Xiaoka told Lu Chen's embarrassing story. Lu Chen was speechless, and the tense atmosphere was a bit awkward. Are you Lu Chen? Ling Shuiling exclaimed. She had heard Ling Tianqi mention that he had met a peerless genius named Lu Chen yesterday. He was about the same age as him but had already reached the late stage of dark energy. Ling Shuiling looked at Lu Chen curiously, looking at him as if he were a monster. Xia Donglai frowned and looked at Lu Chen with fear. He had also heard of Lu Chen's reputation. With one punch, Lu Chen sent Hu Gufeng, who was at the 5th level of dark power, flying away. His name spread throughout the martial arts world in southern Fujian overnight. Chapter 66, Xiaoka, beat him. I am Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at Xie Donglai and Ling Shuiling and replied calmly. Then he looked at Master Qi and sneered, I want to see today whether your Qi family will sell the Heart of Eternity to me or not. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. As soon as Lu Chen's name was announced, young Master Qi almost burst into tears. How could the Qi family afford to offend someone who could challenge the Qin family on his own? He is now in a difficult situation. If he continues to refuse to sell the Heart of Eternity to Lu Chen, he will only offend this evil star and the Chu family. If we say now that we will sell the Heart of Eternity to Lu Chen, that would be a slap in the face of Mr. Xie and Miss Ling. He couldn't afford to offend either side, so young Master Qi could only stand aside trembling, not daring to speak. He is no longer qualified to make the decision on this matter and can only wait for his father to decide. Xia Donglai looked at Lu Chen fearfully. His expression was no longer calm and he did not dare to talk about any great principles. He said solemnly, it turns out to be Mr. Lu. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am so sorry for my disrespect. You also want to buy this eternal heart? Lu Chen didn't exchange pleasantries with Xie Donglai and asked with a half smile. Xie Donglai's expression changed. He really wanted to buy this eternal heart and give it to Ling Shuiling. He has been pursuing Ling Shuiling for more than a year, and now the two of them have finally confirmed their relationship as a couple. Normally he has the image of an elegant gentleman who knows everything. If he gives in now as soon as he hears Lu Chen's name, all the good image he has built up in Ling Shuiling's heart will be gone. Xia Donglai suppressed his fear and said with an elegant smile on his face, everyone loves beauty. This eternal heart is so beautiful. I really want to buy it and give it to Shuiling. Ling Shuiling knew that the other party was Lu Chen, who was very powerful and knew her brother. She didn't want to continue fighting for the heart of eternity, but Xia Donglai spoke first, so she could only remain silent. Don't you like to talk about reason? I'll tell you what reason is now. Lu Chen looked at Xia Donglai, who pretended to be calm with a sneer, and said slowly, in Lin Xiang, what I say is reason. The tone was calm yet domineering, making people dare not question it. It's not that he didn't give Ling Tianqi face, but Qi Xiao's aggressiveness just now scared Giran, and Xia Donglai's unreasonable preaching made Lu Xiaoke sulking. He could let Ling Xueling go, but he had to teach Xia Donglai and Qi Xiao a lesson. Xia Donglai's face was swollen and ugly, with some parts blue and some white. This was a blatant humiliation to him by Lu Chen, but he did not have the courage to question whether what Lu Chen said was reasonable. Dongli, forget it. Ling Xueling didn't expect Lu Chen to be so overbearing. If they angered him, they would not be able to be crushed by Lu Chen alone, so she tried to dissuade him. Since it was young Master Lu who first set his eyes on the heart of eternity, then we shouldn't take away someone else's love. When Xia Donglai heard Ling Xueling asking him to give in, he felt even more unwilling, and he bravely said in a cold voice, at the apprenticeship banquet in 3 days, I want to see if what Master Lu said is really true in Lin Xiang. He already knew that Master Jiaosong wanted to accept Qin Guanlan as his disciple, and the Qin family also invited Lu Chen to the apprenticeship banquet 3 days later. With Master Jiaosong around, it is not Lu Chen's turn to be arrogant. Lu Chen smiled calmly and said, at the Qin family's apprenticeship banquet, please wait and see, young Master Xia. Then see you in 3 days. Goodbye. Xia Donglai didn't dare to tangle with Lu Chen anymore, and said to Ling Xueling, let's go. Did I let you go? Lu Chen said lightly. Xia Donglai was shocked. Could it be that what he said just now angered Lu Chen, and he was going to attack him? He felt a little regretful in his heart. Why did he have to say such harsh words to Lu Chen? Couldn't he just wait and watch him make a fool of himself in 3 days? Xia Donglai stopped and asked guiltily, Master Lu, do you have any other advice? Just now, young Master Xia was talking to Xiaoko about the truth. Now I want Xiaoko to tell you what the truth is. Lu Chen finished speaking with a faint smile, and said to Lu Xiaoke, you come and tell Master Xia what truth is. Ah? Lu Xiaoke asked in confusion, how do I tell him? Beat him. Lu Chen said with a smile. Everyone was a little confused after hearing this. Lu Chen wanted Lu Xiaoke to beat Xia Donglai. Mr. Lu, don't go too far. When Xia Donglai heard Lu Chen calling Lu Xiaoke to beat him up, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Could it be that Lu Chen wanted to use his power to force himself not to move and to vent his anger by beating Lu Xiaoke up? If this is the humiliation, it would be more painful than killing him. Mr. Lu, don't go too far. We are not going to buy the heart of eternity. What else do you want? Ling Xueling also thought that Lu Chen wanted to humiliate Xia Donglai and shouted indignantly. Don't worry, I won't bully the weak. He is not worthy of me taking action. Lu Chen said disdainfully. Lu Chen's words showed no mercy to Xia Donglai. Xia Donglai was angry, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with Lu Chen's words. He was indeed not worthy of Lu Chen's help. Then what does Mr. Lu want to do? Xia Donglai asked fearfully. Lu Chen said lazily, I just want Xiaoke to tell you that only those with big fists are qualified to reason. Can I do it? Lu Xiaoke asked unconfidently. Although she thought she was an expert, she had never fought with others. Lu Chen touched Lu Xiaoke's head and encouraged him, believe in yourself. Yeah. Lu Xiaoke nodded, then said to Ling Xueling apologetically, Sister Ling, it's not that I don't give you and Brother Tianqi face, but the way he spoke just now was too annoying, and I wanted to beat him up just now. After Lu Xiaoke finished speaking, he reminded Xia Donglai, I'm here. Then, Lu Xiaoke moved, her steps were as fast as the wind, and she swung her little pink fist towards Xia Donglai. Xia Donglai was still confused when he suddenly saw Lu Xiaoke flying towards him like lightning. He was horrified and used all his strength to block Lu Xiaoke's punch. Boom! Xia Donglai was knocked back 3 or 4 steps by Lu Xiaoke's punch. Lu Xiaoke only threw one punch and did not attack again. My hands hurt. She unclenched her fists, shook her hands, and grinned, fighting is not fun at all. I won't fight anymore. She was giving face to Ling Tianqi and just wanted to teach Xia Donglai a lesson, telling him that if he didn't have the ability, he shouldn't pretend to be preachy in front of her. After saying that, she ran back to Lu Chen and asked with a smile, Brother, am I awesome? Everyone was stunned by Lu Xiaoke's punch and looked at her in amazement. They never expected that she was also an ancient warrior. Xia Donglai and Ling Xueling looked at Lu Xiaoke in shock. A master of dark force, this Lu Xiaoke must be a master of dark force. Xia Donglai's strength is the same as Ling Tianqi's, both are at the 9th level of Ming Jin. In terms of combat power, he is even stronger than Ling Tianqi. However, he was pushed back 3 or 4 steps by Lu Xiaoke's punch. This was because Lu Xiaoke had no fighting experience, otherwise he could have knocked him away with one punch. These brother and sister are both masters of dark energy. Chapter 67, Lu Chen's Power. When did the dark energy become so easy to break through? Even a girl like Lu Xiaoke, who is only 18 or 19 years old, is a master of dark energy. Xia Donglai and Ling Xueling felt bitter. They were both over 23 years old and had not yet become masters of dark energy. Naturally, they were not so-called geniuses. There is no harm without comparison. Xia Donglai looked at the evil-looking Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke and could only smile bitterly. He is a waste at the 9th level of Ming Jin. What qualifications does he have to point fingers at and preach to an 18 or 19-year-old in Jin genius? That's right. Xia Donglai felt that compared with Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke, he was no different from trash. I don't understand what you're saying, and we're not unreasonable people. Lu Xiaoke scolded Xia Donglai in a delicate voice. I only know that everything should be based on the 4 words first come first served, and as a person, we should also understand the principle that a gentleman should not take away what others like. Xia Donglai bowed and said modestly to Lu Xiaoke, "Thank you, Miss Lu, for your guidance." Then he looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Mr. Lu, can we go now?" After being hit by Lu Xiaoke, Xia Donglai no longer had the previous arrogance on his face. He felt lost, unwilling, jealous and resentful. Several emotions were intertwined and struggling in his heart, making him look a little depressed. He didn't dare show any dissatisfaction on his face and just wanted to leave here quickly. Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." For Ling Tianqi's sake, he only asked Lu Xiaoke to vent his anger by giving Xia Donglai a light punishment. If he had vented his anger on Lu Xiaoke himself, it would not have ended so simply. Goodbye. Xia Donglai turned around and left with Ling Xueling. He would never forget the humiliation he experienced today. Master Qi looked at Lu Chen in fear and trepidation, not daring to breathe. Lu Chen glanced at him lightly, which frightened him to death. He slapped himself in the face and begged, "Master Lu, I am blind. Please forgive me this time." He had heard that because Lei Yun offended young Master Lu, not only was his hands crippled by Beijing Tiger Lord, but he was also forbidden to touch a woman ever again. Mr. Lu's reputation for cruelty is so great that it overwhelms the whole of Linjiang. Lu Chen looked at Master Qi, who was slapping him repeatedly, and asked calmly, "Master Qi, can you sell the heart of eternity to me now?" "Lu?" "Young Master Lu." Song Ruiqing was beside young Master Qi, answering for him tremblingly, "Boss Qi just told me over the phone that he wants to give the heart of eternity to young Master Lu to make amends. Please, young Master Lu, please spare young Master Qi's life." Song Ruiqing just called and told Boss Qi about the situation in the store. Boss Qi pondered for a while and decided to sell the heart of eternity to Mr. Xie. Before she could tell Boss Qi's decision in front of everyone, Boss Qi called her and asked her in a panicked tone whether she had said what he had just said. Boss Qi heaved a sigh of relief after learning that Song Ruiqing had not told anyone about his decision. He repeatedly urged her to politely give the heart of eternity to Lu Chen as an apology and beg him to let young Master Qi go. Song Ruiqing looked at Lu Chen in front of him and felt very scared. What is the identity of this young man? Boss Qi actually wants to give him 52 million eternal hearts to apologize to him. When Qi Wenqiu received a call from Chu Tianxiong, he was terrified to learn that the other person who wanted to buy the heart of eternity was Lu Chen, who had been in the limelight these days. This Lu Chen is very powerful and his identity is mysterious. He even ignores the Qin family. Add to that the ancient martial arts Chu family, and it's impossible for his small Qi family to offend them. Master Qi slapped himself so hard that his face was swollen and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He shouted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, "Yes, yes, yes, I will give this eternal heart to Master Lu as an apology. I beg Master Lu to show mercy and forgive me this time." Get lost. Lu Chen shouted at Qishao with disdain, thinking that he was an eyesore in front of him. Qishao was as if he had been pardoned, and shouted with gratitude, "Thank you, Master Lu, for your kindness. I will leave immediately, right away." After saying that, Master Qi ran out of Lushan jewelry store without even daring to stay for a second. Before anyone knew it, Lu Chen's reputation had spread throughout Linjiang. Just hearing his name, the Qi family was frightened. Qi Wenqiu took out 52 million eternal hearts as an apology, and young Master Qi slapped his face until it was swollen. The direct descendants of the Guwu Xia family and the Guwu Ling family would retreat away when they met him. This is the deterrence brought by absolute strength. In Lin Jiang, he can already be described as extremely powerful. Just as Lu Chen said to Ling Tianxi, turn your hand and clouds appear, turn your hand back and rain falls. Manager Song, tell Boss Qi that I appreciate his apology. Lu Chen took Giran's left hand with the heart of eternity, looked at the bright light of the diamond, and said, this is a token of love I gave to my girlfriend. It would be more memorable if I bought it myself. Song Ruiqing looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Boss Qi wanted to give him the heart of eternity worth 52 million, but he actually refused. Just because this was bought as a token of love for his girlfriend, he had to pay the 52 million out of his own pocket. She looked at Giran with envy. Having a boyfriend who was young, rich, powerful, and most importantly, caring was simply crazy making. Giran also looked at Lu Chen with a happy face. 52 million was just to make the token of love given to him more meaningful. Lu Chen paid the bill with his credit card and left Lushan Jewelry with the 3 girls. Brother, let's find a place to eat first and then go back. After coming out of Lushan Jewelry, it was already past 6 o'clock, and it was time for lunch for the greedy little cat Lu Xiaoke. Lu Chen asked the 3 girls, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything. Giran was still immersed in happiness and answered absent-mindedly. Su Shasha looked at Giran with envy and jealousy, and teased, you are full just because you have the eternal heart, so why do you need to eat? Giran blushed but did not refute. It was enough to have an eternal heart. He could go without food for several days and nights. I don't have an eternal heart. I want to eat. Lu Xiaoke pouted and said pitifully. She also wanted her brother to give her an eternal heart. Her brother was so nice to Giran that she began to feel a little jealous. Lu Chen smiled and said, if you want a big diamond ring, find a boyfriend quickly and ask him to give it to you. He said this, but in his heart he was wondering what kind of man would be worthy of Lu Xiaoke. He thought about it over and over again but couldn't come up with an idea, and he was afraid that man would make Xiaoke feel wronged. No matter what, the man must treat Xiaoke as his life, and Xiaoke must like him. I don't want to find a boyfriend. Having my brother is enough for me. Lu Xiaoke pouted and said coquettishly, even if I want to find one, I want to find a boyfriend as good as my brother. With Lu Chen as the standard, Lu Xiaoke felt that all the other boys he met were not good enough for him. Then you'll be miserable, and you'll be single for the rest of your life. Lu Chen said narcissistically, there's only one man as good as me in the world, and there's no second one like me. Then I will be single for the rest of my life. Lu Xiaoke snorted, curled her lips, and said proudly, anyway, I have a brother who spoils me, so being single for the rest of my life doesn't matter. Chapter 68 Teacher Xia. When I got home in the evening, it was already past 9 o'clock. They had a huge meal at the Chu's house at noon. The 3 girls didn't want to eat something greasy at night, so they just drank some light century egg and lean meat porridge. Then they went for a SPA before going home. After a crazy afternoon of shopping, Wang Hu had already brought back the stuff for them in advance, filling up most of the living room. As soon as the 3 girls returned home, they saw piles of bags in the living room, and they danced excitedly towards the fruits of their labor. These are mine, you can pick up the rest by yourselves. Lu Chen picked up a few bags placed aside and said with a smile. He only bought a few sets of clothes and carried them back to his bedroom. The 3 girls also began to pack up their shopping haul with great interest. They bought so many things that it took them at least an hour or 2 to pack up. Giran and the others were still busy and happy. Lu Chen walked out of the bedroom and said, Ran, Xiaoko, I'm going out for a while. Brother, why are you going out so late? Lu Xiaoke asked as he opened the packaging bag in his hand. Are you going out to date a mistress? Su Shasha asked with a questioning look on her face. Lu Chen smiled speechlessly, I'm still making an appointment with Xiao Si. Are you really going out to date Xiao Si? Giran smiled sweetly, and suddenly used a waist-pinching move. Her hand was so fast that even Lu Chen didn't have time to react before being pinched. Lu Chen quickly grabbed Giran's slender hand from his waist and rubbed it in his hand, saying seriously, I'm not kidding you guys anymore. Teacher Xia seems to have run into trouble in the KTV. I need to go over there quickly. Giran stopped playing around. She heard Lu Chen mention Teacher Xia. She frowned and asked, is that the Teacher Xia who recommended you to intern at Chuanglong Group? Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. Giran gently helped Lu Chen straighten his collar and said with concern, then go over quickly and be careful on the road. After Lu Chen said goodbye to the three girls, he drove the Maserati to the Dream KTV where teacher Xia was. Although his driving skills were not as proficient as Su Shasha's, his reaction nerves were so strong that he almost flew all the way to the Dream KTV. Teacher Xia's name is Xia Qingqiu. She is Lu Chen's English teacher and is only 27 years old. She knew that Lu Chen's family was not well off, so she took great care of him. Lu Chen treated her like a sister. He just received a text message from Xia Qingqiu, asking him to pretend to be her boyfriend and call her to come home. He called her in confusion and found that Xia Qingqiu was very noisy, probably in KTV. Then he pretended to be her boyfriend calling her home, but he heard her arguing with a man. Then there were 2 click sounds and the phone was hung up. When he called again, the phone was turned off. Lu Chen was worried, so he immediately rushed to the Dream KTV where Xia Qing was. He didn't care about speeding and drove all the way to Dream KTV in just over 10 minutes. Lu Chen walked into Dream KTV and went straight to box 333. There were 2 hooligans guarding the door of box 333. When they saw Lu Chen trying to go in, they stretched out their hands to stop him and asked, "Boy, who are you? Did you come to the wrong place?" Lu Chen said, "I'm looking for someone, get out of the way." When the 2 hooligans heard that Lu Chen was looking for someone, their faces changed and they said unceremoniously, "There's no one here for you, get out of here. Brother Dafei just said that no one is allowed to enter. Go away." They were rude, so Lu Chen stopped talking to them. He kicked them away and pushed open the door of the box. There were more than 20 people in the 333 super bag. Lu Chen looked over and saw Xia Qingqiu's face flushed. Her left cheek was swollen and palm prints could be vaguely seen. She was holding a bottle of red wine, and only 1/3 of the wine was left. When everyone in the box saw the door open, they all quieted down and looked over. Lu Chen turned on the large box light on the wall beside the door, walked to Xia Qingqiu with a gloomy face, snatched the bottle of red wine from her hand, coldly glanced at the people in the box, and set his eyes on the bald man sitting on the sofa in front of him. Xia Qingqiu's face was red from drinking, and she was dizzy and swaying. Lu Chen held her shoulders and asked in a gentle voice, "What's going on?" Her eyes were red, obviously she had just cried. She didn't expect Lu Chen to come to the KTV, and said in a panic, "It's okay." The bald man looked at Lu Chen fiercely, and asked Xia Qingqiu with a fake smile, "Is this pretty boy the boyfriend who just called you?" Xia Qingqiu nodded, looked at the bald man and said humbly, "Brother Fei, my boyfriend is here, can we go now?" "You can leave if you want, but finish drinking this wine first." Bald Fei Gu put his feet on the wine table, pointed at the 5 bottles of red wine in front of him and laughed. Lu Chen's gaze made him very unhappy. Even if she finished drinking the wine, he was not going to let them go. Now it's just to amuse them. 2 of the 5 bottles of red wine were empty, probably drunk by Xia Qingqiu. Including the bottle in his hand, she drank almost 3 bottles of red wine in one breath. Lu Chen looked at the 20 or so people in the box. There were 12 office workers who were about the same age as Xia Qingqiu, 4 women and 8 men. One of the women was very familiar to Lu Chen, she was his old boss Lu Feifei. These people should be friends who played with Xia Qingqiu in KTV. The remaining dozen or so people are all Bald Fei Ge's subordinates. No one knew how Xia Qingqiu and the others had offended Bald Fei Gu, forcing her to drink 6 bottles of red wine in one breath. Lu Chen looked at the Bald Fei Gu with a half smile and said, "I'll help her drink this wine." "You can help her drink it." Bald Fei Gu was very unhappy with Lu Chen's smile. With a ferocious smile on his face, he said to his younger brother, "Give him 10 more bottles." Upon hearing this, the younger brother took out 10 more bottles of red wine, pulled out the corks, and placed them in front of Lu Chen and Xia Qingqiu. Lu Chen. Xia Qingqiu saw that they had taken 10 more bottles of red wine. She looked at Lu Chen apologetically, and then pleaded to the Bald Fei Gu in a low voice, "Fei Gu, this matter has nothing to do with him. I'll continue drinking the remaining wine." "Did he slap you in the face?" Lu Chen looked at Xia Qingqiu's red and swollen face with heartache and asked in a cold voice. Xia Qingqiu nodded and explained, "I hit him first." She was worried that Lu Chen would offend Brother Fei by standing up for her, so she added, "I'm fine. After I finish drinking this red wine, you can take me back." After drinking so much red wine in one breath, she definitely couldn't go back by herself. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lu Chen patted her shoulder and said softly. Xia Qingqiu looked up at Lu Chen's face and felt dizzy. She smiled, a sense of security surged over her heart, and she staggered into his arms. "I've been around for so long, but I've never been slapped in the face. You're the first." Bald Fei looked at Xia Qingqiu, who was leaning against Lu Chen, sneered and touched his left cheek, and suddenly said fiercely, "I asked you to drink just for fun. Do you think I'll really let you go today?" Chapter 69, Smash You. Bald Fei Go gave a look, and more than a dozen of his followers surrounded Lu Chen and Xia Qingqiu. "Brother Fei." A young man wearing glasses stood up tremblingly and pleaded with the bald Brother Fei, "Give me some face and let teacher Xia go. I'll let her drink the rest of the wine to make amends to you." Shen Liming regretted it very much. Today was supposed to be a reunion for several of his old classmates, and he happened to meet Bald Fei Gu in the KTV. Because their company's business had some overlap with Bald Fei Ge's boss, Brother Long, he knew him. In order to show off his wide network of contacts in front of his old classmates, he invited Bald Fei Gu to come in and have a couple of drinks. As a result, Bald Fei Gu fell in love with Xia Qingqiu and kept pestering her. Xia Qingqiu then sent a text message to Lu Chen, asking him to pretend to be her boyfriend, calling to help her get away. However, Bald Fei refused to let her go and even made some advances towards her, which caused her to slap him in anger. She was also slapped hard by Bald Fei Gu. Shen Liming came out to plead with Bald Fei Gu to let Xia Qingqiu go. This is why there was a scene where Bald Fei asked her to drink 6 bottles of red wine to apologize. However, Bald Fei Gu didn't really want to let Xia Qingqiu go. He just wanted to get her drunk and then have some fun with her. "Giving you face?" Bald Fei looked at Shen Liming with disdain and said, "I, De Fei, came in to have a few drinks with you just to give you face. This bitch doesn't know what's good for her and dared to hit me. If I let her go today, how can I survive in the underworld in the future? And this kid, you're drinking for her, right?" Bald Fei Gu smiled cruelly at Lu Chen. "If you don't finish these 10 bottles of red wine today, I'll let you watch me play with your woman with your own eyes." When Lu Chen saw Bald Fei swearing, his face changed and he was so angry that he smashed the red wine bottle in his hand into his face. Bang! The red wine bottle exploded on Bald Fei Ge's face. Ah! Bald Fei Ge's face was covered with blood after being hit. He screamed, covered his face with his hands, and shouted fiercely, "Destroy this kid for me, destroy him." No one expected Lu Chen to suddenly attack, and Xia Qingqiu's old classmates were all stunned by his attack. When Bald Fei's brothers saw their boss being beaten, they all rushed over to attack Lu Chen fiercely. Bang! 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 Lu Chen's face turned ashen. He held the drunken Xia Qingqiu in one hand and picked up the wine bottles on the table with the other hand, smashing them one by one for more than 10 times in a row. Each time, a small minion's head burst into pieces. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen minions were knocked to the ground, screaming and struggling in pain on the ground full of broken glass from red wine bottles. There was widespread grief. Bald Fei saw that his men were knocked to the ground by Lu Chen in an instant. He covered his broken forehead and asked fearfully, "Who are you?" This was the first time he had seen someone with such great skills. "You don't need to know who I am," Lu Chen said coldly. "You just need to know that if you don't blow away these 13 bottles of red wine today, I will make you lie down and drink for the rest of your life." The 13 bottles of red wine that Bald Brother Fei asked Lu Chen and Xia Qingqiu to drink just now were still on the table. Lu Chen deliberately did not touch them when he hit those minions. Bald Fei Gu looked at the 13 bottles of red wine and said in a deep voice, "Boy, today I, De Fei, admit defeat. You take them away, and I will pretend that nothing happened." Bang! Lu Chen picked up a bottle of red wine and smashed it on the elbow of Bald Fei Ge's right hand. This time he hit with great force, and the bottle directly broke Bald Fei Ge's right hand. Ah! Crack! Bald Fei Gu seemed to hear the sound of broken bones. He covered his right elbow joint with his left hand in pain and screamed loudly. "This bottle is considered as one you have drunk. There are still 12 bottles left," Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Just now, Bald Fei Gu slapped Xia Qingqiu with this hand. He believed that if he had not come here, Xia Qingqiu would not have been able to escape his clutches tonight. If he didn't have the strength, Bald Fei Gu would really do something beastly like insulting Xia Qingqiu in front of him. So Lu Chen acted very ruthlessly and showed no mercy at all. Do you know who my boss is?" Brother Fei roared. "I don't know," Lu Chen replied indifferently. As he spoke, he picked up another bottle of red wine and smashed it at Bald Fei Ge's right knee joint, and said slowly, "There are 11 more bottles." Ah! Bald Fei Gu screamed again and his right leg was also broken. "Brother Long will not let you go," Bald Brother Fei screamed. Bang! Lu Chen threw another bottle at his left knee and counted, "There are 10 more bottles." Brutal, so brutal. Bald Fei Gu, this ruthless man, was also frightened by Lu Chen's brutality, and cried out, I drink, I drink. He rolled and crawled to sit down at the table, picked up a bottle of red wine with his only remaining left hand, put it into his mouth and drank it down with gulps. Your boss is called Brother Long, right? Lu Chen asked lightly. Bald Fei Gu had just finished a bottle of red wine and nodded repeatedly in fear. Call him and tell him that I beat you, and ask him to bring people over. Lu Chen said in a cold voice. Ah. The bald man was startled, thinking that Lu Chen was going to settle accounts with him again, and he shouted quickly, I dare not, I won't dare again. I told you to call, so you called. Lu Chen scolded coldly. He was worried that Brother Long would be ungrateful and seek revenge on Xia Qingqiu and the others, so he simply called them over to take care of the problem together. Okay, I'll call right away. Bald Fei Gu shouted repeatedly, his heart was overjoyed. He looked at Lu Chen secretly, thinking maliciously in his heart, it is you who want to die, wait for Brother Long to bring people over and see how you die. Bald Fei Gu quickly called Brother Long, crying miserably that he was beaten in the 333 box of Dream KTV, and asked him to bring people to take revenge. Lu Chen helped Xia Qingqiu sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of boiled water to help her sober up. Let's leave quickly, otherwise we won't be able to leave when Brother Long comes. The young man with the eyes who spoke just now said fearfully. Lu Chen is a good fighter, but he knows Brother Long's power better, and doesn't understand why Lu Chen asked Bald Brother Fei to call Brother Long and ask him to bring people to take revenge. Is this Brother Long very powerful? Lu Chen asked indifferently. Shen Liming said with lingering fear, Brother Long is a big boss who is well connected in both the black and white worlds. He is the boss who has the final say in the underworld of Linjiang East District. You can't beat him. Now, before he comes, you should hurry up and come with us. Lu Chen lazily leaned on the sofa and said, if you are scared, leave quickly. I will stay and meet Brother Long for a while. It's a good thing for young people to be courageous, but it would be overestimating one's own abilities to mess with Brother Long. You'd better come with us. Shen Liming advised again. Lu Chen smiled and said, don't worry, if I'm not sure, I won't stay and die. You can go by yourself if you want to go. Everyone looked at each other and decided to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. They said, we'll leave first. Be careful. Teacher Xia, you go back with them first. Lu Chen helped Xia Qingqiu up. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. Xia Qingqiu said to Lu Chen with drunken eyes. Chapter 70 Dagger. Everyone got up in a panic and walked out the door. Lu Feifei looked at Xia Qingqiu and said, Qingqiu, you should go back with us first. Feifei, you guys go first, I want to stay with Lu Chen. Xia Qingqiu said dazedly, shaking his head. Lu Chen came for her, how could she leave Lu Chen alone? If we have to go together. Besides, she felt completely safe next to Lu Chen and was not afraid at all. Seeing that Xia Qingqiu was determined not to leave, Lu Chen stopped forcing her and said to Lu Feifei, Sister Feifei, you and the others leave first. I will take good care of Teacher Xia. Then be careful. Lu Feifei couldn't persuade them, so she could only leave first. She was extremely scared about what happened today. She was not only scared by Bald Fei Gu, but also by Lu Chen. She never expected that Lu Chen, who was an intern under her just a few days ago, would be so skilled and so brutal. Xia Qingqiu's group of old classmates had all left, leaving only Lu Chen and Xia Qingqiu sitting on the sofa in the box. Bald Fei Gu was squatting beside the wine table, and a group of minions on the ground were still groaning in pain. Lu Chen glanced at the Bald Fei Gu and asked coldly, have you finished drinking? Just now, after Bald Fei Gu finished his phone call, he stopped drinking again. Now, when he heard Lu Chen's question, he was frightened again and shouted, I'll drink it now. As he spoke, Bald Fei Gu picked up a bottle of red wine and poured it into his mouth. Lu Chen looked at the redness and swelling on Xia Qingqiu's left cheek and said distressfully, Teacher Xia, I'll rub it for you to dissolve the blood stasis and reduce the swelling. Xia Qingqiu is not only his teacher, but more like his sister. She knew that Lu Chen's family was poor, so she not only helped him find a job, but also often invited him to dinner to improve his diet. The slap from Bald Fei Gu was quite severe, and her face was bleeding and getting more and more swollen. Yeah. Xia Qingqiu replied in a low voice. I didn't feel much pain on my face because I was scared just now, but now that I'm relaxed, I can feel the burning pain on my face. Lu Chen gently placed his palm on Xia Qingqiu's face. Hiss. Xia Qingqiu felt the warmth of Lu Chen's palm and moaned softly, not knowing whether it was pain or shyness. Bear with it, it won't hurt soon. Lu Chen said gently rubbing her hot cheeks. He used his internal energy to clear the meridians on Xia Qingqiu's face and dissolve the blood stasis. The redness and swelling on her face soon disappeared. All right. Soon, Lu Chen helped Xia Qingqiu reduce the swelling and asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore, thank you, Lu Chen." Xia Qingqiu answered softly, her face flushed, half from shame and half from drinking. The alcohol in the red wine began to slowly erode her nerves. She drank almost 3 bottles of red wine in one breath, and her head became more and more dizzy. Xia Qingqiu felt a little cold all over. She shrank her body, looked at Lu Chen in a drunken state, slowly leaned towards him, hugged him with both hands, hid in his arms to find warmth, closed her eyes, and fell into a drunken sleep. Lu Chen wanted to break free from Xia Qingqiu's hands, but found that she was already drunk and asleep. He could only let her hold him and fall asleep in his arms. Time passed minute by minute, and the little minions on the ground struggled to get up, standing crookedly and looking at Lu Chen with fear in their eyes. They wanted to leave, but they didn't dare to. Until Lu Chen, the evil star, gave the order, they stood there without even daring to breathe. Bald Fei Ge drank several bottles of red wine and vomited all over the floor. He was drunk and unconscious. During this time, Giran called him once and asked him if he was okay. Lu Chen told her that it was okay and asked them to rest if they were tired. He hung up the phone and felt much calmer. With the beauty in his arms, his heart was moved and he felt a little flustered, just like a normal man would react. But listening to Giran's gentle and caring voice, he put all the distracting thoughts out of his mind. With a squeak, the door of the box opened. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in, and behind him a group of thugs rushed in silently and stood on both sides. The young man was wearing a white shirt and glasses. He looked very gentle and clean. He glanced at the group of frightened minions and the drunk Bald Fei Ge, and his eyes fell on Lu Chen. The young man walked over with a faint smile on his face and sat on the movable sofa stool across the wine table from Lu Chen. He took out a pack of cigarettes and put them on the table, then took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a light puff. The smoke is a bit thin, like the cigarettes women smoke. He blew out a light smoke ring, pushed the cigarette box, slid it to the edge of the table in front of Lu Chen, and said with a smile, "Imported from Germany, Paramount, would you like a cigarette?" "Not interested." Lu Chen replied indifferently. "De Fei is my man." The young man blew out another puff of smoke, extinguished the cigarette and threw it into the ashtray, and said slowly, "My brother Dongcheng Long was able to make a name for himself in Linjiang, all thanks to the hard work of my brothers." Dongcheng Long looked at the unconscious Bald Fei Ge lying on the ground and said calmly, "No matter whether what the brothers did was right or wrong, now that something has happened, I, as the boss, must help them seek an explanation. How about this? I only want one of your poems." Dongcheng Longa took out a dagger from his body, pulled out the scabbard, pushed it in front of Lu Chen, and said lightly, "Cut off one of your palms, then take this woman away, and let's just forget about this matter." Lu Chen picked up the gleaming dagger and praised, "Nice dagger." "It is indeed a good dagger." Brother Dongcheng Long said with the same feeling, "Don't worry, this dagger is very sharp. If you chop it hard, it will cut through the bones in just 4 or 5 strokes." Lu Chen played with the dagger and said lightly, "Aren't you afraid that I will chop you with this dagger?" "You can try it?" Brother Dongcheng Long looked at Lu Chen confidently and smiled. "I don't know who gave you such confidence." Lu Chen said calmly, "Since you didn't start fighting as soon as you came in, I won't fight you either." Lu Chen threw the dagger on the table, picked up Xia Qingqiu and said, "My name is Lu Chen. I waited for you just to tell you to take care of your men and don't touch my friends, otherwise." He looked down at the dagger he had casually thrown on the table and said slowly, "Otherwise it will be the same as this dagger." When Brother Long from Dongcheng heard Lu Chen's name, he was stunned. The young man in front of him turned out to be Mr. Lu Chen, who had been dominating Linjiang in the past 2 days. Sweat began to seep out of his forehead. He stared blankly at the dagger on the table and let Lu Chen carry Xia Qingqiu away. He reached out with trembling hands and picked up the dagger. Bang! The dagger broke into pieces, leaving only the handle. Chapter 71, Heartbeat and Heartache. Lu Chen held Xia Qingqiu in his arms and walked out of the box slowly and leisurely. Wherever he passed, the thugs retreated. Without the order from Brother Long of Dongcheng, his thugs did not dare to move. They just stared at Lu Chen with full alert, waiting for Brother Long's order. The group of thugs didn't know what the name Lu Chen meant, but Brother Dongcheng Long understood it very well. Even the Qin family, the most ancient martial arts family in Linjiang, did not dare to confront him head-on, and had to ask Master Jiusong of the Wanxiang sect to come forward to intimidate him. 3 days later, at the apprenticeship banquet, Master Jiusong of the Wanxiang sect was in charge of the Qin family and invited Lu Chen to attend, but that did not mean that he could crush Lu Chen to death. Everyone understands that for a peerless evildoer like Lu Chen, the force behind him must also be a powerful ancient martial arts sect. Wang Xiangman did not dare to do anything to Lu Chen. At most, they just wanted to scare him and make him restrain himself in Linjiang in the future. They also wanted to let all major forces know that the Qin family was the spokesperson of Wang Xiangman in Linjiang, and their words would count in Linjiang from now on. One person, one city. Brother Dongqing Long was glad that he did not fight with Lu Chen as soon as he came in. Otherwise, he looked at the dagger that was broken into several pieces, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to his forehead. His white shirt was soaked with cold sweat. Lu Chen carried Xia Qingxiu out of the Dream KTV and put her on the passenger seat of the Maserati. She vomited but didn't spit it out. Lu Chen patted her back gently, asked her to lean back in the seat, and carefully helped her fasten her seatbelt. Passers-by looked over in disgust in low voices, probably thinking that it was a scene where some rich second-generation man got a girl drunk and did something bad. Xia Qingxiu was still drunk and confused, so Lu Chen drove her home directly. She had invited Lu Chen to her home for dinner, so Lu Chen knew her home address. Xia Qingxiu lives alone and rents a single apartment. The Maserati stopped downstairs of her house, and Lu Chen carefully carried her out of the car. The cold wind blew, and Xia Qingxiu woke up vaguely. She moaned, put her arms around Lu Chen's waist, let him hold her, shrank her body, and enjoyed the warmth in his arms. Lu Chen took her home and put her on the bed. Xia Qingxiu clasped her hands tightly, not wanting to let go. His heartbeat became disordered. He gently pushed Xia Qingxiu away, sat on the bed and said, "Teacher Xia, you are drunk." "I'm not drunk." Xia Qingxiu half raised herself, looked at Lu Chen with blurry eyes, hugged him, and whispered seductively, "Don't call me teacher." His mind flashed with Xia Qingxiu's concern for him and the sweetness of being with Giran. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. Lu Chen gently pulled Xia Qingxiu's hand away and said calmly, "Teacher Xia, you are drunk. Go to bed early. I will go back first." He didn't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune, nor did he want to let Giran down. If this continues, it will not only hurt Xia Qingxiu, but also Giran. Lu Chen wanted to leave here immediately. If he continued like this, he might not be able to control himself. After Xia Qingxiu was pulled away by him, she lay on the bed with messy hair, murmuring Lu Chen's name. She instinctively reached out to hold Lu Chen, but failed. After struggling for a few times, her hands dropped and she fell asleep again. Lu Chen covered her with the quilt, looked at her sleeping soundly, shook his head, and thought bitterly, wine is really harmful to people. Teacher Xia, who is usually reserved and steady, becomes like this when he is drunk. If Giran wasn't in his heart, he might not have been able to resist the temptation just now. Fortunately, I didn't make any mistakes, otherwise I wouldn't know how to face Teacher Xia when she woke up. Lu Chen left Xia Qingxiu's home and drove back to Jingsheng Garden alone. It was almost 12 o'clock when he got home. Lu Chen opened the door and walked into the hall. The three girls were playing landlord together. When Lu Xiaoke saw Lu Chen coming in, he cried out aggrievely, "Brother, come and help me quickly, Sister Ran and Sister Shasha teamed up to bully me." "Who told you to rob just because you are the landlord?" Su Shasha laughed contemptuously. Lu Chen walked towards them and asked, "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Sister Ran said she would wait for you to come back, so we played landlord out of boredom." Lu Xiaoke played a card and glanced at Lu Chen and said. Lu Chen felt inexplicably moved and looked at Giran tenderly. Giran met his gaze and asked softly with concern, "How is Teacher Xia? Is he okay?" Suddenly, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen's neck and dimmed in an instant. Her mind went blank. She threw the cards in her hand into the deck, got off the sofa, and walked back to her bedroom like a zombie. She saw a faint lip mark on his neck. Her tears couldn't stop flowing. Su Shasha and Lu Xiaoke also noticed the lip marks on Lu Chen's neck. Su Shasha shouted in disappointment and anger, "Lu Chen, I misjudged you." She thought Giran was the happiest woman because she could be with Lu Chen. Now it seems that men with money and power are not good people. The heart of eternity I bought today is like a irony. Maybe in the eyes of these rich men, having a girlfriend is like raising a pet. Lu Xiaoke didn't know what to say. She must have been disappointed. She stared at Lu Chen in disbelief without saying a word. Lu Chen looked at the three women in confusion, not knowing how he had provoked so many people's anger. He noticed that Su Shasha and Lu Xiaoka's eyes were fixed on his neck. He touched his neck with his hand and realized what had happened. I guess there are marks left by Teacher Xia on his neck. Giran walked out of the bedroom in a daze, holding the jewelry box of the Heart of Eternity in her hand. She looked at Lu Chen, but couldn't bear to look at him. I closed my eyes and cried more. She didn't know how she came to be in front of Lu Chen. Of course, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Lu Chen pulled Giran's hand with heartache and said in panic. Fortunately, he finally held on to his bottom line and didn't do anything to let Giran down. Otherwise, he might lose her forever. Giran broke free from Lu Chen's hand, took the Heart of Eternity out of the jewelry box in a daze, handed it to Lu Chen tremblingly, and said woodenly, "I'll give it back to you." The Heart of Eternity emits a soft blue light under the light. Giran looked at it, his heart aching so much that it almost stopped beating. Chapter 72. No matter what happens in the future, you must believe me. I believe that our love can be as eternal as the eternal heart. Lu Chen's declaration of love was still lingering in my ears, and every moment I had spent with him came to my mind. Giran seemed to hear the sound of a broken heart. The hand stretched out in front of Lu Chen was trembling slightly. She held the Heart of Eternity tightly. She was so scared. I'm so afraid that Lu Chen will really take over the Heart of Eternity. That was her love, and she was afraid of having it taken away from her. Her hands were shaking. I wanted to shrink back in fear. Lu Chen looked at Giran with heartache, then he held her in his arms and kissed her. Su Shasha and Lu Xiaoka both quietly retreated back to the room. Humph, all men are bad, and your brother is the same. Su Shasha snorted in dissatisfaction. Don't say bad things about my brother. Lu Xiaoka grabbed the corner of his clothes and muttered softly, seeming a little lacking in confidence. You saw it yourself. You said you were going to see Teacher Xia, but you were obviously out on a date with some little witch. And yet Ran kept waiting for him to come back before she went to bed. Su Shasha stood up for Giran with a lot of resentment. Lu Xiaoka argued, maybe we misunderstood my brother. I believe he is not that kind of person. Ha ha. Su Shasha sneered disapprovingly, I'll take Ran back to the Magic City tomorrow. This kind of man is too unreliable. Lu Xiaoka remained silent. She wanted to believe her brother in her heart, but how could she explain the lip marks on his neck? Ran, smell it, does my neck smell like red wine? Lu Chen let go of Giran and pointed at the lip print on his neck. Giran had just caught his breath and took a light sniff. There was a faint smell of red wine. When I kissed you just now, did you feel the taste of red wine in my mouth? If I really did something to let you down, how could the kiss mark on my neck taste like red wine but not in my mouth? Lu Chen gently stroked Giran's hair to calm her down. Giran did not refute or answer, but silently let him hug him. Lu Chen carried Giran to the sofa. She did not struggle. She curled up her legs, hugged her knees with her hands and buried her head in them. The Heart of Eternity was held tightly in her palm. I did go to see Teacher Xia just now. Lu Chen sat next to Giran, holding her in his arms like a ball, and slowly told her the whole story of Xia Qingshu from beginning to end. He did not add or subtract a single point, and even the slight impulse that flashed through his mind was told out loud in detail. He was not afraid of Giran's misunderstanding because he had a clear conscience. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he didn't ask her whether she believed it or not, but just held her quietly. Giran fell into his arms, gently spread out his hands, and whispered, Lu Chen, can you help me take it? Her palms were sweaty, and the Heart of Eternity emitted a soft blue light in her palms. That is the testimony of their love. Lu Chen carefully put the Heart of Eternity on Giran's middle finger, took her hand, kissed the Heart of Eternity affectionately, and said gently, when we graduate, I will put the Heart of Eternity on your ring finger. The middle finger represents love, and the ring finger represents marriage. This is the most beautiful love words. Giran's tears flowed again, this time they were tears of happiness. Lu Chen gently wiped away her tears and said, silly girl, no matter what happens in the future, you must believe me. Yeah. Giran looked into his affectionate eyes and nodded firmly. She snuggled in Lu Chen's arms and said tenderly, go wash off the kiss mark on your neck. Lu Chen nodded, went to the bathroom to wash off Xia Qingshu's kiss marks, and then returned to Giran. Giran hugged Lu Chen tightly, bit his neck hard, and said coquettishly, don't wash it off before getting up tomorrow. Only her marks were left on his neck. I won't wash it when I get up tomorrow and will just take it out with me. Lu Chen said with a smile. This is a testimony of their love. You are so smooth talking. You are the best at coaxing people. Giran said coquettishly. Lu Chen stuck out his tongue and said aggrievedly, look, you bit it and it's not slippery anymore. Giran looked at the tip of Lu Chen's tongue that was bitten by her, feeling a little guilty and distressed, but still pretended not to care and said, humph, you deserve it. Please give me compensation. Lu Chen said in a flattering manner. Giran kissed him shyly and whispered, okay. Silly, it's already past 12 o'clock, go and have some rest. Lu Chen smiled happily, patted Giran's little head and said, Sasha and Xiaoka also misunderstood me, you help explain to Sasha, and I'll go explain to Xiaoka. The two knocked on Lu Xiaoka's door. Su Shasha opened the door and saw Giran and Lu Chen standing together intimately. Giran still had the heart of eternity in his hand. She got angry and said to Giran, Ran, can you tolerate this? No, come back to the Magic City with me tomorrow. If you keep doing this now, I don't know how I will bully you in the future. Then she yelled at Lu Chen again, don't think you can play with girls' feelings just because you have money and power. Let me tell you, we don't care. Ran, take off the heart of eternity and give it back to him. Let's go and find a hotel now. Su Shasha pulled Giran and was about to leave. Shasha, you misunderstood Lu Chen. Giran was already used to Su Shasha's hot temper. He gave Lu Chen an apologetic look, then pulled Su Shasha back to the room to explain to her. Brother, what's going on? Lu Xiaoka was still willing to believe her brother. Besides, Giran had already accepted it, so what else could she say? Lu Chen explained Xia Qingqiu's matter to Lu Xiaoka again. I knew that brother is the best. After listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Lu Xiaoka realized that everyone had misunderstood her brother, and happily threw herself into his arms and acted coquettishly. Lu Chen touched her head and said, okay, it's getting late, go to bed. Well, good night, bro. Good night. Lu Chen walked back to his room. Before he entered, Su Shasha poked her head out of Giran's room, looked at him, and said apologetically, Lu Chen, I'm sorry. It's okay. Lu Chen smiled at Su Shasha and said, I know you are also worried about Ran. It's normal for people to misunderstand this kind of thing. Chapter 73, Banquet. The first two chapters of Zhang and teacher Xia were blocked. Although Su Shasha scolded him a lot, Lu Chen did not blame her in his heart. He even thought that her true nature was somewhat cute. This is Su Shasha's personality, she has a hot temper and dares to love and hate. She thought Lu Chen had done something wrong to Giran, so she stood up for Giran and scolded Lu Chen. Now that he realized that he had misunderstood Lu Chen, he came out to apologize directly and never acted coyly or embarrassed himself. After getting Lu Chen's forgiveness, Su Shasha retracted her head. Giran stood beside her, gave Lu Chen an apologetic smile, said good night, and closed the door. Lu Chen looked at the closed door and shook his head. He could understand why Su Shasha came all the way here when she heard that Giran was coming to see him. If Su Shasha hadn't been there, Lu Chen felt that he would have eaten Giran tonight. Not even a bone was left. Back in his room, Lu Chen lay on the bed and thought about random things. I thought of the passionate moment I felt when I first met Giran that night. I thought about last night when I and Giran shouted I love you crazily. He also thought of the throbbing feeling that Xia Qingqiu had just shown him, hugging him like a kitten, kissing and licking him. I don't know if teacher Xia will remember what happened just now after he sobers up. I wonder what she would feel if she thought about how she got drunk and hugged her students like a kitten, kissing and licking them. The next morning, Xia Qingqiu called to thank Lu Chen for saving her yesterday, and then asked about what happened after Brother Long came over last night. Her tone was the same as usual, and it seemed that she didn't remember her ridiculous behavior last night after getting drunk. Lu Chen thought it was a good idea to avoid embarrassment when meeting teacher Xia in the future. In the next 2 days, Lu Chen took the 3 girls to travel around Linjiang. During the day, you can visit the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel and roller coaster. In the evening, you can climb up Qixia Peak to watch the sunset, and then spend the night on the top of the mountain. The next day they got up early to watch the sunrise, then went to the aquarium to watch the dolphin show, and finally Lu Chen took them to the food court of Linjiang University to eat. Lu Chen had a lot of fun with them these past 2 days, making them forget all their worries. The calm before the storm, good times always pass by so quickly. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, which was the day of the Qin family's apprenticeship banquet. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. Giran reminded him affectionately before Lu Chen left. They all knew that there was no good banquet. The Chen family invited Lu Chen to attend Xin Guanlan's apprenticeship banquet, which must be no good thing. They were all worried about Lu Chen. Lu Chen held Giran's shoulders, kissed her forehead, and said with a confident smile, "Don't worry, just wait for me to come back." "Brother, beat them." Lu Xiaoke clenched her fists to cheer Lu Chen up. In her heart, Lu Chen is the best. Although she is worried, she believes that her brother will definitely win. Lu Chen put his hand on Lu Xiaoke's head, ruffled her hair, and said with a smile, "No problem, I will definitely beat them so that they will avoid us next time they see us." Lu Xiaoke's hair was messed up again. She quickly dodged her brother's claws and shouted angrily, "Don't grab my hair." Su Shasha also said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, take care of them. Then when I go out, I can pretend to be someone who is under the protection of Master Lu. Let's see who dares to bully me, ha ha ha. My female driver, who dares to bully her? Isn't she tired of living?" After Lu Chen said goodbye to the three girls, he went downstairs alone. Wang Hu had been waiting downstairs for a long time. When he saw Lu Chen, he bowed and called out, "Mr. Lu." After he took Tiegu Dan, the plaster on his hand was removed. Although the arm bones were not completely healed, he still had no problem driving. Lu Chen threw the Maserati key to Wang Hu and said calmly, "Let's go." Wang Hu took the key and respectfully opened the car door for Lu Chen. He believed that after today, Lu Chen would become the true king of Linjiang, and his Maserati would also become a symbol of unimpeded access to Linjiang. The status of Beijing Tiger Lord will also rise, and those high-ranking ancient martial arts families will have to give him some face in the future. Qin Family Villa. The Qin family villa was decorated with lights and colors everywhere, and the Qin family had been busy preparing for the apprenticeship banquet for several days. The guests invited to the apprenticeship banquet included not only the major ancient martial arts families in southern Fujian, but also the leaders of ordinary families in Linjiang. The second generation of ordinary families, such as Wang Dongyi, Su Xiu, and Shi Xiao, are not qualified to attend this kind of apprenticeship banquet and can only wait until the evening to attend Xin Guanlan's birthday party. Before the banquet begins, a ceremony of paying respect to the teacher must be held. The apprenticeship ceremony was held at the Qin family villa's martial arts arena. The Qin family's martial arts training ground has been decorated solemnly and grandly. Before the apprenticeship ceremony began, quite a few people had already gathered outside the martial arts arena. Almost all the guests attending the banquet had arrived, and those friendly families were greeting each other and chatting happily with each other. What they discussed most was naturally the Wanxiang sect and the peerless evildoer Lu Chen who suddenly appeared. "I heard that Lu Chen is about the same age as us, but he has already reached the late stage of dark energy. I really don't know how he cultivated. It's too abnormal." Several youngsters from friendly families gathered together and were discussing Lu Chen. Among them was a pretty girl in yellow, who said with admiration on her face. Another young man immediately echoed the sentiment, saying, "Yes, comparing yourself to others makes you angry. I don't even have the mood to practice anymore. It's too discouraging." Lu Chen's cultivation level was far beyond their reach. This huge difference could not be made up for by any effort, which gave them a deep sense of powerlessness. The fattest young man among them said with a sad face, "If Master Peng says so, then I will have to jump off the building." The little fat man continued with a bitter face, "I have just reached the 6th level of Ningjin, and I don't know if I will have the chance to cultivate Njin in this lifetime." This group of young ancient martial artists were all in their 20s, most of them were at the late Ningjin stage. One of them was older, about 25 or 26 years old, and had already broken through to the Njin stage. When he heard everyone complimenting Lu Chen, he said with a gloomy face, "Actually, Lu Chen is nothing special." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him strangely, thinking that his words were too pretentious. It would be fine if he had a cultivation level similar to Lu Chen's, but he is 4 or 5 years older than Lu Chen and is only at the 2nd level of dark energy. How can he have the nerve to say that Lu Chen is nothing special? But their families had good relations, and that man was the only master among them who had cultivated the hidden power, so everyone just looked at him strangely without refutation. Ha ha! 7 or 8 young men came towards them. One of the young men who laughed out loud was Ling Tianqi, who sang Little Dimples with Lu Chen. He came over with a sneer on his face and asked, "Lu Chen is nothing special. I wonder what kind of people are special in young Master Wang's eyes." "You?" Ling Tianqi asked sarcastically. Chapter 74, Ancient Martial Arts Sect. "You?" These two rhetorical questions hurt Wang Xiao's nerves deeply, and he felt a slapping sound on his face. Compared with Lu Chen, he is naturally nothing special. Wang Xiao glared at Ling Tianqi fiercely like a furious lion and said coldly, "Does Ling Xiao want to fight me? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." A young man with sword-like eyebrows beside Ling Tianqi said proudly. As soon as the young man with the sword-like eyebrows spoke, Wang Xiao remained silent and looked at them with a gloomy face. The young man who spoke was Luo Junyue from the Luo family in Dongchuan, a master of the 4th level of dark energy. Wang Xiao knew that he was no match for him. Ling Tianqi did not accept the challenge. He was not a fool. He was only at the 9th level of Mingjin, fighting against Wang Xiao at the 2nd level of Anjin. He just looked at Wang Xiao with a sneer and said, if Wang Xiao really wants to show off his skills, he can compete with Luo Xiao. Or maybe wait for Lu Chen, who you say is nothing special, to come and challenge him. I just don't know if young Master Wang has the courage. Ling Tianqi mocked young Master Wang mercilessly. The relationships among the major ancient martial arts families in southern Fujian are complicated and involve deep conflicts of interest. For example, the Huaibeiling family and the Dongchuan Luo family are relatively friendly, but they have some problems with Wang Xiao's Tiannan Wang family. When Ling Tianqi heard Wang Xiao mocking Lu Chen, he felt unhappy and confronted him directly and mercilessly. With Luo Junyue around, Wang Xiao didn't dare to make a move. He snorted coldly and said, "You all think Lu Chen is a peerless evildoer, but don't you know that there are many dark energy masters as young as him in the major ancient martial arts sects?" As soon as Wang Xiao said this, the young people from the ancient martial arts families were attracted and looked at him curiously. They had also heard their elders talk about ancient martial arts sects, and knew that they were countless times more powerful than ancient martial arts families. Ancient martial arts sects have countless resources for cultivation, and the elixirs that their family regards as treasures are not rare items in ancient martial arts sects. However, the ancient martial arts sects have been hidden from the world for decades, and they have not truly witnessed their power. Wang Xiao saw that everyone's attention was attracted to him, and he raised his head proudly, then said with a jealous look, Lu Chen only relied on the endless training resources of the ancient martial arts sect to have such a high level of cultivation. If I had also been trained by an ancient martial arts sect since I was a child, I might not be worse than him. If he knew that Lu Chen took the marrow cleansing pill, learned the first level of the creation scripture, and became a master of Hua Jin overnight, he would probably go crazy with jealousy. After listening to Wang Xiao's words, everyone felt that they made some sense, and even Luo Junyue agreed with Wang Xiao's words. They were all arrogant young people who did not think they were much worse than others. After hearing what Wang Xiao said, they also felt that if they were born in an ancient martial arts sect and had a constant supply of resources for training, their cultivation would definitely be more than this. Ling Tianqi secretly looked at Wang Xiao and the others with amusement. He was afraid that they would not really know how terrifying Lu Chen was. When he learned that the Wanxiang sect was in charge of the Qin family and invited Lu Chen to attend the apprenticeship banquet, he had already contacted Lu Chen. Lu Chen only told him, he doesn't even care about the Wanxiang sect. Lu Chen would not act without a purpose. He must be absolutely sure that he can deal with Wanxiang sect. I'm afraid the power behind him is far greater than that of Wanxiang sect. Seeing that everyone agreed with him, Wang Xiao continued smugly, Lu Chen is only a master in the late stage of dark energy. A martial arts master like Master Jiao Song would not even bother to attack him. Young Master Wang knew quite a lot, and continued to explain, Wanxiang sect only sent its chief disciple Shangguan Yunfei to deal with Lu Chen. He is the real peerless genius, a master at the peak of dark energy. He said confidently, normally, a 9th level dark energy master is a match for Shangguan Yunfei. Just wait and see how he teaches Lu Chen a lesson. Wang Xiangman was unable to find out Lu Chen's background, so Master Jiaosong did not dare to bully Lu Chen rashly, so he asked Shangguan Yunfei, the direct disciple of the head of the sect, Yang Yi, to come. In this way, even if Lu Chen was defeated by Shangguan Yunfei, it would only be a fight between juniors. Lu Chen's skills are not as good as others, so naturally his master behind him will not say anything. After Wang Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Ling Tianqi with contempt and said, compared with Shangguan Yunfei, Lu Chen is really nothing special. Ling Tianqi did not argue with Wang Xiao, but said with interest, I admire you, Wang Xiao is really knowledgeable, then I can only wait and see the joke. I just don't know who will become the laughing stock. Humph, Lu Chen is destined to become a joke today. Wang Xiao thought Ling Tianqi was talking about laughing at Lu Chen, so he raised his head high and said arrogantly, I'm not afraid to tell you that my cousin Wang Shuyang has also been spotted by an elder of Wanxiang sect and will soon become a disciple of Wanxiang sect, so I know so many secrets. Wang Xiao looked like a smug man, as if he was going to become a disciple of the Wanxiang sect. After hearing what Wang Xiao said, everyone was shocked and looked at him with envy. Of course, they envied Wang Shuyang, not Wang Xiao in front of them. Ling Tianqi frowned. The ancient martial arts sect had been secluded from the world for decades and had almost no interactions with the secular world. Why were they taking such frequent actions now? Is it possible that big changes are going to happen in the martial arts world? The conversation between the juniors did not attract much attention. There was a sudden commotion somewhere else. Ling Tianqi looked over and saw Old Man Chu leading everyone from the Chu family into the martial arts arena. Mr. Chu. Some families that were on good terms with the Chu family gathered around to say hello. All the young and middle-aged people and juniors from the major ancient martial arts families in other places came here, and Old Chu had the highest seniority among them. Old Chu came over in high spirits and greeted them one by one with a smile on his face. Old Chu, I heard that you are quite familiar with Lu Chen, who has become famous in recent days. I wonder which sect he is from. After Mr. Chu took his seat, a middle-aged man with a dignified face asked. The middle-aged man is Han Jinan, the head of the Dongchuan Han family. He asked the questions that the major families were most concerned about. Ancient warriors from other families also looked over and listened attentively. At such a young age, Lu Chen could knock Hu Gufeng, who was at the 5th level of dark energy, away with one punch. This kind of monstrous talent was unprecedented in their ancient martial arts families. Even among the ancient martial arts sects, he was a top-notch existence. They were all guessing which ancient martial arts sect Lu Chen came from. I don't know Mr. Lu's identity either. Elder Chu shook his head and said with emotion, to be honest, although Mr. Lu and I have known each other for nearly half a year, I didn't know that he was also a fellow traveler. If it weren't for my old injury recurring a few days ago and Mr. Lu helping me out, I would have kept it a secret. The ancient warriors from all the major families looked at Old Chu with doubt, wondering whether he really didn't know or was just unwilling to reveal it. Chapter 75, Apprenticeship Ceremony. Old Chu responded to questions from the major families with a steady smile. As long as the questions were about Lu Chen, he was always vague. It's not that he didn't want to answer, but he himself didn't know Lu Chen's true identity and background. The only thing he knew more than everyone else was that Lu Chen was not a cultivator of the late stage of dark energy, but a genuine martial arts master who had cultivated to the 1st level of transformation energy. This one step is as difficult as climbing to the sky. I don't know how many families' top dark energy masters are stuck at this step and cannot break through. If Wang Xiangmen knew that Lu Chen was a martial arts master, they would never dare to act rashly and would definitely investigate Lu Chen's identity and background before taking action. Brother Chu, please don't blame me for not hosting you well. A vigorous yet hearty voice was heard, and Xin Yishui walked over with an energetic old man. The old man was about the same age as Old Chu, and was the Old Chu he called Brother Chu. In Linjiang, there are only 2 people who are qualified to call Mr. Chu Brother Chu. One is Qin Sengxiong, the old man of the Qin family, and the other is Beitang Wuwang, the old man of the Beitang family. However, Beitang Wuwang had passed away due to illness 3 years ago. The person who came was Qin Sengxiong, the old man of the Qin family. The ancient warriors from the surrounding families all stood up, bowed and saluted, Master Qin. I'm sorry that Qin hasn't entertained you well, fellow practitioners. Please don't blame me. Qin Sengxiong said cheerfully to everyone, clasping his fists. Old Chu sat upright in his seat, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said with a smile, Brother Qin, congratulations on your Qin family having a good son. Please forgive me, Brother Chu. This is a blessing for Guanlun. Qin Sengxiong responded modestly. Then he said with concern, I heard that your old meridian injuries have recurred frequently recently, Brother Chu. Why don't I introduce you to Master Jiusong? Wanxiang sect must have a way to help you heal your old injuries. People who don't know would think that Elder Chu and Elder Qin are old friends, but most of the people from the major families present knew that the old injuries on Elder Chu's meridians were left by Qin Sengxiong. What Old Qin said was just to demonstrate the strength of Wanxiang sect. Thank you, Brother Qin, for your kindness. Elder Chu smiled indifferently, thanks to Brother Qin's great blessing, Brother Lu has helped me to heal the old injury left by Brother Qin. As soon as Elder Chu finished speaking, the smile on Elder Qin's face froze. He smiled awkwardly and said, Congratulations, Brother Chu. After hearing what Old Chu said, everyone around was amazed at Lu Chen's background. It turned out that the methods of these ancient martial arts sects were beyond their ability to guess. The old injury that had tormented Mr. Chu for more than 30 years was cured so easily by Lu Chen. They all sighed in their hearts. The ancient martial arts sect had been secluded and silent for decades, and it was only in recent years that their ancient martial arts family could dominate the secular world. Now that ancient martial arts sects have begun to emerge one after another, the status of these people is about to fall from heaven to earth. I wonder if Mr. Lu has arrived? Asked old Chen. Old Chen felt that the Chen family was very innocent. What happened between the younger generation had actually provoked such an evil star. They can only blame their Guwu family for being used to being high and mighty over the years, doing things recklessly, and now they just happened to hit Lu Chen's iron wall. If the Chen family did not have the support of the Wanxiang sect, old Chen would have no choice but to admit his mistake and apologize, knowing that Lu Chen had reached the late stage of dark energy and must be a genius disciple sent by the ancient martial arts sect. But now the Chen family has the Wanxiang gate behind them, and their every word and action represents the majesty of the Wanxiang gate, so naturally they cannot bow to Lu Chen. This matter has nothing to do with the Chen family anymore. It is the business of Wang Xiangman and Lu Chen. Wang Xiangman was just about to be born, and it was the time to establish its authority. Lu Chen was the best stepping stone. Young Master Lu hasn't arrived yet, but he should be here soon. Elder Chu said calmly. Old Chen looked at the sun in the sky and said meaningfully, the time for the apprenticeship ceremony will soon arrive. Old Chen didn't think that Lu Chen didn't dare to come. A person like him, once he accepted the invitation, would naturally arrive on time. Old Chu looked calmly at the martial arts stage in the center, where the much-anticipated apprenticeship ceremony would be held. Boom! There was a big drum standing on the martial arts stage. A big man walked up to the drum and hit it heavily. Everyone in the audience immediately quieted down, stood up, and looked at the aisle between them. Is Mr. Lu not here yet? Asked Old Chu with a frown. The apprenticeship ceremony was about to begin, but Lu Chen had not appeared yet. Chu Tianxiong replied, Mr. Lu hasn't arrived yet, how about I give him a call and ask? Elder Chu shook his head and said, no need. I believe that young Master Lu has his own plans. Boom! 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 3 consecutive heavy drum beats echoed in the martial arts arena. Everyone's heart was also excited. Many people have never seen a martial arts master in their entire lives. Especially the younger generation, they all stared at the middle aisle with curiosity and reverence. Boom, boom, boom. A series of heavy drums sounded continuously. A group of people walked slowly through the middle aisle with the gate of dragons and tigers. The 2 leaders were a middle-aged man in a blue gown and an old man with white hair and a youthful face. The old man was Master Jiusong of the Wanxiang sect. No one knew the identity of the middle-aged man walking next to him, nor had they received any information about him in advance. But since he can walk side by side with Master Jiusong, his status must be not low, and he should also be a martial arts master. Behind Master Jiusong followed a young man with extraordinary bearing, who looked energetic and arrogant. Many people know that this young man is the chief disciple of Wanxiang sect, Shangguan Yunfei, who is at the peak of dark energy. Behind him were 2 young disciples from the Wanxiang sect. Behind the middle-aged man in long gown was a woman in yellow gown, with a long sword tied on her back and her beautiful face as cold as ice. Many young men from ancient martial arts families in the audience stared at her blankly, attracted by her stunning beauty, and followed her without blinking as she walked onto the martial arts stage. A group of 6 people slowly walked onto the performance stage amidst the deafening sound of drums and in the spotlight of the crowd. Master Jiaosong and the middle-aged man bowed to each other, and then sat on the left and right stools on the stage. Their respective disciples also stood behind them. The drum beats continued, and another person walked slowly down the middle aisle. Qin Guanlun, a genius of the Qin family, became a master of dark energy at the age of 21. He was not outstanding among the ancient martial arts sects, but in the ancient martial arts family, he was a genuine genius. Now is the time for him to officially become Master Jiusong's disciple. Qin Guanlun, dressed in fluttering white, walked onto the martial arts stage in an extremely elegant manner. He bowed to Master Jiusong and the middle-aged man, then looked intently at Master Jiusong. Encourage. The martial arts arena was completely quiet and silent. Everyone looked at the martial arts stage quietly. The apprenticeship ceremony officially begins. Qin Guanlun, are you willing to join the Wanxiang sect and become my disciple? Master Jiaosong's voice was like a loud bell, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. No. Qin Guanlun shook his hand and saluted, then answered calmly. Chapter 76. This child has a great demonic nature. Qin Guanlun's gesture of holding hands was not a gesture of apprenticeship, but a gesture of apology. Unwilling. His calm voice was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, creating ripples. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena suddenly became solemn and deathly solemn. Everyone stared at Qin Guanlun, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, in amazement, and they all suspected that they had heard it wrongly. How many young people from ancient martial arts families dream of joining an ancient martial arts sect and becoming a disciple of a martial arts master? Now the opportunity was in front of Qin Guanlan, but he calmly refused. A thought flashed through everyone's mind: Qin Guanlan was crazy. Qin Sanxiong's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. His most beloved grandson was now bringing disaster to the Qin family. Old Chu also looked at Qin Sanxiong with sympathy. This unexpected change was too unexpected. Before Lu Chen arrived, Qin Guanlan slapped Master Jiusong in the face. All the strength in Qin Sanxiong's body seemed to be drained away at once. His vigorous spirit became listless and he slumped in the chair. Qin Guanlan's father, Qin Lianshan, the head of the Qin family, had a livid face, veins bulged on his hands, and he clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush up and slap to death the son who made him so proud. Only the two of them knew that Qin Guanlan was actually unwilling to join the Wanxiang sect and become Master Jiusong's apprentice. But for the future of the Qin family and Qin Guanlan, they repeatedly persuaded him. They thought Qin Guanlan had figured it out, but they didn't expect him to use the most radical way and publicly reject Master Jiusong at the apprenticeship ceremony. Neither old Qin nor the head of the Qin family could understand why Qin Guanlan did this. If he was really so determined not to take Master Jiusong as his disciple, they would not force him to do so. Now that they have been rejected at the much-anticipated apprenticeship ceremony, how will the Qin family end up? How will they explain to the Wanxiang sect? Old Qin and the head of the Qin family felt a chill in their hearts. The Qin family is finished. Master Jiusong's solemn face suddenly darkened, and the martial arts master's aura exploded at this moment, pressing directly against Qin Guanlan. His aura suppressed the entire audience. The ancient warriors from various major families in the audience all felt a chill and shivered all over. A martial arts master should not be insulted lightly. The grand ceremony of becoming a disciple became a joke in the entire southern Fujian martial arts community. Qin family, Qin Guanlan is not only humiliating him, but also humiliating the entire Wanxiang gate. If he didn't make the Qin family and Qin Guanlan pay a heavy price, how could Master Jiusong have the face to stay in the martial arts world? Qin Guanlan did not flinch in the face of Master Jiusong's might. He held his hand and bowed, saying sincerely, "Master Jiusong, I have 3 questions. I beg you to answer them." Master Jiusong looked at Qin Guanlan with a stern expression and did not get angry on the spot. Qin Guanlan's figure was like a sword. He looked straight at Master Jiusong and asked, "I want to learn swordsmanship. Can Master Jiusong teach me?" Master Jiusong remained silent. Since he didn't use a sword, he naturally couldn't teach him. Qin Guanlan continued to ask, "I want to test my sword in the world, can Wang Xiangmen protect me?" Master Jiusong remained silent. Looking at the world, among the 4 saints, 9 sects and 23 schools in the martial arts world, the Wanxiang sect was only ranked at the end. Qin Guanlan asked in a calm tone, "I want to become a master through swordsmanship, but I wonder if I can do it in this lifetime?" Qin Guanlan's third question shocked Master Jiusong. His eyes were as fast as lightning, staring straight at Qin Guanlan, trying to see through him. Becoming a martial arts master is not an easy task. I have no hope in this life. The young man in front of me has such ambition. You just entered the dark energy, and you dare to talk about the master. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Shangguan Yunfei behind Master Jiusong looked at Qin Guanlan angrily and shouted loudly, "You insulted my Wanxiang sect, do you know your crime? Does the Qin family know their crime?" At the age of 22, he was already a master at the pinnacle of dark energy, but he did not dare to say lightly that he could become a master. Qin Guanlan had just started to learn dark energy, so what qualifications did he have to ask such a question? His shout frightened Qin Sanxiong and Qin Lianshan. They could not resist the accusations from the Wanxiang sect and had no way to appeal. In this matter, Qin Guanlan really went too far. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Qin Guanlan was unmoved. He looked at Shangguan Yunfei calmly and replied, "If you can't teach me swordsmanship and can't protect me in the sword test world, why should I join your Wanxiang sect?" He no longer paid attention to the furious Shangguan Yunfei, but turned to the middle-aged man in a long gown sitting beside him and asked, "Guanlan also has 3 questions. I beg Master Gu to answer them for me." The middle-aged man in the long gown was also a martial arts master. He looked at Qin Guanlan with a sharp gaze and said calmly, "Please speak." Qin Guanlan asked in a firm voice, "Is it enough for me to go against the master's will to prove my swordsmanship?" Master Jiusong looked at Qin Guanlan with cold eyes. He actually dared to use him as a whetstone for his sword. This humiliation was even worse than Qin Guanlan's refusal to take him as his master. After hearing what Qin Guanlan said, everyone gasped. He deliberately rejected Master Jiusong at the apprenticeship ceremony to prove his determination to learn sword. Treat the martial arts master as a whetstone for your sword. He is playing with fire. Master Gu turned his head to look at Master Jiusong, sighed in his heart and replied, enough. Qin Guanlan asked again, I want to join the sword sect, is that possible? Master Gu was silent for a while, then replied, okay. Qin Guanlan once wanted to join the sword sect to learn swordsmanship, but he refused. Because Qin Guanlan had not used a sword for 21 years, he did not think that Qin Guanlan would achieve anything if he started practicing swordsmanship now. Qin Guanlan asked him how he could join the sword sect. He replied that only if he had a heart of sword would he be qualified to join the sword sect. Now Qin Guanlan goes against the master's intention to prove his sword heart. This boy has the heart of a sword, but also has a great devilish nature. Qin Guanlan asked again, I want to use the sword to enter the Tao and become a master. I wonder if I can do it in this lifetime. His third question is exactly the same as the third question just now. Master Gu shook his head thoughtfully and said regretfully, you have no hope of becoming a grandmaster in this lifetime. It was too late to open up the meridians and cultivate dark energy at the age of 21. If he could be trained by the sword sect since childhood, he might really become a master of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, it's too late now. After hearing Master Gu's answer, Qin Guanlan's expression darkened. Since you have proven your swordsmanship, why do you need to ask this? A voice came from under the martial arts stage. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man walking towards Qin Guanlan calmly. Qin Guanlan's dull face became bright again. He looked at the young man who was speaking and asked, May I know your name, my friend? Lu Chen. The young man walked over slowly and said calmly. He is Lu Chen. All eyes were on Lu Chen, full of curiosity. Qin Guanlan bowed to Lu Chen and said sincerely, I beg you to give me some advice, Brother Lu. Chapter 77, Teaching and Sword. Now that you have proven your swordsmanship, you should move forward courageously. Wherever the sword points, nothing can be defeated. Wherever the sword points, nothing can be defeated. Lu Chen spoke as he walked. He walked to Old Chu and stopped, then calmly sat down on the chair, staring at Qin Guanlan on the martial arts stage, and said slowly, word by word. The Grandmaster's realm can be broken with one sword. With every word Lu Chen spoke, Qin Guanlan's eyes brightened. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Qin Guanlan's eyes lit up, he laughed loudly with great pride, bowed to Lu Chen and thanked him, Thank you, Brother Lu, for your teachings. In this life, Guanlan will definitely break through the realm with one sword and become a master. A frog in the well dares to talk nonsense about the master. Shangguan Yunfei sneered, looked at Qin Guanlan, and then at Lu Chen. This Lu Chen was the person he wanted to teach a lesson today, and now there is another person, Qin Guanlan. Qin Guanlan used the Wanshan Gate as a whetstone to prove his sword-wielding heart, so naturally he had to pay a price for it. After today's humiliation, he had to use Qin Guanlan and Lu Chen to establish his authority in order to restore his reputation. Shangguan Yunfei saluted and said to Master Gu, Qin Guanlan insulted my uncle and treated my Wanshang sect as nothing. Today I will suppress my cultivation to the first level of dark energy and spar with him. I hope Master Gu will not stop me. Master Gu promised Qin Guanlan to join the sword sect, so before he took action, he had to obtain Master Gu's consent. He believed that if he could suppress his cultivation to the first level of dark energy, Master Gu would definitely not refuse. Qin Guanlan must give an explanation to the Wanshang sect. Master Gu nodded and said, he has not yet officially joined the sword sect. I will not interfere in your feud. Thank you, Master Gu. Shangguan Yunfei said to Master Gu. Then he looked at Qin Guanlan, who was dressed in white clothes, with disdain and said, Don't worry, I won't bully the weak. He said loudly, I will suppress my cultivation to the first level of dark energy and spar with you. I will let you know that you are just a waste and there is a huge gap between you and a true genius. It is ignorant to talk about the Grandmaster. What he said was powerful, not only for Qin Guanlan to hear, but also for everyone present to hear. Qin Guanlan remained unmoved and calmly asked the yellow-shirted woman behind Master Gu, Senior sister, can I borrow your sword? The woman in yellow was as cold as ice. She did not answer, and her expression was calm. She just gently patted the scabbard on her back, and the long sword came out and flew towards Qin Guanlan. Qin Guanlan took the sword and bowed to the woman in yellow, saying, Thank you, Senior sister, for lending me your sword. He lightly brushed the blade with his sword finger and couldn't help but praise, Good sword. The Falling Star Sword is one of the 7 famous swords of the sword sect. It is naturally a good sword. Shangguan Yunfei recognized the sword of the yellow-clad woman and said to Qin Guanlan with disdain, "The sword is a good sword, but it also depends on the person who uses it." He had every confidence that he could defeat Qin Guanlan. Because he is Shangguan Yunfei, the #1 genius of Wangxiangmen. Qin Guanlan pointed the tip of his sword at Shangguan Yunfei and said solemnly, "Please teach me." He stood facing Shangguan Yunfei with a sword in hand. This was his first time using his sword. He knew he would definitely lose, but he was not afraid. Everyone's eyes were on Shangguan Yunfei and Qin Guanlan, looking forward to their fight. Chen also looked at them with interest. He couldn't have imagined that such an interesting scene would happen at the Qin family's apprenticeship ceremony. Before he could make a move, Qin Guanlan had a falling out with the Wansheng sect. This Qin Guanlan is really interesting. Shangguan Yunfei looked at Qin Guanlan proudly, took a step, his figure flashed out, and punched Qin Guanlan. Qin Guanlan's mind moved, and he gently extended the sword. He never practiced sword moves, he just swung the sword as he pleased. Stab, pick, and point. Qin Guanlan swung out 3 swords in a row, but Shangguan Yunfei dodged them easily and punched Qin Guanlan. Bang! Qin Guanlan was knocked back 3 steps. He pointed the tip of his sword at the ground before he could steady himself, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Too weak. Shangguan Yunfei sneered. He is too weak. Everyone feels that Qin Guanlan is like a child in front of Shangguan Yunfei. Is this the gap between ordinary people and geniuses? Come again. Qin Guanlan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a faint smile. Then, he drew his sword and attacked Shangguan Yunfei again. Clouds, split, collapse. Qin Guanlan attacked with 3 swords again, but Shangguan Yunfei still dodged them easily. Shangguan Yunfei kicked Qin Guanlan in the calf and he fell to one knee. Come again. Qin Guanlan stood up with the support of his sword, shouted, and continued to draw his sword. Cut, and lift. Shangguan Yunfei moved as fast as clouds, dodged the sword and kicked Qin Guanlan away. Qin Guanlan was kicked 6 or 7 steps away and fell to the ground. He groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood, supported himself with his sword, and stood up by pressing his palm against the ground. Come again. Qin Guanlan shouted unyieldingly. Stab, poke, chop, lift, and collapse. Qin Guanlan launched 5 consecutive sword strikes this time before Shangguan Yunfei hit him in the chest with his elbow, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Shangguan Yunfei stood proudly, stepped on Qin Guanlan's face, and said sarcastically, "Trash is trash." Qin Guanlan fell to the ground and was humiliated by being stepped on his face, but he said with a faint smile on his face, "2 more swords." Court death. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunfei kicked Qin Guanlan in rage, causing him to slide 6 or 7 meters away. But he didn't dare to really kill Qin Guanlan, or even destroy his foundation of cultivation, because Qin Guanlan had already been recognized by the sword sect and was about to join the sword sect. The most he could do was to make him suffer some physical pain. Qin Guanlan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and stood up shakily with a pale face. He was no longer as cool and unrestrained as before. His clothes were disheveled, blood was still flowing from his mouth, and a large shoe print was clearly visible on his left cheek. However, he still shook hands and saluted in a free and easy manner. "Thank you, Brother Yunfei, for your advice. Guanlan will definitely come to fight again in 3 years." After 3 years of learning sword skills in the sword sect, Qin Guanlan was confident that he could defeat Shangguan Yunfei. 3 years? Shangguan Yunfei laughed disdainfully. "Even if I give you 30 years, you're still a piece of trash." Qin Guanlan ignored Shangguan Yunfei's ridicule, stumbled to the yellow-shirted woman, handed the sword back to her with both hands, and said, "Thank you, senior sister." The yellow-shirted woman glanced at Qin Guanlan coldly, took the sword, untied the scabbard on her back, put the sword back into the scabbard, and handed it back to him. She said in a cold voice, "From now on, you will be the sword master of the sword sect's Falling Star Sword. I hope you will not bring disgrace to the name of the Falling Star Sword." Qin Guanlan held the Falling Star Sword in his hands, shaking with excitement. He looked at the sword with fiery eyes and said firmly and forcefully, "Thank you, senior sister, for giving me the sword. Guanlan will definitely not bring disgrace to the name of the Falling Star Sword." Shangguan Yunfei's face changed. The Falling Star Sword is one of the 7 famous swords of the sword sect. Every sword wielder is an unparalleled genius swordsman. Now the woman in yellow actually gave it so easily to Qin Guanlan, who has not yet officially joined. He had just called Qin Guanlan a waste, But now the woman in yellow directly made him the wielder of the sword sect's falling star sword. Shangguan Yunfei looked at Qin Guanlan, and a raging fire of jealousy burned in his heart. Chapter 78, Move One Step, I Lose. The identity of the woman in yellow is not simple. She is hailed as one of the most promising talents among the younger generation who has the best chance of becoming a master. Even his master, Yang Yi, the head of the Wanxiang sect, has to treat her with courtesy when he sees her. Now she gave her own sword, the Falling Star Sword, to Qin Guanlan, to tell everyone that she was optimistic about Qin Guanlan's future. This time, Master Jiusong invited Master Gu from the sword sect to be a witness to the apprenticeship ceremony, but such a sudden change happened that they were caught off guard. Qin Guanlan not only refused to join the Wanxiang sect, but instead joined the sword sect. The Wanxiang sect lost face in front of the major families, but it was unable to do anything to the Jian sect. There are 4 saints, 9 sects, and 23 schools in the martial arts world. Among them, the 4 holy places are the strongest, followed by the 9 sects, and then the 23 schools. The Wanxiang sect is ranked low among the 23 sects, so naturally it cannot do anything to the sword sect, one of the 9 sects. However, Master Gu also gave enough face to the Wanxiang sect, allowing him to teach Qin Guanlan a lesson at will, and even humiliate him by stepping on his face. But this alone is not enough. After all, Qin Guanlan's cultivation is too low, and he comes from an ancient martial arts family that is lower than his. Defeating him is not enough to establish prestige and restore the reputation of Wanxiang sect. Shangguan Yunfei turned his gaze to Lu Chen in the audience. Lu Chen was the purpose of his visit this time. Only by defeating the geniuses from the same ancient martial arts sect can the Wanxiang sect establish its prestige. Lu Chen also noticed Shangguan Yunfei's gaze and looked at him with a faint smile. Shangguan Yunfei had a provocative look on his stern face, and said to Lu Chen, "Brother Lu, please come up to the stage and have a talk." "Here it comes." Everyone looked at Lu Chen. The showdown between the 2 dark energy geniuses was about to begin. Who will win between Lu Chen and Shangguan Yunfei? Everyone is looking forward to it. Lu Chen stood up under everyone's attention and walked slowly towards the martial arts stage, step by step. Ha ha. Wang Xiao, who was in the audience, saw Lu Chen coming on stage and sneered at his companions. "Just wait and see Shangguan Yunfei teach Lu Chen a lesson." Yes. The companions around him echoed, Shangguan Yunfei is really too strong. He just suppressed his cultivation to the first level of dark energy. Beating Qin Guanlan is like beating a child. Lu Chen is going to be in trouble. Seeing that his words were agreed upon, Wang Xiao looked at Lu Chen triumphantly, as if he had defeated Lu Chen. He then looked at Qin Guanlan, his eyes filled with jealousy. Qin Guanlan was noticed by Master Jiusong, but he refused without knowing what was good for him. However, he was only taught a lesson by Shangguan Yunfei and was not seriously hurt. Instead, he joined the even more powerful sword sect. The stunningly beautiful woman in yellow even gave him the Falling Star Sword, one of the 7 famous swords of the sword sect. Such an encounter made Wang Xiao deeply jealous. Lu Chen walked up to the stage and stood opposite Shangguan Yunfei, and asked indifferently, "What advice do you have?" "I am Shangguan Yunfei, the chief disciple of Wanxiang sect." "I wonder which sect Brother Lu belongs to?" Shangguan Yunfei asked tentatively. Lu Chen shook his head and said calmly, "I cannot reveal my master's name." Master Jiusong and Master Gu both frowned. They also wanted to know Lu Chen's master. Shangguan Yunfei frowned, then relaxed his brows and smiled, "I've heard that Brother Lu is very powerful. I wonder if you can teach me something." He was very confident in his own strength and believed that under the power of transformation, only the truly peerless evildoers from the 4 saints and 9 sects could defeat him. "Please." Lu Chen stood facing the wind and said calmly. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena became heavy, making it hard to breathe. Everyone wants to truly see the difference between the dark force masters from the ancient martial arts sects and themselves, and whether there is an insurmountable gap between them with the same level of cultivation. Shangguan Yunfei took the initiative to attack. What he was really good at was leg skills. The man jumped up like lightning and kicked Lu Chen 18 times in a row. When Beitang Mo, the head of the Beitang family, saw Shangguan Yunfei kicking, his eyes were stunned and he stared at Shangguan Yunfei's leg skills. The Qin family's wind-splitting palm, the Chu family's empty bright fist, and the Beitang family's north-breaking continuous kicks. Beitang Mo was also a master of dark energy kicking. When he saw Shangguan Yunfei kicking, he was shocked. That was a kicking technique several times more advanced than his own. He blurted out, "Lu Chen will definitely lose." Bang. Boom. Bang. As soon as Beitang Mo finished speaking, he was dumbfounded. Shang Guanyun kicked out 18 times in a row in the air as fast as lightning, but Lu Chen stood still, either blocking with his hands or bending to avoid them. His feet seemed to be glued to the ground and he did not move an inch. Too slow. Too slow. Lu Chen easily blocked Shangguan Yunfei's leg techniques while commenting with a faint smile. After Shangguan Yunfei finished kicking out 18 times, he turned over and retreated, landing 6 meters away, looking at Lu Chen in shock. He actually saw through every one of his kicks and easily blocked his divine wind kick. Everyone looked at Lu Chen in shock. They knew that Lu Chen was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so ridiculously strong that Shangguan Yunfei didn't even force him to retreat. Shangguan Yunfei definitely hasn't used his full strength yet. Wang Xiao stared with his mouth wide open in amazement, stammering. Master Jiaosong and Master Gu also looked at Lu Chen solemnly, trying to figure out his origins from his moves. But Lu Chen didn't make any move at all. He saw through Shangguan Yunfei's leg skills and just blocked and dodged casually. Are you coming again? Lu Chen said with a lazy smile, move one step, and I lose. Shangguan Yunfei frowned into a line. The stronger the opponent, the calmer he became. He no longer dared to be careless and treated Lu Chen as a true genius. His toes gently spun on the ground. Star-chasing legs. Shangguan Yunfei flew into the air again, leaving only a trail of leg shadows kicking towards Lu Chen from all directions. Lu Chen was still standing there calmly and composedly. Shangguan Yunfei, who was at the peak of dark energy, could not muster up any energy from him. His hands moved casually, seemingly slow but actually fast, blocking Shangguan Yunfei's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The legs were fast, the hands were even faster, and a series of afterimages merged together, leaving only the rumbling sound of hands and feet colliding. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw, and the ancient warriors from all the major families below the stage were all stunned. None of them was sure they could escape unscathed from Shangguan Yunfei's dense leg techniques, let alone block them without moving a step like Lu Chen did. It's not that Shangguan Yunfei is weak, but that Lu Chen is too strong. I don't know how many times he did this, but sweat was oozing out of Shangguan Yunfei's head. He was really tired and sweating. Shangguan Yunfei retracted his legs, turned around and fell to the ground. He felt his legs go weak and he almost lost his balance and fell down. The force of the collision between his hands and feet made his thighs numb and he lost feeling. He had trained his legs for more than 10 years, but even after kicking until his legs were weak, he still couldn't make Lu Chen move an inch. Shangguan Yunfei felt an endless sadness in his heart. This was even more painful than Lu Chen defeating him head-on. He knew that he was completely defeated. Shangguan Yunfei retreated back to Master Jiaosong with a gloomy look, looked at him apologetically, saluted, and then retreated behind him. He is already powerless. Chapter 79 Master Lu. Lu Chen's strength shocked all the major families below the martial arts stage. His feet did not move at all, nor did he make any moves. Shangguan Yunfei, the chief disciple of Wanxiang sect and a genius who had reached the peak of dark energy, kicked himself in front of him until his legs went weak and he retreated. Wang Xiao's face turned pale. He had just boasted that he wanted his companions to watch Shangguan Yunfei teach Lu Chen a lesson. But now, not only did Shangguan Yunfei fail to teach Lu Chen a lesson, but he was defeated miserably and embarrassingly. He felt that his companions were looking at him strangely, as if they were laughing at him and calling him an idiot. The local forces in Linjiang were all lost in thought. Beitang Mo took a deep breath. He was also an expert in leg training and knew how powerful Shangguan Yunfei's leg skills were. He also understood the horror of Lu Chen even better. He was afraid that even if all the top dark energy masters of their Beitang family joined forces, they might not be Lu Chen's opponent. He looked at the group of people from the Chu family and saw that there was no shock in their eyes, only fanatical joy. He sighed, knowing that the Chu family already knew Lu Chen's strength, so they were not shocked. The three-way balance of power in Linjiang was broken. Qin Guanlan joined the sword sect, the Chu family had Lu Chen as their backer, and only their Beitang family had no one to rely on. A group of people from the Chu family looked at Lu Chen fanatically. They already knew that Lu Chen was a martial arts master, so it would be easy for him to deal with Shangguan Yunfei. Qin Sangxian looked at Lu Chen with a changing expression, thinking about finding an opportunity to repair his relationship with him. The relationship between the Qin family and Lu Chen is not incompatible, and he just spoke up to Qin Guanlan. The heads of ordinary families in Linjiang have already been filled with turbulent waves in their hearts. Although the ancient martial arts sect is powerful, its power is only a deterrent, and Lu Chen still has to study at Linjiang University for 2 years. In the past 2 years, who and Lin Jiang dared to offend him? Those at the helm were all thinking about how to curry favor with Lu Chen. They decided that the first thing they would do when they got home was to open the eyes of the second-generation kids in their family. The fate of Lei Yun, who had offended Lu Chen, was a lesson for them. Among all the people, the most feared one is Lei Jin from the Lei family, who is Lei Yun's father. He looked at Lu Chen in fear and gave up the idea of avenging his son. The power of the battle shocked the whole area of Linjiang. Master Jiaosong looked at Lu Chen with a stern expression. Everything that happened today reduced the prestige of Wang Xiangmen by 1 point. Shangguan Yunfei's defeat meant that the younger generation of their Wanshan sect was crushed by Lu Chen. Even if he took action to intimidate Lu Chen, it would only be bullying the weak, and it would not change the fact that the younger generation of Wang Xiangmen was not as good as Lu Chen. But he had to take action. Wanshan sect was humiliated today, and even he, a martial arts master, had his sword heart sharpened by Qin Guanlan. If he still doesn't take action to intimidate him, where is the dignity of the martial arts master? Qin Guanlan was about to join the sword sect, and he had already been humiliated by Shangguan Yunfei, so it was not convenient for him to teach him a lesson again. Now he can only use Lu Chen to establish his authority. He wanted to let everyone know that no matter how powerful Lu Chen was, he was just an ant in front of the martial arts master. A martial arts master should not be insulted lightly. Master Jiaosong slowly stood up. He took steady steps and faced Lu Chen. With every step he took, the aura of a martial arts master suddenly increased, and the pressure rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Master Jiaosong with a beaming smile on his face, remaining calm and composed under the pressure from the martial arts master. You are very strong among the younger generation. Master Jiaosong said calmly, I have met many geniuses like you who have become masters of the pinnacle of dark energy at a young age. He said in a steady voice, but many of them will never reach the peak of dark energy in their lifetime. In martial arts practice, every breakthrough to a great realm is extremely difficult. There are many geniuses who soar to the sky during practice and reach the peak of dark energy, stunning for a moment, but ultimately get stuck there and make no progress for decades. Resources, talent, understanding, and opportunity are all indispensable. Being a temporary genius does not mean being invincible forever. The one who has mastered the power of transformation is called a master. A master is the teacher of everyone. Master Jiaosong stared at the calm and composed Lu Chen, and his aura suddenly surged. He rushed towards Lu Chen like a violent storm, and said in a stern voice, this next palm strike is to tell you that before you take that step, as a junior, you should maintain due respect for the martial arts master. After he finished speaking, he slapped Lu Chen with his palm as fast as thunder and with terrifying energy. The power of a martial arts master is unstoppable. Everyone below the martial arts stage was filled with boundless fear. Master Jiaosong's palm seemed to be slapping them, making them terrified. The power of a martial arts master is so terrifying. Boom! There was a loud bang, and waves of strong wind and air were set off. Lu Chen stepped as fast as he drew his bow and threw out a punch, facing Master Jiaosong's palm. The fists and palms collided, and Lu Chen was knocked back a step, while Master Jiaosong on the opposite side was knocked back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. Quiet. The martial arts arena was in deathly silence. Everyone looked at the martial arts stage in disbelief, wondering if they were seeing things. If Lu Chen had defeated Shangguan Yunfei without taking a single step, people would have simply marveled at his unparalleled strength. Now Lu Chen took a palm strike from Master Jiaosong head-on, and Master Jiaosong was actually at a disadvantage. They were so frightened that they began to doubt their lives. Even if Master Jiaosong just wanted to intimidate Lu Chen and did not use his full strength, how could an ordinary expert be able to withstand a palm strike from a martial arts master? Master Gu, who was sitting aside, looked at Lu Chen intently with his eyes shining. Martial arts master. He took a deep breath. Only the foundation of the 4 saints and 9 sects could cultivate such a young martial arts master. I wonder if Lu Chen is from one of the 4 holy places or the other 8 sects. A look of surprise flashed across the frosty face of the yellow-shirted woman behind Master Gu, and a hint of brightness appeared in her cold eyes. This person is a worthy opponent. The woman in yellow thought, eager to fight. Master Jiaosong steadied himself and looked at Lu Chen in shock. This young man is actually a martial arts master like himself. He held Lu's hand and bowed, saying, please forgive my poor eyesight for not realizing that Master Lu is also a martial arts master. I hope you will forgive me for my impoliteness. He had just called Lu Chen Jr., but now he called Lu Chen Master Lu. Lu Chen released all of his martial arts master's aura, stood facing the wind, and floated away in the air. The young and energetic master's demeanor made many girls from famous families under the martial arts stage fall in love with him. If I could spend my whole life with a person like this, what else could I ask for in this life? Xu Xiqiao's heart was also in turmoil. Lu Chen's figure overlapped with the figure that accompanied her in the morning jog that day, which made her heart beat fast. Master Zhou Song is now in a dilemma. If he had known in advance that Lu Chen was a martial arts master, he would not dare to teach him a lesson. After just one move, he was still at a disadvantage. If he gave in now, his reputation and that of the Wansheng sect would be irreparable. He could only fight to the end, and bowed to Lu Chen and said, "Master Lu, please give me some advice." Chapter 80, Chu Family's Empty Bright Fist. Please. Lu Chen stood on the martial arts stage in an extremely elegant manner and answered calmly. His godly system was upgraded to level 2, and he gained a new magical power that allowed him to detect the opponent's combat value. He had just checked and found out that Master Jiusong was only at the 3rd level of Huajin, while Master Gu was at the 6th level of Huajin. What he didn't expect was that the woman in yellow was actually also a martial arts master, with the cultivation level of the 2nd level of Huajin, which made her a definite genius in the martial arts world. When two people fight, in addition to cultivation, martial arts are also very important. Martial arts is Lu Chen's weak point, and he has never practiced it. However, Lu Chen still had full confidence that he could defeat Master Jiusong. The internal strength he cultivated through the Creation Sutra was extremely pure, equivalent to the internal strength of the 5th or 6th level of the ordinary martial arts master. One force can break 10 skills, and a random punch can kill a master. The aura of Master Jiusong had been restrained, and now he looked like an ordinary old man who was full of energy. He had to fight, but he was not afraid of fighting. When he used that palm strike just now, he just wanted to give Lu Chen a small punishment and a big warning, so he only used 3/10 of his internal strength. He has reached the 3rd level of Huajin, and his iron palms are pure fire furnace green. As long as Lu Chen is not at the 3rd level of Huajin or above, he has the confidence to win. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. Otherwise, his and Wang Xiangman's prestige in the martial arts world will plummet. The two martial arts masters faced each other in the wind, looking at each other with caution. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Humph, Lu Chen will definitely not be a match for Master Jiusong. Wang Xiao looked at the confrontation between Lu Chen and Master Jiusong with a gloomy face, and said with gritted teeth, if Master Jiusong gets serious, he will definitely be able to kill him with one palm. Wang Hongwei, are you sick? A girl who admired Lu Chen beside Wang Xiao couldn't help but yelled, Master Lu didn't offend you, you have been saying bad things about him from beginning to end. If you are jealous of him, just say it. The girl had long been fed up with Wang Hongwei's constant sarcasm and bad-mouthing of Lu Chen, but because of the friendship between the two families and the fact that he was a dark energy expert, she had been holding back. Now she exploded, giving full play to her girlish arrogance, cursing, even if Master Lu loses to Master Jiusong, so what? Master Lu is only a little older. Even if he loses this time, he will surpass Master Jiusong sooner or later as long as he practices for a few more years. Wang Hongwei's face turned red when he was scolded by the girl next to him. The girl insisted, you are only at the 2nd level of dark power. What qualifications do you have to criticize Master Lu? Master Jiusong said something very right. Before you take that step, as a junior, you should maintain due respect for the martial arts master. Wang Hongwei, wait until you can become a martial arts master in this life before you comment on Master Lu. The girl said in one breath, ignoring the angry Wang Hongwei, and took the hand of another girl and left Wang Hongwei's small circle. She was not afraid that Wang Hongwei would attack her, because her family was stronger than the Wang family. Wang Hongwei was filled with anger that he had no place to vent. He stared at the girl's back with a ferocious expression, his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. None of his companions spoke up to help him. They also felt that Wang Hongwei had been going too far in targeting Lu Chen. If Lu Chen was just a dark energy expert, they would still be jealous. But now that they know that Lu Chen is a martial arts master, they only have admiration and respect for him. The two martial arts masters continued to confront each other on the stage. Shangguan Yunfei looked at Lu Chen and sighed. It was not unfair for him to be defeated by the martial arts master. Xin Guanlun looked at Lu Chen and thought of what he had said to him, the Grandmaster's realm can be broken with one sword. He held the falling star sword tightly in his hand, full of confidence in the future. Lu Chen will be the goal he pursues and surpasses throughout his life. Everyone in the audience watched them with bated breath. They had never seen a battle between martial arts masters before. The contest between Lu Chen and Master Zhou Song was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Watching a fight between martial arts masters in person will greatly benefit their understanding of martial arts, broaden their horizons, and improve their own strength. Time passes by every second. Lu Chen seemed to lose his patience and took the first step. Everyone thought in their hearts that Lu Chen was still too young after all and did not have the patience like Master Zhou Song. Lu Chen was indeed impatient, but he just didn't want to waste any more time. He used his fists. Chu family's Kongming fist. He had never learned any martial arts, but that day he watched Chu Xiqiao practice boxing and memorized her Kongming fist. His steps are as fast as a bow with thunder, and his punches are as fierce as wind and thunder. When Master Zhou Song saw Lu Chen attacking, his eyes lit up and he was secretly delighted. The martial arts master's power suddenly rose and swept across the entire venue. He jumped up and rushed towards Lu Chen with overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Chen's punch was as strong as a dragon, and Master Zhou Song's palm was as strong as a tiger. The two men fought in the air, and their energy soared like a raging storm, making loud noises that shocked everyone's soul. The martial arts master's full-strength attack opened their eyes and made them feel that their usual fights were just children playing house. Fist shadows, palm winds, crisscrossing paths. The head-on confrontation between the two martial arts masters made the audience so intoxicated. The Chu family was already horrified. They recognized at a glance that Lu Chen was using their Chu family's Kongming fist. They didn't expect that the Chu family's Kongming fist would exert such great power in Lu Chen's hands. Chu Xiqiao looked at Lu Chen, who was using Kongming fist, and recalled the day when he secretly watched her practicing. She thought angrily in her heart, he is indeed a liar. He said he was a layman and was just watching the fun. After fighting with Master Zhou Song for dozens of moves in a row, Lu Chen's Kongming fist went from being unfamiliar in the beginning to becoming more and more proficient, and finally he mastered it. Master Zhou Song became more and more surprised as the fight went on. He discovered that Lu Chen's internal strength was much stronger than his. The reason he had not been defeated was only because Lu Chen's boxing skills were unfamiliar. Lu Chen's Kongming fist became more and more proficient, and Master Zhou Song found it increasingly difficult to deal with it. Break! Lu Chen shouted softly, and his fist was like an angry dragon out of the sea, rushing straight towards Master Zhou Song. Boom! He punched through Master Zhou Song's double palm defense, hit him on the shoulder, and knocked him out. Master Zhou Song was knocked away by a punch and fell to the ground. He retreated 4 or 5 steps before he could steady himself. He didn't move again. His shoulder bone had been shattered and blood was slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. He knew that Lu Chen had shown mercy. He was unable to resist the punch just now. If it had hit his vital points, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. Master Zhou Song seemed to have aged 10 years, and the demeanor of a martial arts master was no longer there. He clasped his fists and said sadly, "Thank you, Master Lu, for showing mercy." His voice was full of sadness and helplessness. First, he was used as a whetstone by Qin Guanlan, and now he was defeated head-on by Lu Chen. His name Zhou Song will soon become a laughingstock in the martial arts world. Chapter 81, Sword Arrives. The hero is old. Everyone could feel the endless sadness in Master Zhou Song's heart. The martial arts arena was silent. Master Zhou Song slowly bowed to Lu Chen and Master Gu, then turned and left without saying a word. He stood as straight as a mountain and walked away with his head raised. The pride of a martial arts master makes him never bow his head. Shangguan Yunfei also bowed to Master Gu and said goodbye, then looked at Lu Chen and said firmly, "Master Lu, wait until Yunfei breaks through the Huajin level, and then come back to ask for your advice. I'm at your service any time." Lu Chen said calmly. "Brother Yunfei, don't forget my 3-year agreement." The shoe prints on Qin Guanlan's face were still clearly visible. He did not wipe off the shame and spoke with a fighting spirit. He has great perseverance and also great devilishness. He regarded Shangguan Yunfei as the first sword testing stone after his sword training. Shangguan Yunfei turned around and looked at Qin Guanlan. He did not call him a waste anymore. Instead, he said like Lu Chen, "I am at your service any time." After saying that, he led the other 2 Wanxiang sect disciples and followed Master Zhou Song to leave together. Everyone watched Master Zhou Song and his companions leave, sighing in their hearts. The way you leave is the way you came. A warm welcome upon arrival. There was a lot of grief when he left. No one laughed at the Wanxiang sect, and they had no right to do so. It's not that Wang Xiangman is not strong, but that Lu Chen is too abnormal. Everyone looked at Lu Chen on the martial arts stage, with only respect and admiration in their hearts. The wise are the teachers. Lu Chen is a true martial arts master and deserves their respect. One who looked up at Lu Chen and remembered Chu Tianxian's words. By the river, he is the king. This is also the consensus of everyone present. Lu Chen looked indifferently at the people below the martial arts stage, watching them worship him. His heart was very calm, and he did not become proud or complacent because of this. He turned and looked at Master Gu and the woman in yellow behind him. The martial arts world is huge, and the road ahead is long. He is not strong enough now. Among the 4 saints, 9 sects, and 23 schools, there are many masters who are stronger than him. He doesn't cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. Be low-key in life and high-profile in spending money. Only by constantly upgrading can you make yourself stronger and have the strength to protect the people you love and care about from harm. Master Gu looked at Lu Chen with a kind smile. He didn't know whether Lu Chen was from the 4 saints or the 9 sects when he used the Chu family's Kongming fist just now. There are only a handful of such young martial arts masters in the martial arts world, and each of them is a core disciple trained with all the strength of major forces. Just like Xiao Qingchen behind him, after she showed her talent in swordsmanship, she has enjoyed the best resources of the sword sect and has been personally instructed by the most powerful master of the sword sect. Only after she broke through to the level of Hua Jin did she follow him into the world to hone her skills. Without the sword sect's dedicated training, no matter how good Xiao Qingchen's talent in swordsmanship was, he would not be able to become a martial arts master so quickly. This Lu Chen must have a master's guidance behind him, otherwise he wouldn't have become a martial arts master at such a young age. A martial arts master, even a sword master, has to show some courtesy. The woman in yellow looked at Lu Chen, walked out from behind Master Gu, and stood facing him. She is very beautiful, so beautiful that she can topple a whole country. Her face was always cold as ice, like snow in the cold winter. Lu Chen frowned slightly. She saw the fighting spirit burning in the eyes of the woman in yellow. Master Gu did not stop the yellow-shirted woman's behavior. These geniuses and evildoers could only reach the top and become masters by constantly honing themselves. As soon as one wave subsides, another one rises. When everyone saw the woman in yellow and Lu Chen standing face to face, they knew that another exciting duel was about to begin. The woman in yellow dared to challenge Lu Chen after he defeated Master Jiaosong, which shows that she is also an unparalleled martial arts master. Everyone's hearts were numb. After seeing Lu Chen as such a young martial arts master, they were not so surprised when another young martial arts master appeared. Moreover, the woman in yellow was a disciple from the sword sect, one of the 4 saints and 9 sects. Among the younger generations of the major families, the women all looked at Lu Chen with admiration, and the men all looked at the woman in yellow with fascination. Sword sect Xiao Qingchen, please teach me, Brother Lu. Xiao Qingchen's voice was pleasant to the ear, with a hint of coldness. She is not pretending to be aloof and arrogant, but she is born that way. One smile can conquer a city, another smile can conquer a country. Miss Xiao lives up to her name, so why not smile more? Lu Chen had to admit that Xiao Qingchen was the kind of girl who was breathtakingly beautiful. Her hair is as black as silk, her face is as cold as snow, and there is a bit of loneliness in her coldness, which makes people feel pity. She is so beautiful that I believe many men would be willing to be King Yu of Zhou and light the beacon tower if they can make her smile. I am as light as dust, Xiao Qingchen said in a cold voice. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. He had misunderstood Xiao Qingchen's name and thought she was Qingcheng, the stunning beauty. Her stunning beauty really makes people think of the name Qingcheng first. Hearing Xiao Qingchen's explanation of his name, he frowned and said, Miss Xiao, why are you being so modest? If you are as light as dust, then aren't all living beings not even dust? The sword path is vast, and people are like dust in it. Xiao Qingchen said calmly, I have been practicing sword since I was 7 years old, and it has been 13 years. I am still as small as dust. Qingchen's words are not self-deprecation. Don't be arrogant or impatient, don't be crazy or arrogant. After hearing what Xiao Qingchen said, Lu Chen couldn't help but admire her. A girl as proud as her, unparalleled in the world, actually compared herself to dust and had no arrogance or publicity at all. After hearing what Xiao Qingchen said, the people below the martial arts stage felt that they had lived in vain. The 20-year-old martial arts master said that he was as insignificant as dust. How could those of them who still use overt and covert forces survive? Lu Chen didn't want to fight with such a girl, so he didn't want to fight if he could avoid it, so he asked, Miss Xiao and I have no grudges, why are you fighting with me? Qingchen and Brother Lu have no grudges against each other. Xiao Qingchen looked at Lu Chen seriously and said, Qingchen just wants to learn from Brother Lu. I hope Brother Lu will give me some advice. Since Xiao Qingchen just wanted to spar with him, Lu Chen did as she wished and said calmly, please. Xiao Qingchen looked at Lu Chen with cold eyes and shouted softly. Sword coming. She stretched out her hand and saw a flash of sword light, and a long sword flew into her hand. The sword was just an ordinary long sword, one of the 18 weapons placed on the Qin family's martial arts stage. She held a long sword in her hand, and her whole aura suddenly changed, with a sharp sword energy all over her body. She is the sword and the sword is her. With the sword in hand, you are unrivaled in the world. Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless when facing Xiao Qingchen. Xiao Qingchen, who is at the second level of Hua Jin, is definitely much stronger than Master Jiaosong, who is at the third level of Hua Jin. He is truly a peerless monster. Please enlighten me. Xiao Qingchen spoke calmly, and the sword moved, flashing a cold light. She floated over and slashed at Lu Chen with a sword. Chapter 82, To prove the way of the sword, I have no regrets even if I die. A sword came slashing at him, and Lu Chen retreated 3 steps in fear to avoid Xiao Qingchen's sword. Xiao Qingchen's sword was so fast that no one below the martial arts stage could see it clearly. They only saw the floating yellow shadow and the shining sword light. If this sword was aimed at them, they would not even have time to react. We are not even a match for each other. Everyone thought bitterly. The sword moved, shining with cold light. Xiao Qingchen is like a sword immortal descending to the earth, with sword energy flying and unparalleled in his power. The man was charming, the sword was charming, and everyone was fascinated by the sight. The Chu family's Kongming fist is not enough to deal with Xiao Qingchen's sword. Lu Chen fought and retreated. An idea suddenly occurred to him. He opened the system store and spent 50 gold coins to buy Blood Strike. Practice. The system instantly learned the yellow level intermediate martial art, Blood Strike. The Blood Red Strike only requires one move. All the energy, spirit, and vitality in the body must be poured into stabbing out with a spear. Wherever the spear points, nothing can be unbreakable. This attack is a killing move. Once this gun is fired, Xiao Qingchen will undoubtedly be defeated and will definitely be injured by the gun. Lu Chen frowned. He had no grudge against Xiao Qingchen and didn't want to use such a deadly move against her. He had no moves to make and kept retreating. He was hit by Xiao Qingchen so hard that he could only dodge. The disciples of the sword sect are so terrifying. Everyone below the martial arts stage gasped. Lu Chen had just defeated the long-famous Master Jiaosong with one punch, but now he was easily crushed by Xiao Qingchen. Are today's young people so powerful? Both Chu Jia and Wang Hu had worried looks on their faces. After Lu Chen defeated Master Jiaosong, he became a household name in Linjiang and his reputation reached its peak. If he was defeated by Xiao Qingchen, it would definitely affect his prestige. Some are happy and some are sad. The happiest person among the crowd was Wang Hongwei. When he saw Lu Chen being crushed by Xiao Qingchen, he clenched his fists tightly with an excited look on his face. He said to his companions, I said Lu Chen was just like this. When he met a true peerless evildoer, his true colors were revealed and he was crushed without the ability to fight back. He looked at Xiao Qingchen with greedy eyes, and did not hide the desire in his heart at all. A stunning beauty like Xiao Qingchen is what every man dreams of getting. Wang Hongwei's companions did not say anything, but they were also deeply moved. They thought that Lu Chen was invincible among his peers, but he was beaten by Xiao Qingchen without any chance to fight back. Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen are about the same age as them, but their strength is far beyond their reach. They had always been self-important, but now they were completely devastated and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Xiao Qingchen's sword swung like a dance, forcing Lu Chen to retreat repeatedly. She suddenly put away her sword, took a few steps back, and said in a cold voice, Brother Lu, since you have already agreed to compete with Qingchen, why are you still hiding your abilities? She could feel that Lu Chen's strength was more than that. He just kept dodging her sword moves. Before he could make a move, he looked like he was dodging in a clumsy way, but he was able to avoid her sword moves with every step. Without the bloody strike, Lu Chen really couldn't do anything to Xiao Qingchen and could only avoid the attack temporarily. He looked at Xiao Qingchen's stunning face and said casually, Miss Zhao's swordsmanship is outstanding. Lu Chen is willing to admit that she is inferior to you. Defeated. Lu Chen actually lost. Everyone below the martial arts stage was filled with sighs. Lu Chen first shocked Lin Jian with a single battle, leaving people with the image of an invincible martial arts master, but he was soon miserably defeated by Xiao Qingchen's sword. Life's ups and downs are just like this. Xiao Qingchen shook his head and said, Brother Lu, there is no need to be modest. Chen knows that Brother Lu has not used his full strength. She frowned slightly. Does Brother Lu think Chen is not worthy of you using your true strength? Her voice was filled with disappointment and loneliness. After hearing what Chen said, everyone looked at Lu Chen in shock again. Could it be that Lu Chen was just being sympathetic to Chen and deliberately let her lose? Chen held Lu Chen's hand and bowed. Chen no longer cares about winning or losing. What I want in this life is to test the swordsmanship of the world and prove my swordsmanship. Today, I only ask for a defeat. Please grant my wish, Brother Lu. Lu Chen looked at Chen, whose sword heart was determined, and said, all I have learned in my life is killing moves, and I only kill when I attack. Please think twice, Miss Xiao. Chen said resolutely, to prove the way of the sword, I will die without regrets. She pointed the tip of her sword at Lu Chen and asked again, Brother Lu, please teach me. Good. With such an opponent, Lu Chen was full of heroic spirit and shouted, gun. The long spear on the martial arts stage flew over. Lu Chen caught it in his hand, pointed the spear tip at Chen, and said, this move is called green blood strike. When the spear is fired, blood will be stained. Miss Xiao, be careful. Sword cuts the moon mark. A bloody blow. Both of them attacked at the same time. He gallops across heaven and earth with his sword, and his sleeves flutter like an immortal in the clouds. As fast as lightning chasing wind and thunder, a sword slashed the moon diagonally, leaving a mark. Chen stood up gracefully, with sword energy running wild, and slashed at Lu Chen with the sword. Lu Chen and his spear became one, and the spear emitted a thunderous sound, like a flying dragon, charging forward and stabbing towards Chen. One man fired a gun and broke through the sword energy in the sky. With a hiss, the tip of the gun pierced into Chen's shoulder blade. Every shot will be stained with blood. Chen pointed the sword at Lu Chen in his right hand, held the gun handle with his left hand, and looked at him with a faint smile. One smile can make the city captivate and become alluring. This was the first time Chen smiled in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen pulled back his spear and looked at Chen steadily. In this battle, he seemed to have won, but in fact he lost. He avoided Chen's vitals and stabbed at her shoulder blade. If she didn't stop her sword style, the spear would pass through her shoulder blade, and then her sword would pierce Lu Chen's vitals. She was slightly injured and Lu Chen died. If Lu Chen stabbed her vitals directly, she could also let the spear pierce her vitals, and then her sword pierce Lu Chen. If she died, Lu Chen would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Her sword is also a killing sword, a sword of mutual destruction. Lu Chen avoided her vital points, so she put away her sword. To prove the way of the sword, I will die with no regrets. Only then did he truly understand what Chen said. He still lacks experience in fighting, and if it really comes to a life and death fight, he can only win miserably. Thank you. Lu Chen raised his gun and it flew back to the weapon rack on the martial arts stage. Thank you, Brother Lu, for showing mercy. Chen threw the sword away and returned it to its sheath. She pressed the acupuncture points near the gunshot wound with her bare fingers to stop the bleeding. The shoulder blade was already stained red with blood, looking a bit seductive. Chen quietly retreated behind Master Gu, his mind filled with Lu Chen's amazing shot. This battle pushed Lu Chen's prestige to the peak. Defeat Master Jiaosong with one punch. Defeats Chen of the sword sect with one shot. Who among the younger generation can rival him? Master Gu looked at Lu Chen thoughtfully, then stood up and bowed, saying, Thank you, Master Lu, for showing mercy to Chen. Lu Chen said modestly, Master Gu, you are too polite. If it is a fight of life and death, the outcome is still unknown. Master Gu looked at Lu Chen with admiration and said, Gu must take Chen to heal his wounds first. Master Lu, if you have time, you are welcome to visit the sword sect. Chapter 83, The Power of Lin Zheng. Lu Chen will definitely come to visit you someday. When Lu Chen first learned about the ancient martial arts family, he thought that the martial arts world was just like that. Now that he had come into contact with the ancient martial arts sects, he realized that the martial arts world was not as simple as he had imagined. There are 4 saints, 9 sects, and 23 schools, and there is no telling how many powerful people there are. Even though he has the system, it doesn't mean he is invincible now. That's why Wudi Chang made him keep a low profile and spend money on upgrades in a high-profile manner. However, now that he has entered the world of martial arts, he also wants to understand them better. Only by knowing both yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. The sword sect is waiting for Master Lu to visit at any time. Master Gu and Lu Chen exchanged a few more polite words before leaving with Chen and Qin Guanlun. On the martial arts stage, only Lu Chen was left standing facing the wind, accepting the worship of all the major families. He looked at the people below the martial arts stage, feeling as if he was looking down on all living things and seeing all the mountains as small. His eyes slowly swept over the crowd, with a dignified look without anger, looking down on the world. Lei Jin, Qin Muyu, Wang Hongwei, Xie Donglai, they felt Lu Chen's gaze and their hearts turned cold. Even Lu Chen's peripheral vision was enough to frighten them. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, raised his head slightly and looked at the clear sky. He was so powerful and capable that only a peerless genius like Xiao Qingchen could fight him in combat. 3 consecutive crushing victories made everyone excited. The name of Lu Chen is feared throughout the river. No matter whether it is the long-established Master Jiusong, or the ethereal and peerless Xiao Qingchen, as long as Lu Chen gets serious, he can sweep them away with one move. In the end, Lu Chen's invincible shot shocked everyone's heart. With one shot, he broke through Xiao Qingchen's sword energy that traversed the world. His indomitable and heroic spirit made all the girls' hearts beat fast and they engraved his demeanor in their hearts. He said, "All I have learned in my life are killing moves, and the only move I make is to kill." It shocked everyone. The Chu family defeated Master Jiusong with his Kongming fist, and defeated Xiao Qingchen with his Bishue strike and gun. How many killer moves does he have? How many cards are left? Nobody knows. The unknown is the most photographable. If you want to be Lu Chen's enemy, you must be prepared for his fatal moves. Qin Shengxiang slowly walked up from the martial arts stage, bowed to Lu Chen, and said respectfully, "Master Lu, the banquet is ready. Please take your seat." The apprenticeship banquet originally prepared for Qin Guanlan to take Master Jiusong as his disciple cannot be held now. But Qin Guanlan's joining the more powerful sword sect was a more joyous event worthy of a banquet and celebration. Master Gu did not accept Qin Guanlan as his disciple. This boy had a heart of a sword and a great devilish nature. He did not dare to do so and was not qualified. He planned to bring Qin Guanlan back to the sword sect and recommend him to more powerful elders for training. Qin Guanlan has a firm heart for swordsmanship and is the master of the falling star sword. I believe that the elders will be happy to accept him as a disciple, and he may even be noticed by the sword sect's grandmaster and soar to the sky. Lu Chen nodded. The grudge between him and the Qin family was not worth mentioning. The Qin family was willing to reconcile, and he didn't want to pursue it any further. Qin Shengxiang felt relieved when he saw Lu Chen nod. As long as Lu Chen does not pursue the matter, their Qin family is willing to offer sufficient benefits as compensation. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and said to the crowd below the stage, "Thank you all for attending Guanlan's wedding banquet to join the sword sect. Please follow me to the banquet hall." The banquet had already been prepared, only the name had been changed. Qin Shengxiang led everyone and moved from the martial arts arena to the banquet hall in a grand manner. Qin Guanlan had already showered and changed his clothes. Wearing a handsome suit, he was walking around the banquet hall greeting guests. He was well-mannered and gentle, chatting and laughing with everyone. No one dares to underestimate him now, and joining the sword sect means he has a bright future. With his cultivation of the first level of dark energy, he dared to use a martial arts master to sharpen his swordsmanship. How many of his peers could do such a thing? Who has the confidence to make a 3-year agreement with Shangguan Yunfei, who has cultivated the first level of dark energy, and is at the peak of dark energy? Lu Chen and Mr. Chu were invited to the main table. Lu Chen did not refuse and accepted it frankly. As a martial arts master, he is naturally qualified to sit there. Wang Hu, Patriarch Chu, Patriarch Beitang, Patriarch Qin and others sat at the same table. No one from the usually high-handed ancient martial arts family dared to look down on him anymore. Everyone knows that Beicheng Tiger Lord is Lu Chen's confidant. Since Lu Chen calls him Tiger Lord, he will be the Real Tiger Lord of Linjiang from now on and will be qualified to sit on an equal footing with the heads of other families. Everyone sat down in order, and there were only 2 empty seats at the main table, which were reserved for Master Gu and Xiao Qingchen. Lei Jin held the wine glass and tremblingly came to Wang Hu, toasting him and said, "Master Hu, I am here to apologize to you for Lei Yun's matter. I hope you don't care about it anymore. I will definitely confine him to his house and discipline him strictly." How could he dare to mention revenge for Lei Yun now? He had to let go of the hatred of exterminating his descendants. If he didn't come to apologize, I believe that without Lu Chen's orders, many people would take the initiative to punish the Kwa Lei family to please Lu Chen. Wang Hu looked at Lei Jin indifferently, feeling indescribable emotion in his heart. Lei Jin, who used to have a higher status than him, now treats him like his grandson. He, Lord Tiger of Beicheng, can now sit on equal footing with the heads of other patriarchs. All of this is the deterrence brought by Master Lu. He said sternly. Lei Yun attempted to deal with Master Lu and even had evil intentions towards Master Lu's woman. Master Lu was merciful for not taking his life. I hope you will take care of yourselves in the future. When Lei Yun heard what Wang Hu said, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and said, Master Hu is right. Lei Yun doesn't know what's good for him and deserves death. Thank you, Master Lu, for showing mercy. After hearing the reason why Lei Yun was abandoned, everyone secretly cursed him in their hearts. They didn't know the real reason why Lei Yun was abandoned before, and thought Lu Chen was cruel. Now that they know the reason, they think Lu Chen is magnanimous enough. After a while, Master Gu and Xiao Qingchen walked in, led by the Qin family's steward. Everyone stood up and greeted them, Master Gu, Master Xiao. Master Gu, wearing a blue tang suit, had a smile on his face. He pressed his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. Now it is Qin Guanlan's wedding banquet. He does not put on the airs of a martial arts master, but behaves in a very approachable manner. However, in order to show respect, everyone did not sit down and watched Master Gu walk to the main table. Xiao Qingchen also changed into a purple tang suit, looking extremely beautiful, and followed behind Master Gu. Master Lu, please. Master Gu walked to his seat and bowed to Lu Chen beside him. Master Gu, please. Lu Chen returned the greeting to Master Gu, then smiled at Xiao Qingchen who was looking at him. Lu Chen and Master Gu sat down one after another, and then everyone present dared to sit down. Miss Xiao, is your shoulder injury serious? Lu Chen looked at Xiao Qingchen and asked apologetically. It's just a skin wound. I've applied some medicine on it. It's not serious. Xiao Qingchen replied in a cold voice. Her face was still as cold as ice. Lu Chen suddenly thought of her charming smile just now, and secretly hoped that she would smile at him again. Chapter 84 Pegasus Meteor Fist. I'm glad Miss Xiao is okay, otherwise I would be worried. Lu Chen smiled at her and said, when the blood-stained attack comes, the gun will be stained with blood. I hope Miss Xiao will not be offended. In a martial arts competition, injuries are unavoidable. Qingchen would like to thank Brother Lu for showing mercy. Xiao Qingchen said calmly, after Qingchen's injury is healed, I will ask Brother Lu to teach me the blue blood strike. After hearing what Xiao Qingchen said, Lu Chen felt speechless. This woman is really crazy about swords. She asked me for advice on the bloody strike again, and it seemed that she had the confidence to crack it. In less than half an hour, she had figured out a solution while treating the wound. Lu Chen's scalp tingled just thinking about this kind of monster. He remembered a sentence that often appeared in Saint Seiya: the same move cannot be used against a Saint Seiya a second time. He felt that this sentence was very suitable for Xiao Qingchen, and asked jokingly, Miss Xiao, are you a Saint Seiya? Xiao Qingchen probably hadn't watched Saint Seiya. He was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, what Saint Seiya? Have you heard of Pegasus Meteor Fist? Lu Chen asked mysteriously. He remembered that Xiao Qingchen said that she started practicing sword at the age of 7, and it seemed that she was a child who had no fun in childhood, so he came up with the idea of teasing this icy beauty. Xiao Qingchen shook his head and answered honestly, Qingchen has never heard of this kind of boxing. The Pegasus Meteor Fist can deliver 100 punches in 1 second. It's extremely powerful. Miss Xiao has never heard of it? Lu Chen pretended to be surprised and used Saint Seiya's special moves. Xiao Qingchen was indeed shocked when she heard this, as she had never heard of such advanced boxing techniques in the world. She asked speculatively, could it be that Pegasus Meteor Fist is also Brother Lu's killer move? Lu Chen nodded mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingchen, a sword fanatic, said eagerly, after Qingchen recovers from his injury, I will ask Brother Lu to teach me the Pegasus Meteor Fist. She wanted to compete with Lu Chen to see who was faster, his punch or her sword. Lu Chen suppressed his smile and said, Miss Xiao, you don't have to wait until you recover from your injury. I happen to have a video of the Pegasus Meteor Fist here. See if you can crack it first. After he finished speaking, he used his mobile phone to search the internet for a video of Saint Seiya using the Pegasus Meteor Fist, and then handed it to Xiao Qingchen. Xiao Qingchen took Lu Chen's phone with anticipation, and then heard Seiya's voice Pegasus Meteor Fist from the video. She watched Seiya's fists flying in the video and her mind was in a mess. The ancient masters at the main table, Old Chu, and Qin Sengxiong, had never seen Saint Seiya. They all looked serious and were curious about the Pegasus Meteor Fist that Lu Chen mentioned. Especially Old Man Chu. Their Chu family also uses fists. It is hard to imagine how they can throw 100 punches in 1 second, but he would not question Lu Chen's words. Just because he can't do it doesn't mean that a martial arts master can't do it. Qin Guanlan was also sitting at the main table. He had naturally watched Saint Seiya. He looked at Lu Chen with a strange expression but did not point it out. He couldn't have imagined that after Lu Chen put aside his martial arts master's airs, he would become such a humorous person. Lu Chen was originally a secular person. He had just entered the martial arts world for a few days and his nature was still free and humorous. He just wanted to tease Xiao Qingchen to see if she would laugh. In the end, he found that he had underestimated Xiao Qingchen's sense of humor. She didn't laugh at all. Xiao Qingchen handed the phone back to Lu Chen in a daze. She couldn't imagine that Lu Chen, a martial arts master who was even more evil than her, would actually make such a joke. She even wanted to kill Lu Chen with a sword. Master Gu, Old Chu, and Qin Sangxiong all looked embarrassed. I thought awkwardly in my heart, this Master Lu is really funny. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and said, I was just joking with Miss Xiao to liven up the atmosphere. This didn't make Xiao Qingchen laugh, and Lu Chen felt helpless. Ha ha. Qin Sangxiong laughed heartily, breaking the awkward atmosphere and said, the wedding banquet can begin now. I'll go get the dishes served. Then he told the steward who was serving beside him to ask the servants to serve the dishes. According to Linjiang custom, firecrackers must be set off before a wedding banquet begins, and the Guwu family is no exception. Amid the sound of firecrackers, exquisite dishes were served one after another. The wedding banquet for Qin Guanlan's admission into the sword sect officially began, indicating that the Qin family would have the support of the sword sect from now on. But anyway, in Linjiang, the real uncrowned king is still Lu Chen. The Qin family also has to give in a little. His strength suppressed Xiao Qingchen, the #1 evildoer in the sword sect. His background made even the sword sect somewhat wary. From today on, Lu Chen will become the true king of Linjiang. He is the one who keeps his word and shocks the crowd. Brother Qin, congratulations on becoming a disciple of the sword sect. I believe that you will be able to break through the Grandmaster realm with one sword in the future. Lu Chen picked up a glass of red wine and congratulated Qin Guanlan with a smile. When Lei Yun first mentioned the name young Master Qin, he thought he was just an ordinary playboy and didn't take it seriously. After witnessing Qin Guanlan's demeanor today, I know that he is not an ordinary person and will definitely achieve something in the future. Thank you Master Lu for your kind words. Qin Guanlan quickly stood up and raised his glass to say in return, Master Lu's teachings are still ringing in my ears. I will definitely move forward bravely in this life and break through the Grandmaster realm with one sword. Qin Sangxiong also raised his wine glass and toasted to Lu Chen, Master Lu, I apologize for any offense I have caused you in the past. I hope you will forgive me. They are just some small matters. Mr. Qin, there is no need to mention them again. Let the past be the past. Lu Chen answered magnanimously. The host and guests had a great time at the banquet. This banquet brought together almost all the ancient martial arts families in southern Fujian. It can be said to be the highest level gathering in the secular world of southern Fujian. After the banquet, Master Gu took Xiao Qingchen away first, and Lu Chen left soon after. The leaders of the remaining major families were not in a hurry to leave. The clinking of glasses is a great opportunity for all the major forces to make friends and negotiate with each other. Qin Lianshan, Xu Tianxiang, and Wang Hu became the most dazzling presence at the banquet. The leaders of the major families toasted Qin Lianshan in congratulations. With the support of the sword sect, who among the ordinary ancient martial arts families would dare to offend the Qin family in the future? Qin Lianshan happily responded to everyone's requests. Qin Guanlan has always been his proudest son. All the families knew that the Chu family had a close relationship with Lu Chen, the newly crowned king of Linjiang, and they all came to make friends with him. Not to mention Wang Hu, he is Lu Chen's confidant. Even if he is just an ordinary person, the leaders of the major ancient martial arts families do not dare to be careless and all come to show their goodwill. The leaders of the various ancient martial arts families, whom he had previously eluded, all toasted him, calling him Lord Tiger. Wang Hu felt a bit like a villain who had achieved success in his heart. He thought of a saying, when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Lu Chen asked Wang Hu to stay for the social event while he drove the Maserati back first. He didn't like that kind of occasion. Xiao Qingchen made an appointment with him to discuss and learn from him after her injuries healed. From her tone, it seemed that she wanted to try out all her killer moves. To prove the way of the sword, I have no regrets even if I die. Chen was really shocked by her and also felt a headache. He could only wait until he was upgraded and then buy new martial arts to compete with her. The Maserati was speeding along the road along the river, and the Chen family's apprenticeship banquet officially came to an end. Chen became famous after 3 battles. His name will soon spread throughout the martial arts world and he will become one of the true geniuses in the martial arts world. Single chapter, sorry, no update today. I don't really want to tell you all, but I've always been writing novels on my tablet while lying in bed. On the 29th day of the lunar year, which was the eve of the spring festival, I accidentally fell from the 3rd floor. Both my legs and ankles were shattered and 5 lumbar vertebrae were broken. The operation went smoothly and I didn't become paralyzed, but there were some sequelae. I stayed in the hospital for more than a month and was discharged on March 18th. Because the fall was so serious, steel plates and steel nails were inserted. It will take 3 months after the operation before you can learn to walk. When I get home, I can only lie in bed all the time, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating in bed. What should I do if I lie in bed every day thinking about my future? I have no education and no capital, so even if my ankles and lumbar spine recover, I won't be able to continue doing heavy work. The original job can no longer be done. The father is 60 years old, the daughter is only 2 years old, and the wife is pregnant with another baby who is now 6 months old. Full of despair about the future, life is dark. I was lying in bed reading novels to pass the time, and suddenly I thought, I have been reading novels for so many years, can I try writing one myself? It happens that I can't do anything else while lying in bed. If I can make money, I will have a source of income in the future. Even if I can't make money, I'll just use it to kill time. After my injury heals, I'll find a way to find a job. So, on March 26th, I started writing this book. Lying in bed, unable to use the computer, I started writing on the tablet my dad gave me as a gift for topping up his phone bill. The first time I wrote a novel, I wrote it very slowly. I could only write 2 chapters in a day. Apart from eating and sleeping, I write novels every day, but I just can't write fast enough. Because I have to raise my head a little bit to write on the tablet, my lumbar spine sometimes hurts, and my neck and hands also feel sore. When I first started writing a book, I didn't have a penny in the first few months. I once wanted to give up. Fortunately, I have you. It is your support that gives me the motivation to keep writing. Let me know that I still have a little talent for writing books, and maybe I can really find hope for the future. I have persisted and ensured that I update every day. My speed has also improved a bit, and I can write roughly 3 chapters a day. I am very happy that you urge me to update every day, but I am also very annoyed and blame myself for writing so slowly. But I really tried my best. I'm sorry everyone, there is no update today because my tablet is broken. It was given as a gift when I recharged my phone bill. The quality is too poor and the battery cannot be charged. I asked my dad to fix it this morning, but he couldn't fix it. In the afternoon, my mother went to borrow an IPA from a neighbor's child. But when she tried to write with the power on, it ran out of power and shut down. Then I used a bandage to fix my lumbar spine and sat in a wheelchair to write on the computer, but it hurt when I bent over for a while. I was afraid of hurting my bones, so I didn't dare to continue writing. My phone is an iPhone 6, the keys are too small, and it is difficult to type when making changes. I was very annoyed when writing, and I deleted it when I was not satisfied with it. That's why I haven't written a single chapter today. Sorry everyone. I promise that tomorrow, whether I write on my phone or borrow an iPad, I will write 2-3 chapters. Thank you for your company during these 37 days. Thank you for your support. I will keep writing. I hope you guys can keep watching with me. Chapter 85, The Feeling of Home. He was feared by the people of the river and admired by everyone. When he got angry, all the major families trembled. Once he said something, all the major families followed his lead. With such tremendous power, Chen had no intention of changing his current peaceful life. His ideal is simple, to allow himself and the people he loves and cares about to live a carefree life. He instructed Elder Chu and Elder Chen to tell the major families not to spread his identity as a martial arts master, and that when they met him, they could just call him Master Lu. The martial arts world is a system of its own, with its own rules of conduct. Ancient martial arts sects have been secluded from the world for hundreds of years and are unknown to the world. The martial arts world known to the world is the ancient martial arts family. But in front of the ancient martial arts sects, except for those few big families with long history, the other ancient martial arts families are not worth mentioning. Because many of the advanced resources and techniques used by ancient martial artists cannot be bought with money and are almost monopolized by ancient martial arts sects. No matter how powerful an ancient martial arts family is in the secular world, they cannot obtain advanced cultivation resources and techniques. Therefore, there are many masters at the peak of dark energy in ancient martial arts families, but very few martial arts masters. As for the martial arts master, he is someone who can establish his own school. The ancient martial arts family is like a link between the martial arts world and the secular world. In the martial arts world, Lu Chen is Master Lu. In the secular world, he is young Master Lu. It started from the conflict between Shark Liv and Kufei Yang, and then to Lei Yun, Qin Muyu, Hu Gufeng, the Qin family, Wang Xiangmen, and Jianzong. Fate is like a web, with countless threads intertwined. After entering the world of martial arts, many things were out of his control. But he had no regrets. In order to achieve this ideal, he can only continue to become stronger. He is not a peerless genius like Shao Qingchen, who constantly tests his sword skills in the world and becomes stronger with each battle. But he has an invincible and powerful system, so it is only a matter of time before he becomes stronger. He checked his properties. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, the richest man in the universe. Internship period. Level 280-200. Today's quota, 200,000. Gold, 60. Combat strength, 500. Level 1 of Huajin. Taoism, the Book of Creation. Martial arts, bloodthirsty strike. Items, none. Mission, none. Every time he levels up, the system store will unlock new items. Especially after reaching level 5, he can buy the fortune pill, which will greatly improve his strength. Thinking of Shao Qingchen, a sly smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. This enchanting monster has come after him, and wants to use him to hone his swordsmanship. He wanted to see whether her strength improved faster or he upgraded faster. Lu Chen felt that he was too mean, using the system cheats to bully her. When they got home, the three girls were sitting on the sofa, playing games on their phones. From their postures, they were playing Honor of Kings. I'm back. Giran stopped what he was doing and looked at the concerned question, is everything going well? It went very smoothly. Lu Chen walked towards them and said with a smile, just have fun first and don't let your teammates down. After hearing this, Giran lowered his head and fought the king again. While operating his phone, Lu Xiaoke asked mischievously, brother, did you beat them all down? That's a must. After returning home, Lu Chen lost his martial arts master's demeanor and narcissistically joked, they all fell before I even used any strength. It was easy to get a triple kill. If they had 5 people, a pentakill would be a piece of cake. Yeah, brother is awesome. Lu Xiaoke said happily when he heard his brother won, I also got several triple kills, which is awesome too. So awesome. Let me see. Lu Chen walked to Lu Xiaoke and looked at her phone screen. Lu Xiaoke showed Lu Chen the results, 10-1-4. He said with a grin, I'm super awesome now. My little Lu Ban is invincible. Don't show off. Su Shasha rolled her eyes at Lu Xiaoke, exposing her pretense and saying, you died once when fighting a little silver, and you still have the nerve to brag? Lu Chen was speechless. 2 great kings were fighting in the silver game, just like him, a martial arts master, fighting against someone with Ming gene cultivation. He could kill each kid with 1 punch. Sister Shasha, can't I just act cool for a while? Lu Xiaoke pouted and complained, I'm about to start giving myself away. Lu Chen rubbed Lu Xiaoke's hair and said, stop making trouble. After this game, clean up and I'll take you to young Master Qin's birthday party tonight. Attend young Master Qin's birthday party? Giran asked Lu Chen in confusion. Doesn't Lu Chen have a grudge against the Qin family? Why would he attend young Master Qin's birthday party? So the 3 women were very confused. Lu Chen explained, the Qin family and I have forgotten our grudges. Young Master Qin Guanlan is a very interesting person. He invited me to go, so I couldn't refuse. The birthday party was different from the apprenticeship banquet in the afternoon, which was not as formal and high profile. It was mainly a gathering of the younger generation of major ancient martial arts families and ordinary families. They are all young people and are relatively casual. So Qin Guanlan invited Lu Chen to bring Giran and the others to participate, and he did not refuse. Of course, at birthday parties like this, the attendees are either rich or noble, and everyone wants to use this opportunity to get together, get closer to each other, and increase their network. Great, I can eat and drink for free again. Lu Xiaoke shouted happily. As long as there is food, Lu Xiaoke will forget everything else. Lu Xiaoke really gave away a kill under the tower. Su Shasha shouted in dissatisfaction, stop giving away kills. Finish this game quickly. I still need to dress up and go out with Master Lu to show off tonight. Okay. Lu Xiaoke responded and started to play seriously. Lu Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I will introduce you to my female driver tonight. When you drive out in the future, everyone will give way to you. That's awesome, isn't it? Su Shasha's eyes were full of stars when she heard this, and she shouted excitedly, wow, if a female driver like me is so awesome, then shouldn't Ran, the boss lady, be able to go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Lu Chen looked at Giran gently and said domineeringly, of course. As long as I am here, I will never let anyone bully Ran. Giran looked at Lu Chen tenderly, happily enjoying his protection and love. Brother, there's me. Lu Xiaoke shouted, not to be outdone, I want to be a lawless little princess. Lu Chen pinched Lu Xiaoke's nose and scolded her with a smile, play your game well, little princess. As you command, my lord knight. Lu Xiaoke answered playfully and started to play the game seriously. The two kings quickly beat the opposing little silver into tears and ended the battle cleanly. Yeah, done. After pushing down the opponent's crystal, Lu Xiaoke made a victory gesture and shouted. Lu Chen patted Lu Xiaoke on the head and said, go, and clean it up. With Lu Xiaoke, the happy guy, around, there is always laughter. The three girls put away their phones and went back to their rooms to get dressed. Lu Chen leaned comfortably on the sofa with a faint smile on his face. It feels so good to be at home. This is the life he wants. Chapter 86 Birthday Party. The three girls dressed up carefully and went out at 6:30. Giran was wearing a purple evening gown, looking elegant, refined, noble and graceful. She usually prefers fresh and clean outfits. This time she is attending Qin Guanlan's birthday party. I heard that almost all the top second-generation rich people in southern Fujian will attend, and naturally there will be those beautiful, wealthy and rich daughters. Now that Lu Chen has such high power, Giran, as his official girlfriend, cannot embarrass him and should try her best to look mature and generous. It was the first time that Lu Chen saw Giran dressed so formally, which was very charming. He thought of the purple tang suit Xiao Qingchen wore at the afternoon banquet. Only beauties like them could pull off the color purple. Lu Xiaoke was wearing a pink dress, petite, lively and cute, like a real little princess. Su Shasha was wearing jeans, a light blue shirt, a black vest, and light brown sunglasses, looking very cool. Because it was a gathering of young people, she did not dress as formally as she did when she went to the Chu family, saying that she wanted to tease the young girls. Uncle Lu, do I look cool dressed like this? Do I look like a professional private driver? Su Shasha asked conceitedly while driving the Maserati. Sasha, you have such a soft name, but you are so cool. I don't even want to call you Sasha anymore. When Lu Chen first heard the name Su Shasha, he always thought of her as a very ladylike and delicate girl. However, the name did not match her character. To put it nicely, she was a tomboy, and to put it bluntly, she was a tomboy. Then Uncle Lu can shout whatever he wants. Su Shasha said indifferently. Lao Su. Lu Chen held back his laughter and called out seriously. Hee, Lao Su, this is a good name. Lu Xiaoke smiled coquettishly in the passenger seat and shouted to Su Shasha. Giran also covered his mouth and chuckled. Su Shasha was speechless and refused, no, it's too ugly. Change the name. I think this name is very nice. Lu Chen said with a smile. I think it sounds nice too. Lu Xiaoke agreed mischievously. Stop teasing Shasha. Giran came to Su Shasha's rescue. After Giran spoke, Lu Chen stopped calling her Lao Su. Su Shasha also concentrated on driving, and the Maserati sped towards the Tianyue Hotel. Qin Guanlan's birthday party was not held at Qinjia Villa, but at the 5-star Tianyue Hotel. Lu Chen arrived at Tianyue Hotel and took the three girls straight to the Longting Hall on the 6th floor. As soon as he walked into the hall with Giran, someone noticed him. The younger generations of those ancient martial arts families had all witnessed Lu Chen's invincible style at the Qin family's martial arts arena. When they saw Lu Chen coming in, they immediately asked their companions to calm down. The originally noisy Longting Hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were cast over. Although the younger generations of ordinary families had not seen Lu Chen's invincible demeanor with their own eyes, they had heard about Lu Chen from their elders or friends from the ancient martial arts families. He is the new generation king of Linjiang, and even plays an important role in the entire southern Fujian region. He is a big man they cannot afford to offend. Many of the girls present had received explicit or covert instructions from their families to get close to Lu Chen. It would be even better if they could gain his favor or even become his person. This is an opportunity for the entire family to soar to fame. When they saw that Lu Chen was young and handsome, and knew of his extraordinary charm, they were all moved by his love. If I could marry a man like this, I would be content for the rest of my life. As for Giran, who was held by Lu Chen, they all looked at her with envy and jealousy. However, these high-ranking young ladies are usually sought after by thousands of people. They are very confident in their charm and have some little ideas in their minds. Not to mention that Giran and Lu Chen haven't gotten married yet. Even if they were married, as long as Lu Chen is willing, they would all throw themselves at him. Lu Chen has become accustomed to the feeling of being the center of attention. Even though he feels so many eyes on him, he still walks in calmly. Giran, Lu Xiaoke, and Su Shasha were being stared at by so many people, feeling a little nervous and following Lu Chen stiffly. They also truly realized Lu Chen's current status and power. Lu Chen just walked by so quietly, but he attracted everyone's attention, attracting everyone's gaze. No one even dared to make a noise in front of him. This kind of power shocked the whole audience. Giran felt the unfriendly gazes of the girls, and her woman's intuition made her sense the danger and hostility. Not willing to be outdone, she held Lu Chen's arm tightly. The heart of eternity in her hand radiated a soft light, giving her endless confidence. Lu Xiaoke also quickly adjusted herself, raised her head, and walked in like a proud little princess. With her brother around, she is a real little princess. Su Shasha wore sunglasses and gradually relaxed. She followed Lu Chen coolly, thinking excitedly, damn, this is so cool. If I go out and say Uncle Lu's name, I can act arrogantly. Mr. Lu, welcome. Guanlan is honored that you can come in person. The birthday boy, Qin Guanlan, came forward first and said with a bright smile on his face. Indeed, Lu Chen's presence at his birthday party gave him enough face, and immediately raised the level of the birthday party by several levels. This must be Miss Giran. Qin Guanlan already knew the three women around Lu Chen. He greeted Giran, then Lu Xiaoke and Su Shasha. These two must be Miss Lu and Miss Su. Mr. Lu. Ling Tianqi also came over with Wang Dongyi and Su Xiu to say hello. At the afternoon banquet, he was not qualified to say hello to Lu Chen, but at this birthday party, he wanted to tell everyone that he and Lu Chen were good friends. He felt extremely proud to have such a friend. When their family elders knew that Ling Tianqi and Lu Chen became friends, they were very happy and gave him more family power. After they greeted each other, Lu Chen asked Qin Guanlan to greet other guests, and he brought the three women to Ling Tianqi's small circle. There are more than 10 people in Ling Tianqi's small circle, including Ling Xueling and Xie Donglai. When Xie Donglai saw Lu Chen coming, he felt guilty and scared, and stood there awkwardly. After all, he had offended Lu Chen, and he also said that he wanted to see whether he had the final say in Lin Jiang at the apprenticeship banquet. At that time, he even had the idea of revenge in his mind. But after seeing Lu Chen being invincible in 3 battles on the Qin family's martial arts stage, he was already scared out of his wits, so how could he dare to even think about revenge? It was Ling Xueling who asked him to apologize in person, hoping that Ling Tianqi would intercede and let Lu Chen let go of the grudge. Otherwise Xie Donglai will feel uneasy in the future. Xie Donglai poured a glass of wine and stopped talking as he did in Lu Shun jewelry. He apologized tremblingly, Mr. Lu, I was wrong about what happened a few days ago. Before Xie Donglai finished speaking, Lu Chen interrupted him and said, let's not talk about that matter anymore. Xiao Ku has given Ling Xiao face and will not pursue it. Let's just let this matter go. Chapter 87, Unaccustomed. After receiving Lu Chen's forgiveness, Xie Donglai felt relieved. He said gratefully, Mr. Lu is magnanimous. Xie Donglai will remember it in his heart. I have offended you in the past. I will punish myself by drinking 3 cups first. After saying that, Xie Donglai raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp, and then drank 2 more glasses in a row. After Xie Donglai finished drinking, Lu Chen also raised his glass and said to Ling Tianqi's group of friends with a smile, nice to meet you all. Then he smiled and blamed Ling Tianqi, Mr. Ling, why don't you help introduce these friends? Ling Tianqi felt honored that Lu Chen gave him such face. He excitedly introduced his friends in his small circle to Lu Chen one by one. His circle is basically made up of the younger generation from various families in Huaibei and Dongchuan. After witnessing Lu Chen's invincible strength, everyone was in awe of him and greeted him cautiously. Lu Chen did not act superior, but chatted and laughed with them in a very casual manner. But everyone was still nervous and uneasy, and smiled and flattered him cautiously. This made Lu Chen feel uncomfortable all over. It's lonely up there. Lu Chen thought with emotion in his heart. He walked so fast that he left everyone far behind. These people felt inferior in front of him. Even Ling Tianqi didn't act as relaxed in front of him as he did in the KTV that night. He seemed a little unfamiliar. Perhaps only by making friends with a peerless evildoer like Xiao Qingchen can one get along with him on an equal footing. Lu Xiaoke took Su Shasha around to taste the buffet food. Others knew that they were Lu Chen's sister and friends, and they showed great kindness and compliments to them. Lu Xiaoke truly experienced the treatment of a little princess. Su Shasha was once again shocked by Lu Chen's power. Lu Xiaoke's beauty and status quickly attracted the attention of many single young men. They thought they were handsome and elegant and deliberately tried to chat with Lu Xiaoke, acting very gracefully in order to win her favor. But obviously, their temptation was not as great as those delicacies. Lu Xiaoke responded with a few words casually and then devoted all his attention to the food. Seeing that Lu Xiaoke had no intention of paying attention to them, those young masters did not dare to pester her and make her unhappy. They could only give up reluctantly and prepare to look for another opportunity. Halfway through the birthday party, the younger generation of other ancient martial arts families began to come over in groups of 3 or 5 to toast Lu Chen and Giran, expressing their respect with flattery. Lu Chen responded calmly one by one. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Chen said goodbye to everyone and left the birthday party with the 3 women. Because he found it a bit boring. After sending the 3 girls back home, Lu Chen felt inexplicably irritated, so he drove his Maserati out alone to relax. The master is lonely, and he suddenly felt a little lonely. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and called Xiao Qingchen, wanting to ask her out for a chat. He didn't have any romantic thoughts about Xiao Qingchen, but as a fellow martial arts master, he felt that only she could understand the loneliness he felt at the moment. Xiao Qingchen also has a mobile phone, but for her it is only a tool to communicate with her master, and she doesn't usually play with her phone. She did not attend Qin Guanlan's birthday party in the evening because she didn't like such lively occasions. When Lu Chen called her, Xiao Qingchen was taking a bath. She was taking a medicinal bath. For a peerless genius from an ancient martial arts sect like her, she had been taking medicinal baths since childhood to improve her physical fitness. The medicinal materials in this bucket of medicinal bath are worth at least tens of thousands of yuan, and one has to soak in it for an hour every day. This is still the most basic item. One can imagine how much resources the sword sect has spent to cultivate such a peerless genius like her. When Xiao Qingchen heard the phone ringing, her brows slightly frowned. Only a few elders in the sect knew her phone number, and usually they would only call Elder Gu first if there was anything. She tiptoed out of the water, grabbed the bath towel hanging beside her and wrapped it around herself. She picked up the phone on the table and it showed that it was a call from Lu Chen. Only then did he remember that he and Lu Chen had exchanged phone numbers today, so that he could continue to spar with him after he recovered from his injury. The gunshot wound on her shoulder blade had actually healed, and pink flesh had begun to grow, like a delicate flower bud. This was the powerful physique she had cultivated from years of medicinal baths, coupled with the sword sect's unique golden wound medicine, which allowed the wound to heal in just half a day. In just a few days, even the scars would disappear without leaving any trace. "It's so late, why did Brother Lu call me?" Xiao Qingchen answered the phone doubtfully. "Lu Chen, Miss Xiao, sorry to bother you. I wonder if you have time to come out and chat." Xiao Qingchen, "Brother Lu, what do you want to see Qingchen about?" Lu Chen has some doubts in his mind and wants to ask Miss Xiao for answers. Xiao Qingchen, "Okay, I wonder where I can meet Brother Lu?" Lu Chen, "Does Miss Xiao live in Qin family villa?" Xiao Qingchen, "Yeah." Lu Chen, "Then I will go directly to pick up Miss Xiao." Xiao Qingchen is waiting for Brother Lu at the gate of the villa. After Lu Chen hung up the phone, he drove his Maserati at lightning speed towards the Qin family villa. When they arrived at the Qin family, Xiao Qingchen was already waiting at the door. Lu Chen apologized and said, "Sorry to have kept Miss Xiao waiting for a long time. Please get in the car." Xiao Qingchen sat in the passenger seat of the Maserati and asked, "I wonder what doubts Brother Lu has." Lu Chen started the Maserati and said with a smile, "Miss Xiao, since we have both been born and are in the secular world, we should not be as literary as in the martial arts world. Chat more casually. I will call you Miss Xiao, and you can call me Lu Chen or Master Lu." Xiao Qingchen had no objection and nodded. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "In fact, the doubts I wanted you to answer, I have already figured them out on the way here." "Congratulations, Mr. Lu." Xiao Qingchen originally wanted to call him Brother Lu, but immediately changed it to Mr. Lu. In her opinion, the doubts that Lu Chen mentioned must be about the difficulties in martial arts. It was a pleasure to discuss martial arts with a peerless genius like Lu Chen. However, since Lu Chen has had an epiphany, it is also worth congratulating. There's nothing to congratulate, it's just a small matter, I just can't wrap my head around it and can't figure it out. Lu Chen said with a self-deprecating smile, compared to Master Lu, I prefer the name of Master Lu. I was originally a person in the secular world. Before I entered the Huajin stage, my master didn't let me show any ancient martial arts, and my life was no different from that of ordinary people. Now that I have entered the Huajin stage, my peers respect and fear me. Suddenly, I feel uncomfortable all over, and there is a kind of loneliness that makes the top cold and lonely. Guess how I suddenly figured it out? Lu Chen asked Xiao Qingchen mysteriously. Xiao Qingchen shook his head and said, Qingchen doesn't know. We agreed to chat in a casual way. You can't use your own name when answering. Lu Chen laughed scoundrelly, come on, answer again. Xiao Qingchen looked at Lu Chen's smiling face and answered again, I can't guess. Her voice sounded a little unnatural when she answered, and it was obvious that she was not used to this way of speaking. Chapter 88 You are deliberately giving in to me. Because I thought of your charming smile, I suddenly figured it out. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Xiao Qingchen and laughed at himself. Xiao Qingchen looked at Lu Chen in confusion, not understanding how his smile could give him an epiphany. Tell me the truth, why did you laugh at that time? Lu Chen asked seriously. Xiao Qingchen was stunned for a moment, then replied, I am happy to be able to fight with a peerless demon like young Master Lu, so I naturally laughed happily. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled, Miss Xiao is really good at lying without blushing or getting nervous. Xiao Qingchen was scolded by Lu Chen, but he still looked at him calmly, neither angry nor refutating. I originally thought I was halfway better than you. Even if it was a life and death battle, I would at least win miserably. But just now I remembered your charming smile and your sword moves. I realized that before my spear pierced your shoulder blade, you forcibly retracted your sword moves. I suddenly realized that you were deliberately letting me win. That smile of yours was clearly a smile of pride that you couldn't help. Lu Chen said slowly, and asked in a heavy tone, am I right, Miss Xiao Qingchen? After being pointed out by Lu Chen, Xiao Qingchen did not deny it, and said calmly, I have long lost my mind about winning or losing. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Lu Chen asked curiously, I really want to know what would happen if my bloodthirsty blow pierced your vital points. One sword slashes the moon diagonally and leaves a mark. Two swords sweep across the sky and earth and destroy them. Xiao Qingchen did not give a direct answer, but instead mentioned the sword move that she had retracted. Two swords sweep across the world and destroy it. What a domineering sword move. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, he had fought with Xiao Qingchen, and she had deceived everyone. That battle pushed his prestige to the peak, but who knew that it was Xiao Qingchen who let him win on purpose? That's why he said that when he thought of Xiao Qingchen's enchanting smile, he figured it out. It's lonely at the top. What a lonely master. Let us talk about it after he truly defeats Xiao Qingchen. But he doesn't underestimate himself. The reason he lost to Xiao Qingchen now was only because he had just entered the world of martial arts and lacked experience in fighting with others. Moreover, he only had cultivation. Although the blue blood strike was domineering, it was only a level 2 martial art with limited power. It was not shameful to lose to a sword fanatic like her. He believed that as long as he upgraded, he would be able to crush Xiao Qingchen soon. But he couldn't understand why Xiao Qingchen would rather get hurt himself and deliberately give in to him? Why are you willing to give in to me even if you're hurt? Lu Chen was puzzled and asked with a sigh, how can I bear to do this and feel at ease? Xiao Qingchen lowered his head and did not answer, just remained silent. Seeing that she didn't answer, Lu Chen said with a playful smile, if you don't tell me, I will think that you fell in love with me at first sight, so you deliberately let me go. Lu Chen's words were just a joke. He was not so narcissistic as to think that Xiao Qingchen really fell in love with him at first sight. He would rather get hurt than withdraw his sword move. There must be some reason that he doesn't know about. He said this just to force Xiao Qingchen to tell the truth. Xiao Qingchen's frosty face suddenly broke into a smile, and he said seriously, when I smiled, it wasn't a proud smile, but a truly happy smile. She smiled again, but her face quickly returned to its cold expression. I teased her for a long time in the afternoon and she didn't laugh, but now she is laughing again. But she still didn't tell the reason. Lu Chen asked helplessly, you can't let me win without knowing why, right? Actually, the reason is very simple. You will know it one day. Xiao Qingchen said slowly. Then she looked at the scenery outside the car window, wondering what she was thinking. Seeing that she was unwilling to say it, Lu Chen frowned and had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't guess why Xiao Qingchen would rather get hurt than give in to him. Thinking about how I stabbed her, I felt uncomfortable and guilty. He said, Miss Xiao, to express my gratitude and apology, I will treat you to a midnight snack. Xiao Qingchen nodded and said, okay. What do you want to eat? It will be all right. Then I'll treat you to a barbecue at a roadside stall. Good. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Maserati roared like a beast and flew out like a cannonball. This is the suburbs, he can drive recklessly. Only a martial arts master like Xiao Qingchen could tolerate his speeding. If it were Giran, Lu Shouka or Su Shasha, they would have screamed in fright. Lu Chen quickly arrived in the city, parked the car, and took Xiao Qingchen to a roadside barbecue stall. Xiao Lu, how could you have cheated such a beautiful wife? The uncle at the barbecue stall saw Lu Chen bringing Xiao Qingchen to the barbecue stall and asked with a smile. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Qingchen awkwardly. Seeing that her face was still calm and indifferent, he smiled awkwardly and said to the uncle at the barbecue stall, Uncle Chang, don't shout nonsense. Miss Xiao and I are just ordinary friends. Uncle Chang still smiled and said, they are almost the same, almost the same. Lu Chen didn't continue to explain to him. Vendors like them who set up stalls all year round are good at talking and like to joke. Get whatever you want to eat. Lu Chen picked up a basket, put a few skewers of squid and vegetables in it, and said to Xiao Qingchen. It was Xiao Qingchen's first time to eat barbecue from a roadside stall. He found it a bit novel and looked around the stall. Seeing that she was still not picking up the barbecue skewers, Lu Chen simply took 2 skewers of each and said, try them all. If you think one tastes good, ask Uncle Chang to grill more. After Lu Chen took it, he handed a basket of barbecue skewers to Uncle Chang and asked Xiao Qingchen, can you eat spicy food? Yes. Xiao Qingchen nodded. Uncle Chang, it needs to be spicy. Lu Chen gave some instructions to Uncle Chang, then took Xiao Qingchen to sit at the side and wait for the barbecue to be ready. Is this your first time eating barbecue at a roadside stall? Lu Chen asked. Yeah. Xiao Qingchen responded softly. Lu Chen said with emotion, you must not have thought that I also set up a barbecue stall here before. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingchen looked at Lu Chen curiously. He didn't expect that a martial arts master like him once set up a barbecue stall here. However, when he thought about what Lu Chen said about him not revealing his identity as an ancient martial artist before he achieved the state of transformation, he understood. This is worldly practice. Lu Chen chuckled and said, I'm not bragging, but the barbecue I make is the best on this street. Little girl, I can testify that Xiao Lu was not bragging. When he set up a stall here, our business was much worse. Uncle Chang had sharp ears and was flipping the barbecue deftly with his hands. He said with a smile without turning his head. Lu Chen. Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen were still waiting for the barbecue when a sharp voice was heard. A girl with dyed red hair and big circle earrings on her ears walked towards them with 3 girls and 6 boys with a rude look on their faces. Chapter 89, Lu Chen's Pursuer. As soon as Lu Chen heard the voice, he knew who was coming. Yang Meiling, 21 years old, nicknamed Fourth Sister, is a well-known leader in this area. His eldest brother is the largest construction contractor in the area, with hundreds of workers under him. He is also responsible for helping to deal with some matters that developers are not convenient to deal with. He is quite notorious locally, so few people in this area dare to provoke Yang Meiling. It can be said that for a period of time, Yang Meiling was Lu Chen's nightmare, and it was because of her that Lu Chen did not continue to set up a barbecue stall on the street. Yang Meiling walked straight to Lu Chen, moved a stool over and sat next to him, glanced at Xiao Qingchen, and was also amazed by her peerless beauty. Then, jealousy rose in her heart. She looked at Xiao Qingchen provocatively and said to Lu Chen frivolously, I always thought you were Lu Xiaohui. It turns out that you like such a cold woman. Then he looked at Xiao Qingchen and said sarcastically, Lu Xiaohui and Ice Cube, you two are really a perfect match. Xiao Qingchen didn't take Yang Meiling's sarcasm seriously. She turned her head to look at Lu Chen. This red-haired woman was obviously acquainted with Lu Chen. Liu Xiaohui? Xiao Qingchen looked at Lu Chen curiously, she knew the meaning of the word. When Lu Chen saw Xiao Qingchen's curious and suspicious look, he suddenly became angry. Shut up. He looked at Yang Meiling coldly and shouted angrily. Yang Meiling was not afraid of Lu Chen at all. She smiled shamelessly and said, I just like the way you look when you're angry. The angrier you are, the more manly you look. Lu Chen knew Yang Miling's character and had been troubled by her in the past. That's right, he was scared by this little gangster girl before, so he didn't continue to set up a stall here. One time, Yang Miling came to Lu Chen's barbecue stall to eat barbecue. She fell in love with him and wanted to play with him that night. Of course, Lu Chen would not play around with such a woman and rejected her without hesitation. Then Yang Miling came to harass Lu Chen every few days. Lu Chen couldn't afford to offend her, so he could only pack up and leave. He is no longer the same person he used to be. I couldn't do anything to Yang Miling before, but if she continues to pester me now, I won't be polite to her. Yang Miling looked at Lu Chen seductively and smiled. Are you angry already? Do you feel embarrassed to be called Lu Xiaohui in front of your lover? If Yang Miling wasn't a woman, Lu Chen would have slapped her. He suppressed his anger and warned, Yang Miling, if you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Ha ha. Yang Miling suddenly sneered and said sternly, who do you think you are? I like you and want to play with you. I'm giving you face. I have been tolerating you because I think this is fun. Do you really think I like you? Now I am tired of you, so I will teach you a lesson and let you know that if I want to make you round, you will be round, and if I want to make you flat, you will be flat. She leaned towards Lu Chen and said, come on, how rude of you do you want to be? You dare to hit me? If you have the guts, try hitting me. Yang Miling's eyes were full of anger and jealousy. She had been pestering Lu Chen for more than a month, but he refused to play with her even though she was willing to pay for her. This scared him so much that he just packed up and left. She had always thought that Lu Chen was either not good at that or was gay, but now she saw him having supper with a woman who was 10 times prettier than her. Her heart was instantly damaged, and she thought that Lu Chen didn't want to play with her because he didn't think she was pretty enough. She became even more jealous of Xiao Qingchen. She decided to teach Lu Chen and the woman who was prettier than herself a lesson. When the 3 women and 6 men who came with Yang Miling heard that Lu Chen was going to be taught a lesson, they surrounded Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen viciously and prepared to take action. When the diners eating at the roadside stalls nearby saw what was happening, they all hid aside and watched from a distance. Pa! A crisp slap. Xiao Qingchen suddenly slapped Yang Miling on the face as she approached him. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the icy beauty would take action first. Even Lu Chen found it unbelievable that Xiao Qingchen would actually attack Yang Miling and slap her in the face. A peerless evildoer like her should not bother to attack ordinary people. Yang Miling was also stunned by Xiao Qingchen's slap. She covered her burning face and was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She screamed, how dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Kill this bitch for me. Yang Miling shouted and grabbed Xiao Qingchen with her claws and fangs. Xiao Qingchen had no intention of continuing to take action. He just sat there quietly, as steady as a rock. Lu Chen stretched out his hand to stop Yang Miling and pushed her away. Then, in a flash, he knocked the 6 men to the ground, causing them to scream in pain. As for the other 3 women, they retracted their half-extended hands in fear, took several steps back, and looked at Lu Chen in fear. Half of Yang Miling's face was swollen. Looking at the 6 companions lying on the ground, she didn't expect Lu Chen to be such a good fighter. She looked at him with fear and didn't dare to attack him again. The 6 men struggled to get up. Yang Miling, with a gloomy face, took them away in embarrassment. Before leaving, she gave Xiao Qingchen a resentful look. They didn't go far, but just secretly watched Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen from the corner. Fourth sister, this Lu Chen is too good at fighting. I feel like my hands are going to break. One of the men with green hair said with a breath of cold air. What a bunch of trash. 6 of them can't beat 1 person. Yang Miling roared angrily. The 6 men were scolded by Yang Miling, but they did not dare to refute. They just groaned while enduring the pain on their bodies. The more Yang Miling looked at them, the more she disliked them. What a bunch of useless people. She looked at Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen, and saw that they were still waiting for the barbecue at the barbecue stall. She sneered in her heart, if you don't run away after I hit you, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Miling had never been slapped in the face since she was a child. Her jealousy towards Xiao Qingchen turned into resentment. She took out her phone and called her eldest brother, crying about being slapped in the face, and asked him to bring people to avenge her. Xiao Lu, run quickly. After Yang Miling and the others left, Uncle Chang tremblingly advised, her brother is very powerful in this area. If you beat her up, her brother will definitely bring people to seek revenge. You'd better run away quickly. Uncle Chang, don't worry, we know what's going on. Lu Chen naturally didn't take Yang Miling's brother seriously, and said with a smile, the barbecue is almost ready, it would be a waste if we don't eat it. Listen to Uncle Chang's advice and leave quickly. It will be too late if you leave later. Uncle Chang continued to persuade him earnestly, if you want to eat barbecue, come back next time. Uncle Chang will treat you for free. Uncle Chang, just relax and have a barbecue. We will be fine. In order to reassure Uncle Chang, Lu Chen pointed at Xiao Qingchen and said, she has a powerful background. No one in Lingjiang dares to mess with her. Don't worry. Uncle Chang looked at Xiao Qingchen, this peerless beauty who dared to hit Yang Miling, and he believed in his heart that she must be of great importance. Such a beautiful and elegant girl must not come from an ordinary family. He couldn't persuade Lu Chen, so he had to continue helping them barbecue. Chapter 90, Slapped and Flying Away. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Qingchen curiously. He couldn't imagine that this iceberg beauty, who was always cold and calm, would actually slap another girl. Moreover, she didn't even blink when she was slapping him. Her face was as cold as ice and there was no emotion at all. After she was done slapping him, she sat there calmly, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with her. Xiao Qingchen also looked at Lu Chen, and the two of them just stared at each other. Lu Chen was defeated first, and turned his gaze to look at Xiao Qingchen who had just slapped Yang Miling's right hand, and teased, do you think you would hit ordinary people? I know you are embarrassed to take action, so I fought for you. Xiao Qingchen said lightly. Lu Chen touched his nose. He didn't expect that Xiao Qingchen slapped Yang Miling in the face out of consideration for him. To be honest, he also wanted to slap Yang Miling, but he kept holding back. If it weren't for that slap from Xiao Qingchen, he probably wouldn't have really slapped her in the end. Good fight, it's a relief. Lu Chen poured a glass of beer into a disposable cup and said, here's to you. Lu Chen drank it in one gulp, then filled up his glass again and asked, would you like some too? Xiao Qingchen nodded slightly. Lu Chen brought her a new disposable cup, filled it up and placed it in front of her, saying, actually, I've wanted to beat her up for a long time, but my chauvinism got the better of me. I thought a good man shouldn't fight a woman, so I held back. Xiao Qingchen took a sip of beer, and perhaps felt that it didn't taste good. He frowned slightly, put down the cup, and asked, they are still secretly watching us over there. If she calls someone over, will we do it here? Yang Miling and the others hid in the corner and peeped, but they could not hide it from Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen. I just told Uncle Chang that you are very important and no one in Lingjiang dares to offend you. Lu Chen smiled and threw the blame to Xiao Qingchen, saying, so this matter is left to you to solve. Okay. Xiao Qingchen did not reject Lu Chen's shameless request and agreed directly. Uncle Chang brought the grilled skewers up first. Lu Chen picked up a skewer and handed it to Xiao Qingchen, saying with a smile, that's great. I'll give you a skewer of snail meat as a reward. Thank you. Xiao Qingchen took the skewers and said seriously. Lu Chen picked up a bunch of roasted cabbage and said, I find your cold and serious look quite cute. Really? Xiao Qingchen asked back without comment. Cute? It seemed like no one had ever praised her like this since she grew up. Lu Chen nodded and said, of course, you'd be cuter if you smiled more. Xiao Qingchen neither answered nor laughed, but just took small bites of the snail meat that Lu Chen handed to her. The two of them had eaten half of the barbecue when Lu Chen suddenly said, your trouble is coming. Xiao Qingchen looked towards the corner where Yang Miling was, where there were 20 or 30 people gathered. I'll take care of it. Xiao Qingchen said lightly, standing up and walking slowly towards them. Lu Chen picked up the beer and took a sip with interest, wanting to see how Xiao Qingchen would solve it. Xiao Qingchen walked towards them indifferently, and the other party also noticed her. Yang Miling pointed at her and screamed, brother, she was the one who beat me. Yang Miling's elder brother is named Yang Feng. When he saw Xiao Qingchen's peerless beauty, his eyes lit up and were full of possessiveness. He must get a girl like this. Xiao Qingchen walked up to him and stopped. Yang Feng was stunned for a moment, looked around in surprise, and found nothing unusual. He wondered why Xiao Qingchen came here alone. You were the one who beat Miling? Yang Feng asked with a serious face. Xiao Qingchen nodded. Where is your man? Why is he such a coward and dare not come over? Yang Feng looked at Lu Chen's position and said sarcastically. I heard from his sister that Lu Chen is a good fighter and he knocked down 6 people in an instant just now. But he didn't think it was a big deal. He knew very well what kind of people those people around Yang Miling were. They were a group of hooligans hollowed out by alcohol and sex. They were no match for the more than 20 fighting experts he brought with him. Xiao Qingqian's eyes turned cold, and he dodged over and slapped Yang Feng hard. Pa! Bang! Xiao Qingqian slapped Yang Feng so hard that he flew against the wall. Yang Feng hit the wall and bounced down. He didn't know how many ribs were broken and he fainted. Cruel, so cruel. Lu Chen didn't expect Xiao Qingqian to be so cruel to ordinary people. After he became an ancient warrior, he was usually careful when teaching ordinary people a lesson and would not be ruthless. The solution she was talking about was a direct violent solution, without any fancy moves. Lu Chen felt pain on his face as he watched Yang Feng being beaten away. This slap was too hard. Quiet, deathly quiet. A slap could send a grown man flying 5 or 6 meters away. Is she still a delicate beauty? The group of people brought by Yang Feng looked at Xiao Qingqian as if he were a monster. Now that the boss has fainted and there is no one giving orders, they dare not attack Xiao Qingqian. Yang Miling and the others were also frightened. If the slap she received just now was that hard, she would definitely not be able to stand here properly. Go ahead, beat her to death, beat her to death. Yang Miling took several steps back in horror, pointing at Xiao Qingqian and yelling hysterically. The group of people brought by Yang Feng looked at each other, and no one dared to go up. The people around Yang Miling didn't even dare to go up. She yelled, "What are you afraid of? She's just a woman. Come on, come on. Hurry up. Whoever beats her will get $1 million from me." When the big men heard that there was money, their eyes lit up and they stared at Xiao Qingqian. People die for money and birds die for food. With Yang Miling's generous reward, several people indeed attacked Xiao Qingqian. Bang! 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 Xiao Qingqian kicked out several times as fast as lightning, kicking away the 7 or 8 people who attacked her first, and they fell to the ground. The rest of the people stopped their attack and retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Yang Miling was so frightened when she saw 7 or 8 strong men being kicked away in an instant that she collapsed on the ground, looking at Xiao Qingqian in horror. Xiao Qingqian looked at them coldly, his eyes falling on Yang Miling. "You, don't come over here." Yang Miling was frightened by the look on her face and she crawled backwards and shouted. Xiao Qingqian just glanced at her twice, ignored her, and turned back to the barbecue stall. No one dared to stop it. It's solved. Xiao Qingqian sat back in his seat and said lightly. In fact, you don't have to do it yourself. You can just call the Chen family and ask them to resolve it. I guess they are still here confessing and apologizing to us right now. Lu Chen said leisurely. I don't like to trouble others with things I can solve myself. Xiao Qingqian said coldly and had already started eating barbecue. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He felt that she was saying that he was capable of solving the problem himself, but she asked her to solve it herself. But Lu Chen was thick-skinned and just laughed it off. After they finished eating the barbecue, Lu Chen sent Xiao Qingqian back to Chen's villa. Before Xiao Qingqian got off the car, Lu Chen asked again, "You really don't want to tell me the reason?" She smiled again and said, "You guess it yourself." This was the 3rd time she smiled at Lu Chen. Chapter 91, Heading to the Magic City. After sending Xiao Qingqian back to Chen's villa, Lu Chen drove the Maserati back to Jingsheng Garden alone. If she didn't tell him, Lu Chen couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard he tried. Before he and she fought, neither of them knew each other. She said that she fell in love with him at first sight, so she would rather get hurt than give in to him. Even if Lu Chen was beaten to death, he would never believe that she had that kind of charm. Moreover, Xiao Qingqian's sword heart was firm, and she only wanted to pursue the sword path. How could she be easily shaken by a private affair? Moreover, Lu Chen did not sense any love between a man and a woman from her eyes. So this possibility is almost non-existent. Brother Chang, why do you think Xiao Qingqian would rather get hurt than give in to me? Lu Chen turned to the omniscient Wu Dichang for help. You ask me, who should I ask? Wu Dichang answered unhappily. You are the omnipotent and omniscient Brother Chang. If I don't ask you, who else should I ask? Lu Chen said flatteringly. He knew Wu Dichang's temper and that he liked to hear flattery. Although I don't know what she is thinking, there are only 3 possibilities for her to do this. Wu Dichang was very pleased with Lu Chen's words and began to analyze for him. Which 3? Lu Chen asked. Wu Dichang said, it's very simple, either he is interested in you, or he has ulterior motives towards you. You have ulterior motives towards me? Lu Chen shook his head, not quite believing that Xiao Qingchen was the kind of woman who was deep in her heart and plotting, and asked, "What about the third type?" "The third possibility is that there is something wrong with her brain or she is ill," Wu Chang said leisurely. Ah. Lu Chen took Wu Chang's third possibility as a joke. "I really don't understand." Lu Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He still believed that Xiao Qingchen was a friend rather than an enemy to him. Just as she said, he would know one day, so there was no need to worry about it now. When he got home, it was already past 11 o'clock, and the three girls were still playing Honor of Kings in a row waiting for him to come back. Giran always waits until he comes back before he can go to sleep peacefully. "I'm back." Giran put down the game, stood up, looked at Lu Chen, and asked softly. She didn't know why Lu Chen was in a bad mood suddenly, and she didn't call him to bother him. She just waited quietly for him to come back. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Lu Chen walked up to Giran, held her face and kissed her forehead. "Something suddenly happened just now that made me upset. Maybe this is the inner demon in martial arts practice, but it's okay now," Lu Chen said gently. "I'm glad you're okay." Giran felt relieved when he heard that Lu Chen was okay. "Brother, can there be inner demons during cultivation?" Lu Xiaoke asked fearfully. She is now a master of dark energy and has entered the world of cultivation. Lu Chen nodded and said, "In fact, everyone has inner demons. It has nothing to do with whether one has practiced cultivation or not. It's just that because cultivators are more powerful, the inner demons are more difficult to control." "Oh." Lu Xiaoke answered as if he understood, then he smiled and turned the phone around, reading, "Heaven and earth, please help me, Taishan Laojun, please hurry up and command me, and quickly disperse the inner demons." "You're such a naughty boy." Lu Chen knocked on Lu Xiaoke's head and cursed. He. Lu Xiaoke touched her head, which was hurt by Lu Chen's blow, and said, "I am a little princess who is not afraid of anything, not even my inner demons." "Okay, stop being naughty. After you finish this game, go to bed quickly. We will leave for the Magic City tomorrow." Giran made an excuse to his parents and went out for a week-long trip with Su Shasha. Now the time was up and they had to go back. Lu Chen also wants to take Lu Xiaoke to Shanghai for a few days, and he has booked a flight for 2 p.m. tomorrow. Great, we can finally go to the Magic City. It was Lu Xiaoke's first time to travel far away, and he seemed very happy and shouted excitedly. The next morning, Lu Chen and the three girls were packing up at home. They had bought so many things from shopping that they couldn't even fit them all in. Lu Chen simply told Giran not to take everything back and to buy them when they returned to the Magic City. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chen and the three women appeared at Pudong Airport in Shanghai. Giran and Su Shasha were going home first. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke had already booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. Giran did not take Lu Chen home to meet her parents immediately, because her parents did not know that she was in a relationship, and it would be too abrupt to bring Lu Chen back now. She wanted to go back and talk to her parents first, and then take Lu Chen to meet her parents. After separating from Giran and Su Shasha, Lu Chen took Lu Xiaoke to the booked hotel first. "What did you say? This card has insufficient balance." As soon as Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke arrived at the hotel, they heard a terrible sound like a pig being slaughtered. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a bald, fat man wearing floral shorts and a blue vest standing in front of the service desk, looking at the hotel waiter in surprise. "Why don't you try again to see if you made a mistake? There are clearly still millions in the card," the fat man said with a sad face. The hotel waiter thought that this bald fat man must be crazy. How could he make such a mistake? But he still smiled professionally and patiently helped him try again, but the result was still that the balance was insufficient. "Sir, you can call the bank to check the balance and spending records on your card," the waitress kindly reminded. "Oh, I see. Thank you," the little fat man said dejectedly. He knew that the money in the card must have been transferred away, and he cursed his master in his heart. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke also came to the service desk, took out their phones and handed them to another waitress, saying, "Hello, we have booked room 2888, this is the order number." When the waitress heard that it was room 2888, her eyes lit up. This was the most luxurious presidential suite in the hotel, and it cost 188,888 a night. It seemed that this young and handsome man was extremely wealthy and handsome. She looked at Lu Xiaoke again, thinking she was Lu Chen's girlfriend. She was wearing a limited edition Chanel dress, and the Patek Philippe lady's watch on her hand was worth more than 1 million. Her eyes were full of envy and jealousy. She looked at Lu Xiaoka's age and thought that this little girl was not yet an adult, but this tall, rich and handsome man had a very unique taste. She quickly verified Lu Chen's information and asked them to take out their ID cards for registration. When she looked at Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoka's ID cards and discovered that they were siblings, she realized that she had been mistaken. She began to wonder again whether Lu Chen had a girlfriend. He was staring at me just now. Was he attracted to me? What if he had any idea about me? But I have a boyfriend. But she was obviously overthinking it, because Lu Chen's gaze didn't even stay on her for 3 seconds, and he soon looked at the bald fat man next to him with a dejected look on his face. Because he found that there were 9 scars on the fat man's bald head, which proved that he was a real monk and not just a casual bald head. It's really interesting to see a monk dressed so fancy. Chapter 92, Comparison. When the fat monk saw Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoka, his eyes rolled and he had an idea in his mind. He is a good monk in the 21st century who pursues fashion and luxury goods. The floral shorts and blue vest he is wearing are also Italian brands, which he spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy. When he saw Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoka wearing millions of dollars worth of brand name clothes and staying in a presidential suite that cost nearly 200,000 yuan a night, he felt like he was seeing 2 fat sheep, and his eyes were shining. He had just been released from his master's sect and had gone out into the secular world to gain experience. He also coaxed and deceived his uncle Kongtu into giving him a bank card with millions of dollars in it. I thought I could fly freely without any constraints. As a result, after just 2 days of spending, the money in the card was emptied. There is no need to guess, you know it must be the work of your ascetic master. I really don't understand. It's the 21st century now. Why are people still ascetics? The most tragic thing is that among the 7 major Buddhist lineages, only his master and his disciples are ascetics. He became angry whenever he thought of his rigid and inflexible master, cursing that they were the only 2 left in the ascetic lineage. If he had not been adopted by a master since childhood, only he would be willing to become a monk and practice asceticism. Fortunately, the other 6 meridians don't have so many rules for cultivation. They keep up with the times and have the internet and mobile phones. He often cheats other 6 meridians' brothers to use their mobile phones to play with. At least he hasn't lost touch with this world and is full of yearning for this colorful world. Now that I have finally gotten out, I don't have a penny. He mourned in his heart, how am I supposed to live? I can't even afford to eat dirt. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoka registered their room cards and were about to go upstairs when the fat monk walked towards them. His face, which had been mournful just now, became solemn and dignified, which was totally inconsistent with his fancy attire. Amatba, Mr. Lu, please stay. The fat monk shouted in a clear voice. He walked up to Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoka, stopped them, and bowed. Fat monk, do you know us? Lu Xiaoka asked in surprise. This fat monk was about the same age as her, and he actually knew their last names. Buddha has a divine eye that can see all living things. The fat monk said a Buddhist verse and said to Lu Chen in an unfathomable manner, Donor Lu, I see a dark aura between your eyebrows. There will be a disaster today. Lu Chen was stunned, thinking that he must have been seen when he took out his ID card. This monk has amazing eyesight and it seems that he is not an ordinary person. Lu Chen used the detection function on him out of curiosity. The 4th level of Hua Jin. Lu Chen was shocked when he saw the fat monk's cultivation level. This fat monk should be younger than Xiao Qingchen, but he has reached the 4th level of Hua Jin. The 4th level of Hua Jin belongs to the middle stage. Although Xiao Qingchen's 2nd level of Hua Jin can fight in the middle stage, his cultivation has not yet reached the level of breaking through to the middle stage. This fat monk is actually even more evil than Xiao Qingchen. Among the 4 saints and 9 sects, only Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss is a Buddhist practice. Could it be that it is a disciple of the 4 saints and 9 sects who has come to gain experience in the world? Lu Chen was very afraid of the fat monk. He didn't know why he was looking for him. If they really fought, he might not be his match. What nonsense are you talking about, you stupid monk? Lu Xiaoka saw the fat monk saying bad things about her brother, so she put her hands on her hips, glared at him, and said angrily, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Stop playing tricks here and talking nonsense. Humph, you're just a charlatan who's trying to cheat people out of money. Amit Ba. The fat monk still looked at Lu Chen and his sister with a kind face, not angry at all, and said, monks do not tell lies. Buddha saves those who are predestined. Since the female donor does not believe it, I will not nag you anymore. Donor Lu, please take care. As he spoke, he bowed like a Buddha, and with the fingers of his other hand he lightly plucked up the air, sending a stream of internal energy towards the chandelier above Lu Chen's head. A bunch of decorative pendants on the chandelier were cut off by the internal force and fell straight towards Lu Chen. If an ordinary person is hit by falling objects from high altitude, his head will definitely explode. Just as the fat monk was about to reach out to grab the fallen pendant, he saw Lu Chen also reaching out to grab the pendant. Lu Chen grabbed the pendant and looked at the fat monk with a smile. The fat monk smiled awkwardly at Lu Chen and retracted his half-extended hand. There are millions of alpaca horses galloping in his heart. He originally wanted to direct and act out his own play, pretending to be an enlightened monk and swindle some money, but it turned out that Lu Chen was also an ancient martial artist. See? My brother is very capable. Even if there is a disaster, he can turn it into a blessing. Before Lu Xiaoke realized that it was the fat monk's doing, he was still showing off to him with a smile. Lu Chen was not as naive as Lu Xiaoke. He had been on guard against the fat monk, knowing that it was he who used his internal energy to cut off the pendant. Ba, the donor lady is right. The fat monk said awkwardly, Donor Lu is a lucky person, I am sorry for being rude. Humph, but you are quite accomplished as a little monk. Lu Xiaoke looked at the fat monk and said, do all monks dress like you now? You look like a street thug. Who is the little monk? Who looks like a street thug? The fat monk realized that he couldn't pretend to be a great monk, so he returned to his true nature. When he heard Lu Xiaoke call him a little monk and said that he looked like a thug, he immediately became unhappy. He held up his vest and said, see? This is a limited edition vest from Italian Machino, 20,000 yuan apiece. Then he pointed at the floral shorts and said, Armani just released these fashionable shorts. They cost 50,000 yuan a pair. This is called fashion, do you understand? The fat monk said proudly, looking at Lu Xiaoke as if he didn't understand. Little brother, you are not a little monk, what are you? Are you an adult? Take out your ID card and show it to your sister. Lu Xiaoke finished speaking with a playful smile, and not to be outdone, he showed off his Patek Philippe watch to the fat monk, and said in a faint tone, my brother bought it for me. I can buy more than 10 sets of your fashionable shorts and limited edition vests with it. The fat monk was so angry that his face turned red when he looked at Lu Xiaoke's watch, but he couldn't do anything about her. A watch worth more than 1.2 million yuan could really buy more than 10 sets of clothes for him. He pulled out his ID card and said, who said I'm underage? I think you're the underage girl. Youngster. The fat monk said in a long drawl. Although Lu Xiaoke is an adult at the age of 18, she does look like a 16-year-old girl. When she heard the fat monk call her young tooth, she became unhappy too. She gritted her teeth and took out her ID card and said, then let's compare who is older. If I am older than you, you are the little monk and you have to call me sister. Okay, let's compete. If I'm older than you, you have to call me brother. I don't call you brother. I only have one brother. Lu Xiaoke pulled Lu Chen's arm and shook it. The fat monk looked at Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke, gritted his teeth and agreed, okay, you don't have to call me brother, but if you are younger than me, you are not allowed to call me little monk anymore. Chapter 93, same year, same month, same day. When Lu Chen saw Lu Xiaoke and the fat monk making a fuss, he had no choice but to let them do what they wanted. The fat monk didn't look like a bad guy. Just now, after he cut off the pendant of the chandelier, he wanted to catch it, but he acted first. Lu Xiaoke and the fat monk came together with their ID cards in their hands. Both of them covered their faces and pressed their fingers on the date to prevent the other from seeing it. Let's compare the years first, Lu Xiaoke suggested. Good. The two of them slowly began to move their fingers away from the years they were covering, their eyes glancing at each other's ID cards. 2000. 2000. Both were born in the millennium. I didn't expect you were actually 18 years old. You're not a kid anymore. The fat monk glanced at Lu Xiaoke and said, you are the childish one. Your whole family is childish. Lu Xiaoke grumbled in dissatisfaction, then laughed, so what if you are 18 years old? You will definitely be a little monk, and you will definitely be called sister. As soon as Lu Xiaoke saw the year 2000 on the monk's name, she knew she had one, because she was born on January 1st, 2000. He. The fat monk laughed and said, who gave you the courage to say that, Fish Liang? It wasn't Fish Liang who gave me the courage, it was New Year's Day that gave me the courage. Lu Xiaoke laughed happily, then moved his fingers away from the month and date, waved them in front of the fat monk and said, January 1st, come on, little monk, call me sister and let me hear it. The fat monk was stunned for a moment when he saw Lu Xiaoke's date of birth. Then he quickly smiled and said, "Don't be too happy too early. Look at my date of birth. If you have the ability, you can also give me a New Year's Day." Lu Xiaoke said excitedly, but when she looked at the fat monk's ID card, her smile froze. January 1st, 2000. This fat little monk was born on the same day as me. My master said that I was born at exactly midnight. The fat monk said proudly. Anyway, I am already in an invincible position. Even if Lu Xiaoke says that I was born at midnight, it is just a tie. As long as I haven't lost, she can't call me little monk, and I don't have to call her sister. You. Lu Xiaoke was so angry that she couldn't speak. Seeing that the little monk was born in the same year as her, she thought she was sure to win, but he actually made a mess of New Year's Day. This is such a coincidence. Chen was also watching the two of them making a fuss, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The two of them compared themselves and actually found out that they were born on the same year, month, and day. This was too much of a fate. Xiaoku, stop being naughty. We should go upstairs. Chen didn't let Lu Xiaoke continue to quarrel with the fat monk. Humph, you're lucky. Lu Xiaoke said to the fat monk with annoyance. She is a person who keeps her word, and she will not continue to call him little monk if she doesn't win. Master, goodbye. Chen bowed to the fat monk, giving him enough respect. His strength deserves Chen's respect. Amatba, please come in, Mr. Lu. The fat monk also said goodbye to Chen in a serious tone. Chen led Lu Xiaoke towards the elevator. The fat monk also turned and walked towards the door. After he took a few steps, he thought unhappily how pitiful he was. He didn't have a penny and had to sleep on the street tonight. Suddenly, he thought of another idea and hurriedly ran towards Chen and Lu Xiaoke. Female donor, please stay. The fat monk called out to Lu Xiaoke. Lu Xiaoke turned his head to look at the fat monk and said, "What do you want to do now?" Hey, The fat monk ran to Lu Xiaoke, smiled awkwardly, and asked hesitantly, "If I call you sister, do you, as a sister, have to take care of my food, drink, and shelter in the future?" Lu Xiaoke was not stupid either. He looked at the fat monk suspiciously and said, "Are you trying to cheat me into eating and drinking?" The fat monk's face froze when he was asked this question. He not only wanted to cheat for food and drink, he also wanted to cheat for a place to live. But as the only descendant of the ascetic lineage and the future leader of the lineage, how could I possibly lie? He would never lie to someone so shamelessly. The fat monk said in a coquettish and cute way, "Sister Xiaoke, Sister Fairy, please have pity on little monk brother. If you don't take me in, little monk brother will be homeless on the street at night." Chen and Lu Xiaoke both felt their waists broken by the fat monk's sudden attack, and got goosebumps all over their bodies. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Xiaoke stopped immediately, touched the goosebumps on his arm and said, "Let's talk nicely. If you keep doing this, I'm going to vomit." The fat monk then put away the fawning on his face and said pitifully, "In a word, I am very poor. I can't even afford to eat dirt. I beg you to take me in." Lu Xiaoke had just heard that his card balance was insufficient, but she still looked at him suspiciously and asked, "You can afford to buy clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars, so why would you be so poor that you have to eat dirt?" The fat monk took out his wallet from his pocket, turned it over and showed it to Lu Xiaoke, saying miserably, "There is only $132.50 left, along with the clothes I'm wearing and my cell phone. Everything else is gone." He cursed the inhuman master again in his heart. Lu Xiaoke looked at Chen, then said to the fat monk, "I don't have any money either, but my brother does. You can talk to my brother if you have any difficulties." After all, the fat monk is a stranger, and Lu Xiaoke will not trust him easily. He will directly put the blame on his brother. This matter should be decided by his brother. Upon hearing this, the fat monk looked at Chen with a sad face. Chen also looked at the fat monk and roughly guessed what was going on. It seemed that this monk had just come out of the temple to gain experience and now had no money on him. He wanted to follow them to eat and drink for free. Chen naturally wanted to make friends with this peerless genius who was even more wicked than Xiao Qingchen. Moreover, this fat monk seemed to be a funny guy and didn't look like a bad guy. He thought about it and felt that it was not safe to have such a powerful stranger around, so he compromised and said, "How about this? I will lend you 5 million, and you can pay me back when you have money." "Really?" The fat monk asked in disbelief, smiling so hard that he was almost drooling. He didn't expect that Chen would give him 5 million right away. It was just like winning the lottery, and he didn't even have to pay taxes. Amitba, it is truly the blessing of the Buddha and Bodhisattva. The fat monk expressed his gratitude in his heart to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas he knew. Lu Chen nodded and said, "What's your card number? I'll transfer it to you now." "Thank you, Brother Lu. Brother Lu is such a kind person. The Buddha will surely bless Brother Lu with a long life." The fat monk kept thanking Lu Chen and assured him, "Brother Lu, don't worry. When I have money, I will definitely pay you back double." As he said that, he took out his bank card and prepared to let Lu Chen transfer the money, but then he remembered that this card was from Uncle Kongtu and it was linked to his mobile phone. What if Lu Chen transferred the money in and the master found out and asked him to transfer it away? He took the card back and said awkwardly, "Hey, Brother Lu, this card is not convenient to use. I'll apply for a new bank card tomorrow and transfer it to me." Chapter 94, The Little Monk with 9 Precepts. "Hey, little monk, why are you so troublesome?" Lu Xiaoke looked at the little monk impatiently and said, "Then go sleep on the street tonight, and come to my brother to borrow money after you get the card tomorrow." The fat monk called himself the little monk, so Lu Xiaoke followed suit. The little monk said shamelessly, "Little sister, you are the kindest person. You will not bear to see my little monk sleeping on the street tonight, right? Please have pity on me and take me in." "Little monk, have you ever heard a saying?" Lu Xiaoke asked the little monk with a smile on his face. "What?" The little monk looked at Lu Xiaoke curiously. "The sting of a wasp is as poisonous as the heart of a woman." Lu Xiaoke pretended to be fierce and said, "Little sister, I am not kind at all. You should sleep on the street obediently tonight." "Sister, you must be joking, right? Right?" The little monk looked at Lu Xiaoke pitifully with his eyes wide open, and asked without giving up. He was already shouting in his heart, "Master is right, the women down the mountain are tigers, they are all tigresses." Lu Xiaoke didn't know that the little monk was already scolding her in his heart. She just looked at him with a smile, unmoved. Seeing that Lu Xiaoke refused, the monk turned to Lu Chen and begged, "Brother Lu, there are 4 rooms in the 2888 presidential suite anyway, so just let me stay for one night. How about this, I'll get you another room." Lu Chen didn't want the little monk to live together. After all, they were not familiar with each other and it would be inconvenient. "Brother Lu, please let me stay in the presidential suite number 2888 for just one night. I will definitely not disturb you." The little monk continued to beg. "Where else can you find a presidential suite that costs 188,888 yuan a night as comfortable as this one? The 2888 presidential suite has a master bedroom, 3 secondary bedrooms, 2 reception rooms, 2 fitness rooms, 4 private and 2 public bathrooms, and 2 separate kitchen dining rooms, where you can bring your own private chef. The interior has both antique European-style precious wooden furniture and typical modern Oriental country new-style bedding. Each room has a different style, in order to win the favor of owners with different hobbies. The presidential suite also has 6 bathrooms, and guests can choose any one and enjoy a jacuzzi or steam bath. A night stay costs nearly 200,000 yuan, but the enjoyment is at the imperial level." How could the little monk easily let go of such an opportunity to enjoy himself? Lu Chen couldn't stand the pitiful and pleading tone of the little monk. He and Lu Xiaoke were both 18 years old, but they were still as innocent and romantic as children. Lu Chen had no choice but to agree. "Okay, come with me to the front desk to register." "Yeah, Brother Lu, you really are my brother." The little monk shouted excitedly. "Who is your real brother? Please don't take advantage of him," Lu Xiaoke said dissatisfiedly. In her heart, Lu Chen can only be her brother and cannot be shared with anyone else. Since Lu Chen agreed, Lu Xiaoke did not object. She obeyed her brother's decision. Besides, the little monk was silly and was born on the same day as her. They were very close. She was just joking when she said she would let him sleep on the street. Lu Chen took the little monk to the front desk to re-register. The waitress saw that Lu Chen actually let the little monk, who had no money to stay in the hotel, stay in the presidential suite with him. She looked at them curiously and thought, the thoughts of the rich are really beyond their understanding. After registering, Lu Chen took them from the special elevator to the presidential suite on the 28th floor. As soon as he entered the living room, the little monk looked around excitedly with a shifty look. Magnificent, luxurious, and extravagant. The little monk's eyes sparkled with gold, and he was secretly delighted that he had shamelessly pestered Lu Chen to move in, which was such a wise and brave decision. "What are you looking at, you sly guy?" Lu Xiaoke was very unhappy when he saw the little monk's sly look and said, "I'll choose the room first, and I'll give you the rest." The master bedroom was naturally for Lu Chen. There were 3 secondary bedrooms left with different styles, and Lu Xiaoke asked to choose first without hesitation. "Of course, please choose first, young lady." The little monk nodded and said flatteringly, "I will just stay in the worst room." Lu Xiaoke snorted and went to choose her bedroom proudly like a little princess. The little monk followed her happily like a little follower. Lu Chen looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. Lu Xiaoke was mischievous to begin with, and now with the addition of the lively little monk, it was really noisy. Lu Xiaoke looked at all 3 rooms and finally chose a bedroom decorated in ancient Chinese style, while the little monk chose a room in British royal luxury style. After Lu Xiao chose her bedroom number, she went to take a bath. The huge jacuzzi made her eager to try it. Only Lu Chen and the little monk were left in the living room. They looked at each other and both knew that they were ancient martial artists. However, the little monk did not have Lu Chen's ability to investigate and did not know Lu Chen's strength. He only regarded him as the son of an ordinary ancient martial arts family. There are 4 saints, 9 sects, and 23 schools. I wonder which temple the master comes from. Lu Chen spoke first and asked directly. My name is Zhou Jie. I have been practicing in Xiaowu Temple, a holy place in paradise, since I was young. It is not a precious temple, but just a small, dilapidated temple. The little monk said with a big smile, Brother Lu, don't be too polite. Just call me little monk or Zhou Jie. The young monk did not think that he was superior to others just by relying on his strength of the 4th level of Huajin. Just now, he shamelessly called Lu Chen Brother Lu and begged him to take him in. Now that Lu Chen has taken him in, he has been calling him Brother Lu. The Holy Land of Bliss, one of the 4 holy places. Although Lu Chen was prepared, he still took a breath when he heard the little monk's confirmation. Even though the young monk Zhou Jie was shameless and frivolous, Lu Chen believed that if they really started fighting, he and Xiao Qingchen would most likely not be his match. Lu Chen and the young monk Zhou Jie chatted for a while. The young monk was a simple-minded person and answered whatever Lu Chen asked. He also had a general idea of the young monk's situation. The Holy Land of Bliss is a holy place for Buddhist practice, with a total of 7 large temples, also known as the 7 major lineages. Zhou Jie is from the ascetic lineage. He is the only disciple of Kongcheng, the abbot of Xiaowu Temple, and will be the future abbot of Xiaowu Temple. This time, Master Kongcheng asked him to practice in the secular world. He secretly cheated a bank card from his uncle Kong too, hoping to have a good time. However, his master found out and transferred all the money on the card away. So he didn't even have money to stay in a hotel, and that's why he got involved with himself. The master here is a respectful title for monks, not a martial arts master. Lu Chen looked at the plump and fair little monk Zhou Jie, who didn't look like an ascetic monk at all. However, he believed that the little monk would not lie to him about this, and he was amazed in his heart. The young monk also learned that Lu Chen was not from an ancient martial arts family, but was the last disciple of a mysterious master. Lu Chen did not reveal which force he was from, and the little monk did not ask. It didn't matter anyway. Even if Lu Chen was an ordinary person, as long as he was allowed to stay in the presidential suite, he would still be his brother. Chapter 95, Lu Xiaoke's Dominance. Lu Chen and the little monk Zhou Jie were still chatting when Lu Xiaoke came out of the shower. She was wearing a light blue suspender skirt with a white t-shirt. The exposed part of the white t-shirt had a few pink heart-shaped peaches on it, which was very cute. The little monk had just been concentrating on eating, drinking and staying, and hadn't paid much attention to Lu Xiaoke. Now, after a closer look, she looked like a fairy descending from the earth, with 2 eyes staring straight at her and looking her up and down. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a super beautiful girl? Lu Xiaoke saw the little monk's obscene gaze, pouted and said fiercely, then stretched out her white and tender little hand, made a gesture of digging out eyes, and threatened, if you look at me again, I will dig your eyeballs out. Amatba, emptiness is form is emptiness. The little monk withdrew his gaze and his face became solemn. Come on, stop pretending to be a monk, otherwise when we go out for a big dinner tonight, you will have to eat vegetarian food. Lu Xiaoke said impatiently, walking to Lu Chen and sitting on the sofa. She didn't believe that Zhou Jie was really a monk because he was too shameless and didn't look like a monk at all. When the little monk heard that there was a big meal to be had, he didn't care about the rules and regulations. His solemn and dignified face immediately turned frivolous, and he quickly said in a flattering way, Young lady, you have a keen eye and can tell at a glance that I'm not a real monk. Then he asked greedily, Miss, what kind of dinner are we going to have tonight? Brother, What are we eating tonight? Lu Xiaoke asked Lu Chen as she hadn't decided what to eat. Eat whatever you want, I'll just pay the bill. Lu Chen said with a doting and loving look on his face. Your brother is so nice, said the little monk enviously. He also wanted a big brother who was only responsible for paying the bills. Are you envious? Are you jealous? Lu Xiaoke looked up and boasted proudly, my brother is the best brother in the world. He. The little monk laughed slyly, your brother is also my brother, my real brother. Get lost, my brother is not your brother. Lu Xiaoke said dissatisfiedly, my brother is mine, and you have nothing to do with him. She grabbed Lu Chen's arm, shook him and asked coquettishly, brother, do you think I'm right? Yes, whatever you say is right. Lu Chen was helpless as Lu Xiaoke shook him and answered repeatedly. Did you hear that? From now on you are not allowed to call me brother. You can only call me boss. Lu Xiaoke said triumphantly. Yes, little sister. From now on, your brother will be my boss. The little monk agreed immediately, then leaned forward and asked flatteringly, what are you going to take us to eat tonight, little sister? Let's have a casual buffet at the hotel tonight, and then go out to see if there's anything fun or delicious to eat. Lu Xiaoke held up his chin, thought for a while, and made arrangements. Okay, I'll listen to you, sister. The little monk had no right to speak, only the right to agree. Then he said to Lu Chen, boss, you have to buy me a few sets of clothes tonight. I only have this set of clothes now. The young monk had nothing in his hands and didn't bring any luggage. Where are your clothes and luggage? Lu Xiaoke asked curiously, then smiled contemptuously, did you lose them? The little monk touched his bald head awkwardly and said sheepishly, I thought there was money in the card, so I threw away those broken luggage. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke were speechless after hearing this. This little monk was really weird. The money for buying clothes will be deducted from the 5 million I lent you. Lu Xiaoke said, and added a reminder, remember to pay it back double in the future. After Lu Xiaoke finished speaking, she still looked at him suspiciously, not believing in his ability to repay. However, her brother had agreed to lend her the money, so she would not refuse. Lu Xiaoke felt that it was her duty and she didn't feel bad at all when Lu Chen spent money on her, Giran, and even Su Shasha, who made them all cute girls. But when it came to buying things for the little monk, Lu Xiaoke began to budget carefully for her brother. Who made the little monk a shameless boy? No problem, just deduct it from the 5 million you lent me. When I have money in the future, I will pay you back double. The little monk had no objection and agreed with a smile on his face. Also, you have to pay half of the hotel accommodation, let's say 100,000. Lu Xiaoke became more and more demanding and said domineeringly. There are 3 of us, why should I pay half? The little monk retorted unconvinced. Because I live in my brother's half. Lu Xiaoke put his hands on his waist and stared at the little monk with his big eyes. Can it still be calculated this way? Lu Chen and the little monk were both shocked by Lu Xiaoke's calculation. The little monk muttered, half of it is not even 100,000. What did you say? Lu Xiaoke asked in a high voice. No. The monk waved his hands, his fat face bulging with laughter as he said, I said I'm happy to pay 100,000, and I'll deduct it from the 5 million you lent me. Lu Xiaoke glanced at the little monk lightly, and his eyes seemed to say, you are sensible. Lu Chen looked at Lu Xiaoke and the little monk who were fighting and bickering, and his head was buzzing. It was too noisy, so he quickly changed the subject and said, it's getting late, let's go eat first, and then go shopping. Lu Xiaoke and the little monk naturally had no objection, and happily followed Lu Chen to the hotel buffet restaurant for dinner, and then went out shopping together. The prosperity of Shanghai cannot be compared with Linjiang, with tall buildings and flashing neon lights everywhere. Brother, look, that's the Oriental Pearl Tower. It's so beautiful. Lu Xiaoke pointed at the spire that soared into the clouds with bright lights and shouted excitedly. As Lu Chen looked, the huge sphere of the Oriental Pearl Tower was decorated with colorful lights. It was dazzling, flashing and changing into colorful and brilliant colors, which was beautiful beyond words. He said, when Tianran and Shasha come out tomorrow, we will go to the Oriental Pearl Tower together. Okay. Lu Xiaoke answered excitedly. Giran just got home today and it was not convenient for her to go out at night, but she was planning to tell her parents about her relationship with him tonight. When Lu Chen thought of this, he felt a little nervous, wondering if he could get the consent of Ranran's parents. But he quickly regained his confidence and looked at the gorgeous Oriental Pearl Tower with a smile. With his current conditions, money and power were within his reach, and there was no reason for Ranran's parents to disagree. Lu Chen was taking Lu Xiaoke and the little monk shopping, and Giran had already returned home. After dinner, Giran's father was watching the news in the living room, while Giran and her mother were chatting about their personal matters in her boudoir. She decided to tell her mother about her relationship with Lu Chen. Of course, do you have something on your mind that you want to tell Mom? No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Giran's mother had noticed something was wrong with her daughter since she came back from her trip. She smiled and asked, "Is our Ranran in love?" Giran nodded shyly. Chapter 96, Mother and Daughter Talk. When Mother Ji heard Giran's affirmative answer, she looked at her lovingly and asked with concern, "What's the boy's name?" "His name is Lu Chen." Giran's face flushed with embarrassment as he answered in a low voice. "Silly girl, you are so old now, why should you be shy about falling in love?" Mother Ji said with a joking smile. Ji's mother is very open-minded. As long as Giran doesn't answer, "It's not a boy, it's a girl," it's fine. Giran is already 22 years old, 1 year older than Lu Chen, and this is her first love. If she doesn't fall in love again, her mother will start to worry about her. Mother Ji looked at the shy Giran, sat next to her, held her hand, and continued to ask, "Tell me, how did you two meet?" "He and I met while playing Honor of Kings." Giran's face was filled with sweetness as he thought about how he met Lu Chen. Mother Ji was stunned when she heard this and asked in surprise, "Did you meet through the game?" Giran nodded and told Jima the story of how he and Lu Chen met. Mother Ji was horrified when she heard this. She never thought that her daughter and Lu Chen were in an online relationship, and she hid it from them and took the initiative to go find Lu Chen. However, when she heard that Su Shasha was going with them, Mother Ji felt a little relieved. "Silly girl, why are you so stupid?" Mother Ji blamed her earnestly. "Even if you are in an online relationship, he should be the one to find you. You are a girl, running to a strange place, what will you do if something happens?" Giran just had a sweet look on her face and didn't refute her mother. She was indeed too bold to do such a thing, and no one would agree to it, but she didn't regret it at all. Seeing the sweetness on her daughter's face when she mentioned Lu Chen, it seemed that she was very satisfied with Lu Chen after meeting him during this trip to Linjiang, and she had a very happy time these days. "As long as you really like each other, Mom has no objection to you dating." Mother Ji did not object to their online romance, but said worriedly, "But you are both still studying. In this kind of long-distance relationship, are you sure you can wait for each other forever?" "I will always wait for him," Giran said sweetly. "Silly girl, you can wait for him, but he may not wait for you." Ji's mother poured cold water on Giran. "Now you have just confirmed your relationship, the sweetness is still there, but after a while, it will fade away. After being apart for a long time, who knows if he will change his mind?" Ji's mother was not optimistic about Giran and Lu Chen's long-distance relationship, but she did not oppose her daughter's first love. She just expressed her concerns. The final decision was still up to her daughter. "Lu Chen will definitely wait for me," Giran said confidently. She was full of longing for the future, and she believed in Lu Chen's promise to her that one day he would put the heart of eternity on her ring finger. Mother Ji looked at her daughter who had fallen in love and shook her head. She knew that she was still in passionate love and there was nothing she could say. She could only wait for her to calm down and then slowly guide her. She asked again with concern, "Tell me what kind of person Lu Chen is." "He is gentle and considerate, kind-hearted, handsome and capable, and he is very good to me." Giran praised Lu Chen like a fangirl, his face full of happiness. Mother Ji teased, "Silly girl, you stepped on him and flew him to the sky." Then he asked, "Do you have a photo of him? Let me see it." Giran took out his cell phone, opened the photo album and showed their photo to Mother Ji. This is a photo they took when watching the sunrise at Qixia Peak. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, with their fingers clasped together, and their right hands raised high and bent towards each other, forming a big heart. The morning light of sunrise shines on their backs, and their love is like the early morning sun, warm and full of hope. "She's quite handsome." Mother Ji looked at the photo of her daughter and Lu Chen and praised him generously. "The man is handsome and the woman is pretty, they look like a perfect match." Mother Ji then asked, "You said he is capable, how capable is he?" Lu Chen's ability is also her main concern. If her daughter really ends up with him, as long as the man is capable, her daughter will not suffer. Giran did not answer, but took out the diamond ring box with the heart of eternity and handed it to Ji's mother with a happy face. Mother Ji looked at her daughter and slowly opened the diamond ring box. She was stunned when she saw the aqua blue heart of eternity. How much is such a big diamond worth? And looking at the brilliance of this diamond, it is not an ordinary diamond. This diamond ring was given to you by him? Mother G asked in shock. Giran nodded happily and said sweetly, this diamond ring is called the Heart of Eternity. It is a token of love that Chen gave me. No matter which woman she is, if her boyfriend gives her such a big diamond ring as a token of love, she will feel that she is the happiest woman in the world. This Chen is really capable. Mother G looked at the Heart of Eternity and sighed in her heart. Girl, this eternal heart must be very expensive, right? Asked Mother G. Chen spent 52 million to buy this Heart of Eternity and gave it to me as a token of love. Giran still felt like a dream when she recalled the scene when Chen gave her the Heart of Eternity. 52 million. Mother G took a breath and calmed herself down. She didn't think that Chen bought this diamond ring with his own ability, and thought that he must be a super rich second generation. She was shocked that Chen gave his daughter such an expensive diamond ring, but she was also a little worried. Would such a wealthy second generation man really be good to Giran? A young, rich and handsome man like him is simply the dream lover of all girls. His daughter is in a long-distance relationship with him and is not with him. There are many women who are tempting him. Can he resist the temptation of other women? Girl, are you sure that a rich second generation like him can really stay loyal to you for the rest of his life? Mother G was not dazzled by the 52 million diamond ring. She only cared about whether Giran would be happy. Chen is not a second generation rich man. Giran said, I believe that our love can be as eternal as the eternal heart. This was the promise Chen made when he gave her the eternal heart. She kept it in mind and said it out loud to answer her mother. Isn't he a rich second generation? Mother G asked doubtfully, then where did he get so much money to buy you the Heart of Eternity? She didn't think that Chen, at such a young age, could earn so much money to buy the eternal heart for 52 million. He is a martial arts master. Giran revealed Chen's identity as a martial arts master. This was something she and Chen had discussed. She was just about to explain to her mother what a martial arts master was when she heard Mother G yell in surprise. What did you say? He's a martial arts master? Just now, when she learned that Chen gave Giran a diamond ring worth 52 million, although G's mother was shocked, she did not react too much. But when she heard that Chen was a martial arts master, her face became very ugly and she yelled directly. Chapter 97 This is the girl's fate. Giran was startled by his mother's sudden roar. He stared at his mother with a gloomy face, not understanding why she reacted so strongly. And from the sound of her mother's voice, it seemed that she knew the martial arts master. How is this possible? They are just an ordinary family, and the mother is just an ordinary office worker. How could she know about the martial arts master? Mother G also knew that she had lost her composure. After calming down a little, she asked anxiously, you said Chen is a martial arts master? Giran nodded and asked in confusion, Mom, do you also know the martial arts master? Girl, do you really like him? Mother G did not answer, but asked in a panicked voice. Giran didn't know why her mother seemed to have lost her soul when she heard that Chen was a martial arts master. She had a vague premonition of something bad happening, and answered firmly, I love him. Girl, you can't be with him, otherwise you will hurt yourself. Mother G looked at Giran with heartache and said tremblingly, I never thought that my daughter's first love would be a man with whom she could never be together. Mom, what did you say? Giran asked hurriedly when he heard that his mother didn't agree with him and Chen being together. Why can't I be with Chen? Then, she added firmly, my daughter's heart already belongs to him. I'm determined to be with him for the rest of my life. No matter what happens, I will be with him. Girl, wait a minute, I'll go call your dad in. Mother G walked out of Giran's room in a daze. Giran sat at the head of the bed in a panic, her mind was blank, and the only sound in the quiet bedroom was the pounding of her heart. Why didn't Mom let me be with him when she heard that Chen was a martial arts master? Why did Mom say that being with Chen would hurt me? She couldn't figure it out, and she didn't want to think about it. She just told herself in her heart, no matter what, I want to be with Chen. Even if it means death, I am not afraid. Mother G came to the living room in a daze, and hurriedly walked towards Giran's father and said, Brother Zhong, it's bad, the girl is in love. It's normal for Ran to fall in love at such an old age. Why be so nervous? Giran's father Ji Zhongliang asked curiously. Mother G's name was Qin Shiyun. She took a breath and said, "That young man is a martial arts master." "What did you say?" Ji Zhongliang asked in surprise like Chen Shiyun. This news was like a bolt from the blue for them. Ji Zhongliang's face turned livid, he shook his head, stood up and said, "No, we can't let Ran be with him no matter what." He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, and when he thought of the past, his eyes were filled with burning hatred. "Let's try to persuade the girl together." Chen Shiyun's eyes were wet, and she felt sorry for Giran. Giran sat blankly at the head of the bed, watching her parents walk in together. She looked at them in fear, afraid that they would stop her from dating Lu Chen. Ji Zhongliang saw Giran's gaze and felt distressed. He walked up to her, forced a loving smile on his face, and called out, "Ran. Dad." Giran stood up and shouted. Ji Zhongliang said in a gentle tone, "Of course, I have already arranged for you to study at the Curtis Institute of Music. We will go to the United States tomorrow." Curtis Institute of Music is one of the top music schools in the world, located in Pennsylvania, USA. Ji Zhongliang did not directly ask Giran and Lu Chen to break up, but asking Giran to study abroad tomorrow was tantamount to asking them to separate. Giran shook his head and refused. "Dad, I won't go. I'm not going anywhere." Her tears flowed down, and she cried, "Dad, Mom, I'm not a child anymore. If there's anything, just tell me directly." He stared at his father in a daze, as if he had just met him. No matter how dumb she was, she knew her parents were busy with something. Otherwise, how would they know about the martial arts master? How could they let her study abroad at the Curtis Institute of Music so easily? Could she go to the United States so easily tomorrow? Her parents have always loved her and have always indulged her in everything since she was a child. She believed that even if Lu Chen was just an ordinary person, a poor student, his parents would not object as long as he liked it. What's more, Lu Chen is so outstanding, she thought her parents would definitely agree with her and Lu Chen being together, but she didn't expect this result. Of course, being a martial arts master may seem glorious now, but it is also full of dangers. If one day you are not as good as others in fighting skills, you may lose your life. Ji Zhongliang sighed and said earnestly, "Listen to your father, break up with him, and go to the Curtis Institute of Music to pursue your musical dream." "Without him, what dream do I have?" Giran shook his head and said resolutely, "No matter what happens, I will be with Lu Chen. Whether it's happiness or sadness, life or death, I don't care." She cried and said, "Besides, I am already his. I only want to marry him in this life." Giran did not have any relationship with Lu Chen. She said that just to deceive her parents and make Lu Chen more important. "You." Ji Zhongliang was so angry that he was shaking when he heard Giran's words, and Chen Shiyun shed more tears. "I didn't say that you two can't be together." Ji Zhongliang calmed down and said, "You can go to the United States to study for 2 years and continue your musical dream. If you really like each other, why not wait for 2 more years?" "I won't go. I want to stay in the country," Giran said stubbornly. "Go study abroad for 2 years first. This is my bottom line." Ji Zhongliang suddenly said sternly, "Otherwise we will not agree to your relationship." After that, Ji Zhongliang's tone softened again and he said, "Of course, you should think about it carefully for one night. We'll go out first." Ji Zhongliang and Chen Shiyun walked out of Giran's room. Chen Shiyun sobbed and said, "Brother Zhong, what if they still love each other 2 years later?" Chen Shiyun knew that Ji Zhongliang asked Giran to go abroad for 2 years just as a delaying tactic so that their feelings would fade away naturally after they separated. If that's the case, then Lu Chen can only give up everything in China, and let the two of them stay abroad for the rest of their lives, never setting foot in China. If he can't do that, I can make the girl hate me for the rest of her life, and I won't let her return to China. Ji Zhongliang sighed, and then comforted Chen Shiyun, "Don't worry too much. A peerless enchantress like him, who knows how many women will fall in love with him. After a long time, they will naturally be unable to resist the temptation and fall in love with someone else. A peerless genius like him, most likely the true descendant of the 4 saints and 9 sects, how could he easily give up everything and flee overseas with the girl? I'm just afraid that he has changed his mind, and the girl still loves him. Wouldn't that be too cruel to the girl?" When Chen Shiyun said this, she felt even more sorry for Giran and couldn't stop crying. She has watched Giran grow up since she was a child and knows that although Giran looks weak, she is very stubborn and will not change her mind easily. But what can we do about it? As long as they break their promise and let Giran enter the world of martial arts, even if Lu Chen is the true disciple of the 4 saints and 9 sects, he will not be able to protect her. Ji Zhongliang sat on the sofa in silence, recalling the past, his face full of grief and resentment. After a long while, he sighed and said, "This is the girl's fate." Chapter 98I. Watching his parents leave the room, Giran sat at the head of the bed with lifeless eyes, like a stone. She slowly shifted her gaze to the heart of eternity beside her. The soft blue light flickered, bringing a sweet smile to her crying face. She carefully picked up the heart of eternity and put it on. Wear it on the ring finger of your left hand. There is a blood vessel on the ring finger that is connected to the heart. Wearing the eternal heart on it means that her heart will never change. All she wanted in this life was to be Lu Chen's bride. She gently stroked the diamond on the heart of eternity, thinking of every little detail about her and Lu Chen, and also remembered what Lu Chen had said to her, "Silly girl, no matter what happens in the future, you must believe me." Yes, I have to believe in Lu Chen. No matter what happens, I have to believe in him. He will definitely find a way to solve it. Giran thought firmly in her heart. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call Lu Chen to tell him about the situation here. She was about to make a call, but stopped. She lowered her finger and a determined smile appeared on her face. She made an even crazier decision. Giran made up his mind, so he went to the bathroom, washed away his tears, and took a comfortable hot bath. She changed into the pink pajamas with Hello Kitty printed on them, which was the pajamas she wore the night she met Lu Chen. If Lu Chen had been more domineering that night, she would definitely not have been able to resist. She thought about the passionate moments of that night and her face turned red with embarrassment. She lay quietly on the bed, holding her phone and looking through the intimate photos she had taken with Lu Chen in the past few days, with a sweet smile on her face. About an hour passed. With a creak, the door opened and Chen Shiyun walked in. She was worried about Giran and wanted to see how she was doing. Giran seemed to be in a good mood, not as miserable as she had imagined. "Mom!" Giran called out when he saw his mother come in. Chen Shiyun walked to Giran's bed, sat at the head of the bed, gently grasped her hand and held it in her hand, saying lovingly, "Girl, don't blame your parents for being cruel, we are all doing this for your own good." "I know." Giran nodded gently. There is no doubt that her parents love her. From childhood to adulthood, they will satisfy whatever she wants and does. They must have had their own reasons for not allowing me to be with Lu Chen. She asked in confusion, "Mom, even if you want me and Lu Chen to separate, you have to give me a reason, right?" She didn't believe the reason Ji Zhongliang gave, and said, "Dad's reason is too far-fetched. When I went to Linjiang this time, I also saw the ancient martial arts Chu family. Their strength is not as good as Lu Chen's, but they have a large population and are powerful. They are not as dangerous as Dad said." Chen Xian shook her head, sighed, and said with a wry smile, "The dangers of the martial arts world are beyond your comprehension." "Mom, are you and Dad hiding something from me?" Giran asked, "How do you know about the martial arts world?" Chen Xian shook her head and said, "Don't ask about this matter. Even if you know, it won't change anything." She warned, "Girl, you just need to know that if you stay with Lu Chen, you will be in danger. Maybe he can save his life because of the power behind him, but you will definitely die." Giran's face darkened and he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. "And if the forces behind him knew that he was with you, they would definitely stop him." Chen Shiyun hugged Giran's head distressfully, stroked her hair, and advised, "Girl, listen to your father and study abroad for 2 years first." "What about 2 years later?" Giran asked. Chen Shiyun was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Girl, if you still decide to be together in 2 years, we won't stop you anymore." "Mom, let me think about it again." Giran said dejectedly. "Well, think about it carefully. Mom will go out first." Chen Xian left the room, and Giran leaned on the bed, looking up at the glare and lights. She knew her parents were definitely lying to her and the 2-year agreement was just a delaying tactic. If they could really let her and Lu Chen be together 2 years later, they would not hide the reasons that stopped them. She thought about her mother's words. Knowing that as long as he was with her, Lu Chen's life was not in danger. As long as he is fine, what do I have to be afraid of? She lowered her head, looked at the photo of her and Lu Chen on the screensaver of her phone, raised her head, and gently kissed Lu Chen's sunny face. At 1 o'clock in the morning, after Giran confirmed that his parents were asleep, he took out his cell phone and called Lu Chen. Lu Chen had already fallen asleep when he was suddenly awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He looked and saw that it was Giran calling. He wondered why Giran would call him so late. After the call was connected, he heard her voice, "Lu Chen, I'm in the hotel lobby, come out and pick me up." Lu Chen was surprised and puzzled as to why Giran came to the hotel to see him so late at night, and sounded very depressed. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Without having time to ask the reason, Lu Chen put on his clothes and ran to the hall to find Giran. He was full of questions. In the evening, after he came back from shopping with Lu Xiaoke and Xiao Hashang, he talked to Giran on the phone. She told him that her parents had agreed to them being together. He suddenly came here so late, something must have happened. Lu Chen nervously ran to the hotel lobby, only to see Giran sitting quietly on the sofa, like a delicate flower in the wind, weak and helpless. Lu Chen walked towards her quickly. When Giran saw him, she stood up and couldn't help but cry. Ran, what's wrong? Lu Chen asked distressfully when he saw Giran crying. Giran did not answer, but just hugged Lu Chen tightly. She pressed her face against his chest and hugged him like she was hugging the whole world. Lu Chen also hugged her and stroked her hair tenderly. Let's go back to the room first. Lu Chen kissed Giran's forehead and gently wiped away her tears. Yeah. Giran responded in a low voice. She lowered her head and let Lu Chen hold her hand and returned to the presidential suite. Ran, what's wrong? As soon as they returned to the room, Lu Chen held her face with both hands and gently wiped away her tears. No matter what makes Giran sad and cry, he will solve it. She will make Giran happy and protect her from shedding a single tear. Giran still did not answer, but looked up at Lu Chen and said firmly, "Take me." After saying that, she lowered her head shyly, blushed and hugged Lu Chen, and said softly, "Let me be your woman." She perfunctorily answered her parents' questions and let them relax their vigilance, but she secretly ran out to find Lu Chen. If she is not willing to wait even for a day, how can she be willing to be separated from Lu Chen? Even if I am like a moth flying into a flame, I will surely die. She won't regret it. Full of tenderness, Lu Chen hugged Giran, not knowing what she had been through. But none of that matters at this moment. She is his woman. No matter what she endures or what she faces, he will not let her be sad or cry. He will bear all the difficulties. All problems are solved by him. She just wanted to be his woman with peace of mind. Lu Chen hugged Giran tightly and kissed her lips. Let her be her own woman. Chapter 99. I am Lu Chen, Ran's boyfriend. Giran curled up in Lu Chen's arms like a kitten and officially became his woman. She is bright and beautiful, and has a kind of alluring charm that captivates people. Lu Chen hugged her gently and listened to her talk about how her parents prevented them from being together. No matter how great the difficulties are, no matter how many storms she faces, as her man, he will protect her from the wind and rain. Giran did not tell Lu Chen that her life would be in danger if she stayed with him. Just tell him that her parents seem unwilling to let her be involved in the martial arts world and want to prevent them from being together. She knew that Lu Chen would also know about this after he went to see her father, but tonight was her and Lu Chen's first night together, and she didn't want to make Lu Chen worry too much tonight. Lu Chen listened quietly with a frown on his face. Things were more complicated than he had imagined. He didn't expect that Giran's family would be involved in the martial arts world. Giran is already his woman. No matter what difficulties he faces, he will not compromise and will face them head-on. Lu Chen gently stroked Giran's shoulders and said, Ran, I will talk to my uncle tomorrow to first figure out the cause and effect of the matter, and then find a way to solve it. Yeah. Giran answered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. She hugged Lu Chen tightly, lying on his chest, and whispered, Promise me that no matter what happens, don't leave me, okay? She was so afraid that Lu Chen would find out from her father that being with her would endanger her life, and would leave her to prevent her from getting hurt. If she has to be separated from Lu Chen in order to survive, then she would rather be with Lu Chen and greet death with a smile. Even if I die 1,000 times, I won't regret it. Silly. Lu Chen kissed Giran's forehead and said seriously, No matter what happens, I will not leave you. I will always stay by your side. He didn't know that being with Giran would endanger her life. I won't leave you either, never. Giran pressed her pretty face against Lu Chen's chest and whispered firmly. Ran. Lu Chen called Giran's name emotionally. Giran raised her head and Lu Chen kissed her lips. When the two were in love again, they hugged each other tightly and spent the whole night together. The next morning, Giran's parents called her. When they called Giran to have breakfast, they found that she had secretly run away. They didn't blame, just sighed softly. Lu Chen and Giran's father agreed to meet at the Qingsong tea house at 10 o'clock in the morning. They need to have a good talk about Giran's matter. After hanging up the phone, Giran looked at Chen nervously, not knowing what choice he would make. She cherished every minute and every second with him. Chen called Lu Xiaoke and the little monk to go downstairs to have breakfast together. When Lu Xiaoke saw Giran, he was stunned. She ran to Giran, looked at Chen thoughtfully, then looked at Giran, and then said with a smile, "Sister Ran, I will call you sister-in-law from now on." Giran was seen through by Lu Xiaoke and blushed. "You should have changed your words long ago." Chen tapped Lu Xiaoke's head and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, my brother bullied me." Lu Xiaoke touched his head, which was hurt by Chen's hit on the other side of Giran, and complained with his head shrunk. "Sister-in-law, help me vent my anger." When Giran heard Lu Xiaoke calling her sister-in-law, she felt very happy and stretched out her hand to pinch her waist. There was no way Chen could escape. He grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. Lu Xiaoke and Giran were very happy. "Hello, sister-in-law." The little monk also greeted with a smile. "Who is he?" Giran asked in confusion, wondering why there was a monk next to Chen. "His name is Little Monk." "He's not a real monk. He's just a gangster who eats and drinks for free and stays there for free." Lu Xiaoke rushed to introduce him. The little monk was confused. When did he become a gangster? But he didn't dare to refute Lu Xiaoke, because he was now living under someone else's roof. The young monk bowed to Giran and said, "Sister-in-law, my Buddhist name is Jojie. You can just call me young monk." "Ha ha." Lu Xiaoke laughed sarcastically. "Little monk, what are your 9 precepts for? I see that you are good at cheating, eating, drinking and having fun. How can you be called the 9 precepts?" The young monk retorted, "Sister, my name is Jojie. As for which Jojie I am, you wouldn't understand even if I told you." "Who said I don't understand?" Lu Xiaoke said unconvincedly, "Tell me, which 9 precepts do you know, and see if I understand them." The young monk said solemnly, "My 9 precepts are called, not abandoning the Bodhi mind, staying away from the 2 vehicles, observing and benefiting all sentient beings, making all sentient beings abide in the Buddha's Dharma, practicing the precepts learned by all Bodhisattvas, having no gain from all dharmas, dedicating all good roots to Bodhi, not being attached to the body of the Tathagata, and contemplating all dharmas without attachment." After the young monk finished talking about his 9 precepts, not only Lu Xiaoke, but even Chen and Giran were confused. It was completely different from the Buddhist precepts they usually knew. "You made it up, right?" Lu Xiaoke looked at the little monk suspiciously and asked. He. The little monk changed from a solemn look to a playful one, flattering, "Young lady, you were so wise and powerful, you saw through it in an instant." Lu Xiaoke looked at the little monk with an expression that showed he had expected this. Although Chen did not understand the little monk's 9 precepts, when the little monk recited the names of the 9 precepts just now, his voice was as loud as a bell and had a strong Buddhist flavor. It was definitely not made up. "Brother, let's go have breakfast. I'm starving." Lu Xiaoke, the greedy little cat, urged Chen as it was time for breakfast again. Let's go downstairs and have breakfast first," Chen said, grabbing Giran's hand. The 4 of them came to the hotel's buffet restaurant for breakfast. After eating, Chen said to Giran, Ran, I'll go over first." "Yeah." Giran held Chen's hand tightly. "Brother, where are you going?" Lu Xiaoke asked curiously. "I have to go out for something," Chen said perfunctorily. He patted Giran's hand to reassure her. Giran slowly let go of Chen's hand and stared at his receding back quietly, his mind going blank. She didn't know what fate awaited her. Whether it is joy or sorrow, life or death. She only wished to stay by Chen's side forever, even if her life would end in the next moment. Ba. The little monk seemed to see that something was wrong with Chen and Giran, and chanted a Buddhist name. Chen took a car to Chingsong Tea House alone. It was only 9:40 and the tea house was still deserted. He booked a small private room and stood at the door of the tea house waiting for Giran's father to arrive. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked towards the tea house. Chen had seen a photo of Giran's father and recognized him at a glance. "Hello, uncle." Chen greeted Ji Zhongliang politely and introduced himself. "I am Chen, Ran's boyfriend." Chapter 100, My Woman, I Will Protect Her. Ji Zhongliang looked at Chen carefully. He was a sunny boy, handsome and good-looking. He always had a polite smile on his face, giving people a very comfortable feeling. If other factors were ignored, Ji Zhongliang had to admit that Lu Chen gave him a good first impression and was a good match for Giran. Lu Chen also looked at Ji Zhongliang, who had a square face and looked a bit vicissitudes of life. He used his detection skills on him and found that his combat value was just at the level of an ordinary person, not an ancient warrior, which made him even more confused. Let's go and talk inside, Ji Zhongliang said gently without acting like an elder. He was not as overbearing as he had imagined, and Lu Chen had a better impression of Ji Zhongliang. He felt that Ji Zhongliang seemed helpless and depressed. The two of them arrived at the reserved private room, and Lu Chen began to busy himself with making tea. Ji Zhongliang quietly watched Lu Chen, who was making tea seriously, with only a silent sigh in his heart. After brewing the tea, Lu Chen first filled a cup for Ji Zhongliang, then poured himself a cup, sat upright on the chair and looked at him. Ji Zhongliang took a sip of tea, stared at Lu Chen, and said bluntly, "Please leave Ran." Lu Chen and Ji Zhongliang looked at each other. Without flinching, he shook his head, looked at him firmly and said, "Ran is already my woman. I will be responsible for her for the rest of my life. No matter what the reason, I will not separate from her. Please help us, uncle." Ji Zhongliang looked at Lu Chen's clear and firm eyes and knew that he really liked Giran. He sighed in his heart. It would be great if he was just an ordinary person. He sighed, and said with a painful look in his eyes, "If Ran were with you, she would definitely die." "She will definitely die." Lu Chen was suddenly shocked. He thought Giran's parents just didn't agree with her dating someone from the martial arts world. He didn't expect that being with Giran would actually threaten her life. He asked in shock, "Uncle, what's going on? Why is it that if I'm with Ran, she will definitely die?" Lu Chen felt uneasy, not knowing what kind of dangers Giran would face if he were with him. The aura of a martial arts master burst out from him. He clenched his fists tightly, and silently swore in his heart that no matter what danger Giran encountered, as long as he was there, he would not let anyone hurt her. Ji Zhongliang saw Lu Chen's reaction and knew that Giran did not tell him about this. He shook his head helplessly and did not answer, but continued, "You are a martial arts master at such a young age, and your future is limitless. The forces behind you will not let you be with Ran. I can make my own decisions about my own affairs, and no one can influence me." Lu Chen said firmly, "Uncle, no matter what difficulties and dangers Ran will encounter when she is with me, I will protect her." He said resolutely, "I will bear all the difficulties. I will face all the dangers. My woman, I will protect her. As long as I am here, no one will hurt Ran." Ji Zhongliang looked at Lu Chen's sonorous and bold words, and felt relieved for Giran, but his face became even darker, and he said, "Lu Chen, I know that peerless monsters like you are arrogant and fearless. But if Ran is with you, the forces you are about to face will not dare to offend them easily, even if you have the 4 saints and 9 sects, or a 1,000-year-old ancient family behind you. I will not fall out with them just for Ran. If you insist on being with Ran, it will only hurt Ran and you." After hearing what Ji Zhongliang said, Lu Chen became even more confused. Is there any force more powerful than the 4 saints and 9 sects? Brother Chang, aren't the 4 saints and 9 sects the most powerful in the martial arts world? Lu Chen communicated silently with Wudi Chang in his heart. Wudi Chang explained, "The martial arts world is bigger and more complicated than you think. The 4 saints, 9 sects, and 23 schools are famous and upright schools. There are also several ancient families and evil sects that have been passed down for thousands of years. Their strength is enough to rival the 4 saints and 9 sects. Each force has its own background. As long as it is not a battle to destroy a sect or a family, no one can say who is stronger than who. But you don't have to worry. As long as you reach level 9, you can almost sweep away these forces. Even if you don't accept the mission, it will only take about 2 months to reach level 9. Wudi Chang said domineeringly, "So, these forces are actually scum in front of you. Let them jump around first, and then whoever dares to be arrogant will be trampled to death." After listening to Wudi Chang's analysis, Lu Chen felt more confident and said to Ji Zhongliang calmly, "Uncle, please believe me, no matter how powerful that force is, I will protect Ran from harm." "It's useless, Lu Chen." Ji Zhongliang shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I know you won't give up easily, so I'll tell you everything now, and you'll understand why Ran will definitely die if she stays with you." With pain and resentment on his face, Ji Zhongliang began to recount the whole story. "In fact, my wife and I are not Ran's biological parents. We are just assassins trained by the Ji family." As soon as Ji Zhongliang opened his mouth, he revealed a big secret. Lu Chen was shocked, but did not interrupt him and let him continue. Ran was born in the Ji family, an ancient hidden family. Her father is Ji Yunfeng, who was already a half-step innate peerless demon at the age of 25. Her mother is Lu Fian, one of the true disciples of the Yu Hua Dao sect of the Four Holy Lands. Her grandfather is Ji Wuya, the head of the Ji family, a master of the 7th level of innateness. 22 years ago, Ran was born. It was also the year that the Ji family was wiped out overnight. The 3 great masters and more than 30 martial arts masters were killed or injured. Except for Ran, who was taken by my wife and I to escape to the Yu Hua Taoist sect, all the other direct descendants died. Only one person from the side branch escaped under the desperate protection of the foreign master Fei Chagan and several foreign martial arts masters, and fled far away overseas. Finally, it was the Supreme Elder Shengqing of the Yu Hua Taoist sect who stepped in to save the life of the infant Ran. They also promised that Ran could only be an ordinary person for the rest of her life and was not allowed to set foot in the martial arts world again, otherwise they would cut off the only direct bloodline of the Ji family. My wife and I were also crippled by them and turned into ordinary people, leaving us to raise Ran. After Ji Zhongliang finished speaking, he seemed to have aged a lot. He looked at Lu Chen painfully and said, "If Ran stays with you, it means she has broken her promise and stepped into the martial arts world. They will definitely kill Ran." Lu Chen listened quietly to Ji Zhongliang's story. The Ji family, which had 3 great masters, was wiped out, and the Yu Hua Taoist sect was also a little afraid of that force. That force was really powerful and terrifying. No wonder Ji Zhongliang didn't want Giran to be with him. He frowned and asked, "What is the name of that force?" Ji Zhongliang took a deep breath, and with fear and resentment, he said in a trembling voice, "Blood Alliance." Chapter 101 Blood Alliance. Blood Alliance. Lu Chen could hear the hatred and fear in Ji Zhongliang's cold tone. "Brother Chang, do you know how powerful the Blood Alliance is?" Lu Chen asked Wudi Chang. Wudi Chang introduced, "The Blood Alliance is an ancient martial arts assassin organization. 67 years ago, they announced that they would go into seclusion and no longer accept external missions. The leader is called Blood Shura, who is at the peak of innate cultivation. He has 10 innate assassins under him, known as the 3 Kings and 7 Evils. The Huajin assassins are called the Gold Medal Assassins, and the Anjin assassins are called the Silver Medal Assassins. 67 years ago, he announced that he would retire and no longer accept any external missions?" Lu Chen noticed a very important piece of information and asked, in the 22nd year, was it because someone asked the Blood Alliance to come back and destroy the Ji family, or was it because the Blood Alliance itself wanted to destroy the Ji family? "I don't know about this. I haven't found any information on this," Wudi Chang replied. He is not omniscient, he only knows most of the circulating news. Lu Chen, don't think that the Blood Alliance will let Ran go just because 22 years have passed. Ji Zhongliang recalled the tragic battle 22 years ago and said bitterly, "We all underestimated the Blood Alliance's determination to get rid of Ran. At that time, Miss Lu's master, Feng Qingzi, the Taoist master of Yu Hua Dao, came forward to protect Ran, but it was useless." He heaved a long sigh and said with lingering fear, "If it weren't for the Supreme Elder Shengqing coming out of retreat and defeating Blood Shura by half a move, the Blood Alliance would have almost gone to war with the Yu Hua Dao sect." Lu Chen frowned. Ran was just a child at that time and posed no threat. How could the Blood Alliance actually go to war with the Yu Hua Taoist sect just to kill Ran? And why don't they let Ran enter the world of martial arts? Many doubts left Lu Chen confused. He asked, "Why does the Blood Alliance have to kill Ran?" Ji Zhongliang thought for a moment and expressed his guess, "I don't know why the Blood Alliance wanted to kill Ran, but thinking back on that battle, it seems that they came here to annihilate the direct bloodline of the Ji family. In the end, Elder Fei and his collateral cousin broke out of the encirclement, and the Blood Alliance did not continue to hunt them down, but instead focused on pursuing Ran. The fog is thick with mystery. What kind of deep hatred would make the Blood Alliance want to kill all the direct descendants of the Ji family? Or, is there some other special reason?" Lu Chen fell into deep thought and asked in confusion, "If the Blood Alliance really wanted to kill Ran, you live in the secular world, and they have more opportunities to do it. After they succeed, I believe that Yu Hua Daomen will not go to war with the Blood Alliance for revenge for Ran, right?" Thinking of this, Lu Chen ruled out the possibility that someone had asked the Blood Alliance to wipe out the Ji family, otherwise the client would have dealt with Giran himself. Ji Zhongliang explained, "This is exactly what the Supreme Elder of Shengqing was worried about, so during the negotiations, both sides swore a blood oath. It's useless for ordinary people to swear, but at their innate realm, if they violate the blood oath, they will be disturbed by the inner demon during cultivation. At the very least, they will not be able to break through their cultivation, and at the worst, they will go astray. That's why we have been safe all these years. Lu Chen added some water to the teapot and continued to ask, Ran, what does it take to break your promise and enter the martial arts world? Although there are few ancient martial artists in the secular world, they are not difficult to contact. Many young people from ancient martial arts families are studying in college, just like ordinary people. Does contacting them count as entering the martial arts world? Ji Zhongliang shook his head and said, if it's just an accidental contact, of course it doesn't count. If she practices ancient martial arts, or becomes your person like now, it counts as entering the martial arts world. According to the promise at that time, if they find out that Ran has entered the martial arts world, they will first send a blood-killing order as a warning. If you don't sever your relationship after a month, the Blood Alliance will take action directly. The Blood Alliance is elusive. They must have known about you and Ran. I'm afraid they will send a bloody killing order in the next day or two. Ji Zhongliang said nervously, so Lu Chen, please leave Ran. This time we broke our promise. The Blood Alliance will definitely take this opportunity to get rid of Ran. I don't know what force is behind you, but I don't think the force behind you will go to war with the Blood Alliance for Ran. The Blood Alliance actually gave Giran a month's buffer. It seems that the Supreme Elder Shangqing really took great pains to protect Ran. Lu Chen said soothingly, Uncle, don't worry for now. The blood-killing order hasn't been delivered yet. We can't lose our composure. Besides, we still have a month's buffer time. Believe me, I will definitely protect Ran. His aura sank, and he said firmly, for Ran, what does it matter even if we go to war with the Blood Alliance? After hearing what Lu Chen said, Ji Zhongliang took a deep breath and asked, Lu Chen, which force do you come from that gives you the confidence to go to war with the Blood Alliance? He said expectantly, tell me, so I can have some idea in my mind. After knowing the strength of the Blood Alliance, Lu Chen still had the confidence to say such words, which gave Ji Zhongliang a glimmer of hope. Is he ignorant and fearless, or does he really have the strength to face the Blood Alliance? Lu Chen filled Ji Zhongliang's teacup and said with a faint smile, my sect is a single-line inheritance and is not well known to the world, but my master's strength. He smiled mysteriously and said slowly, it's even above the innate level. Is it even above the innate level? Ji Zhongliang was stunned after hearing Lu Chen's words, and looked at Lu Chen with shining eyes. Above the innate, there are only legends, and Lu Chen is actually the descendant of this legendary figure. If this is true, then Ran can be saved. Ji Zhongliang thought excitedly as he looked at Lu Chen. Above the Xiantian realm is what Wudi Chang told Lu Chen. In about 2 months, he would be able to fight against those above the Xiantian realm after purchasing the good fortune pill to improve his strength. He described his fictitious master as being superior to the innate in order to reassure Ji Zhongliang. So please rest assured, uncle. I will definitely protect Ran and make sure she's fine. Lu Chen said confidently. After a pause, he continued, however, my master is in seclusion and will not come out until 2 months later. We can find a way to delay the Blood Alliance. As long as we wait for my master to come out in 2 months, all problems can be solved. When Ji Zhongliang heard that Master Lu Chen was in seclusion, he frowned and said, why don't you and Ran pretend to separate first, and wait for your master to come out, and then confront the Blood Alliance? Lu Chen instinctively rejected this method. He thought of what Giran had said, telling him not to leave her no matter what. And with his progress, he will be able to fight against an innate master in about a month. He shook his head and refused, we still have a month's buffer time, let's make a long-term plan. Okay, let's wait until the blood-killing order arrives. Ji Zhongliang said with a firm face. His idea was very simple. No matter what happened, Giran would be fine. If there was really no other way, he would let Giran and Lu Chen separate for a while, wait for Master Lu Chen to come out, and then confront the Blood Alliance. Even at that time, Lu Chen would ask his master to destroy the Blood Alliance for Giran's sake. The Ji family's blood feud must be repaid with blood by the Blood Alliance. Chapter 102, Don't buy the best, only buy the most expensive. It was already 11 o'clock when Lu Chen came out of Qingsong Tea House. Ji Zhongliang no longer objected to Lu Chen and Giran being together. Lu Chen's fictitious master with a cultivation level above the innate level gave him great confidence, and he finally put his mind at ease. He did not doubt what Lu Chen said, because a martial arts master as young as Lu Chen could not be cultivated by ordinary people. At least he had to be a congenital master. So when Lu Chen said that his master's strength was above the innate level, Ji Zhongliang did not doubt it and said goodbye to Lu Chen with peace of mind. When Lu Chen returned to the hotel, Giran rushed over, hugged him tightly, and waited quietly for his decision. She was feeling uneasy the whole morning. Lu Xiaoke could see that she was unhappy and asked her to play King of Glory to relax, but she was not in the mood to play. She locked herself in the room and waited silently for Lu Chen to come back. Lu Chen touched her head distressfully and said gently, "Silly, I'm here, don't be afraid." "Yeah." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Giran buried his head in his chest, enjoying his touch. As long as she was with him, she was not afraid of anything. Lu Chen kissed Giran's hair and told her the good news: "Uncle has agreed to let us be together." "Really?" Giran raised his head excitedly, looking at Lu Chen with his bright eyes. "Silly girl, you are my woman. I will protect you forever and won't let anyone hurt you." Lu Chen raised the corner of his mouth and whispered teasingly in her ear with a wicked smile, "I will stay in Mobu during the summer vacation and won't go back. Just serve me obediently." Lu Chen deliberately teased Giran so that she would not feel any more psychological pressure. The hot breath from Lu Chen made her ears tingle and numb. He took the opportunity to gently bite her earlobe. Giran blushed with shame and cursed in a low voice, "You bastard." Thinking of last night's wild and crazy indulgence, Giran blushed and felt ashamed. Lu Chen looked at the shy Giran. If it wasn't broad daylight, he would really want to eat her. He touched Giran's head and said, "There happens to be a car show today. Let's go out for dinner first, and then buy you a sports car." Before coming to Shanghai, he said he would buy Giran a sports car. At that time, she was too embarrassed to refuse. Now that she has become Lu Chen's woman, she did not refuse. She just felt very sweet and happy. She also put the shadow of death behind her. As long as she could be with Lu Chen, she was not afraid of anything and didn't care about anything. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, he heard the system's voice. "Ding, the mission is triggered. The super rich man visits the auto show. As the richest man in the universe, you naturally have to buy the most luxurious and expensive car when you go to the auto show. Please buy the most luxurious and expensive car at the auto show in the National Exhibition and Convention Center in Shanghai. The task funds will be transferred to the card when you pay. Mission reward, 20 experience points and 20 gold coins. Failure penalty, deduction of 20 experience points and 20 gold coins." Lu Chen was very happy to receive another mission. What he lacked most now was experience upgrade. He looked at his attributes. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, the richest man in the universe. Internship period. Level 2 120 200. Today's quota, 200,000. Gold, 100. Combat strength, 500. Level 1 of Huajin. Taoism, the Book of Creation. Martial arts, bloodthirsty strike. Items, none. Mission, the rich man visits the auto show. After completing this task, you can reach level 3 the day after tomorrow. Each level up will give you a new ability and a chance to draw a prize. Lu Chen was looking forward to it. He wondered what the new ability would be and what good things he would win in the lottery. It would be great if I could draw the good fortune pill. Woody Chang said that one creation pill could improve one's cultivation by one small realm, and then one could directly reach the middle stage of Huajin 4th level. I'll go call Xiaoke and the little monk. Giran said as he broke free from Lu Chen's arms. She felt a little hot in her heart as Lu Chen hugged her. In the warm and quiet bedroom, smelling the familiar scent on his body, if he continued to hug her, she was afraid that she would melt in his arms. It's so embarrassing. Giran ran out of the bedroom and called Lu Xiaoke and the little monk to go eat together. Lu Xiaoke discovered that after her brother came back, Giran's mood had improved a lot and he was full of energy again. Although I don't know what happened, I am still very happy for them. Giran called Su Shasha out as well. After lunch, the 5 of them went to the auto show at the National Exhibition and Convention Center to buy a car. Lu Chen's goal is simple: he will buy whichever car is the most luxurious and expensive. Don't buy the best, just buy the most expensive. Otherwise the mission fails. This auto show is one of the 4 major auto shows in China. The scene is already packed with people, and all kinds of new luxury cars have attracted wealthy people from all over the world. Of course, there are also many people who don't come to buy cars, but just to see the luxury cars and beautiful women. As soon as the little monk arrived at the exhibition center, he was so amazed by the gorgeous car models that his eyes almost popped out. Those car models were all dressed sexy, posing and striking all kinds of seductive postures to attract people's attention. Does it look good? Lu Xiaoka asked with a smile, looking at the little monk with his eyes wide open. It looks good. The little monk nodded and answered without thinking. Lu Xiaoka said disdainfully, if it's good, just stay here and watch it slowly. Then he said to Lu Chen and the others, brother, sister-in-law, sister Shasha, let's go choose a car. Amit Ba. The little monk came back to his senses, his face regained its solemn expression and he said, Pink Skull, everything is empty, there is no self, no person, no sentient being. When Lu Xiaoka heard the monk talking about Zen, he felt it was too fake and scolded him, speak human language. He. The little monk changed his expression as fast as the speed of light, and said with a mean smile, what I mean is, they are all ugly, and only the young lady is the prettiest. Lu Xiaoka snorted and reluctantly let the little monk go. Lu Chen looked at the bickering Lu Xiaoka and the little monk and said with a smile, stop being naughty, let's go buy a car first. Uncle Lu, which car do you want to buy for the boss's wife? Su Shasha asked with concern. Lu Chen bought them for Giran, and she can also drive them. Looking at the super sports cars, Su Shasha wished that Lu Chen would buy them all. Buy the most expensive one. Lu Chen said with a faint smile. Master is master, Su Shasha exclaimed. She had learned about all the car models in the exhibition center before coming here. She said excitedly, the most expensive car at this auto show is the latest silver gray Pagani Huayra. It is super cool and costs 79 million. There are only 10 of them in the world. Su Shasha did not question Lu Chen's purchasing power. If he said he wanted to buy the most expensive one, then it would definitely be the most expensive one. She couldn't wait to go out for a drive in her Pagani Huayra to show off. Excuse me, is this Miss Giran? Su Shasha was just about to take Lu Chen and the others to the Pagani Huayra booth when suddenly a courier boy walked up to them with a package and asked Giran. Chapter 103 Blood Killing Order. When the courier boy walked towards them, Lu Chen looked at him as if he had sensed something and used his detection skill, the 4th level of Hua Jin, on him. The little monk then noticed something and looked up at the courier boy. Lu Chen and the little monk tacitly moved forward half a body length, protecting the 3 women behind them on the left and right. The courier boy was about 27 or 28 years old and wore a baseball cap. When he saw the young monk, his eyes raised slightly and a hint of fear flashed across his face. He walked up to the 5 people with a smile on his face, ignoring Lu Chen and the little monk, and asked Giran directly. Giran nodded, looked at the courier boy in confusion and asked, who are you? What do you want from me? The courier handed the package to her with a professional smile and said politely, hello, Miss G, here is a package for you, please sign for it. Giran didn't react for a moment. Who would go to the auto show to deliver a package? Before she could answer, Lu Chen reached out to the courier package and said calmly, I'll sign for her. The courier boy's hand shook slightly, turning into a shadow and avoiding Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen's hand followed like a shadow, and also turned into a residual image to grab the package. The courier boy couldn't avoid Lu Chen's hand. He looked at the hand holding the package and asked with a fake smile, Mr. Lu, do you really want to sign for Miss G? Lu Chen asked sneerfully, does your company have a rule that prohibits others from collecting on your behalf? Our company doesn't have such a rule. The courier boy let go of the package and smiled at Lu Chen, saying, as long as Mr. Lu opens the package and asks Miss G to confirm that the items have been received, it will be fine. The 3 girls also sensed that the atmosphere was not right and looked at the delivery boy warily. Giran looked at the courier boy and roughly guessed that the life-threatening situation his parents had mentioned was imminent. She couldn't help but lean towards Lu Chen, looking for a sense of security. Lu Chen slowly unpacked the package, peeling off layer by layer, revealing a blood-red token inside. The little monk recognized the token, his pupils shrank, and he looked at the courier boy in horror. Unexpectedly, the Blood Alliance reappeared in the martial arts world and issued a bloody kill order to Giran. The 3 women did not recognize the blood-killing order, but its cold aura made them feel uneasy. The big word kill on it was even more hideous and terrifying. Lu Chen picked up the blood-killing order. One side of the blood-red token was engraved with a big word kill, and the other side was engraved with a dragon with its body severed. The courier boy looked at Giran with a smile on his face and said, Ms. G, the blood-killing order has been delivered, please confirm. Giran looked at the cold blood-killing order and became a little nervous. She looked at Lu Chen and found that he was also looking at her gently, as if telling her, don't be afraid, I'm here. She was no longer afraid. She reached out and took the blood-killing order from Lu Chen, and said to the courier calmly, I have received the item. Is there anything else I can help you with? Just confirm receipt. The delivery guy adjusted his cap and said, I've completed my mission, too. See you in a month. After the courier left, Sushasha asked in surprise, Mr. Lu, Madam Boss, what's going on? The blood-killing order is aimed at Giran. Just hearing the name gives people a depressing feeling, which is definitely not a good thing. She was very worried about Giran. It's okay. Giran smiled at her best friend, not wanting to make her worry. How could Sushasha believe that everything was fine? She looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. Shasha, don't worry, I will protect Ran Ran and won't let anyone hurt her. Lu Chen said firmly, with a cold light in his eyes. He will kill anyone who wants to hurt Giran. Uncle Lu said it's okay, so it must be okay. Sushasha said with a smile. She didn't know how powerful the Blood Alliance was, but she had seen how powerful Lu Chen was and had full confidence in him. Lu Xiaoke also believed Lu Chen's words very much. She knew very well that if her brother couldn't do anything, then she would be even more helpless. She just had to behave herself and not cause any more trouble. When the little monk saw the blood-killing order, his face became serious. He knew how terrifying the blood-killing order was. The bloody killing order has been issued, and the fight will not stop until one dies. As long as the Blood Alliance issues a bloody kill order, they will hunt you down no matter where you go. Amit Ba. The little monk looked at the direction where the courier boy left and chanted the Buddha's name. Let's go. Lu Chen said to Sushasha calmly, Shasha, take us to the Pagani Wind God exhibition area. He hadn't figured out how to deal with the Blood Alliance in a month, but he was the backbone of the group and he couldn't show any fear. If even he is afraid, everyone will only live in fear. Whether you are happy or afraid, you still have to live your life. Let yourself bear all the pressure alone, so that they can spend every day without worries. There is still a month left, and he believes that he can find a way to deal with the Blood Alliance. Lu Chen's confidence gave the girls confidence. Sushasha took them straight to the Pagani Huayra exhibition area. There were many cool supercars along the way, and she introduced them to everyone in detail. Sushasha was pointing at a Lamborghini Batavia and introducing it. The little monk looked at it with shining eyes and fell in love with the supercar with a gray-brown body and a domineering yellow stripe in the middle at first sight. The little monk touched his bald head and said to Lu Chen embarrassedly, Boss, can you lend me another 5 million? Lu Chen had already transferred 5 million to him at noon. As for Lu Xiaoke's suggestion of deducting the money for buying clothes and accommodation last night, Lu Chen didn't feel comfortable deducting it from him. This Lamborghini bat costs more than 7.3 million yuan, so he was embarrassed to ask for a loan. Hey, little monk, do you think my brother is a money printing machine? Before Lu Chen could answer, Lu Xiaoke said happily. She looked at the little monk suspiciously and said, You don't want to borrow more and run away, do you? Miss, look at this little monk, he is so honest, how could he borrow money and run away? The little monk said to Lu Xiaoke in a flattering manner. Lu Xiaoke looked at him in disbelief and said slowly, I think it's very likely. The little monk was confused. Why do you want to borrow so much money? Lu Xiaoke said that, but still asked him curiously why he borrowed the money. The monk pointed at the Lamborghini bat and said excitedly, This supercar is so cool and it suits me very well. I want to borrow money to buy it. Lu Xiaoke looked at the Lamborghini bat, then looked at the little monk, but couldn't figure out how they matched. No problem, I'll transfer another 5 million to you. Lu Chen still had more than 20 million on his card, so it would be no problem to lend another 5 million to the monk. Little monk, can you afford to pay back the money you borrowed? Lu Xiaoke expressed doubts about the little monk's ability to repay. The little monk was stumped by Lu Xiaoke's question. He seemed to have no idea how to make money. He rolled his eyes and said, I can't pay the money, but I can help the boss fight. Chapter 104 Pagani Wind God. Help my brother fight? Lu Xiaoke looked at the little monk as if he were an idiot and said, I think you are the one who gets beaten, right? Giran and Sushasha also looked at the little monk strangely. Help Lu Chen fight? I'm afraid he doesn't know how perverted Lu Chen is. However, Lu Chen's attitude towards him seemed a little too good. Sister is really smart. She can tell at a glance that the little monk is very tough. The little monk praised Lu Xiaoke happily. The young monk was very confident in his ability to withstand beatings. He was second to none among his peers and no one dared to claim to be first. He had long been tortured by that perverted ascetic master until his body became as hard as iron and bronze. He has already made some progress in achieving the Vajra indestructible body, one of the 13 secret techniques of Buddhism. Jiujie, thank you very much. Lu Chen said with sincere gratitude. 10 million may seem like a lot to ordinary people, but it is just a drop in the bucket for those ancient martial arts sects. The financial resources of the ancient martial arts sects are definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. They don't care too much about money. To them, many cultivation resources cannot be bought with money. Lu Chen knew that the little monk said he would help him fight not for the 10 million, but because he regarded them as true friends and wanted to help him fight against the Blood Alliance's blood-killing order. The powerful little monk of the Blood Alliance must be aware of this, and he still dares to stand up and help at this moment. Lu Chen was very touched and regarded this seemingly unserious little monk as a true friend. When the three girls saw Lu Chen's attitude towards the little monk, they all looked at the little monk in surprise and began to guess that the little monk should also be an ancient martial artist, and a very powerful master at that. Lu Xiaoke had some doubts, but still said unforgivingly, "Let's make a deal, you carry it when we fight, and don't run faster than a rabbit." "Don't worry, little sister." The little monk said confidently, "When we fight, I will definitely hold on to the end." After hearing the little monk's promise, Lu Xiaoke nodded with satisfaction. Lu Chen opened his mobile banking account and transferred 5 million to the monk. He said, "It's done. Buy this Lamborghini Murcielago first, and then we'll go buy the Pagani Huayra." Ordinary bank cards naturally cannot transfer such a large amount of money at will, but his is a UnionPay Black card, so as long as there is money in the card, he can transfer money without restrictions. This Lamborghini bat has a cool and unique appearance, attracting many onlookers to take photos. The monk had a lot of money in his heart, so he walked to the Lamborghini bat exhibition area with a proud look on his face. He squeezed in and shouted to the crowd watching the car, please make way, I want to go in and buy this Lamborghini bat." The little monk looked like a nouveau riche who was afraid that others would not know that he was going to buy this Lamborghini bat. Lu Xiaoke covered her face and couldn't bear to look at it. She didn't dare to follow to see the car, for fear that others would know that they were with the little monk. It would be too embarrassing. Giran and Su Shasha also smiled secretly. The little monk's attitude was too pretentious and he might be struck by lightning. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and followed him. When faced with such a funny guy, he didn't know what to say. When the three girls saw Lu Chen go in, they followed him in. Money makes things easier. The sales manager of Lamborghini warmly received the young monk, and after paying the full amount, all the formalities were completed in just over 10 minutes. The young monk signed the contract amid the envious gazes of the onlookers. Click. Click. There were flashes of light, some from the onlookers and some from the news media. The little monk sat on the chair, signed his name, turned his head pretentiously, and waved and smiled at the cameras. Lu Chen and the three women were all speechless and took a few steps back involuntarily to distance themselves from the little monk. Fortunately, the little monk was wearing the fashionable bamboo hat he had just bought last night, otherwise today's news would definitely be shocking. The illegitimate son of Shaolin Abbot bought a supercar worth more than 7 million. After buying the Lamborghini bat, the little monk was in a very happy mood. Su Shasha continued to take Lu Chen and others to the Pagani Wind God exhibition area. The Pagani Wind God exhibition area is already surrounded by visitors. Only 10 of these silver-gray Pagani winds were produced in the world, and there is only one in the entire Chinese region, so it naturally attracted many car lovers to come and watch. Lu Chen led the 4 people and walked directly to the staff of the exhibition area and said, "I want this Pagani Fengshen." Simple and straightforward, Lu Chen didn't even look at the Pagani Huayra in the middle of the booth and just bought the 79 million supercar. The little monk looked at Lu Chen with admiration, thinking that invisible pretense is the most terrifying. Lu Chen was not trying to show off, but this was his mission. If he wanted to buy the most luxurious and expensive car at the auto show, he could only buy this one. It didn't matter whether he saw the car or not. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Chen said this, the onlookers all looked over. Surprise, envy, jealousy. There are all kinds of expressions. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy this Pagani Huayra?" The beautiful saleswoman who received Lu Chen looked at him in surprise and asked for confirmation. Lu Chen nodded and said, "You can pay the full amount now." "Okay sir, please wait a moment." The beautiful saleswoman came back to her senses and said excitedly. She turned around and wanted to call their manager. Without her shouting, Manager Chiu, who was looking at cars in the middle of the booth with a few young people, also heard Lu Chen's words and looked over. Then he said to the young man he was talking to in embarrassment, "Mr. Lin, look at this." He was introducing this Pagani Wingo to Lin Xiao in front of him. Although Lin Xiao had not yet explicitly expressed his intention to buy it, he was already very interested. He should ask for it after he finished introducing the performance of the car. Unexpectedly, a man showed up halfway, didn't even look at the car, and directly asked to buy it. He didn't know the young Master Lin in front of him, but he knew the young Master Kong who was accompanying young Master Lin. He was a super rich second generation whose family had assets worth hundreds of billions. He was very respectful to young Master Lin, which showed that young Master Lin's status was higher than his. This Pagani Huayra is very good. I bought it. Lin Xiao said calmly to Manager Chiu. He also heard Lu Chen's words, turned around and looked at him, his eyes full of condescension. When Lin Xiao saw the three women around Lu Chen, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but it was only fleeting. He was already used to seeing beautiful women. Manager Chiu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. If he had not introduced this Pagani Huayra to Mr. Lin, and Lu Chen asked to buy it first, and Mr. Lin asked later, then he would definitely sell it directly to Lu Chen. But in this situation, it makes sense to sell to anyone, but it will also offend the other party. Lu Chen met Lin Xiao's gaze and looked at him with a smile. If the other party had already asked to buy this function before him, for the sake of the mission, he will negotiate with the other party and ask him to give the car to him. But the other party was just looking at the car just now, and he was the first to offer to buy it. If the other party came to grab it, he would not be polite to the other party. Chapter 105 You bid, I'll do whatever I want. Manager Chiu, young Master Lin wants to buy this Pagani Wingo, why don't you go and handle the formalities quickly? Young Master Kong who was beside young Master Lin spoke first, and said impatiently to Manager Chiu who was in a dilemma. This. Manager Chiu looked at Lu Chen in embarrassment. If Lu Chen had no objection, he would directly sell the car to Mr. Lin. Su Shasha had regarded this Pagani Wind God as her own car all the way here. Now someone came to snatch it away, and she was the first to disagree. She said to Lin Xiao and the others, "Are you still being reasonable? We were the ones who asked to buy it first, why should we sell it to you?" There was also a girl in Lin Xiao's group. She was not to be outdone and said to Su Shasha, "We were the first to see this car, so of course you have to sell it to us. I'm also interested in all the cars here. Are they unable to sell the cars to other people?" Su Shasha has a hot temper and is not willing to give in. She continues to ask, "Have you made a reservation? Have you said you want to buy it? If I don't have any, why should I sell it to you?" Su Shasha pressed on step by step, leaving the girl opposite speechless. Her face flushed red, unable to refute. She glanced at Lin Xiao beside her, felt confident, and said arrogantly, "Why?" "Because Lin Xiao wanted to buy this car." "Uncle Lu, have you heard of young Master Lin?" Su Shasha asked Lu Chen with her head turned. Lu Chen shook his head calmly, indicating that he had never heard of it. He had just checked on Lin Xiao, a master of the 7th level of dark energy. He didn't know whether he was the young master of a powerful ancient martial arts family or a disciple from an ancient martial arts sect who came out to gain experience. Recently, disciples from the 4 saints, 9 sects and 23 schools have gone out into the world to gain experience. Disciples from ancient martial arts schools, which were rarely seen before, are now not uncommon. Lu Chen didn't take the 7th level of dark energy seriously and just let Su Shasha and the other party continue arguing. "I'm so sorry, I've never heard of Lin Xiao or Lin Duo." Su Shasha raised her voice hypocritically and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know him." When she saw Lu Chen shaking his head, she no longer cared about Lin Xiao. With Mr. Lu's support, she wants to act recklessly for once. "It's normal that you don't know him." The girl on the other side looked at Su Shasha with contempt, and then said proudly, "Mr. Lin and you are in a different league. You don't even have the qualifications to know him. You can brag as much as you want. You can brag to the sky." Su Shasha responded bluntly, directly comparing Lin Xiao to awesome. Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to stop the girl from arguing with Su Shasha. He looked at Lu Chen coldly and said, "My name is Qingteng Lindong. May I know what to call my friend?" "Lu Chen." Lu Chen replied indifferently. The Qingting that Lindong mentioned is the Qingting sword sect, one of the 23 sects among the 4 saints and 9 sects, whose strength is even greater than that of the Wansheng sect. Although Lindong is not the strongest among the younger generation in Qingting sword sect, his father is a powerful elder at the 5th level of Huajin, and his grandfather is a great elder at the peak of Huajin. Therefore, his influence among the younger generation of Qingting sword sect is greater than that of senior sister Nalan Pizzi. There are many people here and they all have different opinions, so Lindong hides the word sword sect. Those who understand will understand, and he does not need to be afraid of those who do not understand. Seeing that Lu Chen had no reaction after hearing his origin, Lin Dong looked down on him, thinking that he was just an ordinary upstart who didn't even have the qualifications to know an ancient warrior, so he didn't take him seriously. He stopped being polite and said arrogantly, "I like this Pagani function very much, so don't argue with me." What a coincidence, I also like this Pagani wind god. Lu Chen smiled faintly at Lin Dong and said, "Young Master Lin, please don't argue with me." Ha ha. Lin Dong laughed and said provocatively, "Interesting. How about this, we each rely on our own abilities, and whoever offers the highest price gets to buy this Pagani wind god." Lin Dong believed that Lu Chen was just a nouveau riche, and the best way to deal with a nouveau riche was to overwhelm him financially, destroy his only support, and make him despair. Lin Dong felt that it was more interesting to defeat the opponent using the moves that the opponent was best at. He was not afraid of being cheated by buying this sports car. He believed that after the other party knew his identity, they would never dare to charge him a penny more. "You bid, I'm fine with it," Lu Chen said indifferently, as if he didn't care about money. "It just so happens that I don't have much else, but I have a lot of money." Is this kid sick? Comparing money with the richest man in the universe? Woody Chang's voice also sounded in Lu Chen's mind. The amount for the task super rich visiting the auto show is transferred in when making the purchase. Lu Chen doesn't care how much money he spends on the Pagani Huayra, as he will use the task amount to pay anyway. He wanted to see how much money Lin Dong could offer. Lin Dong looked at the calm Lu Chen with a sneer on his face, thinking, "You will be in despair soon." He has 2 billion in his card, so he is very confident. "Manager Chiu, I'll pay 100 million for this Pagani Huayra," Lin Dong said to Manager Chiu confidently. Manager Chiu wanted to stop them, but before he could open his mouth, Lu Chen's calm voice came, 200 million. "You bid, I bid." Lu Chen's light voice was indeed very casual, and it doubled directly. The onlookers were all stunned. This was a real battle between the rich. Money was measured in billions, and both wanted to kill the other with money. 300 million. Lin Dong made the offer without any panic or fear. Manager Chiu was so frightened by their bid that he dared not say a word and could only let him fight on. Now it's not a question of buying a car, but a question of face. He couldn't stop it. 600 million. Lu Chen shouted casually. 700 million. Lin Dong shouted without hesitation. 1.4 billion. Lu Chen remained calm and doubled the price every time he bid. The people around were stunned and numb, with only a string of numbers left. All I can say is that they don't understand the world of the rich. Even Giran, Lu Xiaoke, and Su Shasha thought Lu Chen was too crazy. Lin Dong's eyelids twitched as he watched Lu Chen shout out 1.4 billion without changing his expression. Could this kid really be so poor that he only has money left? 2 billion. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and quoted this number, then said to Lu Chen, "If you can quote a higher price, I will give up buying this Pagani wind god." 4 billion. Lu Chen didn't even bother to think and directly quoted 4 billion. Crazy, really crazy. Lin Dong had already said that he would give up if Lu Chen's offer was more than 2 billion, but he still doubled his offer. Lin Dong's face darkened, and he felt that he was being played by Lu Chen. He said fiercely, "If you have the ability, you can take out 4 billion now. If you can't, you are playing tricks on me. I will let you know the consequences of playing tricks on me." He didn't believe that Lu Chen could really come up with 4 billion. 4 billion in liquid funds is not the same as 4 billion in assets. Anyone who has 4 billion in liquid funds is definitely not an ordinary nouveau riche, and it is impossible for him not to know the name of Qingting Sword School. Chapter 106, A Fight of Words or a Fight of Fists? Lu Chen just smiled faintly at the furious Lin Dong, took out his CCB card from his wallet, shook it and said, "What would you do if I had 4 billion in my card?" Lin Dong looked at Lu Chen, who was calm and composed, and for a moment he was unsure. After all, the other party can spend 79 million to buy Pagani Huayra, so it is not certain that they can really come up with 4 billion. But a nouveau riche is still a nouveau riche after all, and he is not presentable. No matter how rich he is, Lin Dong doesn't take him seriously. If you are not at that level, you cannot enter their world even if you have money. He. Lin Dong laughed in anger, walked in front of Lu Chen, looked at him with contempt, and said, "Even if you are really rich, don't think you are great. For some people, money is just a number in their eyes. You can't offend them." Lin Dong had a proud smile on his face and said arrogantly, "And I am exactly that kind of person." The onlookers and the sales staff at the exhibition area were all stunned by Lin Dong's words. This is such a pretentious statement. The other party is a rich man who was going to spend 4 billion to buy Pagani Huayra, and he can still say this. Is it possible that Lin Dong's background is so awesome that he can ignore money? What a coincidence, money is just a number in my eyes. Lu Chen said with a sneer, and I happen to be that kind of person. He didn't lie at all. 4 billion was just a system task fund for him. Lu Chen handed the CCB card to the beautiful saleswoman and said lightly, 4 billion, pay by card. He said that when paying by card, the task fund of 4 billion will be automatically transferred in. Lu Chen originally wondered whether the flow of such a large amount of funds in the Shenhouse system would be investigated by regulators. Wu Chang assured him that all the money came from formal channels and was transferred from an independent account with the highest security level. The security level of his CCB card was also set to the highest level. Only those well-connected people in China who had the power to influence the world would be allowed to check it. And even if they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find out anything, because the source of the money was legal and the transfer was also legal. It could only prove that Lu Chen had a relationship with the owner of the account. As for the owner of the account, his identity had already been arranged. In a word, let Lu Chen use the money with confidence. The beautiful saleswoman looked at the bank card handed to her and stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to take it or not. She looked to Manager Chiu for help. Manager Chiu smiled and said cautiously to Lu Chen and Lin Dong, Mr. Lu, I can't change the price of the car. I'll call the president for instructions. Even if he was asked to sell the car for 4 billion, he would not be so bold. This is a car show, not an auction. Items with clearly marked prices are sold for billions more. As a small manager, he cannot make the decision and does not want to cause trouble. Manager Chiu immediately took out his cell phone and called the president to report the situation truthfully. The president was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he heard that someone was competing for wealth by offering 4 billion to buy Pagani Fengshan. Then he heard that another person called himself Qingtong Lindong, and he was even more shocked. The Qingting sword sect, this behemoth is not something they can afford to offend. Without saying anything, he directly told Manager Chiu to sell the car to Lin Dong at the original price. Manager Chiu hung up the phone and looked at Lin Dong in horror. Who is this Qingtong Lin Dong? He is the one that makes the president want to please him even if it means offending the wealthy Lu Chen who spent 4 billion to buy the Pagani Fengshan. Lin Dong's words just now were not pretentious, but truly awesome. He was truly the kind of person that no matter how rich you were, you couldn't afford to offend. Manager Chiu's scalp tingled, and he said to Lu Chen, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, our president has told us that it was Mr. Lin who wanted to buy the car first, so we have to sell the car to Mr. Lin according to the rules. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and offend Lu Chen, but when he thought about being able to please the even more powerful Lin Dong, he was not so nervous anymore. Then he smiled at Lin Dong and said flatteringly, Mr. Lin, I will sell you the car at the original price. We will handle the paperwork for you right away. When Manager Chiu said this, the onlookers were stunned. Lu Chenhao inhumanely offered 4 billion yuan, and everyone thought that the Pagani Wingo would definitely belong to him, but then there was such a reversal. They thought about what Lin Dong had just said and looked at him in shock, wondering who he was that made the president of Pagani's China region go against his principles to curry favor with him. It is just as he said, he is the kind of person that you cannot offend no matter how rich he is. That's awesome. After hearing what Manager Chiu said, Lin Dong's depressed mood after losing the competition for wealth just now disappeared. He looked at Lu Chen arrogantly, his eyes full of sarcasm, and said, Do you believe it now? Sometimes money is not omnipotent. Some people are not something you can afford to offend. The girl who had just quarreled with Su Shasha, like a proud rooster, raised her head and looked at Su Shasha complacently. Su Shasha glared back at her unwillingly. She believed that Lu Chen would definitely fight back strongly. Lu Chen was neither shocked nor angry. His expression remained calm, with a faint smile on his face. He said, I didn't want to bully the weak. If you wanted to compete with me in wealth, I would compete with you in wealth. But now that you want to bully others by taking advantage of your power, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Lin Dong looked at Lu Chen with amusement and asked disdainfully, How do you want to bully the weak? Boss. The little monk suddenly called out, For such a small matter, just let me handle it. Then he walked up to Lin Dong and said, Do you want to fight with words or with fists? What is a literary fight and what is a physical fight? Lin Dong asked with interest as he looked at the fat boy who suddenly appeared. A literary fight means I beat you until you admit defeat. The little monk smiled and said, "A physical fight means I beat you until you can't even admit defeat. I suggest you choose a literary duel." The little monk suggested in a mean way. "You are looking for death." After hearing what the little monk said, Lin Dong shouted loudly and was ready to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. There was a crisp sound of pop. Before Lin Dong could make a move, he felt a burning sensation on his face as he was slapped by the little monk. The little monk put one hand on Lin Dong's shoulder and raised it with the other, ready to hit him at any time. "You!" Lin Dong was slapped on the face and was shocked and angry. He used his internal energy to attack, but the little monk's hand on his shoulder seemed to hold him down with a force of 1,000 pounds. The little monk's move is called Vajra, subduing demons. Lin Dong's cultivation level is a big gap between him and Lin Dong, so how can he have the strength to resist? Pop. The little monk slapped him again and said, "What do you mean?" Lin Dong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and felt a slap on his face, but he was too frightened to get angry. The fat boy in fancy clothes in front of him was actually also an ancient warrior, and his strength far exceeded his, leaving him without any power to resist. Martial arts master. Lin Dong had this thought in mind, and he looked at the little monk's hand in fear, ready to fall at any moment, and shouted in fear, "I give up." Chapter 107, No buying. The little monk would beat people whenever he said so, without any mercy. He still had a smile on his face while smoking, and the only thing missing was asking, "Are you convinced?" This kind of banditry and tyranny shocked everyone. Lin Dong, who was so arrogant just now, was slapped twice and became as scared as a mouse seeing a cat. Among the young men with Lin Dong, there were two who were also descendants of the ancient martial arts family. They stared in amazement as Lin Dong was obediently slapped in the face by the fat man. It's really weird. They knew Lin Dong's strength. He was a master of the 7th level of dark energy and could crush ordinary people with just one finger. Now he doesn't even react when someone slaps him in the face. They looked at the little monk in fear, and then at Lu Chen, who was calm and composed and was called the boss by the little fat man. I feel creepy. The onlookers were first stunned by the local tycoon's show of wealth, and Lu Chen's 4 billion, and they exclaimed that he was so rich and inhumane. Then he was confused by the big reversal that Manager Chiu sold the car to Lin Dong, and was shocked by Lin Dong's identity. After the little monk talked about fighting with both words and fists and slapped Lin Dong, they thought that a fight was going to break out between the two sides. The result was a one-sided slap in the face. A real slap in the face. Snap, snap, snap sounds. Especially after Lin Dong was slapped twice, he didn't dare to say a word and just shouted that he admitted defeat. What a coward. The onlookers looked at Lin Dong and cursed him in their hearts, their eyes full of sarcasm. Do you still want to buy this Pagani Huayra? The little monk asked Lin Dong with a smile. Lin Dong was so scared that he quickly shook his head and said, "No, I won't buy it. Pride and face are all nonsense in the face of absolute strength." If the other party is a martial arts master older than him, he can also bring up the names of his father or grandfather to intimidate the other party. But the other party just called himself a young monk. He has not practiced Buddhism much, and there is only one martial arts master who matches his age, Zhou Jie, one of the true disciples of the Holy Land of Bliss and the only successor of the ascetic lineage. His cultivation is higher than his, and his background is stronger than his. When you meet such a person, what else can you do if you don't admit defeat or show weakness? He believed that if he didn't admit defeat, Zhou Jie would really draw him to admit defeat, or even to the point where he couldn't say the word admit defeat. The little monk then patted him on the shoulder and praised him, "You are smart and you gave up quickly. I haven't beaten you enough yet." When he said I haven't had enough, he smiled maliciously. Lin Dong felt creepy, afraid that he would slap him again, so he quickly said, "You should know that it is Master Zhou Jie's friend who wants this Pagani function. I wouldn't dare to compete with you even if I had 10 guts." The monk pointed at Lu Chen and said to Lin Dong, "This is my boss. Only a handsome and suave man like my boss can own such a cool and awesome supercar. Don't you think so?" Yes, only young Master Lu is worthy of this Pagani function." Lin Dong didn't dare to refute and just kept agreeing. When he looked at Lu Chen again, he realized what he meant by bullying the weak. Even Master Zhou Jie, the true disciple of the Paradise Holy Land, calls him boss. How terrifying must his identity be? Attacking me is indeed bullying the weak. Manager Chiu was so frightened that he cursed the president's ancestors in his heart. He bowed and apologized to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, what I just said was President Feng's personal opinion. I was serious that Mr. Lu was the first to ask for the car, so I should sell it to Mr. Lu. As he spoke, he observed Lu Chen's expression and found that this young Master Lu looked nonchalant from beginning to end, as if these little things did not bother him at all. Seeing that Lu Chen did not change his expression, he continued to flatter, "Mr. Lu, I will handle the formalities for this Pagani function for you now. This car is for my girlfriend. You take her to handle the formalities." Lu Chen didn't bother with such a small person, and said to Giran beside him, Ran, you go and handle the formalities with him. Brush, brush, brush. The eyes of the onlookers were all focused on Giran. It turns out that this wealthy man, Mr. Lu, spent 4 billion to buy a Pagani Huayra as a gift for his girlfriend. Everyone looked at Giran with envy. It's so lucky to have such a boyfriend. Yeah. Giran felt so many passionate gazes, nodded shyly, and went to handle the formalities with manager Chiu. Lu Chen paid the full amount directly, 79 million by credit card. Manager Chiu would never dare to mention the 4 billion yuan matter, and was prepared to sell it to Lin Dong at the original price, and naturally he would also sell it to Lu Chen, who slapped Lin Dong in the face at the original price. After Lu Chen paid 79 million, he heard the system's voice. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have gained 20 experience points and 20 gold coins. The remaining 3.921 billion task funds in the CCB card were also automatically transferred by the system. The little monk retreated back to Lu Chen's side. There were still 2 slap marks on Lin Dong's face. He apologized to Lu Chen tremblingly, "Mr. Lu, I was blind and offended you. Lin Dong apologizes to you here. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Lu Chen said calmly, "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart. Master Lu, Master Jie, I will take my leave now." Lin Dong was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so after saying goodbye to Lu Chen and the little monk, he quickly left with those people. Su Shasha glared proudly at the girl who had just quarreled with her. It was so cool and awesome to have Uncle Lu protecting her. The girl didn't dare to glare back. She lowered her head and quickly followed Lin Dong away. After they walked away, the girl couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, are we just going to let it go?" She was also a daughter of a genius from an ancient martial arts family, and she knew the power of the Qingting sword sect behind Lin Dong. Seeing that the girl was still talking about this, Lin Dong looked at her with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, forget about what happened today. They are not something we can afford to offend." The girl felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave and her whole body was cold. Lin Dong was timid in front of the little monk, but he was very domineering in front of them. No one dared to question his words, and they also remembered the appearance of Lu Chen and his companions deeply in their hearts, so as to avoid offending them if they met someone so blind one day. After Lin Dong and the others left, Lu Xiaoke stared at the little monk curiously and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that what you said about helping my brother fight was true. Monks don't tell lies." The little monk said seriously, and then suddenly asked with a playful smile, "Little monk, you are awesome, right? What a great guy." Lu Xiaoke clenched her fist and said disdainfully, "I can beat 5 pretty boys like that by myself." Lu Xiaoke has always believed that he is also a martial arts master. That's right, the young lady has extraordinary skills. Beating that pretty boy is just a piece of cake. The little monk agreed with a smile. Of course. Lu Xiaoke's tail was raised to the sky with pride. Chapter 108, Meeting the Parents. Manager Chiu diligently helped Giran complete all the formalities, and his attitude was better than that towards his own parents. He had just offended Lu Chen, and now he was afraid that he might not treat them well enough and make them angry. When Lu Xiaoke saw her brother bought a Pagani function for her sister-in-law, she also wanted a supercar and said coquettishly, "Brother, when school starts, you must also give me a supercar." Lu Chen naturally would not refuse Lu Xiaoke's request and agreed, "No problem, let Shasha advise you on which sports car to buy, and I'll buy it for you once it's confirmed." He himself doesn't know much about supercars. Among them, Su Shasha is the most interested in and knowledgeable about supercars. "Thank you, brother." Lu Xiaoke shouted sweetly. "Silly girl, why are you saying thank you to me?" Lu Chen scolded with a smile. He. Lu Xiaoke smiled foolishly at Lu Chen, feeling sweet in her heart. "I am so lucky to have such a good brother. Both the Pagani Wind God and the Lamborghini Murcielago have only 2 seats. If it is inconvenient to travel with a large number of people, Lu Chen spent more than 4 million to buy a Bentley Continental for daily travel." After everyone completed the formalities, they went back to the hotel together. Top-level supercars like the Pagani Huayra are rarely seen in Shanghai, and have attracted a lot of attention. Lu Chen drove Giran himself, the little monk followed behind in a Lamborghini Bat, and Su Shasha drove a Bentley Continental with Lu Xiaoka at the end. Of course, how about we go shopping again and see what other gifts we need to buy? Lu Chen asked anxiously while driving. No need. The gifts you brought from Linjiang are enough. Giran looked at Lu Chen, who was a little nervous, and felt so sweet in his heart that he wanted to laugh. Her man always looked calm and composed no matter how big the difficulties he encountered, but today when he went to her house to meet her parents, he was nervous and restless. Even though all the gifts had already been bought and shipped over from Linjiang, he still asked several times if more gifts were needed. They won't be able to take any more if we buy more. Having such a considerate and caring boyfriend, Giran would smile foolishly in her dreams. Ji Zhongliang has already agreed that Lu Chen and Giran can be together, so they will go to Giran's house for dinner together tonight. It was the first time that the future son-in-law came to visit, and Lu Chen was quite nervous. Although he knew that Ji Zhongliang and Chen Shiyun were not Giran's biological parents, they raised Giran like her own daughter for 22 years because Giran's cultivation was abolished. Lu Chen respected them very much in his heart and regarded them as Giran's biological parents. Lu Chen and the others first went back to the hotel to take the gifts they had checked in from Linjiang, and then set off for Giran's house together. It was around 4 o'clock when we arrived at Giran's house. As soon as Lu Chen entered the room, he greeted Ji Zhongliang and Chen Shiyun, "Hello, uncle and aunt." He was carrying a lot of bags in his hands and was almost stuck in the door. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Lu Xiaoka smiled and greeted sweetly. The little monk also greeted. "Everyone, come in and sit down." Chen Shiyun greeted them with a smile on her face. Looking at the many gifts Lu Chen brought, she politely blamed him, "You're welcome, why do you bring so many gifts?" Everyone sat down on the sofa in the living room, and Giran took Lu Chen's hand and shyly introduced him to his parents. Ji Zhongliang had just met Lu Chen in the morning, and it was the first time for Chen Shiyun to see Lu Chen. The mother-in-law liked her son-in-law more and more. Moreover, when Ji Zhongliang came back at noon, he told her about Lu Chen's background and how he could protect Giran's safety. She had already decided on this son-in-law. Giran also introduced Lu Xiaoka and the little monk to her parents. As for Su Shasha, she often came to her house and became very familiar with her parents. After everyone got to know each other, Chen Shiyun went back to the kitchen to continue preparing dinner, and the three girls also went to help. Lu Chen shipped a lot of top-quality seafood from Linjiang. He had fisherman number 7 select them directly and airlifted them in the afternoon, so they were absolutely fresh. The three girls took out some seafood and started busying around in the kitchen. Only Ji Zhongliang, Lu Chen and the little monk were left in the living room. Lu Chen first pointed at the little monk and reintroduced him, "Uncle, he is the true disciple of the Holy Land of Bliss, Master Jiujie." Amit Ba. The little monk looked solemn and dignified, like a high-level monk who had attained enlightenment. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire the little monk for his ability to change from a Buddhist to a secular person in just a moment. Now, no one would believe that he was the funny little fat guy who loved to show off. When he was acting funny and pretentious, no one would believe that he was an enlightened monk. When Ji Zhongliang heard Giran introduce the young monk as Jiujie, he suspected that he was a Buddhist practitioner. He did not expect that he was actually a true disciple of the Holy Land of Bliss. "Greetings, Master Jiujie." Ji Zhongliang also bowed to the little monk and said solemnly, "Uncle, you're welcome. You can call me Jiujie or little monk." The little monk said with a playful smile again. Ji Zhongliang looked at the little monk strangely. In his understanding, those Buddhist practitioners were all dignified and serious, so they were not as casual as the little monk. After Lu Chen introduced the little monk, he took out the blood-killing order and placed it on the table and said, "This is the blood-killing order that the Blood Alliance sent over this afternoon." Ji Zhongliang looked at the cold blood-killing order with fear and hatred in his eyes, and said worriedly, "The blood-killing order has been issued, and the fight will not stop until one dies. In a month, they will definitely deal with Ran with thunderous means." He looked at Lu Chen and suggested again, "How about when it's almost a month, you separate from Ran for a while, and wait for your master to come out before dealing with the Blood Alliance?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "I won't consider this passive approach unless it's absolutely necessary." "Boss, who is your master? Will we be able to deal with the Blood Alliance when he comes out?" The little monk asked curiously. Even if the Holy Land of Bliss wants to deal with the Blood Alliance, it is not so easy. Who is Lu Chen's master, and how could he be able to compete with the Blood Alliance? Above the innate. Lu Chen said lightly. Hiss. The little monk took a breath of cold air. If he was above Xiantian, he could indeed deal with the Blood Alliance on his own. He looked at Lu Chen in admiration and said, "The boss is the boss. Even the master is so awesome." He then said, "Boss, uncle, can you tell me about the grudges with the Blood Alliance? I can also think of a solution together." Ji Zhongliang recounted the story of the Ji family massacre to the little monk. Then he asked Lu Chen, "So do you have any plans?" He said with fear and worry, "You alone won't be able to handle the Blood Alliance's pursuit in a month. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle." Lu Chen replied, "I plan to go to Yuhua Daomen first to find out why the Blood Alliance massacred the Ji family 22 years ago, and why they wanted to kill Ranran. I think the Supreme Elder of Shangqing will definitely know some clues about this matter." Chapter 109: The Eve of Departure. The story of the Blood Alliance exterminating the Ji family is confusing. Why did they want to kill all the Ji family? Why didn't they let Giran enter the martial arts world? Lu Chen always felt that there was some conspiracy behind this. Ji Zhongliang frowned and fell into deep thought, recalling the events of 22 years ago. At that time, all forces were in seclusion, and the martial arts world was peaceful. Apart from the friendly sects that interacted with each other, they kept to themselves and other forces. The Blood Alliance attacked the Ji family without any warning, and they were killed without any preparation. He really couldn't think of anyone the Ji family had such a deep hatred with that would allow the Blood Alliance to wipe them out, so he said, "You might as well go to Yuhua Daomen. If the Blood Alliance really has some conspiracy to wipe out the Ji family, only the Supreme Elder Shangqing, who made a blood oath with Shueshura, knows best." "Boss, I will go to Yuhua Dao sect with you," the young monk said righteously. After hearing about the Blood Alliance and the Ji family, the little monk knew that the Blood Alliance wanted to kill Giran, but he still stood by him without hesitation. How could he not be moved? Lu Chen said, "Jiujie, I won't say much to thank you. From now on, you will be my true brother, Lu Chen. We will share the good and the bad together." Lu Chen was naturally very happy to have the little monk go with him. "I have just entered the martial arts world. Although I have made up a very impressive background, I don't understand the style of these ancient martial arts sections. It will be much easier to go to the Taoist sect of Yuhua with the little monk who has the true teachings of the Holy Land." Then boss, can you forgive the 10 million I owe you?" the little monk asked with a smirk on his face. Lu Chen knew that the little monk said this just because he didn't want him to feel too guilty. But the little monk is risking his life by going against the Blood Alliance, which cannot be measured by 10 million. Lu Chen nodded and said, "You don't have to pay it back. If you need money in the future, you can always ask me for it." Thank you, boss," said the little monk happily. "Uncle, Jiujie, don't let anyone know that my master is above the innate level." Lu Chen returned to the point and said with a warning. He estimated that the Blood Alliance was already investigating his background, but it didn't matter. Allowing them to investigate would only make things more confusing. Wudi Chang said that the godly rich system is unique in the world and has never appeared before. Even if they doubt their own identities, they would not imagine that there is such a thing as a system in the world. They will only have a preconceived notion that the master behind them is very mysterious, and that they were too good at disguising themselves as ordinary people before. "Why can't you tell it to others?" Ji Zhongliang asked puzzledly. "If the Blood Alliance knew that your master is above Xiantian, they might be too scared to attack Ranran. I always feel that things are not that simple." Lu Chen shook his head and said worriedly, "With their determination to kill Ranran, I am worried that after they know that my master is above the innate, they may do everything they can to kill Ranran before my master shows up." Ji Zhongliang thought about it, and it was possible that if he killed Giran without hurting Lu Chen, when Lu Chen's master came out of seclusion, he might not necessarily seek revenge on the Blood Alliance for Giran. Although Xiantian is invincible, no one knows what background a killer organization like the Blood Alliance has that has been passed down for thousands of years. As long as Lu Chen is fine, his master will not rashly fight to the death with the Blood Alliance. After Ji Zhongliang figured it out, he assured her, "Okay, I've only told Shiyun about this, and we will keep it a secret. Since it concerns Giran's safety, they definitely dare not reveal a single detail. I will never tell anyone." The little monk also promised. "From now on, I will just tell others that my master is a peak Xiantian Grandmaster. This way, the Blood Alliance will be wary of me, but they won't be desperate and take action in advance." Lu Chen said, "Let's find a way to delay the Blood Alliance for 2 months and wait for my master to come out of seclusion before confronting the Blood Alliance and solving Ranran's problem all at once. As long as he could hold out for 3 months and Lu Chen himself became above the innate level, he would have the confidence to protect Ranran. Then he could attack the Blood Alliance and make them pay for their blood debt with blood. Ji Zhongliang watched Lu Chen methodically trying to find ways to protect Giran. He admired and recognized this son-in-law very much and was happy for Giran. After Lu Chen discussed with Ji Zhongliang and Zhou Jie, they decided to set off for Yuhua Daomen tomorrow. This matter concerns Giran's safety and cannot be delayed any longer. Lu Chen immediately booked a flight to Tianfu Airport for tomorrow. Yuhua Daomen is located in Tianfu area. It takes 4 hours to get there by plane from Shanghai, and it takes about 3-4 hours to get there from the airport. Lu Chen booked 4 plane tickets, and in addition to the young monk Zhou Jie, he also took Giran and Lu Xiaoke with him. Giran is the person involved, so if she wants to solve the mystery surrounding her, she naturally has to go there in person. Lu Xiaoke is his sister, and Lu Chen is worried about leaving her alone in the Magic City. As for Su Shasha, she is just an ordinary person and there is no need for her to get involved in such things. After everything was agreed upon, dinner was almost ready. There is a tempting aroma coming from the kitchen. When the little monk smelled the fragrance, he ran to the small dining room in the kitchen. There were more than 10 delicious dishes on the table. The greedy little monk was drooling and really wanted to eat a few bites first. Hey, don't eat secretly. Lu Xiaoke came over from the kitchen with a steamed fish and put it on the table. Seeing the little monk's drooling look, he warned him. No. The little monk said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, little sister." Lu Xiaoke wiped her hands on her apron and ordered, "Go and call Uncle Ji and my brother to come over for dinner." Okay. The little monk responded and went back to the living room to call Lu Chen and Ji Zhongliang to come for dinner. Giran and Su Shasha also brought out 2 other cooked dishes from the kitchen, and everyone gathered together to start eating. A total of 16 dishes were cooked, 10 of which were home-cooked dishes from the Magic City, and 6 were seafood brought by Lu Chen. Chen Shiyun's cooking skills are impeccable. Every dish is delicious and tasty, which makes people hungry just by looking at it. Ji Zhongliang was the elder, so everyone started eating only after he started eating. Lu Xiaoke, a little foodie, was visiting Giran's house for the first time. She ate very cautiously, chewing her food slowly like a lady. Only the little monk ate both meat and vegetables, and he ate voraciously. Before he finished the pig's trotter in his left hand, he grabbed a hairy crab with his right hand, and kept praising the ant's cooking skills. Chen Shiyun, Giran and Su Shasha were all amused. Lu Xiaoke looked at the little monk's eating manner and felt great contempt. She didn't even think about the fact that if there were no elders present, her eating manners would not be much better than the little monk. Chapter 110, Yuhua Daomen. Tianfu Airport. It was a scorching sun. When Lu Chen and his 3 companions walked out of the airport hall, they felt a heat wave coming towards them, like a charcoal barbecue. Since it concerns Giran's safety, they dare not delay for even a single day. Lu Xiaoke had just arrived in Magic City the day before yesterday, and had not yet climbed the Oriental Pearl Tower, which he most wanted to visit, but he hurried to Tianfu to visit the Yuhua Taoist sect. She didn't complain at all. Her brother and sister-in-law's affairs were her business. The temperature in Tianfu was much higher than that in Modu and Linjiang, like a steam furnace. Lu Chen, the little monk, and Lu Xiaoke all had internal energy to protect their bodies, so they didn't feel anything. But as soon as Giran came out, sweat began to appear on his forehead. They took a taxi and headed to Tianshu Hotel in Mianyang. Although Tianshu Hotel is only a 4-star hotel and is very low-key in the Tianfu area, it is the property of the Yuhua Taoist sect and also a transit station for outsiders to visit the Yuhua Taoist sect. Lu Chen contacted the Yuhua Taoist sect through the little monk and informed them that he would come to visit him today. The young monk did not mention Giran's matter, for fear that people would gossip and cause trouble. If the little monk had not accompanied him, it would have taken Lu Chen a lot of effort to successfully enter the Yuhua Taoist sect. When they arrived at the Tianshu Hotel, the Yuhua Taoist sect had already arranged a special car to pick them up and take them to the Holy Land of the Yuhua Taoist sect. The Holy Land of Yuhua Taoism is located in a remote area of Mianyang. It is designated as a restricted area and is usually deserted. It was a bumpy ride and took more than 4 hours of driving before we arrived at the Holy Land of Yuhua Daomen. This place is like a paradise, with birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere, and misty clouds, just like a fairyland on earth. After getting off the car, Giran looked at the majestic Yuhua Dao sect, tightly grasped Lu Chen's hand, and felt a little nervous. Last night she already knew her life story, and also knew what kind of enemies Lu Chen would face for her. When she learned that their Ji family was wiped out by the Blood Alliance, her heart was filled with hatred. At the same time, she felt very guilty, thinking that it was she who brought disaster upon Lu Chen. Especially when she knew that Lu Chen's master was still in seclusion and would have to face the Blood Alliance alone in a month, she was very scared. She was not afraid that the Blood Alliance would issue a bloody order against her, but she was afraid that something might happen to Lu Chen because of her. Silly, don't worry, nothing will happen. Lu Chen held Giran's hand and comforted her softly. Brother Zhou, I am Shan, and I am here to greet you all on the orders of Elder Zhou. As soon as Lu Chen and his party arrived at the Yuhua Taoist gate, a Taoist priest in a green robe came to greet them. The Taoist in green robe was about 23 or 24 years old. Lu Chen checked his cultivation level and found that he was at the 8th level of dark energy. Ahmadba, thank you for your help, brother he. Zhou Jie changed his usual behavior and answered with a solemn look. In the martial arts world, it is important to consider the one who is more accomplished as the teacher. Among peers, even if they are not from the same school, those with lower cultivation levels will generally call those with higher cultivation levels senior brothers, and the younger ones will also call the older ones senior brothers. Therefore, Shan respectfully called the little monk senior brother, and the little monk also called Shan senior brother. Everyone, please. Shan politely led Lu Chen and others to Tianda Hall. Tianda Hall is the hall of Yuhua Taoism that is specially used to welcome guests. Along the way, Lu Chen met many disciples of Yuhua Taoism. Curiously, he checked their cultivation levels one by one and found that all of them had cultivation levels above dark energy. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the strength of the Yuhua Taoist sect. Any one of these young disciples could be considered a genius among ordinary ancient martial arts families. When we arrived at the Tianda Hall, the elders of the Yuhua Taoist sect were already waiting there. Lu Chen also used a probe on the elder, and found that he was at the 9th level of Hua Jin, which was enough to show how much they valued the little monk. The true disciple Zhou Jie of the Holy Land of Bliss suddenly visited the Yuhua Taoist sect, who were also surprised and unclear about the purpose of his visit. As one of the 4 holy places, although there are some differences between Yuhua Daomen and Jile Pure Land, they both belong to the right path. Now that Zhou Jie is visiting, Yuhua Daomen also shows a warm welcome. The young monk is a true disciple of the Holy Land of Bliss. His status is much higher than that of ordinary disciples and is equivalent to that of an ordinary elder. After everyone was seated, the little monk said, Ahmadba, Zhou Jie is rude to come to your house and has a lot to say. Elder Zhou, please don't be offended. Lu Xiaoka blinked and looked at the solemn little monk. Suddenly, he felt uncomfortable. He liked the little monk who was a little bit naughty more. Master, you are too kind. Elder Zhou said kindly, I wonder why you are visiting Yuhua Daomen this time? The young monk pointed at Lu Chen and said, This is my elder brother Lu Chen. He came to visit me unexpectedly because he has something important to discuss with Taoist Master Fengqing. Lu Chen mainly came to find the Supreme Elder of Shangqing, but the status of the Supreme Elder of Shangqing was too high, and it seemed a bit abrupt for Lu Chen to threaten to find him all of a sudden, so he went to visit Fengqingzi in a roundabout way first. Fengqingzi is Giran's mother's master, and also Giran's great-grandmaster. When Elder Zhou heard the young monk call Lu Chen brother, he was surprised and couldn't help but look at Lu Chen a few more times. He was very clear about the young monk's strength and status. To be recognized as a big brother by the young monk, he must have something extraordinary. He had never heard of such a young hero in the martial arts world, so he asked, Where did Taoist brother Lu learn from? What is the important matter for you to see Taoist Master Fengqing? My master is just a wandering wanderer. He doesn't allow me to reveal his name. I hope Elder Zhou will not be offended. Lu Chen said apologetically, and then said seriously, I came to see Taoist Fengqing because of the extermination of the Ji family 22 years ago. When Elder Zhou heard Lu Chen mention the Ji family's extermination, he looked at him in shock. 22 years have passed since this incident, and it has been like a taboo in the martial arts world, with everyone avoiding talking about it. The 2 great masters died in battle and the Ji family was wiped out overnight, which made people even more afraid of the power of the Blood Alliance. At this moment, the young man in front of him actually came to Taoist Master Qingsong for this matter. Elder Zhou secretly wondered in his heart what Lu Chen's identity was and what his relationship was with the Ji family. I'm afraid fellow Taoist Lu will be disappointed. Elder Zhou shook his head and said, 22 years ago, the Supreme Elder of Shangqing issued a decree that the Yuhua Dao sect was not allowed to talk about the extermination of the Ji family. If fellow Taoist Lu came here for this matter, the Dao Master may not be willing to see you. Lu Chen frowned slightly and said again, "Thank you, Elder Zhou, to inform that Lu Chen and Giran, the orphan of the Ji family, would like to see Taoist Master Fengqing." Are you the orphan of the Ji family? Elder Zhou looked at Giran and said with a drastic change of expression. Giran nodded and said, "I would like to ask Elder Zhou to inform you." Elder Zhou was already extremely shocked at this time. He knew about the blood oath sworn by Supreme Elder Shangqing in Shueshura 22 years ago. The Blood Alliance would no longer attack the orphan of the Ji family, but the orphan of the Ji family was also not allowed to enter the world of martial arts. If the orphan of the Ji family steps into the world of martial arts, the Blood Alliance will once again issue a bloody kill order, and no mercy will be given to the Yuhua Taoist sect, and they will not be allowed to shelter the orphan of the Ji family again. Now Lu Chen and Giran appear in Yuhua Daomen. What do they want to do? They broke their promise. Aren't they afraid of the Blood Alliance's blood-killing order? Chapter 111, Taoist Master Fengqing. Elder Zhou looked at Giran and sighed, thinking back to the past. Giran's mother Lu Fian is his senior sister in terms of seniority. Lu Fian was so beautiful and charming back then. She had many suitors in the martial arts world and many fans in the Yuhua Taoist sect. Even Elder Zhou himself had a little admiration for Lu Fian. Among many suitors, Ji Yunfeng, the evildoer of the Ji family, finally won her heart. Lu Fian's marriage into the Ji family made many talented people in the Taoist sect sad. But Ji Yunfeng was indeed one of the most stunning talents of their generation, and that was not an insult to Lu Fian. 4 years later, Lu Fian gave birth to a daughter. Also in that year, the Ji family was wiped out by the Blood Alliance. Lu Fian and Ji Yunfeng took Giran to flee to the Yuhua Taoist sect, but were finally intercepted by the Blood Alliance on the way. Lu Fian and Ji Yunfeng held back the enemy and died in a bloody battle. Only 2 Ji family warriors escaped to the Yuhua Taoist sect with the infant Giran. In the end, it was the Supreme Elder of Shangqing who intervened to save Giran's life. Elder Zhou looked at Lu Chen and Giran, unable to understand what they were doing. They are courting their own death. He looked at the little monk again and thought thoughtfully, could it be that they want to unite the 2 holy places of paradise and Yuhua Daomen to deal with the Blood Alliance? However, the Supreme Elder of Shangqing has already made a blood oath with Shueshura. If Giran breaks his promise and steps into the world of martial arts, the Yuhua Taoist sect will not protect Giran. Elder Zhou looked at Giran, who was looking forward to it, and felt a little reluctant in his heart. He instructed He Wenshan, who was serving beside him, "Wenshan, go and report what Master Lu said to the Taoist master." "Yes, Elder." He Wenshan bowed and replied, then left Tianda Hall to inform Taoist Master Fengqing. "Thank you, Elder Zhou." Lu Chen clasped his fists and bowed to express his gratitude to Elder Zhou. "Mr. Lu, Miss Ji." Elder Zhou hesitated, then sighed and said, "If things can't be done, I hope you can let go when it's time to let go." He could see that Lu Chen and Giran were a couple, but if they wanted to be together in the end, they had to pass the Blood Alliance. This level is extremely difficult. The Blood Alliance is good at assassination. If they want to assassinate the powerless Giran without regard for the consequences, even the 4 holy places will not be able to stop her. After hearing what Elder Zhou said, Giran's face darkened and he replied, "Thank you, Elder Zhou." Giran knows what to do. She didn't want to be separated from Lu Chen, even if it meant death. She had already made up her mind to die and stay with Lu Chen, even if it was only for a month. But after calming down, she realized that if she really died, even if the Blood Alliance let Lu Chen go, he would definitely avenge her, and then the Blood Alliance would definitely not show mercy to Lu Chen. She didn't want to implicate Lu Chen because of herself. "Ran, don't forget our vows." Seeing Giran's low spirits, Lu Chen didn't want her to have too much burden. His eyes were full of tenderness and he said firmly, "Believe me, there will be a way." Giran thought of Lu Chen's vow on that first night, "No matter what happens, I will never leave you, and I will always stay by your side." Just for this oath, Lu Chen was willing to run around and risk his life, rather than be separated from Giran for a month and wait until he was able to fight against Xian Tian before being with her. "Elder Zhou, thank you for your kindness. I have my own plans for Ran and I." Lu Chen knew that Elder Zhou's reminder was also well-intentioned, but he would not give up until the last second. Elder Zhou looked at the affectionate Lu Chen and Giran and knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He was young once, and he knew that men and women in love could disregard life and death. Not long after, He Wenshan reported back and said respectfully to Elder Zhou, reporting to the elder, "The Taoist master has ordered me to take Mr. Lu to Tiancheng Hall to see him alone." Lu Chen frowned, wondering why Taoist Fengqing only saw him and not Giran. Didn't the Taoist master say he wanted to meet Miss Ji? Elder Zhou asked in confusion. He Wenshan nodded and replied, no, the Taoist master only allowed Master Lu to go. Lu Chen stood up and bowed to Elder Zhou, saying, Elder Zhou, I will go to see Taoist Master Fengqing first. Then he said to Giran and the others, wait for me here first. After saying that, Lu Chen followed Yuan Shan to Tancheng Hall. Elder Zhou looked at Lu Chen's departing back, shook his head with a wry smile. If he wanted the Yuhua Taoist sect to protect Giran, this was impossible. The blood oath of the Supreme Elder of Shanqing is still there, and there is no way that the Yuhua Taoist sect would protect Giran who broke his promise. Yuan Shan brought Lu Chen to the entrance of Tancheng Hall and stopped, saying, Mr. Lu, the Taoist master asked you to go in alone. Thank you, brother he. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude to Yuan Shan for leading the way. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. Please. Lu Chen looked at the closed door of Tancheng Hall and reached out to push it open. Crack. With a series of heavy sounds of doors opening, Lu Chen stepped into the Tancheng Hall. He walked a few steps inside, and the door automatically closed with a creak. The Tancheng Hall is empty and antique, with no modern electric lights installed. Only the big red lanterns hanging high illuminate the hall. Despair. 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 The only sound in the silent Tancheng Hall was Lu Chen's footsteps. Looking up, he saw a thin figure standing on the steps at the end. He was wearing a green Taoist robe and had long hair draped over his shoulders. The back view looks elegant yet a little lonely. Lu Chen knew that it was Taoist Fengqing. After checking his cultivation level, he found that he was at the 8th level of the innate realm. He walked to the bottom of the steps, shook hands with Taoist Fengqing from behind, and said respectfully, Junior Lu Chen, I pay my respects to Taoist Fengqing. Lu Chen was grateful to the entire Yuhua Taoist sect. If it weren't for them, there would be no Giran. Therefore, he respected the elders in the Yuhua Taoist sect as if they were his own elders. Taoist Master Fengqing did not turn around, but raised his head slightly to look at a painting hanging on the wall. There was only a big word Tao written on the calligraphy and painting. Taoist Master Fengqing looked at the word Tao quietly for about half a minute before asking, how have you been doing in the secular world these years? The tone was caring. Lu Chen could not have imagined that Taoist Fengqing's first words were to ask about Giran's situation with concern, and he also called her Ran Ran. This means that Taoist Fengqing is very close to Giran and that is why he calls him that. He was puzzled about Taoist Master Fengqing's attitude towards Giran, and replied, for 22 years, everything was fine. Her uncle and aunt treated her as their own daughter and loved her very much. Taoist Master Fengqing was silent again. After a long while, he said with emotion, time flies. 22 years have passed in a flash. He sighed softly and said slowly, if you can live a peaceful life, why bother disturbing her life? Lu Chen understood what Taoist Fengqing meant. He wanted to persuade him to separate from Giran and let her be an ordinary person and live a peaceful and stable life. But how could he bear to let her live the rest of her life without him? Chapter 112 The Mastermind. Lu Chen looked at the back of Taoist Master Fengqing and spoke his mind without saying a word or being humble. In this life, I can't live without her, and she can't live without me. No matter what kind of danger she faces, I will protect her, never leave her, and give her a stable life. Taoist Master Fengqing was stunned when he heard Lu Chen's sincere words, then he sighed and said, unless she lives an ordinary life, no one can give her a stable life. He sighed and said, you can't give it to me, and Yuhua Daomen can't give it to me either. I can. Lu Chen said in a firm voice. With the system, as long as he keeps upgrading, he will be able to sweep away everything. He is confident that he can give Giran a peaceful life. You don't know what kind of enemies Ran Ran will face if she gets involved with the martial arts world. Taoist Master Fengqing shook his head and said helplessly, Lu Chen, I believe you are sincere to Ran Ran, but for her own good, please leave her and let her live an ordinary life. Master Fengqing, I have the confidence and the trump card to give Ran Ran a safe life. Lu Chen said confidently without giving in. Even the Yuhua Taoist sect doesn't have such confidence, so what confidence do you have? Taoist Master Fengqing looked at Lu Chen, who had a confident look on his face, and asked questioningly. My master is above the innate. Lu Chen slowly stated his trump card. Taoist Master Fengqing was also shocked when he heard that Lu Chen's master was above the innate level, but he quickly calmed down and just shook his head. Lu Chen was surprised and puzzled when he saw Taoist Fengqing shaking his head. Could it be that in Taoist Fengqing's opinion, such a trump card was not enough? Taoist Master Fengqing suddenly asked, Lu Chen, do you know what the relationship between Ran Ran and I is? Lu Chen didn't know why Taoist Fengqing suddenly asked this question, so he replied, Taoist Fengqing is Ranran's mother's master. This was the relationship that Ji Zhongliang told him, but he always had a feeling that Taoist Fengqing's concern for Giran seemed to go beyond this relationship. Fei Yan is my biological daughter, Taoist Master Fengqing said with a slightly sad tone. Hearing this answer, Lu Chen was stunned. Taoist Fengqing is Lu Fian's father, which means he is Giran's grandfather? No wonder he affectionately called Giran Ranran. But he was puzzled, as it seemed that everyone only knew that Lu Fian was Taoist Fengqing's true disciple, and did not know that she was his biological daughter. Taoist Master Fengqing seemed to see Lu Chen's confusion and said, it's hard to explain the twists and turns in a few words. Apart from the 3 Supreme Elders, only you and I know about this matter. I hope you don't let the 6th person know, including Ranran. Master Fengqing, rest assured. Lu Chen will keep his mouth shut. Lu Chen assured. He looked at Taoist Fengqing with a little more respect. Giran was his woman, and Taoist Fengqing was Giran's grandfather, which meant he was also his grandfather. I am the leader of Yu Hua Dao sect, but I cannot avenge my own daughter, nor can I protect my granddaughter. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Taoist Master Fengqing raised his head and smiled at himself. Lu Chen remained silent, not knowing how to answer. Looking at the desolate look on Taoist Master Fengqing's face, Lu Chen knew that he was not a heartless person, and he must have his own reasons. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't do anything. Taoist Master Fengqing said dejectedly, did Ji Zhongliang tell you that the Blood Alliance let Ranran go because the Supreme Elder Shengqing defeated Shueshura by half a move and swore a blood oath with him? Lu Chen nodded and asked doubtfully, isn't that so? Taoist Master Fengqing slowly explained, in fact, in that battle, both the Supreme Elder Jinqing and the Supreme Elder Tianqing of the Yuhua sect took action. He paused, and then said something earth-shattering, these 2 Supreme Elders are both above the Xiantian level. Does the Blood Alliance have people above the innate? Lu Chen asked in shock. Wudi Chang told him that the leader of the Blood Alliance was at the peak of the innate realm, and under him were the 3 evils, 7 kings and 10 innate killers, but he did not mention that there were beings above the innate realm. Could it be that all the news about Wadiqiang is wrong? Wudi Chang knew Lu Chen's doubts and said, the news I know is just widely circulated news and can only be used as a reference. Lu Chen understood clearly that Wudi Chang was not an omniscient and omnipotent god, and his information was also collected. Taoist Master Fengqing shook his head and said, it's not the Blood Alliance, but the mastermind behind the Blood Alliance's annihilation of the Ji family. Sure enough, the news about Wudi Chang was correct. The Blood Alliance indeed had no one above the innate. However, the news from Taoist Fengqing made Lu Chen even more shocked and fearful. It turned out that there really was a mastermind behind the scenes who made the Blood Alliance wipe out the Ji family. He asked in surprise, which force ordered the Blood Alliance to exterminate the Ji family? Taoist Master Fengqing said in a serious tone, he is a mysterious person with a cultivation base above Xiantian. He has been hiding behind the scenes. At first, he seemed unwilling to take action himself. After Ranran was sent here, the Blood Alliance had no choice but to go to Yuhua Daomen to ask for someone. The 2 great elders Jinqing and Tianqing joined forces to lead him into the yin-yang sword formation and trapped him. Lu Chen frowned, things were beyond his expectations, everything was shrouded in mystery and becoming more and more confusing. Taoist Master Fengqing continued, that mysterious Xiantian told the 2 great elders that if they don't let him go, the forces behind him won't be able to wait for him to return and will definitely send out a more powerful Xiantian. By then, even the Yuhua Dao sect will be destroyed. What kind of power is behind him? Can it really destroy the Yuhua Taoist sect? Lu Chen said in disbelief. The 4 Holy Lands are already the strongest forces in the martial arts world. If they had the strength to destroy the Yuhua Taoist sect, they would have dominated the martial arts world long ago. Why would they hide their heads and show their tails? He refused to reveal the power behind him, but he is only in his 40s. Taoist Master Fengqing said fearfully, there are only a few people above the age of 40 in the martial arts world in thousands of years of history. The most terrifying thing is that from his words, actions and demeanor, he doesn't look like a superior at all. Taoist Master Fengqing took a deep breath and said with some fear, so we guess that his status and the power behind him is not very high. After hearing this, Lu Chen also felt his scalp tingling. Those above Xiantian would not have a very high status in that force. How powerful could that force be? The destruction of the Yuhua Taoist sect is not just empty talk. Brother Chang, are there really such powerful forces in the martial arts world? Didn't you say last time that those hidden forces can only be comparable to the 4 saints and 9 sects at most? Lu Chen asked Wudi Chang with great confusion. There is no such force in the martial arts world. Wudi Chang said affirmatively. Then, he added, but that doesn't mean that such forces don't exist. Wudi Chang explained, because this kind of power does not belong to the martial arts world. Chapter 113 Those Forces. Lu Chen was confused and asked, if it doesn't belong to the martial arts world, then where does it belong to? Your current level of authority does not allow you to query this type of information. Wudi Chang said something that made Lu Chen vomit blood. Lu Chen could only ask, what level do I need to be in order to query? Wudi Chang replied, level 9. Everything still needs to be upgraded. Lu Chen did not continue to ask. He knew that Wudi Chang usually told him everything he knew, but as long as it involved issues of level and authority, it would be useless to ask unless your level was high enough. Don't worry, it's not easy for them to come out. The stronger they are, the greater the price they pay to get out. As long as you work hard and upgrade, they are just trash in your eyes, all trash. Wudi Chang encouraged Lu Chen arrogantly. No matter what kind of enemy they are all trash in the eyes of Wudi Chang. I know. Lu Chen regained his confidence and said, I will definitely work harder and upgrade to defeat them. Yes, as a man with a system, you should be so domineering. Wudi Chang praised. Taoist Master Fengqing saw that Lu Chen was silent for a long time and thought that he was shocked by his words. He continued, the mysterious man told us that he didn't have to kill Ran Ran. As long as Ran Ran became an ordinary person in the future and didn't step into the martial arts world, he could spare Ran Ran's life. Lu Chen frowned and asked, what deep hatred does the mysterious man have with the Ji family that would allow the Blood Alliance to wipe out the Ji family? And why didn't he allow Ran Ran to enter the martial arts world? These two questions have always puzzled Lu Chen. We don't know about this either. Taoist Master Fengqing said with a sigh, not letting Ran Ran enter the martial arts world is the only request made by the mysterious man. We also think that since the Ji family has been wiped out, it would be a good choice if Ran Ran could live a peaceful life like an ordinary person, so we agreed to it and made a blood oath with him. Lu Chen learned from Taoist Master Fengqing the true story of the Ji family's extermination and Giran's blood oath, but the causes and consequences of this matter are still like a layer of fog, making it unclear and impossible to understand. Lu Chen. Taoist Master Fengqing suddenly turned around, stared at Lu Chen with his vigorous eyes and asked, faced with such an enemy, do you still want to continue to be with Ran Ran? Taoist Master Fengqing is over 70 years old, with gray hair on his temples, but his eyes are bright and sharp. His gaze penetrates the soul and puts great pressure on Lu Chen. He was not talking to Lu Chen as the Lord of the Holy Land, but as Giran's grandfather. Lu Chen was fearless. Facing the gaze of Taoist Master Fengqing, he said with a firm face and a sonorous voice, no matter how many difficulties and dangers there are, I will never leave you in this life. Taoist Master Fengqing looked at Lu Chen intently and asked, no regrets even if you die? I have no regrets even if I die. Lu Chen answered resolutely. Taoist Master Fengqing retracted his piercing gaze and said with emotion, Lu Chen, you have such determination, and I believe Ran Ran also has such determination. He paused and said in a low voice, but, as Ran Ran's grandfather, I cannot let you go to die knowing that you will die. I made a blood oath with that mysterious man at that time because I was afraid of such a situation, so I have this 1-month buffer time. He looked at Lu Chen steadily, without any aggression or strong pressure, just like an ordinary old man, and asked slowly, do you understand what I mean? How could Lu Chen not understand that Taoist Fengqing still didn't want Giran to be with him and get involved in the martial arts world? It turns out that this 1-month buffer period was used by Taoist Fengqing to sever Giran's relationship with the martial arts world. It is better for him to take action than to wait for the Blood Alliance or the mysterious forces to take action. Please grant me your blessing, Taoist Fengqing. Lu Chen held the Taoist's hand and bowed to ask Taoist Fengqing. Taoist Master Fengqing is Giran's grandfather, and Lu Chen respects him greatly. Lu Chen, I admire you very much. If it weren't for the last resort, I would be very relieved and happy to hand Ran Ran over to you. Taoist Fengqing said helplessly, but in this situation, I can't just watch Ran Ran die. Master Fengqing, I understand your approach. Lu Chen said sincerely, please give me a chance. Just give me 2 months, and I will definitely be able to wipe out the Blood Alliance. Taoist Master Fengqing shook his head and said, if it was just the Blood Alliance, why would we in the Yu Hua Dao sect be afraid of him? But what we really have to face is that mysterious man and the forces behind him. We are powerless to do anything about it. Master Fengqing, please forgive me for speaking bluntly again. Lu Chen said, if there really was such a powerful force in the martial arts world, you, the 4 saints and 9 sects, would not have dominated the martial arts world for thousands of years. Such forces did exist in the past. Taoist Master Feng Qing recalled, according to the records handed down by our ancestors, there were indeed countless invincible forces in the past. Even our 4 saints and 9 sects were inherited from those forces. Why did those forces disappear later? Lu Chen asked puzzledly. Taoist Master Feng Qing said, the ancestors did not record why those forces disappeared. Whether they were destroyed or they went into hiding, no one knows. Lu Chen asked, so Taoist Master Feng Qing suspected that the mysterious person was from those forces? There is no other possibility. Taoist Feng Qing answered affirmatively. Lu Chen said, if those forces really exist, it would not be that easy for them to enter the world, otherwise they would have come out to unify the martial arts world long ago. Wu Di Chang has already told him that it is extremely difficult for these forces to come out. Taoist Master Feng Qing nodded and said in agreement, the 3 great elders and I also speculated on this point. Lu Chen, I have told you so much, and you should know what kind of enemy you are about to face, so please leave Ran. Taoist Master Feng Qing brought the topic back. Master Feng Qing, I will not separate from Ran. Lu Chen said firmly, please believe me, as long as my master comes out of seclusion, there is no need to worry even if those forces really send people to come. Lu Chen used his master's trick again, and each time he made it more and more impressive. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't tell Taoist Feng Qing that he had a system, and as long as he was given time to upgrade, he could sweep away all those forces. As for whether he has a real master or not by that time, it doesn't matter anymore. He can reach the level of his so-called master, so who would dare to say anything? Taoist Master Feng Qing saw that Lu Chen had so much confidence in his master, and asked solemnly, who is your master? I am not allowed to reveal the name of my master, but after hearing what Taoist Master Feng Qing said today, I guess he is likely to be from those forces. Lu Chen directly made up his master's identity as a member of those forces in order to give Taoist Master Feng Qing confidence. Sure enough, after hearing what Lu Chen said, Taoist Master Feng Qing's eyes lit up and he asked, are you serious? Chapter 114, 2 years to Huajin. If Lu Chen's master came from those forces, perhaps he could really fight against the mastermind behind the scenes. Over the years, no one knew the inner torment that Taoist Master Feng Qing, who seemed to be in a prosperous situation on the surface, had endured. His daughter was killed and he could not see his granddaughter. As the leader of the Yuhua Taoist sect, he was respected by everyone in the martial arts world, but he knew who his enemy was, but he was powerless to do anything. This feeling of powerlessness was extremely ironic to him, a high and mighty Taoist master. In order to reassure Taoist Feng Qing, Lu Chen continued to pull his master's skin and said, my master's cultivation is above the innate level, and his origins are mysterious. I once curiously asked my master what school or sect he was taught by. What will your master say? Taoist Feng Qing asked expectantly. My master didn't tell me which sect I came from. He just told me proudly that the strength of the martial arts world is just an ant in his eyes. When I reach the innate realm, he will take me back to the sect. Lu Chen's tiger skin was getting bigger and bigger. When he said this, Taoist Feng Qing's eyes brightened a little. Only those forces could regard the martial arts world as ants. He continued, I have always wondered why my master regards the strength of the martial arts world as ants. Today, after listening to what Taoist Master Feng Qing said, I suddenly realized that my master must have come from those forces. Lu Chen made up lies without blushing or getting nervous. He boasted so much, and he was not afraid of Taoist Master Feng Qing's suspicion. He could investigate as he pleased. The more he investigated, the more mysterious his master would seem to him. Seeing that Taoist Master Feng Qing was already about 70% convinced, he asked mysteriously, Taoist Master Feng Qing, how many years did the most peerless evildoer in your Yuhua sect practice to break through to the Huajin level? Taoist Master Feng Qing said with some pride, in this generation, Feng Han started practicing at the age of 8 and broke through to the Huajin level at the age of 16. It only took him 10 years in total. Such talent is extremely rare in the martial arts world, and only a handful of people can match it. Lu Chen shook his head and asked with a confident smile on his face, Master Feng Qing, then guess how long it took me to break through to the Huajin level? Taoist Feng Qing looked at Lu Chen in confusion, as if he was making a guess. Without waiting for his answer, Lu Chen said calmly, 2 years. How is it possible? Taoist Master Feng Qing blurted out and asked in shock. He broke through to the level of Huajin in just 2 years, which was unprecedented in the martial arts world. One marrow cleansing pill, and I became a dark force overnight. After another 2 years of cultivation, I broke through to the transformation force. Lu Chen's fabricated story was so exaggerated that Taoist Fengqing was stunned. He continued, some time ago, the master also gave my sister a marrow cleansing pill. She has never practiced it before, but now she is already a master of dark energy. Master Fengqing, apart from those forces, who in the martial arts world has such a miraculous marrow cleansing pill? Who can help me break through to the level of Huajin in 2 years? Lu Chen asked the question in a powerful voice, and Taoist Fengqing was so shocked that he was speechless. Marrow cleansing pills are also available in the martial arts world, but the effect is not strong and can only slightly improve a person's physique. If there really is a marrow cleansing pill that can make one a dark energy master after taking it, it can only come from those forces. Now Taoist Master Fengqing is 100% sure that Lu Chen's master is from those forces. Lu Chen suddenly stared at Taoist Fengqing and asked, Taoist Fengqing, have you ever thought that the mysterious man let Ran go and swore a blood oath with you just as a compromise after being trapped? Taoist Master Fengqing looked at Lu Chen and said thoughtfully, go on. Lu Chen analyzed, the mastermind originally wanted to kill the Ji family, and the mysterious man was forced to swear a blood oath with you to let Ran go. This was just his personal behavior. He didn't complete the mission, and no one else came to kill Ran when he returned. It is certain that he must have deceived the forces behind the scenes and did not dare to tell them that Ran was still alive. That's right. Taoist Master Fengqing nodded and said, when we made the blood oath, he swore that he would not take the initiative to find other people to deal with Ran when he returned. Lu Chen spoke eloquently, so, even if Ran breaks his blood oath and steps into the martial arts world, if the Blood Alliance can't deal with us, even if there is some way to notify him, he has kept it a secret for so many years and now he doesn't dare to assert himself. He will only come out secretly to solve it. At that time, we will only face him alone, not the entire force behind the scenes. He suddenly asked, Master Fengqing, do you think Ran can live a peaceful life just by being ordinary? Taoist Master Fengqing replied, why not? As long as Ran doesn't step into the martial arts world, they won't take action with the blood oath restraining them. Lu Chen smiled and said, Master Fengqing seems to have overlooked a very important issue. What's the problem? Taoist Fengqing asked with a frown. That mysterious man can come out, and my master can come out, but who can guarantee that other people from the forces behind the mysterious man won't come out in the future? If someone else from that faction enters the world and knows that Ran is still alive, do you think he will take action? Taoist Fengqing won't let Ran and I be together, so who can protect Ran then? Lu Chen asked questions continuously, and Taoist Fengqing broke out in a cold sweat. He had indeed never thought about these questions. He is at the pinnacle of the martial arts world and knows more than Lu Chen. In the past few decades, there have been 7 or 8 suspected traces of those forces appearing in the martial arts world. Those of them who stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world also vaguely felt that those forces seemed to be ready to make a move and want to re-emerge in the martial arts world. There is a high possibility that the mastermind behind this will come out in the future, and Ran will be doomed by then. Instead of just sitting there and waiting for death, we should take the initiative to lure out that mysterious man and find out why they wiped out the Ji family. Lu Chen directly expressed his bold idea, I always feel that there is some conspiracy behind this matter. If we don't solve these conspiracies, Ran will not be truly safe. Lu Chen struck while the iron was hot, and bowed to Taoist Master Fengqing and said, Taoist Master Fengqing, please help me in Ran. Only I can protect Ran, and only I have the ability to give Ran a stable life. Taoist Master Fengqing looked at Lu Chen seriously, still feeling a little worried. Even if the sect that Lu Chen inherited from is really one of those forces, will they take action for Lu Chen? Is Lu Chen's master more powerful, or is the mastermind behind the scenes more powerful? Taoist Master Fengqing said hesitantly, Lu Chen, you guys stay at Yuhua Daomen first. Let me think about your matter with Ran for 2 more days. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the word Tao hanging on the wall. Lu Chen looked at his back and knew that he had made up his mind. He stopped pressing and said, Master Fengqing, Lu Chen will take his leave. He walked out of Tiancheng Hall calmly and confidently, believing that Taoist Fengqing would make the most correct choice. Chapter 115, Upgrade to Level 3. After Lu Chen left Tiancheng Hall, he returned to Tianda Hall under the leadership of Yuanshan to reunite with Giran and the others. Then Elder Zhou arranged a villa for them to stay temporarily. Taoist Master Fengqing has not given him an answer yet, but he is not worried. The Yuhua Taoist sect is unable to compete with the man behind the scenes, and only he, who is portrayed as a disciple of those forces, has the ability to compete with them. Although Lu Chen is not a disciple of those forces, he has the godly rich system. As long as he is given time to upgrade, he can sweep away those forces. Nightfall. Lu Chen looked at Giran, who was sleeping beside him, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. Just now there was another round of rain clouds over Wushan, and Giran had fallen into a deep sleep. He lay in bed, completely unable to sleep, because after 12 o'clock, he could reach level 3 by using up the refreshed daily quota. When the time passed 12 o'clock, Lu Chen directly used today's quota of 200,000 to purchase a batch of daily necessities online and asked Wang Hu to donate them. The money in the quota cannot be used to purchase financial stocks or donated directly, and can only be used for consumption. Woody Chang's pleasant voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3, unlocking the redemption function. The store has unlocked level 3 items, and you have obtained a chance to draw a lottery." Finally upgraded, Lu Chen smiled faintly and couldn't wait to check the introduction of the redemption function. Exchange function: real money can be exchanged into gold coins. 10,000 yuan is equal to 1 gold coin, and the daily exchange limit is equivalent to today's quota. Lu Chen looked at the introduction of the redemption function and was extremely surprised. What does he lack the most? Experience and gold coins. Experience can be used to upgrade, and gold coins can be used to purchase items. With this feature, the amount of gold coins he can earn every day has doubled. "Brother Chang, how do I use this redemption function?" Lu Chen asked Woody Chang. "As long as you have your own money in your CCB card, you can come directly to me to exchange it," Woody Chang said. "Today's quota can only be used for consumption and cannot be exchanged for gold coins." Lu Chen directly transferred 4 million from the UnionPay Black Card and said to Woody Chang, "Brother Chang, please help me exchange the upper limit of gold coins every day from now on." "Okay, no problem." Woody Chang answered and directly helped Lu Chen exchange 40 gold coins. Lu Chen bought another batch of daily necessities worth 400,000 online, and then checked his own properties. Host: Lu Chen. Occupation: the richest man in the universe. Internship period. Level 3, 4400. Today's quota: 400,000. Gold: 260. Combat strength: level 1. Taoism: the Book of Creation. Martial arts: bloodthirsty strike. Items: none. Mission: none. The gold coins soared to 260 in an instant. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh at the power of the godly rich system. As long as he upgraded, the improvement would be doubled. This speed was too fast. Woody Chang knew what Lu Chen was thinking and said proudly, "Now you believe it. As long as you work hard and upgrade, all enemies will be scum." "It's not that I believe it now, but I have always believed it," Lu Chen said to Woody Chang with a smile. "There is still one more chance to draw a lottery. Let's see what good things we can win." Woody Chang was like a child, more excited and anxious than Lu Chen. A 9-square lottery grid appeared in Lu Chen's mind. 5 of the squares on it contained money, ranging from 500,000 to 10 million. One was "Thank you for participating," one was "Body Tempering Pill," one was "Ba Lion Blade," and the last one was "Good Fortune Pill." The Meridian's Tempering Pill is a level 3 pill that can increase the strength of the meridians. Its effect is twice that of the Meridian's Solidifying Pill. The Lion's Mad Blade is a level 4 weapon, a low-level Shen grade weapon. The Last Creation Pill is a level 5 pill, which can improve his creation scripture by 1 level. What Lu Chen lacks most now is cultivation, and his only goal is the Fortune Pill, which has a 1 in 9 chance. He gently kissed Giran, who was sleeping beside him, drawing strength from love, silently chanting about the lottery in his mind, and the aperture quickly rotated on the 9-square grid. Stop. The aperture gradually slowed down and finally stopped on the Creation Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Fortune Pill. It really was the Good Fortune Pill. Lu Chen excitedly kissed Giran again and whispered, "Ran, you are really my lucky goddess." The Creation Pill is an exclusive pill that cannot be taken out. Lu Chen recited the mantra in his mind while using it. A warm current spread out and he suddenly felt his internal strength become much stronger. In just a moment, Lu Chen's cultivation level was raised to the 4th level of Huajin. He then checked the store again and found that the level 3 items had been unlocked, and there were 5 more items in the store, all costing 100 gold coins. Bone Tempering Pill increases the strength of tendons and bones. Meridian Tempering Pill increases the strength of the meridians. Soul Tempering Pill increases mental strength. Blood Dragon Spear, a high-level yellow grade weapon. 10th Wave, a high-level yellow grade spearmanship martial art. Lu Chen directly bought the 10th Wave martial art to practice, and the 10th Wave moves automatically appeared in his mind. 10 shots were fired in a split second, the power of each shot was added up, and the 10th shot was 10 times more powerful. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Just by upgrading one level, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now when he competes with Xiao Qingchen again, Lu Chen is confident that he can defeat her with one shot. As the young monk Jiujie who has reached the 4th level of Huajin cultivation, Lu Chen is now confident of winning. Lu Chen looked down at Giran. There was still a month left before the Blood Alliance would take action. It would be enough time for him to reach level 6 and break through to the innate level. At that time, at least he would not be completely defenseless. The longer it drags on, the better it will be for him. With confidence, his heart settled. Lu Chen lay down, hugged Giran, and fell asleep peacefully. Giran also felt Lu Chen's embrace in his sleep and snuggled into his arms. The next day, there was still no news from Taoist Master Fengcheng, but Lu Chen was not in a hurry. He accompanied Giran and Lu Xiaoke all day to appreciate the mountain scenery of Yuhua Taoist sect. When night fell, Lu Chen and his friends returned to the villa where they lived, where an uninvited guest was waiting for him. "Brother, look at what that guy is doing. He looks so cool." From afar, Lu Xiaoke saw a young man in a black robe, with his hands around a sword, his head slightly lowered, leaning against the wall near the door. She thought the black-clad man's posture was cool and stylish. Before Lu Xiaoke opened his mouth, Lu Chen had already seen him and directly checked his cultivation level, which was the 3rd level of Huajin. The man in black looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, and could be considered a monster. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be waiting for them to come back. Lu Chen didn't know him and didn't know why he came. He frowned slightly and replied, "It seems like he is waiting for us." Then he asked the little monk, "Jiujie, do you know him?" "His name is Yuan Wuji, and he is one of the top 10 evildoers in the Yuhua Taoist sect of this generation. But I am not familiar with him, so he probably isn't looking for me." The little monk knew the man in black, but had no connection with him. This is strange. If he is not here to find the little monk, then who is he waiting for? Lu Chen walked towards the gate with doubts. When he was about to reach the gate, the man in black slowly raised his head, looked at him coldly, and asked, "Are you Lu Chen?" Chapter 116 Lu Chen's Weapons. "My name is Lu Chen. I wonder if Brother Yuan has any advice for me?" Lu Chen asked Yuan Wuji with a calm smile on his face and bowed. Yuan Wuji had a cold and arrogant attitude, and he definitely wasn't here to have tea or chat with him. The Comer had bad intentions, but Lu Chen was not afraid. With his current strength, he could fight anyone below the peak of Huajin, not to mention that the other party was only at the 3rd level of Huajin. "I heard that there is a spear genius named Lu Chen in Linjiang who defeated the sword sect Xiao Qingchen with one spear. I wonder if he is Brother Lu." Yuan Wuji, who was leaning against the wall, stood up straight, holding a sword in his arms, and asked Lu Chen with a sharp gaze. As society progresses, the martial arts world also keeps pace with the times, and news spreads extremely quickly. Lu Chen defeated Xiao Qingchen of the sword sect with a single shot, causing a sensation in the martial arts world of southern Fujian. Although Yuan Wuji was in the Tianfu area, he was extremely concerned about the news of Xiao Qingchen, so he knew about this matter at the first time. Today he heard that a young man named Lu Chen came to visit the Yuhua Taoist sect with the 9 rings, a true disciple of the Holy Land of Bliss, and was personally received by the Taoist master. There are many people with the same name and surname in the world, but there are very few peerless evildoers. Therefore, Yuan Wuji's first reaction was to think that the Lu Chen who came with Jiujie was the Lu Chen who defeated Xiao Qingchen of the sword sect with one shot. "It's me," Lu Chen replied calmly. He could not have imagined that his fame had spread to the Yuhua Taoist sect far away in Tianfu. When the little monk heard that Lu Chen defeated Xiao Qingchen with one shot, he couldn't help but look surprised. Xiao Qingchen's true strength definitely exceeds what the outside world knows about her, because he and Xiao Qingchen had a competition 3 months ago, and the result was a draw. The battle took place in Xiaowu Temple and was unknown to the outside world. You have to know that his cultivation is 2 levels higher than Xiao Qingchen's. If the two of them were at the same level, the little monk thought he was no match for her. Xiao Qingchen is definitely the kind of peerless evildoer who becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent and becomes more courageous as the battle goes on. It is unexpected that Lu Chen could defeat Xiao Qingchen with just one shot. Then his strength is enough to crush those in the same realm. But they didn't expect that Xiao Qingchen deliberately lost to Lu Chen in that battle, which made him famous. But now that Lu Chen has made a breakthrough, even if Xiao Qingchen uses his full strength, he will definitely not be his match. Seeing that he admitted it, Yuan Wuji exuded a sharp sword energy and rushed straight to Lu Chen, saying with a high fighting spirit, Yuan Wuji invites brother Lu to fight. We're meeting for the first time, why are you looking for a fight with me? Lu Chen looked at Yuan Wuji with interest, wondering if he liked Xiao Qingchen and wanted to stand up for her. A year ago, I fought with Xiao Qingchen and lost to her by half a move. Now, after a year of training, my strength has improved. I was just about to fight her again. Since brother Lu was able to defeat her with one shot, I defeated you, which means I defeated her, so there is no need to go south to compete with her. Yuan Wuji looked at Lu Chen coldly and arrogantly. He was ashamed of losing to Xiao Qingchen by half a move that year. He was not convinced and thought that he lost to her only because he was too careless. During this year of seclusion, his cultivation level broke through from the second level of Huajin to the third level, and his swordsmanship also improved a lot. He was confident that he could easily defeat Xiao Qingchen if he met her again. He wanted to directly defeat Lu Chen, who was better than Xiao Qingchen, to prove that he had left Xiao Qingchen far behind after a year. The reason given by Yuan Wuji was beyond Lu Chen's expectations. It seemed that these monsters from the 4 saints and 9 sects were all battle maniacs. He just wanted to test the power of the 10th wave, so he replied proudly, if brother Yuan wants to fight, Lu Chen is always ready to accompany you. It is better to do it today than to wait for a better day. Brother Lu, please come with me to the martial arts arena for a fight. Yuan Wuji was waiting for Lu Chen to come back here, and he couldn't wait to fight with him. Lu Chen looked at Yuan Wuji with a faint smile, and said leisurely, why do we need to go to the martial arts arena? We can do it right here. This place is also good. Yuan Wuji looked at the empty place and said, Brother Lu, please go get the weapons. Brother Yuan, please wait a moment. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he walked into the villa. Sister-in-law, did my brother bring any weapons with him? Lu Xiaoka asked curiously when he saw Lu Chen go in to get the weapons. She remembered that they only brought a few changes of clothing. Besides, I have never seen my brother use any weapons normally. Giran shook his head and said, I didn't see him bring any weapons with him. Yuan Wuji frowned when he heard their conversation. He thought that Lu Chen didn't go to the martial arts field because he brought weapons with him, so he let him in to get the weapons. Not long after, Lu Chen walked out of the courtyard with a wooden stick in his hand. 2 wooden sticks to be more precise. He was seen holding 2 wooden sticks fixed with wire to look like ordinary spears, and walking slowly towards him. Sister-in-law, does the stick in my brother's hand look like the stick of a broom? Lu Xiaoka stared at the stick in Lu Chen's hand for a long time before recognizing it. Giran took a closer look, nodded, and replied, it seems so. When the little monk saw the weapon in Lu Chen's hand, he couldn't help but want to laugh, but he felt it was too rude, so he held back his laughter. He looked at Yuan Wuji and felt a sense of mourning for him in his heart. He estimated that the battle between Xiao Qingchen and Yuan Wuji a year ago was just a brief one, which made Yuan Wuji mistakenly believe that he and Xiao Qingchen were equally strong. Only now did he have the courage to challenge Lu Chen, who defeated Xiao Qingchen with one shot. I'm afraid that in this battle, Lu Chen will defeat Yuan Wuji with one spear, and he is holding a spear made of 2 broomsticks. When Yuan Wuji saw the weapon in Lu Chen's hand, his face darkened. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. Brother Lu, are you humiliating me? Yuan Wuji asked coldly with an even colder look on his face. Brother Yuan, you misunderstood. Lu Chen had no intention of humiliating Yuan Wuji. There was no spear in the yard, so he dismantled the broom and made a spear. He explained frankly, Brother Yuan is a sword wizard. Haven't you heard that every blade of grass and every tree can be made into a sword? The way of the gun also follows this principle. Lu Chen was full of heroic spirit, standing with a spear in his hand, as tall as a mountain and as imposing as a dragon. When Yuan Wuji heard Lu Chen's words, his expression changed and he said seriously, Yuan Wuji is grateful for your advice. He separated the hands holding the long sword, slowly drew the sword out of the sheath, and pointed the sword directly at Lu Chen. A spear and a sword stood facing each other. Before the man moved, the power of the spear and the sword had already intertwined. The afterglow of the setting sun filled the sky with sunset glow, casting 2 long shadows. The young monk led Giran and Lu Xiaoka to retreat, releasing his powerful aura to protect them so that they would not be accidentally injured by the spear or sword energy. Little monk, can my brother win? Lu Xiaoka asked worriedly as he watched the 2 people confronting each other in the setting sun. She is also a master of dark energy and can feel Yuan Wuji's power. Yes. The little monk answered affirmatively. Lu Xiaoka finally felt relieved and looked at them with her big eyes, looking forward to the battle between her brother and Yuan Wuji. Giran was also very nervous and worried, but she just waited quietly for Lu Chen to return triumphantly. She knew that this was the fate of ancient warriors. The scenery is also accompanied by danger. Chapter 117, One Shot, Defeat. The wind is bleak and the setting sun is blood red. One man, one gun, lonely as snow. Ever since Lu Chen first practiced gun use with Xiao Qingchen, he fell in love with the weapon. He likes the gun's courage to move forward and go straight to the target. He also made the gun his primary weapon. Yuan Wuji is very cold and arrogant. Among the younger generation of Yuhua Dao sect, he has the best swordsmanship. He likes to use sword, and only the sword can reflect his elegance and unrestrainedness. With a sword in hand, I am invincible. Yuan Wuji looked at Lu Chen proudly. Today he was going to defeat the spearman Xiao Qingchen with a single shot and establish his fame in the swordsmanship. Unfortunately, this place is secluded and there are only 3 spectators. However, the 9 authentic rings from the Holy Land of Bliss are here, which is enough. It's a pity that Lu Chen didn't have a real gun in his hand, so his victory was unfair. Yuan Wuji sighed lightly, and his sword flashed with a sharp cold light. A flash of cold light shines thousands of miles. This spear is called 10-layer waves. Brother Yuan, please teach me. Lu Chen looked at the arrogant and cold Yuan Wuji and spoke in a calm tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the spear in his hand and stabbed Yuan Wuji. The guns came out like waves. Yuan Wuji, who had a cold and arrogant look on his face, was shocked when he saw the shot. At this shot, his black shirt fluttered in the wind and he felt like a lone boat in the midst of raging waves. The sword guards the circle. Yuan Wuji drew his sword. He felt that his nerves were empty, the sword in his hand was out of control, and he had completely forgotten all his advanced sword skills. He just instinctively threw out 5 swords in a row. The speed of these 5 swords was so fast that even I couldn't believe it. 5 swords blocked 5 shots. The 6th spear knocked the long sword away, and the 7th spear swept Yuan Wuji away. 10 waves, 10 shots in an instant, each shot stronger than the last. Lu Chen had only fired the 7th shot when Yuan Wuji was swept away, fell to the ground, and spit out blood. He had shown mercy, but Yuan Wuji still suffered serious internal injuries. Lu Chen's gun was too fast, and Giran and Lu Xiaoke could only see a shadow. In an instant, Yuan Wuji was swept away. It was the first time for them to see Lu Chen display his Hua Jin skills, and they were stunned with astonishment. The little monk watched Lu Chen shoot out his gun. The force of his gun covered Yuan Wuji, but the little monk also seemed to be in the force of his gun, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Lu Chen's shots were like waves, each one stronger than the last. He had a way to block the 7th shot, and he could also block the 8th shot. But he would be injured by the 9th shot, and seriously injured by the 10th. 10 waves, 10 shots in an instant. It is said to be 10 shots, but in fact it is just 1 shot. No wonder he could defeat Xiao Qingchen with just 1 shot. Who in the same realm could match his marksmanship? Yuan Wuji fell to the ground, feeling that his left rib was broken and his whole body was in pain. The power of a gun is so terrifying. He has neither the pain of failure nor the loss of failure. He didn't even care about Lu Chen's invincible shot. He was just immersed in the 5 consecutive sword strikes he had just made. That was a profound sword intent. If you can comprehend it, your sword skills will improve by leaps and bounds. Everyone looked at Yuan Wuji lying on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, his face expressionless with neither sadness nor joy. He suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. He wanted to stand up excitedly, but his internal injuries were caused and he gasped in pain. Could it be that he was beaten stupid by his brother? Lu Xiaoke thought suspiciously in his heart when he saw Yuan Wuji was swept away by Lu Chen with an excited look on his face. Yuan Wuji stood up with all his strength, bowed to Lu Chen and thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Lu." His salute was not only to thank Lu Chen for showing mercy, but also to thank him for giving him new insights into the way of the sword. Only by constantly fighting and honing yourself with the strong can you improve yourself faster. Lu Chen looked at Yuan Wuji, who was filled with joy, and knew that he must have made a breakthrough. He sighed in his heart that these monsters from the 4 saints and 9 sects should not be underestimated, as they were all battle maniacs and became stronger as they fought more. He congratulated, "Brother Yuan has made a breakthrough in one battle, which is cause for celebration. If it weren't for Brother Lu's invincible shot, I wouldn't have had the sudden realization." Yuan Wuji thought of Lu Chen's 10th wave, and no longer had the heart to compete with him. He said respectfully, "Brother Lu's power, Yuan Wuji is willing to admit defeat." Lu Chen stood facing the wind and accepted it calmly. Yuan Wuji sheathed his sword and asked Lu Chen, "May I ask, Brother Lu, who is stronger, me or Shao Qingchen?" Lu Chen defeated him with one shot, and also defeated Shao Qingchen with one shot, so Yuan Wuji wanted to ask who was stronger between him and Shao Qingchen in his eyes. Brother Yuan has exquisite swordsmanship and extraordinary understanding of the sword. He is one of the best sword practitioners. Lu Chen first complimented Yuan Wuji and then said, "Shao Qingchen was born for swords and has been testing swords all over the world all her life. I dare not make any rash comments on her swordsmanship." Lu Chen thought of the stunning beauty who died without regrets to prove her sword skills, and he didn't know where her end was. She cannot compare with someone like me who has a system-added plug-in, but her future achievements will definitely allow her to stand at the top of Kendo. When Yuan Wuji first heard Lu Chen praising him, his eyes brightened a little, but when he heard Lu Chen's evaluation of Shao Qingchen, his eyes dimmed again in an instant. In Lu Chen's eyes, he was far inferior to Shao Qingchen. However, his eyes soon lit up again. He had an epiphany today. As long as he continued to practice hard, he would be able to defeat Shao Qingchen. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your guidance. I will take my leave now and will visit you again tomorrow," Yuan Wuji said respectfully. He was injured and couldn't stay for long, so he wanted to go back and heal first. In his heart, he already had great respect for Lu Chen. Of the 10 waves, he had only managed 5. Each subsequent shot was more powerful, so powerful that it made him despair and he had no desire to win at all. Yuan Wuji also said to the little monk, "Master Jiujie, 2 girls, I will take my leave first." Amit Ba. The little monk bowed to him. After Yuan Wuji left, Giran and the others surrounded him. Giran just smiled faintly and looked at Lu Chen quietly. She felt very proud that her man was so strong. "Brother, your shooting was so cool. I want to learn it too," Lu Xiaoke shouted excitedly as he ran over. She was already a master of dark energy, but she had never practiced it. Seeing Lu Chen's invincible shot at this moment, he also imagined himself riding a white horse and holding a silver spear, galloping across the world in a heroic manner. Girls always love to have such beautiful fantasies. Lu Chen also wanted Lu Xiaoke to practice martial arts to improve her strength. He asked Wudi Chang, "Brother Chang, can you take out the martial arts techniques in the store for Xiaoke to practice?" "Of course you can," Wudi Chang said, "but when outsiders practice these skills, they can't learn them directly like you do. They have to practice slowly on their own." It was too slow for Lu Xiaoke to practice on his own, and Lu Chen was used to cheating, so he didn't care about the little bit of improvement he gained through practice. He asked, "Is there any way to quickly improve their strength?" Chapter 118, Lu Xiaoke wants to practice. If you think they are practicing too slowly, you can give them pills. Wudi Chang told Lu Chen a shortcut: as long as you keep upgrading, more powerful pills will be unlocked in the store. After giving them to them, their strength will be quickly improved. Everything still needs to be upgraded. It is only level 3 now. The effects of the pills in the store are not very strong yet, and they don't have much effect after taking them. Wudi Chang added, "But I suggest that you let them practice martial arts and hone their skills in combat at the same time. Otherwise, if they have a lot of skills but don't know how to fight, they will be abused by opponents of the same skills in the future." What Wudi Chang said makes a lot of sense. Many peerless monsters can crush opponents of the same level, and even fight against opponents of higher levels, because they can give full play to every bit of their strength, hone their martial arts in constant battles, and improve their fighting instincts. A battle maniac like Shao Qingchen, who constantly tests his sword skills all over the world to hone his sword skills, has practiced almost all sword moves and martial arts to perfection, and has almost no rivals among people of the same level of cultivation. The reason why Lu Chen is so strong is that after he learned martial arts, the system instilled all of the combat insights of the martial arts into him, allowing him to directly reach perfection. He looked at Lu Xiaoke and Giran, the 2 girls closest to him, and he must make them stronger. Giran hasn't taken the marrow cleansing pill yet, so he's not in a hurry to practice for the time being. Lu Xiaoke is already a master of dark energy and has internal strength in his body, so he can start practicing. However, his strength is all gained by cheating in the system, and no one knows how to teach Lu Xiaoke. I have to find a suitable master for her, Lu Chen thought. "Xiaoke, if you want to practice, I'll find you a master." He collected his thoughts and said to Lu Xiaoke lovingly, "Brother, you are so good, why don't you just teach me? Why do we need to find a master?" Lu Xiaoke said coquettishly. Silly girl, those who can eat pork do not necessarily know how to raise pigs. Lu Chen said with a smile. Oh. Lu Xiaoke responded, and felt that what Lu Chen said made sense. Then she realized that her brother compared her to a pig, and she grinned angrily. I'm not a pig, my brother is the pig. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke played and fought and returned to the villa. He dismantled the spear in his hand, turned it into 2 wooden sticks and put them back on the broom. In the battle just now, the broom handle was surprisingly intact, which was enough to prove Lu Chen's meticulous control over his internal energy. The 4 of them returned to the living room, and Giran went to cut some fruit and brought it over. Lu Chen asked the little monk, Jiujie, I want to find a master for Xiaoke. Which martial arts sect do you think is suitable for her to join? As the true disciple of the Holy Land of Bliss, Jiujie's understanding of the martial arts world is incomparable to theirs, so it is most appropriate to ask him about such matters. The little monk was thinking about which martial arts school was suitable for him, and Lu Xiaoke said anxiously, Little monk, I want to find a master as awesome as my brother, and a female master, not an old man. In her eyes, all powerful masters look like old men. When Lu Xiaoke asked for a female master, the little monk immediately thought of a sect, but then shook his head and said, There are many powerful female seniors in this sect, but this sect is very strict in accepting disciples, and I'm afraid that young lady does not meet the requirements. Lu Xiaoke was unhappy when she heard this. She looked at the little monk and said narcissistically, Which sect wouldn't be vying for a beautiful girl as talented and intelligent as me? How could they not want me? That's right. The little monk immediately changed his expression and flattered him, The young lady is amazing. You can tell at a glance that she is a natural martial arts genius. Once the female seniors see her, they will definitely fight for her. The young monk looked at Lu Xiaoke, who was very interested in becoming their disciple, and thought that if he went to Binglan sect in person to plead for him, they would probably make an exception and accept Lu Xiaoke into the sect. Lu Xiaoke has never practiced cultivation before, and now he is 18 years old, which is past the best age for cultivation. But as the only successor of Xiaowu Temple in the Holy Land of Bliss, his 9 rings are still of some use in the martial arts world. Jiujie, which sect are you talking about? Lu Chen asked with concern. He was not worried about Lu Xiaoke's cultivation progress. As long as he upgraded, there would be a large amount of elixir resources to improve her cultivation. The Binglan sect is one of the 9 sections. The little monk introduced, the Binglan sect's true skills are only suitable for women to practice, so this sect only recruits female disciples. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. As one of the 9 sects, he would not humiliate his sister. He said, Once the matter of Yu Hua Dao sect is resolved, we will go to Binglan sect. They will have to face the hunt of the Blood Alliance in a month, and it will be very dangerous to bring Lu Xiaoke with them. If she can join Binglan sect, one of the 9 sects, she will be very safe there. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Xiaoke grumbled, I haven't had enough fun yet. By the time you've had enough fun, school will start. Lu Chen said with a smile. Lu Xiaoke asked, Brother, if I go to Binglan sect to become a disciple and practice, will I not go to university? She really wanted to practice and become a master like her brother, but she was reluctant to leave university as she had not even experienced college life. It's okay. When the young lady starts school, she can go back to college. The little monk said with a grin, In the past, our ancient martial arts sects all practiced in seclusion and only moved around in the martial arts world. However, starting this year, we are advocating to keep up with the times, and each sect has allowed some disciples to come out and practice in the world. Since he could practice and go to college at the same time, Lu Xiaoke said happily, Brother, I must practice hard and come back to defeat you. Lu Chen said with a frown, You went to practice just to beat me? I told you that you always bullied me in the past. Lu Xiaoke said angrily with his eyes wide open. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back and beat me up. Lu Chen said with a smile, stretched out his hand and knocked Lu Xiaoke on the head as fast as lightning, and said with a smile, Before you have practiced well, you'd better be bullied by your brother. Lu Xiaoke touched his head, which was hurt by Lu Chen's blow, looked at him with a sly smile and said, Brother, do you think I can't do anything to you just because I can't beat you? She turned to Giran, almost crying, and complained, Sister-in-law, my brother bullied me. I'll help you teach him a lesson. Giran said to Lu Xiaoke loyally, then looked at Lu Chen with a smile. Lu Chen knew that Giran wanted to use her waist-pinching skill again, so he could only look at her resignedly, with a pitiful look in his eyes. Giran smiled and pinched her lightly before letting go. Lu Xiaoke shouted in dissatisfaction, Sister-in-law, you are biased. This is not pinching, it is clearly a massage. He. Lu Chen said proudly, Your sister-in-law is reluctant to pinch me. I'm not going to pay attention to you guys. I'm going to go back and take a shower. Lu Xiaoka ran back to her room with a tantrum. The little monk also said goodbye to them and returned to his room. Only Lu Chen and Giran were left in the hall. He hugged the beauty, kissed her lips, and said happily, Ran still loves me the most. Chapter 119. The plan begins. The next morning, Shan came to the villa where Lu Chen was and informed him that Taoist Fengqing wanted to see him. The look he gave Lu Chen was full of respect. A strong person will be respected wherever he goes. Yesterday evening, the injured Yuan Wuji walked all the way back. Many people looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was injured. In the evening, several of his good friends came to visit him and found out that Yuan Wuji had been sparring with Lu Chen, who lived in a separate courtyard, and was defeated by him with a single shot. Yuan Wuji expressed his admiration for Lu Chen without reservation. His strength is firmly in the top 10 among the younger generation of Yuhua Dao sect, but he was defeated by Lu Chen with just one shot, which is enough to show how powerful Lu Chen is. Among the entire younger generation of the Yuhua Taoist sect, perhaps only Fang Han, who ranks first, has the strength to fight. Lu Chen followed Shan and came to Tancheng Hall again. Taoist Fengqing was still facing the word Tao with a lonely back. Lu Chen greets Taoist Fengqing. He bowed and showed enough respect to Giran's grandfather. Taoist Master Fengqing turned around and looked at Lu Chen intently, sizing him up carefully, as if he wanted to see through him. I heard that you defeated Yuan Wuji with one shot yesterday. Taoist Master Fengqing asked calmly. Lu Chen answered modestly, it was just luck. In a martial arts competition, there is no such thing as luck. Everything depends on strength. Taoist Master Fengqing looked at Lu Chen with admiration, pointed at the weapon rack beside him, and said solemnly, take a gun, let me see your 10th level of wave. In front of Taoist Master Fengqing, Lu Chen did not dare to show off with the gun on the Qin family's martial arts stage. He walked obediently to the weapon rack nearby and took down a spear. With the spear in hand, his aura suddenly increased and he turned into a majestic and unrivaled warrior. Master Fengqing, please teach me. Lu Chen stood with a gun in his hand and said neither arrogantly nor humbly. With a gun in his hand, Lu Chen had no fear even when facing a master of innate power. Guns fired. Lu Chen unleashed all his internal strength, and a 10-fold wave struck out at once. Taoist Master Fengqing is an innate master, he can attack with all his strength without any scruples. 10 shots were fired in an instant, each one stronger than the last, like waves crashing against the shore, sweeping towards Taoist Master Fengqing. Taoist Master Fengqing performed Tai Chi with his hands, and the energy around him moved freely, being condensed in front of him to block Lu Chen's 10th wave. Boom, boom, boom. The force of the gun and the force of the Qi collided, and in an instant, 10 guns were fired in succession, forming a long series of loud noises. The gun's force stopped and the energy was broken. Taoist Master Fengqing took a step back and swayed for a while before he could steady himself. He commented with a look of surprise and joy on his face, your shot can also fight against those in the late stage of Huajin. Taoist Master Fengqing had just suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of Huajin, but was still pushed back a step by Lu Chen. If it was an ordinary late stage Huajin cultivator, one shot from Lu Chen would be enough to injure him. Lu Chen retracted his spear and laughed loudly with great pride, thank you, Taoist Fengqing, for your guidance. The shot was so exciting that Lu Chen's blood seemed to be boiling. He liked this kind of battle where he could move forward without any restraints. In the previous few sparring matches, he and his opponent had no deep hatred for each other, and he was afraid of accidentally killing the opponent, so he was tied up and unable to fight. Only by sparring with a congenital master like Taoist Master Fengqing could he give full play to his full strength. After firing this shot, Lu Chen had only one feeling great. Taoist Master Fengqing got back to the point and said seriously, Lu Chen, I came to you this time because I want to entrust Giran to you. Even though he was prepared, Lu Chen was delighted when he heard that Taoist Fengqing agreed to let him and Giran be together, and said excitedly, Lu Chen will never let you down in this life. Taoist Master Fengqing nodded in satisfaction to Lu Chen and said, you are right. Those forces will come out one day. Instead of being defenseless at that time, it is better to lure the snake out of its hole now and find out the conspiracy of the mastermind from the mysterious mouth first. He paused, stared at Lu Chen, and said sternly, the Yuhua Dao sect has sworn a blood oath that it can no longer protect Giran. Lu Chen, do you have the confidence to protect her and give her a peaceful life? Yes. Lu Chen said confidently, Lu Chen is confident that he can protect her. He will not let her get hurt in this life. Lu Chen, the strength of the blood alliance should not be underestimated. Would you like to separate from Ran for a while and wait for your master to come out before dealing with the Blood Alliance? Taoist Master Fengqing is very confident about Lu Chen's future, but the Blood Alliance will take action against Giran in a month, and Lu Chen's strength is not enough to compete with the Blood Alliance alone. No. Lu Chen rejected it outright. He explained, the Blood Alliance and that mysterious person must have a way to communicate. If Ran and I pretend to separate, and my master, who is above the Xiantian, suddenly takes action 2 months later, it will only alert the enemy. By then, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. It will be even more dangerous for a master above the Xiantian to assassinate Ran. Then what do you want to do? You can't fight them alone. Taoist Master Fengqing listened to Lu Chen's words and felt that there was some truth in it, but it was impossible for Lu Chen to fight against the Blood Alliance alone. Lu Chen said, I heard that the Blood Alliance's style of action is always to send assassins of the same realm to hunt down the target. I am only at the Huajin level now, and I don't think they can directly send a master to deal with me. I will slowly hold them back when the time comes. Taoist Master Fengqing frowned and said, if they send the Huajin assassin and fail, they will eventually send the Grandmaster of the 3 Evils and 7 Kings to deal with you. How will you deal with it then? So I would like to ask Taoist Master Fengqing to find a way to ensure that after the Blood Alliance takes action, the Blood Alliance's Xiantian Grandmaster will not attack me within 10 days. Lu Chen said confidently, by then, the Xiantian Grandmaster will not be a problem to be afraid of. The longer time drags on, the higher his level will be and the stronger he will be. By then, he will be able to deal with even that mysterious innate being. You. Taoist Master Fengqing looked at his Lu Chen and said in shock, are you sure you can defeat Blood Shura by then? Lu Chen nodded and said, they underestimated my strength. The Blood Alliance is enough to deal with a martial arts master like me who has achieved the state of Huajin. The mysterious man will definitely not come out to deal with me personally. We slowly stalled for time with the Blood Alliance until my master came out of seclusion 2 months later, and the mysterious man couldn't help but attack me personally. At that time, he thought I was just an innate master, and he, who was above the innate, was enough to deal with me, so he would only come out alone. By that time, my master can secretly control him and force him to reveal the conspiracy behind the scenes. Lu Chen finished telling his plan in one breath. Taoist Fengqing looked at Lu Chen in shock. Lu Chen talked about this method eloquently, but there were 2 key points. The first thing was to ask him to find a way to delay the innate masters of the Blood Alliance so that they would not attack Lu Chen directly. This was not difficult to do. The second is that Lu Chen himself can sweep the Blood Alliance. Taoist Master Fengqing couldn't believe this. Chapter 120 Let us beat him together. Taoist Master Fengqing looked at Lu Chen in surprise and suspicion, unable to imagine how he could deal with the Blood Shura. Just now he tried one of Lu Chen's moves and knew that he was a genius, but he also knew that he was only at the level of Huajin. Even if he is an unparalleled monster, he can break through to the early stage of innateness in more than a month. But it is impossible to defeat the Blood Shura who is at the peak of the innate realm. He was very clear about Shui Shura's strength. He had reached the peak of the innate realm 22 years ago. Even if he has not been able to break through to the innate realm now, he is still unbeatable among the innate realm. Besides, he has 3 evil spirits, 7 kings, and 10 innate masters under his command. Lu Chen did not explain too much, but just maintained a sense of mystery and said calmly, Master Fengqing, I will take Ran away today and draw a clear line between myself and you Huadaomen. Then you can help me arrange an identity and say that I am the last disciple of a master in the martial arts world, preferably a master of spearmanship. It will be fine if I can keep it a secret for more than a month. This way, we can paralyze the Blood Alliance and prevent them from thinking of me as the heir of those forces. Taoist Master Fengqing thought about it and decided that it would not be difficult to help Lu Chen get a fake identity to keep it secret for more than a month, so he said, I will personally take care of your identity. After the Blood Alliance takes action, I will also make arrangements to delay their Grandmaster from taking action directly. It shouldn't be a big problem. He looked at Lu Chen with admiration. This young man was brave and resourceful, and he was deeply in love with Giran. He didn't have to worry about his granddaughter's lifelong happiness. Taoist Master Fengqing said in a deep voice, Lu Chen, I don't know where you get the confidence and self-confidence to deal with Blood Shura by yourself, but I am willing to believe you. I believe you will not joke with Ran's life. Lu Chen smiled confidently and said, when the time comes, please wait and see, Taoist Fengqing. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Taoist Master Fengqing was also infected by Lu Chen's confidence and laughed heartily. Lu Chen, take your leave. Lu Chen bowed majestically and turned to leave. He took a few steps, turned back and asked in a gentle voice, "Master Fengcheng, I'm going to take Ran away, are you really not going to see her?" After hearing what Lu Chen said, Taoist Master Fengcheng was stunned for a moment. It took him a long time to recover. He sighed and said, "It's better not to meet." At this moment, he did not have the demeanor of a Taoist master from a holy land, but was just a lonely old man. Lu Chen bowed to Taoist Master Fengcheng, walked out of Tiancheng Hall, and then left with Giran and the others. He did not tell them about the mastermind behind the incident, but only told them that the Yuhua Dao sect was hindered by the blood oath and could not protect Giran. When everyone learned that the Yuhua Taoist sect would not take action, the young monk and Lu Xiaoke both seemed a little disappointed. Giran, on the other hand, just followed him tenderly, without showing much disappointment. She felt distressed when she saw Lu Chen running around for her. She is Lu Chen's woman now. No matter what he does or what he is about to face, she will quietly stay by his side, through thick and thin, without any regrets. Taoist Master Fengcheng never recognized Giran, nor did he come to see her. Because he felt sorry for Lu Fian and Giran, and he had no face to meet her. He put all his energy into the things that Lu Chen asked him to help arrange. The Yuhua Taoist sect directly sent Lu Chen to Tianfu Airport, said goodbye to them, and drew a clear line between them. Lu Chen had already booked a flight to Shandong Airport, and immediately took Lu Xiaoke to Binglan sect to become his disciple. Lu Xiaoke was very enthusiastic about becoming an apprentice. With her playful and gluttonous personality, she came to the Tianfu area, which is known as a paradise for food. She would feel embarrassed to call herself a foodie if she didn't eat for a week. It is said that there was a foreign foodie who claimed that he would spend a year eating all over China, but after 3 years, he is still in Tianfu because he has not yet finished eating all the delicacies of Tianfu. But even though it was such a cafeteria paradise, Lu Chen originally wanted everyone to play for a few days before going to Binglan sect, but Lu Xiaoke took the initiative and urged everyone to go to Binglan sect impatiently. Because she knew that her brother and sister-in-law would face a very powerful enemy in a month, she didn't want to delay her brother's work, and she also wanted to practice as soon as possible to improve her own skills so that she could help her brother. The little monk's face was very useful in the martial arts world. The Binglan sect directly sent a car to pick them up at the Shandong airport, and they arrived at the Binglan sect that night. The Binglan sect was not built on an iceberg, but was named because their main skills are all of ice attribute. After practicing for a long time, the disciples of Xiaobinglan sect all have a cold and aloof temperament, like fairies who are not affected by the mundane world. The Binglan sect arranged a villa for the 4 people to stay in, and will conduct the entrance examination tomorrow. Some young monks use back doors, and the assessment is just a formality. Xiaoko, I think you should not join the Binglan sect. After dinner, the 4 of them gathered in the living room to chat. Lu Chen said to Lu Xiaoke hesitantly, "Why? I think it's pretty good here. I like it very much." Lu Xiaoke asked with a puzzled look. "It's too cold here, I'm afraid you can't stand it." Lu Chen said lovingly, "And I don't want you to become like them after practicing, almost turning into ice. My sister is lively and cheerful. If she becomes cold, it would be unlike her." Lu Xiaoke didn't mind and said with a smile, "They look so cool when they are cold. Most people can't learn that. I want to practice and pretend to be an iceberg beauty when I go back to school to be cool." Ba. The little monk also spoke up, "You make your own destiny, and your appearance is determined by your mind. Everything in the world is a transformation. If your mind doesn't move, nothing will move. If your mind doesn't change, nothing will change. Speak human language." When Lu Xiaoke heard the little monk talking about Zen, he became impatient and spoke to him harshly. He. The little monk immediately changed his expression and smiled, explaining, "What I mean is that the young lady is the cutest and most beautiful girl no matter what she looks like." Only then did Lu Xiaoke glance at the little monk proudly and gave him an appreciative look. "You have good taste." Seeing that Lu Xiaoke and the little monk said so, Lu Chen stopped objecting and asked Lu Xiaoke and Giran to take a shower first. He and the little monk stayed alone in the living room. "Jiujie, those forces are involved behind the Blood Alliance. It's not too late for you to separate from us now." Lu Chen frankly told the little monk the mastermind behind the Blood Alliance. The young monk was not too surprised when he heard about those forces. He was a true disciple of the Holy Land and had heard of those forces. Outsiders do not know the true strength of the Yuhua Taoist sect, but as a true disciple of the Pure Land of Bliss, one of the 4 holy places, he is very clear about the trump cards and strength of the 4 holy places. A Blood Alliance is not qualified to force the Yuhua Taoist sect to compromise. He had long guessed that there must be a more powerful force behind the Blood Alliance. "Boss, you underestimate the little monk." The little monk said like a gangster, "It's just those forces, let's beat them together." Lu Chen also said with great pride, "Okay, let's beat him up together." Chapter 121, Joining the Binglan Sect. The next morning, Binglan Sect arranged for Lu Xiaoke to take the entrance examination. It was called an entrance examination, but in fact it was a ceremony of becoming a disciple. The Binglan Sect had already appointed an elder who was half a step into the innate realm to be Lu Xiaoke's master. Half step to the innate realm is above the 9th level of the transformation realm. Only one step away from comprehending one's own way can one become an innate master. In their eyes, Lu Xiaoke was only at the first level of dark energy at the age of 18, which was considered excellent among ordinary sects, but just ordinary among the 4 saints and 9 sects. The elder who was half a step away from the innate level accepted her as a disciple only for the sake of the little monk in Lu Chen's face. The young monk has already told Binglan Sect that Lu Xiaoke's brother Lu Chen is a true peerless genius who defeated Xiao Qingchen of the Sword Sect and Yuan Wuji of the Yuhua Taoist Sect with a single shot. These two significant achievements were enough to attract the attention of the Binglan Sect, because their younger generation of true disciples might not be Xiao Qingchen's opponents, let alone defeat her in one move. Lu Chen also took the initiative to tell Binglan Zong about the danger he and Giran would face in a month. After much consideration, the Binglan Sect agreed to accept Lu Xiaoke and guarantee her safety, but would not interfere in the feud between Lu Chen and the Blood Alliance. Lu Chen was very grateful to the Binglan Sect for agreeing to accept Lu Xiaoke into the sect in times of crisis. The master that the Binglan Sect arranged for Lu Xiaoke is named Fei Ruyu, who is in her early 40s and the younger sister of the sect leader Fei Ruxin. In terms of status and position, she has the highest position among the Huajin elders, and there is a great possibility that she will become a Xiantian master in the future. When Lu Chen brought Lu Xiaoke to Fei Ruyu's villa, a female disciple was already waiting at the door. As soon as she saw Lu Chen and the other 3, she greeted them one by one and led them into the inner hall. Lu Chen checked her cultivation level and found out that she was at the 6th level of dark energy. He knew that she would be his sister's senior sister in the future. He did not rely on his own superior cultivation level and called her senior sister, and she politely responded to his greeting. Lu Xiaoke also sweetly called her senior sister. The female disciple had heard of Lu Chen's strength and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Most of the peerless monsters were usually very arrogant, so how could they be as approachable as him? I felt a little more favorable towards Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoke. When they arrived at the inner hall, Fei Ruyu was already sitting high in the hall, with 2 of her direct disciples standing beside her. The 2 looked exactly the same, a pair of beautiful twins, both of whom had reached the 9th level of dark energy. Although the 4 saints, 9 sects, and 23 schools are a general term for the righteous schools, there is a huge gap between the strength of the 23 schools and the 4 saints and 9 sects. There were 3 beautiful women in palace dress sitting on the left below. Lu Chen checked their cultivation and found that they were all at the Huajin level. They must be elders who were on good terms with Fei Ruyu and were invited to witness the ceremony. As soon as Lu Chen and the others came in, they bowed to Fei Ruyu and said, "Greetings, Senior Fei." Then he bowed to the 3 elders and said, "Hello, greetings, 3 seniors." The 3 of them did not dare to be arrogant and returned the gifts to Lu Chen and the little monk. They all looked at Lu Chen curiously and were very interested in this peerless evildoer who had become famous. "Master Jiujie, Mr. Lu, no need to be so polite." Fei Ruyu pointed to the 3 chairs on the right and said politely, "Everyone, please take a seat." Lu Chen, the little monk, and Giran sat on the chairs on the right as instructed, leaving Lu Xiaoke alone standing in the middle. The hall fell silent and the atmosphere became serious. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Xiaoke. Lu Xiaoke, who was usually fearless, seemed a little nervous at this moment and secretly glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled at her and gave her an encouraging look. "Lu Xiaoke, why are you practicing?" Fei Ruyu asked in a stern voice. Lu Xiaoke faced Fei Ruyu directly, looked at her with bright eyes, and answered seriously, "I want to help my brother fight the bad guys." She spoke her mind without reservation, speaking directly from her heart. Fei Ruyu was quite surprised by Lu Xiaoke's answer and couldn't help but look at her brother. She had already learned from the sect leader about the danger Lu Chen was about to face, and she didn't expect that Lu Xiaoke was practicing just for this. She knew how powerful the Blood Alliance was, and thought with pity in her heart, "Girl, I'm afraid you can't help your brother." Moreover, after the Blood Alliance took action against Giran, in order to ensure Lu Xiaoke's safety, they would definitely not let her leave the sect. When Lu Chen heard Lu Xiaoke's childish yet sincere voice, he was also moved and deeply touched. "I thought to myself, silly girl, I will sweep away those bad guys in the future and one tea let you worry about me." Fei Ruyu asked seriously, "Are you willing to join the Binglan sect and become my disciple?" "Disciple is willing." Lu Xiaoke took his hand and bowed, then knelt down respectfully and kowtowed 3 times, saying, "Master, please accept your 3 bows. First of all, respect the teacher and establish people and morals. The second bow is to teach and resolve doubts. Bow 3 times to respect teachers and honor heaven and earth as a witness. Please stand up." Fei Ruyu extended her hand to support him, and said in a serious voice, "From today on, you are my disciple. Once you become my disciple, you must not bully the weak, you must not take advantage of your position, and you must not do evil. I will follow Master's instructions." Lu Xiaoke took the hand and bowed, then slowly walked to Fei Ruyu, took the tea handed to her by the senior sister beside him, handed it to her respectfully and said, "Master, please have some tea." Fei Ruyu took the tea, took a sip, and put it on the tea table beside her. The disciple beside her handed her a long sword. She took the sword, gave it to Lu Xiaoke, and said, "This sword is called Frost. It is a gift from you. You must practice diligently in the future and don't slack off." Lu Xiaoke took the frost sword with both hands respectfully and said excitedly, "Disciple will follow Master's teachings and practice diligently without slacking off for even a moment." It was her own decision to choose the long sword as a weapon. She began to think that her brother looked very cool with a gun, and she wanted to use one too. But then she thought that if she wielded a spear that was twice as long as her, she would not look as cool as her brother, so she changed her mind and used a light and graceful sword. Fei Ruyu pointed at the 3 sitting elders and introduced them to Lu Xiaoke. These 3 people had a close relationship with her, and Lu Xiaoke would have to hang out with them more often in the future. Lu Xiaoke greeted them one by one and respectfully called them Uncle Masters. They were also very friendly and gave Lu Xiaoke a meridian warming pill as a gift. Then Fei Ruyu introduced her 3 senior sisters to Lu Xiaoke. The twin sister was called Ling Yun, the younger sister was called Lingxi, and the female disciple who had just come in to welcome them was called Xie Pianpian. Lu Xiaoke also greeted the 3 senior sisters one by one. The 3 of them also politely returned the gift to the junior sister. Lu Chen looked at Fei Ruyu and her 3 disciples. They all seemed to be easy to get along with. Fei Ruyu was also the sect master's biological sister. With her care, Lu Xiaoke should not be wronged while practicing in Binglan sect. After the apprenticeship ceremony, the 3 elders went back, and Lu Xiaoke followed her 3 senior sisters to familiarize themselves with the environment of Binglan sect. "Senior Fei, I will be grateful for your guidance in the future," Lu Chen said politely to Fei Ruyu. She is Lu Xiaoke's master, and Lu Chen respects her very much. "Mr. Lu, you are too polite. Since Xiaoke has become my disciple, I will definitely treat you as my own child and teach you everything I know." Fei Ruyu was unmarried and loved her disciples like her own daughters. The Binglan sect does not forbid its disciples from getting married, but perhaps because of their cultivation methods, more than half of the disciples of the Binglan sect remain unmarried throughout their lives. Chapter 122, Separation. When Lu Chen heard that Fei Ruyu treated her sister as her own daughter, it touched the soft spot in his heart. He was 15 years old when his parents died, and Lu Xiaoke was only 12 years old. His sister lost the love of her parents at an early age and depended on him for everything, suffering a lot. If Fei Ruyu could really treat Xiaoke as her own daughter, it would make up for the regret in his heart. Lu Chen took out a medicine box and handed it to Fei Ruyu, saying respectfully, "Senior Fei, here is a meridian-quenching pill that can strengthen the meridians. It's a small gift from me." He used up today's quota, a total of 320 gold coins. He spent 100 gold coins in the morning to buy vein tempering pills, preparing to give them to Fei Ruyu personally. He also spent 150 gold coins to buy 3 vein solidifying pills and gave them to Lu Xiaoke, asking her to give them to her 3 senior sisters to improve their relationship. Seeing this, Fei Ruyu declined, "Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Senior Fei, this is Xiaoke's gift to become my apprentice. Please accept it." Lu Chen handed over the medicine box respectfully and said earnestly. Seeing that Lu Chen was determined not to give up until she accepted it, Fei Ruyu stopped being pretentious and took the medicine box and put it away, saying, "Master Lu, you can rest assured and leave Xiaoku in Binglan sect. I will definitely teach her well and ensure her safety." "Thank you, Senior Fei." Lu Chen bowed and thanked Fei Ruyu. Fei Ruyu looked at Lu Chen and Giran and sighed in her heart. She admired Lu Chen's character very much. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and he knew how to act properly in dealing with people. Not to mention his talent and aptitude. He defeated Xiao Qingchen and Yuan Wuji with a single shot, and he would surely become a master of spearmanship in the future. But he is unyielding for love and wants to fight against the Blood Alliance, but I don't know if he can get through this. She was powerless to do anything about this matter and couldn't persuade him at all. She couldn't tell Lu Chen that he had a bright future and why he wanted to commit suicide for a woman. What is love in this world? It makes people pledge to each other for life and death. Fei Ruyu didn't understand, and many people didn't understand either. Not long after, Lu Xiaoke came back happily with her 3 senior sisters, and it seemed that she got along well with them. Fei Ruyu asked Lu Xiaoke and Lu Chen to go back first, and then she would formally start teaching them the cultivation tomorrow. After returning to his own villa, Lu Chen told Lu Xiaoke, "Xiaoke, you must listen to Senior Fei's words and practice well in the future." "I know, brother." Lu Xiaoke promised obediently. "I understand that a teacher's kindness is as great as a mountain." Xiaoke will definitely respect his teacher and listen carefully to his words. You should also stop being naughty and bullying others, which will cause trouble for Senior Fei. Lu Chen admonished Lu Xiaoke respectfully. She has a master now, and her every word and action not only represents herself, but also represents Fei Ruyu. "Brother, don't worry. Anyone here has a higher cultivation level than me. Who would I bully?" Lu Xiaoke is usually quirky and weird, but when it comes to serious matters, she is actually very sensible, and Lu Chen is very relieved about this. But if someone bullies you and you are wronged, and Senior Fei is unable to stand up for you, you should not endure it. Just call me and tell me. I will help you. Lu Chen said worriedly again. Although he was very confident in Fei Ruyu, he was still prepared for the worst. If someone bullied Lu Xiaoke, Lu Chen would not let her suffer in vain. When Lu Xiaoke heard her brother defending her, she felt sweet inside and said happily, "Hee, brother is my strongest supporter. If anyone bullies me, I will call you brother." "Miss, it would work just as well if you tell me the little monk's name." The little monk interrupted with a flattering look on his face. "Go away." Lu Xiaoke looked at him with contempt and said, "With your current condition, how can you compare with my brother?" She pressed her finger to the corner of her mouth and thought for a while, then said with a smile, "I thought of a title that is very suitable for brother." "What nickname?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "China's first shot," Lu Xiaoke said domineeringly. Then she said to herself amusingly, "If anyone dares to bully me in the future, I will tell him that my brother is the best shooter in China. If you dare to bully me, believe it or not, my brother will stab you to death." He said, still grinning to himself, making the motion of poking a gun with his hands, and muttering, "Poke you to death, poke you to death." Lu Chen was speechless after hearing this. This title was really simple and crude, and only Lu Xiaoke could come up with it. Why is she so outstanding even though she only has 9 years of compulsory education? The first gun of China, this title is good and very suitable for the boss's domineering attitude. The little monk echoed. "I think this title needs to be changed." Wu Chang's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Chen's mind. "Change to what?" Lu Chen asked. "The first shot in the universe," Wu Chang said even more pretentiously than Lu Xiaoke. Then he added, "internship period." Lu Chen was speechless. Lu Xiaoke was very satisfied with the title he had given his brother. He proudly drew out the frost sword in his hand, posed, and said, "Do you think my sword-wielding posture is handsome?" "Handsome." Lu Chen, Giran, and the little monk all happily praised in unison. I think so too." Lu Xiaoke held the frost sword tightly in his hand and said conceitedly, "How handsome. Why don't you take a photo as a souvenir?" The 4 of them started making a fuss again. After settling Lu Xiaoke, Lu Chen felt less worried. They stayed in Binglan sect for 1 night, and reluctantly parted with Lu Xiaoke early the next morning and returned to the Demon City. "Boss, I will go back to the Holy Land of Bliss to discuss the matter of the Blood Alliance and those forces with my master." After returning to the Magic City and sending Giran home, the little monk asked to say goodbye to Lu Chen. "Jiujie, I appreciate your kindness. If your master and his friends are concerned about the forces behind them, don't force them. The more you know, the more you realize how powerful those forces are. The 4 saints and 9 sects are very wary of those forces. Don't worry, boss. I know what's going on." The little monk said nonchalantly, "I think those old guys are getting more and more cowardly as they grow older. If those forces could really destroy the 4 saints and 9 sects, they would have come out long ago. They are hiding in the dark, which means they must have some concerns. Only 1 or 2 people come out, why should we be afraid of them?" Lu Chen felt that there was some truth in what the little monk said, but everyone knew the current situation of those forces, and no one dared to take risks. He could understand the actions of the 4 saints and 9 sects, because they were not only responsible for themselves, but also for everyone in the entire sect in Holy Land, so they did not dare to act rashly. He said, the seniors also have their concerns, so it is better to be cautious with those forces. The young monk had no respect for the elders of the Holy Land of Bliss, and said righteously, don't worry, boss. Even if we can't convince those old bald donkeys to take action, I will join you in fighting against the Blood Alliance in a month. If we have a fight, we'll fight together. The little monk said meanly, if we have money, we'll spend it together. He left a promise, waved goodbye, and drove away in a cool Lamborghini bat. Chapter 123, Calm. Watching the little monk's Lamborghini bat disappear from sight, Lu Chen showed a faint smile. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Chen offended the Blood Alliance for Giran and was blinded by love, seeking his own death. But for him, everything was under control. He only needed to wait for the Blood Alliance to take action in a month, and then he could launch a strong counterattack and kill them by surprise. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he must find out the mastermind behind the scenes and eliminate Giran's potential danger. From the moment Giran became his woman, he took on the blood feud of the Ji family. When they got home, Giran and Chen Shiyun were making dumplings in the kitchen, while Ji Zhongliang was smoking a cigarette on the sofa in the living room with a gloomy look on his face. There were a bunch of cigarette butts in the ashtray. He had already learned from Giran that Lu Chen had returned empty-handed from the Yuhua Dao sect. The little monk left and Lu Xiaoke stayed in Binglan sect. All this gave him a feeling that a storm was about to come, and he was very worried. Ji Zhongliang heard the door open and looked over. Lu Chen walked in from the door. He looked at Ji Zhongliang with a sad face and walked over to sit on the sofa. Ji Zhongliang threw him a cigarette. Lu Chen lit it and took a puff. Lu Chen, have you gone to Yuhua Taoist sect to find out the reason why the Blood Alliance wiped out the Ji family? Ji Zhongliang coughed due to being choked by the smoke and asked in a hoarse voice. Lu Chen shook his head and replied, the reason why the Blood Alliance wiped out the Ji family is unknown to the Yuhua Dao sect. Ji Zhongliang smoked silently without saying a word. Uncle! Lu Chen called out and Ji Zhongliang looked over. Yuhua Daomen originally wanted to stop me and Ranran from being together. Lu Chen said bluntly with a calm smile on his face, later, I convinced them. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhongliang looked at Lu Chen in shock, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He understood what Lu Chen meant. Even the Yuhua Dao sect believed in him, so why shouldn't he believe in him? My heart, which had been hanging in the air, gradually settled down. Uncle, I have already discussed with Taoist Master Fengqing and will send you an ant to Yuhua Daomen first. Lu Chen was worried that the Blood Alliance would find out later that Giran was not as easy to deal with as they thought, and would use Ji Zhongliang and Chen Shiyun to threaten Giran, so he helped them find a way out first. The Yuhua Taoist sect swore a blood oath not to protect Giran, but did not say that they could not protect her relatives. Okay, everything is up to you. Ji Zhongliang agreed without hesitation. Lu Chen did not reveal the mastermind to Ji Zhongliang. For some things, the more they knew, the more worried they would become. Among his own relatives, only his sister Lu Xiaoke has already joined the Binglan sect, so her safety is not a problem. As for his and Giran's friends, Su Shasha was the closest to them. As long as she didn't get involved, nothing would happen. The martial arts world also has its own rules. The grudges between ancient martial artists will not involve unrelated ordinary people, otherwise it will cause public outrage. But to be on the safe side, Lu Chen still gave Su Shasha 5 million yuan so that she could travel around the world and stay away from the disputes here. There is always a calm before the storm. 3 days later, Su Shasha got a tourist visa and flew to the romantic city of Paris to start her round-the-world tour. A week later, Ji Zhongliang and his wife boarded a plane to Tianfu and were taken to Yuhua Daomen. That night, Lu Chen accompanied Giran to go shopping. After spending the day's quota, Wudi Chang's voice rang in his mind, congratulations to the host for reaching level 4 and unlocking the Eye of Delusion. The store has unlocked a level 4 item, and you have a chance to draw a lottery. After smoothly reaching level 4, Lu Chen couldn't wait to check out the introduction of the art of breaking delusion. Eyes that can see through all illusions and disguises not exceeding 2 major realms of one's own. Lu Chen was very happy to have obtained another powerful and practical skill, and he immediately started to draw the lottery. There are still 5 grids of money on the 9-square grid, ranging from 1 million to 20 million. One is thank you for participating, one is a level 4 dominant body pill, one is a level 5 fortune pill, and the last one is a level 6 swordsmanship martial art crazy dragon soul slashing. Although he has level 6 sword skills, what Chen wants most now is the fortune pill to improve his cultivation. At this moment, he and Giran were drinking coffee in a cafe, listening to relaxing music. After the surprise last time, Chen still wanted to absorb the power of love, so he called out softly, Ran. Giran was still looking at the introductions to various desserts. When he heard the shout, he looked up at Chen. Chen waved at her and mysteriously asked her to move her face closer. Giran leaned forward in confusion. Chen silently chanted fortune pill in his mind, and then he quickly and secretly kissed Giran. Stop. The aperture gradually slowed down and stopped at the level 6 sword technique Crazy Dragon Soul Slashing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Crazy Dragon Soul Slasher. Chen was stunned. The power of love seemed to be too much. Idiot. Giran cursed sweetly and took a tissue to wipe the saliva off his face, which still had gray lip stains from coffee. He. Chen grinned at Giran. Although he didn't get the fortune pill, Chen was very happy to have drawn the highest level 6 martial arts. He thought to himself, this trick is quite effective, I will use it next time. Don't take your shitty luck as a belief, otherwise if you encounter it in the future, will you doubt your green life? Wudi Cheng hit him mercilessly. Chen was speechless. He was so lucky both times that he felt a little proud. He then checked the store again and found that the level 4 items had been unlocked, and there were 5 more items in the store, all costing 200 gold coins. They are a level 4 elixir that strengthens the physique, meridians, and spirit, a level 4 sword technique, and a level 4 martial art. Chen currently has no use for these things, so he skips them and checks his own properties. Host, Chen. Occupation, the richest man in the universe. Internship period. Level 40800. Today's quota, 800,000. Gold, 590. Combat strength, 4th level. Taoism, the Book of Creation. Martial arts, Blood Strike, 10 waves. Item, Crazy Dragon Soul Slasher. Mission, none. This time, apart from obtaining the Eye of Truth, his strength did not improve, but he was one step closer to level 5. As long as he reached level 5, he could buy the fortune pill, and his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Chen was not in a hurry. There were still 18 days left before the 1-month deadline. Even if he did not accept the mission, he could reach level 5 in 10 days. The Blood Alliance has disappeared since it sent the blood-killing order last time. He knew that the killers from the Blood Alliance had been hiding in the dark, eyeing Giran covetously, waiting for the right moment to launch a thundering attack. Chen and Giran were still drinking coffee leisurely, but the martial arts world was in turmoil these days. All the major forces of both good and evil have sent their innate masters to gather in Rumen, one of the 4 holy places, to discuss fiercely the upcoming grand event in the martial arts world, the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow List. Chapter 124, Heaven and Earth Shenhuan List. 2 days before Chen was promoted to level 4, the news that Confucianism had established the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow List spread like wildfire in the martial arts world. The Heaven and Earth list has been passed down since ancient times and is managed by Rumen Tianxia, one of the 4 great holy places. The top 10 on the heavenly ranking are considered to be above the strongest innate talents in the martial arts world. The 20 people on the Earth list are all innate masters of their generation. The 30 names on the Shen list only include masters of Huajin martial arts who are under the age of 30. The 50 on the yellow list are masters of dark energy who are new to martial arts and are no more than 25 years old. In ancient times, martial arts flourished. There was a major competition every 10 years and a minor competition every 3 years. Ancient martial artists were proud to be included in the Tiandi Shenhuan list. Those who can leave their names on the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow list are all unrivaled strong men in the same realm. Because all the major ancient martial arts sects and great families have been in seclusion for the past 100 years, the Tiandi Shenhuan list has also been suspended for nearly 100 years. Now all the major ancient martial arts sects and great families have emerged again, so the 4 saints and 9 sects took the lead and invited the innate masters of both the good and evil paths to discuss the matter of re-establishing the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow list. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Ancient martial artists have always attached great importance to rankings, and the innate masters of both the good and evil paths hardly gave it any thought, and unanimously decided that the Confucian school should re-establish the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow list. However, because martial arts are in decline nowadays and those above the innate are no longer prominent in the world, the top 10 most powerful people on the heavenly ranking have not yet been determined. Among the innate masters, those who are qualified to enter the top 20 of the Earth list are all of respected status. They are either the leaders of a faction or the supreme elders. They are proud of their status, and many of them are unwilling to show up in public to compete for the ranking on the Earth list. If these strong men are unwilling to compete, the credibility of the established Earth list will be greatly reduced. Therefore, the newly established Earth list will be directly recommended by the innate masters who participated in the discussion. If the innate masters on the Earth list fight each other in the future, the ranking will be changed based on the victory or defeat. These innate masters almost cover the top forces of both good and evil, so after the ranking of the Earth list was agreed upon, there was not much objection. This time, the most intense competition in the Heaven and Earth Xianhuan list was for the 30th place on the Xian list. Any master of Huajin martial arts under the age of 30 can be regarded as a genius of his generation. Young people are even more competitive and unwilling to admit defeat. Everyone thinks they are as good as others. As soon as they heard that the Heaven and Earth Xianhuan list was going to be re-established, they all rubbed their hands and sharpened their swords, waiting to make a splash at the martial arts competition and compete for a place on the Shenbang. There are also those geniuses and monsters who are in the late stage of Huajin and above, who set their sights on the top of the list and want to become the number one of the younger generation in the martial arts world. Although true disciples like Xiao Qingchen and the little monk are unparalleled in their monstrous abilities and have astonishing combat power, they are too young after all and their cultivation has not yet reached the level required. It is difficult for them to win against those in the late stage of Huajin. Even if they want to rank among the top 30 on the Xian list, it is extremely difficult. If they were given a few more years, they would definitely have a place on the Xianbang. Now, the competition for the top spot still depends on those geniuses who are in the late stage of Huajin and half a step into the innate realm. For a time, the martial arts world was in turmoil. Confucianism is the world. The green bamboos in the back mountain are quiet and peaceful, and the sound of the piano is melodious and graceful. The unrestrained man in white sat cross-legged with the guqin casually placed on his legs. He stroked the strings and played, looking leisurely and contented. Ding-ling ding-ling. A series of bell sounds were heard, and a young girl came running over, with a bracelet woven with small bells on her wrist. She shouted cheerfully, "Brother, Master and those seniors have agreed to re-establish the Heaven and Earth Xianhuan ranking in a month." The man in white remained calm, still playing the zither in his hands, and said with a chuckle, "This is interesting. The martial arts world hasn't been this lively for a long time. Senior brother, why don't you join us too?" The girl said coquettishly. She knew that her senior brother was lazy, disinterested in fame and gain, and most likely would not attend the martial arts competition, so she acted coquettishly to get him to attend. The man in white held the zither contentedly and said with a faint smile, "Not interested. Brother, just go. Xiao Linger wants to watch you defeat all the heroes in the world and become number one on the Xian list." Xiao Linger shook the white-clothed man's arm and said coquettishly, Okay, stop shaking, I'll go." The man in white couldn't persuade the little sister, so he had to agree. "Yeah, that's great. With brother taking action, the first place on the Xian list will belong to our Rumen Tianxia." Xiao Linger then let go of her hand and said happily. The man in white did not refute Xiao Linger. He was confident as he was number one on the Xian list. He pressed the strings lightly with his fingers and pulled them out gently. Boom! The sound of the piano shot out like a sharp arrow, piercing through the green bamboo in front of me. Wherever it passed, it left a tiny hole on the green bamboo. In the Giran mountain of the sword sect, there was a young man in black, about 27 or 28 years old. He had a curved knife tied to his back. The knife was like a full moon and was very different from an ordinary long knife. He stood on a huge rock, looking indifferently at the clouds rolling in the sky. A woman in red excitedly walked under the rock, looked up at the young man in black with admiration, and said excitedly, "Big brother, it has been confirmed. The martial arts competition will be held in 20 days, lasting 10 days. In 1 month, the Confucian school will establish the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang ranking." When the young man in black heard the news, his indifferent eyes gleamed with a brilliance, and a confident smile appeared on his cold and arrogant face. He flew into the air, with the scimitar on his back coming out, and cut a full moon at the huge rock where he had just stood. After he landed, he said in a cold voice, "I'm going to the Dota for retreat. Let me know in 20 days. After saying that, he turned and left. The woman in red stared blankly at the rock that was cut into 2 pieces by the sword energy of the young man in black, and thought obsessively in her heart, under Xiantian, who else can be a match for the eldest brother? At the headquarters of the evil cult, a charming woman was leaning on a soft chair playing a computer game. The game screen was simple and crude, just like the One Sword 999 legend that was often seen in advertisements. An old man in a purple robe stood aside and said in a hoarse voice, "Young master, the martial arts competition will be held in 20 days. Please make preparations early." The charming woman remained unmoved, still controlling the game character to kill all around. After she had chopped down all the enemies, she turned her head to look at the purple-robed old man and asked in a charming manner, "What did Elder Dawn just say?" "Young master, the martial arts competition will be held in 20 days. Please make preparations early." Elder Dawn waited for more than 10 minutes without getting angry and repeated what he had just said. He is a Grandmaster Elder at the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm, while the young leader in front of him is only at the 9th level of the Huajin realm. However, she is the next leader of the demon cult designated by the leader, and her status is higher than his. Moreover, the young leader is moody and has unparalleled talent. Her future achievements will far exceed his, and he dare not offend her. "Oh, I see. You go away first and don't disturb me while I'm playing games." The young leader answered indifferently and turned to the screen to play the game again. Elder Dawn didn't dare to say anything else and walked out. After leaving the room, he shook his head helplessly. Comparing oneself with others is really frustrating. When he was this age, he practiced very hard, but he had just entered the Huajin realm not long ago. However, the young master had only practiced casually, but he had already reached the 9th level of Huajin. Chapter 125, Xiao Qingchen's request for a competition. The news that Confucianism has established the heaven and earth profound yellow list spreads widely in the martial arts world, and the peerless geniuses of the younger generation emerge one after another, wanting to compete for the top spot on the list. At the same time, a piece of news suddenly spread in the martial arts world that the blood-killing order reappeared in the martial arts world. Giran, the orphan of the Ji family who was exterminated 22 years ago, and the gun-wielding genius Chen fell in love. They violated the blood oath and will be hunted down by the Blood Alliance. 22 years ago, the Ji family was wiped out overnight, and the bloody methods of the Blood Alliance shocked the entire martial arts world. The retreat of the Yuhua Taoist sect caused those top forces to speculate that there was an even more terrifying force hidden behind the Blood Alliance. These top forces all know each other well. The foundation of the Yuhua Taoist sect is not comparable to that of the Blood Alliance. They made a blood oath with him probably because they had other concerns. Chen is now also well known among the younger generation in the martial arts world. At the age of 21, he defeated Xiao Qingchen of the Sword sect and Yuan Wuji of the Yuhua Taoist sect with a single shot. These two achievements are enough to make him a peerless genius. His identity and master were also dug out. He was the last disciple of Li Tianxiao, the 6th level innate master of the art of spear. Li Tianxiao is a loner. For unknown reasons, he was expelled from the gun sect 33 years ago and became a casual cultivator. At that time, he was 38 years old and was only at the 7th level of Huajin. Unexpectedly, 33 years later, he had gone further than many people in the spear sect and became a 6th level Xiantian master of the spear Dao. But a lone master of the 6th level of innateness is still not able to compete with the Blood Alliance. Everyone is puzzled by Chen's choice, and it is a pity that such a peerless evildoer is about to fall. However, as the re-establishment of the heaven and earth profound yellow list was imminent, people did not pay too much attention to the blood-killing order and turned their attention to the martial arts competition. The names of peerless geniuses were spread out one after another, among whom 10 had cultivation in the late stage of Huajin above the 7th level, with extraordinary combat power, and were most likely to get first place on the Xian list. Their names are also talked about with relish, and each of them has many fans. Among them are 5 people from the 4 saints and 9 sects, Sumubai from the Confucian school, Xianyi from the Pure Land of Bliss, Fanghan from the Taoist school of Ascension, Shihao from the Sword sect, and Sulu from the 7-star sect. 3 evil people, Minji Wexi of the moon-worshipping cult, Yishirsan of the Blood Alliance, and Tuobayi of Xiankong Mountain. 2 people from ancient families, Long Zhankong from the Long family and Jun Xiaofan from the Jun family. The ages of these 10 people are between 25 and 29 years old. Although there are still some peerless geniuses who think their qualifications are not inferior to these 10 people, they lose in age. Their cultivation has not yet reached the late stage of Danhuajin, so they can hardly beat those 10 people. These geniuses and evildoers all knew that they had no hope of getting the top spot in this ranking competition, but they were not discouraged. They all worked hard in secret, striving to break through to the late stage of Huajin as soon as possible and then compete for the top spot. The martial arts world, which had been secluded for nearly 100 years, became lively overnight, just like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing waves to form. Chen and Giran lived a peaceful and leisurely life. It was not until the day after he was promoted to level 4 that he learned about what happened in the martial arts world. It was because Xiao Qingchen called him. Xiao Qingchen was shocked when he learned about the blood-killing order and immediately called Lu Chen. The power of the blood-killing order is extraordinary. Lu Chen has only reached the Hua Jin level of cultivation, and his master is only a grandmaster of independent cultivation. There is no big force backing him up. She doesn't know how Lu Chen should deal with it. After thinking about it, it's a dead end. When Lu Chen received a call from Xiao Qingchen, he was stunned for a moment. She was not the kind of girl who would chat on the phone. Calculating the time, her injury should have healed. She wouldn't come to him to spar again, right? He picked up the phone. "Holly, Miss Xiao, what can I do for you?" Xiao Qingchen was silent for a moment, then said in a cold voice, "There have been a lot of rumors about you circulating in the martial arts world these past 2 days. Here we go." A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Rumors about himself were spreading, which meant that Taoist Feng Qing's plan must have begun. He has been accompanying Giran these past few days, as if he was isolated from the martial arts world. He did not ask about the progress of Taoist Feng Qing's arrangements, because he believed that Taoist Feng Qing would do his best to arrange the things he said. He asked, "What rumors are circulating about me?" "Xiao Qingchen, it is rumored that you are the last disciple of the spear master Li Tianxiao, and..." She paused for a moment and said in a panic, "There are also rumors that your girlfriend Giran is an orphan of the Ji family, and the Blood Alliance has issued a bloody kill order against her." Lu Chen sensed the change in Xiao Qingchen's tone. He was silent for a moment and replied, "These rumors are all true." Xiao Qingchen fell silent. She wanted to persuade Lu Chen to leave Giran, but the words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. She warned, "The bloody killing order has been issued, and the fight will not stop until one dies." "I know." Lu Chen answered firmly, "But no matter what, I will not separate from her." He did not tell Xiao Qingchen that he was confident in dealing with the Blood Alliance, and that the fewer people who knew about the plan he and Taoist Feng Qing had, the better. Xiao Qingchen was silent again, then changed the subject and said, "There is another important event. The Confucian sect will establish the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang ranking. 17 days later, a martial arts competition will be held in the Confucian Holy Land. It will last for 10 days, and then the ranking will be officially determined." "I don't know about this. Please tell me in detail." When Lu Chen heard the time of the martial arts competition, he guessed that re-establishing the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow ranking was also part of Taoist Master Feng Qing's plan. Because when the martial arts competition begins, the Blood Alliance will start hunting him down. As long as he goes to the Confucian Holy Land to participate in the martial arts competition, the Blood Alliance Master will definitely not kill him openly and ruin the martial arts competition for the entire martial arts world. Xiao Qingchen told Lu Chen in detail about the redetermination of the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang ranking, then paused and said, "Lu Chen, I made an agreement with you last time that I would find you to learn the ultimate spear moves after I recovered from my injury. I wonder where you are now. I'll go over to spar with you. You are really a fighting maniac. The martial arts competition is about to start, but you still want to fight with me." Lu Chen jokingly laughed at Xiao Qingchen, but still agreed to her request for a fight and said, "I'm in the Magic City. You can go directly to Pudong Airport and I will pick you up." "Okay, I'll tell you the time after I book the flight." After Xiao Qingchen hung up the phone, he couldn't wait to book a flight to Pudong Airport. Lu Chen hung up the phone, and Giran beside him asked with a smile, "Does the beauty have a date?" She also knew the girl named Xiao Qingchen. She heard that she was not only very powerful, but also a peerless beauty who could overwhelm a whole country. Lu Chen gained his current fame by defeating her with one shot. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her and said with a grin, "Yes, the beauty has an appointment, and she wants to fight me." "I know." Giran smiled and hugged Lu Chen's neck, kissed him, and said gently, "Be careful and don't get hurt." "Don't worry, she can't hurt me." Lu Chen hugged Giran and bit her little mouth. They kissed passionately again, and just when they were feeling excited, they were interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone. Lu Chen picked up the phone. It was Xiao Qingchen calling. She had already booked a flight and would arrive at 6 in the evening. Chapter 126, The First Meeting of Two Girls. 6 o'clock in the evening, Pudong Airport. Lu Chen and Giran were waiting for Xiao Qingchen's arrival in the VIP lounge of the airport. She took the VIP channel, which led directly to the VIP lounge. The plane was delayed for some time, and Lu Chen waited for nearly 20 minutes before he saw Xiao Qingchen. She was still as stunning as ever, and walked in coldly behind the airport staff. She had a rectangular box on her back, wrapped in blue cloth, and judging by its shape it looked like a sword box. "Miss Xiao, please." The staff opened the door for her respectfully. The people who could enter this VIP room were definitely not just rich and powerful, but had to be of incredibly high status. The woman in front of him was the youngest guest he had ever received. Xiao Qingchen walked in, and the first thing he looked at was not Lu Chen, but Giran beside him. Giran also looked at Xiao Qingchen, and her first reaction was that she was so beautiful. She was as beautiful as her reputation said. Even though she was a girl and was usually very confident about her looks, she had to admit that Xiao Qingchen's looks were better than hers. The two girls met for the first time in their destiny and just looked at each other quietly. Xiao Qingchen gave Giran a faint smile on his cold face and walked towards her. This was the fourth time Lu Chen saw her smile, but this time she was not smiling at him. "Hello, I'm Xiao Qingchen from the Sword Sect." Xiao Qingchen walked in front of Giran, changing his usual cold demeanor, keeping a faint smile on his face, and stretched out his fair hand to her. "Hello, my name is Giran, Lu Chen's girlfriend." Giran also stretched out his slender hand, shook hands with her, and introduced himself with a smile. The two people's eyes met, but soon separated. Releasing his hand, Giran said calmly, "Miss Xiao, you haven't eaten yet, right? We'll take you to eat first." Xiao Qingchen nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you Miss Ji." Then she turned her gaze to Lu Chen and said apologetically, "Mr. Lu, I am sorry for disturbing you by coming here to spar with you." She remembered that Lu Chen didn't like her calling him Brother Lu, and asked her to call him by his name or Master Lu, so she called him Master Lu. "You're too polite, Miss Xiao." Lu Chen said, "We'll take you to dinner first. You can stay in the hotel tonight. Tomorrow we'll go find a martial arts hall to practice with." The ancient martial arts family he knew in Demon City could only go to the martial arts gym to practice with him. The Magic City is crowded with people. If they just find a random place to practice, it would be too shocking if ordinary people saw them. Lu Chen really wanted to know what Xiao Qingchen's limit was and which level of his 10 waves he could catch. "Why do you want a girl to stay in a hotel? It's so inconvenient." Giran glanced at Lu Chen complainingly, then smiled and said to Xiao Qingchen, "Miss Xiao, you can stay at my house tonight, so you don't have to run back and forth." "Okay." Xiao Qingchen had no objection. He turned his gaze from Lu Chen to Giran and agreed immediately. Naturally, Lu Chen would not object, and he took the two girls back home after dinner. As soon as Giran got home, he went to the guest room to clean up and helped Xiao Qingchen change into clean quilt covers and sheets. After cleaning up, Giran said to Xiao Qingchen, "Miss Xiao, you stay here tonight. See if there is anything you need." Xiao Qingchen looked around the room, which was simple and comfortable, and said with satisfaction, "Thank you, Miss Ji, it's great here." "Then I'll go out first. If you need anything, Miss Xiao, just tell me. Don't be polite with us." After Giran finished speaking, he left the guest room. Xiao Qingchen took off the long box on his back, placed it on the bed, opened the blue cloth outside, revealing an ancient sword box. The sword box opened, revealing a long sword with a phoenix carved on it. From the hilt to the scabbard, a phoenix spreading its wings ready to fly is perfectly formed. Xiao Qingchen gently stroked the scabbard, as tenderly as if he were treating his lover, then closed the sword case and placed it on the bedside. The next morning, Lu Chen brought Giran and Xiao Qingchen to a martial arts gym. The martial arts schools teach folk martial arts that can be used for fitness, self-defense, and self-improvement. About 100 years ago, ancient martial arts sects went into seclusion, and martial arts in the secular world declined rapidly. Only some weak ancient martial arts families remained in the secular world, but they rarely displayed ancient martial arts in front of ordinary people. The real practice of ancient martial arts is not simple. First, you have to spend a lot of resources to temper your muscles, bones, and meridians. If you want to achieve hidden power, you have to practice the exercises and have a master to teach you. Otherwise, it is easy to hurt your meridians before you have practiced internal strength. Ancient martial artists had to practice from a young age. After the age of 13, when their muscles, bones, and meridians were fully formed, it became extremely difficult to continue practicing, unless there was a magic elixir like the marrow cleansing pill to cleanse the marrow and strengthen the body. After the ancient martial arts sects disappeared, those ancient martial arts families only had some low-level cultivation techniques, so they could hardly cultivate the power of transformation. These techniques were regarded by them as heirlooms and were not circulated among the people. The martial arts taught in martial arts schools only have moves, not techniques. If you practice well, you can develop some real skills, but it is difficult to achieve hidden power. The martial arts school that Lu Chen found was the largest martial arts school in Pudong, the Magic City, named Jindong Martial Arts School. The owner of the gym is named Liang Zhendong. He practices Xingyi and has some real skills. According to the classification of ancient martial artist strength, he has probably reached the 8th level of Mingjin. Lu Chen had already made an appointment with Liang Zhendong last night to rent the martial arts hall of the martial arts school for a morning. When Lu Chen called him last night to rent the martial arts arena, he naturally asked Lu Chen about the purpose and use of the rental. Lu Chen did not hide it and told him directly that he wanted to spar with his friends and asked him to turn off all the surveillance cameras in the martial arts hall. With Liang Zhendong's identity, he naturally knew the existence of ancient martial artists, and he also had some friendship with some ancient martial arts families in the Magic City. His first reaction was that the other party was most likely a Dark Force Master from outside the area who was sparring with each other, because if it was just a sparring between Bright Force Masters, it would not cause too much noise, and there was no need for him to turn off the surveillance. "Hello, who are you looking for?" When Lu Chen brought the two girls to the entrance of Zhendong Martial Arts School, a disciple of the school asked. The disciple looked at Lu Chen and the other two. The young man was wearing a dark training suit. One girl was dressed normally in a t-shirt and skirt. The other girl was also wearing a white training suit, and a rectangular box wrapped in blue cloth was tied to her back. He was stunned for a moment when he saw the beauty of the two women, but he didn't dare to look at them in front of Lu Chen, so he immediately looked away. Lu Chen replied calmly, "My last name is Lu, I'm here to see Master Liang, and I've already made an appointment with him." "It's Mr. Lu. The master is in the martial arts training area. Please follow me." When the disciple heard that it was Mr. Lu, he immediately became respectful. He was originally arranged by Liang Zhendong to greet Lu Chen at the door. Liang Zhendong also told him not to neglect Mr. Lu, otherwise he would be severely punished. The disciple respectfully took Lu Chen and the others to the martial arts training area. Chapter 127 Zhendong Martial Arts School. Lu Chen and his friends followed the martial arts school disciples to the martial arts training area, where Liang Zhendong was teaching the students Xingyi with several of his disciples. When he saw Lu Chen and his group coming in, he immediately came over with a smile, clasped his fists and said politely, "Mr. Lu is here. I'm Liang Zhendong. Please forgive me for not coming to greet you." He saw that Xiao Qingchen was also wearing training clothes, and thought that Lu Chen wanted to spar with her, so he bowed to her in Giran. Xiao Qingchen also clasped his fists in return. Giran was not a martial artist, so he just smiled at him as a greeting. Liang Zhendong was very shocked when he saw Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen. If these two people were really masters of dark energy as he guessed, they were masters of dark energy at such a young age, which was very rare in the ancient martial arts family and could be considered geniuses. "Master Liang, you are too polite." Lu Chen politely clasped his fists in return and asked, "Is the martial arts hall ready?" "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. Everything is ready. Please follow me." Master Liang did not dare to neglect them and personally took them to the martial arts hall. Lu Chen and the other two followed Liang Zhendong out of the martial arts training area and headed for the martial arts hall. The disciples and students in the martial arts training area saw Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen wearing training clothes and guessed that they were also martial artists. They were very curious about why Master Liang was so polite to them. People who practice martial arts are all arrogant. Normally, even if those rich and powerful young men come to the martial arts hall to learn martial arts, Master Liang would not show any respect to them. But now he even politely calls the young man Mr. Lu. "Junior brother Luo, who are those three people?" Several disciples surrounded the disciple who had just gone to greet Lu Chen and asked. Brother Luo shook his head and replied, "I don't know where they come from, I just know that the young man's surname is Lu, and Master just asked me to meet them at the door and told me not to neglect them, otherwise I will be severely punished." When everyone saw that Liang Zhendong had specifically told Brother Luo not to neglect them, they felt even more puzzled. It seemed that the master was overly polite to Mr. Lu. What's there to guess? It must be a young master from a powerful family who came here to practice martial arts. One of the tall and burly disciples came over and said sarcastically, "Young masters and young ladies like them can't stand the hardship and give up after just a few days of training." When he saw Lu Chen with two beautiful women, he felt very jealous and guessed that he was the second generation of power, and his tone was not polite at all. Big brother is right. These young masters are not suited to martial arts. A disciple immediately agreed in a flattering manner. The disciples who flattered the eldest brother were favored by him, and then scolded the other disciples, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you take the students with you?" All the disciples then dispersed and each taught the students how to practice boxing. Liang Zhendong led Lu Chen to the martial arts hall, opened the door and invited them in, and asked, "Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this place?" The training stage in the training hall is equipped with all 18 kinds of weapons. Although it is indoors, it is very spacious and high enough for Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen to display their full strength. Lu Chen chose this place after seeing the promotional pictures taken by Zhendong Martial Arts School on the internet. Very good. It seems that Master Liang has put a lot of thought into the design of this place. Lu Chen looked around the martial arts hall and said with satisfaction. Ha, thank you Mr. Lu for the compliment. Liang Zhendong smiled proudly. This place was designed according to the training grounds of an ancient martial arts family. It is his masterpiece. Ordinary martial arts gyms do not have such a standard training ground. He continued, Mr. Lu, all the monitoring equipment here has been shut down as you requested. Thank you, Master Liang. Lu Chen said politely. When he looked around the martial arts hall just now, he used the Eye of Truth to check and found no hidden surveillance. Mr. Lu, I have an unreasonable request. I hope you can fulfill it? Liang Zhendong suddenly bowed and said seriously. Master Liang, please speak frankly. Lu Chen said calmly. Mr. Lu, if I'm not mistaken, you and this young lady are both dark energy masters from an ancient martial arts family. While Master Liang was expressing his guess, he observed the expressions of Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen and found that they remained calm. One was still calm and the other was still cold as ice. Lu Chen neither denied nor admitted it. He just looked at Master Liang with a faint smile and waited for him to finish. Seeing that they agreed, Master Liang changed his tone and said respectfully, I have an unwelcome request. I hope to watch your competition from the sidelines. Seeing that Lu Chen did not reject it outright, he hurriedly said earnestly, I hope Mr. Lu can let me see the style of a dark energy master because of the difficulty of my cultivation. Liang Zhendong will be grateful. He had also seen some dark energy masters from ancient martial arts families, but he had never witnessed a competition between dark energy masters. He had practiced martial arts all his life and knew that there were ancient martial arts masters, but he had never had the chance to witness how powerful they were, and he felt very regretful. Liang Zhendong looked at Lu Chen expectantly and said sincerely, whether Mr. Lu agrees or not, I will not charge a penny for the rental of the martial arts hall this time. Mr. Lu is always welcome to visit Zhendong Martial Arts Hall and use the martial arts arena in the future. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Chen expectantly. Miss Xiao, what do you think? Lu Chen did not answer Liang Zhendong immediately, but asked Xiao Qingchen. It's all up to young Master Lu. Xiao Qingchen replied coldly. After getting Xiao Qingchen's answer, Lu Chen smiled at Liang Zhendong and said, Master Liang has said so much. If I don't agree, it will seem a bit unkind. But Master Liang, please promise me that no matter what I see or hear later, I will not spread it to others. Liang Zhendong is at the 8th level of Mingjin, and can be considered a half martial artist. Seeing his sincere attitude, Lu Chen agreed. Moreover, all the ancient martial arts sects have now emerged, and a martial arts competition will be held soon to revise the Tiandi Shenhuang ranking. Those who have contact with the martial arts world will also know the true terrifying strength of the ancient martial artists in the future. Thank you, Mr. Lu, and thank you, Miss Xiao. Liang Zhendong excitedly clasped his fists to express his gratitude to Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen. Ran, I'm going to go on stage to compete with Miss Xiao. You and Master Liang just watch here. Lu Chen said gently to Giran. Well, go ahead. Giran said to Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen with concern, be careful when you two are sparring, don't hurt each other. She only saw Lu Chen actually take action once, when he defeated Yuan Wuji with one shot. If Lu Chen also injured Xiao Qingchen like that with one shot, she still felt a little reluctant to think about it. She didn't know yet that Lu Chen had already stabbed her in the shoulder the last time he and Xiao Qingchen sparred. Don't worry, we will be fine. Lu Chen said with a smile. Getting injured during a fight is really no big deal for them. After Lu Chen finished speaking to Giran, he shouted to Xiao Qingchen in a heroic manner, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen flew directly towards the martial arts stage in front of Liang Zhendong's stunned eyes. Chapter 128, Fighting Xiao Qingchen Again. The level of Hua Jin cultivation is not enough to fly in the true sense. Lu Chen took 5 steps and used leverage to fly. After 3 or 4 leaps, he covered a distance of more than 20 meters and jumped onto the martial arts stage. He then pulled out the spear that was inserted in the weapon rack. When Lu Chen landed on the martial arts stage, he already had a spear in his hand. His whole body was full of momentum. He spun the spear, pointed it at Xiao Qingchen, and shouted, come and fight. He has always said that Xiao Qingchen is a battle maniac, but in fact he himself also has the genes of a battle maniac. When Xiao Qingchen saw Lu Chen's aura, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She could feel that Lu Chen's cultivation had increased a lot compared to half a month ago. But she was not afraid. In the past half month, she had improved from the second level of Huajin to the third level of Huajin. She carried the sword box on her back and leaped into the air to the martial arts stage, standing opposite Lu Chen. Liang Jindong was stunned by the momentum of the two men. Could it be that the master of dark energy is so terrifying? Wrong. The few dark energy masters he knew definitely didn't have such powerful might. Liang Jindong took a breath and stammered to Giran beside him, What realm are they in? They are all martial arts masters who have achieved the state of Huajin. Giran was no longer surprised by Lu Chen's strength and answered with a smile. Martial arts master. Liang Jindong was greatly shocked. He had heard of the martial arts master's reputation. In the whole Magic City, only the elders of a few big families had reached that level. All of them were big figures who could intimidate others with just a stomp of their feet. He doesn't even have the qualifications to know such an important person. The two young men in front of me are actually martial arts masters? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. When Xiao Qingchen landed on the martial arts stage, he swiftly grabbed the sword case on his back, spread out the blue cloth, opened the sword case, and the long sword fell into his hand. The blue cloth floated down to the side of the weapon rack, and the sword case also fell heavily onto the blue cloth. She drew her sword from its sheath, revealing a scarlet red color. Xiao Qingchen pointed the sword at Lu Chen, opened his teeth slightly, and said, "The sword is called Phoenix Blood. Please teach me, Brother Lu." She didn't want to take out the Phoenix Blood sword, but seeing Lu Chen's power, she knew that she would definitely be defeated if she took out an ordinary sword. Only with the Phoenix Blood sword in her hand could she have the strength to fight. What a good sword! Lu Chen looked at the Phoenix Blood sword, feeling the condensed blood energy on it, and praised, "The sword body is like blood. I don't know how many strong men's blood it has drunk." Xiao Qingchen replied calmly, "Since the founding of the sword sect, this sword has been passed down 4 times. The ancestors of the first 3 times have killed hundreds of powerful enemies. Now that it has been passed down to Qingchen, it has not yet been stained with blood. The Phoenix Blood sword, one of the 3 swords inherited by the sword sect, is not only a magical weapon, but also a symbol of status. The sword master is ranked first in the sword sect, second only to the Grand Elder and on par with the sect master. It can be said that among the younger generation, Xiao Qingchen may not have the highest strength, but his status is definitely the highest. In the thousands of years of sword sect's history, the Phoenix Blood sword has only been passed down 4 times, which shows how high the conditions for inheritance are. The fact that Xiao Qingchen was able to inherit the Phoenix Blood sword is enough to prove her unparalleled talent. Xiao Qingchen held the Phoenix Blood sword in her hand, and her fighting power soared a lot. Lu Chen did not dare to be careless, and concentrated his attention. He said in a thunderous voice, "This move is called Tenfold Waves. Please fight with all your strength, Miss Xiao. Qingchen will definitely do his best." Xiao Qingchen also alerted and focused, not wanting to be careless at all. The gun moved, and a silver light flashed. Lu Chen's spear was unstoppable, sweeping towards Xiao Qingchen like a raging wave. The sword moves and the phoenix dances in the sky. Xiao Qingchen wielded the sword like dancing, and the Phoenix Blood sword was like a phoenix spreading its wings into the sky, with blood filling the sky and sword energy running rampant. Giran, who was sitting in the audience, saw the power of Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen and her face turned pale. The momentum of this battle was much stronger than the one between Lu Chen and Yuan Wuji. She was afraid that Lu Chen would be injured. Liang Jindong was horrified. This kind of competition between powerful warriors was the first time he had ever seen it. He had never dared to imagine that a real ancient martial artist would have such terrifying strength. Even from more than 20 meters away, he could feel the power of the gun and sword. It was a force that made him terrified and willing to submit. Facing such a strong man, he only felt worship and fear in his heart. Ding! Guns and swords collide. Lu Chen poured all of his internal energy into the spear, which prevented it from being cut off by the Phoenix Blood sword. 10 waves. Lu Chen's spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. He fired 10 spears in an instant, and the force of the spear swept across Xiao Qingchen. Xiao Qingchen's face was solemn, as if he was a lone boat in the midst of strong winds and rough waves. The long sword in his hand soared like a blood phoenix, blocking the beams of gunfire. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 1 shot is better than the other. The 10th shot. There was a loud bang. The 10th wave's strongest shot was blocked by Xiao Qingchen's sword, but she was also blown away. After landing, she took several steps back before she could barely stabilize her body. Silence, solemn and silent. Lu Chen put away his gun and stood, looking at Xiao Qingchen quietly. She stood there motionless, looking at Lu Chen with a cold expression. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly and blood slowly flowed out. The phoenix blood sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground, and blood slowly seeped out from the fingertips of his 5 slender fingers. Thank you. Lu Chen raised his spear and put it back on the weapon rack. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your advice. Xiao Qingchen returned the sword to its sheath, held the sword in his arms, saluted Lu Chen, and said sincerely. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, walked slowly to the sword case, put the phoenix blood sword back into the sword case, then wrapped it in blue cloth and put it back on her back. She carried the sword case on her back, a smile spread across her pale face, and said, "Congratulations to Brother Lu for breaking through the 4th level of Huajin. Xin Chen is convinced of his defeat. If Miss Xiao is also at the 4th level of Huajin, the outcome is still unknown." Lu Chen was not being modest. Xiao Qingchen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. In one realm, every 3 levels form a small realm, namely the early stage 1-3 levels, the middle stage 4-6 levels, the late stage 7-9 levels, and the 9th level is also called the peak. The gap between each small realm is enormous. Although the 3rd and 4th levels of Huajin are only 1 level apart, the combat power is vastly different. Xiao Qingchen shook his head slightly and said in disagreement, "Qingchen is holding the phoenix blood sword, and Brother Lu is only holding an ordinary spear. If they both use ordinary weapons, even if they are in the same realm, Qingchen will still lose." Lu Chen smiled and did not argue. Instead, he asked with concern, "How is Miss Xiao's injury?" What Xiao Qingchen said was true. He had retained at least 3 layers of internal energy to protect the spear from being cut by the phoenix blood sword, which was equivalent to using only 7 points of his strength to fight with her. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious," Xiao Qingchen said coldly. "It's good, let's go down." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he walked down from the martial arts stage and returned to Giran. Giran was still looking at Lu Chen with lingering fear. The battle just now had been too powerful, and she was worried that Lu Chen would get hurt. "Now that I see Lu Chen is fine, I feel relieved." Liang Zhendong looked at Lu Chen, his eyes full of admiration and fear. He was glad that he had shamelessly asked to watch the fight, otherwise he would never have witnessed such a thrilling competition in his life. Chapter 129, Challenge. Xiao Qingchen also followed Lu Chen. Her face was still a little pale, and the blood on her fingertips had already solidified in the gaps between her nails. She had just wiped the corners of her mouth with her sleeve, leaving a hint of bright red. "Miss Xiao, are you okay?" Giran asked with concern, and then blamed Lu Chen, "It's all your fault. You didn't know how to control your strength and hurt Miss Xiao like this." Although she and Xiao Qingchen had just met yesterday, they had eaten together and slept at her house. Now that she was hurt like this by Lu Chen, she felt bad. She took the initiative to blame Lu Chen, and also wanted to show her sincerity, so that Xiao Qingchen would not blame Lu Chen for hurting her like that. But she was totally overthinking it. Xiao Qingchen was the kind of person who would die without regrets to prove his swordsmanship. Why would he care about such a minor injury? She was so happy that she couldn't contain herself to be able to compete with a strong man like Lu Chen. Lu Chen was blamed by Giran and did not dare to refute. He just looked innocent. "I'm fine." Xiao Qingchen shook his head and excused Lu Chen. "In a martial arts competition, injuries are inevitable. Young Master Lu has already shown mercy to me." Since Xiao Qingchen said so, then everything is fine. She couldn't understand what those ancient warriors were thinking. The last time Yuan Wuji was injured by Lu Chen, he also looked very happy. She was not a traditional Chinese warrior and could not understand their pursuit of martial arts. Giran glared at Lu Chen and said, "Humph, you have to treat Miss Xiao to a big meal at noon to make amends." "No problem." Lu Chen smiled and asked Xiao Qingchen, "Miss Xiao, what kind of meal would you like to have for lunch?" "I'm fine with either. I'm not familiar with the Magic City." "You decide." Xiao Qingchen said coldly. Lu Chen was still thinking about where to take them for lunch when his cell phone suddenly rang. "I'm sorry, I have to take a call," Liang Zhendong said tremblingly. He was standing aside listening to Lu Chen and the others talking, not daring to make a sound. The sudden ringing of his cell phone startled him, and he was stunned for a while before he realized that it was his own cell phone ringing. He walked to the side and picked up the phone, and heard his disciple's urgent voice, "Master, Tao Zhengyu brought people to challenge us, and the eldest brother was kicked unconscious. Hold them back, I'll be there soon." Liang Zhendong instructed his disciples. If you open a martial arts school, you must be prepared for people to challenge you. Liang Zhendong has become accustomed to this. His strength is not as good as that of a real ancient martial arts master, but among ordinary people, he is considered a strong man. Tao Zhengyu is a 5th degree black belt in karate. He had come to challenge him before and was defeated by him. Unexpectedly, he brought people to challenge him again and kicked his apprentice unconscious with such brutal force. Liang Zhendong hung up the phone and said to Lu Chen respectfully, "Master Lu, there is something going on outside. I will go out and deal with it first. Master Liang, you can just call me Mr. Lu." Lu Chen didn't like the title of Master Lu. He said, "Master Liang has something to do first, so we should leave too. Then I'll take Mr. Lu to the door first." When Liang Zhendong heard that Lu Chen was leaving, he didn't dare to keep him. He gave up the matter of challenging him and wanted to send Lu Chen away first. He took Lu Chen and the others out of the martial arts hall and prepared to send him to the door. However, to get from the martial arts hall to the entrance, you have to pass through the martial arts training area. When his disciples saw Liang Zhendong coming out, they immediately surrounded him and said indignantly, "Master, the opponent is too strong. He kicked our senior brother unconscious with just one kick." Liang Zhendong was afraid that his disciple would disturb Lu Chen, so he taught him a lesson. "Why are you yelling so loudly? It's just that someone came to challenge me. I will settle the score with them after I send Mr. Lu away." Lu Chen looked over and saw 4 people standing in the martial arts training area. 2 of them were wearing karate uniforms and were both black belts. One was Chinese and one was Japanese. The other 2 were young men with cold and arrogant faces and wearing kimonos. They were both Japanese. Ancient Japanese warrior? Lu Chen checked their cultivation levels and found that one of them was a master of the 2nd level of dark energy, and one of them was a master of the 4th level of dark energy. These 2 people were not someone Liang Zhendong could handle, so Lu Chen said, "Master Liang, since someone has come to challenge us, you should go and deal with them first. I will stay and watch the fun." "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Lu, I'll take care of it right away," Liang Zhen said in surprise. When it came to dealing with the challenge, Liang Zhendong had originally not dared to alarm Lu Chen, but now when he heard that Lu Chen wanted to stay and watch the fun, he was very happy. If Lu Chen saw him taking action and could give him some pointers afterwards, it would be enough for him to benefit from for the rest of his life. His group of disciples were very surprised and suspicious when they saw their master being so respectful to Lu Chen. Whose family does this Mr. Lu belong to, and why does he deserve such respect from the master? Liang Zhendong led everyone to face those who came to challenge him and stood confronting them. "Tao Zhengyu, what do you rely on today to dare to challenge me again?" Liang Zhendong changed his reserved attitude in front of Lu Chen and asked Tao Zhengyu in an imposing manner, "Isn't the lesson you received last time enough? Liang Zhendong, don't be too proud. My senior brother is here today to let you know the true power of karate," Tao Zhengyu said with a ferocious face. "You are the one who injured junior brother Liang and said that Japanese karate is rubbish?" The young Japanese man in karate uniform asked coldly. He also spoke Chinese, but it sounded a bit stiff. He was wearing a 3rd degree black belt, but he called Tao Zhengyu, who was a 5th degree black belt, his junior brother. "That's right, I was the one who injured him. Karate is garbage in front of Chinese martial arts," Liang Zhendong said confidently. The last time was when Tao Zhengyu came to challenge him. He first provoked him by saying that Chinese martial arts were all fake and deceptive. After he defeated Tao Zhengyu, he counterattacked by saying that karate was rubbish. He originally believed that karate was inferior to Chinese martial arts, and after seeing the competition between Lu Chen and Xiao Qingchen today, he became more convinced of this idea. "Master, it was he who kicked senior brother unconscious." A disciple nearby pointed at the man and said. The eldest disciple Song Yiming has practiced martial arts with him for more than 10 years and has learned quite a lot. His strength is quite impressive, but he was actually knocked unconscious by a kick from the opponent. It seems that he must be more than a 3rd degree black belt. Tao Zhengyu saw Liang Zhendong's confusion and said proudly, "Brother Murai was a 3rd degree black belt a few years ago, but he never got promoted. Your disciple is really stupid enough to dare to challenge Brother Murai. Master, you must avenge our senior brother." Tao Zhengyu's words aroused the indignation of the disciples, and they all cursed the other party for his insidiousness. Liang Zhendong raised his hand to ask the disciples to be quiet, then looked at Murai and said, "So, it's you who wants to challenge the master today?" "Yes, today I am here to let you know that Chinese martial arts are garbage compared to karate," Murai said arrogantly. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Murai's words had already angered him. However, Murai's strength was only at the 9th level of Mingjin, and Liang Jindong at the 8th level of Mingjin might be able to deal with him, so he was not in a hurry to take action. He looked at the other two Japanese with interest. Those two were masters of dark energy. If they dared to take action, Lu Chen would let them know what the real Chinese martial arts were. Chapter 130 Xingyi 5 Elements Boxing. Shall we fight here or on the ring? Liang Jindong asked calmly, with the demeanor of a master. In the eyes of his disciples and students, Liang Jindong is a master in the martial arts world. They have witnessed with their own eyes that the gym owner has defeated the masters who came to challenge him time and time again, and now they are very confident in him. How could the young karate master on the opposite side be a match for the gym owner? It was he who earned the fame of Jindong Martial Arts School with his punches one by one, and that is how Jindong Martial Arts School became the largest martial arts school in Pudong. Liang Jindong didn't need to give them a good face when the other party came to challenge him. He said it casually, but he was not careless in his heart. The other party was able to knock Song Yiming unconscious with one kick, which showed that he had some real skills. Moreover, after Tao Zhengyu was defeated by him last time, he still dared to bring Murai to challenge him, which showed that he had great confidence. As for the other two young men in kimonos, Liang Jindong thought they were just Japanese people who came to watch the fun and simply ignored them. No need to go through so much trouble, just fight here. Murai said arrogantly with a sneer on his face. 9th degree black belt in karate is not enough to describe his strength. According to the ancient martial artist's strength classification, he is at the peak of the 9th level of Mingjin. As long as the other party is not an ancient warrior, he has full confidence. With such strength, he is already the strongest among ordinary people. He has never taken ordinary martial artists seriously. The owner of Jindong Martial Arts School in front of him obviously couldn't be an ancient martial artist. So he didn't take Liang Jindong seriously at all. Liang Jindong was equally magnanimous and said proudly, "Okay, let's fight here. You decide the rules. The rules are very simple. I will beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy, and then you can say the Chinese martial arts are rubbish." Murai said arrogantly with a cruel sneer on his face. He enjoyed beating his opponents until they fell to their knees and begged for mercy, trembling in humiliation at his feet. "Fuck, who do you think you are? How dare you say such big words?" One of Liang Jindong's disciples cursed out in dissatisfaction when he heard Murai being so arrogant. "If you don't agree, come and fight me?" Murai grinned and said to the disciple with a sneer. He could knock Song Yiming unconscious with one kick, so the disciple naturally didn't dare to fight him and his face turned red with anger. Liang Jindong raised his hand to tell the disciple not to speak, and then said angrily to Murai, "It seems that Mr. Murai is very confident. I still have full confidence in dealing with you." Murai continued arrogantly. "Ha, since Mr. Murai is so confident, let Liang learn from your tricks." Liang Jindong frowned. It was the first time he encountered such an arrogant opponent. Generally speaking, no matter whether it is a friendly sparring or a challenge competition, the martial artists all adhere to the martial ethics. Their attacks can be very fierce, but they should have the martial ethics and demeanor of a martial artist before taking action. "Be careful of his left hand." Lu Chen whispered in Liang Jindong's ear, then took the two girls to the side to watch the fight. He compressed his voice into a line so that only Liang Jindong could hear it. Those disciples and students also retreated from the battle circle, leaving the venue to Liang Jindong and Murai. Liang Jindong did not dare to be careless after hearing Lu Chen's words. He believed in the martial arts master's advice and believed that the opponent's killer move must be his left hand. "Drink it!" Murai shouted loudly and kicked Liang Jindong. Bang! Liang Jindong threw out a horizontal punch to block the kick, and suddenly felt his arm go numb. The opponent was stronger than he thought. Interesting. Murai sneered. Liang Jindong's strength was beyond his expectations. One of his kicks was blocked, so he quickly threw out 7 or 8 kicks, forcing Liang Jindong to retreat again and again. Liang Jindong didn't dare to resist head-on and could only use the swallow form among the 12 forms to avoid Murai's continuous kicks. When the disciples and students saw that Master Liang was at a disadvantage, they all took a deep breath. The other party was about the same age as them, yet he was so powerful. After a long time of unsuccessful attack, Murai became a little impatient and his legs weakened. Liang Jindong found an opportunity and punched Murai in the face. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face, and at this moment, his left hand moved and chopped towards Liang Jindong's neck. He just deliberately exposed his flaws to lure Liang Jindong to attack, and the other party really took the bait. Murai suddenly changed his tactics, and Liang Jindong also changed his tactics suddenly. He used a serpentine movement and twisted his body to avoid Mirai's attack. After Lu Chen reminded him, he kept paying attention to the opponent's left hand, which he had never used. When Mirai's footwork became chaotic just now, he knew that the opponent was going to expose his flaw and use a killing move, so he used the same trick to counterattack. With a creaking sound, Liang Zhendong threw a jab, hitting Mirai's armpit. Ah! Mirai let out a scream. The armpit is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. After being hit by Liang Zhendong's punch, Mirai felt numb all over. How could Liang Zhendong miss such an opportunity? He used the 5 elements boxing of Xingyiquan to its fullest extent. Punch the armpit. Punch the chest with a cannon. Bang Quan hits the back. Hit the left rib with a horizontal punch. Chop with fist to the right shoulder. After 5 punches were delivered in one go, the arrogant Mirai was instantly knocked to the ground, twitching continuously. Mirai was just a rookie with little fighting experience, and was also arrogant, so it was normal for him to be defeated in seconds by a veteran like Liang Zhendong. Is Chinese martial arts garbage, or is Japanese karate garbage? Liang Zhendong looked down at Mirai, who was lying on the ground, and asked arrogantly. Waste. Among the 2 Japanese people in kimonos watching the fight, the young man in gray cursed, walked towards Liang Zhendong, and looked at Mirai, who was lying on the ground, with a look of disdain. The opponent's strength was obviously weaker than his, but he was careless and was knocked out by the opponent. This kind of trash is a disgrace to their Japanese country. He walked up to Liang Zhendong, looked down at Mirai, and then said to Liang Zhendong, he is a waste, you are also a waste, and Chinese martial arts are garbage. Liang Zhendong's face changed when he was scolded, but he was frightened by the other party's fearless and contemptuous aura. This kind of aura seemed to only exist in ancient martial artists. Chinese martial arts are garbage, then what are you? Even worse than garbage? When Lu Chen heard the ancient Japanese warrior in a gray kimono insulting Chinese martial arts, he walked over and asked coldly. The ancient warrior in the gray kimono had a gloomy expression and was about to explode when Lu Chen grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Gulu, gurgle. No one expected that Lu Chen would start fighting directly without saying a word. The ancient warrior in the gray kimono was picked up by Lu Chen. He rolled his eyes and couldn't make a sound. He desperately grabbed Lu Chen's hands with both hands to pry them apart, and kept kicking his legs to struggle. The moment Lu Chen grabbed his neck, his internal force forced into his body, suppressing his internal force. You, who are you? Another Japanese ancient warrior looked at Lu Chen in horror and stammered, quickly put down Mr. Matsuda, or his eldest brother will not forgive you.